In a room, a person is staring at the television. A news report was playing on the television. It tells the story of a woman who encountered a dancing ghost on her way home from a night shift. Just as the ghost was about to attack the woman, a man appeared. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough, and his attempt to save the damsel in distress failed. He paid for his impulsiveness with his life. Xiao Hao, stop watching TV and come help. Okay, Grandpa. Chen Hao pressed the remote control and turned off the TV. Then, he followed his grandfather into a room. Sigh, I've lost count of how many this month it's already. Chen Hao's grandfather sighed helplessly. Chen Hao listened without changing his expression. Heaven and earth are ruthless, treating all things like straw dogs. To survive in this world, one must have absolute strength. Without real strength, trying to stand out is tantamount to courting death. As he spoke, he put on white gloves. Then the white cloth was lifted, revealing the unrecognizable corpse inside. That was the hero who appeared on TV. He picked up his needle and thread and began to work. They carefully stitched up the man's limbs and face. Then, Chen Hao picked up a makeup brush. She carefully applied makeup to the man. Seeing this, Chen Hao's grandfather went outside. Not long after, he let a few people in, weeping and wailing. They were the deceased's relatives, looking at the dead man whose appearance had been restored. Thank you so much, thank you so much. An elderly woman, clearly the deceased's mother, was sobbing uncontrollably and tried to kowtow to Chen Hao and the others. Hey hey hey! Chen Hao's grandfather, Chen Chang, quickly helped her up. Please accept my condolences. This is what we should do. After the mourning ceremony, Chen Hao and his men put the body into the incinerator. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained a sea-level superpower, strength enhancement. Chen Hao. He looked puzzled upon hearing the system notification. I've actually gained superpowers? He never expected that his cheat ability would awaken so suddenly. It also brought with it a sea-level, strength enhancement, ability. Strength enhancement, rank C. After use, strength is increased by 2 times. This is a world where people possess superpowers. Someone has awakened to the master of fried rice noodles and become a master of fried rice noodles. Someone has awakened the basketball king and transformed into a dunking master. Some people even awakened the red dragon bloodline and went straight to fight wolves. After receiving the Yi power enhancement, Chen Hao walked towards a room next door. That's the gym he usually uses. He walked in, activated strength enhancement, and easily picked up the barbell from the ground with one hand. He lifted the barbell with a 400-pound weight plate on top of it with ease. This superpower is amazing. You actually awakened a superpower? At this moment, Chen Hao's grandfather, Chen Chang, walked in, smoking a pipe. That's great. Our Chen family has finally produced someone promising. Chen Chang said excitedly. You won't have to rely on this skill to make a living like your grandpa did in the future. What's wrong with this skill? Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. Grandpa, I think this skill is pretty good. At least it will keep us from going hungry. Chen Chang nodded. The skill Chen Hao was referring to was the art of corpse preservation. They are what others see as corpse collectors, specializing in making up the dead. These days, there are only 2 ways to make money. Either do what others can't do, or do what others are unwilling to do. Clearly, the job of a corpse collector belongs to the latter category. Ordinary people are taboo and even afraid when they hear the word corpse. But Chen Hao doesn't see it that way. He felt that his profession was very noble. He was like a ferryman, helping the deceased depart with dignity and grace. Chen Hao's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Jia Bing. Squad leader, is something the matter? Chen Hao, although you haven't awakened your superpowers yet, but don't be discouraged, there are many roads to Rome. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely achieve something. Our class is having a graduation party tomorrow. The venue is room 666 at the Heaven and Earth Hotel at 6 p.m. You absolutely have to come. Okay, don't worry, class monitor, I'll definitely go. After hanging up the phone, Chen Hao's mind was filled with the image of Jia Bing. She was a girl with short blue hair, and she was usually kind and gentle. Jia Bing was lucky. At the power awakening ceremony a few days ago, she awakened a sea-level freezing power. Chen Hao changed into casual clothes and headed to Heaven on Earth. After giving the name of the private room, I followed the waiter into the room. Almost all the students arrived. Hey, brother Hao. When a classmate saw Chen Hao, he excitedly stood up and walked towards him. Hey kid, I've been wanting to treat you to a drink ever since I woke up that day, but you ran faster than a rabbit. Li Gang walked over. His family owns a restaurant, so Li Gang is a bit chubby. This time, Li Gang got incredibly lucky and awakened his B-level superpower, super digestion. Super digestion, it can quickly digest food and enhance its own capabilities. This ability may seem useless, but it is still an ability. Only those who have awakened supernatural abilities can cultivate, because a special energy bead will appear in the body, which is the key to cultivation. It's similar to the need for spiritual roots in the world of cultivation. When Chen Hao arrived, Li Gang invited him to sit down. After a while, the others arrived one after another. Now that everyone is here, let's begin the meal, said class monitor Jia Bing. Just as everyone was preparing to start the meal, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. A guy walked in with a few followers. Squad leader, that's not fair of you. At the class reunion, they didn't even call me Zhao Ritian. Do you look down on me? Zhao Ritian glanced around, his eyes full of contempt. He was arrogant and haughty. It was obvious he wouldn't survive past the second chapter. Zhao Ritian. Well, sort of. When the students in the class saw him, their expressions immediately changed. Zhao Ritian was the class bully and often bullied them. Moreover, he had refused to participate in previous class activities. That's why Jia Bing didn't invite him this time. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ritian was also eating nearby today and I saw them having a gathering. Seeing everyone embarrassed and angry, Zhao Ritian was smug. He achieved his goal. Oh dear, we've been classmates for so long. It's not easy to have a reunion after graduation. Why look so gloomy? Just smile. Seeing most people awkwardly managing smiles, Zhao Ritian said with a smile. That's more like it. Everyone, have a good meal and drinks tonight. After saying that, Zhao Ritian turned and left. As he was leaving, he couldn't help but complain. Birds of a feather flock together, and trash is trash. I, Zhao Ritian, a dignified B-level awakened superpower, am actually classmates with a bunch of trash. How embarrassing. So incredibly embarrassing. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes as he watched Zhao Ritian bite people indiscriminately like a mad dog. He had long been in contact with corpses and had developed the skill of physiognomy. At this moment, Zhao Ritian's body showed signs of death. Why would Chen Hao bother arguing with someone who won't live much longer? Zhao Ritian's superpower is very strong, but if he dies, then the superpower will belong to Chen Hao. That was a B-level flame manipulation ability. Chen Hao was plotting how to obtain his superpower. Zhao Ritian's words made everyone's faces turn red. The cheerful atmosphere was instantly shattered. Everyone gritted their teeth, but no one dared to make a move. Pa, what are you anyway? It's just that he awakened a B-level ability, flame manipulation. Li Gang couldn't help but complain. That's right. What's so great about it? No matter how capable he is, he still relies on his family to support him. If my family were as rich as theirs, we could use as many superpower drugs as we wanted. Maybe I can awaken a B-level superpower too. Beep beep beep. Yes, you're right. He's just bullying people by taking advantage of his power. Someone like him will get killed sooner or later. Although the students said this, their words were clearly tinged with sourness. In this world, the level of one's superpower determines one's status. The stronger one's superpower awakening, the greater their ultimate achievement. Most of the people present, like Chen Hao, had not awakened any special abilities. They can only end up at the bottom of society. The rest, although they awakened superpowers, mostly had only F-level or E-level abilities, which were useless. Brother Hao, why aren't you saying anything? Do you think Zhao Ritian has gone too far? Hearing this, Chen Hao shrugged. That's exactly the kind of person he is. While saying this, he secretly hoped that Zhao Ritian would get into trouble soon. Alright, everyone, don't take it too seriously. Don't let that guy Zhao Ritian affect our mood. Today is our graduation party. Come on, let's all have a toast to our bright future. As expected of the class monitor, Jia Bing immediately stepped in to lighten the mood. She raised her glass and clinked it with everyone, which sparked a cheer. The graduation banquet continued. As the beer went down, the atmosphere gradually became more lively. The room, which had been somewhat oppressive, instantly became lively and bustling. Before long, everyone was drunk. As the alcohol kicked in, the conversation became even more lively. Old Wang, I really envy you, having the ability to climb walls like a gecko. They can easily scale walls and go wherever they want. Sigh, nothing compares to your comfort. Your nimble tongue is amazing too. It can even spit out attacks like a frog when encountering an enemy. I think Xiao Li's superpower is more powerful. He can control snowmen. No, I have to build the snowman I'm controlling myself. Anyone who's ever built a snowman knows how incredibly difficult it is to stack one up. But snowmen are really fun. Anyone who's played with one knows, you get it. Yeah, what's so special about them? No matter how capable he is, isn't it all thanks to his family background? If my family were as rich as theirs, I could use superpower drugs whenever I wanted. Maybe I can awaken a B-level superpower too. That's right, he bullies people by taking advantage of his power. People like him will be killed sooner or later. Although the students said this, their words were tinged with a strong sense of bitterness. In this world, the level of one's superpower determines one's status. The stronger the awakened superpower, the greater the future achievements. Most people at the scene, like Chen Hao, had not awakened any special abilities. They can only end up at the bottom of society. The remaining few people, although they awakened superpowers, were mostly F-level or E-level, and were almost useless. Brother Hao, why aren't you saying anything? Do you think Zhao Ritian has gone too far? Hearing this, Chen Hao shrugged. That guy has that same attitude. While saying this, he secretly hoped that Zhao Ritian would get his comeuppance soon. Alright, everyone, don't be angry. Don't let that Zhao Ritian affect your mood. We're here today to celebrate our graduation. Come on, let's all drink to a bright future. As the class monitor, Jia Bing immediately stepped forward to ease the tension. She raised her glass and clinked glasses with everyone. everyone. The graduation banquet continued. As the beer entered their mouths, everyone gradually relaxed and started chatting. The room, which had been somewhat dull, suddenly became lively. Before long, everyone was drunk. Fueled by the alcohol, they chatted about everything under the sun. Old Wang, I really envy you, having the ability to climb walls like a gecko. They can easily scale walls and go wherever they want. Hey, you're not bad. Your nimble tongue is pretty impressive. When you encounter an enemy, you can even spit out attacks like a frog. I think Xiao Li's ability is better. He can control snowmen. No way, I have to build my own snowman. Anyone who has ever built a snowman knows that it's not an easy task. But snowmen are really fun, anyone who's played with one knows. He. Everyone burst into laughter. By the way, Xiao Jiang, what is your special ability? Can you give me a hint? Zhang Taigong. Zhang Taigong? What's that? Fishing. My special ability is fishing. The legendary fishing master, I can catch a lot of fish with it. Everyone continued chatting happily. Soon, amidst laughter and cheers, one student after another passed out drunk. Chen Hao's face flushed slightly as he looked around. Looking at his lovely classmates, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Everyone cherishes beautiful hopes for the future. He had previously been disheartened because he had not awakened his superpowers. But now, he possesses a corpse collecting system. As long as you collect corpses, you can continuously grow stronger. Over time, Chen Hao became confident that he would gradually become stronger. After drinking a glass of beer, I felt an urge to urinate. Although beer doesn't easily make you drunk, it can easily cause bloating. To make matters worse, you always have to go to the toilet when you drink too much. Chen Hao got up, went to the toilet, unzipped his pants, and began to urinate. At that moment, he vaguely heard voices coming from the toilet next door. How are the preparations going? All done, everything is ready, just waiting for the target to appear. Okay, be careful not to get caught. These sounds reached Chen Hao's ears clearly. His brows furrowed, and his expression became serious. Clearly, these people are plotting something. However, this matter has nothing to do with him. He was just a lowly henchman who hadn't awakened any special abilities. Ha. He was definitely not the other party's target. Chen Hao returned to his room. He said to the squad leader, Jia Bing, squad leader, I have something to do tomorrow, so I'll be leaving now. The banquet was almost over, and most of the students were already drunk. There was no need for Chen Hao to stay any longer. He put on his coat and prepared to leave. Step out of the gates of heaven on earth. A cool breeze swept by, bringing a slight chill. Chen Hao shuddered, instantly becoming much more alert. A commotion arose ahead. He was drunk and, supported by several of his underlings, walked toward his car by the roadside. We were about to reach the roadside. A van sped up. The car stopped in front of Zhao Ritian. As soon as the car door opened, several burly men jumped out. They drew their sharp daggers. With a few stabs, several of Zhao Ritian's henchmen fell into pools of blood. Subsequently, the intoxicated Zhao Ritian was forcibly dragged into the car. The car drove away quickly. Kidnapping? Zhao Ritian's face turned pale because of this? Chen Hao was puzzled. Who exactly did this? He found it hard to believe that anyone would dare to lay a hand on Zhao Ritian. However, given Zhao Ritian's personality, he has made many enemies. It's reasonable that he was kidnapped. Chen Hao glanced at the guys lying on the ground. They didn't even utter a sound, clearly dead. He ignored it and turned to walk away, wanting to leave this place of trouble. He hailed a taxi and drove away. Master, that guy called again. A cell phone ring woke Chen Hao up. He picked up his phone and saw that it was Li Gang calling. Chen Hao, have you seen the news? News? What news? You really didn't know. Quickly turn on the TV and see. Zhao Ritian has been murdered. Zhao Ritian was killed? Chen Hao was extremely surprised. He thought those people had only kidnapped him for ransom, but he never expected it to turn into a murder case. He turned on the TV, and the screen was broadcasting news of Zhao Ritian's murder. The news reported that Zhao Ritian was beaten up and had a large hole ripped out of his stomach. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys have all been hollowed out. The news report concluded that it was the work of organ harvesters. Organ harvester? Chen Hao was skeptical of the news reports. There are plenty of people in this city who wouldn't choose. Why would they choose Zhao Ritian to do it? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Just then, the doorbell rang. Chen Hao opened the door and saw a woman in uniform who looked capable and efficient. Are you Chen Hao? My name is Tian Wenjing, and I'm from the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. I'm here to ask you some questions. Tian Wenjing? Chen Hao was somewhat surprised to see her. She's a famous female detective. You often see her on television. People say she is the reincarnation of Bao Zhang, who is incorruptible and a brilliant judge. He is indeed a good detective. Please have a seat. I'll make you a cup of tea. Chen Hao invited Tian Wenjing into the house and asked her to sit down. I quickly brewed the tea and handed it over. Tian Wenjing took the tea and said bluntly, you should know why I came to find you. Is it because of Zhao Ritian? There are surveillance cameras at the entrance of heaven on earth. Chen Hao was a witness, which is why Tian Wenjing came to investigate. Tell me everything you know. Chen Hao began his narration. After listening, Tian Wenjing was somewhat disappointed. They thought they would get some useful clues, but they got nothing. Thank you for your cooperation. Tian Wenjing got up to leave. I'll see you off. Chen Hao saw her to the door. He closed the door and let out a long sigh of relief. He wasn't telling the truth. He had met the people from the organization that hunted down Zhao Ritian. The man had a knife scar on his face and a scorpion tattooed on his right shoulder. But none of this has anything to do with Chen Hao. He just wanted a peaceful life. Besides, it was Zhao Ritian who died. It wasn't worth risking your life for him. After pouring out the tea, Chen Hao went to his own shop. Chen Hao arrived at the Chun family funeral home. This is their family business, and it's quite well known in the city. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, he saw many luxury cars parked there. Which rich guy got into trouble? Chen Hao wondered to himself. Just as he was wondering, Chen Chang came out from inside. Hey kid, come in here. I got a big order today. Everything's ready. They've given us 200,000. Chen Chang appeared somewhat excited. 200,000? He hadn't seen that much money in all these years. Normally, those customers would only give 10 or 20,000. Chen Hao entered the museum. I put down my backpack, changed into my work clothes, and went to the workroom. He recognized the man in front of him. Zhao Tianba. Zhao Tianba is Zhao Ritian's father. He is burly, with a face full of fat, and wears a gold necklace around his neck. I just wonder if the swimming pool underneath that huge gold chain will float. Chen Hao had met him at a parent-teacher meeting at school before and had a deep impression of him. I heard you're Xiao Tian's classmate? Chen Hao nodded. Zhao Tianba's expression was cold and stern, giving people a sense of calm before the storm. That's perfect. Let's help him on his final journey. Chen Hao walked over and lifted the white cloth. The deceased Zhao Ritian was revealed. He still has that same annoying look on his face. Chen Hao thought to himself, in my next life, I'll be a good person. He began to take action. It must be said that Chen Hao's culinary skills are a true inheritance from Chun Chang. With his meticulous makeup, Zhao Ritian regained his former glory. Little Tian. Seeing Zhao Ritian's rosy face, Zhao Tianba finally couldn't hold back his grief and burst into tears while leaning on the workbench. Seeing this, Chen Hao silently withdrew. He was already used to this kind of scene. After waiting for a while, Chen Hao was called to the incinerator. As Zhao Ritian was sent into the furnace, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained a Class B ability, flame manipulation. Upon hearing the notification tone, a hint of joy appeared on Chen Hao's face, but he quickly composed himself. After all, Zhao Tianba was still there. He just lost his son. If he gets excited, he'll probably get a beating. After seeing Zhao Tianba off, Chen Hao returned to his room. He casually locked the door from the inside. He snapped his fingers, and a flame shot out from his fingertip. Is this the power of fire manipulation? He tried to remove the flames from his body. The flames dissipated shortly after they left. It seems I'm not skilled enough at controlling flames. Moreover, it seems like there isn't enough energy. Those with superpowers are like mages. They not only need to improve their skill proficiency but also enhance their superpowers. This ability is like a mage's mana. Chen Hao opened the door and found Chen Chang standing in the doorway. Xiao Hao, I understand that young people have a lot of energy, but you also need to take care of your health. Grandpa hopes you'll find a girlfriend soon. Let's have children for the Chen family as soon as possible. How about it? Want me to introduce you to someone? Aunt Wu's daughter, Xiao Chui, is quite nice. She works as a waitress at a hotel. I think she has a big butt, so it's easy for her to have children. She'll definitely give our Chen family a big, healthy son. Chen Hao pictured Wu Xiaocui in his mind. She was a chubby girl weighing over 200 pounds who ate fatty meat at every meal. Never mind, Grandpa, I'm still young. There's no rush. Oh, how can I not be anxious? I'm almost dying of worry. Just as Chun Chang was about to speak, someone suddenly arrived. Grandpa, we have a guest. Chen Hao immediately went to greet them. Later, Chen Hao and Chen Chang sat down at a table to eat. Come on, try Grandpa's braised pork. Thank you, Grandpa. Chen Hao picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Then, he said to Chen Chang, Grandpa, I'd like to ask you for a favor. If there are any missions involving superpowered individuals in the future, be sure to call me. Let me arrange it. Chen Chang nodded. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, don't you want to know why? Chen Chang shook his head. You must have your reasons for doing this. As for what it is, Grandpa, I don't want to know, and don't tell me. Everyone has secrets. As the saying goes, people become shrewd as they get older. Chen Chang is so old, he's definitely not stupid. Chen Hao hadn't awakened any superpowers, yet he suddenly developed them. How could Chen Chang not understand the intricacies of this? However, he chose not to investigate further. This is both protecting myself and protecting Chen Hao. The latter is more important. After all, this is a world dominated by superpowers, and who knows if there are people with ulterior motives eyeing Chen Hao. We can use him as leverage or find a breakthrough through him. What's wrong, Grandpa? Grandpa doesn't care what you do, and he doesn't expect you to achieve great things. He just hopes you will be safe and sound. Yes, don't worry, Grandpa, I'll take good care of myself. Here, have another piece of braised pork. Chen Chang picked up a piece of braised pork for Chen Hao. In the days that followed, Chen Hao trained his flame manipulation ability every day. He quickly mastered it. However, we also encountered a problem. The body's internal energy is insufficient, and the flame manipulation skill will soon be exhausted. Damn it, even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. A mage without mana, what's the point of playing? We need to find a way to increase the alien energy within our bodies. Suddenly, the image of a person popped into my mind. Li Gang, he's the one. Chen Hao decided to target Li Gang, hoping to obtain a cultivation manual from him. He immediately contacted Li Gang. Li Gang is a righteous person, and when he heard that Chen Hao was coming, he immediately expressed his welcome. Chen Hao took a car to Li Gang's house. Li Gang's home is a large, single-level apartment of 140 square meters. After Chen Hao entered, Li Gang warmly invited him to sit down and brought him some fruit. Chen Hao, what brings you here today? Li Gang asked curiously. We brothers haven't seen each other for a long time, so naturally we want to have a good get-together. You're going to university soon, so we probably won't have many chances to meet again. I also brought some good wine. Today, let's drink until we drop. As he spoke, Chen Hao pulled a large bottle of mineral water from his backpack. When Li Gang saw the mineral water bottle, he was not angry at all. Instead, he became excited. This is peach blossom wine? Chen Hao nodded. Li Gang was extremely excited. This peach blossom wine was brewed by Grandpa Chen Hao himself. The process is complicated and requires slow settling to produce this incredibly sweet flavor. Li Gang had drunk at Chen Hao's house once and was amazed by the taste. If this wine weren't impossible to mass produce, Li Gang had long wanted to invest, so he switched careers to selling alcohol. Li Gang took 2 wine glasses. Quick, fill it up. Chen Hao poured a glass for Li Gang and then poured one for himself. I still have some leftover braised food in my fridge. Go get it, it'll go perfectly with the drinks. Chen Hao and Li Gang ate braised food and drank alcohol. It tastes good. This is truly excellent wine. Li Gang savored the peach blossom wine once more, his face beaming with satisfaction. Although Li Gang has awakened his superpowers, he is still a little drunkard. He only drank a little, and he was already drunk. Chen Hao chatted casually, then smoothly steered the conversation toward cultivation techniques. Li Gang was an honest man. When he heard that Chen Hao wanted to see cultivation techniques, he immediately went into the house, took out a book, and handed it to him. As soon as Chen Hao took the book, Li Gang slumped down, feeling drowsy. Chen Hao began to peruse the cultivation techniques. This technique was issued by the state and is known as the worst technique ever. However bad it may be, it's not something ordinary people like them can easily obtain. Chen Hao flipped through the book once and actually memorized the entire book perfectly. After confirming that everything is correct, he placed the book on the table. He then picked up the blanket next to him, gently covered Li Gang with it, and then got up and left. Li Gang treated him well. According to regulations, cultivation methods promulgated by the state are forbidden from being leaked. But Li Gang was completely unprepared for Chen Hao, so I simply and generously showed him the technique. Perhaps he instinctively felt that Chen Hao was just an ordinary person, and there was no point in him watching. Chen Hao left Li Gang's home. Back at Chen's funeral home, he went into his room and began to try his cultivation. As his cultivation progressed, Chen Hao discovered a problem. His comprehension was clearly insufficient. Oh no, there are some parts of it that I don't understand at all. It's like students doing math problems. Some problems are easy to solve. Some are obscure and difficult to understand, requiring one to consult others to comprehend them. But right now, Chen Hao has no teacher at all. It was already late at this time. Just as he was confused, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Hao, we have a job. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Hao's eyes lit up. Since learning that Chen Hao possessed superpowers, Chen Chang rarely asked him to do any work. We made a point of setting aside time for him to cultivate. Now that Chen Chang has personally summoned him, there's only one reason. A superhuman has arrived. Chen Hao opened the door and went out. Chen Chang lowered his voice and said to him, this time, it's a programmer who's coming. I died from overworking while coding all night. I heard that he has awakened an F-level superpower, Superbrain. Chen Hao entered the room and, following procedure, began to collect the programmer's body. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained F-level superpower, Superbrain, F-level superpower, can greatly enhance mental agility. Chen Hao felt as if his Rin and Du meridians had been opened after possessing the Superbrain. The whole world suddenly became clear and bright. The problems that had been troubling him were also easily solved. If Chen Hao was a poor student in the past, at this moment he has transformed into a top student. Chen Hao has now thoroughly mastered the cultivation techniques he obtained from Li Gang. He hurriedly returned to his room to practice. This time, he circulated the entire technique once. I couldn't help but feel hopeful, hoping that more people with superpowers would come later. However, people with superpowers are rare. Everything is up to fate. In the days that followed, Chen Hao occasionally helped his grandfather with chores. He spent the rest of his time cultivating. During this time, he browsed the forum for people with superpowers. This era is never short of kind-hearted people. The forum had many posts about people with superpowers, which gave Chen Hao a deeper understanding of them. After finishing his cultivation, he felt that he had broken through a bottleneck. I've broken through. I've reached the soldier realm. The levels of superhumans, from lowest to highest, are as follows. What's going on? Soldiers, teachers, generals, kings, spirits, honored ones, rulers, saints. There are 9 ranks in total, and each rank is further divided into 9 subranks. I am now at the first level of the soldier realm. Cultivating superpowers requires resources. Chen Hao was able to break through to the first level of the soldier realm without any help or cultivation resources. This is enough to prove that he has good talent for cultivation. At that moment, Chun Chang knocked on the door happily. Xiao Hao, another guest has arrived. What kind of superhuman is it this time? Chen Chang didn't answer directly, but instead said mysteriously, you'll know when you go and see for yourself. Helpless, Chen Hao could only walk towards the workroom and look at the workbench. This time, the client was a young man with delicate skin. 2 words flashed through Chen Hao's mind, but following the procedure, they began to slow down. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained F-level superpower. My size is huge. Mine is big? Chen Hao began to examine the detailed entry for this superpower with suspicion. My size is very large. F-level superpower. My size is very large. You'll have to bear with it. It can make your best buddy twice as big. Chen Hao. He finally understood why that guy had such delicate skin. So, that guy really was a butcher. After gaining the superpower my big size, Chen Hao felt that his good brother was actually a little warm. Am I going through a second puberty? That evening, after Chen Hao helped his grandfather lock the door, he drove his Santana home with his grandfather in tow. It's too hot, Grandpa. I'm going to take a shower first. Entering the bathroom, Chen Hao took off his clothes and turned on the light. That's when I realized that Grandpa had just turned on the TV. A voice came from the television. I have a big sausage. I have a little sausage. After taking a shower, Chen Hao lay down to sleep. That night, he had a wonderful dream. In his dream, he was discussing life with a stunningly beautiful woman. After washing his underwear, Chen Hao hurriedly went to work. There were no customers today, and he sat there in a daze. Perhaps I could become a gigolo. He now has the resources to do so. No, a man is born between heaven and earth. How can he live off a woman? If it includes meals and accommodation, I might consider it. The day passed slowly as Chen Hao drifted off into his own thoughts. I just got home in the evening. Chen Chang's alcohol addiction flared up again. Unfortunately, there were no snacks left in the fridge to go with the drinks. Chen Chang said to Chen Hao, Xiao Hao, go and buy me some braised pig's head. Chen Hao went out. The best braised food shop is in a small alley nearby. Although the alley looks a bit dirty, the braised food is clean and hygienic. After buying the braised ingredients, as I walked through the alley to go home, he found 2 guys fighting. The 2 sides went back and forth. By the moonlight, Chen Hao could see clearly that it was a werewolf and a woman fighting. The woman was surrounded by a whirlwind, and her strength was slightly greater than that of the werewolf. She seized the opportunity and punched the werewolf in the chest. That right hand, enveloped by the gale, possessed immense destructive power. The fist pierced straight through the werewolf's chest. It pierced through the heart and reached the back. The werewolf fell. The woman spat out a mouthful of blood, glanced at the werewolf lying on the ground. Despite the pain, he staggered away. Chen Hao looked at it for a few seconds, then turned and left. The family's wine was almost gone, so he planned to go to a place further away to buy some rice wine for his grandfather. Grandpa, I'm back from buying braised food. When I got home, the door was wide open, and Grandpa was lying on the sofa. He was already drunk. There was a plate on the table with a few peanuts scattered on it. Several empty wine bottles were scattered on the ground. Grandpa, how much did you drink tonight? Chen Hao picked up his grandfather and prepared to take him back to his room. Grandpa groggily opened his eyes. She murmured, It's Xiao Hao. Ha, I just went downstairs to water the flowers. How come you're lying on the ground? I clearly carried you back to the room and put you on the bed, so why did you come back from outside? Are you a god, capable of teleportation? My grandfather was a body collector, and he developed great strength from carrying corpses all year round. Chen Hao was completely puzzled. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Also, how many times have I told you, go to the toilet to pee, don't go downstairs to the flower bed. If someone sees you, they'll definitely call the police and arrest you as a thug. If your reputation is ruined, I won't be able to help you. As Chen Hao spoke, he helped his grandfather toward the bedroom. Once inside the room, he helped his grandfather take off his shoes, pulled up the blanket, laid him flat, and then quietly slipped out. Just as I was about to go back to my room, but they found the door was stuck. This broken door is broken again. Chen Hao fiddled with it for a while but couldn't open it, so he had to force it open. He kicked the door open and immediately smelled a strong stench of blood. With a furrowed brow, Chen Hao turned on the light and was surprised to find Tian Wenjing lying on his bed. The windows were wide open, and the evening breeze whistled in. Looking at the sleeping Tian Wenjing, Chen Hao was completely bewildered. She nodded. What on earth is going on? How did she, who claims to be a good police officer, end up here with me? He suddenly suddenly realized it's Grandpa. The thought that his drunken grandfather had actually brought Tian Wenjing home gave Chen Hao a headache. Despite his unbearable headache, he went into the storage room, took out the first aid kit, and began to treat Tian Wenjing's wounds. After applying the medicine and bandaging himself properly, he left the room and went to the sofa in the living room, intending to spend the night there. Chen Hao woke up groggily on the sofa and instinctively headed towards his bedroom. He usually goes to the toilet first thing in the morning. Although there is a bathroom in the living room, he prefers the toilet in his own room, just like some people are particular about their bed. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Tian Wenjing sitting on the bed, holding a device in her hand. She pressed the switch and breathed a sigh of relief because the device was not working on Chen Hao. You are not a beast. Tian Wenjing had just sensed a superhuman approaching when she saw it was Chen Hao. She was startled and quickly used her equipment to detect him. After all, Chen Hao came from an unorthodox background, and he couldn't conceal his aura. I'm a little curious, you didn't awaken any special abilities before, so how come you do now? I don't know either. Chen Hao waved his hand. After the awakening ceremony that day, I went back to sleep, and it happened the next day. Since you have superpowers, why don't you tell your teacher? According to the rules of the Dragon Kingdom, every person with superpowers must register and be on file. Those with superpowers of D rank or above, including D rank, or those below D rank but who are aggressive, must receive specialized training, then serve the country. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I'm not interested in this kind of thing. I just want to run my family's funeral home, earn a little money, and take care of my grandfather until the end. After hearing Chen Hao's words, Tian Wenjing's lips twitched involuntarily. Have you finished asking your questions? Now it's my turn. What exactly is this beast you just mentioned? Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing began to recount her story. In this world, there is an organization called the Scorpion Brigade. The Scorpion Troop is very powerful, and all members have black scorpion tattoos on their bodies. They are mostly vicious and ruthless criminals. Most of them are ordinary people who become superhumans by plundering other people's superhuman beads. However, there is a price to pay for plundering the power beads. Your body will be slowly devoured by the supernatural power bead. We divide those who plunder the power beads into two categories. Those who plunder mental energy orbs are called void, and those who plunder physical energy orbs are called beasts. I encountered a beast last night, fought him to the death, and killed him. I was also seriously injured as a result. Chen Hao nodded. He had been there last night when Tian Wenjing fought the werewolf, so he knew she was telling the truth. Tian Wenjing's expression softened at this moment. Thank you so much for last night. She knew it was Chen Hao who saved her and bandaged her wounds, otherwise, she would have been a corpse by now. She continued, I'm curious, what kind of special ability have you awakened? Chen Hao has already given his explanation for this. Imitation ability. While in school, he read an encyclopedia of superpowers, and with his photographic memory, he understood all superpowers. The imitation ability has been awakened by only one person so far. The effect is that it can mimic other people's superpowers, but the power it unleashes is only 1/10 of the original. Tian Wenjing seems somewhat unfamiliar with this superpower. However, she has a mobile phone and a dedicated way to look up information. Tian Wenjing quickly searched and soon found detailed information about the imitation ability. Imitation ability, able to copy other people's abilities. However, the prerequisite is that you must have personally witnessed someone else unleash their superpowers and understand the principles behind those superpowers. Only then can this ability be unleashed. You know, strength enhancement. Have you seen anyone else use it before? Yes, it's Zhang Long from our class. He awakened the strength enhancement ability. Tian Wenjing nodded after hearing this. I really don't know whether to envy you or pity you. Imitation superpower makes you a jack of all trades. Unfortunately, like a jack of all trades, you know a little bit about everything, but you're not an expert in anything. He was stunned. Changing the subject, Tian Wenjing extended an olive branch to Chen Hao. So, are you interested in joining our organization? She wanted to repay Chen Hao for saving her life and planned to use her connections to get him into the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Chen Hao shook his head and politely declined. A hint of disappointment flashed across Tian Wenjing's face, but she quickly composed herself. It's okay, if you don't want to join, you don't have to. Our doors are always open for you. Alright, it's getting late, I should go. As for what happened yesterday, I owe you a favor. If you need any help, feel free to contact me anytime. After saying that, Tian Wenjing got up, walked straight through the corridor, and left Chen Hao's house. At that moment, Chen Shang woke up. He saw Tian Wenjing walk out of Chen Hao's room and was immediately overjoyed. He quickly went to the altar in his home, burned incense, and prayed. Thank you, Guanyin Bodhisattva, for helping our Chen family. It allowed our Chen family to flourish and multiply. Chen Shang's words left Chen Hao speechless. He suspected that something had happened between Chen Hao and that woman. Chen Hao did not offer any further explanation, knowing that the more he talked, the more confused things would become. After the meal, the two were on their way to the funeral home. Chen Shang took out a bank card and handed it to Chen Hao. Xiao Hao, there's 1 million in in the card. Take it. It's not easy for a girl to be with you. Put in more effort, buy her some gifts, and prepare some surprises. Chen Hao took the card and was pondering how to raise money to buy cultivation resources. Unexpectedly, my usually stingy grandfather generously gave away 1 million. Upon arriving at the entrance of the funeral home, they discovered that someone was already waiting there. These people were wearing sunglasses and black suits. There were both men and women. For some reason, Chen Hao felt a strange discomfort towards them. However, since they were visitors, he couldn't very well refuse them. After greeting the guests and having them seated, Chen Hao changed into his work clothes and began his work for the day. Looking at the corpse on the platform, Chen Hao immediately recognized the person. It was the same guy who fought with Tian Wenjing last night. Work hard, and the pay will definitely be good. The other party has been corrupted by the power bead and has become a beast through and through. So even now, he still maintains his orc form. Chen Hao began repairing the werewolf's body and applying makeup to disguise it. The work was completed in no time. After a moment of silence, Chen Hao sent the werewolf into the incinerator to be cremated. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained a Class B ability, Werewolf Transformation. It's another Class B superpower. With the addition of the flame manipulation he had previously acquired, Chen Hao now possesses 2 B-level superpowers. The other party paid the money in full. As they left, they coldly instructed, "Don't reveal what happened today. You've been in this business for a long time. You should know what to say and what not to say." That's natural, that's natural. Chen Chang nodded repeatedly to the group, a smile plastered on his face, his attitude respectful. In the days that followed, Chen Hao continued to live a life that consisted of going back and forth between 2 points. They either stay at home or at the funeral home. Whenever he has free time, he immerses himself in cultivation. Until one day, a car stopped in front of their house. Several people got off the car. They carried a child in their arms and slowly walked into the house. "Wah, my poor child." The woman cried her heart out. Even though Chen Hao had seen many such scenes, he was still somewhat moved. How did he die? Following the rules, Chen Chang first had to register and confirm the situation. "Alas, it's all because of our wicked eldest young mistress." A burly man said indignantly, "Our eldest young mistress is afraid that our second young master is too clever. I'm worried he'll steal the eldest son's position as head of the family, so I deliberately let him play with the awakening stone. As a result, the second young master accidentally awakened his superpower. Too young to withstand the power of superpowers. This led to a persistent high fever, and he passed away this morning." At this point, the burly man involuntarily clenched his fists. After listening, Chen Chang nodded. "I heard that your place is the best funeral home in the surrounding area. That's why we brought the second young master here, hoping to help him on his final journey. Yes, don't worry, we will do our best." After Chen Chang finished speaking, he told Chen Hao to go and prepare for the work. Chen Hao entered the workroom and began applying makeup to the child. The movements are skillful and the technique is gentle. Once completed, "Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained SSS level superpower, True Sight." As soon as the system notification sound ended, Chen Hao felt a burning sensation in his eyes. However, he quickly adapted to the feeling. True Sight Eye. It's actually an SSS level ability. Chen Hao was shocked, never expecting that the child in front of him would possess such powerful superpowers. It seems his family background is definitely not simple. But none of that mattered to him, he was just a corpse collector. All you need to do is focus on collecting the bodies. After everything was settled, Chen Hao and Chen Chang saw the weeping woman and her group off. Watching the car drive away into the distance, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Director Su? He possesses the strength of the 3rd level of the general realm. His ability is B rank, rock manipulation. With the Eye of True Sight, Chen Hao can now see other people's detailed information. "I have finally acquired SSS level superpowers. The only downside is that it's a support type unit with little offensive power." But Chen Hao was already very satisfied. "Keep going, keep trying. A wonderful life awaits me." After obtaining the SSS level, Eye of True Sight, Chen Hao continued to focus on his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, his strength had reached the 3rd level of the soldier realm. The cultivation technique I obtained from Li Gang was of too low a level. The cultivation effect is not ideal. I need to switch to a more advanced cultivation technique. Chen Hao finally sensed a barrier. He understood that he had the potential to become stronger, but his poor cultivation technique was a stumbling block to his improvement. Each superhuman stantian is like a pool of water, and their meridians are like water pipes. The working principle is a water pump. The purpose of cultivation is to fill the dantian with foreign energy and continuously expand its capacity. Chen Hao discovered that there was a huge supernatural power bead in his dantian. It was surrounded by many small power beads. Those were all things he had acquired in the past. The Scorpion Troop's plundering of the superpower beads is like transplanting organs into humans, often resulting in rejection reactions. However, the supernatural power beads that Chen Hao obtained through the corpse collection system did not have this problem. "We need to find a way to get our hands on a new cultivation technique. technique. Chen Hao started browsing forums for people with superpowers. On this day, he unexpectedly saw a message. It turns out that the people with superpowers had run a black market. They traded many shady things on the black market. I don't know if this news is true or false. Perhaps I can get a better cultivation manual from inside. What's up? Although Chen Hao had some doubts, he still decided to go and investigate himself. He possesses the eye of true sight, so perhaps he can snag a bargain from it. Before setting off, Chen Hao disguised himself. He arrived at the designated location at the agreed time. It was already night. The black market is hidden deep in a jungle. Chen Hao did not rush to act but stood aside to observe. After waiting for a while and confirming that there was nothing unusual, he entered the black market. The black market was quite lively this time, with a large crowd moving around. The vendors lined up in 2 rows, leaving a passageway in the middle. Many people were arguing heatedly with the vendors. It was like a vegetable market, with everyone desperately haggling over prices. Chen Hao walked in the middle of the passage, constantly looking left and right. With the help of the eye of true sight, he saw the properties of these items. Trash, all trash. True sight is highly intelligent, capable of distinguishing the rarity of items by color. White, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, rainbow. There are 9 colors in total. Although there were many items on the stall, most of them were basic equipment. Occasionally, you can see red or even orange equipment. However, Chen Hao did not bother to look at it carefully. After walking around, he was slightly disappointed. Damn it, what happened to finding a bargain? Just as he was puzzled, a commotion broke out. Uncle Rabbit Teeth, you bastard, you actually sold me counterfeit goods. A burly, dark-skinned man grabbed a man with rabbit teeth. The surrounding vendors seemed to have long been accustomed to this scene. Uncle Rabbit Tooth is really bold. You lied to people and didn't even run away. You actually dared to come here. Or maybe he wants to take a gamble. Take a gamble? Now look what happened. We've been caught. TSK. Back in the day, Uncle Rabbit-Tooth was quite a big shot. He is a top tomb raider in the industry, with a strength of up to the first level of the general realm. Unfortunately, one tomb raiding attempt failed, and I was cursed by the tomb owner. As a result, he couldn't break the curse, and his strength plummeted. He has fallen from the first level of the general realm to the 8th level of the warrior realm. It's horrible, truly a horrific sight. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have been able to take it anymore and would have ended it all. Uncle Rabbit-Tooth was grabbed by the collar by the burly black man, and he anxiously protested, No, I'm talking about a real treasure. They were all stolen from the tomb. Hearing what Uncle Rabbit-Teeth said, the burly black man snorted coldly. That's good. I didn't know you before, and you fooled me once. Who doesn't know that Uncle Rabbit-Teeth is a veteran at selling counterfeit goods? Since being cursed, Uncle Rabbit-Tooth has spent all his wealth trying to break the curse. Despite spending countless sums of money, there has been no progress. Left with no other choice, he had to take the risk and start forging documents. With his current abilities, going to rob a tomb would be tantamount to sending a lamb to the slaughter. It's true, it's really true. Uncle Rabbit-Tooth was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, feeling that he had been wronged. I wouldn't dare lie to you, Grandpa Lou. Uncle Rabbit-Tooth was speechless for a moment. He's the type to treat people differently based on their status. He would never offend someone like Lu Zhehui. The items he sold to Lu Zhehui were indeed genuine. However, prejudice in people's hearts is as high as a mountain. Lu Zhehui was unable to comprehend the cultivation technique he bought. It's natural to instinctively assume it's a fake. Go to hell with the genuine stuff. You still dare to pretend with me at a time like this? Enraged, Lu Zhehui rolled up the book in his hand into a stick and began to beat Uncle Rabbit-Tooth mercilessly. Uncle Rabbit-Tooth was beaten and howled in pain. Seeing this, Chen Hao felt a pang of heartache. What pained him wasn't that Uncle Rabbit-Tooth had been beaten up, but that the blue cultivation manual in Lu Zhehui's hand had been damaged. They were afraid that the precious manual would be damaged. After Lu Zhehui hit him a few times, Uncle Rabbit-Teeth finally began to beg for mercy. I'll give you your money back. I'll give you your money back. Isn't that enough? Uncle Rabbit-Teeth is now truly a tiger fallen into the plains, being bullied by dogs. He could only grit his teeth and swallow the bitterness. They watched as Uncle Rabbit-Tooth returned the money. Just as he was about to ask Lu Zhehui to return the cultivation technique to him. You can keep this thing. You'll only be harming others if you keep it. As Lu Zhehui spoke, he threw the manual into the distance. My books. Uncle Rabbit-Tooth never expected that Lu Zhehui would throw away his book. Seeing this, not a single passerby was willing to pick up the book. After all, Uncle Rabbit-Teeth has fooled too many people, and no one believes him anymore. Uncle Rabbit-Tooth originally wanted to pick it up, but suddenly remembered the scene when he first got the book. He had studied it before, but the contents were obscure and difficult to understand. It was a complete mess. He would have thrown it away long ago if it hadn't been stolen from a tomb. In retrospect, this book is indeed rubbish. He himself couldn't understand it, and neither could Lu Zhehui in front of him. Although Lu Zhehui's talent was slightly lacking, he was still a master at the 7th level of the master realm. Even if someone has poor comprehension, surely they wouldn't be this bad? Seeing that no one was picking it up, up. Chen Hao circled around and quietly walked into the bushes where the book was located. Logically speaking, it is almost impossible to find a book in the bushes. However, Chen Hao possesses the SSS level, Eye of True Sight. With the help of the Eye of True Sight, the manual became as conspicuous as a street lamp in the dark. Chen Hao picked up the manual and turned to leave. Instead of going straight home, he drove around the city a few times. Only after confirming that no one was following him did he feel at ease going home. Upon entering the room, he opened the manual and examined it closely. The Corpse Cultivator. Chen Hao began to study it. He discovered that the book was written in ancient script, and to understand it, he had to decipher the ancient script first. That's right. Left with no other choice, he had to put the book down. I started looking up information and translating it word by word. He spent 3 whole days finally finishing translating the entire book. This is also thanks to the assistance of the super brain ability. Chen Hao finally understood why Uncle Rabbit Tooth and Lu Jiawei both thought the book was rubbish. He attempted to cultivate based on what he had translated. As a result, the exercise still did not work smoothly. Is it because I lack comprehension? At this moment, Chen Hao felt as if a beautiful woman was standing naked in front of him, but he found that his good brother had no reaction at all. That awkwardness made him extremely uncomfortable. We need to find a way to improve our superpowers. Chen Hao couldn't help but pray in his heart that another person with similar super brain abilities would die. He started to think. He quickly came up with a solution. Instead of waiting to fail, take the initiative. After all, they are not the only funeral home in Guangcheng. Chen Hao thought he could try his luck at other funeral homes. He walked out of the room. At this moment, Grandpa Chen Chang was sitting in the living room watching TV. Grandpa, do you know anyone at other funeral homes? Yes, why are you asking? I'd like to go there and study. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Hao realized he had made a mistake, because even he himself found it hard to believe this statement. To everyone's surprise, Chen Chang readily agreed. I happen to have a friend who drives one of these. Their home is on the other side of the city. I'll call him right now. After saying that, Chen Chang took out his phone and made a call. Chen Hao arrived at another funeral home according to the address. You must be Xiao Hao. The other party was waiting at the door early, knowing that Chen Hao would come. Chen Hao saw that the other person was an old man with a goatee, but the way he looked at him was strange. For some reason, Chen Hao found him particularly sleazy. My heart skipped a beat. Not bad, not bad. Old Chen didn't lie to me. He is indeed a handsome man. The old man with the goatee kept sizing up Chen Hao. Hello, Uncle Gu. Hearing Chen Hao address him like that, Gu Juji couldn't help but feel overjoyed. At this moment, the way he looked at Chen Hao was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more he looked, the more pleasing he became. Xiao Hao, don't stand there. Come in and sit down. Upon entering the house, Chen Hao suddenly noticed something strange. The layout of this uncle's house was exactly the same as that of his grandfather's house. Xiao Ye isn't here. She went to work. If you want to find her, you'll have to wait a while. Chen Hao was puzzled. What the hell? Who is Xiao Ye? Just then, someone walked in from outside. We've got a job. Gu Juji glanced at Chen Hao and said, you've come at the right time. Your grandfather said you have a deep understanding of our craft. This job is yours. As he spoke, he picked up a set of work clothes from the side and handed them to Chen Hao. Chen Hao didn't stand on ceremony. He planned to succeed on both fronts. Once he gets to know Gu Juji well, the other party can call him over to deal with any superhuman corpses found here. He went into the house and saw 3 corpses lying inside. 3, he thought in surprise. All 3 corpses were bald men. They are all programmers. One is a department head, and the other 2 are salespeople. He worked overtime all night to meet the deadline and died suddenly. Hearing the suggestion to send a living person, Chen Hao nodded in understanding. Programmers, I hope they also have superpowers like super brain. Chen Hao began to apply makeup to the corpse. After he finished, Gu Juji stood aside, nodding repeatedly with satisfaction on his face. Indeed, he is a successor of our lineage. Gu Juji discovered that Chen Hao's corpse collecting skills had reached a level of perfection. Even if he did it himself, he might not be able to do it better than Chen Hao. As the 3 bodies were sent into the incinerator, system notifications rang continuously in Chen Hao's mind. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained F-level superpower, superbrain. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained F-level superpower, superbrain. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained an E-level superpower, superbrain. F-level, superbrain. Ability superimposed, ability enhanced. Promoted to E-level ability. E-level, superbrain. Ability superimposed, ability enhanced. Promoted to E+ level ability. Superpowers can actually be enhanced. The series of system notifications in his mind made Chen Hao extremely excited. 3 F-grade, super brains, can be combined to form 1 E-grade, super brain. 2 E-level, super brains, can be upgraded to an E+ level, super brain. In other words, if I get another E-level, super brain, I can upgrade to a D-level, super brain. Xiao Hao, Xiao Hao. Just as Chen Hao was immersed in the joy of his upgraded superpower, Gu Gu Juji's words interrupted him. What's wrong, Uncle Gu? Xiao Yai is back. You two young people can get to know each other. Chen Hao went outside and met Gu Juji's granddaughter, Gu Yu. She was wearing a practice uniform, her hair in a ponytail, and her bright, sunny smile revealed a small dimple. You must be Uncle Chen's grandson, Chen Hao. Hello, nice to meet you, my name is Gu Yu. Gu Yu extended his right hand, and Chen Hao shook it. While Gu Juji was staying as a guest, the two of them even had a meal together. At the dinner table, Gu Juji intentionally or unintentionally tried to matchmake Chen Hao and Gu Yu. After the meal, Gu Juji suggested that the two of them go for a walk. Having no other choice, Chen Hao accompanied Gu Yu to a nearby park. When they arrived at the park, Gu Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she seemed a little shy. This was her first time going to the park alone with a boy, so she was inevitably nervous. Help! Help! As the two were walking slowly, a sudden, urgent cry for help came from above. Before Chen Hao could react, Gu Yu had already rushed out. She rushed to the place where the cries for help came from, but what she saw was a bald man pinning down a woman, with malicious intent. Without hesitation, Gu Yu unleashed a whip kick, striking the bald man hard. The bald man was kicked and rolled to the side. He was really unlucky. His head hit a big tree next to him, and he died on the spot. Murder, murder. Upon seeing this, the woman looked as if she had seen a ghost and turned to flee. Gu Yu stood there, stunned, staring at the dead bald man. I didn't mean to. I really only kicked it lightly. Gu Yu has practiced martial arts since childhood and is now an apprentice instructor of Jeet Kune Do. She is a superhuman, and has just awakened her B-level Jeet Kune Do ability. She hadn't expected her opponent to be so fragile. A single whip kick had killed him. Jeet Kune Do is the way of killing. Every move is deadly. This was Gu Yu's first time killing someone, and she felt extremely distressed. He looked completely at a loss. Chen Hao walked over to her, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. Calm down, it's okay. Gu Yu just awakened her superpower this year. Through cultivation, her strength has reached the 3rd level of the soldier realm. Kicking that bald man to death is somewhat understandable. Chen Hao walked to the bald man, picked him up, and walked deeper into the park. This park is different from ordinary parks. It's more like an unmanaged, wild park. Therefore, very few people come. It really works. Chen Hao carried the body deeper into the area. He quickly condensed a fireball in his right hand and slammed it towards the ground. A large crater was instantly blasted into the ground. He threw the body into the pit, then threw a fireball, which burned the body to ashes. Then cover it with soil. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained an E-level superpower, Super Brain, E+ level, Super Brain, ability stacking, ability enhancement, promoted to D level. After Chen Hao's Super Brain was upgraded to level D, he found that his thinking was working much faster. He began quickly cleaning up the traces at the scene. He quickly turned the scene into a complete mess. Even the most skilled detective cannot uncover the truth. Chen Hao walked back to Gu Yu's side. Seeing her squatting there crying, like a wronged little girl, not everyone is as accustomed to life and death as Chen Hao, and indifferent to death. This is Gu Yu's first time killing someone, so this kind of reaction is normal. Even veterans often show pain when recalling their first battle, because for days after committing murder, nightmares will constantly haunt your mind. Don't cry, let's go home. Chen Hao reached out his hand to Gu Yu. Upon hearing his voice, Gu Yu immediately stood up. She threw herself into Chen Hao's arms. Chen Hao knew that this place was not a good place to stay, so he picked up Gu Yu and quickly left. Fortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in this wild park, so Chen Hao didn't need to worry. However, you'll have to find a way to avoid the surveillance cameras on the main roads. He found a secluded path without surveillance cameras and returned to Gu Yu's house. Gu Yu was already asleep, with tear stains on the corners of her eyes. Gu Juji was astonished by what he saw. What's wrong with Xiao Ye? Oh, she was tired, so I carried her back. Gu Juji was somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected Chen Hao to act so swiftly. You must treat Xiao Ye well from now on, or I won't let you off the hook. Chen Hao. Gu Juji must have misunderstood something. Chen Hao settled Gu Yu on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then left. He took a taxi back home. Back home, Chen Hao didn't go to sleep immediately. I was quite excited. You may plant flowers with care, but they may not bloom. You may plant willows without intention, and they may thrive. He never expected that his Super Brain ability would actually advance to level D. He began to analyze everything that had just happened in detail. The bald man awakened an E-level Super Brain ability. Although he had an ability, it was only auxiliary in nature, and his strength was not significantly improved. Judging from his appearance, he clearly hasn't practiced much. He was no match for Gu Yu, who possessed the B-level Jeet Kune Do ability. This was mainly because Gu Yu adopted a surprise attack tactic. Looks like I'll have to be more careful in the future. Chen Hao stopped dwelling on the question and reopened the corpse cultivator to begin studying it carefully. With the help of the D-level Super Brain, Chen Hao finally comprehended the cultivation method of corpse cultivation. However, he felt somewhat irritated. After all, this is an evil cultivation method. The corpse cultivator needs to absorb the death energy of corpses to improve his cultivation level. Chen Hao was worried that he would become strange after cultivating, like a being that was neither human nor ghost. After a moment's thought, he made a decision. So be it, let it be an unorthodox practice. Perhaps because he had witnessed so much life and death, he was more afraid of death than anyone else, especially when he saw Zhao Ritian being taken away by the men in black. He knew that if it were him, he probably wouldn't have escaped the same fate. Chen Hao utterly loathed the feeling of powerlessness when someone had his throat choked. One's own destiny must be in one's own hands. So, Chen Hao began his cultivation. I've broken through. My strength has reached the 4th level of the soldier realm. Sure enough, with the change to a better cultivation method, my cultivation progress has accelerated considerably. Moreover, last night's experience led Chen Hao to a new discovery. By killing someone with superpowers and then burning their body, you can absorb their superpowers. This method is really good, convenient, and quick. It saves a lot of trouble by not having to collect them one by one. In the days that followed, Chen Hao continued to train hard. If you want to absorb the aura of a corpse, a funeral home is undoubtedly the best place. However, he also discovered a major problem. The corpses whose corpse energy he absorbed would quickly shrivel up and turn into mummies. Therefore, he dared not inhale too much after each practice session. If only there were a place where I could absorb everything I wanted. After finishing his cultivation, Chen Hao left the room. Seeing this, Chen Chang frowned and couldn't help but ask, Xiao Hao, are you sick? Why do you look so pale? I told you, young people should be mindful of moderation. By the way, how's Xiaoye doing? I haven't seen you contact her lately. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao realized that he hadn't contacted Guyu since returning from that trip, and she hadn't reached out to him either. You can't do it this way. As Chen Chang spoke, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Gu Juji's voice came from the other end of the phone. The call ended quickly, and Chen Chang turned to Chen Hao and said, Hao, Xiaoye is at the Paradise Welfare Home now. Go directly to her. Chen Hao was about to decline when Chen Chang glared at him. Unable to refute it, Chen Hao had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the Paradise Welfare Home. When he arrived there, he saw Guyu wearing a long white dress. Guyu looked exceptionally beautiful today, surrounded by many children, which only accentuated her beauty. Chen Hao went inside. When Guyu saw him, she was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, What brings you here? I came to see you. Come on, children, I'll treat you to some fruit. Chen Hao bought 2 large bags of fruit before he arrived. Wow, there's fruit to eat. A group of children gathered around. Don't fight over it, there's enough for everyone. Chen Hao distributed the fruit one by one, and soon he was done. He looked at Guyu and noticed a hint of sorrow in her eyes. Clearly, she hasn't gotten over that incident yet. Chen Hao walked over, patted her on the shoulder, and said in a low voice, That wasn't your fault. That guy deserved to die. Upon hearing these words, Guyu burst into tears. She had hoped that coming to the orphanage would bring her redemption, but she never expected that she would still be unable to forgive herself. Looking at Guyu, whose face was covered in tears, Chen Hao felt somewhat helpless. Some people are naturally slower to mature in these kinds of situations than others. Most people would do what she did when they killed someone for the first time. This September, Guyu will be enrolling at Jiangnan Superpower University. If she can't get over this hurdle, Chen Hao feels she won't go very far. Even though she possesses the B-level superpower, Jeet Kyun Do. Just as Chen Hao was talking to Guyu, he suddenly sensed a hostile force. He looked up following his instincts and saw a man standing by the second-floor window. The man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, smiled slightly when he saw Chen Hao. This guy actually possesses the hypocritical ability, and he's a level 8 expert in the soldier realm. Chen Hao never expected that hypocritical and sanctimonious could be considered a superpower. This is a Class D superpower, capable of transforming the evil energy emanating from your body into righteous energy, making those around you perceive you as a virtuous person, thereby increasing their favorability towards you. Note, in reality, it's just a disguise. Chen Hao was secretly pleased when he saw it. This is exactly the superpower he needs right now. The level of a superpower represents the strength of its effect. The higher the level, the better the effect. Clearly, thanks to his D-rank hypocritical demeanor, this guy is regarded as a good person by everyone. Just as Chen Hao was thinking, Guyu, is he your boyfriend? The man from before had already come downstairs at some point. Upon hearing this, Guyu recalled how her grandfather had once tried to match her with Chen Hao, and her cheeks immediately flushed red. Upon seeing this, a hint of displeasure flashed across the man's face, and his eyes even contained a hint of murderous intent. Chen Hao keenly observed all of this. Chen Hao, let me introduce you. This is Jia Zhen. He is the director of this welfare home. He is a well-known philanthropist who has taken in many homeless children. When Guyu said this, he had a big smile on his face, and he had a very good impression of Jia Zhen. Jia Zhen extended her right hand to Chen Hao. Chen Hao shook hands with him. It's a rare treat for you to come. I just told the kitchen to prepare lunch. Stay for lunch today. Okay. Chen Hao nodded in agreement. Don't stand there, everyone. Let's go to my office for tea. Jia Zhen invited Chen Hao and Guyu. Chen Hao and Guyu followed Jia Zhen into his office. After drinking tea for a while, Chen Hao felt the urge to urinate. He then left the office to go to the restroom. bathroom. He had just finished using the toilet when he saw a dirty little boy standing at the door. The little boy seemed a bit slow-witted, his bright eyes fixed intently on Chen Hao. Before Chen Hao could speak, the little boy ran off. He ran to the end of the corridor and stopped, seemingly waiting for Chen Hao. "Where is he taking me?" Chen Hao followed the little boy. Before they knew it, they had arrived in the backyard. The little boy stopped in one place. Chen Hao looked down and saw a wooden plank on the ground. Although it was covered with a few dead leaves, the wooden planks were still exposed. As soon as Chen Hao found the wooden plank, the little boy seemed scared or had other concerns and quickly ran away. Chen Hao reached out and lifted the wooden board. Immediately, a large hole appeared before his eyes. It looked like a basement. With a sense of doubt, Chen Hao climbed down the ladder. Not long after, he arrived underground. "What is that smell? It stinks." Chen Hao frowned and walked forward. To his surprise, what he saw startled him. There was a large iron cage in front of me, containing many children. However, these children are different from those outside, where children are all healthy, and all of them were missing limbs. Upon seeing Chen Hao, they huddled in a corner like frightened birds, trembling uncontrollably. Their eyes were filled with despair for life. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao was instantly enraged, and his fists clenched involuntarily. He almost had the urge to rush out and give Jia Jin a good beating. The scene before me was like hell. Without a doubt, it was Jia Jin who did this. Chen Hao was not an impulsive person and quickly calmed down. "I need to figure out how to deal with him, but now is not the time." He didn't make a move, but quickly left the scene. He then covered the wooden board with a layer of dead leaves to conceal the marks. Jia Jin was able to become the director of the orphanage because he must have someone backing him up. Plus he was a master of the 8th level of the military realm. If Chen Hao were to act rashly, it would be tantamount to sending a lamb to the slaughter. "We need to find someone who can deal with him." Chen Hao thought quickly, and soon a figure appeared in his mind. After thinking everything through, Chen Hao returned to Jia Jin's office as if nothing had happened. "Are you having stomach problems? You've been in the bathroom for so long. Do you want me to go to the hospital with you?" Guyu asked with a face full of concern. Maybe the barbecue wasn't cooked through last night, so my stomach wasn't feeling well and I stayed in the bathroom a little longer." "I'm sorry," Chen Hao said. "Oh, it's nothing. Young people should take better care of their health and not eat just anything. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when we get old." As Jia Jin spoke, his expression was completely serious. His acting was superb. If it weren't for what just happened, Chen Hao would have really thought he was a good person. After lunch, Chen Hao and Guyu left together. Chen Hao dialed a phone number. "Chen Hao, what brings you to call me?" The person on the other end of the line sounded surprised. "Didn't you say before that I could contact you if I needed anything?" "You'll know when you get there." Tian Wenjing found it hard to believe. "What you're talking about is having me help you take care of these children?" Tian Wenjing shook her head speechlessly. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the laughing and joking children. He said, "Everyone, come over here and let's play a game together." "Games? What games? How about playing hide and seek?" Yes, hide and seek is the most fun. How about this? It's too spacious here. Let's go play in the back. There's lots of clutter there, so we can hide there." Everyone walked towards the back in high spirits. At this moment, Jia Jin was standing on the second floor. He already disliked Chen Hao. Seeing that he had brought people with him again, his expression became even more displeased. He panicked when he heard they were going to play hide and seek in the backyard. "You can play anywhere, except in the backyard." Unfortunately, it was all too late. The children discovered the secret passage while playing hide and seek. A scream drew everyone's attention. Tian Wenjing was the first to arrive at the basement entrance. She leaped into the basement and found the screaming child. At the same time, she also discovered the children being held in cages. Looking at the children with missing limbs, Tian Wenjing's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Beasts, what a bunch of beasts." Enraged, she stepped forward and unleashed a sharp wind blade, severing the iron bars of the cage. She was about to check on the children. The children were so frightened that they backed away and huddled in the corner. Tian Wenjing sighed and stomped her foot. The next morning, he then climbed out of the basement. As soon as she came out, she found herself surrounded by people. "Did you do all of those things down there?" Tian Wenjing glared angrily at Jia Jin. "Yes, I did it." Jia Jin looked smug, confident of victory. There were many eyewitnesses at the scene, plus his status as an 8th level esper. In his eyes, Tian Wenjing was nothing more than a weak woman. Although she looks like a trained fighter, her martial arts skills are useless against a real superhuman. Enraged, Tian Wenjing lunged at Jia Jin. "Grab her!" Several burly men suddenly pounced on Tian Wenjing. Seeing that things were not going well, Tian Wenjing quickly kicked out several times, sending all the people who surrounded her flying. "Damn it, we've kicked a hornet's nest." Jia Jin was somewhat flustered. He knew from Tian Wenjing's few moves that she was no kind person. He turned around and tried to flee the scene. "Where are you going?" Tian Wenjing transformed her right hand into a knife and swung it sharply. A sharp blade of wind sliced through the air, heading straight for Jia Jin's back. The wind blade struck Jia Jin accurately, severely injuring him and causing him to collapse to the ground. Just as Tian Wenjing was about to step forward to continue her attack. A sense of crisis made her quickly jump back. A fireball crashed down on the spot where she had just been standing and exploded instantly. Tian Wenjing looked towards the attacker, only to find that the attacker had vanished without a trace. Damn it, he got away again. The guy who stole Zhao Ritian's superpowers is the one Tian Wenjing has been investigating these past few days. I never expected him to appear here. Tian Wenjing turned to look at Jiajin, only to find that he had already disappeared. Only a large bloodstain was left on the ground. Tian Wenjing had deliberately held back just now. Taking advantage of his remaining life, Jiajin tried to escape, but a figure blocked their way. Despite his serious injuries, he threw a powerful punch at Chen Hao. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao immediately used his flame manipulation ability. A flame shot towards Jiajin and enveloped him. Jiajin was engulfed by flames and collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Tian Wenjing ran towards the sound of crying and saw Jiajin being burned alive by the raging fire. Chen Hao's flames were exceptionally fierce, instantly reducing Jiajin to ashes. Congratulations, host, the body has been successfully disposed of. Acquired a D-level ability, hypocritical. With the superpower of hypocrisy, Chen Hao will only appear pale to ordinary people who will think he is anemic or sick and will never suspect that he is practicing evil arts. Did you already know about what happened here? Tian Wenjing stared at Jiajin, who had turned to ashes, and asked Chen Hao. Chen Hao nodded in response. My abilities are limited, so that's the only way I could call you over. Tian Wenjing smiled slightly. Thanks to you this time. If Chen Hao hadn't called her, she wouldn't have been able to help those children at all, and they would probably have continued to suffer. As they were speaking, sirens blared, and reinforcements arrived. Leave the rest to me. Once this is all over, I'll treat you to dinner. Thank you then. Chen Hao left directly. 3 days later, at a barbecue stand, Chen Hao picked up a large flatbread, took off 2 skewers of grilled meat, and added a scallion. Come on, try the flatbread wrapped around roasted meat here. He handed the wrapped roast meat to Tian Wenjing. Without any hesitation, Tian Wenjing took the food and began to eat. How's things going at the orphanage? Chen Hao couldn't help but ask. It's been resolved. All the injured children received treatment, and the healthy children were also properly taken care of. Tian Wenjing seemed to remember something, and a look of gritted teeth appeared on her face. It's a pity we didn't catch the mastermind behind it. Those damned beasts actually broke the children's arms and legs. They even forced them to beg on the streets. If you don't beg for money, you'll get beaten when you come back. Tian Wenjing grew angrier the more she thought about it, and at the same time felt some regret. If only we had discovered this sooner. She suddenly felt lonely and helpless, and longed for a helper. Thinking of this, she subconsciously glanced at Chen Hao. Don't look at me like that. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I just want to live my peaceful and quiet life. Ordinary commoners? What ordinary citizen has the right to control flames? They can even burn people alive. Tian Wenjing couldn't help but feel envious of Chen Hao's superpowers. I never imagined that the mimicry ability would be so powerful. Tian Wenjing admitted that she had underestimated Chen Hao. After finishing their meal, the two went home separately. Chen Hao had drunk some alcohol and felt a little dizzy. As soon as I got to my front door, I found it was open. He immediately became alert. I slowly walked into the house. They hadn't walked more than a few steps when a man dressed in black and wearing a mask suddenly lunged at Chen Hao. Chen Hao immediately conjured a ball of flame in his right hand and threw it fiercely at the man. The scorching flame struck the man, instantly setting his clothes ablaze. The man was in so much pain that he desperately patted the flames off his body. Chen Hao clenched his right fist. Flames swirled around his fist as he slammed it down on the man's head. With the boost from the C-level ability, Strength Enhancement, Chen Hao's fist slammed into the man's head, smashing his skull open. Chen Hao glanced coldly at the man who had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, a scorpion tattoo was noticed on the man's neck. The Scorpion Brigade. Chen Hao inwardly cried out in alarm. Looks like I won't have any peace and quiet anymore. He never expected that the Scorpion Brigade would come knocking on his door. The opponent is a 5th-level Soldier Realm ability user. Possesses the E-level superpower, Small Knife Hand. Knife Hand increases agility when wielding a knife, enhancing attack fluidity and damage. Chen Hao used the corpse cultivation technique on the corpse. The body deflated instantly, like a punctured balloon, and quickly shriveled into a mummified corpse. A corpse at the 5th level of the military realm. Chen Hao suddenly realized that the corpses of the strong contained even more energy. After absorbing it, his strength increased even faster. The Scorpion Brigade? Very well, then you will become my aides in cultivation. Chen Hao was previously troubled about how to cultivate his martial arts techniques. Now there is a clear target, the Scorpion Brigade. The members of the brigade were all ruthless and vicious. Chen Hao felt no guilt whatsoever about killing them. Chen Hao threw out a ball of flame, instantly turning the man into ashes. Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the corpse, acquired E-level superpower, Small Knife Hand. The system notification sounded, and Chen Hao was overjoyed. He has gained a new superpower. But his joy didn't last long. He suddenly remembered something. Chen Hao immediately tensed up and ran quickly into the house. Search all rooms carefully. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The absence of Grandpa's presence here suggests that he is alright for now, but may not have returned home yet. Chen Hao quickly called his grandfather. Before he could speak, Gu Juji's voice came from the other end of the phone. Is that Xiao Hao? That's right, I'm Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao, your grandpa is drinking here with me right now. You don't need to worry too much, Gu Juji said calmly. Yes, Xiao Hao, I'm drinking with your uncle Gu right now. Hearing his grandfather's voice, Chen Hao felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. Grandpa, I'm glad you're alright. I'll hang up now. Please drink less tonight. If it gets too late, you can stay overnight at Uncle Gu's house. Chen Chang nodded in acknowledgement, understanding immediately. Chen Hao glanced at the black ash on the ground. I went into the restroom, picked up a mop, and carefully cleaned the floor. After tidying up, Chen Hao frowned. We need to think of a way. He is now a superhuman, though he can barely protect himself. But Grandpa was just an ordinary person. If they were to run into the Scorpion Brigade, it would be like sending lambs to the slaughter. Thinking of this, Chen Hao immediately called Tian Wenjing. What's wrong? Why are you looking for me so late? We just broke up not long ago, right? You wouldn't have fallen for me, would you? Hearing Tian Wenjing's words, Chen Hao was speechless. Didn't you want to recruit me before? Yes, you finally figured it out? Chen Hao's words made Tian Wenjing fall silent for a while. After a long while, she finally spoke. Why? I want to seek asylum. If I'm not mistaken, you should have protective measures for the family members of the members over there, right? No sooner had he finished speaking than Tian Wenjing asked, are you in trouble? Let me guess. It's the Scorpion Brigade, isn't it? It has to be said, Tian Wenjing is really smart. Just tell me directly whether you can join, Chen Hao asked without beating around the bush. Sure, of course. I'll take you to report for duty tomorrow and help you get on board. Okay, thank you. Tian Wenjing arrived at Chen Hao's house as promised. She drove Chen Hao to a tall building. The building seemed particularly busy, with many people in uniforms coming and going. Under Tian Wenjing's leadership, Chen Hao arrived at a basement. A burly man who was 1.8 meters tall was already waiting there. He was wearing a black vest and green military pants. His muscles were incredibly strong, and his eyes, like copper bells, were fixed on Chen Hao. You're Chen Hao. Hello, my name is Shi Jian. Wenjing told me you want to join us. But as you know, we don't collect garbage here. If you want to come in, you have to pass our test first. A test? What kind of test? Fight me. Fight you? Chen Hao frowned. Shi Jian is a 6th level general. Fighting him would be like living too long and waiting to be poisoned. Shi Jian seemed to have seen through Chen Hao's thoughts. Don't worry, I won't attack you first. Go ahead and hit me. Remember, give it your all. Whether you pass or not depends on your performance. Chen Hao condensed a ball of flame in his right hand. Flame manipulation? Shi Jian was slightly taken aback. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao possesses fire-based superpowers. Blazing flames shot towards him. Shi Jian hurriedly raised his arm to block. Chen Hao noticed that Shi Jian's hands seemed to be surrounded by a layer of illusory shadows. It completely blocked the flames. Kid, is that all you've got? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao lunged at Shi Jian. Launch an attack. With the power enhancement, Chen Hao's fist slammed into Shi Jian, but he didn't feel the blows land on his flesh. It's like hitting cotton. Shi Jian's skin had a thin film on its surface, which completely neutralized Chen Hao's force. Wow, that's pretty strong. Is that a strength enhancement ability? It feels like a C-level strength enhancement. Seeing that strength enhancement was ineffective, Chen Hao changed his move, transforming both hands into blades. Simultaneously using the strength enhancement and knife hand abilities, the sharp knife sliced open a small gap in the hardened membrane. Shi Jian couldn't hold back and clenched his right fist. It bombarded Chen Hao. With nowhere to hide, Chen Hao could only raise his arm to block. Shi Jian slammed his fist into his hands. Chen Hao felt as if he had been hit by a heavy truck. The body flew backward rapidly. He crashed heavily into the wall behind him. He started coughing violently. Teacher Shi Jian. Tian Wenjing stood to one side. Seeing Chen Hao being knocked away, he stomped his foot in anger and immediately ran over. Chen Hao, are you alright? Chen Hao was panting heavily. My arms are burning with pain. Sorry, I couldn't help it, Shi Qian said with a face full of apology. He then continued, Kid, you're pretty good. You've passed. You can come to work right away. However, I have one condition. You must attend my course. I want to give you special training myself. You're using your powers terribly. Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing couldn't help but roll her eyes at Shi Jian. Then, she helped Chen Hao up and said, Chen Hao, I'll take you to the infirmary. With Tian Wenjing's help, Chen Hao slowly left. Shi Jian, who had been all smiles, suddenly became serious. He pulled his phone out of his back pocket and started looking through it. He quickly found information about Chen Hao. The background is fairly clean. It's just that the superpowers weren't activated when I awakened, but now he has superpowers. After a moment's thought, Shi Jian made his judgment. This should be a late awakener. In this world, many people are slow to react. Superpowers are usually activated after an awakening ritual. Most people will complete the registration procedures in a timely manner, but Chen Hao didn't seem to care about that at all. Shi Jian was speechless at Chen Hao's words. As for whether he is a beast or a phantom, there's absolutely no need to worry, because everyone must undergo instrument testing before entering the base. The fact that the instruments did not sound any alarms indicates that Chen Hao was neither a beast nor a fake. With Tian Wenjing's help, Chen Hao arrived at the infirmary. As soon as I pushed open the door, a splash of Snow White came into view. Chen Hao involuntarily swallowed. A woman in a white coat had her feet on a stool. She was looking down, trimming her toenails. Her voluptuous figure, which she displayed so perfectly, completely attracted Chen Hao's attention. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. No matter how hard life is, we can't let our children suffer. If I could marry this woman in front of me, we could save a lot on baby formula in the future. Sister by Jie. Tian Wenjing called out to the woman. It's Jingjing. Why did you come to see me today? Sister by Jie. This guy just got beaten up by teacher Shi Jian. The injury is quite serious. Please help treat it quickly. Bai Jie remembered that big guy. It's him again, always causing me trouble. She stretched out her right hand towards Chen Hao, and a beam of white light fell upon him. Chen Hao immediately felt a warm current, and his body felt much more relaxed. The pain vanished instantly. S-rank superpower, Holy Light Healing. Chen Hao, who possesses the SSS level, Eye of True Sight, could see through Bai Jie's strength at a glance. This guy is actually a 4th tier king level ability user, even stronger than Shi Jian. Chen Hao never expected that this small base would be full of hidden talents and experts. Alright, kid, you're healed. After saying that, Bai Jie continued trimming her toenails. Tian Wenjing couldn't help but get angry when she saw Chen Hao staring at Bai Jie's jade-like feet. She pulled Chen Hao and walked outside. On the way, Tian Wenjing couldn't help but ask, how is it? It's alright, quite pretty. Who asked you if you're pretty or not? I'm asking, have you learned Sister Bai Jie's divine healing? No. Upon hearing this, a look of disappointment flashed across Tian Wenjing's face. Men really are all big pigs. She thought Chen Hao was only focused on Bai Jie's appearance and hadn't sensed her special abilities at all. It's okay, if you didn't understand this time, we'll try again next time. Tian Wenjing also knew very little about the imitation ability. Chen Hao nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, Chen Hao stayed at the base. He began to formally receive special training from Shi Jian. Under Shi Jian's guidance, Chen Hao finally learned how to use his supernatural energy. Aside from those with unique supernatural abilities, such as fire manipulation or water manipulation, most people's superpowers are relatively ordinary. As a result, people created a unique training method, that is to wrap supernatural energy around the body. Shi Jian said, my superpower is B-level, strength enhancement. Unlike your flame manipulation, which allows for ranged attacks, I can only fight up close. But that doesn't mean my fighting ability is worse than yours. I can coat my body with alien energy to resist your fire attacks. Then I'll charge at you, engage in close combat, and defeat you. Alien energy is an extremely powerful thing. Once covered, our fists will possess immense destructive power. As he spoke, Shi Jian threw a powerful punch at the sandbag. He punched through the solid sandbag. Countless grains of sand gushed out from the breach, scattering across the ground. Then, Shi Jian picked up a large cleaver and slashed at his own body. When the blade strikes a hard object, it makes a crisp metallic clanging sound. Alternative energy can also give us powerful defenses. After dropping the machete, Shi Jian kicked off with his right foot. In an instant, he rushed dozens of meters away. It can also strengthen the body and make us more flexible. The speed also increases accordingly. Chen Hao listened and nodded. He was still wondering, how do those who have awakened different superpowers cultivate and improve their combat abilities? Shi Jian's explanation made him understand a lot immediately. He suddenly realized that joining this organization was a wise move. Subsequently, Shi Jian began to teach Chen Hao the tricks of using supernatural energy. Alright, I've taught you everything I can. The rest is up to you to figure out on your own. You don't have enough alien energy yet, so try wrapping it around your right hand first. Chen Hao began to try. Suddenly, he felt as if his right hand was enveloped by some kind of substance. Shi Jian was drinking water when he saw the scene and was suddenly choked and coughed violently. It took him a while to catch his breath. He strode towards Chen Hao and asked, have you studied this before? That little girl Tian Wenjing has already taught you? Chen Hao shook his head. No, this shouldn't be happening. Shi Jian considered himself a genius. It took him a whole month to learn this move. That's right, it was a whole month. He devoted himself to his studies, neglecting sleep and meals. It must be an illusion. Kid, try punching the sandbag. Chen Hao walked up to the sandbag. He stepped back with his right foot, pulled his right hand back, and threw a punch. The right fist, carrying strange energy, pierced straight through the sandbag. Watching the yellow sand fall to the ground, Shi Jian couldn't help but swallow hard. It's done. This brat actually learned it. That was fast. It took Shi Jian a whole month to learn how to wrap it, but the energy was loosely packed and weak, and had no offensive power at all. It took him several more days to solidify it. Chen Hao, on the other hand, mastered it in just a few minutes. Could this be the legendary genius? Shi Jian was somewhat frustrated. You can continue training. Chen Hao continued practicing. He tried to envelop his left hand with the alien energy, then his right foot, and finally his left foot. According to the techniques taught by Shi Jian, it was a bit unfamiliar at first. Gradually, he became more and more skilled. The alien energy, like his limbs, was at his whim. Chen Hao channeled his supernatural energy into his feet, then pushed off forcefully, instantly propelling himself more than 10 meters forward. Ah, that's awesome. Seeing Chen Hao laughing happily, Shi Jian felt a sense of defeat. Is this what it's like to be a top student in teaching? There's absolutely no sense of accomplishment. Shi Jian originally wanted to show off his power in front of Chen Hao. Make him admire you. As it turned out, Chen Hao didn't rely on his guidance much and figured it out on his own. At this moment, Shi Jian could only sigh silently. My heart is bitter. My heart is tired. Fortunately, he has more skills than that. It seems you have no idea how powerful I am unless I show you my true abilities. Shi Jian continued to teach. He explained to Chen Hao the various uses of alien energy. When the light gathers at the eyes, it is called vision. Concentrating your energy into your fists or feet to launch an attack is called attack. When attacked by an enemy, the alien energy is gathered at the point of impact, a process called defense. The ability to spread out different energies and perceive the surrounding environment is called observation. Another method involves concentrating the alien energy at one point and then releasing it for a long-range attack, which is called releasing. Under Shi Jian's tutelage, Chen Hao gradually mastered these skills. Upon seeing this, Shi Jian shook his head repeatedly. A monster, truly a monster. His expression was complex and hard to decipher. Teacher, how am I doing? Chen Hao asked. Shi Jian said this on purpose to prevent Chen Hao from becoming arrogant. Come on, let's have a real battle. Let's see how much you've actually learned. Chen Hao began his battle against Shi Jian. In the following days, a common scene on the training field was Chen Hao being knocked away by Shi Jian, then getting up and continuing to attack. As the battle progressed, Shi Jian became increasingly alarmed. He was suppressing his strength, but now he has quietly loosened some restrictions. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that my cultivation level is much higher than this kid's, I'm afraid I'm going to suffer a setback this time. Chen Hao has been able to use his alien energy skillfully and is now fighting Shi Jian to a standstill. At this moment, Tian Wenjing and Bai Jia were watching from the side. Bai Jia was drinking a special milk tea, the kind with milk and papaya. This kid is improving really fast. He's simply a prodigy. It would take most people at least several years to learn these skills, but he only took a few days. Bai Jia looked at Chen Hao, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Shi Jian, and couldn't help but speak up. Even she herself couldn't do that. Bai Jia couldn't help but say to Tian Wenjing, Jingjing, where did you dig up this monster from? I can't explain it either. I never expected this kid to be so capable. He's been hiding his abilities all this time. He really fooled me. Thinking of this, Tian Wenjing couldn't help but pout. Then she smiled and looked at Bai Jia, saying, Sister Bai Jia, he has made such rapid progress thanks to you. Without your treatment, he would still be lying in bed. Bai Jia smiled slightly upon hearing this. These past few days, Chen Hao has been beaten black and blue by Shi Jian every day. Bai Jia, his wet nurse, had to treat his wounds every day. The next day, Chen Hao, full of energy, continued to challenge Shi Jian. Having tasted the benefits of healing abilities, Chen Hao also hopes to possess one himself. In the past few days, neither my own home nor Gujuji's place has found the body of the superhuman. This prevented him from acquiring new superpowers, let alone healing abilities. Teacher Shi Qian, watch out. Chen Hao suddenly transformed his hand into a knife. His right hand, wreathed in flames, slashed at Shi Jian. Shi Jian was unable to dodge in time and was forced to retreat several steps. Shi Jian's eyes widened. He knew that Chen Hao possessed three superpowers: power amplification, flame manipulation, and knife hand. I never expected that he could use three superpowers at the same time. This directly produces the effect that 1 + 1 + 1 is greater than 3. A genius, a true genius. No, calling him a genius is an insult to him. A prodigy is the most appropriate title. Shi Jian was starting to envy Chen Hao. In particular, he possesses the ability to mimic. Chen Hao, what level is your imitation ability? Just take a test and you'll know. As he spoke, Shi Jian walked over and said to Chen Hao, let's go, come with me to the testing room. Chen Hao hesitated after hearing this. Damn it, does the test mean I have a whole bunch of superpowers? The situation was urgent, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow Shi Jian to the testing room. As the instruments started operating, a dazzling beam of colorful light instantly filled the entire room. Colorful, it's actually colorful. You think I will believe it? This brat actually has SSS level aptitude. Shi Jian's eyes widened, his heart pounded, and his breathing became rapid, as if he himself had awakened an SSS level superpower. Tian Wenjing was startled by what she saw and instinctively covered her open mouth with her hand. Bai Jia had strong self-control. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, her eyes narrowed, and she revealed a meaningful smile. Testing superpowers can only determine determine the level of the other person's aptitude but cannot reveal the specific effects of the superpower. Only the person involved knows the true purpose of this superpower. Therefore, when someone awakens their supernatural abilities, staff will conduct detailed interviews with them. Most people will truthfully disclose their special abilities because only in this way can they enjoy more benefits. As for concealment or deception, concealment is extremely rare unless the person has a special reason. The deception is even more unimaginable. To get away with it, unless the superpowers are extremely similar, sooner or later a flaw will be revealed. The consequences of deceiving staff are extremely serious. The most terrifying thing is being cruelly punished by those in power and spending the rest of one's life clinging to what is lost and incomplete. You brat, you actually awakened the SSS level imitation ability. Shi Jian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The scene was unusually quiet. The only sound was the thud of high heels hitting the ground. Bai Jie walked over at some point, took a sip of her special milk tea, and said to Chen Hao in a low voice, "Don't let anyone know that you've awakened an SSS level superpower. To outsiders, just say it's a B-level imitation ability. I will personally report your file to the leadership and keep it under top secret protection. As for benefits, don't worry, we won't treat you unfairly. I'll give you 5 bottles of superpower potions every month." Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing's face showed envy. Superpower potions are treasures. Taking them can greatly accelerate cultivation speed. A bottle of superpower potion is being sold for 500,000 outside. Tian Wenjing possesses the A-level ability, wind manipulation, and can only obtain 1 bottle per month. 5 bottles against 1 bottle, that's a huge difference. Instantly, Tian Wenjing became incredibly envious, feeling a pang of jealousy towards Chen Hao. However, the thought that Chen Hao possessed SSS level superpowers instantly put her mind at ease. You brat, work hard and don't waste your talent. In the days that followed, Shi Jian continued to provide special training for Chen Hao. Perhaps because he knew that Chen Hao possessed SSS level superpowers, Shi Jian hesitated to take action. In his eyes, Chen Hao was like a priceless treasure. I was afraid that I might accidentally ruin him. Until one day, a woman with a full head of red hair suddenly walked in. Her arrival caused the temperature in the room to rise rapidly, almost visibly so. She went straight to Bai Jie's room. He kicked the door open. A hint of displeasure flashed across Bai Jie's face, and she was about to lash out when, Fire, sister phone. I heard that an SSS level Esper has appeared here. Bai Jie nodded. Where is he? Outside. Shi Jian is giving him special training. Fire Phoenix frowned. She went outside. They saw Chen Hao being brutally beaten away by Shi Jian. That's more like it. During this time, Chen Hao had consumed and refined all 5 bottles of superpower potions. His strength has increased to the 9th level of the soldier realm. He was just 1 step away from entering the realm of the scholar. Chen Hao was knocked away again. After falling to the ground, he couldn't get up and could only lie there panting heavily. Just as he was getting ready to rest, a strong scent of peony perfume wafted over. You're Chen Hao. Shangguan Huofeng walked up to Chen Hao, looked down at him, and gave him a cold glance. I am Chen Hao, and you are? My name is Shangguan Huofeng, and I am the director of this Special Abilities Bureau. Chief. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was startled. Shangguan Huofeng's strength shocked him even more. SS rank, Flame Manipulation, Spirit Realm Level 1. He originally thought that Bai Jie's strength at the 4th level of the King Realm was already very powerful. Unexpectedly, the person in front of me is the real big shot. Alright, stop lying down, stand up, and come with me, Shangguan Huofeng said to Chen Hao. Chen Hao got up in response and followed Shangguan Huofeng toward the medical room. Bai Jie, treat him. Bai Jie performed a divine healing. Chen Hao's wounds healed instantly. He subconsciously shifted his body, feeling a warm sensation all over. You're cured, come with me. Chen Hao looked completely bewildered, but he still obediently followed Shangguan Huofeng. They traveled by car to a heavily guarded location. Shangguan Huofeng led him to a place that resembled a teleportation portal. She was the first to step into the portal. Chen Hao followed closely behind. As a result, they arrived in a world filled with flames. Welcome to the Kingdom of Fire. This is a fiery secret realm. The Flame Realm? Shangguan Huofeng nodded. I heard you awakened an SSS level aptitude ability. You also possess the talent for fire control. In order not to bury your abilities, let's train here in special ways. After saying that, Shangguan Huofeng took out a secret manual. It was already late at this time. This is my family's ancestral Fire Phoenix technique. Now you can start practicing, so watch carefully. You have to return it to me after you learn it. Chen Hao frowned slightly. Are you wondering why I'm going to teach you the ancestral Fire Phoenix technique? Chen Hao nodded. That's because we're short-staffed right now. The Scorpion Brigade is growing stronger, while we are becoming complacent. You are an SSS level ability user. I hope you can grow quickly and stand on your own. As the Scorpion troop grew stronger, Shangguan Huofeng felt the pressure. She had her own selfish reasons for handing over the Phoenix's decree to Chen Hao. After all, she was the only one left in the Shangguan family. She felt that she would not get married in the future and would have no children. In order to prevent the Fire Phoenix technique technique from being lost, she decided to pass it on to Chen Hao. She had already checked Chen Hao's information beforehand. He has a clean record and is a filial child. Shangguan Huofeng made this decision because of her flawless character. Chen Hao took the book The Phoenix's Decree and began to read it. To his surprise, he discovered that this was a purple quality cultivation technique. It's just one step away from becoming a divine, colorful cultivation technique. With the help of the super brain, Chen Hao memorized the fire phoenix technique. He sat down cross-legged and began to try his cultivation. What's going on? Isn't that enough? Chen Hao discovered that his D-level, super brain, was unable to fully comprehend the fire phoenix technique. Shangguan Huofeng seemed to see through his doubts. She said, "If there's anything you don't understand, tell me and I'll help you understand it." With her help, Chen Hao managed to run through the fire phoenix technique once. He began to try running it a second time on his own. He felt a slight awkwardness. Shangguan Huofeng is wrong. Chen Hao pondered for a moment and quickly realized what was happening. She misinterpreted this. Just as he was hesitating whether to tell Shangguan Huofeng had already moved to the side and was meditating cross-legged. Forget it, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Chen Hao still hasn't figured out her temperament. He began trying to decipher the obscure part. No, it still won't work smoothly. We can only cultivate according to Shangguan Huofeng's method for now. The technique itself is not the problem. Unfortunately, due to a misunderstanding, the technique became an incomplete version. When absorbing fire attribute energy, there will always be a loss of some energy. With the operation of fire phoenix technique, Chen Hao finally broke through the constraints of the soldier realm and entered the warrior realm. Is this the realm of the warrior? He wondered to himself, his five senses becoming noticeably sharper. The amount of external energy in the Dantian also increased significantly, and the speed at which external energy was absorbed increased considerably. You've broken through? Shangguan Huofeng noticed Chen Hao's unusual behavior. Chen Hao nodded. Alright, that's enough for today. Let's go eat first. Tomorrow, I will teach you a new superpower. Subsequently, Chen Hao followed Shangguan Huofeng back into the Flame Kingdom's secret realm. Shangguan Huofeng said to Chen Hao, "Let me demonstrate for you first." Flame Gale Slash. She swung her right hand sharply, and a sharp blade of fire shot out. Barrier of fire. Centered on her, a barrier made of flames was erected. Fire Phoenix Roar. A piercing cry rang out, and a fire phoenix appeared out of thin air. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out scorching flames, instantly turning the surrounding area into a sea of fire. After using these three skills, Shangguan Huofeng was slightly out of breath. Then, she walked up to Chen Hao and began to explain in detail. After listening to her explanation, Chen Hao began to practice. Flame Gale Slash. He slashed his right hand sharply, and a fiery blade shot out from the air. However, the power of this fire blade was far less than that of Shangguan Huofeng, and its speed was also much slower. Shangguan Huofeng frowned. "Chen Hao, are you sure your special ability isn't fire manipulation?" Chen Hao immediately responded, "My superpower is imitation, not fire manipulation." As he said this, he activated his hypocritical ability. Shangguan Huofeng nodded. "Sure." Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief and continued practicing silently. Flame Gale Slash. Barrier of fire. Fire Phoenix Roar. Chen Hao demonstrated the results of a month of intensive training to Shangguan Huofeng. Shangguan Huofeng nodded expressionlessly. Chen Hao's progress over the past month has left her stunned and numb. She also experienced firsthand what Shi Jian felt. Bored, so incredibly bored, taking the top student, no, the genius, as a tutor. This feeling left her with no sense of accomplishment, as if she had become a mere tool. After this period of training, Chen Hao's strength improved by leaps and bounds. He broke through from the first level of the scholar class to the fifth level. All of this is thanks to the abundant fire element in the secret realm, which makes cultivating the fire phoenix technique twice as effective with half the effort. Alright, the special training is over. I don't have anything new to teach you. You can go back to report now, and then go on a mission with Wenjing. Chen Hao returned to the branch office of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau, only to find that Tian Wenjing was not there, so he went to look for Bai Jie. He opened Bai Jie's door. Chen Hao saw red beans grow in the south. How many branches will sprout in spring? Upon seeing Xiao Hongdo, Chen Hao quickly retreated. "You brat, stand at the door. If you dare leave, I'll break your legs." Upon hearing Bai Jie's voice, Chen Hao froze on the spot. The scene from just now involuntarily replayed in my mind. Suddenly, my nose felt hot, and a warm current flowed out of my nasal cavity. Chen Hao reached down and touched his nose, only to find it was bleeding. "I've got a nosebleed." He immediately took out a tissue and stuffed it into his nostrils. A short while later, Bai Jie came out. She was wearing a white dress, smiling, and walked straight up to Chen Hao. She moved closer to him, her voice low and alluring. "Does your sister have a beautiful figure?" "So, it looks great." Chen Hao swallowed hard and answered instinctively. "You noticed it after all." Bai Jie didn't seem to intend to investigate further. "A kid is a kid, whatever. Judging from your appearance, you must have just returned from Fire Phoenix's place. Consider what you did just now a reward. Don't do it again. Go home first rest and catch up with your grandfather. He hasn't seen you for a month. He probably misses you a lot. Chen Hao left quickly. Bai Jia watched Chen Hao's figure gradually disappear into the distance, her eyes slightly narrowed. She subconsciously looked down at herself, only to find that she couldn't even see the tops of her feet. Looks like my charm is still intact. She, who had previously been troubled by aging, has now regained her confidence. Chen Hao returned to his family's funeral home. Chen Chang was taken aback when he saw him return. She couldn't help but kick his butt. You brat, you finally know how to come back. If Chen Hao hadn't been sending him WeChat voice messages every day, Chen Chang would have really thought something had happened to him. Grandpa, have any superhumans appeared these days? It's strange, not only have we not seen any superhumans lately, but there are also fewer ordinary corpses. I haven't received a single order in the past 2 days. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned. Normally, this place should have at least one business transaction every day. The fact that it's not there now means something must have happened. Grandpa, please don't run around these days. Chen Chang sensed the change in Chen Hao, but didn't ask any questions, only hoping that he was safe and sound. After catching up with Chen Chang, Chen Hao returned to the branch office of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. A large number of people had gathered in the hall at this moment. This was the first time Chen Hao had ever seen such a scene. Chen Hao, you've come at the right time. Join the team. You will be under Tian Wenjing's management, and you will follow her arrangements from now on. Tian Wenjing is a second-level master realm expert with an A-level ability called wind manipulation. Chen Haosher is at the 5th level of the martial arts realm, so following Tian Wenjing wouldn't be a bad deal for him. After Shi Jian assigned the tasks, Tian Wenjing set off with Chen Hao and another guy. The man had fair skin and looked like a typical young master. He seemed to be a loyal follower of Tian Wenjing, calling her Jingjing in such an intimate way that it gave Chen Hao goosebumps. Su Wenba, please have some self-respect. You can call me Commander Tian, or Tian Wenjing. Stop calling me Jingjing. Tian Wenjing's face darkened. Okay, Jingjing. Su Wenba's nonchalant attitude had already prompted Tian Wenjing to give him a good beating long ago, but now I have to carry out my mission, so I have to endure it. On the way to their destination, Chen Hao glanced at Su Wenba. 8th level of the warrior realm, sea-level ability, water flow fist. I thought he was pretty powerful. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. The three of them quickly arrived at their destination. It was a cemetery. As night fell, a thin mist enveloped the surroundings. A cool breeze blew by, carrying a hint of chill. Su Wenba couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, this place is so creepy and terrifying. This is a cemetery, how can it not be terrifying? When he first came in, Su Wenba's eyes were fixed on Tian Wenjing, and he didn't notice his surroundings. Looking at the eerie surroundings, he couldn't help but say to Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing, let's go back. You can go back if you want, no one is stopping you. As Tian Wenjing spoke, she continued walking inside. Chen Hao followed closely behind. Hey, wait for me. As the group ventured deeper, Chen Hao noticed that the aura of death around them was becoming increasingly dense. Seeing this, he was secretly pleased. He began to circulate the corpse cultivation technique, absorbing the surrounding corpse energy. If I had known the cemetery would be so full of the smell of corpses, I should have come sooner. Tian Wenjing said to Chen Hao and Su Wenba, let's split up and see if there's anything unusual. If you find out, remember to call me. After Tian Wenjing finished speaking, she took the lead and walked quickly in one direction. Chen Hao, however, chose a different direction. Seeing this, Su Wenba wanted to follow Tian Wenjing, but Tian Wenjing walked too fast and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Left with no other choice, Su Wenba could only move in the opposite direction from Chen Hao. As Chen Hao walked, he silently absorbed the corpse energy. His body instinctively moved towards the area where the corpse energy was thick. After walking for a while, Chen Hao heard the sound of a pickaxe striking a rock. He slowly walked towards the direction from which the sound came. Dig and dig in this tiny cemetery. We dug up a tiny corpse, keep digging. One of the guys was digging and chanting at the same time. Brother, it's really something. The body was perfectly fine, but they had to cremate it and then bury it. Fortunately, there were some disobedient ones, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. The man digging spoke to another guy. Chen Hao approached and looked in the direction of the sound. There was a boy wearing a red belly band, white shorts, with his hair tied in a small bun and his cheeks painted red. Shiwa, do a good job. I'll treat you to chicken but after we're done. Chicken but, hee, chicken but is the best. Shiwa loves chicken but the most. As Shiwa spoke, she quickened the pace of her pickaxe. Chen Hao frowned. Are these two people in front of me mentally ill? The man sitting next to him smoking noticed Chen Hao. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of murderous intent flashing within them. Since you're here, you're not leaving. Shiwa, get him done. Shiwa jumped out of the grave. The man smoking noticed what Shiwa was chewing and asked curiously, Shiwa, what's that in your mouth? Tofu pudding. This guy is really something. He even hid tofu pudding in his coffin after he died. The man who was smoking seemed to remember something and couldn't help but vomit on the spot. Just as the smoking man was vomiting violently, Shiwa, wielding an iron shovel, lunged at Chen Hao. Flame Gale slash. Chen Hao's right hand was like a knife. He suddenly swung out a sharp fire blade, heading straight for Xihua. Seeing the situation, Xihua rolled over and nimbly dodged the attack. This guy is at the master realm. Chen Hao immediately turned and ran away. Why are you running away? I haven't had enough fun yet. Xihua pursued relentlessly. Chen Hao transformed into a streak of fire and swiftly disappeared into the distance. Fire Flash is a superpower skill that Chen Hao developed himself. Running fast is good, but it's useless. Xihua sped up to catch up. As Xihua drew closer, Chen Hao frowned. What to do? Suddenly, a figure came into his view. He appeared instantly, arriving beside Su Wenba. Su Wenba, he's in your hands now. After saying that, Chen Hao quickly ran away. Before Su Wenba could react, Xihua had already rushed up. The shovel slammed down hard on Su Wenba. Su Wenba wrapped his hands around the water and went to meet it. With a loud bang, a figure was sent flying, crashing through several tombstones before coming to a stop. TCH, trash. He couldn't even withstand one of my moves. That guy from before was much more fun. Xihua glanced coldly at Su Wenba, then turned and chased after Chen Hao in the direction he had fled. Su Wenba was covered in wounds, and blood was gushing from his wounds. He struggled to stand up, but then a dark figure flew over at lightning speed. The sharp claws went straight for Su Wenba's head. In an instant, Su Wenba's head was torn apart. The dark figure then sped off in the direction Chen Hao was. Xihua followed closely behind Chen Hao. Finally, they stopped. Two people? 2 people are even better. Xihua, wielding an iron shovel, charged suddenly towards Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing. Upon seeing this, Tian Wenjing immediately rushed towards Xihua. Wenjing, watch out for his shovel. This guy is a Class C ability user, Shovel Monster. Wielding a shovel, Xihua's attack power became extremely terrifying with the help of the Shovel Monster superpower. Tian Wenjing and Xihua began to fight. Tian Wenjing was slightly stronger, and Xihua was repeatedly defeated by her. It's not fun anymore. It's not fun anymore. Xihua is leaving. After saying that, Xihua turned around and tried to run away. Trying to leave? Not a chance. Fire Phoenix roar. Chen Hao summoned a Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix soared into the sky, opened its mouth wide, and spewed out scorching flames. The flames struck Xihua directly. Xihua screamed in agony as she was burned by the flames. Seeing the situation, Tian Wenjing followed up with a wind blade attack. A sharp wind blade shot out and struck Xihua's neck, severing his head. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Xihua fell to the ground, her head severed from her body, her death extremely gruesome. Seeing this, Chen Hao condensed a fireball in his right hand and threw it at Xihua. The fireball reduced Xihua to ashes. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired a Class C superpower, Shovel Monster. Class C ability, Shovel Monster? It doesn't seem to be of much use. It would be better if it could be replaced with something else. Ding dong, the system prompts the host that useless superpowers can be decomposed. Disassemble? Really? Why wasn't this feature available before? This system has always had this function, but the host did not have this need before. Chen Hao remains silent. Disassemble the Shovel Monster. Disassembling the Shovel Monster. Decomposition successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1000 primal ability beads. 1000 primal ability beads? What's the use? Decomposing an F-grade ability yields 1 original ability bead, an E-grade ability yields 10, and the higher the grade, the more you obtain. Decomposing an SSS level ability can yield 100 million primal ability beads? Bingo, the host is really smart. 100 million original power beads can upgrade an F-level power to an SSS level power, the system said to Chen Hao. However, please be aware that the decomposition of your superpower is irreversible, so please proceed with caution. Irreversible? Chen Hao understood instantly. The system decomposes supernatural abilities, just like breaking a clay pot into mud. However, it is impossible to reshape the clay into pottery jars. However, if you add soil into the mold of other superpowers, it will naturally take shape. The soil here is the original supernatural power bead. Great, we've finally found a new way to improve our ability level. Just as Chen Hao was overjoyed, a sudden chill ran down my back. He quickly gathered his supernatural power into his back. A sharp claw suddenly grabbed his back. Chen Hao was grabbed and thrown forward. He fell flat on his face. However, he quickly endured the pain and got up. Wow, I didn't expect such a tiny ant to be so powerful. The other person looked completely surprised. Is this even possible? Chen Hao turned his head and saw a man in black with a cigarette in his mouth. Master Realm Level 4, C-rank ability, Iron Claw. Chen Hao saw that the other party was conjuring an iron claw in each of his hands. Chen Hao, are you alright? Tian Wenjing never expected that someone was hiding here. They also ambushed Chen Hao. Tian Wenjing stared at the smoking man with a wary expression. The opponent was clearly stronger than her. Tian Wenjing didn't even have time to react when the smoking man made his move. Kid, you're pretty good. You were able to use the defensive technique to defend against my attack in such a short time. I admire you. Although you killed my little brother, I won't hold it against you. If you surrender and become my new underling, I'll let you go. The man smoking smiled and spoke to Chen Hao. However, his smile had a sinister undertone. How about that? You're much better than that piece of trash I just killed. Don't you dare follow his example, or you'll die too. Tian Wenjing quickly said, Chen Hao, don't listen to his nonsense. You go first, I'll cover the rear. You hurry and get reinforcements. Run? Where do you think you can escape to? He, you can't run anywhere. Seeing that Chen Hao was not going to back down, the smoking man sneered and launched an attack. He lunged at Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing. Tian Wenjing went to meet him, but was punched by the smoking man and sent flying several meters away. He tasted something sweet in his mouth and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao immediately hugged Tian Wenjing tightly. Chen Hao, I'm sorry, I'm no match for him. Tian Wenjing's face was pale, full of apology, and her eyes revealed a hint of despair. She knew that unless a miracle occurred, they would likely perish here today. Ha, what a loving couple. The smoking man continued to pounce, closing in step by step. As the smoking man got closer, Chen Hao quickly put Tian Wenjing aside. It then let out a roar and instantly transformed into a werewolf. Werewolf transformation? The man smoking looked surprised. What's going on? What kind of superpower do you have? Didn't you just use fire-based abilities? I'm going to use my superpower to kill you. Chen Hao and the smoking man had a heated exchange. Chen Hao was knocked away, but he quickly got back up. After transforming into a werewolf, his injuries healed exceptionally quickly. In addition, this is a cemetery filled with the stench of death. Chen Hao cultivates the corpse cultivation technique, which allows him to absorb corpse energy to heal his injuries. He's like an unkillable cockroach, getting knocked down again and again, but getting back up every time. Chen Hao, hang in there. Tian Wenjing clenched her teeth, her face full of anxiety. She had just sent a distress signal outside, and reinforcements were on their way. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? The man who was smoking began to become agitated. He had used all his strength, but Chen Hao was tough and had an amazing recovery speed. 1 second they were covered in wounds, the next they were fully healed and charged forward again. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Chen Hao in a short time, the smoking man knocked him back and then jumped away. The smoking man escaped, and Tian Wenjing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Chen Hao and noticed that his clothes were all tattered. Tian Wenjing seemed to sense something and subconsciously turned her head away. Chen Hao looked down and saw that his pants had been torn open with a large hole. He couldn't help but think of Shinchan's proud and arrogant appearance. How about we add the original power orb we just got to my big one? Chen Hao thought about it for a moment and quickly dismissed the idea. What kind of pot goes with what kind of lid? It would be embarrassing if the pot was too big and you couldn't find the lid. Even the mightiest elephant can't defeat an ant. Just as Chen Hao was deep in thought, a figure rushed over. She rushed to Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing's side, looking at them with a nervous expression. Despite her injuries, Tian Wenjing struggled to her feet. Bai Jie frowned upon seeing this. Jingjing, how did you get hurt like this? She quickly stepped forward to treat Tian Wenjing's injuries. While treating you, they asked, what kind of opponent did you encounter? How could they beat you up like this? It's an iron claw. Iron claws. Bai Jie was shocked upon hearing this. Isn't that a 4th level Master Realm ability user? How did you survive against him? Bai Jie found it hard to believe. Iron Claw is known for his ruthlessness. When he strikes, he takes lives. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing managed to escape alive. We survived entirely thanks to him. Tian Wenjing pointed at Chen Hao. Bai Jie also looked at Chen Hao. She noticed that Chen Hao had taken off his shirt and was tying it around his waist, seemingly to protect some important part of his body. Bai Jie, with her sharp eyes, accidentally saw something she shouldn't have. This guy actually has the ability? Bai Jie glanced at it and then quickly looked away. However, some scenes, once seen, will be etched in your memory. After Chen Hao finished tying his clothes, he walked over to Bai Jie and Tian Wenjing and said, perhaps we should go and see Su Wenba. Oh right, Su Wenba. Tian Wenjing suddenly remembered him. The three of them immediately headed in one direction. After walking for a while, Chen Hao saw Su Wenba, whose head had been crushed. He's dead. Chen Hao stood up after checking. Seeing this, Bai Jie didn't say anything more. Not long after, some staff members arrived and began to handle the aftermath. As for Chen Hao and his group, they left after the handover was completed. Su Wenba's body was also taken away. A man pushed the door open forcefully. Upon seeing Su Wenba wrapped in a white cloth, he immediately burst into tears. This person is Su Wenba's father, Su Dachuan. Su Wenba was able to get into the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities entirely because of Su Dachuan's connections. Su Dachuan cried bitterly. After all, it's a case of the elderly burying their children. Shangguan Huofeng was somewhat angry. No matter how useless Su Wenba is, he is still a member of the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Where's the mortician? Why hasn't he arrived yet? It's too late. The morticians have already gone home, one of them said apologetically. Get off work? Just as Shangguan Huofeng was about to lose her temper. Sister Fire Phoenix, perhaps I can help, Chen Hao said, raising his hand. I used to be a mortician. He was originally thinking about how to seize Su Wenba's superpowers. My destiny destiny is in my own hands. You, Shangguan Huofeng was half believing and half doubting. Yes, before joining the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, I was a professional mortician. Yes, Sister Huofeng, I can vouch for it. Tian Wenjing chimed in from the side. Alright, then it's up to you. Do it well. Okay, wait a moment, I'll go get the tools. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Chen Hao was quick, he left fast and returned just as quickly. He began to apply makeup to the deceased Su Wenba. With practiced skill, it was completed in no time. Seeing that Su Wenba's complexion had returned to its rosy state, Shi Jian exclaimed in surprise. You little rascal, your skills are pretty good. From now on, we'll be entrusting the mortuary work for our Supernatural Abilities Bureau to you. We don't need to hire anyone from outside anymore. As soon as Shi Jian finished speaking, he immediately felt strange looks from those around him. He realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly shut up. Shangguan Huofeng nodded in agreement. Joining the Bureau of Superpowers is extremely risky. There are deaths almost every month. Xiao Hao, from now on, the Bureau's mortuary work will depend on you. Work hard so that our partners can leave this world with dignity. Don't worry, we won't let you work for nothing. We'll pay whatever price you quoted before. Shen Hao nodded. His face remained expressionless, but he was overjoyed inside. He was originally planning how to take over the mortuary services from the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Huofeng directly assigned this task to him. Not only can you gain superpowers, but you can also earn extra money. It's a win-win situation. Chen Hao finished applying makeup to Su Wenba. The crowd mourned in unison as they sent Su Wenba into the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities incinerator. In this world, the deaths of superhumans must be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, it could easily be stolen by people with ulterior motives. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained a sea-level superpower, Water Flow Fist. Upon seeing the C-grade Water Flow Fist, Chen Hao thought for a moment but decided not to disassemble it. Let's keep it for now. He does not currently possess any fist-type superpowers. Chen Hao, Wenjing, come with me. Shangguan Huofeng called out and then left the Hall of Mourning. Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing followed her closely to her office. Just then, Bai Jie walked in. Speak, tell us in detail what happened to you today. Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing began to recount her story. Next, Chen Hao spoke. When he spoke of Su Wenba's noble spirit, his act of bravely stepping forward to block the enemy's pursuit, he, Shangguan Huofeng and Bai Jie couldn't help but roll their eyes at the same time. They knew Su Wenba's character very well. He's the type to turn and run away the moment he sees an enemy. Without a doubt, Chen Hao deliberately lured the enemy towards Su Wenba. Shangguan Huofeng and Bai Jie found Chen Hao's actions utterly despicable. However, Chen Hao is clearly more valuable than Su Wenba. Perhaps out of personal reasons, they were closer to Chen Hao than to Su Wenba. Alright, Chen Hao, let's just keep today's events a secret between the four of us. You absolutely mustn't tell anyone. Don't worry, I've always kept my mouth shut. Chen Hao knew in his heart that if this got out, Su Dachuan would definitely cause him trouble. It might even force him to pay with his life. After leaving Shangguan Huofeng's office, Chen Hao said to Tian Wenjing, you need to be more careful lately. I always felt that something bad was going to happen. Do you know something? I'm not entirely sure either. Just be careful. Tian Wenjing nodded. Chen Hao recalled everything that had happened recently. First, on Grandpa's side, the number of corpses decreased significantly. To make matters worse, tonight someone actually went to the cemetery to steal a corpse. Could someone be plotting something using a corpse? Forget it. Never mind. Improving my strength is more important. In the days that followed, Chen Hao occasionally helps his grandfather prepare his body for burial, but spends most of his time cultivating. His strength improved by leaps and bounds. He quickly rose to the 7th rank of the scholar. During this time, he prepared the bodies of 2 superhumans for burial. They obtained the D rank Fist Enhancement and the D rank Long Leg Enhancement. Those were 2 brothers who were killed by the Scorpion Brigade while on a mission. Chen Hao did not dismantle these 2 superpowers. One day, Chen Hao was sitting in the restaurant. Beside him was Tian Wenjing, and opposite him was Bai Jie. Xiao Hao, is something on your mind? Are you dating someone? Seeing that he seemed dazed, Bai Jie couldn't help but ask. Sister Bai Jie, do you think there's any way to allow lower-level ability users to challenge opponents of higher levels? A low-level ability user challenging someone of a higher level? Bai Jie hesitated for a moment. The answer came quickly. That's right, as long as you get your hands on a deadly poison that kills instantly, no matter how strong the opponent is. If you hurt me, death awaited him, unless that guy has a special way to detoxify. Bai Jie's words made Chen Hao's eyes light up. He couldn't help but ask, Sister Bai Jie, is there poison here? Ideally, it should be the kind that kills instantly. Bai Jie grinned. You've come to the right person, kid. I do have some here. As she spoke, she pulled out a bottle of purple poison. Purple jade poison. This thing, even a tiny bit of it, can bring down an adult elephant. I'll give it to you directly. Kid, remember this thing only works on superhumans below the king level. Superpowered individuals below the king level? That means even general level high-level superpowered individuals would be effective? Bai Jie nodded. After accepting the purple jade poison from Bai Jie, Chen Hao stood up. Where are you going? Go to the armory. Arsenal? Although Bai Jie was puzzled, she didn't ask any more questions. Chen Hao arrived at the armory of the Superpower Bureau. Every member of the Superpower Bureau can receive a weapon for free here. Hello, I'm here to collect my weapon, Chen Hao said to the old man guarding the gate. The old man glanced at Chen Hao and then said, the weapon is inside, go get it yourself. Remember, you can only choose from one floor. Chen Hao walked into the armory. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities arsenal contains a wide variety of weapons. Chen Hao even discovered some firearms. To those with superpowers, firearms are nothing more than sticks for burning. After a thorough search, Chen Hao finally found a weapon that satisfied him. It was a specially made Nepalese kukri. Looking at the information board on the counter, this is a master's sword. The so-called master's blade is a blade capable of harming a master-level ability user. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities has strictly categorized weapons. A weapon capable of injuring a division-level officer is called a division-level weapon. A weapon capable of injuring a general-level officer is called a general-level weapon. We have the weapons, and we have the poison, Chen Hao thought to himself, and then used all 1,000 primal ability beads. All of it is integrated into Little Knife Hand. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Small Knife Hand upgraded successfully, advancing to C-level ability. Knife Hand, C-level ability. When using a knife, it increases agility, improves attack fluidity and damage. Chen Hao brandished his Nepalese kukri. I feel that I have gained a deeper understanding of this knife. This is precisely the benefit brought by Small Knife Hand. Now, he can even perform fancy knife tricks with his Nepalese kukri. If I were to encounter Iron Claw again now, I would be able to fight back and wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Although the Iron Claws knocked Chen Hao away countless times, they could not kill him. As long as Chen Hao can pierce the skin of the Iron Claw, the poisoned Nepalese kukri could kill Iron Claw by poisoning it. After leaving the Bureau of Superpowers armory, in the days that followed, besides his training, he practiced repeatedly with his Nepalese kukri. Shi Jian said to him, your method is wrong. Yes, you're holding the knife wrong. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao immediately asked Shi Jian, please give me some guidance, teacher Shi. Shi Jian waved his hand modestly and said, how could I possibly be qualified to teach you? If you want to learn boxing, I can teach you a few moves. As for the knife, you need to find Lu Xiaodao. He's the best at knife skills around here. Lu Xiaodao? Yes, his dorm room is 302. He should be there now. You can go directly to him. Chen Hao left the training ground and headed straight for room 302. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a familiar melody. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Lu Xiaodao angrily opened the door. Upon seeing Chen Hao at the door, Chen Hao is Shangguan Huofeng's apprentice and has a close relationship with Bai Jie, the goddess in everyone's eyes. Therefore, everyone in the entire Superpower Bureau knows him. Although Lu Xiaodao was furious, he still suppressed his anger and asked, what do you want from me? I want to learn how to use a knife. As Chen Hao spoke, he pulled out his Nepalese kukri. Lu Xiaodao frowned. Sorry, I don't teach. Because you're too stupid. You're even holding the knife wrong. Was it really wrong? Alright, you can go now. Don't keep me from resting. After saying that, Lu Xiaodao took a step back and closed the door behind him. Not long after, he roared, damn, this resource is garbage, completely unusable. If you need resources, I have them. Chen Hao's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it reached Lu Xiaodao's ears like heavenly music. Lu Xiaodao quickly opened the door and pulled Chen Hao inside. Brother Hao, please share your study materials with me. Lu Xiaodao immediately changed his demeanor. Looking at his lewd appearance, Chen Hao shook his head helplessly. I can give it to you, but I have one condition. Go ahead and say it, just ask away. As long as your learning materials are good enough, I will definitely meet your requirements. I want to learn how to use a knife. Fine, it's just a knife. Pay tuition first. Chen Hao took out his phone. Although I don't have my own learning materials, I always have other people's resources. Li Gang, didn't you say you had a lot of study materials to share with me? Study materials? Li Gang was a little confused. That's the one. Oh, you mean that one? Li Gang immediately realized. Not many, just a few terabytes of seeds. Why are you suddenly so keen on studying? Never mind, just send me some quickly. Okay, I'll send you AT. Young man, I understand you're hot-tempered, but you also need to take care of your health. You can study this 1 terabyte of learning materials first, and I will share more after you finish. Chen Hao took the documents and forwarded them to Lu Xiaodao. Seeing this, Lu Xiaodao's face lit up with excitement. Oh, I love studying the most. Kid, you go out first. I need to study by myself for a while. Chen Hao left and waited outside for a while. The timing was perfect, exactly 3 minutes. Lu Xiaodao walked out of the house and closed the door behind him. Although the door closed quickly, Chen Hao could still smell a fishy stench. Didn't you want to learn how to use a knife? Come with me. Lu Xiaodao took Chen Hao to the training ground. In a cheerful mood, Lu Xiaodao seemed to be possessed by a master, his expression calm and detached from worldly desires. He began to explain to Chen Hao. Chen Hao finally understood why Shi Jian and Lu Xiaodao said his knife-holding posture was wrong. It turns out he was holding it backwards. The tip of the knife was facing forward and upward, just like holding a kitchen knife. True masters always hold a dagger upright. Holding a dagger upright makes it easier to conceal an attack and increases the element of surprise. The main attack methods for holding a dagger upright are horizontal slashes to the left and right and downward slams. Keep your wrist at a natural angle for smoother power generation and simultaneously engage the biceps and triceps of your upper arm via your elbow to maximize explosive power and absolute strength. Under Lu Xiaodao's guidance, Chen Hao began to practice repeatedly. Lu Xiaodao's special ability is B-level, dagger mastery, which is more than enough to make him Chen Hao's mentor. 2 days later, Lu Xiaodao said, "Attack me with all your might." Chen Hao, wielding a Nepalese knife, suddenly launched an attack on Lu Xiaodao. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Chen Hao's Nepalese knife and Lu Xiaodao's dagger clashed head-on. Lu Xiaodao was incredibly strong. As a first-level ability user, he always managed to seize opportunities and press his dagger against Chen Hao's vital points. Under his tutelage, Chen Hao's dagger skills improved day by day. Chen Hao deflected Lu Xiaodao's dagger and then pressed the blade against his neck. Lu Xiaodao nodded in satisfaction. "You have completed your apprenticeship." Lu Xiaodao was somewhat surprised by Chen Hao's performance. Unexpectedly, he was so quick to learn and mastered all the techniques in one go. Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah! Just as Chen Hao was about to ask when it would start, the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities alarm suddenly went off. "Something terrible has happened." "It's you," Lu Xiaodao said to Chen Hao. "Let's go to the lobby to meet up." The two arrived at the lobby of the Superpower Bureau. At this moment, Shangguan Huofeng's face was gloomy. She announced to everyone, "Something has happened. A member of the Scorpion Troop with the ability to control corpses has appeared. He is manipulating corpses to launch an attack on our Nanjing city." On the electronic screen, hordes of corpses roared, chasing pedestrians like zombies. After they pounced on it, they began to bite and gnaw at it frantically. These corpses carry a deadly poison, and those bitten to death will revive and join their ranks. Your mission is to eliminate these corpses and delay their attack. Now, let's go. Chen Hao followed the main force to Nanjing city. At this moment, flames soared into the sky over Nanjing city. Countless corpses strolled through the streets. Upon seeing Chen Hao and the others, the corpses pounced on them like a pack of hungry wolves. The Supernatural Abilities Bureau, which is in charge of Shangguan Huofeng, has about 100 people. She led her men into the horde of corpses. "By Jia, Shi Jian, you two come with me. Let's find that bastard first." Shangguan Huofeng led by Jia and Shi Jian away. Those who possess the ability to control corpses cannot stray far from corpses. Otherwise, the corpse will lose control and fall to the ground directly. So that guy must still be hiding in the city. After Shangguan Huofeng left, Chen Hao and the others were responsible for cleaning up the corpses. Tian Wenjing continuously unleashed wind blades, launching attacks on the corpses. She knocked down corpses one by one. Chen Hao followed closely behind. "What's up?" He condensed fireballs in both hands and threw them repeatedly. The fireball struck the corpse, instantly setting it ablaze. The colleagues at the Supernatural Abilities Bureau looked on with envy at Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing's fighting style. Most of them are melee fighters. Ranged attackers like Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing are extremely rare. Comparing people is like comparing dead people. Yes, they have this ability at such a young age. I'm so envious. They're both elemental manipulators. Yes, they will definitely go further in the future. Isn't that so? Both wind manipulation and fire manipulation belong to elemental manipulation. The higher the level of development, the more powerful these two abilities become. The damage they caused far exceeded that of others. A scream caught Chen Hao's attention. He looked to his right and saw a man with a stab wound through his chest. "I never expected Iron Claw to appear here." Iron Claw was followed by a group of men in black. "Those scum from the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. The time for revelry has arrived. Are you ready?" Iron Claw charged ahead, lunging towards Chen Hao and the others. The man in black followed closely behind. "Iron Claw, give me back my son's life." Upon seeing the Iron Claw, Su Dachuan circled his hands around the water and pounced. The two began to fight. Su Dachuan is at the 5th level of the Master Realm. Iron Claw is at the 4th level of the Master Realm. Logically speaking, Su Dachuan should have the upper hand. However, after only a few moves, Iron Claw found an opening. The sharp claws pierced Su Dachuan's chest and ripped out his heart. Su Dachuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes widened, and his face turned red. He collapsed, his face filled with shock. Su Dachuan's friend is wielding a 9-linked broadsword. Seeing this, he swung his knife at the Iron Claw. The Iron Claws deftly evaded. The man swung his knife, but missed. The knife fell to the ground and became deeply embedded in the cement. Iron Claw's figure approached swiftly like a ghost. The sharp claws sliced across the man's neck, slicing it open in an instant. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Those who were about to rush forward involuntarily retreated upon seeing this. Tian Wenjing was furious. She hasn't been idle during this time. Her strength has increased from the 3rd level of the Master Realm to the 4th level. Just as they were about to rush forward to fight Iron Claw, Chen Hao grabbed her arm. Chen Hao, why are you pulling me? That guy is at the 6th level of the Master Realm now. Wouldn't you be throwing your life away if you went up there? 6th level of Master Realm. Tian Wenjing found it hard to believe. Although her strength had increased, she hadn't expected the Iron Claws to be even stronger. Iron Claw's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing Chen Hao's words. Ah, young man, long time no see. Iron Claw narrowed its eyes slightly, brought its sharp claws to its lips, and licked them gently with its tongue. I wonder what your blood tastes like, young man. No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged at Chen Hao. Seeing this, Chen Hao immediately said to Tian Wenjing, go and ask for help. I'll handle him. After saying that, he rushed out. When Iron Claw saw Chen Hao rushing towards him, his expression turned ferocious. You brat, I let you off the hook before, but you won't be so lucky this time. Chen Hao ignored Iron Claw's words, conjured a fireball in his right hand, and threw it at him. With a sudden slash, the Iron Claws tore the fireball apart. Fire Phoenix Roar. Chen Hao summoned a Fire Phoenix, which opened its mouth and spewed out scorching flames, charging towards the Iron Claw. Iron Claw's right claw unleashed 3 more sharp blades, slicing through the air and cutting through the Fire Phoenix's flames before finally striking and destroying the Phoenix itself. Chen Hao quickly approached the Iron Claw, clenched his right fist, and slammed it down. Iron Claw raised its claws to block, but its fist struck the sharp claws without making a dent. The difference in strength between the two sides was enormous. Even though Chen Hao possessed power enhancement, he was still no match for Iron Claw. Iron Claw's lips curled up slightly, and he suddenly pushed off backward with his right hand, rapidly closing in on Chen Hao, his sharp iron claws instantly grabbing at him. You brat, you're dead this time. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao felt not fear, but rather a surge of excitement. He quickly enveloped his chest with supernatural energy, and the iron claws gripped his chest tightly, making a metallic clanging sound. Chen Hao was knocked away. In the instant he flew out, he flipped his right hand, and a Nepalese kukri gleaming with purple light appeared in his hand like a ghost. Before Iron Claw could react, Chen Hao's military knife slashed across Iron Claw's right hand, the sharp blade cutting his arm. Chen Hao's body flew backward and crashed heavily into the wall behind him. Iron Claw felt a sharp pain in his right arm. Looking down, he saw a large purple bruise. That brat's knife is poisoned. Iron Claw then realized that Chen Hao had been scheming all along. He had been fighting with his fists all along to lower Chen Hao's guard. When a person makes a successful attack, there are often a few seconds of relaxation. Chen Hao seized this opportunity and slashed his right arm with a Nepalese kukri. With a sharp crack, everyone looked in horror at the Iron Claw, which had severed their right arms on the spot. Iron Claw is ruthless to its enemies, but even more ruthless to itself. To save his life, he made the resolute decision to cut off his own arm. After binding the severed arm with strips of cloth, the Iron Claw pounced on Chen Hao again. At this moment, Chen Hao was injured. In order to attack the Iron Claw, he did not have time to activate defense and could only rely on his body to smash into the wall. As the Iron Claws drew closer, a beautiful figure suddenly blocked his way. Chen Hao, you should get some rest. Leave this to me. Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to go and call someone? Hey, Hao, if you treat girls like this, I doubt many girls will like you. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Hao turned around and saw Lu Xiaodao. Master Xiaodao. Lu Xiaodao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. Tian Wenjing is engaged in a fierce battle with Iron Claw. Iron Claw lost his right hand and bled a lot, greatly reducing his fighting power. Faced with Tian Wenjing, who was at her peak, he could only passively take the beating. Lu Xiaodao stood aside watching the show, seemingly having no intention of making a move for the time being. Tian Wenjing's attack frequency increased rapidly, and Iron Claw momentarily lost its footing. Tian Wenjing kicked Tai Zhao in the chest. The Iron Claw was kicked backward and sent flying. It was flying directly in Chen Hao's direction. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao immediately rushed out. He flipped his right hand Nepalese kukri and thrust it forward with a sudden movement. The military knife pierced through Iron Claw's back, killing him instantly. Chen Hao had just dealt with the Iron Claw. A huge creature suddenly leaped over from a distance. His massive body slammed heavily onto the ground. It actually smashed the ground so hard that it cracked inch by inch. It was a stone giant. Lu Xiaodao, I never thought you'd bully the weak. The stone giant saw that Iron Claw had been killed by Chen Hao. He said with a cold laugh, You stinky rock, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Lu Xiaodao was not to be outdone. Which eye of yours saw me make a move? That guy actually grabbed a car from the side and threw it at Chen Hao and the others. Seeing this, Lu Xiaodao remained calm and said to Chen Hao, Xiao Hao, watch carefully, I'm going to teach you another trick. After saying that, he rushed out. A sharp knife suddenly appeared in his right hand. He slashed hard at the car. A sharp blade of energy pierced through the air. It actually split the car in two. Hey kid, am I handsome? After finishing the performance, Lu Xiaodao couldn't help but show off to Chen Hao. Master Knife, watch out. The stone giant's fist came crashing down. Damn it, you little piece of trash, you actually launched a sneak attack. Lu Xiaodao was caught off guard and could only use defense to block. The punch sent him flying backward. During During the inverted flight, Lu Xiaodao quickly adjusted his posture. It glided for a distance after landing before coming to a stop. "You stinky rock, you've really angered me this time." Lu Xiaodao suddenly kicked his right foot. It lunged at the stone giant. He was incredibly fast, launching a series of attacks at the stone giant. But the stone giant has thick skin and flesh. Lu Xiaodao's attacks were like scraping his skin. Each time, only allow the giant to drop some stone dust. Just as both sides were preparing to continue fighting, a muffled bugle call sounded. Upon hearing the sound, the stone giant abandoned Lu Xiaodao. They quickly fled into the shadows. It disappeared without a trace very quickly. Those dead men in black, like robots that had lost power, they collapsed to the ground, limp and lifeless. The scene fell silent. This was followed by a burst of loud cheers. "We won!" Tian Wenjing walked up to Chen Hao, her face full of nervousness, and asked. Chen Hao was slightly out of breath. To defend against the Iron Claw's attack, he unleashed his strongest defense technique. Although it was tough, it was all worth it. He glanced at Iron Claw. The creature was now a dried-up corpse. This was Chen Hao taking advantage of Lu Xiaodao's battle with the stone giant, the result of draining the energy from the Iron Claw's body. As a 6th-level Master Realm ability user, the Iron Claw contains energy far exceeding that of ordinary people. Chen Hao felt a distending pain in his meridians. However, this also led to his promotion by 2 ranks. "Okay, you can go now. The 9th realm of the scholar has been reached." As expected, murder and arson bring wealth. Chen Hao condensed a ball of flame in his right hand. They burned Iron Claw's corpse directly. The sun slowly rose above the horizon. The entire city of Nanjiang was devastated. Thick black smoke was billowing everywhere. As far as the eye can see, there are only broken walls and ruins. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities began cleaning up the battlefield. Chen Hao naturally joined in as well. They piled the bodies of the men in black in the large square. Chen Hao counted them. There were 20 people in total. 4 of them are C-level superhumans, and 16 are D-level superhumans. Some people were preparing to pour gasoline on the body and throw torches at it. Chen Hao called out to the man, "Let me do it." He conjured a ball of flame in his right hand and threw it at the corpse. The flames landed on the corpse, instantly igniting the gasoline. A raging fire immediately broke out. Footsteps could be heard in the distance. Chen Hao looked up. They saw Shangguan Huofeng and the others approaching. At this moment, Shijian was carrying a corpse on his shoulder. Chen Hao glanced at it and saw that it looked like a child. He was the one who started this whole thing? It's actually a child. Damn it, the Scorpion Troop is a bunch of beasts. They don't even spare children. Shijian was covered in wounds, clearly having just been in a fierce battle. Shangguan Huofeng and Bai Jie's clothes were also torn. Shijian was preparing to throw the child's body into the fire. Chen Hao stepped forward and blocked his way. Shijian frowned, a hint of displeasure on his face. Chen Hao said with a smile, "Master, you've been busy all night. Leave the dirty and tiring work to me. I promise to burn it completely." Hearing him say that, Shijian's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. "You little brat, fine, here you go." Shijian handed the child's body to Chen Hao. Chen Hao held the corpse, a surge of joy welling up inside him. This is a treasure to him. Those around were surprised to see this. Normal people would avoid corpses like the plague, but Chen Hao insisted on taking them on. Tian Wenjing seemed to see through everyone's thoughts and explained, "Chen Hao respects his teachers and is extremely good to his master, so I am willing to take on these dirty and tiring jobs." That's right, Xiao Hao is very filial. Lu Xiaodao recalled that Chen Hao had just sent him some seeds. After hearing what Tian Wenjing and Lu Xiaodao said, everyone suddenly realized and cast admiring glances at them. Chen Hao threw the child's body into the fire. To prevent any accidents, he added more fuel to the fire. "Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired SSS level superpower, corpse manipulation. That was absolutely awesome." Chen Hao experienced firsthand what it means to be a murderer and arsonist with a golden belt. With his corpse collecting system, he became the biggest winner tonight. In this battle, not only did many members of the Scorpion Brigade die, but also, the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities also suffered heavy losses. 20 members of the Scorpion Brigade and 25 members of the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities died. The members of the Scorpion Brigade are all ruthless and extremely powerful in combat. Chen Hao and his team transported the bodies of their fallen comrades from the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities back to their hometown. Chen Hao personally did the makeup, and the group, filled with sorrow, sent the bodies one by one into the incinerator. As the body was burned, a system notification sounded in Chen Hao's mind. Of those who died in this incident at the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, 5 were Class C, and the rest were Class D Supernatural Abilities users. E-level and F-level superhumans are considered too unqualified, so the Superhuman Ability Bureau simply won't accept them. Chen Hao acquired many superpowers, but most of them were useless to him, so he directly decomposed all his superpowers. Including the previous ones, Chen Hao now possesses 13,600 primal energy beads. After a moment's thought, he used 10,000 primal energy beads to upgrade Power Enhancement to rank B. Strength Enhancement enhancement, grade B ability, increases strength by 3 times after use. What's going on? Not bad, my strength has increased again. There are currently 3,600 original power beads remaining. Adhering to the principle of making the best use of resources, Shenhao used 1,000 pills to upgrade Super Brain to grade C. Use another 1,000 stones to upgrade Hypocritical to C grade. Shenhao plans to save the remaining 1,600. There are no real winners in war, only losers. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities was filled with wails of agony. The Scorpion Brigade was also in a sorry state. Inside a secret base, a woman slammed her fist hard on the table. The desktop immediately cracked. She is a division leader in the Scorpion Brigade named Huang Wenjiao. Strength first level of the spirit realm. She was the one who planned this attack on Nanjian City. If that good-for-nothing hadn't been so useless, we wouldn't be in such a hurry. The waste Huang Wenjiao was referring to was naturally that child. Boss, we didn't expect the little kid to be so fragile. He clearly awakened the SSS level, corpse manipulation, ability, but the body can't take it. If we hadn't given him the medication, he might have died long ago. Huang Wenjiao snorted coldly. However, this time, we didn't come away empty-handed. The speaker was an old man wearing a white coat. He looked like a mad scientist. He was holding something in his hand, which was clearly the claw of a monster. This is a dragon claw. With it, I can develop warriors with the blood of dragons. Huang Wenjiao nodded upon hearing this. He said to the old man, do a good job. If you mess this up, you know the consequences. Boss, don't worry, don't you trust my skills? Alright, stop bragging and get to work. The old man then left. Shenhao's Super Brain ability has been upgraded to level C. He found that the surrounding scenery had become clearer. Now he is so meticulous that he can even notice an ant on the ground. He began to try to cultivate the Fire Phoenix technique. The fire attribute energy around him gathered towards his body. The Phoenix's decree. Shenhao didn't know how many times he had run it. He thought he was already very familiar with it. Unexpectedly, with the support of the C-level Super Brain, he discovered the drawbacks of his use of the Fire Phoenix technique. Shenhao began to try to improve the Phoenix's decree. It actually works. This time, he found 2 errors and successfully corrected them. He discovered that his cultivation speed increased dramatically in an instant. Just like how the water in a canal becomes unobstructed after the silt blocking the flow is cleared. After cultivating for a while longer, I will be able to break through to the Master Realm. Reaching the Master Realm is Chun Hao's immediate goal. Tian Wenjing is currently at the 4th stage of the 4th realm of the Master Realm. Shenhao felt he would catch up with her soon. Shenhao was eating in the cafeteria of the Superpower Bureau. His brows were furrowed, as if he were deep in thought. What's wrong? You look so worried. Tian Wenjing walked over with an iron tray and sat down opposite him. I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. I feel that no matter how hard I try, I can't break through to the Master Realm. Hearing Shenhao's words, Tian Wenjing was somewhat surprised. You've already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Warrior Realm? No wonder you want to break through to the Master Realm. But your attack is useless. Even if you spend your whole life, you still won't be able to get through it. Because breaking through to the Master Realm requires a Master Realm Pill. Master Realm Pill? When one's strength reaches the peak of the 9th level of the Warrior Realm, one must rely on the Master Realm Pill. After a superhuman reaches the Master level, the superhuman energy in their body will change from a gaseous state to a liquid state. The Master Realm Pill is the key to helping alien energy change from a gaseous state to a liquid state. It's like the first grain of sand in a pearl oyster. For a pearl oyster to produce a pearl, it must first swallow a grain of sand. Then, using sand as a base, it secretes mucus to coat it. Slowly, it formed a beautiful pearl. The principle behind the Master Realm Pill is the same. It helps you condense your first liquid alien energy bead. Using this droplet as a base, continue to condense. Shenhao nodded after hearing this. He continued, asking Tian Wenjing, then how do you obtain this Master Realm Pill? Do the task. Doing a quest? Yes, our Supernatural Abilities Bureau has Master level pills. To obtain it, you must redeem it with mission points. One Master Realm Pill requires approximately 10,000 points. 10,000 points? Shenhao's brows furrowed more and more tightly. He couldn't help but look at Tian Wenjing. Do you have any points? Could you lend me some? Tian Wenjing shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I exchanged some cultivation materials before, and now I have almost none left. Let's go accept the mission, Shenhao said. The call was answered quickly. A mission? That's not bad, Tian Wenjing replied. I'll take you there after I finish eating. 10 minutes later, Tian Wenjing led Shenhao to the department of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau that issued the mission. With constant demonic invasions and various emergencies occurring daily, the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities' responsibility is to resolve these issues. Tian Wenjing glanced at the task list and said, let's choose this one, 5,000 points. What do you think? Is this task suitable? The 1,000-point mission is for ability users at the Master level, and Tian Wenjing happens to be at the 4th level of the Master level, which perfectly meets the requirements. Shenhao nodded in agreement. Shenhao and Tian Tian Wenjing successfully accepted the mission, but they did not set off immediately. Tian Wenjing said to Chen Hao, I just exchanged for cultivation resources and plan to stabilize my realm first. Let's set off again once I've adjusted myself. That way, we'll have a greater chance of success. In the following days, Chen Hao spent his time cultivating and checking on Tian Wenjing's condition. She went into the seclusion room and never came out. Master, that guy called again. Chen Hao answered the phone and found that it was his grandfather, Chen Shang, calling. Grandpa, what's wrong? What else could it be? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded somewhat helpless. You brat, how long has it been since you came home? Grandpa, I'm just busy. Busy? Busy with what? A superhuman came today. You'd better come back right away. Grandpa's words made Chen Hao's eyes light up. He hasn't received any missions from people with superpowers in a long time. He glanced at the seclusion room, then turned and left. After hanging up the phone, Chen Hao, who hadn't done makeup for a long time, looked at his finished work and nodded with great satisfaction. The body was slowly sent into the incinerator. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained an E-level superpower, hearing block. Chen Hao was stunned. He thought he would get some powerful superpower, but it turned out to be just an E-level hearing block, which was utter garbage. In fact, Chen Hao could have used his true sight ability to see through the corpse directly, but he didn't. He liked hearing the system notification sound when the corpse was sent into the incinerator. It felt as exciting as opening a blind box. This thing is garbage, but what kind of effect will it have in practice? Out of curiosity, Chen Hao decided to try out this superpower. He immediately activated hearing block. As the superpower was activated, the surroundings suddenly became unusually quiet, as if in deathly silence. The flames in the incinerator were still burning, but the whooshing sound that used to fill the air was now completely gone. Is this the world of the deaf? It's really quiet. Suddenly, a hand patted Chen Hao on the shoulder. He turned around and saw that it was his grandfather, Chen Shang, standing behind him. Chen Shang opened his mouth to speak, but Chen Hao didn't hear a sound. Oh, I forgot to turn off hearing block. After Chen Hao deactivated his superpower, the surroundings became noisy again, and his grandfather started rambling on and on. What's wrong, Grandpa? Chen Shang sighed helplessly. Quickly find an urn and put the ashes in it. The guests are getting impatient. Okay. Chen Hao took the jar and began to fill it with ashes. After seeing the guests off, Chen Shang said to Chen Hao, Xiao, don't leave tonight. Your grandfather will come to visit. That day, Chen Shang took Chen Hao home ahead of schedule. The two went to the supermarket together and bought a lot of groceries. Hearing that Grandpa Gu was coming to visit, Chen Hao personally cooked the meal. In the kitchen, Chen Hao was busy as a bee. There was a knock on the door. Chen Hao went outside and found that Gu Juji had arrived. Gu Yu also came along. Gu Yu saw Chen Hao wearing an apron and holding a spatula, and said with a smile, I didn't know you could cook. Chen Hao smiled slightly upon hearing this. There's a lot more you don't know. Alright, stop standing there and go wash your hands. This dish will be ready to eat as soon as I finish cooking it. Chen Hao's dish was just cooked. Gu Yu walked in at that moment. She said, you take the dishes out, and I'll get the bowls and chopsticks. After everything was prepared, the two families sat down together for a meal. Gu Juji and Chen Chang started drinking. They drank and chatted. Gu Yu then started chatting with Chen Hao. Chen Hao, we owe you a lot for the Heaven Welfare Home incident. Chen Hao was completely bewildered by Gu Yu's words. What's going on? How did this girl know? Are you thinking to yourself, how did I know? Actually, we have to thank Sister Wenjing for all of this. Tian Wenjing? Yes, Sister Wenjing told me everything. Chen Hao, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would still be in the dark. Those children won't be saved either. Chen Hao noticed that Gu Yu seemed to have changed. She seemed to have emerged from the shadow of murder. There are too many bad people in this world. They lurk in the darkness like demons, harming innocent people. Since God has awakened my superpowers, I will use them to punish evil and uphold justice. Chen Hao nodded after hearing Gu Yu's words. She has finally found her direction. The two clinked glasses and then drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. After the meal, Gu Yu helped the drunken Gu Juji prepare to leave. You don't need to see me off. I'll drive Grandpa home myself. Okay, then be careful on your journey. Remember to send me a message when you get home. Gu Yu left. Watching their car disappear into the distance, Chen Shang turned to Chen Hao and said, Xiao Hao, Gu Yu is a good girl. I hope you can cherish her. Chen Hao did not argue. After Chen Shang finished speaking, he went upstairs. At this moment, Chen Hao heard the voice, turned around and saw Tian Wenjing. Can I come? Tian Wenjing leaned against a big tree, looking at Chen Hao with a teasing gaze, and couldn't help but say, you're pretty good, aren't you? He actually managed to hook up with such a beautiful girl. When do you plan to get married? Chen Hao rolled his eyes at Tian Wenjing. Marriage? Are you kidding me? I, Chen Hao, am a man who desires a vast forest. How could I let a single sapling jeopardize my grand ambitions? Hearing Chen Hao's words, Tian Wenjing felt a sweet warmth in her heart for some reason. My realm has been stabilized. So, are you going to do that mission tonight? Tonight? Chen Hao took out his phone and glanced at it. It's 8:30 p.m. now. Chen Hao sent a text message to Chen Chang and then left left with Tian Wenjing. The two drove to a school. I just arrived at the school gate. A portly man came forward to greet them. He said with a big smile, "You must be the people sent from above?" Tian Wenjing nodded. "Hello, I am Mei Renxin, the dean of students of this school. Tell me, what exactly happened?" Tian Wenjing got straight to the point and asked. Mei Renxin led Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing to a teaching building. "This is the place. Every night at midnight, piano music will come from one of the classrooms on the top floor." "Piano music?" Chen Hao frowned. "Who played this prank?" "No, it's not a prank. It's true, and we don't know who did it either. Whether it's a prank or not, we'll go up and find out." As soon as she finished speaking, Tian Wenjing was about to go upstairs. Just as Tian Wenjing was about to go upstairs, a person ran over quickly. Chen Hao looked at him and saw that the man had a square face. He was panting heavily, staring angrily at Mei Renxin. "You have no conscience. Didn't we agree on this? We'll just find someone to demolish this building. Why did you send someone again? Tear this building down?" Upon hearing this, Mei Renxin showed a reluctant expression. "This building has only been in use for a short time. It's such a pity to demolish it now. But if we don't remove it, it's just getting in the way here. This place is haunted. It's completely unusable." Upon hearing the words haunted, Mei Renxin immediately became nervous. He hadn't dared to mention it before, for fear that his superiors wouldn't send anyone. He subconsciously looked at Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing, but they remained calm after hearing this. "Aren't you afraid?" Principal Zhang Jianmen spoke up. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Jianmen was the man with the square face. "Afraid? What's there to be afraid of? We are the Superpowers Bureau, and these kinds of things are our specialty." Zhang Jianmen nodded at Tian Wenjing's words. Chen Hao asked Zhang Jianmen, "Can you tell me what exactly happened here?" Mei Renxin had just lied to Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing, so Chen Hao naturally no longer believed him. "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that a student committed suicide in the music room upstairs." "Suicide?" Chen Hao frowned. From then on, every night at midnight, the sound of a piano would be heard there. "Your Bureau of Supernatural Abilities has sent people here before, but somehow, those people just jumped off the building. They were all seriously injured in the fall." After listening to Zhang Jianmen's words, Chen Hao suddenly understood. No wonder this mission is worth 5,000 points. It seems there's definitely something fishy going on. Members of the Superpower Bureau distribute resources based on their strength level. Someone like Chen Hao, at the 9th level of the Scholar Realm, earns 9,000 yuan a month, plus 900 points. It would take at least 6 months, or half a year, to accumulate 5,000 points. This shows how difficult this 5,000 point task is, otherwise, it would never be so valuable. "Are you sure you still want to go up?" Zhang Jianmen asked Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing. "Go, why not go? Now that we're here, there's no reason to back down. The fact that none of the people who came before died means that what's here doesn't really want to harm anyone." "Okay, then you all must be careful." Zhang Jianmen made a phone call and summoned the security personnel. They placed a huge air cushion downstairs. This way, if Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing were to fall from the building, they could be caught. The commotion caught the attention of the school's boarding students. With the principal present, they dared not wander off. They could only observe from the shadows. Students could be seen in almost every corner. "I heard that 2 people from the Superpower Bureau have arrived, 1 male and 1 female." "Yes, I saw it. It's true. They were wearing the uniforms of the Superpower Bureau." "What are they doing here? Are they here to capture the woman in white?" "I don't know, but probably." "Alas, the woman in white has a hard life too. So talented, and yet..." "Shoo, don't talk nonsense. The walls may have ears. If the head of student affairs finds out, you're finished." "Oh, I'm sorry, I almost forgot." Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing went upstairs. This teaching building has 6 floors. The music classroom is in room 609, located at the west end of the teaching building. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, Tian Wenjing revealed a contemptuous smile. "From the moment I joined the Bureau of Superpowers, I decided to dedicate my life to my country. Do you think I'd be scared?" Tian Wenjing's words left Chen Hao speechless. He really wanted to say to her, "Sister, aren't you setting yourself up for disaster?" The two walked towards the music classroom. Chen Hao walked ahead and pushed open the classroom door. His flashlight shone inside. The classroom was empty, with only a dilapidated piano sitting quietly. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dust. Clearly, this place has been abandoned for a long time. Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing went inside. The classroom had been unused for too long, and the dust had accumulated to a thick layer. As soon as they stepped inside, dust was kicked up and scattered into the air. Chen Hao accidentally inhaled a few mouthfuls of dust. Upon seeing this, Tian Wenjing's expression turned serious. She gently turned her right hand. A gust of wind suddenly blew up inside the room. The wind howled, stirring up the dust in the classroom and quickly blowing it outside. The abandoned music classroom was instantly transformed. The dust was swept away, leaving the place clean and tidy. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but give Tian Wenjing a thumbs up. "Wenjing, that was a really clever move. If I went out to do cleaning, I could definitely make a lot of money." Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chen Hao. Only Chen Hao would think of a superhuman doing cleaning work. The two walked around the classroom but found nothing unusual. The only thing that caught the eye was the piano. Chen Hao walked over and lifted the piano lid. He was surprised to find that the piano was not dusty at all. The piano keys were clean and spotless. If it weren't for the absence of footprints on the ground, Chen Hao would almost suspect that someone came to wipe the piano every day. He tried pressing a key. Immediately, the sound of a zither began to play. It still works. Tian Wenjing walked over and tried playing a few notes as well. Unexpectedly, she became addicted immediately. Following the melody, I began to play. Upon hearing it, Chen Hao recognized it as Autumn Whispers. The melodious piano music in the classroom attracted the attention of many teachers and students. Here it comes again, the piano music again, how awful. Oh my god, why so early today? It's only 10 o'clock. Yeah, isn't it usually around midnight? Strange, the piano music sounds different tonight. No, the piece played tonight is different too. Normally it's Starry Sky, but tonight it's Autumn Whispers. Some students in the school who could play the piano started discussing the piece as they listened to it. Quick, quick, everyone, perk up. Zhang Jianmen shouted anxiously to the security personnel. If they decide to jump, everyone must be ready to catch them. Mei Rinxin chimed in agreement from the side. This brat. Tian Wenjing stopped playing. Chen Hao was a little curious and couldn't help but ask, Wenjing, I didn't expect you to be able to play the piano. Tian Wenjing smiled slightly. Actually, I originally wanted to become a pianist. Pianist? Tian Wenjing nodded. By the way, judging from your appearance, you seem to be able to play the piano as well. Play me a tune? Chen Hao gave an awkward laugh. My skills are simply not up to par. It's okay, as long as you can play it. Chen Hao sat down and began to try playing. Listening to his playing, Tian Wenjing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, Chen Hao, I didn't expect you to be so childlike at your age. The piece being played is Two Tigers. Chen Hao was speechless. I already told you, I'm not very good at playing this piece. This is the only piece I can play well. Okay. After Chen Hao finished playing, the two of them walked around the room again. Finding no clues, they prepared to leave. Let's go check out the next room. There's still some time before midnight. So Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing left the classroom and went to wander around the next room. As soon as the two stepped out the door, they attracted the attention of many teachers and students. Look, they're coming out. Won't they also jump off buildings like the others did before? Ha, they seem pretty normal. What's going on? How did they get into the next classroom? Amidst everyone's confusion, Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing searched through all the classrooms on the 6th floor of the teaching building, but found nothing. Let's go downstairs first, have a glass of water, and then come back up. Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing then went downstairs. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jianmen and Mei Renxin immediately came over. Then why did you come down? Mei Renxin asked with a hint of resentment. We're thirsty. Can't we go downstairs for a drink of water? Tian Wenjing replied somewhat displeased. Sure, of course. Mei Renxin realized she had said the wrong thing. Hey you, go to the school supermarket and buy them a few cans of Red Bull. I don't want to drink Red Bull. Then let's buy green tea drinks. I don't drink green tea either. What would you like to drink? Mineral water is fine. Okay, then I'll buy her a case of bottled water. Tian Wenjing looked at them speechlessly. After a while, Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing were drinking water while smelling the strange Red Bull smell. Tian Wenjing frowned. Unable to resist, she asked Chen Hao, is that stuff tasty? It's alright, mainly because it's refreshing. Tian Wenjing nodded. There's still some time until midnight. Chen Hao said to Principal Zhang Jianmen, there is a piano upstairs. We just tried it and found that it still works. Why didn't you move it when you were cleaning it up? Where's the piano upstairs? Zhang Jianmen asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing instantly felt a chill run down their spines. They had clearly seen the piano with their own eyes, and even each played a piece on it. Are you sure you're not mistaken? You can go now. There is no piano upstairs. Mei Rinxin chimed in from the side. They all felt strange. It was clearly not time yet, so why was there piano music coming from the classroom? Before we knew it, it was exactly 12 o'clock. As usual, piano music filled classroom 609 of the old teaching building. Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing immediately became alert. Tian Wenjing was the first to rush up to the 6th floor. Chen Hao followed closely behind. The others stayed downstairs, craning their necks and standing on tiptoe, trying to get a better look at what was happening on the 6th floor. Tian Wenjing walked to the door of classroom 609. To her surprise, she saw a woman sitting in the room. The woman, dressed in white and bathed in the bright moonlight, was playing Starry Night. Seeing that the woman ignored her, Tian Wenjing stepped inside. However, she had only taken one step when her body suddenly stiffened and she stopped in her tracks. Chen Hao dared not step forward, knowing that Tian Wenjing must have fallen under the other party's spell. What methods did they use? Every attack has its methods. Chen Hao possesses the SSS level, True Sight, which allows him to see through any substantial attack. No, it's not a hidden weapon. It's music. Chen Hao immediately understood. Tian Wenjing suddenly squatted down. She seemed to see something and began to cry. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao hurriedly activated his his hearing block ability. Instantly, the surroundings returned to silence. Chen Hao walked into the classroom. Just as he expected, he was not infected after shielding his hearing. But Tian Wenjing suddenly stood up and ran crying into the corridor. She was about to jump down the corridor. Upon seeing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Principal Zhang Jianmen shouted to several security staff members, "Attention, prepare to rescue people." Yes, we absolutely mustn't let anything happen to them. A group of students watched with great interest and excitement. My God, this is so exciting. How many times has this happened? How many people jumped down last time? 3, I guess. This time it's a bit unusual. I don't know why, but only 2 of them came. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities teams are usually composed of 3 people. In Tian Wenjing's team, Su Wenba has been killed, and no new members have been added yet. Just as Tian Wenjing was about to jump from the building, Chen Hao quickly grabbed her. A sharp chop to the back of Tian Wenjing's neck knocked her unconscious. After knocking her to the ground, Chen Hao walked straight into the classroom. The other person seemed unaware of his presence and continued to play the piano with focused concentration. A woman in white looked at Chen Hao in surprise and asked, "How come you weren't affected?" However, Chen Hao did not respond. The woman in white's expression changed drastically. "If you're not going to answer, then die." She lunged at Chen Hao. As the woman in white was about to get close, he was surprised to find that the energy in his body was being lost at a visible rate. Chen Hao was actually absorbing her energy. This surprised Chen Hao as well. He never expected that his corpse cultivation technique would be the nemesis of evil spirits, capable of devouring strange powers and strengthening himself. The woman in white was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly, glared angrily at Chen Hao, and then jumped out of the window to escape. Seeing this, Chen Hao condensed a ball of flame in his right hand. "If you dare to leave, I'll burn this piano." The woman stopped and turned around angrily to stare at him. "I know you possess the lullaby ability, but that didn't work for me, because I am your nemesis. What do you want from me to let me go?" the woman in white asked. Chen Hao felt slightly embarrassed. Because the sound was muted, he could only see the woman's lips moving, but he couldn't hear her voice. Fortunately, he had his mobile phone with him, which had a voice-to-text function. He turned on his phone and began recording the voice of the woman in white. The two then began to talk. "You're clearly dead. Why won't you leave?" The woman in white gave a bitter smile. "Do you think I don't want to leave? She died here years ago and became a ghost, trapped here for many years." Chen Hao wasted no more time and asked directly, "What can I do to help you leave?" Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in the woman's eyes. "Really? You're really willing to help me?" Chen Hao nodded. "I cannot leave because my wish is not fulfilled. I just want to see my mother one more time." "Your mother?" Chen Hao asked. The woman in white nodded. "Would you like to hear my story?" She began to tell her story in detail. She was born into a well-off family, and her mother enrolled her in piano lessons. She was the pride of her family and teachers. Until one day, the arrival of an intern music teacher disrupted her peaceful life. During their daily interactions, she was deeply attracted by the intern teacher's talent and appearance, so she approached him under the guise of learning piano. I thought it would have a happy ending, but it turned out to be a tragic love affair, because the intern teacher was already married to his college classmate. The woman in white found it hard to accept. In that classroom, she committed suicide by poisoning herself, dying on the piano. After hearing her story, Chen Hao was speechless for a moment. "You wait here, I'll go find your mother." After saying that, he picked up Tian Wenjing. "I didn't expect this girl, who doesn't look fat, to be so heavy." Chen Hao almost had a hard time lifting her up. He carried Tian Wenjing downstairs. "Hello, could you please take care of her for me?" Chen Hao handed Tian Wenjing over to a female teacher. "Oh, okay," the female teacher replied. The female teacher hugged Tian Wenjing tightly. However, she couldn't hold on very steadily, but fortunately another female teacher came forward to help her in time. "How is it? Is it resolved?" Mei Rinxin looked at Chen Hao with anticipation. "Just a little bit more. Do you know the background of that woman in white? Could you call her mother over?" "Her mother?" Mei Rinxin looked embarrassed upon hearing this. When the woman in white passed away, her mother caused quite a stir at the school. If you were to actually call her over now, Mei Rinxin really wouldn't have the guts. "You must have a phone, right?" "Yes, yes, yes. I'll give it to you right now." Mei Rinxin opened the school's app, quickly searched for the number, and then reported it to Chen Hao. After getting the phone, Chen Hao didn't dial it immediately, but went upstairs instead. He approached the woman in white and said gently, "I'll call your mother now. Tell her what you have to say yourself." Chen Hao dialed the phone. The other party answered. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, the woman in white burst into tears. There was a long pause on the other end of the phone before an urgent voice finally came through. "Is that Ping Ping?" "Mom, it's me, Ping Ping. It really is Ping Ping. How have you been these past years?" "Mom, I miss you so much." "Mom, I miss you so much too." The two started chatting. The woman in white hung up the phone. "Aren't you going to continue talking? Or should I ask your mother to come see you? I don't want to bother her anymore." A slight smile appeared on her lips. Through this phone call, she learned the following. "After I passed away, say, my mother gave birth to a younger sister. Now my mother has her younger sister to keep her company. Alright, I should go now. Perhaps the wish has been fulfilled. The figure of the woman in white gradually became transparent. The piano, which stood under the moonlight, began to slowly fade away. A single strand of hair floated up, drifted into the distance, and eventually disappeared. Handsome young man, thank you. Before disappearing, the woman in white expressed her gratitude to Chen Hao. Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the corpse, gained a level superpower, lullaby. Chen Hao found it hard to believe. System, when did I collect the corpse? That single strand of hair was her last existence in this world. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, my hair has turned to dust. Therefore, the host has successfully collected the corpse. Chen Hao nodded after hearing this. He began to examine the details of the hypnotic melody ability. Hypnotic song, rank A ability. Playing a song can put enemies into a hypnotic state. The duration of the hypnosis depends on the strength of both sides. This is a control type ability, and a powerful one at that. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao could not hide his excitement. The only regret is that it has to be done by playing music. When it comes to musical instruments, Chen Hao admits he knows absolutely nothing about music. It seems I'll have to find a way to learn a musical instrument after this incident. Of all the musical instruments, he knew exactly which were both portable and cool. After finishing his business here, Chen Hao went downstairs. As soon as he appeared, Zhang Jianmen and the others, who had been drowsy, immediately perked up and gathered around. So, has the matter been resolved? Seeing Chen Hao nod, Zhang Jianmen was so excited he almost jumped up. That's great, that's really great. Thank you so much. It's nothing, just a small favor. After saying goodbye to Zhang Jianmen, Chen Hao led Tian Wenjing toward their home. Just then, my phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Chen Hao frowned slightly. It was the woman in white's mother calling. He answered the phone. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone before her voice finally came through. Hello, could you please give the phone to my daughter? I'm sorry, she has already left. Yes, she's gone. She went to a very far place. Before she left, she asked me to tell you to take good care of yourself. And one more thing, she said she was sorry to you. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, the woman in white's mother burst into tears. She cried for a long time before she finally stopped crying. Thank you. It's late, so I won't disturb your rest any longer. There are always some strange things in this world. Therefore, people are relatively more accepting of the bizarre. When the woman in white's mother heard the call from her daughter, she initially thought it was a scam call. But that familiar voice and tone are something no scam call can imitate. After discussing some private matters, she confirmed that it was indeed her daughter. She thought she could chat a little longer, but she didn't expect that the chance would be gone. Chen Hao hung up the phone. The car arrived just then. He picked up Tian Wenjing and carried her upstairs. In his dazed state, Chen Hao suddenly felt something grasping his right hand. The thing was soft, and he instinctively squeezed it. Unexpectedly, a soft groan was heard. He was startled and jumped to his feet. Tian Wenjing also happened to wake up. She frowned and glanced at her clothes. Apart from some wrinkles on the top, the bottom half of the clothes were fairly neat. She kept a straight face and gave Chen Hao a cold glance. There was no hint of blame. He simply said, I have something to do. I'll be going now. After saying that, he stood up and left the room. At this moment, Chen Chang was making breakfast in the kitchen. He was slightly taken aback when he saw Tian Wenjing run out of Chen Hao's room. Before Chen Chang could even speak, Tian Wenjing had already pushed open the door and left. Chen Hao also came out of the room at this time. Chen Chang couldn't help but ask, Xiao Hao, who was that woman just now? Oh, it's a colleague of mine. A colleague? Why didn't you invite her to have breakfast? She said she had to leave. Hey, Xiao Hao, treat him well. Chen Hao was speechless. Tian Wenjing ran downstairs and secretly massaged herself as she walked. Damn it, you're so strong. Ouch, that hurts. It's okay. She seemed to remember something. Her expression turned serious, and she walked quickly in a certain direction. After finishing his meal, Chen Hao did not go to the funeral home, but returned to the base. After completing the task, he received 5,000 points. I'm still 5,000 points away from my goal of 10,000. I need to find another task to do. He arrived at the mission posting area, only to discover an embarrassing fact. With Tian Wenjing absent, he was unable to accept high-value missions worth thousands of points. He looked down on tasks that scored less than 1,000 points. Left with no other option, Chen Hao had to call Tian Wenjing. The phone call went unanswered. What happened? Is it because of what happened this morning? Is she angry? Hey, bro. Just as Chen Hao was pondering this, someone patted him on the shoulder. He turned around and saw a slightly chubby guy. This person has smooth skin and a vacant look in his eyes, giving off a very sleazy vibe. Are you looking at the mission? Chen Hao nodded. Chen Hao looked at the other person. A-level superpower, chrysanthemum finger. The strength of a first-level master. With just one glance, Chen Hao saw through his true nature. Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm actually very brave. Okay, but I have one condition. All the points from the first mission must belong to me. The rest are all mine. The man frowned upon hearing this. Seeing his hesitation, Chen Hao said, if you don't agree, then forget forget it. No, I agree. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Xiaoji. Lu Xiaoji? Who is Lu Xiaofeng to you? Lu Xiaofeng, he is my ancestor. Brother, you can't go wrong choosing me. Let me tell you, I have a unique skill that far surpasses my ancestor Lu Xiaofeng's, Lingsy Finger. If we don't make a move, fine, but once we do, it will be earth-shattering. A single finger strike can unleash a move that shakes heaven and earth. This is a blessing for women all over the world. I am known as a gynecological expert. Even Kato Taka has to call me master when he sees me. Listening to Lu Xiaoji's endless chatter, Chen Hao couldn't help but have second thoughts and began to hesitate about whether to find a different partner. Alright, stop dawdling. Quickly accept a mission and let's set off immediately. Chen Hao walked to the mission platform, glanced at it, and quickly found a suitable mission, hunting water ghosts. He asked Lu Xiaoji for help and accepted the 5,000-point mission to hunt down the water ghost. Once completed, Chen Hao will be able to exchange for the Master Realm Pill. After accepting the mission, Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji embarked on their journey. At that moment, two people were standing on the second floor, watching their figures gradually disappear into the distance. It's Bai Jiat and Shangguan Huofeng. Bai Jiat couldn't help but ask Shangguan Huofeng, "Are you just going to ignore him like this?" Given Shangguan Huofeng's strength, she could easily obtain a Master Realm Pill, and even a General Realm Pill would be no problem. Unexpectedly, after taking Chen Hao as her apprentice, she adopted a laissez-faire approach to education. Shangguan Huofeng nodded and said, "He has to walk his own path. If he can't even handle the slightest setback, then he doesn't deserve to be my disciple." Bai Jia sighed. Her years of friendship allowed her to understand Shangguan Huofeng's sharp tongue but kind heart. She used to dote on Shangguan Huofeng's apprentice, treating him with utmost care and fear of accidentally hurting him. The apprentice grew up under her protection, but like a flower in a greenhouse, she couldn't withstand the harshness of the outside world. Even though that guy's strength had reached the general level, he was unable to challenge a powerful enemy of a higher level and was eventually beheaded by his opponent in one move. That painful lesson made Shangguan Huofeng much more silent and more composed. Therefore, even though she knew Chen Hao was an SSS-level superhuman, she only guided him into the field and then adopted a laissez-faire approach to his education. A towering pine tree cannot grow in a flower pot, nor can a thoroughbred horse be raised in a courtyard. Even with the strongest qualifications, one still needs to go out and gain experience. Shangguan Huofeng's current strength is the result of painstaking accumulation bit by bit. Chen Hao followed Lu Xiaoji to the mission location. Along the way, Lu Xiaoji kept babbling, making Chen Hao regret that he shouldn't have teamed up with this guy. As soon as the two arrived at the village entrance, an old man with a white beard hurried over, his face full of anxiety. "Are you the one sent by the higher-ups to rescue us?" When the white-bearded old man saw Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji, he tentatively asked. Chen Hao nodded and asked him, "I heard there are water ghosts here. Can you tell us the details?" The old man replied, "There's a pond at the east end of our village. It's so deep you can't see the bottom. On ordinary days, the villagers go there to fetch water or wash clothes. But a few days ago, when Xiaomei and Hahua had arranged to go to the pond to wash clothes, a monster suddenly crawled out of the water and dragged Hahua into the pond. Xiaomei was so frightened that she ran back to the village and told everyone what had happened. Upon learning this, everyone grabbed their weapons, ready to eliminate the monster and rescue Lotus. But that monster was incredibly strong, and none of them were a match for it. They were all driven away in defeat." "Okay, we understand. Could you please take us to that pond?" The old man hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "Okay, come with me." Led by the old man, Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji walked towards the pond. When they arrived, the white-bearded old man kept his distance. He had developed a deep fear of the pond. Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji walked towards the pond. "This water is a bit deep. You can't even see the bottom." Lu Xiaoji looked at the pond and found that the bottom was pitch black and unfathomably deep. "Chen Hao, what do we do now? What else can we do?" "Naturally, we must lure the snake out of its hole." "Lure the snake out of its hole? How?" Chen Hao smiled slightly, took out his phone, opened the link Li Gang had given him, and started playing the video of the beautiful woman. Hearing the alluring voice in the video, Lu Xiaoji's cheeks flushed slightly, and she subconsciously squeezed her legs together. As the video feed played, the once calm pond began to bubble and gurgle. Seeing this, Chen Hao shouted, "That guy is coming up. Let's retreat." "I don't know either." As Chen Hao was speaking, he ran back, but Lu Xiaoji had already run ahead of him. This guy. This was the first time Chen Hao had ever seen someone so afraid of death. Suddenly, a creature wrapped in green seaweed leaped out of the water, its black eyes peering at them through the gaps in the seaweed. Seeing that there were no more beautiful women outside, it knew that Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji were behind it. A green water plant wrapped around the two of them. Chen Hao slashed down with his right palm. Flame and gale slash. The sharp fire blades cut the water plants in two. Enraged, the water demon spewed out a thick jet of water. Chen Hao waved his right hand, and a wall of flames blocked the water column. After a couple of moves, Chen Hao couldn't help but call out to Lu Xiaoji, "Are you here to watch the show? I was just leaving you room to show off on purpose." Chen Hao shook his head helplessly. "Hey, you monster, let's see how I, Grandpa Lu, deal with you." Lu Xiaoji pointed his right index finger at the water ghost. The water ghost encountered Lu Xiaoji's chrysanthemum finger and let out a strange groan. "Hey, you're having a good time? Then I'll make you feel good one more time." Lu Xiaoji pointed again, and a groan rang out once more. The old man was dumbfounded. He never expected that these superhumans would use such fancy tricks to make the water ghost gasp for breath. "I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to make you feel amazing." As Lu Xiaoji spoke, he unleashed his most powerful chrysanthemum finger. The water ghost's groans turned into screams of agony. Chen Hao was speechless. Interesting. That tearing sound just now was, without a doubt, the sound of an anal fissure. This guy, this superpower. Chen Hao was speechless and made a sarcastic remark. The water ghost lay on the edge of the pond in pain, its face contorted with agony, blood flowing from its wounds. Before long, the entire pond was stained red with blood. "Chen Hao, do you think I'm awesome?" I won't look." Lu Xiaoji was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a water plant quickly stretched out and wrapped around his right foot. The water ghost suddenly yanked, pulling Lu Xiaoji to the ground. "Ouch, ouch. Chen Hao, help." Chen Hao quickly reached out and grabbed Lu Xiaoji. The two sides began to pull at each other. "Hey, stop pulling. It'll break if you pull any harder." Lu Xiaoji was caught in the middle, wailing in pain. Chen Hao was surprised. He hadn't expected the water ghost to be so strong. Even with his B-level strength enhancement, he was no match for him. He had a vague feeling that he was about to be pulled into the water. "Go to hell." Lu Xiaoji gritted his teeth and endured the pain, then fired another chrysanthemum finger at the water ghost. The water ghost screamed in pain and instinctively touched its own buttocks. Seeing this, Chen Hao seized the opportunity to unleash his flaming gale slash, decisively cutting the entangled water plants. Then, he grabbed Lu Xiaoji and fled quickly into the distance. Seeing the two flee, the water ghost glared at them fiercely, then turned and submerged into the pond, disappearing without a trace. "What should we do?" Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but ask as he saw the water ghost dive into the water. "We need to find a way to force it out," Chen Hao replied in a deep voice. "Force it out?" Lu Xiaoji frowned, hesitant. The water ghost had just been seriously injured. Forcing it to show itself was almost impossible. Chen Hao had previously learned some knowledge about water ghosts. This creature is incredibly strong in the water, but becomes weak and helpless once it comes ashore. Therefore, to deal with a water ghost, you must first find a way to lure it ashore. Seeing this, the old man standing to the side knew that Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji couldn't come up with a good idea for the time being, so he said, "Leaders, it's getting late. Why don't you come to my house to rest and have a simple meal first? Let's discuss it further with everyone and see how to resolve this." Chen Hao nodded and followed the old man home. The old man asked his daughter-in-law to prepare a sumptuous meal for them. It's delicious," Chen Hao exclaimed. "Lu Xiaoji, don't rush, no one's going to take it from you." He couldn't help but tease Lu Xiaoji when he saw him wolfing down his food. Lu Xiaoji ate in an extremely unsightly manner, as if he had been starving for days. His chopsticks barely stopped moving, his mouth was bulging, and he swallowed large mouthfuls of food. Before long, most of the food on the table was in his stomach. He let out a burp, his face full of satisfaction. "Ah, this feels so good," he exclaimed, patting his bulging belly. "I wish I could take a shower right now." The old man smiled and said, "There's a bathroom upstairs. If you don't mind, you can go up and take a shower." "Of course I don't mind." Lu Xiaoji immediately went upstairs. Just then, the old man's daughter-in-law came out of the kitchen and called out, "The chicken soup is here." "Father, where is that guest?" She couldn't help but ask when Lu Xiaoji disappeared. "He went upstairs to take a bath," the old man replied. Upon hearing this, the daughter-in-law was startled and hurriedly ran upstairs. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Chen Hao immediately put down his chopsticks and rushed upstairs. Lu Xiaoji emerged from the bathroom, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. There's electricity," he said in a trembling voice. "I'm so sorry, our water heater is broken and leaking electricity," the daughter-in-law explained apologetically. "We were planning to call an electrician to fix it today." What was said without malice may have been taken to heart by the listener. Chen Hao thought quickly, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. "By the way, do you have any musical instruments like the xiao, vertical flute, here?" "We don't have a xiao, vertical bamboo flute. Would you like a dizzy, Chinese flute?" the daughter-in-law said. "This is for our child." "Then I'll go get it." She turned and quickly went into the room, took out a white flute and handed it to Chen Hao. "Chen Hao, what are you doing with the flute?" "I have a brilliant plan," Chen Hao said with a mysterious smile. After daybreak, Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji pulled the power line to the edge of the pond. Lu Xiaoji was thrilled. "Chen Hao, you're amazing. You actually came up with such a solution. Yesterday I got electrocuted. Today it's the water ghost's turn to suffer," Chen Hao replied with a laugh. The two arrived at the pond, and Lu Xiaoji threw the power cord into the water. In an instant, the pond was electrified. A large number of fish rose from the bottom of the water and floated on the surface, all of which were stunned by the electric shock. Soon, the water ghost appeared in agony and struggled to climb ashore. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoji coldly pointed at it. The water ghost screamed in agony as its previously healed wounds reopened, bleeding profusely. The old man watched watched the show from the sidelines, feeling a sudden tightening in his anus. That kind of pain was simply unbearable. It felt as if a thick, heavy object was being forcibly inserted into my body. The water ghost was about to dive into the pond. Chunhao took out his flute and began to play. He used his A-level superpower, hypnotic melody. Although he had never learned the flute before, that did not prevent him from activating the lullaby. Under the influence of his supernatural power, he can hypnotize those around him simply by playing a tune. Chunhao, what are you bragging about? It sounds awful. It's making me wanna pee. Before Lu Xiaoji could finish speaking, he felt dizzy and fell into a deep sleep. Chunhao glanced at Lu Xiaoji, then turned his gaze to the water ghost. At this moment, the water ghost also fell into a coma. Its brow trembled slightly. Clearly, Lu Xiaoji's chrysanthemum finger attack had caused it significant damage. Even when he was unconscious, his brow continued to twitch. Chunhao took out a rope he had prepared beforehand and made a noose. He threw it suddenly, and it landed around the water ghost's neck, then pulled hard. They dragged the water ghost ashore. To prevent it from escaping back into the pond, Chunhao continued to drag it a short distance away from the pond. The water ghost was pulled ashore, and the friction of its body against the ground caused it excruciating pain, instantly waking it up. It struggled desperately, trying to break free from Chunhao's ropes. But once it reached the shore, it was like a limp shrimp, utterly powerless. It is virtually impossible to break free. The phoenix roars. Chunhao immediately unleashed his ultimate move. A fiery red phoenix appeared out of nowhere. It opened its mouth wide. A burst of scorching flame shot out and enveloped the water ghost. The water ghost screamed in agony as it was burned. Looking at its charred body and its constant screams of agony, Chunhao made a knife shape with his right hand and swung it sharply. Flame and gale slash. Sharp fire blades shot out from the air. They directly severed the water ghost's head. The water ghost's head rolled on the ground like a ball for a while. Fresh blood gushed from the severed neck. Ha! What's going on? Is it raining? Lu Xiaoji woke up from his sleep and subconsciously wiped his face. It's blood. Unfortunately, he accidentally swallowed a few drops of blood. No, I need to go take a shower. A rope flew over and lassoed Lu Xiaoji. Chunhao, what are you doing? Lu Xiaoji, are you out of your mind? The pond is electrified. Lu Xiaoji then realized what was happening. Chunhao conjured a fireball in each hand and threw it at the water ghost's corpse and head. The fireball fell and set the water ghost's corpse ablaze. Before long, the water ghost turned to ashes. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained S-rank superpower, water ghost power. Chunhao was stunned. Huh? System, what's going on? Killing a water ghost can grant me superpowers? Water ghosts are the embodiment of the resentment of the drowned. They attach themselves to the corpses and harm anyone who comes near the pond. Upon hearing this, Chunhao immediately understood. He looked at the description of the superpower he had just acquired. Water ghost power, S-rank ability, can only be used in water, immune to water attribute attacks, and its power is greatly increased in water, approximately 5 times. In the water, your strength can be increased 5-fold. The only downside is that this ability can only be used in water. If I get the ability to breathe underwater in the future, won't I just become the pirate king? Damn, this water is so dirty. How am I supposed to wash myself? Just as Chunhao was feeling troubled, he heard Lu Xiaoji cursing from not far away. Lu Xiaoji unplugged the power cord from the pond and prepared to wash his face. As a result, the pond was full of the blood of the water ghost. Seeing this, Chunhao said, if it can't be washed, then don't bother washing it. That won't do. If I don't wash it, my handsome face will be ruined. Why don't you come to my place to wash? The old man's house has running water, although he rarely uses it. Everyone usually uses water from the village pond because running water costs money. However, the pond water is now polluted and it will take time to purify it. Therefore, during this period, the villagers can only use tap water. Chunhao and the others followed the old man back to his home. After washing his face, Lu Xiaoji casually tossed his hair back. Ah, I feel so much better after washing my face. That handsome face is back, he said smugly. Alright, stop showing off. Mission accomplished, let's go back. Chunhao and Lu Xiaoji were about to leave. As soon as I reached the door, the villagers surrounded me. We heard that you helped us get rid of the water ghost, so we came here specifically to thank you. These are eggs laid by our old hen. If you don't mind, please take them home and eat them. I don't mind at all. I love eating free-range eggs the most. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Xiaoji had already snatched the eggs. I have some loofah here. I have sweet potatoes here. I still have some here. Not long after, Chunhao and Lu Xiaoji got into a tricycle. The truck bed was piled high with all sorts of things. If you didn't know better, you'd think they came here to buy goods. Chunhao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. He completed the task and successfully earned 5,000 points. He then went straight to the exchange center. Hello, I would like to exchange for a Master Realm Pill. The staff at the exchange center was a young woman. Seeing how handsome Chunhao was, her attitude immediately changed, and she said with a smile, our Supernatural Abilities Bureau just happens to have one Master Realm Pill left. Young man, you're really lucky. Chunhao smiled slightly. Lu Xiaoji chimed in smugly, of course. Who is our brother Hao? He's known as the Little Panan, whose beauty surpasses even the most beautiful pear blossom. How could his luck be bad? The young lady smiled and handed Chen Hao a porcelain bottle. Is this the Master Realm Pill? Chen Hao took the porcelain bottle and turned to ask Lu Xiaoji, Xiaoji, do you know how to use this thing? Lu Xiaoji had used the Master Realm Pill before, so he naturally knew the answer. Simple, just go directly to our bureau's closed-door training room. Swallow the Master Realm Pill, and then circulate your cultivation technique. Just focus on your training. Yes, that's how I got through it. Chen Hao immediately prepared to go to the seclusion room, but Lu Xiaoji showed no intention of following. You go first, I'm hungry, I'm going to eat first. By the time I finish eating, you'll probably be almost done with your cultivation. So Chen Hao went into the seclusion room, while Lu Xiaoji went to the cafeteria. Not long after the two left, two more people arrived. A man and a woman, both with blue hair. The woman excitedly said to the man, brother, I can finally exchange for Master Realm Pills. At that time, I will also be able to become a master-level expert like you. The man nodded. The two arrived at the exchange counter. Hello, I would like to exchange for a Master Realm Pill. Master Realm Pill? Sorry, we don't have any left. What? There aren't any left? Didn't you say there was one left? There was one, but it was just redeemed by a handsome young man. A handsome young man? Then when will the next batch of Master Realm Pills arrive? The staff member looked apologetic. I'm sorry, the next batch of Master Realm Pills won't be available until next month. What? Next month? The woman, who had been all smiles, suddenly turned pale. Brother, what should we do? I won't be able to advance this time. I'll have to wait until next month. Upon hearing this, the man frowned slightly. He seemed to have thought of something, and asked the female staff member next to him, do you know where the person who exchanged the Master Realm Pill went? Him? I heard he went to the seclusion room. The man immediately took his sister straight to the seclusion room. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they saw someone enter the seclusion room. The door closed slowly. Damn it, I was a step too late. The man gritted his teeth in anger. Brother, what should we do? Wah-ha-ha. The woman couldn't help but cry. What can we do? What else can we do but wait? Let's go back. I'm not leaving. The woman showed no intention of leaving after hearing her brother's words. I'm going to stay and see who exactly took my Master Realm Pill. Okay. The man dotes on his younger sister. She wanted to stay, so he naturally accompanied her. Chen Hao entered the seclusion room. The porcelain bottle was opened. A rich medicinal aroma immediately filled the air. He poured out the pill. There was only one, which he swallowed directly. He then sat cross-legged and began his cultivation. He naturally cultivated the Fire Phoenix technique. There is no corpse energy here, so cultivating the corpse cultivation technique is far less effective than the Fire Phoenix technique. Chen Hao improved the Fire Phoenix technique, and now the speed at which he absorbs alien energy has greatly increased. The Master Realm Pill entered his stomach. Chen Hao felt a surge of immense energy emanating from the pill. He was startled and quickly sped up the process. Previously, the strange energy in his meridians was like a trickle. After taking the Master Realm Pill, it felt as if he had encountered a flash flood. What's going on? That strange energy raged within his body, constantly eroding his meridians. The pain was unbearable. Chen Hao frowned, but he dared not relax at all. He could only grit his teeth and persevere, desperately circulating the Fire Phoenix technique. He didn't know how many times he had run the program. Just when he thought he was about to give up, a barrier has been breached. Chen Hao was pleasantly surprised to find that his dantian had expanded. It is filled with tiny, crystal-clear water droplets. He knew that those were tiny water droplets formed from condensed alien energy. Feel the meridians again. It was discovered that the width of the meridians had more than doubled. Although I was covered in wounds, it was all worth it. Chen Hao continued his cultivation. This time, he activated the Fire Phoenix technique at an exceptionally slow speed. The main purpose is to use external energy to repair damaged meridians. His body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xia Lighting had been waiting for a long time, feeling drowsy and yawning frequently. Bro, does that bastard know we're staking him out? So that's why you deliberately hid in the seclusion room? I don't think so. Xia Wuqing spoke. So what do we do now? Should we leave? Xia Wuqing wanted to leave. He was still angry just now, and his emotions were affected by Xia Lighting. My anger has subsided considerably. It took me a while to realize it. Chen Hao didn't seem to have done anything wrong. On the contrary, it was their fault. He would have left long ago if his sister hadn't insisted on staying. Leave? Leave where? We've waited so long. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave now? Okay, then let's wait a little longer. Just as the two were discussing it, the chicken is so beautiful. The chicken is so beautiful. A chubby little boy walked in from outside, carrying a roasted chicken in his hand. It smells so good. I really want to take a bite. Lu Xiaoji shook his head. Little G, you've already eaten. This was saved for Brother Hao. Lu Xiaoji just went to eat roast chicken. He ate one by himself and even packed one for Chen Hao. Lu Xiaoji discovered Xia Lighting and Xia Wuqing, a brother and sister pair. Oh, I thought it was someone else, but it's just Lu Xiaoji. What's wrong? Are you planning to eat your own kind? Xia Lighting said smugly. Eating chicken is such a wonderful thing. Lu Xiaoji subconsciously sniffed the roast chicken in his hand, then changed the subject. You old hag, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Upon hearing this, Xia Lighting immediately flew into a rage. Brother, come take a look at him and teach him a lesson. As soon as his sister finished speaking, Xia Wuqing's face immediately darkened. He can bully anyone, but he can't bully his sister. What? You doting brother, are you planning to lay a hand on me? Lu Xiaoji used to be afraid of Xia Wuqing, but now he has also become a superhuman at the master level. Lu Xiaoji, don't think you can get carried away just because you've broken through to the master realm. Today I'll show you that there are differences even among those at the master level. As he spoke, Xia Wuqing gathered water in his hands. Xia Wuqing is at the first level of the master realm and possesses the A-level superpower, water manipulation. Just as Xia Wuqing was preparing to have a showdown with Lu Xiaoji, the door to the seclusion room slowly opened and Chen Hao walked out. He stretched. Chen Hao felt a surge of power coursing through his body. During this breakthrough, he absorbed too much energy and his body was filled with supernatural abilities, making him appear somewhat bloated. All he wanted right now was a good, satisfying fight. Brother, look, that bastard is out. Upon hearing this, Xia Wuqing immediately changed his target. He conjured a jet of water in his right hand and charged towards Chen Hao. Although he didn't understand why, Chen Hao would never hesitate to fight back when the time came. He gathered flames in his right hand and hurled them at the column of water. The duel between the two sides has officially begun. The pillar of flame collided violently with the pillar of water. Xia Wuqing was somewhat surprised. He thought that Chen Hao had just broken through to the first level of the master realm and that he could easily defeat him. Unexpectedly, the opponent was able to fight him to a standstill. The two sides are locked in a stalemate. Seeing this, Xia Lighting couldn't help but say, brother, let me help you. She opened her umbrella, preparing to activate her Rain Woman ability. But Lu Xiaoji blocked his way. Lu Xiaoji, what do you want to do? This is none of the Rain Woman's business. Xia Lighting, you're already trying to get back at my brother Hao. How can you say it has nothing to do with me? Your brother Hao. A month later. You are all birds of a feather. Just as Xia Lighting was about to make her move. Wait a minute. What? Chickened out. I'm not backing down. It's just that you seem to have forgotten something. As Lu Xiaoji spoke, he waved his finger in front of Xia Lighting. Xia Lighting seemed to recall some terrible past events and subconsciously squeezed her legs together. You filthy scoundrel. Ah, that's more like it. Be a good boy/girl and you'll get candy. Bad baby. As Lu Xiaoji spoke, he extended his right index finger. Xia Lighting's face turned dark instantly upon hearing this. She wanted to curse but didn't dare, fearing that Lu Xiaoji would do it again. She was in so much pain that she had to stay in bed for 3 days. Even now, thinking back on it still brings a dull ache. The battle between Chen Hao and Xia Wuqing was gradually coming to an end. Chen Hao's flames ultimately shattered Xia Wuqing's water flow. Xia Wuqing was knocked back and fell heavily to the ground. He looked at Chen Hao in shock. I thought I was a chosen one of heaven. I never imagined there were heavens beyond heavens, and people beyond people, that there were beings even stronger than myself. Just who is this guy? Having just broken through, the amount of alien energy within him is even greater than mine. Xia Wuqing was completely baffled. Xia Lighting ran over and helped him up. Xia Wuqing gave Chen Hao a cold glance. I've noted down what happened today. Remember this, I will definitely get my revenge for what happened today. After saying that, Xia Wuqing turned and left. Chen Hao watched his retreating figure, his mind filled with doubt. I was cultivating myself perfectly fine, but unexpectedly, someone came to my door to cause trouble for no reason. At this moment, Lu Xiaoji walked over. He comforted Chen Hao. Brother Hao, don't take it to heart. These two siblings have such bad tempers. They act erratically, and it's not just you, they've provoked others as well. But Hao Ji, you're really amazing. You are the first person to defeat him. As Lu Xiaoji spoke, he cast an admiring glance at Chen Hao. Oh, right, Hao Ji, this is the roast chicken I packed for you. Eat it while it's hot. Chen Hao took the roast chicken from Lu Xiaoji. I was starving, so I didn't stand on ceremony and started eating right away. Before long, Chen Hao had swallowed a whole roasted chicken. For the next few days, Chen Hao did nothing but cultivate. He has now completely stabilized his cultivation level. After his realm stabilized, Chen Hao suddenly thought of something. That means he has to start learning to play the Xiao vertical bamboo flute. He took out his phone and checked. I found a music store with a good reputation. He went to the store based on the address on his phone. The People's Musical Instrument Museum. Chen Hao glanced at the signboard. I just don't know if this is truly a people's price. The Folk Musical Instrument Museum is tucked away in a corner. That's why the interior space is surprisingly spacious. Welcome, how can I help you? A middle-aged woman wearing an apron asked Chen Hao with a smile. Hello, I'd like to learn how to play the Xiao vertical bamboo flute. The woman paused for a moment, then said, perfect timing, we just hired a flute teacher recently. Hey, Kobayashi, come here for a second. The proprietress saw someone walking walking by in the distance. Boss lady, what's wrong? A woman in a white dress walked over. Chen Hao sized her up. The woman was quite attractive, with fair skin and hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. He exuded a peaceful and serene aura. This guest said he wanted to learn to play the xiao, vertical bamboo flute. Why don't you take him to try out the class? The woman smiled, revealing her adorable dimples. She led Chen Hao toward the music room. She smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Ling. I heard you want to learn to play the xiao, vertical bamboo flute. Can you tell me why?" "Nothing special, just a hobby." Lin Ling didn't ask any more questions and began to explain. Chen Hao has extremely high comprehension. He was able to quickly grasp the concepts once Lin Ling taught him. Lin Ling frowned slightly, unable to contain her curiosity. "Have you studied this before?" Chen Hao shook his head. "Then you are truly gifted." She cast an envious glance at her. The trial class went by quickly. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The proprietress walked in with a big smile on her face. "How was it? Were you satisfied with the course?" Chen Hao nodded. "Are you planning to enroll in a class?" "Our courses cost 300 yuan per session. If you buy a package, it's 8,888 yuan for 30 lessons. Chen Hao asked with a smile. "Can we take it one session at a time?" The proprietress was stunned. This was the first time she had encountered someone choosing to attend a single class period. "Thank you very much, ma'am." For the next few days, Chen Hao went to class whenever Lin Ling was free. His flute-playing skills improved by leaps and bounds. Whenever Chen Hao played a melodious tune, Lin Ling's face would be filled with joy. He is completely different from Shi Jian. On the contrary, she experienced the satisfaction of teaching success with Chen Hao. Lin Ling is rather introverted and doesn't have many friends, but when she was with Chen Hao, she felt a touch of warmth from his friendship. "Congratulations, you finally learned to play the flute. Go back and practice more, and you'll definitely surpass me in the future." Hearing her say that, Chen Hao replied with a smile, "I have to thank teacher Lin Ling for all of this. When we have time in the future, we can have a friendly competition on our flute skills." "Okay." Lin Ling nodded in agreement. "By the way, it's getting late. How about I treat you to a simple meal? This is also to thank you for your help these past few days." When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Lin Ling felt that Chen Hao was a good person after spending the last few days with him, so she did not refuse. "There's a restaurant nearby that makes really delicious tofu casserole. Let's go there." Lin Ling made a suggestion to Chen Hao. Chen Hao was still worrying about what to take Lin Ling to eat, but she took the initiative to offer a suggestion. The two left the music store and went to the restaurant. After ordering, Chen Hao and Lin Ling waited there. "Brother, this tofu casserole is so delicious." "Yeah, I know. Let me tell you, you'll definitely want to come back after you've tried it." A sound came from outside. After a while, the two people came in. Chen Hao looked at them and paused for a moment. "What's going on? Why did I run into these two troublemakers here? What a small world." Upon seeing Xia Wuching and Xia Lighting, Chen Hao couldn't help but mentally complain. "What's going on?" Xia Lighting also noticed Chen Hao. "Brother, it's that bastard." She walked up to Chen Hao as she spoke. "This time, Lu Xiaoji's little penis is gone. I'd like to see who else can help you." Lin Ling cleared her throat. When Xia Lighting saw Lin Ling, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Sister Lin Ling, how could you be with this bastard?" "Lighting, can't you behave yourself a little in public?" Seeing Lin Ling's displeasure, Xia Lighting immediately composed herself. "Alright, since you're here, let's sit down and eat together," Lin Ling said to Xia Wuching and Xia Lighting. The brother and sister obediently pulled over stools and sat down. "Teacher Lin, who are they?" "They are my students." "Oh, I forgot to tell you, my real profession is not a music teacher. It's from the Superpower Bureau." "The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities?" Chen Hao glanced at Lin Ling subconsciously, feeling that she was somewhat unfamiliar. "I rarely go back to the Superpower Bureau." Chen Hao instinctively used his SSS ability, True Sight, to glance at Lin Ling. 8th level of the General Realm. S-rank ability, Sonic Attack. If a high-level ability user deliberately conceals their aura, a low-level user will not be able to detect it at all. "Teacher Lin, this bastard is also from our Supernatural Abilities Bureau. I just joined recently," Xia Lighting said. Upon hearing this, a strange light flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. "Looks like I haven't been back to the Superpower Bureau for too long. There are new people who have joined, and I don't even know them." "Chen Hao, what kind of superpower do you have?" "It's nothing, just a B-level, imitation, ability." "Imitation ability?" Lin Ling tried to recall, but couldn't remember for a moment. There are so many superpowers in the world that it's almost impossible to remember them all. "Teacher Lin, this guy's superpower is that he can imitate other people's superpowers. The effect is 1/10 of that of other people's superpowers. However, there are conditions for launching it. You have to watch others use their abilities and understand those abilities before you can learn them." In order to deal with Chen Hao, Xia Lighting has investigated him thoroughly. Being able to mimic other people's superpowers? That's quite interesting. "Hello, the tofu casserole is here." At this moment, the waiter brought over the tofu casserole. "You've come at the perfect time. Could you please add another order of spicy chicken wings, spicy crayfish, fried lotus lotus root slices, and stir-fried potatoes, green peppers, and eggplant? Xia Lighting said to the waiter. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter left. Chen Hao and the others then began to eat. Throughout the incident, Xia Lighting kept glaring at Chen Hao. Chen Hao ignored her gaze and continued eating. People who are despicable will be punished by heaven. Wow, I'm so full today. Xia Lighting showed no girlish reserve whatsoever, speaking casually with a toothpick in her mouth. The four of them walked out of the restaurant and headed towards the main road outside. Help! Robbery! Hearing the shouts, Xia Lighting could no longer bear it and immediately chased after the direction from which the sound came. Before Xia Wuqing could react, Xia Lighting had already vanished without a trace. Xia Lighting rushed to a woman's side. Robbery? Where exactly was the robbery? Where are they? Where are the robbers? She instinctively stared at the woman. Unexpectedly, the woman curled her lips into a cold smile, opened her mouth slightly, and exhaled a puff of red smoke. Xia Lighting was caught off guard and fainted immediately after inhaling the red smoke. The woman grabbed the unconscious Xia Lighting and quickly hid in a nearby room. Sister! Sister! Xia Wuqing rushed over. He looked around, only to find the place completely empty. His heart tightened. He knew something was wrong. Chen Hao and Lin Ling also rushed over. Ruthless, what happened? Where is Lighting? Teacher Lin, Lighting is missing. Lin Ling was shocked. Although Xia Lighting's strength is not great, she is still at the 9th level of the warrior realm. To be able to take her away so quietly, the other party must be a master. Let's look around, Chen Hao suggested. The three then scattered. Chen Hao and his team searched the surrounding area thoroughly, but they still couldn't find any trace of Xia Lighting. It seems the other party planned this all along, Lin Ling said. She immediately took out her phone and dialed the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities for help. Soon, three figures appeared. Tian Wenjing, Lu Xiaoji, and a guy who looks a bit like a dog. The three of them are the closest superhumans to this place. Lin Ling was delighted when she saw the guy who looked like a dog. Feng Mo, thank you for your help. Feng Mo asked Xia Wuqing, do you have any of her things here? Is this hair clip okay? Feng Mo smelled the hair clip Xia Wuqing handed him, and then began to track him down. Chen Hao looked at Feng Mo, his eyes narrowing slightly. This guy is at the 6th level of the Master Realm and possesses a B-level ability called Scent Tracking. It has to be said that Feng Mo's arrival was perfectly timed. Under his leadership, Chen Hao and his team began their pursuit. After Xia Lighting was drugged by that woman, the woman carried her through the secret passage to a secluded spot. They then boarded the vehicle and headed to the secret base. Looking at Xia Lighting sleeping soundly, the woman was filled with excitement. We caught a big one tonight. A 9th level cultivator, still a fledgling, a fresh commodity, will definitely fetch a good price. The car sped forward and soon drove into a cave. Come, take her away and discipline her properly. The woman gave instructions to a man who looked like a madam. Sai, remember that, be careful. This is a rookie, and a warrior level ability user at that, priceless. There are always some people with strange tastes who like Xia Lighting. Xia Lighting was taken away. The madam led her into a dark room. Give her a pill. Then he ordered his men to tie Xia Lighting to a cross. Then, she scooped up a basin of water and splashed it on Xia Lighting's face. Xia Lighting woke up suddenly. Who are you? Where is this place? Why am I tied up? Let me go. Do you know who I am? Xia Lighting roared and questioned the madam. The madam was already used to this. She gave a cold laugh and said, I don't care who you are. If you're trained by me, even if you're a fairy, you'll have to obediently become a demon child. As she spoke, the madam gestured for someone to turn the cross upside down. An ant nest was hidden at the base of the cross. As the cross was turned upside down, red ants crawled out. No, please don't. Xia Lighting couldn't help but cry out. Unfortunately, no one could hear her voice. Led by Feng Mo, Chen Hao and his group finally arrived at the secret base. It's just ahead. Alright, everyone be careful. If we are outmatched, we will retreat immediately. Lin Ling whispered instructions to everyone. Little sister, wait for me, I will definitely rescue you. Xia Wuqing charged ahead, being the first to rush into the base. Chen Hao and his group followed closely behind. Most people in the base were just ordinary people and could not compete with Chen Hao and his group at all. Led by Feng Mo, Chen Hao and his group found Xia Lighting. At this moment, Xia Lighting was tied to a cross, and red ants had crawled all over her legs. She was in a state of mental breakdown, her saliva, tears, and sweat mixed together, making her look utterly wretched. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but exclaim, no way, this is too tragic. Enraged, Xia Wuqing kicked the madam, killing her instantly. He then stepped forward and untied his sister from her restraints. Xia Lighting trembled uncontrollably, as if she had gone mad. Xia Wuqing was afraid she would run away, so he held her tightly, as if afraid she would break free from his embrace. Seeing this, Chen Hao took out his flute and began to play. As the hypnotic zone ability was activated, Xia Lighting gradually fell into a deep sleep. After several days of practice, Chen Hao was now able to hypnotize a person on his own. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with surprise when she saw this. I never expected Chen Hao to have such abilities. Damn it, do you think you can cut off my source of income? A man wielding a large machete walked over from the other side. A charming charming woman was also with him, constantly throwing flirtatious glances at Chen Hao and his companions. She was the one who took Xia Lighting away. You're from the Scorpion Brigade. Lin Ling recognized the black scorpion mark on the neck of the leading man. That's right, I'm from the Scorpion Troop. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a half-human, half-scorpion monster. The woman also completed her transformation, becoming a half-human, half-snake monster. A-level superpower, Scorpion Demon Possession. Level A superpower, Snake Spirit Possession. The Scorpion Man was stronger, reaching the 7th level of the realm. The Snake Spirit Woman was slightly inferior, only at the 9th level of the Master Realm. Lin Ling took out her flute and said to Chen Hao and the others with a serious expression, "That Snake Spirit Woman is yours now. I'll handle the Scorpion Man." As she spoke, she began to play. An invisible sonic blade shot out from the sky. The Scorpion Man instinctively raised his large machete to block. The sonic blade struck the blade, forcing him back several steps. Damn, that woman is ruthless. The Scorpion Man hadn't expected Lin Ling to be so powerful. Knowing he was no match for them, he turned to run away. Where do you think you're going? Lin Ling pursued relentlessly. Chen Hao and his team focused all their efforts on dealing with the Snake Spirit Woman. The Snake Spirit was far stronger than them, forcing Chen Hao and his companions to constantly dodge. Gotcha, you fiend. Taste the power of my finger. Lu Xiaoji seized the opportunity and suddenly pointed out with his finger. The Snake Spirit let out a painful wail. The tearing sensation made her soul tremble. Seeing this, Chen Hao hurriedly took out his flute again and played it. Lullaby, the supernatural power is used once again. Upon hearing the melody, the Snake Spirit gradually fainted. Lu Xiaoji, who was standing next to Chen Hao, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Brother Hao, your flute playing skills are getting better and better. I almost peed my pants because of that. That's really impressive. What? Play it for me sometime, so I can experience the charm of playing the flute. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaoji. He then said, my hypnosis can only last for a short while. Let's all work together and take care of that guy. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately activated the supernatural energy within their bodies. Flame and Gale Slash. 5 attacks landed on the Snake Spirit at the same time. The Snake Spirit Woman woke up from the hypnosis in pain. She tried to fight back. At that moment, the sound of a flute rang out again. She fell into a coma again. Brother Hao, you're amazing. Your flute playing skills are truly unparalleled. Seeing that Chen Hao had once again controlled the Snake Spirit Woman with his flute, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but shout loudly. Tian Wenjing and the others standing nearby also showed expressions of surprise. They didn't expect that Chen Hao's control skills could be used an unlimited number of times. The group once again joined forces to launch an attack. This time, Chen Hao changed his strategy. He threw the Nepalese kukri in his hand at the Snake Spirit Woman. The military knife emitted a purple light, clearly indicating that it was coated with poison. The Nepalese kukri plunged deep into the Snake Spirit's body. Although she wasn't killed on the spot, her death was inevitable. After the Snake Spirit woke up, she no longer dared to resist. Seeing this, Fo Mimo quickly chased after him. Chen Hao and the others followed closely behind. Finally, in a passageway, they saw the Snake Spirit lying on the ground. Seeing this, no one dared to step forward rashly. They were afraid she had faked her death. Chen Hao used the Eye of True Sight to investigate and confirmed that she was dead. Then, he threw a fireball, setting the Snake Spirit's corpse ablaze. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained A-level superpower, Snake Spirit Possession. Hearing the system notification, Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly. The Scorpion Troop's abilities are still the most powerful. The members of the Scorpion Troop all possess supernatural abilities. Moreover, most of them possess advanced superpowers. After obtaining the Snake Spirit Possession, Chen Hao did not hesitate to decompose it. He didn't want to become that kind of inhuman, ghostly creature. Ding dong, congratulations host. Decomposition successful. Obtained 100,000 original ability beads. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao fused the 100,000 primal energy beads with power enhancement. Ding dong, congratulations host. Your strength enhancement ability has successfully advanced to A level. Chen Hao looked at power enhancement. Strength enhancement, A level ability, increases strength fourfold for times, which means the power has quadrupled. He tried to activate the strength enhancement ability. Feel the power bursting forth from my arms. Chen Hao suddenly felt that he could kill an elephant with a single punch. The sounds of battle could be heard in the distance. Chen Hao, Tian Wenjing, and the others immediately rushed towards the direction of the sound. Damn it! The Scorpion Man was covered in wounds. He glared angrily at Lin Ling, who was not far away. You filthy woman! Lin Ling's strength is slightly higher than that of the Scorpion Man. It was this advantage that allowed her to dominate the Scorpion Man. Even if I die, you won't have an easy time. Despite his injuries, the Scorpion Man charged toward Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling put the flute to her lips and began to play. A sharp sound wave pierced the air. A direct hit to the Scorpion Man's neck. Ah! Cut off his head. Blue blood gushed out. Lin Ling was unable to dodge, and some of the blood splattered onto her. her. She looked at her arm. Oh no, it's poisonous. Lin Ling finally understood what the Scorpion Man meant by if I die, you won't have an easy time either. But by now, it's all too late. The venom of the Scorpion Man is extremely potent. Lin Ling's right arm quickly turned purple, visibly so. She had considered making a drastic decision, but the thought of having to live with only one hand for the rest of my life, she abandoned the idea of cutting off her wrist. She was determined to die rather than live a life of dishonor. Teacher Lin. Tian Wenjing had worked at the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities for a long time, so she naturally knew Lin Ling. Seeing that Lin Ling was poisoned, her face turned serious and she looked tense. I'm fine, Lin Ling said with difficulty. How is everyone? Lin Ling was poisoned. She forced herself to stay awake and asked Tian Wenjing. Everyone is alright. Everyone frowned involuntarily as they looked at the poisoned Lin Ling. They were completely helpless against this poison. Seeing this, Chen Hao quickly thought of a solution. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards the Scorpion Man. Chen Hao, with his sharp eyes, noticed something, just as he was about to go and get it. Chen Hao, what are you doing? Lin Ling questioned him nervously. She had just been poisoned by touching the Scorpion Man's blood, and now the Scorpion Man's whole body was covered in poisonous blood. How could she not be worried that Chen Hao was going to touch him? Chen Hao smiled slightly upon hearing this. Teacher Lin, I'm trying to find a way to save you. As he spoke, Chen Hao pulled a bottle out of the Scorpion Man's arms. Everyone was shocked by his actions, because when Chen Hao took the bottle, his hand also came into contact with the Scorpion Man's venomous blood. He was also poisoned. Feng Yamo and Xia Wuqing immediately took a few steps back. They didn't want to get involved in this. Chen Hao, you. Lin Ling was so angry she couldn't speak. Lu Xiaoji was filled with worry, completely baffled as to why Chen Hao would do such a thing. Tian Wenjing also showed a pained expression. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Hao opened the bottle. Ugh, it really does stink. Chen Hao poured a dark-colored pill out of the bottle. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. After the pill entered the stomach, the purple poison gas on Chen Hao's body, which was about to turn into Thanos, visibly dissipated rapidly. Come on, Teacher Lin, you should take this pill too. Lin Ling took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. She was poisoned for longer than Chen Hao, so the poison dissipated more slowly, as the toxins in Lin Ling's body gradually dissipated. Brother Hao is awesome. Lu Xiaoji wasn't very educated. The only word he could say was awesome. Chen Hao, how did you know the bottle contained pills? I guessed. Guess. Tian Wenjing was slightly taken aback after hearing this, not expecting Chen Hao's answer to be so simple. What if you guess wrong? So what if I guessed wrong? At worst, I'll die with Teacher Lin. Lin Ling's cheeks flushed slightly. This kid must have some special skills, Xia Wuqing said in a low voice. Yes, he is indeed not simple. Feng Yamo couldn't help but sigh. Chen Hao conjured 2 balls of flame, burning the Scorpion Man's corpse to ashes. Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the corpse, gained an A-level superpower, Scorpion Demon Possession. Chen Hao decomposed the Scorpion Demon Possession and regained 100,000 original supernatural power beads. Initially, he planned to use these 100,000 beads on the Super Brain, but he later changed his mind, because what he urgently needs right now is a healing or detoxification ability. After Lin Ling finished detoxifying, support personnel from the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities also arrived. After handing the scene over to them, Chen Hao and his group embarked on their return journey. On the way, Chen Hao pondered a question. How do I find healing or detoxification abilities? I can't just pick anyone to attack. Chen Hao couldn't bring himself to harm the innocent. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Xiaoji, who was dozing off beside him. Little lucky. Ha, brother Hao, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoji rubbed his sleepy eyes. Xiaoji, do you think we have any way to hunt down those people with superpowers? Especially those who commit crimes. Chen Hao's eyes lit up after hearing this. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoji had a solution. Wait me a moment. Lu Xiaoji took out his phone and quickly started searching. A moment later, he handed the phone to Chen Hao. See this? This is our Bureau of Supernatural Abilities bounty list. These guys are all vicious villains. The reward is absolutely generous as long as you can hunt down a target. Is this a bounty board? Chen Hao, who had only recently joined the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, was not yet very familiar with these things. He took Lu Xiaoji's phone and began to examine it carefully. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities bounty list is somewhat like an assassin's mission list. However, this is an official announcement. Killing people on the list is not only not illegal, but can also earn you merit and rewards. Chen Hao quickly flipped through the list, and the top targets were all top-tier big shots, completely out of his reach. He turned to the last page and quickly found his target. Evil Doctor. This evil doctor is at the 2nd level of the Master Realm and possesses the C-level superpower, Hand of God. This Hand of God is a healing skill. Chen Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the information about the evil doctor. He began to activate the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities systems, attempting to locate the evil doctor's current location. The result left Chen Hao somewhat disappointed. The evil doctor doctor's level is too low. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities did not update his status in real time. The latest information is from a month ago. Chunhao was momentarily stumped and couldn't help but sigh. Is it that hard to find? Seeing this, Lu Xiaoji frowned and asked, Brother Hao, what's wrong? You look so worried. Nothing much, I just wanted to cause trouble for this guy. Unfortunately, we couldn't find out his exact location. Lu Xiaoji smiled slightly. What's so difficult about that? Of course, don't you know who I am? Leave this to me. The group returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Lu Xiaoji led the way, with Chen Hao following closely behind. They soon arrived at an office. As soon as he entered, Chen Hao was stunned by the scene before him. The room was full of computers, piled up like a small mountain. A person is sitting in a gaming chair, enjoying potato chips. Hearing the door open, she turned around. Xiaoji, what brings you here? Sis, this is my boss. He wants to find someone. Could you please help him look into it? Upon hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed across the woman's face, and she was about to refuse. Upon seeing Chen Hao's appearance, she was immediately stunned, and her heart began to race. Handsome guy, she hurriedly said to Lu Xiaoji. Xiaoji, you really are something. You brought a friend over without telling me beforehand, which made me not put on makeup. She turned around, stood up, and extended her hand to Chen Hao. Hello, handsome young man, what's your name? My name is Lu Fengfeng. Nice to meet you. By the way, my brother told me you're looking for someone. Who are you looking for? Oh, I'm looking for this guy. Chen Hao quickly took out his phone and handed the information about the evil doctor to Lu Fengfeng. Okay, just a moment. Hey handsome, there's some soda and snacks over there. Feel free to eat. As she spoke, Lu Fengfeng sat back in her gaming chair and began typing on the keyboard. The sound of typing filled the entire room. Chen Hao glanced at the snacks she was talking about. His lips twitched involuntarily. It's really just a tiny bit. Snacks piled up all over the table. No wonder she's so heavy. Lu Fengfeng is even more outrageous than Lu Xiaoji. It is estimated to weigh 200 jin, 100 kilograms. She dyed her hair blonde. Its panda-like size is comparable to 2 large watermelons. Sitting in the gaming chair feels like being a mountain. Chen Hao was even worried that she might accidentally break the chair. Alright, found it, Chen Hao asked in surprise. Of course, look who did it. While eating popcorn, Lu Xiaoji said smugly to Chen Hao. His tone was full of pride. It won't be that fast. Lu Fengfeng walked over and snatched the popcorn bucket from Lu Xiaoji's hand. Sis, what's wrong with letting me have something to eat? This is for the guests. If you want some, go buy it yourself. After saying that, Lu Fengfeng handed the popcorn bucket to Chen Hao. Sorry, I'm not hungry. Chen Hao watched as Lu Xiaoji stuffed the popcorn directly into his mouth, and the popcorn in the bucket was covered in his saliva. He didn't want to touch it. If you're not hungry, then don't eat. By the way, the information you asked me to find is here. As Lu Fengfeng spoke, she handed the documents to Chen Hao. Chen Hao glanced at it and secretly admired Lu Fengfeng for listing all the places the evil doctor had recently appeared in detail. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. I'll treat you to dinner another day. After saying that, Chen Hao left Lu Fengfeng's office. As he stepped outside, Lu Fengfeng's special ability kept replaying in his mind. A-level superpower, super hacker? Is this considered a superpower? But Lu Fengfeng's performance just now has proven that this superpower is indeed incredibly powerful. Chen Hao began to carefully examine the information Lu Fengfeng had given him and discovered that the place where the evil doctor had been appearing most frequently recently was actually the male escort bar. A male escort bar? After a day of rest, Chen Hao went to the male escort bar in the evening. The bar was already quite crowded. As soon as Chen Hao entered the room, he felt everyone's eyes on him. His intuition told him that there was something strange about those looks. Hey, handsome young man, all alone? A man wearing lipstick and dressed in an effeminate manner swayed his hips as he walked over. Chen Hao glanced at him and noticed that he was wearing lace-trimmed floral shorts, which were sticking out of his skin. Chen Hao ignored him and walked straight inside. The guy was ignored, gave a cold snort, and turned to find someone else. Hey bro, wanna have something exciting tonight? As soon as the perverted man left, another person walked over with a smile. Chen Hao glanced at him. He was a burly, dark-skinned man whose thick arm hair made him wonder if it could keep mosquitoes away. The man reached out and touched Chen Hao's face. Chen Hao quickly grabbed his hand. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. The burly man's face darkened, and he turned and walked away. Chen Hao walked to the counter. Young man, what would you like to drink? Behind the counter was a square-faced middle-aged man who asked Chen Hao with a smile. Do you have any recommendations? How about green grassland? Okay, I'll have a cup of green grassland. Okay, just a moment. The bartender started mixing drinks. Chen Hao sat down and looked around the bar. There are almost no women here. Occasionally you might see 2 women sitting together. Most of them were groups of men. A man was groping another man in front of everyone. Damn, this guy's gay. Chen Hao never expected that the male escort bar was actually a gay bar. Hello, your green grassland is ready. The bartender handed the drink to Chen Hao, who took a sip and frowned. Are you alright? Why does this wine taste like grass? I'm fine. Ha, this liquor is made by mixing hay and whiskey. Chen Hao shook shook his head helplessly. No wonder the name is Green Grassland. It's better to suffer a loss than to be heartbroken. As he was drinking and waiting, a man walked in. He was wearing a white suit, a white hat, and a red tie, and was leaning on a cane. He's finally here. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the man. The evil doctor walked in. The guy who had just tried to seduce Chen Hao was holding a glass of wine and walking towards the evil doctor. Upon seeing this, the evil doctor's lips curled into a slight smile. He took the man's wine glass and casually patted the man's buttocks. "Sweetie, did you miss me? Ugh, how annoying." The girl fidgeted like a shy young girl and quickly ran away. The evil doctor smiled slightly as he saw this. He picked up his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Then they walked toward the counter. He paused slightly when he saw Chen Hao. The host club is a gay bar, and only regulars come here. People with outstanding looks like Chen Hao are rare and exceptional. The evil doctor stared at Chen Hao and couldn't help but lick his lips. "Young man, feel free to order whatever you'd like to drink tonight, it's on me." As he said this, his eyes kept scanning Chen Hao. In his eyes, Chen Hao was more like a great beauty than a man. The customers of male escort bars are mostly burly men or effeminate men. People like Chen Hao, with his delicate skin and righteous aura, make you want to bring him down from his pedestal. Feeling the evil doctor's aggressive gaze, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He smiled and replied, "Thank you very much." "Ah, come on, let's have a drink," the evil doctor said, and sat down next to Chen Hao. After a few drinks, the evil doctor's hand slowly reached towards Chen Hao. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao instinctively moved away. The evil doctor's eyes lit up. His favorite birds are these newly hatched chicks. "There are too many people here, how about we go outside?" Chen Hao had a slight blush on his face and was acting like he was drunk. The evil doctor couldn't hold back any longer. "Young man, let's go outside and have a chat." With the help of the evil doctor, Chen Hao followed him outside. The people in the bar gritted their teeth at the sight. "Damn, I should have made a move. We've lost a fortune. We've lost a fortune. That kid was actually a fledgling. Oh my god, if I could get my hands on him, tonight would be the absolute blast." "Sigh, that guy got off easy." The evil doctor helped Chen Hao out of the bar. "Are you drunk? There's a small hotel not far away. I'll get you a room so you can get some rest." "Book a hotel room? That's such a waste of money." Chen Hao pointed to a small alley nearby. The place was dimly lit and pitch black. The evil doctor laughed when he heard this. "I didn't expect Chen Hao to be so open-minded and like this style. Okay, let's go there." As he spoke, he helped Chen Hao into the alley. As soon as we entered the alley, the evil doctor couldn't resist, so he unbuckled his belt and took off his pants. Chen Hao glanced at it in the dim light. Good heavens, this thing is an enoki mushroom. However, since the other party is being so proactive, Chen Hao naturally couldn't spoil his fun. The other person's hand had already reached out. Chen Hao flipped his hand, and a dagger appeared in his hand. The dagger gleamed with a purple light, clearly indicating it was poisoned. Chen Hao slashed out with his dagger. The evil doctor couldn't dodge in time. Chen Hao performed a castration surgery on him. The evil doctor collapsed to the ground in pain, clutching his groin tightly with both hands. Fresh blood gushed from the wound. Looking at the evil doctor rolling on the ground, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. He conjured a ball of flame in his right hand and hurled it fiercely. The flames instantly engulfed the evil doctor. He turned into a ball of flame, letting out a mournful wail. Chen Hao suddenly threw the dagger in his hand. The dagger pierced the evil doctor's chest with pinpoint accuracy, killing him instantly. Looking at the now dead evil doctor, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. The evil doctor never understood why someone would try to assassinate him, even until the very last moment of his life. Although he was once a ruthless dismemberment killer, but he has retired from crime for many years and no longer does evil. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained a sea-level superpower, Hand of God. Hand of God is a sea-level superpower that can heal injuries to a certain extent. Seeing this, Chen Hao fused all 100,000 supernatural beads he had previously obtained into the Hand of God. Ding dong, congratulations host. Hand of God has successfully advanced to A-level ability. Chen Hao was very satisfied with having such a healing ability. He glanced at the evil doctor, now reduced to ashes, and turned to leave. This operation gave Chen Hao a taste of success, but he also realized a problem. That is because I am too conspicuous. The success of this sneak attack was entirely due to the enemy's carelessness. But next time, I'm afraid I won't be so lucky. If only I could have the ability to conceal my presence. Chen Hao gradually grew to enjoy the feeling of playing dumb to outsmart others. He made his opponents mistakenly believe that he was just an ordinary person, thus lowering their guard. Then, at the crucial moment, he suddenly struck and killed the opponent. Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. I ran into Lu Xiaoji as soon as I arrived at the door. Have you got it sorted out? Chen Hao nodded. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but rub his hands together, his expression full of lewdness. Lu Xiaoji always spoke in a friendly manner, but the more friendly he was, the more greasy he seemed. Do you remember our agreement? An agreement? You mean the mission? Lu Xiaoji nodded. He had previously graciously helped Chen Hao complete a task for free once. Now it's Chen Hao's turn to help him. Okay, what kind of mission do you want to do? No rush, come with me. Led by Lu Xiaoji, Chen Hao arrived at a place. Xiaomei, come here. Lu Xiaoji called out, and a shy girl walked towards them from not far away. Chen Hao noticed that the girl had a small face and a small mouth and looked petite and pitiful. We must never let our children suffer, no matter how tough things get. Chen Hao felt a surge of emotion. Even Potato Head's mother is probably stronger than her. He looked closely at the girl and discovered a deep scar on her right leg. Brother Hao, her mission is to find the 7-colored coral. She is timid and her strength is only at the 9th level of the talent realm. That's why she came to me. Brother Hao, you know I don't have many strengths, but I like to help others. Hearing Lu Xiaoji's words, Chen Hao shook his head helplessly. This guy clearly has ulterior motives. However, judging from the current situation, the probability of Lu Xiaoji becoming boiling sheep is as high as 1000%. Chen Hao did not expose this. After all, Lu Xiaoji was immersed in his own fantasy. If we point it out, the two of them will probably fall out. Chen Hao spoke. Lu Xiaoji nodded in agreement. Then he looked at Yang Xiaomei. Xiaomei, I knew he would help us. Yang Xiaomei glanced at Chen Hao subconsciously, her face slightly flushed, looking somewhat shy. The three of them set off together, heading straight for the ferry. After renting a boat, the three set off. Xiaomei, I didn't know you could drive a boat. Lu Xiaoji originally wanted to hire a boatman. Unexpectedly, Yang Xiaomei knew how to drive, which immediately dispelled the idea of hiring someone. My home is right by the sea, and my parents are fishermen. Of course we'll sail. Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji sat on the boat. It rocked up and down with the rise and fall of the boat. Chen Hao would glance around from time to time, and then stare at Yang Xiaomei, carefully noting down every detail and skill she used to control the boat. Lu Xiaoji, however, kept his eyes fixed on Yang Xiaomei, never looking away. As time passed, the surrounding waves gradually calmed down. Chen Hao closed his eyes and quietly felt the coolness of the sea breeze caressing his face. He unconsciously reached his hand into the seawater. For some reason, as soon as he entered the water, he felt a strange power rapidly flowing through his body. What on earth is going on? He was startled and quickly realized what was happening. So it's the power of the water demon. To be honest, I've never tried using this ability since I got it. Now that we're at sea, this might be a good opportunity to give it a try. Yang Xiaomei skillfully maneuvered the boat and quickly sailed into a specific sea area. This sea area is rich in colorful corals. Please be careful when you go into the water. Man-eating sharks appear here from time to time. Before coming, Yang Xiaomei made thorough preparations and knew the sea area like the back of her hand. Okay, I understand. Lu Xiaoji nodded in response. Alright, you two put on your diving suits first. The two of us? Chen Hao was somewhat surprised to hear Yang Xiaomei's words. Yang Xiaomei smiled slightly, then nimbly leaped into the sea. The moment she touched the water, her body changed. Her upper body remained human, but her lower body transformed into a fish tail. Chen Hao was shocked. He never expected that Yang Xiaomei was actually a mermaid. No, she possesses the mermaid ability. This Class B ability allows her to transform into a mermaid. The reason Chen Hao called her a mermaid instead of a beautiful mermaid is because she has nothing to do with beauty. After all, with two seashells covering its head, it doesn't look pretty at all. Unlike Chen Hao, Lu Xiaoji's eyes showed more affection when he saw Yang Xiaomei after she transformed, and he even subconsciously bit his lip. Chen Hao ignored Lu Xiaoji, quickly put on his diving suit, and jumped into the sea. Hey, Haoji, wait for me. Lu Xiaoji jumped down right after him. The three of them swam together into the deep sea. Wow, it's so beautiful. The coral reefs in front of us are vibrant and colorful. Under the sunlight, the colorful corals shimmer with a mesmerizing glow. The mud on the seabed is also quite special. This is glowing soil. Chen Hao was pleasantly surprised to find that the soil emitted a faint glow, making the originally dark seabed appear transparent and bright. Yang Xiaomei was in the water like a fish in water, breathing freely without needing an oxygen mask. She walked in front, with Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji following closely behind. Hurry up, we're almost there, Yang Xiaomei urged. The three arrived at a coral reef. This isn't rainbow coral. That's not it either. Yang Xiaomei began searching around. After searching for a while, she seemed somewhat disappointed. There are no rainbow corals here. At most, there are only 5 colored corals. Hearing her say that, Lu Xiaoji comforted her. Isn't it good to have colorful coral? No, the mission requires 7 colored coral, Yang Xiaomei said firmly. She looked around again. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the distance. Yang Xiaomei's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, it's 7 colored coral. She swam towards that direction without even realizing it. Chen Hao frowned, a sense of danger rising in his heart. Suddenly, a huge creature burst out of the soil. It opened its blood-red maw and pounced straight at Yang Xiaomei. It's a bloodless ray. Just as the bloodless ray was about to bite Yang Xiaomei, she suddenly slashed with the dagger in her hand. The bloodless ray was instantly cut in half. That reaction speed. Chen Hao looked at Yang Xiaomei with newfound respect. I thought she was just a pretty face, but I never expected her to have such formidable strength. Everyone be careful. That area of water further ahead is the territory of man-eating sharks. There's a possibility of a sneak attack along the way. After killing the bloodless stingray, Yang Xiaomei gave Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji some instructions. Her words changed Chen Hao's opinion of her. The three of them headed towards the location of the seven-colored coral. As they approached the colorful coral, Yang Xiaomei stopped. "Xiaomei, what's wrong?" Lu Xiaoji asked. "I'm a little tired. Let's rest for a bit," she replied. "That move just now took a lot of my energy." "Even if you're tired, you can't rest here. This is the territory of man-eating sharks. How about this? Hao and I will go over there and get the seven-colored coral for you." "Okay, then I'll trouble you, brother Xiaoji," Yang Xiaomei said with a smile. "No trouble at all," Lu Xiaoji said, swimming towards the colorful coral first. He had only swum a short distance when Chen Hao pulled him back. "Chen Hao, why are you pulling me? If you want to die, you can keep walking forward." Lu Xiaoji was completely dumbfounded. Chen Hao did not answer, but turned to look at Yang Xiaomei. Yang Xiaomei felt a little numb under Chen Hao's gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't see anything. Since you're tired, let's take a rest. Go get it yourself after you've rested." Yang Xiaomei was somewhat surprised, not expecting Chen Hao to say that. Seeing that she couldn't trick them into taking the seven-colored coral, she smiled. That originally gentle face gradually revealed a ferocious expression. "When did you find out?" Yang Xiaomei asked. "You thought you hid it well? With your abilities, you can do it all by yourself. Why do you have to drag us down? You only have one goal. There's danger over there. You want us to draw the danger away. Amazing, truly amazing. Unfortunately, you discovered it too late." As she spoke, Yang Xiaomei took out a bottle. After opening it, take out a piece of bloody pork and throw it forward. As soon as the bloody pork appeared, a huge creature swam over from the colorful coral. "It's a man-eating shark." Lu Xiaoji stared at it in shock. Chen Hao calmly said, "It's not an ordinary man-eating shark, it's the king of man-eating sharks. This guy is at the general realm." After saying that, he grabbed Lu Xiaoji and quickly ran away. After swallowing bloody pork, the king shark's appetite was aroused by the smell of blood. It scanned its surroundings, its gaze locking onto Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji not far away. The king shark suddenly swung its tail fin. Like a giant nuclear submarine, it swam rapidly toward the two of them. Seeing the man-eating shark king approaching, Chen Hao pulled Lu Xiaoji and rushed into the deep sea, hiding in the coral reef. The man-eating shark king swam over right behind. "Damn it, we didn't take any cough syrup. Why is this guy so persistent?" Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji kept moving through the coral reefs, while the man-eating shark king kept its jaws on them like a hunting dog. Those incredibly hard corals are as fragile as paper in its presence. It breaks with the slightest impact. "No, we have to think of something." Chen Hao quickly looked around. He discovered a reef with a hole in it. "Yeah." Although the opening was large enough for Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji to pass through, the man-eating shark king could not. The two swam past the cave entrance, and sure enough, the man-eating shark king got stuck. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaoji was extremely excited. "Damn rotten fish. They chased us all the way, and now they're stuck. Here, let me add some seasoning for you." As he spoke, he poked at it with his right index finger. The man-eating shark king let out a piercing howl of pain. It struggled desperately to twist its body. Rip, rip, rip. The body rubbed against the rocky wall, making a harsh sound. The skin was chafed and blood gushed out like a fountain. The king shark finally broke free from the reef and swam fiercely towards the two of them. Chen Hao pulled Lu Xiaoji down quickly, avoiding the gaping maw. Taking advantage of the moment of dodging, Chen Hao drew his dagger and stabbed the man-eating shark king in the abdomen. With the help of power enhancement and water ghost power, he possesses immense strength. The dagger pierced the shark's belly as easily as cutting through tofu. The sharp blade continued to advance forward. In the end, Chen Hao successfully gutted the man-eating shark king. A large amount of intestines poured out of its body. The king shark is dead. Chen Hao killed him with his own hands. Its body rolled over and slowly floated to the surface of the sea. When Lu Xiaoji saw this, his eyes widened in disbelief. That was a man-eating shark king, a demonic beast at the general realm level, and Chen Hao killed it without hesitation. "Brother Hao, when did you become so amazing? Have you broken through to the general realm?" After hearing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lu Xiaoji. "If I really break through to the general realm, will it still be chasing me? Stop talking nonsense and get up there." The two of them had very few oxygen cylinders left. Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji swam to the surface. Fortunately, the ship is still there. Lu Xiaoji breathed a sigh of relief. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure climbed onto the boat. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Chen Hao couldn't help but glance at Lu Xiaoji. He really wanted to tell Lu Xiaoji, "If you don't know how to shut up, then don't talk." Yang Xiaomei collected the colorful coral and climbed onto the boat to prepare to sail away. But they unexpectedly discovered Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji. She was shocked. She never expected that the two of them had survived. But as shocked as I am, the things that need to be done must not be delayed. The fact that she framed Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji must not be revealed. Otherwise, the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities would never let her go. There's only one best solution now: kill them. Yang Xiaomei stared at Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji Xiaoji with a fierce look in her eyes, although both of them are at the master level of superpowered individuals. But this is the ocean, her territory. She pulled out a dagger, and a figure leaped into the sea, quickly swimming towards the two of them. Go to hell! Lu Xiaoji pointed with his right hand. Yang Xiaomei swam extremely fast and easily dodged Lu Xiaoji's chrysanthemum finger. She kept getting closer, and the two of them swam around her rapidly. Water splashed, and Lu Xiaoji couldn't tell her exact location for a moment. Yang Xiaomei took action. The sharp dagger stabbed straight at Chen Hao. Chen Hao was more dangerous than Lu Xiaoji. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Chen Hao, suddenly, a hand firmly grabbed Yang Xiaomei's hand. It gripped her tightly like a pair of pliers. Yang Xiaomei was shocked, not expecting Chen Hao to react so quickly. Chen Hao snorted coldly and suddenly exerted force with his right hand. There was a crisp snap sound. Yang Xiaomei's right hand was broken by Chen Hao. She screamed in agony. Without anyone noticing, Chen Hao suddenly had a dagger in his left hand. The dagger slashed across suddenly. Chen Hao directly beheaded Yang Xiaomei. Looking at the dead Yang Xiaomei, Lu Xiaoji fell silent. Xiaoji, get on the boat quickly. Chen Hao threw Xiaomei's body into the air, then spat out two balls of flame, burning the body to ashes. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired a Class B superpower, Mermaid. Finally, I have the ability to breathe underwater. Chen Hao was not entirely satisfied with this mermaid ability, but it's better than nothing. He now possesses two superpowers, the power of a water ghost and the power of a mermaid, making his combat prowess in water skyrocket. They gained a great advantage when they encountered skilled swimmers who were not good at swimming. Chen Hao could have simply drowned them with water. Lu Xiaoji looked depressed and sullen. Chen Hao understood his feelings. It was only with great difficulty that some girls took the initiative to approach him, but it turned out that they had ulterior motives. That's why Chen Hao saw through Yang Xiaomei's scheme at a glance. With so many people in the Superpower Bureau, everyone knows Yang Xiaomei's reputation, yet she specifically came to ask Lu Xiaoji for help. Chen Hao wouldn't believe there wasn't something fishy going on. He knew the truth, but instead of exposing it, he used a scheme to expose Yang Xiaomei's plot. He then went into the driver's seat. Before coming, Chen Hao had made preparations and paid special attention to how Yang Xiaomei piloted the boat. Fortunately, navigating a boat is not complicated. After some trial and error, Chen Hao successfully took the helm and led the boat back to port. He took Lu Xiaoji back to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. As soon as I arrived at the door, I ran into Lu Fengfeng. Lu Fengfeng happened to be out shopping, carrying a large bottle of Sprite and Coke combo drink in her left hand and a large bag of snacks in her right. Chen Hao glanced at it and found that it was full of puffed snacks. No wonder Lu Fengfeng is so voluptuous, there's a reason for it. Xiaoji, what's wrong? Why do you look so worried? Lu Fengfeng asked with concern. It's nothing. Lu Xiaoji seemed unwilling to talk about what had just happened. I'm tired, I'm leaving now. With that, he departed. For him, Yang Xiaomei was his first love. Chen Hao, what happened to my brother? Lu Fengfeng pressed. It's nothing, we just completed a task with Yang Xiaomei. Yang Xiaomei? Lu Fengfeng thought for a moment, and a glint flashed in her eyes. Is it Yang Xiaomei from our bureau? Chen Hao nodded. Damn it, that woman is a bitch. Lu Fengfeng said angrily. Last time she took two guys to collect colorful coral, but she came back while the two of them didn't. She was seriously injured when she came back that time, with a very deep wound on her thigh. I felt there was something wrong with her at the time, but it had nothing to do with me, so I ignored it. You're acting like this now. Have you been deceived by her? Chen Hao was somewhat surprised by Lu Fengfeng's words. He hadn't expected her to be so clever. However, upon reflection, given that she possesses the A-level superpower, Super Hacker, it's not surprising that she's so quick-witted. Lu Fengfeng glanced at Chen Hao and noticed that he was carrying a bag. Through the crack, she could see what was inside. This is rainbow coral? You actually brought it back? You didn't encounter a man-eating shark king, did you? I encountered them, but I killed them. You killed it? Lu Fengfeng was stunned into silence. She stared at Chen Hao with a strange look in her eyes. Forget it, never mind all that, it has nothing to do with me. I'm going to watch the show. I remember you promised me you'd treat me to a meal sometime. Don't worry, there won't be any problem. After saying that, Lu Fengfeng carried her things back to her office. Chen Hao entered the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Kid, you're back? He was just about to go to his office to rest when he ran into Shangguan Huofeng. Shangguan Huofeng glanced at him, clearly somewhat surprised. You've broken through to the Master Realm, kid? Chen Hao nodded. Not bad, not bad. Shangguan Huofeng said approvingly, after breaking through to the Master Realm, you can be a squad leader. Our Superpower Bureau has only about 180 superpowered individuals in total, and Nanjiang City is so big that we have too many things to deal with every day. The capable should do more. Now that you have reached the master level, you can stand on your own and lead a team to solve problems. Of course, the Bureau won't treat you unfairly. I used to give you 5 doses of superpower potions every month. Now I'll give you 1 more. As for the rewards for completing the mission, that's calculated separately. Chen Hao nodded after hearing this. He used to have to follow Tian Wenjing around around, but now that he has broken through to the Master Realm, he can finally be in charge of his own life. Sister Fire Phoenix, where am I supposed to find my team members? Chen Hao asked. Shangguan Huofeng smiled. There are plenty of people like this in our bureau. Which one do you want to choose? Just go find him directly. As long as he's willing to be with you, there's no problem. The warrior realm? Is it only possible to be in the warrior realm? Which superhuman isn't arrogant and conceited? What if they break through to the Master Realm? Do you think they'll still want to follow you? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly, and he tentatively said to Shangguan Huofeng, Sister Huofeng, what I mean is, what if someone at the Master Realm is willing to follow me and become my underling? Shangguan Huofeng pondered for a moment. If he wants, he can naturally follow you. It's you. There's no strict rule about this in our bureau, it's mostly voluntary. Breaking through to the Master Realm and becoming a squad leader will naturally improve your benefits. Who wouldn't want to accept this kind of treatment? Therefore, Shangguan Huofeng felt that what Chen Hao said was basically impossible. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, Lu Xiaoji, you're not getting away. Although he found Lu Xiaoji a bit troublesome, but when it really matters, this guy never lets you down. More importantly, this person is reliable and would never stab you in the back in a crisis. Okay, go to the HR department and update the information. Then you can go find your teammates. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Sister Fire Phoenix. Chen Hao went straight to the Human Resources Department and completed the information update. Then he walked toward a place, a tea room. On the surface, it's a tea room, but in reality, it's where the squad leader recruits team members. Why? As soon as Chen Hao arrived, he found the place quite lively. It looks like a job interview venue. The squad leaders from the Master Realm are negotiating with the guys from the Warrior Realm. Boss, pick me. I'm amazing. Hey beautiful, I'm pretty great. Pick me. Big brother, don't go. Everything was going well. Suddenly, a guy started shouting incessantly. The squad leaders ignored him completely and walked away. He, that idiot Lu Xiaobu, only at the 3rd level of the Warrior Realm. His special ability is C level, recognizing a thief as one's father. I wonder who took such scum into our superpowers bureau. I don't know, but this guy is really annoying. Their combat strength is too weak. Yang Wei recruited him last time and took him to solve a strange incident. As a result, this guy slacked off the whole time, and Yang Wei was furious. Upon his return, Yang Wei fired him on the spot. Oh, how pitiful. Look at him, doesn't he look like an unwanted dog? To be honest, they do look somewhat alike. Listening to the discussions among the members of the Superpower Bureau, Chen Hao frowned deeply. He looked at Lu Xiaobu, level 3 warrior, C-rank ability user, possessing the ability, recognizing a thief as father. Recognizing a thief as father, a C-level ability. As long as you call the other party father, and the other party responds, you can steal 1% of their ability. After the other party dies, the stolen ability will disappear. 1%? These words caught Chen Hao's eye. This superpower is quite interesting. It's just that the way it's activated is a bit disgusting. He actually wants to become someone else's godfather. Also, the quality of this ability is too low. If it were grade B or even grade A, the effect might be even stronger. Chen Hao ignored Lu Xiaobu. When Lu Xiaobu saw Chen Hao wearing the squad leader badge and looking so young, she then walked towards him with a grin. Hey bro, are you hiring? Chen Hao glanced at him. You mean you want to be with me? Lu Xiaobu nodded emphatically. Then tell me, what skills do you have? Why should I hire you? I can serve tea and water, do laundry and cook, and if I can even warm the bed. Okay, you're the one. Lu Xiaobu's special ability is quite unique, which Chen Hao finds quite interesting. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu was so excited that he immediately knelt down. I have wandered for half my life without finding a wise ruler. If you do not abandon me, I am willing to become your godfather. No, you should stay and be my teammate. Chen Hao refused without hesitation. He absolutely did not want others to know that he possessed the imitation ability. Seeing Chen Hao's resolute decision, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to get some benefits from Chen Hao, but he was unexpectedly rejected. Alright, since you've accepted me as your captain, then come with me. Where are we going now? Go see your other teammate. Another teammate? Despite his doubts, Lu Xiaobu followed Chen Hao outside. As soon as they stepped out of the tea room, the people inside began to whisper among themselves. Everyone wore a mocking expression. Hilarious. Someone actually dared to recruit Lu Xiaobu as a teammate. I think he's an old man who's eaten poison. He's tired of living. That kid looked young, but he was wearing a squad leader's badge, so he's probably got some skills. So what if you're capable? He looks like a greenhorn. Other people carefully select their teammates. He did something else. He just picked out all the oranges from the bottom of the basket. It's good that we took Lu Xiaobu away. That kid keeps chattering away here all day long. It's driving me crazy. That's right. Didn't you notice? The room is much quieter now. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Hao led Lu Xiaobu forward, preparing to find Lu Xiaoji. They encountered Shijian along the way. Before Chen Hao could speak, Lu Xiaobu greeted Shijian first. Oh, isn't this my little Busun? Chen Hao is here too. Shijian smiled happily when he saw the two of them. Chen Hao frowned slightly, secretly guessing. Judging from this situation, Lu Xiaobu probably plundered 1% of Shi Jian's abilities. Shi Jian's superpower is B-level, strength enhancement, which can increase his strength threefold. A 1% increase, or 0.03 times. At first, Chen Hao thought Lu Xiaobu's superpower was pretty good, but now it seems that it is indeed a bit of a stretch. However, it's much stronger than some olfactory enhancement devices. Although its current ability is weak, there is still potential for a 0.03 increase in the later stages. I'm going to find Lu Xiaoji. Alright, then you can go ahead. After saying goodbye to Shi Jian, Chen Hao and Lu Xiaobu continued their journey. They hadn't gone far when they ran into Lu Xiaodao again. Lu Xiaobu called out, "Hey, Xiaobu's son, Chen Hao is here too." Just like with Shi Jian's side, after exchanging pleasantries, the two sides continued walking forward. Before Chen Hao could react, Lu Xiaobu shouted again, "Are you ever going to stop?" Chen Hao was speechless. He never expected that Lu Xiaobu had so many godfathers. Is this a tradition of Lu Bu's family? Has the gene of a traitor to three masters manifested again? It's little Bu's son, Bai Jia said. Chen Hao was stunned, not expecting that Bai Jia had also taken in Lu Xiaobu as her son. The problem is, Bai Jia adopted Lu Xiaobu as her son, so shouldn't Lu Xiaobu call her mom? But he called her godfather. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Hao and Lu Xiaobu continued walking forward. Chen Hao finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked Lu Xiaobu, "How many godfathers do you have in this Bureau of Supernatural Abilities?" Lu Xiaobu replied, basically, yes. Chen Hao was speechless. They knew I had this special ability, and none of them refused. Chen Hao nodded. For most people, a 1% increase in ability is hardly worth mentioning. But for Lu Xiaobu, it was priceless. So, by that logic, you've mastered quite a few superpowers? Yeah, SOSO, I only know a little bit of everything. Brother Hao, why don't you become my godfather too? Chen Hao refused without hesitation. I treat you like a brother, but you want me to be your father. Is that appropriate? Suitable? Why wouldn't it be suitable? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lu Xiaobu. The two eventually arrived at the entrance of Lu Xiaoji's dormitory. The sound of reciting Ode to the Goose could be heard coming from the room. Hearing this voice, Chen Hao felt utterly helpless. He originally thought Lu Xiaoji would be sad because of something, but he didn't expect him to be so fond of learning, secretly taking Chinese classics classes in his room. Chen Hao knocked on the door. "It's Brother Hao, wait for me, I'll be right there." Lu Xiaoji ran out from inside. He opened the door, wearing only his lower garments, his upper body bare, holding a chicken claw in his hand, and his mouth full of grease. "Xiaoji, let me introduce you. This is Lu Xiaobu. He will be our teammate from now on." "Brother Hao, you don't need to introduce me. You agree, right, little Bu's son?" Chen Hao was dumbfounded. He never expected that Lu Xiaobu would also recognize Lu Xiaoji as his godfather. Lu Xiaobu bowed to Lu Xiaoji. "Oh, so good. Here, have this." Lu Xiaoji handed the half-eaten chicken foot to Lu Xiaobu. "Thank you, godfather." Lu Xiaobu didn't mind at all and took it to eat. "Xiaobu, what you're doing?" Lu Xiaobu said with a wry smile as he ate. "Brother Hao, I'm different from you guys. I am an orphan and have suffered a lot since I was a child. I almost starved to death on the streets back then, if it weren't for Sister Wolfling taking me in. Now that I have no family left, the grass on my grave is probably taller than me. So as long as the food is edible, it's fine." Lu Xiaobu's words silenced Chen Hao. In contrast, he at least had a grandfather to depend on. Compared to Lu Xiaobu, he was indeed much luckier. "It's okay, now it's all good. I have so many godfathers. They've all been very kind to me." Seeing the smile on Lu Xiaobu's face, Chen Hao didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only give a soft "Don't worry, Xiaobu, you'll be with us from now on. When there's meat to eat, I guarantee you'll get a bowl of soup too." Lu Xiaoji patted Lu Xiaobu on the shoulder and said, "Then thank you very much, godfather." Lu Xiaobu responded gratefully. "Let's go, to celebrate little Bu joining us. Today I'm hosting a dinner for everyone." "Great, there's food." "Brother Hao, wait for me a moment, I'm going to change my clothes." Lu Xiaoji went back into the house, quickly put on some clothes, and came out. Chen Hao led the two to a restaurant outside. "Brother Hao, I'd like to have barbecue tonight, is that okay?" Lu Xiaobu asked tentatively. Chen Hao nodded. "I know a barbecue restaurant where their grilled kidneys are absolutely amazing. Want to try them?" Lu Xiaoji made the suggestion. Chen Hao took Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu to that barbecue restaurant. The three of them ordered a huge amount of barbecue. Lu Xiaoji, in particular, ordered a full plate of grilled kidneys and added grilled chives. It smells delicious." Lu Xiaoji ate one skewer after another. "Come on, Brother Hao, you are what you eat. This is the grilled bull penis I ordered for you." Seeing this, Chen Hao handed the roasted bullwhip to Lu Xiaobu. "Little Bu, here, have some." "Okay, thank you." Lu Xiaobu was showing off his grilled beef skewers when he took the grilled bull penis and started gnawing on it. "Brother Hao, aren't you going to eat?" Lu Xiaoji asked curiously. Chen Hao replied with a smile, "It's too nourishing. After eating it, I'll probably have to pass on my family's traditional skills." Lu Xiaoji revealed a look of sudden realization, with a knowing smile. The three of them ate barbecue and drank alcohol. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they began their journey back. Brother Hao, I need to pee. Lu Xiaobu drank too much beer and frequently felt the urge to urinate. If you need to pee, go over there. Lu Xiaoji pointed to the utility pole not far away. Lu Xiaobu actually walked over, unzipped his pants, and urinated on the telephone pole. Chen Hao was speechless upon seeing this. This guy is really bold, urinating in public, and right in front of a telephone pole no less. Aren't you afraid of getting an electric shock? Fortunately, it was already late and there were no pedestrians on the road. After urinating, Lu Xiaobu's drunkenness was significantly reduced. He walked towards Chen Hao, his eyes slightly red. Xiaobu, what's wrong? No, it's nothing, I just feel like I need to pee. Lu Xiaobu's voice was trembling with tears. Are you not satisfied with tonight's barbecue? No, I'm very satisfied, extremely satisfied. I was just too touched. Brother Hao, do you know? This is the first time in my life that someone has treated me to barbecue. This is the first time in my life that someone has been so kind to me. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Xiaobu's words silenced Chen Hao. He watched as Lu Xiaobu wiped away his tears, a resolute glint in his eyes. Brother Hao, don't worry, I'll stick with you for life. From now on, my life belongs to you. Chen Hao couldn't help but spit a few times. Don't say such unlucky things. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaobu set a death flag. Yes, I farted. Tui. Slap him. Lu Xiaobu gently patted himself a few times. Suddenly, Chen Hao stopped. Brother Hao, why did you stop? Can you smell anything? What does it taste like? Is there any? Lu Xiaobu asked in confusion. Brother Hao, your nose is amazing. I just farted, and you smelled it. Lu Xiaoji said with a smile. Chen Hao was speechless. Who told you that? Can't you smell blood? The smell of blood? Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu sniffed a few times and immediately became alert. There really is. The three of them followed the scent of blood. A clicking sound came from a small alley. There's a guy eating. Their presence disturbed it. They are kobolds. Upon seeing Chen Hao and his companions, the kobold's eyes flashed with ferocity, and it pounced on them. Brother Hao, let me do it. Lu Xiaobu rushed forward and kicked out. Wind God leg. The leg, carrying the force of the wind, struck the kobold, sending it flying backward. He crashed heavily into the back wall, his head lolled to the side, and he died instantly. Lu Xiaobu clapped his hands and said smugly, Brother Hao, do you think I'm awesome? Chen Hao approached the corpse. It was a woman, wearing a work uniform. He must have just finished working overtime and was attacked by this guy on his way home. He glanced at the kobold and noticed a scorpion tattoo on its chest. The Scorpion Brigade? This guy was corrupted by the supernatural power bead and turned into a beast. Chen Hao gathered flames in his right hand and threw them at the kobold. The flames burned it to ashes. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained an E-rank ability, Kobold Possession. Level E ability? Chen Hao was slightly taken aback. He subconsciously knew that the Scorpion Brigade usually plundered abilities of D rank or higher. Unexpectedly, I obtained an E-level superpower this time. The E-level ability is too low. After disassembly, only 10 original ability beads can be obtained. Therefore, Chen Hao was too lazy to explain. He turned to look at the woman's body. Chen Hao discovered that the deceased woman was also a superhuman. Her special abilities might be useless in other people's eyes, but he considered them a treasure. This superpower is called Concealing One's Brilliance and Biding One's Time. Conceal your abilities and bide your time, an F-level ability that allows you to hide your brilliance, making you appear as an ordinary person with no threat whatsoever. When Chen Hao saw this superpower, his eyes lit up and his face was full of disbelief. It's like searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. He had always longed to have the ability to conceal his presence, and he never expected it to be right in front of him. Brother Hao, what do we do now? What to do? Just follow the procedures, of course. Chen Hao immediately made a phone call and arranged for someone to take the woman's body back. After completing a series of procedures including taking a statement, Chen Hao began collecting the body for burial. Congratulations, host, the body has been successfully collected. Gained F-level superpower, Concealing One's Brilliance. Let's upgrade this thing first, then we'll talk about the rest. Chen Hao still has 1,600 primal ability beads left. He spent 1,000 pills to upgrade Hide Your Light and keep a low profile to C-level. Conceal your abilities and bide your time, a C-level ability that allows you to hide your aura. Unless the other party is 2 levels higher than you will be seen as an ordinary person. 2 major ranks seem to be enough for now. Chen Hao is currently at the peak of the first level of the Master Realm and is about to break through to the second level of the Master Realm. 2 major levels higher than him, that's the King Realm expert. Given his personality, he would never be foolish enough to provoke a master of the King Realm. After acquiring the skill of concealing one's abilities and biding one's time, Chen Hao began to devote himself to cultivation. He went home and collected the bodies several times. He gained some superpowers. Most of them are useless, low-level abilities, mostly at the E or F level. Why hasn't the Scorpion Troop been been causing trouble lately. Just as Chun Hao was thinking, a figure walked in. Sister Fire Phoenix, what brings you here? Xiao Hao, haven't you taken on any missions in a long time? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao thought about it and realized that it had indeed been a while since he had gone on a mission. During this period, he buried himself in practice. His strength increased from the first level of the Master Realm to the third level of the Master Realm. I have an urgent task that I need you to complete. As she spoke, Shangguan Huofeng handed over a document. Chen Hao took the document and examined it carefully. Nighttime, at the entrance of the inpatient department of a hospital. Brother Hao, what's the mission tonight? Lu Xiaoji asked. It's about exterminating female ghosts. Are you scared? Lu Xiaoji's eyes lit up. Where is the female ghost? I've heard that female ghosts are all exceptionally beautiful. Chen Hao. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Let's go upstairs and investigate first. Chen Hao led Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji toward the fourth floor. They went straight to the fourth floor. Hello, I'm from the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. Chen Hao found the head nurse on the fourth floor and showed her his identification. Can you tell us what happened here? The head nurse naturally understood Chen Hao's purpose in coming. She glanced around instinctively and only spoke after confirming that no one was there. This place is haunted. Every day around 2 a.m., there is always a woman in red walking back and forth in the corridor. At first we thought they were family members of the patient. Later we discovered that she always appeared out of thin air and then disappeared out of thin air. We asked the patients in the ward, but no one admitted that it was their family member. This is terrifying. The head nurse's words gave Lu Xiaoji goosebumps. Chen Hao frowned and asked, has anyone been murdered here? That guy seems to be just loitering around, not hurting anyone. Chen Hao nodded. Then I might need your cooperation today. Please inform the patient that they should not leave their ward at night unless absolutely necessary. Nowadays, all hospital wards have bathrooms, so patients basically don't need to leave the ward. There's still some time until 2 a.m. After chatting with the head nurse, the three of them went to a hotel and had a late-night snack. On the way back, Lu Xiaobu was still holding the unfinished hamburger and cola in his hand. Lu Xiaoji was eating French fries on the side. Aren't you all full yet? Someone asked. We're full, but we ordered too much tonight and it would be a waste to throw it away, they replied. The three of them walked upstairs and soon arrived at the fourth floor of the hospital's inpatient department. When I first arrived, the corridor was fairly well lit. Suddenly, the lights started flickering. Several lights went out immediately. No way, this is too exciting. Lu Xiaobu was not afraid at all. After all, he was much braver than Lu Xiaoji. Chen Hao felt a chill and turned his gaze to the opposite side of the corridor. There stood a woman dressed in red. The woman in red? Chen Hao muttered to himself. The other party noticed them and turned to leave. Chen Hao immediately rushed to the spot where the woman in red had just stood. Lu Xiaobu followed closely behind. Hey, wait for me. Lu Xiaoji, who had been left behind, hurriedly caught up. Chen Hao was incredibly fast and in the blink of an eye, he was on the other side. But when they arrived there, they found that the woman had already disappeared. Lu Xiaobu looked around, but there was no trace of the woman in red. She ran away. What do we do now? Someone asked. Chen Hao pondered for a moment and said, how about this? We'll redistribute them. That guy will probably show up again. You and Lu Xiaoji stay on the third floor. I'll stay on the fourth floor. When she appears, we will attack her from both sides. The hospital's inpatient department has two staircases, one on the left and one on the right, with a corridor in the middle. Chen Hao and his team began their stakeout. The time was long and agonizing. A minute has passed. 2 minutes have passed. Lu Xiaoji, who was guarding the third floor, finally succumbed to sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. Fortunately, he doesn't snore. Lu Xiaobu forced himself to stay awake, even though he was drowsy. Chen Hao had ordered him to guard the place, so he had to keep watch. He kept looking down, occasionally glancing up at his surroundings. The moment he looked up, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. His face was as pale as paper. A sharp hand suddenly reached out, grabbed Lu Xiaobu by the neck, and lifted him up. Lu Xiaobu struggled desperately. His face began to turn red due to the obstruction of his breathing. His eyes were bloodshot. He strained to look in Lu Xiaoji's direction. I desperately want to call for help, but Lu Xiaoji was sleeping like a log, completely unaware of the danger before him. The woman in red curled her lips into a cold smile. The woman in red opened her mouth, preparing to absorb Lu Xiaobu's vital energy. A strong, powerful hand suddenly grabbed her right hand. You're bullying my little brother. Don't you respect me at all? The woman in red looked at Chen Hao with a face full of surprise. She never expected him to appear. The reason she ran away just now was because she felt Chen Hao was too dangerous. Chen Hao suddenly exerted force and actually broke her right hand. She was in pain and let go, causing Lu Xiaobu to fall to the ground. He started coughing violently. The woman in red bared her sharp fangs and bit down hard on Chen Hao's neck. Seeing this, Chen Hao grabbed her arm and executed an over-the-shoulder throw. She fell heavily to the ground, instantly becoming dizzy and disoriented. Chen Hao activated the corpse cultivation technique and began absorbing the energy of the woman in red. Roar! Roar! The woman in red let out a painful wail. What are you doing? Can't you see see someone is sleeping? Her shouting woke Lu Xiaoji up. Lu Xiaoji opened his eyes and saw the woman in red's pale face. He was so frightened that he immediately ran downstairs. A short while later, Lu Xiaoji ran up from downstairs again. Brother Chicken, what are you doing? Lu Xiaobu said to Lu Xiaoji. Since becoming acquainted with Lu Xiaoji, Lu Xiaobu has started to address him more affectionately. Nothing much, there's just another guy downstairs. There's one more? Chen Hao looked towards the stairwell and saw a woman dressed in black walking up from downstairs. She looked even more violent and vicious. Both its fangs and claws were longer than those of the woman in red. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but ask, isn't it said that the red one is the fiercest? Lu Xiaobu, with his sharp eyes, said, Brother Chicken, this guy is red too. It's just that it's too famous. It's so red it's almost black. So red it's almost black? Lu Xiaoji looked surprised. How many people did this guy kill? The ferocity of red might stem from resentment, but if it's a deep, almost blackish red, then the hands must be stained with blood. Sister, save me. The woman in red called out to the woman in black. The woman in black cursed, then stretched out her sharp claws to grab Chen Hao. Lu Xiaobu stepped forward and fought with the woman in black. Before they had even exchanged a few rounds, he was sent flying. Little sister, I've already told you everything. One should not be soft-hearted. There's so much food here. Why aren't you eating? Absorb only a little bit each time. I'm asking you, what's the use of that little bit? Now look what happened. You've been caught, haven't you? The woman in black angrily questioned the woman in red. Sister, if I could, I wouldn't want to hurt anyone. I just want to kill that bastard. The woman in red said. The woman in black sighed. Kill that bastard? How? He has a bodyguard of the rank of general with him. With our strength, can we kill him? The words haven't been finished yet. The woman in red fell silent. Her body gradually became weak and frail as Chen Hao absorbed her energy. Boy, release my sister right now. The woman in black roared at Chen Hao. What if I say no? The woman in black swung her claws at Chen Hao again. Chen Hao met the attack head-on and threw a punch. After the exchange, the woman in black was sent flying backward. She glared fiercely at Chen Hao, then suddenly leaped away and fled. Chen Hao released his grip on the woman in red. Tell me, what exactly do you want? The woman in red pursed her lips and began to speak. She and her sister are twins. Both of them were college students who worked part-time at a bar to support themselves. They met a young master from the Wei family. The young master of the Wei family tricked them into drinking. The drink was spiked. After drugging the two men, he did something unforgivable to them. Afterwards, she and her sister were filled with resentment. They went directly to the authorities to file a complaint, but the authorities were extremely powerful, and they had no way to seek justice. After returning home, they faced discrimination from those around them. The insults plunged them into endless despair. That night, the two put on red clothes and jumped off the school roof. We just want revenge. The woman in red spoke to Chen Hao. Hearing about the tragic story of the woman in red, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but cry. Brother Hao, let's go and deal with the young master of the Wei family. Yes, those scum are a menace in their very existence. Lu Xiaoji echoed this. Chen Hao, however, did not act impulsively like them. He spoke up, reminding them, didn't you hear what she said? They have powerful backers, and they even have a general-level superhuman as a bodyguard. Can you defeat a general-level superhuman? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji immediately fell silent. The woman in red had her energy absorbed by Chen Hao. At this point, they were completely exhausted. She sighed and said with a wry smile, although I've never harmed anyone, but absorbing human essence is also considered immoral and against nature. Perhaps all of this is retribution. Her figure gradually faded away. It eventually disappeared completely. On a large tree not far away, the woman in black saw her sister, whose soul had been scattered. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. You, and that bastard Wei Xianfu. Just you wait. After saying that, she jumped down from the tree and disappeared into the night. Chen Hao glanced at the treetops not far away. They knew the woman had already left. Lu Xiaobu asked him, Brother Hao, should we go after them? Chase? How? Chen Hao shook his head. He didn't have the skill to pursue anyone. The woman in black had vanished without a trace. Finding her was like searching for a needle in a haystack. I have a way. Chen Hao showed a hint of surprise. Yes, I secretly left a mark on her. Finding her is a piece of cake. Alright, lead the way. With the belief that evil must be eradicated, Chen Hao planned to nip the woman in the bud. She is too dangerous. Once she grows up, she will inevitably bring disaster. Led by Lu Xiaobu, Chen Hao and his group chased after the woman in black. They chased after them for nearly 2 hours. Lu Xiaoji was a little tired and couldn't help but say to Lu Xiaobu, Xiaobu, you're not mistaken, are you? We're getting closer and closer to Shangqiu City. A little further ahead is Wowo Town. That's the border area between Shangqiu City and Nanjiang City. Nobody cares about it. Chen Hao's bureau is under the jurisdiction of Nanjiang City. Oh, if the enemy enters Shangqiu City, they will be unable to continue their pursuit. Victory! It can only be handled by the staff of Shangqiu City. Lu Xiaobu led Chen Hao to the foot of a mountain. Brother Hao, look at this mountain. Doesn't it look like a giant steamed bun? Lu Xiaoji suddenly casually asked Chen Hao. That is the famous Wo Mountain. It was just getting light. Are you okay? Through the faint morning light, Chen Hao could clearly see the outline of the entire mountain. They do look quite similar. Hey, Xiaoji, judging from your tone, you've been here before? Yes, I was lucky enough to come here once. I was traveling with a girl at the time. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao wore an expression that suggested he understood but didn't quite. Gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, Lu Xiaobu's stomach made a rumbling sound. His face flushed red, and he said apologetically, "Sorry, brother Hao, I'm hungry." Are you hungry? Chen Hao glanced around and noticed a small town not far away. Let's go to town for breakfast first. The woman hid in Wo Mountain. It will probably take quite some time to find her. Therefore, Chen Hao decided to rest for a while. The three of them arrived at Wo town at the foot of Wo Mountain. As soon as he arrived, Chen Hao heard a familiar shout. For steamed buns for 1 yuan, hee hee. For steamed buns for 1 yuan, hee hee. Let's go eat some cornbread. Chen Hao led Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji into the small shop selling steamed buns. They ordered 3 bowls of plain porridge and bought 10 steamed buns. Brother Hao, come and try the salted radish here. Let me tell you, their salted radishes are absolutely amazing. Lu Xiaoji had been here before and was very familiar with everything here. Chen Hao picked up a piece of salted radish and took a bite. Crispy and delicious, it really tastes good. He ate some salted radish and drank a sip of plain porridge. At this point, the congee is at a comfortable temperature. Although no sugar was added, Chen Hao felt that the bowl of white porridge had a slightly sweet taste. Chen Hao nodded in satisfaction. The three began to enjoy breakfast. The sound of them eating filled the restaurant. At that moment, a man walked in, followed by a man and a woman. The man was slightly overweight, and although his hair was long, there were obvious signs of hair loss. The woman was wearing a green short-sleeved shirt and had an ordinary appearance. After the three entered the store. Hey, isn't this so-and-so? Upon seeing Lu Xiaoji, the man immediately smiled. Little chicken, what brings you here to play today? Cherry, you're here too? Lu Xiaoji was quite surprised to see the man. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoji call him Cherry, the man's face immediately darkened. Little penis, how many times have I told you? My name is Che Lizzy, not Che Lizzy. Is there any difference? Lu Xiaoji responded dismissively. Upon hearing this, Che Lizzy couldn't help but clench his fists. It looked like he was about to make a move. Wait a moment. Brother Che, let's forget about it. The woman suddenly spoke, stopping Che Zhili, who was about to make a move. Che Lizzy snorted coldly, ignored Lu Xiaoji, and went straight to the next table to sit down. After the three of them sat down, Chen Hao glanced at them, silently analyzing the situation. Cherry is a B-level ability user, big swordsman, at the 2nd level of the Master Realm. The remaining 2 are slightly inferior. The woman is a C-level ability user, Entwined Vines, at the 5th level of the Warrior Realm. That fat guy is an F-level ability user, Spatial Manipulation, at the 3rd level of the Warrior Realm. Space manipulation? Upon seeing this superpower, Chen Hao's heart began to pound wildly. How could a space-type ability user be here? Among the many superpowers, spatial abilities are considered an extremely powerful category. Even if the opponent is only an F-level ability user, they are still extremely threatening. Chen Hao noticed that the fat man was eating jelly beans. He reached into the bag, only to find it was empty. He casually tossed the bag onto the table. He reached into the air with his right hand and pulled out a new bag of weird flavored beans from who knows where. After opening it, I continued eating. If only we could get this guy's superpowers. A thought arose in Chen Hao's mind. He hoped the fat man would die soon. That way, he could steal the other person's superpower. Hey, cherries, what are you doing here? Are you here on a mission? After finishing his meal, Lu Xiaoji chatted idly and casually asked, "What I do here is none of your business." At this moment, Che Lizzy was like a hedgehog. Whoever provoked him, he would retaliate with his quills. Yes, I was just being nosy. It's not my fault. After Lu Xiaoji finished speaking, he looked at Chen Hao. Brother Hao, shall we set off now? Chen Hao nodded. Before leaving, Chen Hao whispered to Lu Xiaobu, "Xiaobu, could you find a way to mark that fat guy?" Hearing this, Lu Xiaobu was somewhat surprised, but he still nodded. Lu Xiaobu understood immediately. He deliberately walked up to the fat man, pretended to trip and fall, and quietly dropped the mark on the fat man. Afterwards, they left the steamed bun shop. Chen Hao led Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu towards Wo Mountain. They began to climb the mountain. Wo Mountain may not seem high, but it is covered with shrubs and there are almost no paths, making their climb extremely difficult. The group climbed for nearly half an hour, but were still quite far from their destination. Ouch, ouch, brother Hao, I really can't go on. Lu Xiaoji shouted, panting heavily. Chen Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but tease him. Xiaoji, you should exercise more often. Your health is terrible. Exercise? I exercise every day. Lu Xiaoji argued. Push-ups are my forte. Push-ups? The word push-ups conjured up a comical image of Lu Xiaoji doing push-ups with his butt sticking out in Chen Hao's mind, and he couldn't help but shake his head. The three of them found a large rock to sit on and rest. I had barely sat down when I heard footsteps behind me. A familiar figure walked up from behind, accompanied by 2 two other people. The two looked at each other and froze on the spot. How did you all end up here? They all asked in unison. Cherry, you guys aren't following us, are you? No, that's not true. Cherry was holding an old parchment scroll in her hand. Lu Xiaoji glanced at it and couldn't help but laugh. You're not going to tell me you're here to find treasure, are you? Or rather, are you here to take a dump? He chuckled mockingly, his face full of contempt. Cherry's face instantly darkened, and she immediately put away the parchment scroll. None of your business. With that, he led his two henchmen and continued their ascent to the top of Wowo Mountain. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but ask Chen Hao, Brother Hao, should we chase after them? Chase after them? Chen Hao frowned. Sure, but we have to wait until they're a little further away first. Lu Xiaobu had already left a mark on the fat man, so Chen Hao was confident that the man wouldn't be able to escape. After resting for a while, the three set off again. They continued on their journey until they finally arrived at the edge of a cliff. A thick hemp rope hangs from the cliff here. Chen Hao looked down along the rope and saw a platform below. Oh my, this treasure is hidden at the bottom of a cliff? Chen Hao couldn't help but complain. What's wrong? He noticed that Lu Xiaobu's brows were slightly furrowed. That woman in black is down here too. Chen Hao frowned upon hearing this. Let's go down and take a look. Chen Hao is at the third level of the Master Realm, while Che Lizzie is at the second level. In terms of strength, Chen Hao can easily crush Che Lizzie. As for the woman in black, she was naturally no match for her. The three of them descended the rope to the platform and discovered a cave on the cliff. They walked toward the cave. A woman dressed in black was sitting cross-legged on a pitch-black coffin, cultivating her spiritual practice. As she absorbed it, wisps of black energy surged out of the coffin, which she devoured without missing a single trace. The woman in black showed a look of joy on her face. She never expected that she would turn misfortune into blessing and actually encounter the tomb of a great being here. With the help of the death energy in the coffin, her strength rapidly increased, eventually reaching the fifth level of the Master Realm. The woman in black underwent a strange transformation. Her hair turned into an afro, and her eyebrows and lips gradually turned black. The nails are growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. His whole body exuded a strong aura of Yin and evil. The temperature in the entire cave dropped sharply because of her presence. You brat, if I ever see you again, she said coldly, I will never let you get away with this. A flash of intense hatred crossed the woman in black's face because Chen Hao had killed her sister. She ran away before because she couldn't beat Chen Hao. But now the situation has changed, her strength has increased. After this, we still need to capture a few more superhumans to kill. The woman in black had previously killed ordinary people. The owner of this coffin was a person with superpowers. His corpse gave the woman in black a taste of pleasure. Just as the woman in black was deep in thought. Hurry, we're almost there. The baby is just ahead. A sound came from outside the cave. Che Lizzie, along with his two henchmen, walked to the end of the cave. Upon seeing the woman in black, his previously smiling face instantly froze. A ghost, a ghost. Che Lizzie jumped up in surprise. He had completely lost his mind at that moment, and upon seeing the woman in black, he turned to run away. The woman in black revealed her sharp claws and reached out to grab Che Lizzie. The woman in black was getting closer and closer. Unexpectedly, Che Jili suddenly pushed the fat man to the ground. The fat man fell heavily to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, the woman in black has arrived. Sharp claws reached out to grab the fat man. The fat man was completely helpless against the woman in black. Despite being a spatial manipulation ability user, he actually has very limited use of this ability. So far, the fat man has only developed one feature: storage space. When he first awakened his superpowers, the entire school was stunned. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities came directly to his door and recruited him. The result, however, was extremely disappointing. Under the strong support of the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, a lot of resources were spent. The fat man had only just learned how to use storage space, and his strength had barely reached the third level of the warrior realm. This infuriated the director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Shangchu City to the point of near explosion. After that, he cut off the fat man's resources and handed him over to Che Jili. Let him fend for himself. In everyone's eyes, the fat man was like a level 1 epic item. Looks impressive, stats are amazing, but it's not very useful in practice. Players can wear it up to level 20, but after level 30, its attributes are simply not good enough, because after level 30, even the worst basic equipment is much better than it. The woman in black's sharp claws pierced through the fat man's body and ripped out his heart. She clutched her still beating heart and took a sudden bite. The woman in black vomited several times. The fat man was so fat that his heart was covered in grease, which drastically reduced his palatability. She ignored the fat man and continued chasing after him. As the woman in black drew closer, a ruthless glint flashed across Che Lizzie's face. He planned to push the woman down and let her continue to act as bait. The woman saw through his intentions. They used their special abilities first. Damn it, damn it. The vines inside the cave quickly coiled around the car. Upon seeing this, Che Lizzie quickly pulled out a machete from behind his back and began hacking away with all his might. Seeing the woman escape escape. Che Lizzie couldn't help but curse angrily. "Don't let me go back alive, or you're dead." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. In his mind, the woman had already been sentenced to death. "Don't worry, you can't go back. Of course, that includes that guy from just now." The woman in black tasted the sweetness of the superhuman's corpse. How could they possibly let these few superhumans get away? She made her move. Sharp claws tore through the air, reaching for Che Jili. Che Lizzie raised his knife to parry, but he was knocked back and sent flying backward. His body was hit hard from behind. He felt a sweet taste in his mouth and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Che Lizzie felt as if his spine was broken. A flicker of despair crossed his eyes. He never imagined that he would be no match for the woman in black. As the woman in black approached step by step, despite his severe injuries, he raised his knife and stabbed the woman in black. The woman in black dodged the attack with a swift movement. The sharp claws suddenly lashed out. He grabbed Che Lizzie by the back, leaving several deep wounds that reached the bone marrow. Che Lizzie collapsed heavily to the ground. He collapsed and could never get up again. After several struggles, he finally stopped breathing. A woman wearing a green short-sleeved shirt was running. Unfortunately, he tripped over a stone. He fell flat on his face. His head hit a rock, and he passed out. The woman in black gave chase. Looking at the unconscious woman in the green short-sleeved shirt, she was prepared to strike. As the woman in black drew closer, a fireball flew over. The woman in black quickly dodged. "That guy is yours now. I'll deal with the woman in black." Chen Hao spoke to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Chen Hao engaged in a fierce battle with the woman in black. Chen Hao was at the 3rd level of the Master Realm, while the woman in black was at the 5th level. In terms of strength, Chen Hao was 2 levels lower than his opponent. However, Chen Hao possesses a special ability that the woman in black does not have. The superpowers here are all extremely strong. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu watched as the two continued to clash. Their eyes widened in surprise. Brother Hao is really amazing. Is that the attack? 5 superpowers. Brother Hao knows them all. After careful observation, Lu Xiaoji was surprised to find that Chen Hao had mastered all the skills that ordinary ability users must learn: defense, attack, vision, observation, and release. Moreover, it can be used flexibly. My god, this is so devastating. I consider myself a genius, but after studying for so long, I've only mastered 2 techniques, defense and attack. Brother Hao can do everything. Lu Xiaobu looked somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. Because he learned even less, he only knew how to control. Defense is a skill that every member of the Special Abilities Bureau must learn. As the old saying goes, if you want to learn how to fight, you must first learn how to take a beating. When others can no longer hurt you, you are in an invincible position. The battle between Chen Hao and the woman in black. Lu Xiaobu was unable to participate. Lu Xiaoji glanced at the woman lying on the ground and said to Lu Xiaobu, "Xiaobu, do you have any healing abilities?" The woman's head hit a rock, revealing a huge wound from which blood was slowly flowing. Healing-type superpowers? Lu Xiaobu's special ability is to recognize a thief as one's father. He recognized many fathers within the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, and thus acquired numerous supernatural abilities. The mark made on the woman in black was one of them. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoji's question, Lu Xiaobu quickly put his mind to it. He has very few healing abilities, and he doesn't possess many of them. Suddenly, he thought of something. He started to unbuckle his belt, preparing to take off his pants. "Xiaobu, what are you doing? Help! Does rescuing someone require taking off your pants?" Lu Xiaobu nodded and then took off his pants. "I have a special ability called one injection is all it takes." As he spoke, he prepared to make his move. As a result, Lu Xiaoji stopped him. "Little Boo, besides this, you must have something else, right?" At this moment, Lu Xiaoji was completely exasperated. The woman in green is from the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Shangchu City. If Lu Xiaobu were to give her an injection, it seems likely that a major battle will break out between the 2 supernatural ability bureaus. Lu Xiaobu pondered for a moment. "Oh right, I have another one." With a flick of his right hand, a holy light shone down upon the woman in green. "Holy light healing? I didn't expect you to have learned Bai Jie's special abilities." Bai Jie's image appeared in Lu Xiaoji's mind. Yes, she's an excellent nanny. The battle is drawing to a close. The woman in black was filled with resentment. To her horror, she discovered that her combat effectiveness was rapidly declining as the battle continued. In contrast, Chen Hao became more and more energetic as the game progressed. Chen Hao was overjoyed. Having mastered the art of corpse cultivation, his favorite thing to do is deal with these bizarre creatures. These are all his family members. Why? It can help him in his spiritual practice. Chen Hao now resembles a martial arts master who has mastered the star-absorbing technique, while the woman in black resembles a witch from a cult. No matter how powerful a demoness is, she will eventually have to admit defeat when faced with the star-absorbing technique. Chen Hao seized the black-clad woman's weakness, clenching his right fist with flames wreathing it. He punched her hard in the stomach. The woman in black was sent flying by the punch, crashing heavily into the rock wall behind her. Chen Hao kicked off with his right foot and quickly dodged, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. The woman in black pleaded, "I'll do anything anything you want, as long as you let me go. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Hao's right hand had already firmly gripped her neck, and he was operating the corpse cultivation technique with all his might. Why? As the energy within her surged toward Chen Hao like a tidal wave, the woman in black was filled with confusion and resentment. She had already begged for mercy. Because I don't like being played like a fool, and your snake-like eyes disgust me to the extreme. So, just die. I curse you, may you die a horrible death. Accompanied by her curses, Chen Hao completely drained her energy. The woman in black vanished into thin air, disappearing from everyone's sight. After dealing with her, Chen Hao headed deeper into the cave. He saw Che Jili's body. He then threw a fireball, which burned the corpse. Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the corpse, acquired a Class B superpower, Greatsword Hand. For Chen Hao, this superpower was just an appetizer. His target is fat people. He strode forward and finally found the fat man's body. At this moment, the fat man's massive body lay prone on the ground, with a huge hole in his back. His eyes were wide open. He clearly died with his eyes open in disbelief. Fatty, you can go in peace. Chen Hao threw out another ball of fire, burning the corpse. Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the corpse, gained F-level superpower, spatial manipulation. The system notification sounded like heavenly music to Chen Hao's ears. Although the fat man's spatial manipulation skill was low level, Chen Hao didn't care. After obtaining this superpower, he immediately tried to use it. The primary goal is to create a storage space. Chen Hao has considerable experience in using superpowers. Before long, he had cleared out a space of 1 cubic meter. This thing can be used as a small safe. It seems that it's not that the fat guy is incompetent, but that his ability level is too low. He pondered for a moment. System, disassemble the B-level ability, Big Knife Hand. Big Swordsman needs a big sword to be most effective. Chen Hao has already mastered the Small Knife Hand ability, so he can't use it. Ding dong, the B-level ability, Big Knife Hand, has been successfully decomposed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 primal ability beads. Inject 10,000 primal ability beads into spatial manipulation. Ding dong, congratulations host, your F-level ability, spatial manipulation, has been upgraded to B-level ability. Chen Hao began to try using the upgraded B-level, spatial manipulation. Looking at the space he had created, he was shocked. This space is as big as a basketball court, with the same length and height. Now we've switched to a powerful new weapon. Spatial manipulation has other uses as well. We'll study them when we get back. He continued deeper into the cave. Chen Hao arrived at the deepest part of the cave. I saw a coffin. He looked at the coffin, only to find it completely empty. Was it all absorbed by that woman in black? Chen Hao, who was initially somewhat angry, suddenly broke through his cultivation level. He has advanced from the 3rd level of the Master Realm to the 4th level. A slight smile played on his lips as he couldn't help but exclaim, these strange things are all my family members. Chen Hao has made up his mind that from now on, whenever there are new strange events, he will definitely go and see them if he can handle them. To others, the eerie was extremely terrifying, but to Chen Hao, it was nothing more than a walking treasure chest of experience. He walked around the cave. With the help of the SSS level, Eye of True Sight, Chen Hao found a book, The Childhood Divine Skill, and it's a blue-colored skill book. He opened the book and tried to read it. Chen Hao read very quickly and finished the whole book in no time. Then he put away the boy's divine skill. Let's leave it to Lu Xiaobu and the others later. Chen Hao had no intention of practicing this technique himself. This technique has a limitation. One must remain a virgin until mastering it. This stuff is good, but Chen Hao is the 9th generation only son in his family, and he doesn't want the Chen family line to end with him. After emerging from the cave, Chen Hao met Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Brother Hao, have you got it sorted out? Chen Hao nodded. He then gave the boy's divine skill to Lu Xiaobu. Lu Xiaobu caught it. Brother Hao, what's this? This is the training method, Xiaobu. You should practice this from now on. This technique is very good, but it has a flaw. After cultivation, one must remain a virgin. One must not break free until one has achieved mastery, otherwise all previous efforts will be in vain. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, Lu Xiaoji, who had been about to approach, subconsciously took a few steps back. He had originally wanted to look around more, but now he'd lost all interest. Lu Xiaobu looked at the boy's divine skill in his hand, his eyes burning with fervor. The cultivation technique he practiced was provided free of charge by the state. Although Shangguan Huofeng took him in, she did not invest much in his upbringing. Brother Hao, I will practice hard. Lu Xiaobu's tone was firm. He was never popular with women and had no interest in them. His childhood experiences made him yearn for power even more. By the way, Xiaobu, are you still a virgin? Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Little Bu, I didn't expect you to still be a virgin. Chen Hao was speechless when he heard this. He ignored Lu Xiaoji and instead explained, practicing this technique while still a virgin will yield twice the results with half the effort. On the contrary, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Everyone is getting ready to go back. When they reached the bottom of the mountain, Chen Hao asked Lu Xiaobu to hand over the woman in green on his back to the proprietor proprietress who sold steamed buns. The woman in green has woken up. She didn't say a word the whole way. Che Jili's actions were heartbreaking for her. The three left the town of Wawatu. Lu Xiaobu was a little worried and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Hao, is it really okay to leave her there alone?" "No, the proprietress is one of their people." Lu Xiaobu looked puzzled. "Brother Hao, how did you know?" "Don't be fooled by the proprietress's appearance. She is actually a superhuman at the general realm. When Che Jili and the others came in this morning, she and the landlady made eye contact. They clearly know each other." "Wow, Haoji, that's amazing. You could even tell that." Lu Xiaobu instantly became Chen Hao's biggest fan. Lu Xiaoji was used to this and had become numb to it. The three returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Just as they arrived at the entrance, they ran into Shangguan Huofeng. "She seemed to have been waiting here all along. Why did it take you three so long to get back?" "There was a traffic jam on the road. There was nothing I could do." Shangguan Huofeng nodded. Then, smiling, he said, "I know everything about Wawata town. We received a call from Shangchu City, praising your performance highly. You did a good job this time." "Oh, Sister Fire Phoenix, you flatter us. We're not as good as you say." Lu Xiaobu responded somewhat embarrassedly. Yes, these are things we should do." Shangguan Huofeng looked at Chen Hao and said, "Xiao Hao, besides these, there is one more thing. Have you taken care of things at the hospital?" "It's been taken care of, but there's something more to it than meets the eye." Shangguan Huofeng looked around and said to Chen Hao in a low voice, "Let's go to my office and talk." Chen Hao and the others followed Shangguan Huofeng into her office. After telling Shangguan Huofeng in detail about the tragic experiences of the two sisters, "All right, you guys go and rest now. Don't get involved in this matter anymore. The Wei family wields immense power. You cannot afford to offend them." Chen Hao, Lu Xiaoji, and Lu Xiaobu left the office. Watching their retreating figures, Shangguan Huofeng's face was full of helplessness. She felt deep sympathy for the sisters' plight, but the Wei family's power was too great, and even she was powerless to resist it. Shangguan Huofeng had long heard about Wei Xianfu's bullying of men and women. "I just didn't expect it to be this outrageous." Chen Hao and his group walked out of Shangguan Huofeng's office. Lu Xiaobu said to Chen Hao, "Brother Hao, judging from Sister Huofeng's attitude, it seems she doesn't intend to continue investigating this matter." Chen Hao nodded and pondered. "She is now the director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau, which carries a heavy responsibility. I have to handle all kinds of affairs, big and small, for the Bureau of Superpowers." She was also helpless. If it were her alone, she might have gone to deal with Wei Xianfu herself long ago, but now, she is our leader. Lu Xiaobu fell into deep thought. What else can we do? Of course, we have to become stronger as much as possible, and then go and kill that bastard. Before Chen Hao could speak, Lu Xiaoji answered first. After listening, Chen Hao nodded silently, agreeing with Lu Xiaoji's idea. It must be said that although Lu Xiaoji is sometimes a bit silly, he never lets you down when it matters. Lu Xiaobu yawned. "Brother Hao, I'm sleepy. Go to sleep if you're tired. We haven't slept all night." The three of them returned to their respective dormitories. Chen Hao went back, took a shower, lay down, and fell asleep. A commotion woke Chen Hao up. He opened the door and went out. They found Tian Wenjing anxiously calling out, "Sister Baijia, Sister Baijia." "Wenjing, what's wrong?" Shangguan Huofeng came downstairs. "Sister Huofeng, Wenting is injured." Shangguan Huofeng glanced at Kai Wenting, who was covered in blood. It was the Scorpion Brigade. "We encountered them when we went on a mission. Wenting was severely injured by them. It's all my fault. If I hadn't gone to pick that thunderflower, we wouldn't have met the Scorpion Brigade." "Thunderflower? Isn't that an ingredient for refining the General Realm Pill?" Tian Wenjing nodded. "I've been collecting materials to refine the General Realm Pill recently." Shangguan Huofeng nodded after hearing this. Looking at Kai Wenting's serious injuries, a hint of apology appeared on his face. "Wenjing, Baijia has also gone out on a mission." "Not at the station." Tian Wenjing looked surprised after hearing this. She thought that everything would be fine after bringing Kai Wenting back. After all, Baijia can heal even the most serious injuries if she takes action. But now, Baijia is gone. "Sister Fire Phoenix, are there any other healers available now?" "Therapist?" Shangguan Huofeng scanned her surroundings. People with healing abilities are extremely rare, and there are very few of them within the organization. "Xianyu, is Green Ivy there?" She looked at a woman not far away and asked. "Sister Fire Phoenix, I'm sorry, Green Ivy is also on a mission." Shangguan Huofeng found herself in a difficult situation. "There's no one under my command who can help. Perhaps I can give it a try." Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but want to step forward to help, but Lu Xiaoji stopped him. "Xiaoji, why are you stopping me?" "Little Boo, don't think I'm underestimating you. Your skills are nothing special, so forget about it." Lu Xiaoji had witnessed Lu Xiaobu treating the woman in green. The person's head was bleeding from hitting it. Lu Xiaobu could only stop the bleeding. He couldn't help with anything else. Her holy light healing can make wounds heal quickly, even without leaving scars. "Do you still want to use one shot will do the trick? Weren't you planning to cultivate the Virgin Boy divine skill? After using this, will you still be able to cultivate it?" Lu Xiaobu listened and fell silent. silent, his face full of conflict. Sister Fire Phoenix, maybe I can give her a try. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Xiaobu's eyes lit up. It's Brother Hao. Oh dear, how could I forget about Brother Hao? With Brother Hao here, Kai Wenting is saved. Lu Xiaobu became excited. Seeing Chen Hao was like seeing a glimmer of hope. Yes, we can ask Brother Hao, he's incredibly resourceful. What a blunder! What a blunder! Lu Xiaoji shook his head in frustration. Chen Hao came down from upstairs. Shangguan Huofeng looked at him, her brows furrowed. Xiao Hao, this is a matter of life and death. Don't joke around. Can you really save him? Chen Hao nodded. But Sister Fire Phoenix, let's make this clear first. I will do my best to save her, but if I fail, don't blame me. Of course. Xiao Hao, I believe in you. Go ahead and do it without worry. Tian Wenjing stared intently at Chen Hao. Chen Hao, help me, save Wenting. Congratulations. Tian Wenjing's eyes were filled with helplessness. Don't worry, I will do my best. Yes, that's enough. However, I hope that only one person will be involved in the treatment. Don't let anyone else bother me. That's natural, that's natural. Everyone helped Chen Hao carry Kai Wenting to a room not far away. Chen Hao went inside and then closed the door. Seeing this, everyone secretly glanced at each other, preparing to peek. Shangguan Huofeng stood in the doorway with a gloomy expression. These people, whether they help or not, are experts at watching the show. Shangguan Huofeng said angrily. Seeing Chen Hao and Kai Wenting alone in a room, Lu Xiaobu looked worried. Xiaoji, do you think Brother Hao can cure her? No problem. With Hao's personality, he never fights a battle he's not sure he can win. His willingness to take action shows that he has absolute confidence. Just as Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji were talking, some people crossed their arms, their faces full of disdain. I heard that Kid's superpower is nothing but a useless imitation superpower. With such abilities, how far can they go, no matter how powerful they are? I think Shangguan Huofeng has lost her mind. The cowgirl is so badly injured. I wonder if she's been taken to the hospital yet. Poor cowgirl, she actually believed that blonde kid, so young, and he's going to die. Why are you here? Since that's the case, I might as well die a quick death. Cowgirl is the nickname given to Kai Wenting by the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. Hearing the man's words, Lu Xiaobu unconsciously clenched his fists. He was about to make his move. Lu Xiaoji stopped him and said calmly, Xiaobu, do you think this person secretly ate shit? How can you speak so foully? Lu Xiaobu understood immediately and replied, yes, it stinks terribly, it's disgusting. The person who just mocked Chen Hao knew very well that Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji were insulting him. You wait, I've noted this down. After saying that, the man turned and left. The Bureau of Superpowers has rules that prohibit violence within the Bureau unless under special circumstances. Otherwise, they will be severely punished. That's why Lu Xiaoji stopped Lu Xiaobu. Pa, what a load of rubbish, you expect me to keep accounts? Watching the man's departing figure, Lu Xiaoji narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking at Kai Wenting lying on the bed, he looked apologetic and said softly, Milk Cowgirl, I'm sorry, I've offended you. Chen Hao's Hand of God is completely different from Bai Jie's Holy Light Healing. Bai Jie's Holy Light Healing can be cast directly. Chen Hao's skills can only be activated by touching the opponent's body. He gently placed his hand on Kai Wenting's body and began to carefully explore her. Since the exact location of Kai Wenting's injury is unclear, Chen Hao could only carefully check him from head to toe. Chen Hao walked out of the room. Is she alright? Tian Wenjing asked anxiously. Yes, sure. It's alright, you just need to take good care of yourself afterwards. Tian Wenjing quickly walked into the room. Shangguan Huofeng looked at Chen Hao and smiled with satisfaction. She gently patted his shoulder. Xiao Hao, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Alright, you must be tired too. Go and get some rest. Come find me after you've rested, and I'll give you a big gift. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Hao walked towards Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji. The way people looked at him changed. I originally thought he was just someone with connections. I never expected him to be so talented. In addition, Chen Hao is a therapist. Everyone was secretly plotting how to curry favor with him. Brother Hao, how's the treatment going? Lu Xiaobu asked. It's alright, except that there are 2 swollen areas, so I spent more time treating them. Unfortunately, my medical skills are not good enough to help reduce the swelling. Lu Xiaobu looked completely bewildered. Lu Xiaoji revealed a strange smile. Come with me. The image of Kai Wenting appeared in my mind. That upright chest, outstanding cleavage. Is it Big D or Little E? That guy is famously a big cow. By the way, Brother Hao, someone just spoke rudely to you. Just as Lu Xiaoji was thinking, Lu Xiaobu suddenly said. Chen Hao asked. A silver-haired boy. Silver-haired boy. It's alright, just let it go. I'm a very magnanimous person and I never hold grudges. Chen Hao and his 2 companions followed the man. Looking at his back, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but say, Brother Hao, didn't you say you never hold grudges? Yes, I never hold grudges, because if I do, I take revenge immediately. As the person walked into the public restroom, Chen Hao said to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, let's go, we'll follow. The 3 of them went into the public restroom. This toilet is quite old, with each stall separated by cement partitions. I heard a familiar voice as soon as I entered the door. It's that silver-haired kid browsing Douyin while squatting on the toilet. Chen Hao glanced at Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, etc. He said in a low voice, "Is everything ready?" "I'm ready too." The three of them quietly approached the pit where the silver-haired boy was. The bathroom light is broken, so it's a bit dim. Fortunately, the silver-haired man was browsing Douyin, TikTok, and the light from his phone screen illuminated his face. His identity was exposed. Lu Xiaoji quickly slammed the urea bag in his hand onto the silver-haired boy's head. Lu Xiaobu and Chen Hao then pulled out baseball bats they had prepared beforehand. They gave the silver-haired boy a good beating. The silver-haired boy screamed incessantly, "Make way, let me do it." Lu Xiaoji rushed forward and used the move Chrysanthemum Finger. The silver-haired boy had been constipated these past few days, and Lu Xiaoji's suggestion was spot on. Instantly clear. It's clear now, but he's now half lying in the toilet stall. Those things left him completely disheveled. All done, let's go. Everyone quickly evacuated. Later, when Chen Hao and his group were eating at the Superpower Bureau's cafeteria, they ran into the silver-haired boy who had been beaten. His face was bruised and swollen, and he walked with a limp. He emitted a strange odor. It smells like shower gel mixed with the smell of excrement. It smells pungent yet fragrant, which is unpleasant. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was originally harmonious. Upon smelling the odor, everyone quickly moved away and quietly dispersed. It stinks so bad. For a moment, the entire cafeteria was deserted. Those who fled naturally included Chen Hao and his group. After leaving the cafeteria, Chen Hao and his two companions couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What's making you all so happy?" Chen Hao turned his head and saw Tian Wenjing. "Chen Hao, it's so good to have you here. Wen Ting is awake. Come with me to see her. Give her another checkup while you're at it, just in case she suffers any lasting effects." Just as Chen Hao was about to go with Tian Wenjing, Lu Xiaoji pulled Lu Xiaobu aside and said to Chen Hao, "Brother Hao, you go ahead, Xiaobu and I won't go. Remember to give them a thorough checkup." As Lu Xiaoji said this, a lewd smile appeared on his face. He then pulled Lu Xiaobu away. Tian Wenjing watched Lu Xiaoji's retreating figure, her brows furrowed, a hint of displeasure flashing across her face. "What's wrong with him? Ignore him, he's always been like this." Lu Xiaobu was pulled away by Lu Xiaoji, looking somewhat bewildered. "Xiaoji, why don't we go with them?" "Hey, you don't understand, don't go and disturb brother Hao's good time." Inside a hospital room, Kai Wenting kept rubbing herself. "You bastard, you used so much force." The thought of the cow's milk being milked made Kai Wenting very angry. "Wenting, I'm back. I brought you millet porridge and your favorite meat buns." Tian Wenjing walked in from outside the door, followed closely by Chen Hao. Seeing someone following behind Tian Wenjing, Kai Wenting couldn't help but ask, "Sister Wenjing, who is he?" "Oh, you mean him. He is your savior. He was the one who treated you last night." Kai Wenting's expression changed slightly, but she controlled her emotions very well. Although he was filled with anger, his face remained gentle. She smiled and said, "Thank you so much for yesterday. It's nothing, just a small favor." "Hands? This guy actually got hands on me." Kai Wenting muttered to herself. "What a jerk, he has absolutely no sense of chivalry." Chen Hao smiled and asked Kai Wenting, "How are you feeling now? Is there any pain or swelling anywhere? Do you need me to treat you again?" "Oh, no need, no need." Kai Wenting quickly refused. "Judging from your condition, there shouldn't be any major problems." Seemingly recalling what happened yesterday, Kai Wenting subconsciously lowered her head. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Hao left the ward. As he was leaving, Kai Wenting's information came to mind. This guy is at the 3rd level of the Master Realm, with an S-rank ability, Earth Manipulation. Chen Hao was surprised to find that Kai Wenting's superpower level was actually higher than Tian Wenjing's. After leaving the ward, Chen Hao went directly to a certain place. That's a supermarket. This place has the most complete selection of items, and Chen Hao plans to do a big shopping spree, putting everything into the space he created. He buys almost everything, from clothes to medicine. He even bought some women's clothes. Chen Hao's actions puzzled the owner of the clothing wholesale market. "Oh, I'm planning to open a clothing store." Upon hearing this, the shop owner smiled. After settling everything, Chen Hao left. He left his address, and the mall owner would send a car to deliver the goods to his home. Looking at the items piled up in the courtyard, Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly. This house is his grandfather's old house, and it is rarely inhabited. Now that there was no one around, he waved his hand and put everything in the courtyard into his spatial storage. As he was about to leave, he glanced back at his grandfather's old house. The house had been in disrepair for many years and was quite dilapidated, with weeds growing rampant in the courtyard. "I might have to come back and fix it when I have time in the future." Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. In the days that followed, aside from cultivation, Chen Hao devoted himself to studying the spatial manipulation ability. He has now mastered a new ability, teleportation. After using teleport, Chen Hao was able to instantly teleport more than 5 meters away. These 5 meters represent the maximum distance he can teleport. "I don't know if my ability level is too low, or if my strength is insufficient. The distance of teleportation is limited. We must continue to study it." it. In order to master and use the teleportation skill more quickly and flexibly, Chen Hao would practice it occasionally while walking every day. On this day, Chen Hao had nothing to do, so he decided to go to the suburbs to repair his grandfather's house. He called over Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji. As the three walked deeper into the woods, Chen Hao clenched his right fist and slammed it hard at the flying stone. The stone shattered instantly. Chen Hao stared angrily into the depths of the woods, but there was no response. What appeared before them was a stone giant. The guy suddenly leaped high into the air, then landed heavily. Chen Hao and his two companions dodged, and the stone giant crashed down on the spot where they had just been standing. Are they from the Scorpion Brigade? Lu Xiaobu asked nervously. I don't know, but you'd better be careful, Chen Hao said to Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji. They both agreed in unison. Chen Hao rushed forward and engaged the stone giant in combat. After a few moves, he flashed behind the giant. His right foot, wreathed in flames, kicked fiercely at the giant's head. The giant's head exploded with a sound. Chen Hao's moves left Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji dumbfounded. Xiaoji, what move did brother Hao use just now? Lu Xiaoji rolled his eyes. At this moment, Lu Xiaoji frowned and said to Lu Xiaobu, that move is a bit like the legendary teleportation. Isn't teleportation a spatial ability? Lu Xiaobu asked doubtfully. While the two were still discussing, Chen Hao quickly rushed into the bushes next to him. A person hiding in the shadows is preparing to escape, but Chen Hao caught up with him. He recognized the person as Kai Wenting. That's right, it's me, you bastard. I'm here to settle the score with you for what you did to me before. Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly. He walked towards Kai Wenting. What are you going to do? Kai Wenting instinctively covered her chest and backed away. When a child misbehaves, he or she should be properly disciplined. Soon after, a piercing scream echoed through the woods. Hearing the sound, Lu Xiaobu said to Lu Xiaoji, Xiaoji, should we go take a look? No need, just leave it to brother Hao to handle. Let's go to Hao Ji's old house first. Lu Xiaoji left with Lu Xiaobu. Lu Xiaoji heard the voice clearly just now. Based on the image of the stone giant, he recognized the attacker as Kai Wenting. At this moment, Lu Xiaoji narrowed his eyes, and the scene of Chen Hao teaching Kai Wenting a lesson flashed through his mind. If a child misbehaves, then corporal punishment is necessary. After all, a child needs a good beating to become a filial son. Devil, you are a devil. Kai Wenting rubbed her bottom. His eyes were red and his face was full of grievance. Okay, stop crying. Come with me. Come to my house. I'll tell you, my house is quite big. Go to your house? What? Are you afraid I'll eat you? If I had that intention, I would have done it long ago. Why would I wait until now? Tui. When Chen Hao said this, he used his hypocritical ability. Upon hearing this, Kai Wenting's face instantly turned red. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao involuntarily frowned. Is this guy a masochist? And so, as if suffering from Stockholm Syndrome, Kai Wenting inexplicably followed Chen Hao back to his hometown. Looking at the slightly dilapidated old house, Kai Wenting couldn't help but frown. What are you planning to do? She asked. It's not you, it's us, someone retorted. That's right, you should do your part too, another person added. Why should I? Kai Wenting retorted, dissatisfied. This is your punishment for attacking us without provocation. Otherwise what? Chen Hao glanced at her, and Kai Wenting suddenly felt inexplicable pain in two places. Alright, stop dawdling, time to get to work. Chen Hao tossed her a pair of gloves. The four of them then divided the work and began to repair it. Lu Xiaobu was in charge of repairing the roof. Lu Xiaoji and Chen Hao cleaned the house, and Kai Wenting cleared the weeds in the courtyard. Everyone was busy and having a great time. Not long after, Lu Xiaoji nudged Chen Hao lightly with his elbow. Brother Hao, what's wrong? Chen Hao asked. That guy is slacking off. Chen Hao followed the gaze and saw Kai Wenting wearing a straw hat, sitting leisurely on the railing outside the house. He walked over, ready to talk to her. But when he entered the courtyard, the sight before him stunned him. Is it possible to play like this? Two little clay figures appeared in the courtyard. One was pulling weeds with all its might, while the other carried the weeds outside. That's amazing. Chen Hao discovered that Kai Wenting's use of the earth manipulation ability was so masterful. He walked up to her and asked curiously, how did you do that? How did you do that? Isn't it just having hands? Kai Wenting replied casually. Chen Hao's lips twitched involuntarily. This was simply a classic answer from a top student. He recalled that in his past life, when he asked a top student for help with a difficult problem, the student said, this problem is very simple. Anyone can solve it by doing it this way or that way. Simple my ass. All that remained in my mind were a few vague words like this, leaving me completely bewildered. I'll ask you for advice properly after I'm done with this, Chen Hao said before walking into the house. After a morning of work, the whole house looks brand new. Come on, have some watermelon. Chen Hao took out a sliced watermelon and placed it in front of everyone. Lu Xiaobu, Lu Xiaoji, and Kai Wenting each took one. Wow, so sweet. Kai Wenting savored the cool taste of the watermelon, her mouth filled with sweetness. She couldn't help but ask Chen Hao, this house doesn't have electricity, does it? Yes, there's no refrigerator either. Why is your watermelon so cold? Oh, there's a well in the back, Chen Hao said with a smile. I'll put the watermelon watermelon in the well, and it'll cool down naturally after a while. So that's how it is. Kai Wenting suddenly realized. After eating the watermelon, everyone felt full. Xiaobu, didn't you say you wanted to go outside for a walk? Lu Xiaoji asked. I didn't. Lu Xiaobu immediately understood when he saw the look Lu Xiaoji gave him. Oh, right, I'm going for a walk outside. The two then left together, leaving only Chen Hao and Kai Wenting. Chen Hao looked at Kai Wenting and said, there's no one here now. What do you want to do? Kai Wenting immediately assumed a defensive posture. Chen Hao rolled his eyes at her. I just want to ask how you made your clay figurines. I want to learn. What? You also have earth-based abilities? No, I have fire-based abilities, Kai Wenting said, as flames gathered in her right hand. No wonder Sister Shangwan Huofeng took you as her apprentice. Chen Hao nodded in praise. Kai Wenting didn't hold anything back and taught him the method in detail. The current situation left Chen Hao somewhat bewildered. He wasn't sure if Kai Wenting was influenced by the hypocritical attitude or for some other reason. She was hostile towards him just a moment ago, but now she's as obedient as a baby. Under Kai Wenting's guidance, Chen Hao began to try. People who can ride a bicycle will naturally progress very quickly when they learn to ride an electric bike. Chen Hao worked hard and gradually mastered the skills. A small fireman appeared out of thin air on the ground. It's done. It really is done. Chen Hao, you're amazing. Upon seeing the little fire figure on the ground, Kai Wenting was so excited that she danced with joy, her excitement even surpassing that of when she successfully used it. Just as Wen Jing said, you really are a genius. No, he's simply a monster. Chen Hao smiled slightly upon hearing this. His ultimate goal was not to create a fire spirit. He continued trying to condense the next fireman. Soon, the second fireman was also successfully formed. Just as Chen Hao was about to condense the third one, Kai Wenting stopped him. With our current strength, we cannot gather a third one. If you force it to condense, it will damage the brain. Kai Wenting tried to unite a third party, but it backfired. She took a long time to recover. Hearing this, Chen Hao smiled and said, it's okay, I know my limits. He continued to gather firemen. Soon, a new little fireman appeared. Kai Wenting's eyes widened as she looked at the three little fire figures in front of her. She stood there, mouth agape, as if struck by lightning. What's going on? Chen Hao, how did you do that? It's simple, all you need are your hands. Hearing Chen Hao's academically brilliant answer, Kai Wenting rolled her eyes helplessly. Before he finished speaking, Chen Hao conjured another fire figure. Another one, and another one. Kai Wenting herself has also created clay figurines, and she is well aware of the difficulties involved. With each additional creature gathered, the mental burden increases. What's going on with this guy's mental power? Just as Kai Wenting was filled with doubt, Chen Hao found the answer. It must be the super brain ability that's helping me. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to upgrade the level of my super brain ability. Currently, Chen Hao's super brain ability level is only C. Ugh, those guys from the Scorpion Brigade are really something. Why haven't you been causing trouble lately? Chen Hao's favorite things are bizarre events and the Scorpion Brigade. They were like his family, and every time they appeared, they helped Chen Hao improve his abilities. Since you won't come to me, I'll come to you. After cleaning the old house, Chen Hao and the others left. What he didn't know was that right after they left, suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared in the well in the backyard. Chen Hao, I'm leaving. After returning to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, Kai Wenting left. As she walked away, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but give Chen Hao a thumbs up. Brother Hao, you're awesome. They won over our bureau's milk cowgirl so quickly. Chen Hao smiled faintly, then said, let's go find your sister now. Looking for my sister? Come on, Haoji, you've already won over cowgirl. Why are you going to mess with my sister? Chen Hao rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaoji. I wanted to invite her to dinner and ask her for a favor. Through the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities bounty board, Chen Hao discovered a target. That person possessed a B-level Western swordsman ability and his strength reached the 5th level of the Master Realm. Chen Hao planned to cause him trouble. Fine, as long as you don't harm my sister, anything is fine. It must be said that Lu Xiaoji is very good to his sister. On the way to Lu Fingfing's office, Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji quietly followed behind Chen Hao. Lu Xiaobu whispered to Lu Xiaoji, Xiaoji, why don't you want your sister to be with brother Hao? Wouldn't it be great to have Hao as your brother-in-law? Lu Xiaoji shook his head. Am I stupid? There's only one Hao Gu. If he becomes my brother-in-law, if my sister were to sit on me and kill me, I'd be devastated. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoji's words, an image immediately flashed into Lu Xiaobu's mind. Oh, no wonder you said that. The group had already arrived outside Lu Fingfing's office. Chen Hao and the others went inside. Have no idea. I need to ask you for a favor again. Tell me, who are you looking for? Lu Fengfeng was decisive and efficient. That's the person. Chen Hao took out a photo of a man in a jazz suit holding a rapier and showed it to Lu Fengfeng. Okay, wait a moment. Lu Fengfeng quickly typed on the keyboard. Before long, she helped Chen Hao find a target. Looking at the information Lu Fengfeng sent, Chen Hao couldn't help but ask, Lu Fengfeng, are you free tonight? Yes, what's wrong? Let's have a casual meal together. Lu Fengfeng smiled happily. This was the first time a boy had invited her to dinner. They went to a bar barbecue stand. How is it? Did you find anything? Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji were constantly eating skewers and occasionally taking a sip of beer. Not at the moment. Seeing the two of them wolfing down their food, Lu Fingfang's expression changed. She had thought tonight would be a romantic candlelight dinner just for Chen Hao and her, but it turned out like this. After finishing their meal, Chen Hao led everyone away. He went alone to defeat the guy with the fencer ability. Following the address given by Lu Fengfeng, he arrived at a coffee shop and sat down to wait. As long as I kill this guy, my super brain will be upgraded to B level. However, Chen Hao couldn't help but complain that it would take 10,000 original ability beads to upgrade from F level to B level, and 10,000 beads to upgrade from C level to B level. Buyers spend more money and sellers earn less, with middlemen making the difference, and the system pockets all of that difference. Chen Hao sat and drank coffee for a while. A small bell hangs at the entrance of the coffee shop, and it rings every time someone comes in. Welcome, what would you like to drink? As usual, a grandfather and grandson entered. Grandpa, slow down. The old man sat down with the woman's help. Chen Hao looked at them. It was discovered that both of them were skilled in martial arts. The old man looked somewhat weak, but his strength had reached the 4th level of the Master Realm. A Class C superpower, Tai Chi sword? Chen Hao saw through it instantly. The woman was slightly weaker, only at the 7th level of the Warrior Realm, but her supernatural ability was a level higher than the old man's. The woman possesses a Class B superpower, the Tai Chi sword. Her special ability is the same as the old man's, Tai Chi sword. In this world, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and even a rat's son knows how to dig a hole. The superpowers of their parents are likely to be the same in their descendants. This is what is known as heredity. Of course, there are exceptions to gene mutations. Some people awaken other superpowers, or they don't awaken any at all. After finishing their coffee and eating a small cake, the grandfather and grandson walked out of the coffee shop with happy expressions. Grandpa, is the little cake delicious? It's delicious, but you should eat less of it. Grandpa is getting old, so he should eat less sweets. At home, my grandma never lets me eat sweets. Hee hee, just don't tell grandma. You're always so quirky and mischievous. The grandfather and grandson walked out of the coffee shop and headed into the distance. Chen Hao followed quietly behind. We walked a distance. The white-haired old man stopped, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and said in a cold voice, "Friend over there, come out and meet me." Ha, truly a man nearing the end of his life. People say that old people are wise and shrewd. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. A young man holding a rapier emerged from the corner. The old man stared coldly at the other person. I don't want to do anything. I just want to experience your Tai Chi sword. Want to learn my Tai Chi sword? The old man sized up the young man and noticed that his rapier looked somewhat familiar. His eyes suddenly lit up. Did you kill old man Han? Old Han? Who's that? The young man was a sword fanatic who had challenged countless strong opponents throughout his life. Without exception, all his opponents fell to his sword. Han Xiangming, the successor of the Yulong sword. Oh, you mean that guy? That guy's strength is too weak. The dragon sword in his hand looks powerful, but it's actually just fancy moves. He was killed by my sword in less than 2 rounds. Upon hearing this, the old man's face immediately darkened. Han Xiangming was his close friend, but he never expected to die at the hands of this young man. Time passes by every second. Give me your life, and I will avenge Han Xiangming today. The old man snatched the long sword from his granddaughter and lunged at the man. The man, wielding a rapier, charged straight at them. The two sides clashed. For a moment, the metallic sound of swords clashing echoed in our ears. The man's sword was a deadly weapon, and every strike was aimed directly at the old man's vital points. The old man had no choice but to avoid their sharp edge. He skillfully used his strength to deflect the man's sword strike. After dozens of moves, the man was unable to harm the old man in the slightest. Interesting, really interesting. Excitement gleamed in the man's eyes, as if he had discovered a very fun toy. You're much stronger than that guy who wields the dragon sword. Who are you? I killed him in just a few moves, but I never expected you to withstand dozens of my moves. The old man remained silent upon hearing this. At this moment, his face was flushed, and his blood and chi were surging within him. He is old and his physical functions are not as good as before. It's now at its last gasp. If attacked again, he is probably no longer able to defend himself. Okay, that's enough playing. It's time to send you on your way. The man seemed to notice the old man's weakness. The man was about to attack. The old man called out to his granddaughter, Xiaoying, hurry up. No, Grandpa, I want to stay with you. Zhang Ying insisted on going forward to lend a helping hand. Why don't you listen to me? You are no match for him at all. Upon hearing this, the corners of the man's mouth turned up slightly. Clearly, they respected the old man's strength. He said, little girl, listen to your grandfather and run away quickly. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off the hook. Zhang Ying was too weak to arouse any interest from men. Zhang Qingshan, haven't I been good to you? I'm a man of honor. I'll only kill you, but spare your granddaughter's life. Quickly thank me. Hearing these strange words, Zhang Qingshan's face turned ashen. Woo woo woo. He clenched his teeth, his cheeks trembling uncontrollably. He was filled with hatred. I hate that I don't have an enough strength. If I could be 10 years younger. How can we tolerate such arrogance from this guy? Unfortunately, life doesn't offer what-ifs. The young man had already pounced on him. The rapier sliced through the air, a flash of light. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce Zhang Qingshan, a fireball suddenly rushed over. Zhang Qingshan dodged, sneaking in and launching a sneak attack. Get out here! He glared angrily in the direction from which the fireball had come. A person slowly walked out. What kind of skill is it to bully old men and children? The young man smiled upon hearing Chen Hao's words. What? You want to stand up for them? Is that not allowed? Of course you can, but you'll have to pay a price. The young man brandished his sword and charged into battle. Chen Hao kicked off with his right foot and met him. The two sides gradually approached each other. The young man held a rapier. Chen Hao was holding a Nepalese kukri. The two were about to clash. The expected metallic clang did not occur. The young man thrust out his sword. Have no idea. But to his horror, he discovered that he had stabbed nothing. Chen Hao vanished into thin air like a ghost. Immediately afterwards, he felt a chill down his spine. A dagger flashed with purple light and plunged into his back. Chen Hao used flash to appear behind the young man, and his sharp Nepalese kukri pierced straight in. The man swung his rapier in a backhand motion, but the blade missed its mark. Chen Hao quickly appeared and dodged several meters away. It's poisonous, the man exclaimed in horror as he realized his back was starting to feel numb. He wanted to fight back, but Chen Hao's poison was too potent. His body went limp and he collapsed straight down. Seeing this, Chen Hao condensed a ball of flame in his right hand and hurled it fiercely at the man. The flames landed on the man, instantly setting him ablaze. Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the corpse, gained a Class B superpower, Fencer. The man was burned to ashes by the flames, and Chen Hao successfully absorbed his supernatural power. System, decomposed the B-level superpower, Fencer. Ding dong, decomposition successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 primal ability beads. Integrate these 10,000 primal power beads into the super brain. Ding dong, congratulations host, your super brain has been upgraded. Promoted to B-level superpower. Chen Hao felt that his mental strength had significantly increased after the upgrade of the super brain. Hello. Zhang Ying walked shakily toward Chen Hao. Thank you so much for saving my life, sir. May I ask your honorable name? Chen Hao didn't want to get entangled with the other party any longer, so he simply replied Lei Feng and turned to leave. Grandpa, he's gone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingshan's face broke into a smile filled with satisfaction. Talented people emerge in every generation. Our Dragon Kingdom has finally produced a prodigy. He had originally wanted his granddaughter to invite Chen Hao to their home as a gesture of hospitality. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao left directly. A master has his own temperament, and Zhang Qingshan was well aware of this, so he didn't think there was anything wrong with Chen Hao. Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities and saw Kai Wenting carrying a lunchbox as soon as he entered. Wenting, where are you going? Go find Sister Wenjing. By the way, Brother Xiaohao, do you want to come along? Kai Wenting lowered her head slightly as she spoke, a faint blush rising on her face. After Chen Hao's tutelage, she became noticeably more docile. Speaking of which, Chen Hao hadn't chatted with Tian Wenjing for a long time. Then let's go together. Led by Kai Wenting, Chen Hao followed her to a place. This is a cemetery? Chen Hao never expected Tian Wenjing to be in such a place. The two entered the cemetery and finally met Tian Wenjing in front of a tombstone. Sister Wenjing, I've come to see you, and I brought some food with me. Oh right, Brother Xiaohao is here too. Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing wiped away her tears and then smiled at Kai Wenting, saying, Wenting, thank you. You're welcome, we're best friends. Chen Hao walked over and subconsciously glanced at the tombstone. Upon seeing the photos and handwriting above, he stood frozen in place. Kai Wenting seemed to sense Chen Hao's thoughts and said, Wenjing's parents are buried here. Chen Hao was silent for a moment, then asked, how did they die? It was the Scorpion Gang, they're the ones who killed Wenjing's parents. Chen Hao looked at Tian Wenjing and saw her crying uncontrollably, fiddling with the food as she cried. She usually appears incredibly strong, but beneath that strong exterior lies a vulnerable little girl. Is it the Scorpion Brigade again? Chen Hao clenched his fists instinctively, a deep hatred appearing on his face. Brother Hao, do you also have a grudge against the Scorpion Troop? Is it your family? Yes, and it's a blood feud. Chen Hao spoke with great seriousness. The saying, don't let your family suffer, is etched in his mind. He could tolerate the Scorpion Troop attacking him, but if anyone dares to harm his grandfather, that is absolutely unforgivable, because his grandfather was his only relative in the world. Since the Scorpion Troop dared to harm his grandfather, they must bear his wrath. Chen Hao was determined to destroy the Scorpion Brigade with all his might, even at the cost of his life. Wenjing, stop crying. No matter what happens in the future, I will stand by you and get through it together. Chen Hao spoke gently to Tian Wenjing. Leave the Scorpion Brigade to me. Don't worry, one day I will wipe them all out. Tian Wenjing knew that with Chen Hao's abilities, this was by no means empty talk. After all, he is an SSS level superhuman. What Chen Hao needs most right now is time. The three left the cemetery and returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu had just finished their late-night snack and walked in from outside. They saw Kai Wenting, whose face was flushed, and Tian Wenjing, whose face was streaked with tears. Xiaoji, why is Sister Wenjing crying? Lu Xiaobu asked curiously. I don't know, maybe I got sand in my eyes. Lu Xiaoji said this, but his heart was in turmoil. Brother Hao is indeed Brother Hao. That was really impressive. It was a double swallow. I wouldn't even dare to play like that. In the days that followed, Shen Hao entered a period of intensive training. With the help of the B-level super brain, he made further modifications to the Phoenix Decree. Even the corpse cultivator has undergone some adjustments. Now, Shen Hao's cultivation speed is faster than before. Master Realm Level 5 achieved. Shen Hao walked out of the room. He saw Lu Xiaobu sparring with Shi Jian. Just like Shen Hao before him, Lu Xiaobu was repeatedly sent flying backward by Shi Jian's attacks. Little Bu, stand up. You are far inferior to Chen Hao. He wasn't as cowardly as you were back then. Shi Jian trained Lu Xiaobu according to Chen Hao's standards. Lu Xiaobu felt he was about to collapse. My whole body aches, and my bones feel like they're about to break. Brother Hao is a real monster. He can persevere through this kind of training. Lu Xiaobu thought he was tough enough, but he didn't expect Chen Hao to be even more ruthless than him. It's not as good as it. It's not as good as it. Now, Chen Hao has become an insurmountable mountain in Lu Xiaobu's heart. He can only look up to him, never surpass him. Lu Xiaobu struggled several times, but still couldn't get up. Shi Jian then realized that he had gone too far. Lu Xiaobu was not Chen Hao after all, and could not withstand such an abnormal training intensity. However, compared to others, Lu Xiaobu was already considered a little genius. Xiaobu, are you alright? A figure walked up to Lu Xiaobu and extended his right hand. Upon seeing that it was Chen Hao, Lu Xiaobu was overjoyed. He gripped Chen Hao's hand tightly and used it to stand up. Lu Xiaobu was extremely grateful to Chen Hao. Not only did they teach him the boy's divine skill, but they also introduced him to his mentor, Shi Jian. His strength increased rapidly, as if he were riding a rocket. He has already reached the 8th level of the Scholar Realm. He is only 2 minor ranks away from reaching the Master Realm. Where's Xiaoji? You mean him? He said he also found a mentor and went for special training. Chen Hao's rapid improvement put pressure on both Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. In order to continue fighting alongside Chen Hao, they also began to train diligently. Brother Hao, Xiaobu. Speak of Chao Chao, and Chao Chao appears. Lu Xiaoji walked over from a distance. Chen Hao looked at him. However, they discovered that Lu Xiaoji's right index and middle fingers were wrapped in bandages. Xiaoji, what's wrong with you? Don't even mention it. I already found a teacher. I don't know if he made me insert sand every day on purpose. Inserting sand? How did it end up like this? Lu Xiaobu asked, his face full of confusion. What do you know? That's scalding hot sand. The kind with a big iron pot on top and firewood constantly being added underneath. Chen Hao was completely confused by Lu Xiaoji's words. Xiaoji, you didn't find a master who practices iron palm, did you? No, he doesn't practice iron palm. He practices finger techniques. Brother Hao, let me tell you, my master's right hand is exceptionally long, even longer than the fingers of those who play the piano. His fingers are amazing. They can reach into holes and even bend. I saw him put his hand into a black hole with my own eyes. Unfortunately, there was nothing in the cave, only some water. When the master took his hand out, water was dripping. Chen Hao listened, not knowing what to say. He said to Lu Xiaoji, if we're going to carry out a mission tonight, do you have a plan? A mission? Of course. Lu Xiaoji looked anxious, afraid that Chen Hao wouldn't take him alone. In front of Chen Hao, he directly unwrapped the bandage on his right hand. Chen Hao looked at Lu Xiaoji's right hand and noticed that his index and middle fingers had become thicker and darker. Brother Hao, I've recently mastered a new move, and I'll definitely give you a good performance tonight. Chen Hao led Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu to the mission location to receive the mission. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities is overwhelmed with tasks and extremely busy. Faced with a dense array of tasks, Chen Hao and his team were almost overwhelmed. Suddenly, Lu Xiaobu pointed at a task and shouted, basketball, Brother Hao, it's basketball. Let's go do this basketball ghosts mission. The mission department will evaluate the missions, and this basketball ghost mission is just right for them to take on, so they accepted the task. Chen Hao, Lu Xiaoji, and Lu Xiaobu walked along the path. You two be careful, we're almost at our destination. The target location for this mission is in a park. The park is nestled against a mountain and has a basketball court inside. Before the incident, many people loved to come here to play basketball. After the incident, no one dared to come back. Chen Hao walked along the path. Because there are few people, the path leading to the basketball court is overgrown with weeds on both sides, almost completely obscuring the path. Lu Xiaoji walked behind and couldn't help but complain, this place is too remote, and the road is almost ruined. Do we still need to deal with that guy? Chen Hao glanced at him. That guy is weird after all. Nobody knows if he'll move. What if the basketball court is abandoned and he moves to another place? Won't this harm another new person? After hearing Chen Hao's words, Lu Xiaoji suddenly realized what was going on. Brother Hao, I'm sorry, I didn't think of of that. Lu Xiaoji looked apologetic. As they spoke, they arrived at the basketball court. The basketball court was deserted, but the lights were still on. Chen Hao and his friends pushed open the basketball court gate and went inside. The stadium was empty. There was an old stool on each side, its paint peeling off, looking dilapidated. They strolled around the venue for a while. There's nothing special in here. After completing the walk, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but complain. There happened to be an empty mineral water bottle at his feet, and he kicked it. The bottle flew out and slid along the ground for a while. Lu Xiaoji looked in the direction of the bottle. Suddenly, he saw a figure. Hao, brother Hao. Lu Xiaoji was startled and hurriedly pulled at Chen Hao's clothes. Chen Hao looked in the direction he was pointing. A dark figure appeared under the basketball hoop at some unknown time. The man was holding a basketball and wearing overalls. Brother Hao, let me do it. Lu Xiaobu felt he had become stronger and wanted to show off his skills to Chen Hao. He stretched out his right hand, and a ball of flame leaped up. Looking at the ball of flame, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but complain, Xiaobu, did you buy this flame on Pinduoduo? It's so small, like it's underdeveloped. Lu Xiaobu blushed. So what if it's small? Haven't you heard of it short and concise? He had barely finished speaking when he was about to throw the fireball, but Chen Hao stopped him. No, brother Hao, what are you doing? Those are people, not monsters. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were both completely bewildered. The three of them walked together toward that person. Upon closer inspection, I could see his attire clearly. Good heavens, little Blackie. Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but complain. The man was startled when he saw Chen Hao and his group, and fled towards the door. I didn't expect this little black guy to be so fast. Seeing that there was nothing left there, Chen Hao and his group were preparing to leave. They had only taken a few steps when the person who had run away earlier returned. His face was deathly pale, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. Are you here to play with me? A sinister voice came from his mouth. Damn it, you little Blackie, are you trying to scare us on purpose? Lu Xiaobu rolled up his sleeves, ready to give him a beating, but Chen Hao stopped him. Xiaobu, he's not Xiao Haizi. It's not little Blackie. It's eerie. As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, the little black guy twisted off his own head. Come on, play with me. Play basketball with me. I brought a basketball. Xiao Haizi's head was twisted off, and blood gushed out from the cut like a fountain, making a hissing sound. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu watched, swallowing hard. Come on, come play with me. Since you're not coming, then I'm coming. As he spoke, Basketball Ghost dribbled a basketball and charged toward the three men. It threw the ball over. Lu Xiaoji instinctively reached out to take it. As soon as he got the ball, Lu Xiaoji was startled. That wasn't a ball at all. It was Xiao Haizi's head. He was so frightened that he quickly threw the severed head away. The head bounced off the ground and flew towards Lu Xiaobu at an odd angle. Lu Xiaobu was much bolder than Lu Xiaoji. His right hand was clenched into a fist, and strange energy was wrapped around it. Following the attack techniques learned from Shi Jian, he punched the incoming head, sending it flying. The head flew towards Lu Xiaoji's buttocks. It opened its mouth and actually bit Lu Xiaoji's butt hard. Lu Xiaoji cried out in pain. Despite the pain, he used 2 fingers of his right hand to poke into the hard human head. The head, as hard as tofu, was easily pierced by Lu Xiaoji. He lifted the head and threw it down violently. Ouch, ouch, my butt. He reached down and touched his buttocks, finding a deep teeth mark wet around it and blood flowing freely. Then, the head flew towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao waved his right hand. A sharp blade of fire shot out from the sky. Flame and gale slash. The fire blade pierced through the center of the man's head, splitting him in two. The severed head was ignited upon impact and instantly engulfed in flames, turning to ashes. You dared to destroy my basketball. A dark figure appeared. He condensed a black ball of energy the size of a basketball in his hand and hurled it at Chen Hao. Chen Hao teleported away from the black mist and arrived directly in front of the basketball ghost. He grabbed the basketball ghost by the neck with his right hand, pinched it, and lifted it up. The basketball ghost struggled desperately. Chen Hao uses the corpse cultivator technique to begin devouring the basketball ghost. And just like that, the basketball ghost was completely devoured. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were dumbfounded. Brother Hao was still as fierce as ever. The battle was over before we even had a chance to fight. Lu Xiaoji sighed. Lu Xiaobu's face was full of helplessness. He thought that by working hard to improve his skills, he could help Chen Hao. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a burden. Chen Hao devoured the basketball ghost queen. A notebook fell down. What's going on? Can you get equipment by killing monsters? Chen Hao bent down and picked up the notebook. The lighting here was a bit dim, so he didn't look closely and planned to study it more carefully when he got back. Xiaoji, Xiaobu, let's go. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu followed Chen Hao as they prepared to leave. As I walked past Xiao Haizi's corpse, Lu Xiaoji glanced at it and couldn't help but ask, is this what those idols on the internet are saying about the fate of little haters? After saying that, he didn't look any further and continued walking forward with Chen Hao and the others. The group left the basketball court, walked along the path, and entered the park. Chen Hao glanced at Lu Xiaoji and noticed that he was walking with a limp. My butt was just bitten. You got bitten on the butt? Let me see. This this isn't quite right. Turn around. Chen Hao stared at Lu Xiaoji's blood-soaked buttocks and pressed his right hand directly onto them. Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but exclaim. He muttered to Chen Hao, "Brother Hao, there are a lot of people here. If it really hurts, I'll go back and help you wash it." "Wash your sister." Chen Hao's face darkened. He kindly used the hand of God to heal Lu Xiaoji's injuries, and this guy actually said that. Luckily, no one was around, otherwise Chen Hao would have wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. Chen Hao released his grip. "Ah, Brother Hao, you're touching me so nicely." Lu Xiaoji looked completely captivated. "How about I make you suffer more losses in the future so you can touch me more often? Maybe I can get a cherry-like butt too." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but kick Lu Xiaoji's butt. Lu Xiaoji fell flat on his face with a thud. "If you talk nonsense again next time, it won't end so easily." After saying that, Chen Hao left without looking back. Lu Xiaobu followed closely behind. Before leaving, Lu Xiaobu said to Lu Xiaoji, "Xiaoji, you made Brother Hao angry. Go and apologize quickly." Lu Xiaoji got up. "Although I got kicked, I felt a sweet warmth in my heart. Brother Hao, are you really not going to reconsider my suggestion?" Chen Hao and his team returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. After completing their mission, the three decided to go out for a nice meal. Just as I stepped out of the mission area, Lu Xiaoji suddenly shouted. Not far away, a man wearing a black hoodie stopped in his tracks. "Brother Hao, he is my master." Chen Hao looked at that person. For some reason, he felt that the other person was unusually cold, as if they had long since faded from the world. However, their strength is indeed formidable. SS level ability, Soul Severing Finger, King Realm 9th rank, just one step away from Spirit Realm. Lu Xiaoji ran up and said a few words to his master. Then, his master turned and left. Lu Xiaoji returned with an apologetic expression. "Brother Hao, I'm sorry, my master is a bit shy. He doesn't like to communicate with others, especially strangers." Lu Xiaoji originally wanted to introduce Chen Hao and Lu Xiaobu to his master, but was refused. "So how did you meet him?" Lu Xiaoji chuckled. "A tree without bark, a person without shame, is invincible. In order to become his apprentice, I waited outside his dormitory every day. There is an old saying, where there is a will, there is a way. I finally succeeded." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu showed an expression of admiration. "Xiaoji, you're amazing." At least Lu Xiaobu couldn't be as persistent as Lu Xiaoji. No way. He promised to give them 10 million as tuition fees. They only reluctantly accepted him. Lu Fengfeng appeared beside him without his noticing. Chen Hao's lips twitched upon hearing this. Truly, even metal and stone can be moved. 10 million, that's really extravagant. Chen Hao never expected that Lu Xiaoji was actually a hidden tycoon. "Sister, I finally got to show off once, and you just ruined it for me. That's too much." Lu Xiaoji wanted to establish his image of perseverance in front of Chen Hao and Lu Xiaobu, but Lu Fengfeng saw through his plan. "Now it's completely hopeless. We're going out for a late-night snack. Do you want to come along?" Recently, Lu Fengfeng has stopped eating late-night snacks in order to lose weight. Upon hearing that it was Chen Hao who invited her, she accepted without hesitation. The four of them returned to their usual spot and enjoyed a barbecue. After returning, the group resumed their rigorous training. Chen Hao successfully refined the energy of the basketball ghost, and his strength smoothly broke through from the 5th level of the Master Realm to the 6th level. Indeed, absorbing strange energy is the most effective way to cultivate. Chen Hao walked out of the seclusion room. A familiar voice came from behind. He turned his head and saw that it was Tian Wenjing. "Wenjing, you're here too? Your strength has also broken through?" Chen Hao discovered that Tian Wenjing's progress was equally rapid. She was now a 7th level Master level ability user. Tian Wenjing looked at Chen Hao and said with a smile, "Want to have a little sparring?" "That's exactly what I was thinking." Chen Hao had just advanced to the 6th level of the Master Realm and was eager to adapt to his surging power through a battle. Tian Wenjing felt the same way. The two arrived together at the training ground of the Superpower Bureau. This place is specially set up for people with superpowers. It is surrounded by an energy protective net that can absorb the leakage of internal superpower energy. "Ladies first." Chen Hao gestured for Tian Wenjing to enter. Tian Wenjing kicked Chen Hao. The two then engaged in a fierce exchange. Their fight attracted the attention of Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji. The two had just returned from buying KFC, carrying iced cola and a family bucket. This is going to be good. Brother Hao actually got into a fight with Sister Wenjing. Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing exchanged blows, their fight intense. Flames erupted around Chen Hao, while a gust of wind swept around Tian Wenjing. This is a battle between fire and wind. A ball of flame landed on the protective netting in front of Lu Xiaoji. A heat wave swept in instantly. Thank goodness for the protective net, otherwise I, Lu Xiaoji, would have turned into roast chicken. "Xiaobu, let's go eat in the back." Lu Xiaoji led Lu Xiaobu toward the back of the training ground. The training ground is located on the basement level, and there are many seats on the 2nd floor for others to observe. The two watched Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing's fight with great interest. Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but ask Lu Xiaoji, "Xiaoji, who do you think will win between them?" "Of course it's our brother Hao." "Don't be be fooled by their seemingly even match. Hao Ji has been deliberately letting Tian Wenjing win. You think they're fighting? Actually, they're just working on their relationship as a couple. How do couples adjust to each other's relationship? Lu Xiaobu was completely clueless about relationships and looked utterly bewildered. Yeah, haven't you heard the saying, fighting at the head of the bed, making up at the foot of the bed? Oh, I remember now. When I was in the orphanage, the director and his wife argued every night. His wife was beaten and screamed repeatedly, making noises all the time. We all sympathize with her. The next day, his wife went to work as usual, acting as if nothing had happened. At most, I'll have a little difficulty walking. Now that I think about it, his wife must also be a superhuman, with the ability to quickly regenerate. Yes. Lu Xiaoji didn't explain much, and took a bite of the finger-licking good original recipe chicken. So juicy, smells so good. What are you two eating? Want to team up? Shangguan Huofeng and Bai Jie walked over. KFC family bucket, Sister Huofeng, Sister Bai Jie, want some? No need, I'm on a diet. Shangguan Huofeng politely declined. Bai Jie smiled and said, give me one. Lu Xiaoji handed over the family bucket. While everyone ate their family bucket meals, they watched Tian Wenjing and Chen Hao's battle. I didn't expect Xiao Hao's strength to improve so quickly. Shangguan Huofeng was shocked to see Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing fighting so fiercely. She has always adopted a laissez-faire approach to educating Chen Hao. After leading Chen Hao to the door, she let him do as he pleased. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao's growth far exceeded her expectations. Bai Jia narrowed her eyes and stared at Chen Hao. What conditions? Fire Phoenix, haven't you noticed something's wrong with this brat? Shangguan Huofeng hadn't looked closely before, but now, upon closer inspection, she finally noticed something amiss. This kid is actually giving me a sparring match. His abilities are clearly superior to Wenjing's. Only the strong will teach the weak. Under Chen Hao's guidance, Tian Wenjing's skills are steadily improving. Upon hearing Shangguan Huofeng's words, Bai Jia couldn't help but laugh. She had long felt that Chen Hao was extraordinary, but she never expected him to be so capable. The two clashed again, exchanging a punch each. A figure was sent flying. Tian Wenjing slid along the ground for quite a distance. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Tian Wenjing wasn't stupid. She knew that Chen Hao had been deliberately letting her win. If Chen Hao goes all out, she probably collapsed long ago. She looked at Chen Hao in surprise, her feelings a mixture of happiness and sadness. The good news is that Chen Hao's strength has finally surpassed hers. What's sad is that despite putting in so much effort, I still can't compare to him. Shangguan Huofeng called out, Sister Fire Phoenix. He seemed to have seen through Tian Wenjing's thoughts. Chen Hao's abilities became a knot in her heart. If this isn't resolved, he might go astray and become possessed by evil spirits. Wenjing, don't compare yourself to this guy, he's a freak. That's right, Wenjing, this kid is simply a prodigy. Didn't you already know that from the day you recruited him? Bai Jie chimed in from the side. Have you ever seen anyone who can master the 5 supernatural abilities in such a short time? Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing recalled the scene of Chen Hao learning from Shi Jian. Yeah, Sister Wenjing, our brother Hao is a freak, don't compare yourself to him. Lu Xiaoji still had a hamburger stuffed in his mouth, and his lips were covered in food crumbs. Yes, Sister Wenjing, we are just ordinary people, we can't compare to him at all. Besides, brother Hao is our friend, one of our own. He's capable, so aren't we even happier? After hearing Lu Xiaobu's words, Tian Wenjing's last line of defense finally crumbled. She smiled. He smiled and said to Chen Hao, I'm sorry, I was just jealous of you. They even became hostile towards you. Tian Wenjing looked apologetic. It's okay, I'm a genius. It's inevitable that someone who is too outstanding will be envied. As Chen Hao spoke, he stylishly tossed his hair. They're bragging so much they're practically wagging their tails to the sky. Chen Hao used this cool remark to easily defuse the awkwardness between the two. After the training, Tian Wenjing was covered in sweat and went to take a shower. Chen Hao then walked towards Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Come on, Hao Ji, let's have a family bucket. Chen Hao picked up a chicken leg and started gnawing on it. The three of them ate as they walked towards their dormitory. As Chen Hao reached the corner, he bumped into someone. The person was knocked to the ground. Chen Hao looked over and saw that it was Kai Wenting. Kai Wenting got up and picked up the book from the ground. What are you looking at? You seem so engrossed. She handed a book to Chen Hao. How to summon the Ouija board. Chen Hao read aloud, looking at the book title. Yes, this book is super popular right now. Many people went to buy it. Chen Hao felt helpless after hearing this. If it were a past life, then so be it. After all, it was an atheistic world. But these people are playing like this now. Isn't this just courting death? What Chen Hao didn't know was that, in a female dormitory at a university, several girls locked the door and drew the curtains. They drew a curse mark on the ground with their blood. Then the group of people simultaneously grabbed a pen. Begin chanting, Ouija board, you are my past life and I am your present life. Hurry and show your power. Hurry and show your power. Several sharp screams came from the room. Then everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Chen Hao had just finished showering and was about to rest when when Shangwan Hulfeng suddenly walked in. She said to Chen Hao, "Something has happened at Nanjian University. I have to deal with the Scorpion Troop's affairs and can't leave. I'll have to trouble you to go." Chen Hao set off with Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. They first glanced at the information about the incident. After reading it, Chen Hao frowned. Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but curse from the side. That guy who wrote how to summon the Ouija board deserves to die. He deserves to be arrested and executed. They actually distributed this kind of book. The car quickly drove into Nanjian University. Chen Hao and his group's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the school students. Nanjian University is just an ordinary school. The students are nothing special except for their good grades, outstanding talents, and quick minds. As Chen Hao got out of the car, many female students gasped in surprise. "Appa, this is the real Appa. Where have all the talent scouts gone? Those guys on TV are all sissies. It's such a handsome Appa. Why doesn't he appear on TV? That's too much. That's absolutely too much." Hearing everyone's praise, Lu Xiaoji shyly tossed her hair, and her face appeared a bit rounder. Sometimes, being too outstanding becomes a problem. True gold fears no fire. It will shine wherever it is. "Xiaobu, do you think I'll get ganged up on by them if I come here, since I'm so handsome? Should I comply, or should I comply?" As soon as Lu Xiaoji finished speaking, Lu Xiaobu said coldly, "Xiaoji, the person they're talking about seems to be Brother Hao." Lu Xiaobu's words were like cold water poured over Lu Xiaoji's head. "Damn it, I completely forgot about that. In the future, when you have girls around, it's best not to stand next to Brother Hao. We are stars, and this guy is the sun. He overshadows all our light. What are you two whispering about? Come here quickly." Chen Hao shouted to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. The two of them quickly ran over. Chen Hao arrived at the girls' dormitory building. At that moment, the teachers and school leaders of Nanjian University were all standing there. "Who is in charge?" "Sir, it's me." A Mediterranean-looking man stepped forward, his expression serious and his aura imposing. "He is the president of Nanjian University." Seeing this, Chen Hao remained silent to himself. Are all leaders like this? The bolder they are, the higher their rank? Tell me, what happened? "It's dormitory 404 in our school. Some female students are secretly playing the Ouija board game." A piercing scream came from the dormitory. The security personnel tried to go in and check. As a result, the door was blocked, and we couldn't get in. What's even stranger is that blood was flowing out of it. "We suspect it's a paranormal event and dare not handle it rashly." Chen Hao nodded. He glanced at Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji, then led them upstairs. After the three left, the crowd began to discuss the matter. "Do you think they can handle this?" "It should be fine. After all, they are from the Superpower Bureau." "That's what I think too. And didn't you notice how handsome that guy is? Can being handsome put food on the table? Awesome. In this world, what matters is ability. Without ability, even a pretty face is useless." "Exactly, he's just a pretty boy. He's still young. He's probably all show and no substance, all looks and no substance." Hearing what the boys said, the group of girls were immediately furious. "All you do is talk. You're very good with words. If you're so capable, why didn't you come up with me earlier? We also want to go up, but we are just ordinary people. This has nothing to do with us." "That's right. If we could handle it, what would be the point of our Special Abilities Bureau?" Faced with these sour grapes, the girls couldn't help but shake their heads. Sigh, how can the differences between people be so great? Chen Hao led Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu to the dormitory door and saw blood flowing out from the crack in the door. His heart tightened. He knew something had happened to someone inside. With a kick, the door was flung open. The door that the security guards couldn't open was kicked open by Chen Hao. He rushed in first, followed closely by Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. The scene before my eyes was astonishing. All the girls in room 404 are dead. They lay on the ground, covered in wounds, their stomachs ripped open, their intestines spilling out. A dark figure suddenly pounced towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao quickly turned around and threw a punch. The dark figure was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall behind it. Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji were dumbfounded. "Brother Hao, how did you know she was hiding on top of the door?" The strange thing was hiding on the wall by the door, intending to ambush Chen Hao, but he punched it away. "Didn't you also learn the 5 supernatural abilities? By releasing the observation ability, you can sense its presence." Chen Hao's words made Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji blush. They haven't grasped the essence of observation yet, mainly because observation is too difficult and requires strong mental strength. After being punched away, it desperately tried to escape. Chen Hao pursued relentlessly. The two sides began a fierce chase. "Brother Hao, wait for us." The strange creature ran ahead, with Chen Hao close behind, while Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu lagged behind. Finally, after a chase, Chen Hao caught up with the strange creature and kicked it to the ground. Oh. Then, he pounced over, grabbed the strange creature, and began to circulate the corpse cultivation technique, absorbing its energy. Just as Chen Hao was absorbing the energy from the spirit of the Ouija board, Chen Hao teleported away from the original spot. Just as he was about to check on the attacker, a sharp sword was thrust at him again. Chen Hao dodged again. Seeing this, the other party relentlessly pursued them. Chen Hao cursed, grabbed his Nepalese Nepalese kukri, and charged forward. The two men's weapons clashed, sparks flying. A powerful force struck, sending Chen Hao flying backward. After flying for a distance, he quickly adjusted his posture and landed steadily. He looked up and saw a silver-haired man holding a long sword slowly walking towards him. "You evil cultivator, I never expected you to have such strength. Second-tier general, SS-level ability, gentleman's sword?" Chen Hao never expected that he would encounter a general-level expert and that the opponent also possessed SS-level superpowers. "Yeah, are you crazy? Why did you attack brother Hao?" At this moment, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu arrived. "Oh, two more people have arrived." The silver-haired man narrowed his eyes, exuding a murderous aura. "Perfect, let's send you on your way together." He lunged at Chen Hao and his group, intending to finish them off. "You two, get out of the way." Chen Hao transformed into a werewolf, wielding a Nepalese kukri, and activated his power enhancement ability, slashing fiercely at his opponent. The weapons of both sides clashed, sparks flying everywhere. After the collision, Chen Hao was thrown back again. He looked to his right and was surprised to find a huge nick in his Nepalese kukri. His right hand was trembling uncontrollably from the impact. What to do? Just as Chen Hao was deep in thought, the other party rushed over again. He thrust out his long sword with a sudden burst of speed. The sharp edge of the sword gleamed with a cold, eerie light under the moonlight. Just as the silver-haired man was about to approach Chen Hao, a figure suddenly appeared. The man's dagger deflected the silver-haired man's longsword. "Lu Xiaodao, what are you doing?" The silver-haired man recognized Lu Xiaodao. Lu Xiaodao revealed a wicked smile. "Gan Liniang." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiaodao rushed out. He and the other person became entangled. The silver-haired man was fast, but Lu Xiaodao was even faster. This is a contest between assassins and swordsmen. Lu Xiaodao's dagger is a weapon used to kill, each move aimed directly at the opponent's vital points. The opponent was forced to focus solely on defense. After a fierce collision, the two separated by a distance. "Lu Xiaodao, I didn't expect you to have broken through too," Lu Bai said with some surprise. "If you can break through, why can't I?" Upon hearing this, Lu Bai snorted coldly. He then said, "I don't care whether you've broken through or not, I just want to ask you one thing. Why are you protecting that heretical cultivator?" "An evil cultivator? What did you say?" "That guy is my disciple. How could he be an evil cultivator?" Upon hearing Lu Xiaodao's words, Lu Bai was momentarily stunned. "Your apprentice?" Lu Bai frowned. "Do you know? Your disciple is an evil cultivator." Lu Xiaodao dismissed this with disdain. "You keep saying he's an evil cultivator. Do you have any evidence?" "I saw him devour the monster with my own eyes. How could it be fake?" For a moment, Lu Xiaodao didn't know how to refute. Who said that devouring strange entities makes one an evil cultivator? Just then, a person walked over. He was wearing a baseball cap and had his hands in his pockets. "So, you're saying I'm also a heretical cultivator?" "Deng Ruweifeng, it's you." Lu Bai was taken aback when he saw Deng Ruweifeng. He didn't expect Deng Ruweifeng to be here as well. "Another one has arrived." Chen Hao looked at the man wearing a baseball cap. 5th level of the general realm, S-rank ability, devouring the undead. "Old Deng, you've come." Lu Xiaodao seemed somewhat excited when he saw Deng Ruweifeng. Although Lu Xiaodao and Lu Bai are both second-level generals with superpowers. However, Lu Bai's superpowers are stronger than Lu Xiaodao's. If they continue to fight, Lu Xiaodao will definitely lose. But Deng Ruweifeng is different. He is a master at the 5th level of the general realm. Is it appropriate for you to protect a heretical practitioner like this? Heretical cultivators? Where are there any heretical cultivators? Are you talking about him? Deng Ruweifeng pointed at Chen Hao. "What if I said he wasn't a heretic?" "Then produce the evidence." Deng Ruweifeng smiled. "This kid has the ability to imitate. He imitated my dead eater." Hearing Deng Ruweifeng's words, Lu Bai was half convinced. Lu Xiaoji chimed in, "That's right, our boss has the imitation ability. He can imitate other people's abilities." "That's right, our boss is really awesome." Lu Xiaobu echoed this sentiment. "I hope what you're saying is true." After saying this, Lu Bai sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Watching Lu Bai leave, Chen Hao couldn't help but ask Lu Xiaodao, "Master Xiaodao, who was that guy just now?" "A self-important guy from the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Shangchu City." Chen Hao was somewhat puzzled. Why would people from the Shangchu City Supernatural Abilities Bureau be here? "What else can we do? Our boss is cooperating with them. Go deal with the Scorpion Brigade." Chen Hao's eyes lit up. The appearance of the Scorpion Troop means that one can obtain superpowers for free. "So, did you manage to take care of it? How many did you kill?" It seems the other side received advance warning and ran away immediately." "Then you've made a wasted trip?" Lu Xiaodao nodded. He yawned and complained, "Ugh, really, even watching a movie gets interrupted. No, I need to make sure I have something good to eat when I get back tonight." Lu Xiaodao looked at Deng Ruweifeng and said with a smile, "Old Deng, thank you. Consider it a favor I owe you." "It's nothing, just a small favor. Is this the good apprentice you always talk about?" Lu Xiaodao nodded. He truly is a handsome and talented man. Hearing Deng Ruweifeng's praise, Lu Xiaodao couldn't help but glance at Chen Hao, his eyes filled with pride. After exchanging Trading pleasantries with Deng Ruifeng for a while, Lu Xiaodao said goodbye directly. He turned to Chen Hao and said, "Alright, kid, stop lingering here." Lu Xiaodao was worried that Lu Bai would reappear, so he decided to personally take Chen Hao back. They were preparing to leave. However, Deng Ruifeng showed no intention of following along. "Godfather, isn't he coming with us?" Lu Xiaobu asked Lu Xiaodao. Previously, in order to obtain Lu Xiaodao's supernatural abilities, Lu Xiaobu had become his godfather. "He's from the Zhongyang City Supernatural Abilities Bureau. Why does he want to come with us?" Lu Xiaodao replied. The group returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. On the way, Chen Hao pondered a question: how to transform the evil energy within his body into righteous energy. Hypocritical is nothing but a cover-up. Even when faced with a truly powerful opponent, one's true abilities will be seen through. As a user of the Gentleman's Sword ability, he is exceptionally sensitive to evil energy. Despite Lu Xiaodao and Deng Ruifeng's best efforts to protect him, Lu Bai still did not trust him. Chen Hao took out his phone and began searching for relevant information. However, they remained completely clueless. "If only someone could show me the way," he sighed to himself. Suddenly, the image of a person appeared in his mind, so he went straight to Lu Fengfeng's office. At this moment, Lu Fengfeng was sitting in front of her computer watching a TV series. When Chen Hao arrived, she handed him the bag of potato chips. "Want some?" Chen Hao did not refuse and took a piece and put it in his mouth. Then he asked directly, "Fengfeng, do you know if there is any kind of superpower that can transform evil energy into righteous energy?" Lu Fengfeng glanced at him. "Why are you asking this?" "It's nothing, I was just asking." Lu Fengfeng smiled slightly, turned around, and started typing on the keyboard. "Found it, there's a special ability called Righteous Spirit. Those who possess it can transform all evil energy within their bodies into righteous energy. Could you help me find out who has this kind of superpower? Any level is fine." "Alright." Lu Fengfeng glanced at Chen Hao again and began searching. "There was one recently, a pastor, but he just passed away yesterday. His family is preparing to take him to the funeral home to handle his funeral arrangements." "The funeral home? Okay, thank you, Sister Fengfeng. Is a simple thank you all it takes? Then what do you want?" Lu Fengfeng smiled and said, "I haven't decided yet. You go first, I'll tell you when I think of something." After Chen Hao left, Lu Fengfeng immediately locked the door. She walked to the computer and began typing. Before long, all of Chen Hao's information appeared before her eyes. SSS level superhuman. She had heard that Chen Hao only had a B-level imitation ability, but she never expected it to be an SSS level 1. She began to carefully study Chen Hao's life story. As he browsed, his brows gradually furrowed. Clearly, her initial assumption was wrong. "I just thought Chen Hao was a bad guy, but I didn't expect him to be not only not a bad guy, but actually a very good person. I never expected this kid to be so filial." After reading the information, Lu Fengfeng's cheeks flushed slightly. It's rare to find a boy who is handsome, talented, strong, and so filial. Lu Fengfeng started to have wild thoughts. She seemed to be thinking about what to name their child and even which kindergarten to send the child to. Just then, Lu Fengfeng's phone rang. After answering the phone, her expression changed drastically. She hurriedly packed her things and left the office. Chen Hao left the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities and headed straight for the funeral home. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the funeral home, he heard a loud argument. "Look at the mess you've made." The pastor's relatives were filled with anger when they saw his body. They hadn't expected the other party's skills to be so poor. She had only been dead for a day, but after putting on makeup, she looked like she had been dead for a week. How could they not be furious? Seeing this, Chen Hao went inside. "Stop arguing. Stop arguing. Who are you? Who gave you the right to speak here?" "I'm from the Superpowers Bureau." Chen Hao handed over his identification. Upon seeing this, the group immediately fell silent. In this world, the Superpower Bureau is equivalent to an official law enforcement agency. "Sir, please be the judge. Take a look. What kind of service is this?" Upon hearing this, the staff member on the other end lowered their head, looking somewhat embarrassed. This job was originally the responsibility of their master, but the master recently caught a cold, so they took over the job. "I never expected my first order to turn out like this. The main problem is that they are not yet skilled enough. After all, no one is willing to put their heart into mastering the art of corpse disposal. If they could avoid it, they really wouldn't want to do this job. Let me do it. Yes, I'm not only a member of the Superpowers Bureau, but also a corpse collector." As he spoke, Chen Hao handed over his business card. "Chen's funeral home? Is this company reliable?" The pastor's wife looked back at her children. "Mom, I've heard of this funeral home. They are said to have top-notch technology, but their only drawback is their high price. Even a single order can cost tens of thousands." Upon hearing this, the pastor's wife frowned. "You know there are good places. Why don't you go?" The pastor's son lowered his head in shame upon hearing this. Clearly, he wanted to save money. After all, the funeral home can handle the funeral arrangements for only a few thousand yuan. In the end, they will all be cremated anyway. He was thinking to himself that he should save money wherever possible. "You unfilial son, you even want to save money on this kind of thing." The pastor's wife grew angry. angrier the more she thought about it. Seeing this, Chen Hao said, "Alright, you can move aside. I want to finish this quickly so I can send him on his way sooner, so that he won't suffer here." Everyone quickly moved aside. Chen Hao looked at the staff members of the funeral home. "Do you have work uniforms?" Yes, of course. I'll go get it." Not long after, someone brought over a new set of work clothes and handed them to Chen Hao. He took it and began to work. The body was disposed of in no time. Seeing her husband's face regain its rosy hue, the pastor's wife burst into tears. His sons behind him were also in tears. Then, following procedure, they saw the pastor off. "Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained F-level superpower, righteous spirit." The system notification sounded in Chen Hao's mind, and he was slightly pleased. The pastor's wife thanked Chen Hao repeatedly and left with the urn containing the ashes. Several people from the funeral home looked at Chen Hao. The person in charge hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. "Brother, are you interested in developing your business here?" Chen Hao's skills left them all speechless. Even their master couldn't do it this well. "If I could learn Chen Hao's craftsmanship, they'll be set for life and live a life of luxury. Thank you. I have one at home, and I work for the Superpower Bureau." After saying that, Chen Hao left. The group watched his retreating figure, their eyes filled with envy. Comparing people is truly a recipe for disaster. At such a young age, he not only controls the family business but is also a member of the Superpower Bureau. His future is sure to be bright. The group of men, like defeated roosters, couldn't help but lower their heads. Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. "Now that we have Righteous Spirit, the only remaining step is to upgrade its level." By this time, it was already late. Chen Hao plans to bother Lu Fengfeng again tomorrow. He went to find Lu Fengfeng, but found she wasn't there. I tried calling Lu Fengfeng, but her phone was switched off. Chen Hao had no choice but to ask Lu Xiaoji, only to find out that Lu Fengfeng had already gone home. Pa. "Brother Hao, my sister has come home." My sister has a habit of turning off her phone when she gets home, so calling my sister is completely useless. "By the way, Haoji, it's my mom's birthday in a few days, and I'm planning to go home too. Do you want to come back with me?" "Go back with you?" After listening, Chen Hao pondered for a moment and nodded. He was quite interested in Lu Xiaoji's background. The Lu family is clearly a large family with a powerful background. Chen Hao thought he would go and see for himself, broaden his horizons, and also visit Lu Fengfeng. "Alright, there's no time like the present, let's set off today." "Brother Hao, wait for me a moment, I'm packing my things." After Lu Xiaoji went back into the house, he came out a while later carrying a large backpack. Oh. Are you moving? You're carrying so much stuff. I have a fetish. I like to carry my old things with me. I'm not used to using new things. Chen Hao nodded. The two prepared to leave. "Brother Hao, Xiaoji, where are you going?" Lu Xiaobu appeared at this moment. "I'm taking Haogu home. Xiaobu, do you want to come along? May I?" Lu Xiaobu asked tentatively. "Why not? It's just one more pair of chopsticks." "Okay, wait for me a moment." Lu Xiaobu ran back to his room. After he finished tidying up, he came out carrying a large bag. The three of them went to the high-speed rail station together. Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but ask Chen Hao, "Brother Hao, aren't you bringing anything?" "I imitated someone else's spatial ability, and now I have a small space." As he spoke, Chen Hao showed it to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. He pulled a bag of shrimp chips out of his pocket. Lu Xiaoji's eyes widened. Lu Xiaobu, standing to the side, looked on with envy. He couldn't help but say to Chen Hao, "Brother Hao, why don't you become my godfather? That way, I can also have this superpower." Chen Hao refused outright. "We're brothers, we can't do that kind of thing. There are conditions under which Lu Xiaobu can activate his supernatural abilities. First, the other party must agree. Secondly, the recipient must be alive after acquiring the superpower. If the other party dies, the superpower will immediately disappear. Another point is that you must address the other party as godfather. For example, if he calls Lu Xiaoji, Lu Xiaoji's chrysanthemum finger ability will disappear." The three arrived at the high-speed rail station. Buy your train ticket in advance on your mobile phone, swipe your ID card, and go through security to enter the station. They arrived at the waiting hall and waited for the high-speed train to depart. Suddenly, they saw someone, and all three of them were stunned. The man was looking down at a book, munching on a sandwich. He felt someone watching him, so he looked up. Upon seeing Chen Hao and his two companions, he greeted them with a smile. "Hello, Deng Ruifeng? What's he doing here?" Chen Hao felt a sense of doubt. "I never expected to run into Deng Ruifeng at the train station. Since we've run into each other, we should still say hello." "Teacher Deng, what are you doing here?" Chen Hao asked announced with a smile. I have to go to the capital for some business. But what are you all doing here? Oh, they're going to my house. Lu Xiaoji replied. To your house? Deng Ruifeng glanced at Lu Xiaoji. That's great. Being young is wonderful. You can do what you want to do. Deng Ruifeng couldn't help but sigh. The three of them sat down next to Deng Ruifeng. Lu Xiaobu looked at Deng Ruifeng and swallowed hard. He had already heard about Deng Ruifeng's special abilities from Lu Xiaodao and couldn't help but feel a little envious. So he mustered his courage and walked up to Deng Ruifeng. Lu Xiaobu knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, I have wandered for half my life, only regretting that I have not met a wise ruler. If you do not abandon me, I am willing to become your adopted husband. His action immediately attracted everyone's attention. Deng Ruifeng was completely bewildered and couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? Get up. No, I won't get up unless you agree. Okay, I promise you. Deng Ruifeng readily agreed, and Lu Xiaobu thus received 1% of his supernatural abilities. Wow, it's the devouring undead. Lu Xiaobu was overjoyed. What are you doing? However, the moment Deng Ruifeng helped him up, a cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. This guy actually stole a portion of my superpowers. Deng Ruifeng was filled with turbulent emotions and could not suppress his anger. Although he didn't understand how Lu Xiaobu had done it, it infuriated him. Just as he was about to explode. Ding dong, train number 666 is about to depart. Passengers, please proceed to platform 6 to board the train. An announcement came over the loudspeaker in the central hall. Chen Hao and the others quickly went to line up. Seeing Chen Hao and the others leave, Deng Ruifeng sighed. To him, 1% of superpowers was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. So I didn't think much of it. The crowd lined up and boarded the train in an orderly fashion. Lu Xiaoji bought tickets for adjacent seats. Chen Hao and his friends are ABCs, American-born Chinese, and the three of them sat side by side. I wonder if it's fate. Chen Hao noticed that Deng Ruifeng was also in the same carriage and was sitting in the same row. Chen Hao and his group consisted of A, B, and C students, while Deng Ruifeng sat in seat D, directly to Chen Hao's right. After nodding to each other, they went about their own business. Chen Hao played on his phone, while Lu Xiaobu dozed off. Lu Xiaoji sat by the window, wearing VR glasses, a mesmerizing smile on his face. Chen Hao knew exactly what Lu Xiaoji was looking at. The train started moving. It takes 2 hours to get to Lu Xiaoji's house from here. Chen Hao played on his phone for a while, then prepared to close his eyes and rest. In a daze, he felt the train stop. I opened my eyes and found that the high-speed train had indeed stopped. Looking around, I saw that the passengers' faces were full of panic. What's going on? Why has the high-speed train stopped? I don't know. There's no sound even on the radio. I hope nothing bad will happen. Look out the window. The fog is so thick. Could something terrifying be about to appear? People started talking amongst themselves, and the more they talked, the more nervous they became. Suddenly, a dull thud was heard. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound. A one-eyed monster was spotted crashing into the glass of the high-speed train. It's a one-eyed monster. Chen Hao recognized the monster at a glance. With the appearance of the first Cyclops, more and more Cyclops emerged from the thick fog. They were frantically slamming against the glass. Fortunately, the high-speed rail glass is extremely sturdy, and it could not be broken no matter how many times it was hit. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a huge wooden stick smashed against the glass. A crisp snap sound. The glass has developed cracks. Then the monster raised its club again. This time, the glass shattered completely. Debris flew into the carriage. Seeing the broken glass, the one-eyed monster screamed and rushed into the car. They began attacking the passengers in the carriages. A figure rushed out. His hands transformed into demonic claws, frantically grabbing at the one-eyed monster. I see. Chen Hao shouted to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, let's go up and have a fight. Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji then joined the battle. The people with superpowers on this high-speed train are not just Chen Hao and his group. Chen Hao and his group have dealt with all the one-eyed monsters, along with the one-eyed warriors wielding clubs. The group has now arrived at the front of the high-speed train. There stands a huge rock. The driver must have seen the rock, which is why the high-speed train stopped, Chen Hao analyzed. Unfortunately, the driver had already died. The front window of the car was smashed, and the driver's cab was covered in blood. Chen Hao looked around and saw 5 other people besides Deng Ruifeng, Lu Xiaobu, and Lu Xiaoji. Including him, there were 9 people with superpowers present. The strongest were Deng Ruifeng and a man wearing an overcoat. The guy had a pipe in his mouth. 5th level of the general realm, A-level ability, Smoke Manipulator. Chen Hao silently memorized it. The man smoking the pipe was accompanied by a woman, who was presumably his friend. 7th level of Master Realm, B-grade superpower, Deadly Fan. The remaining 3 are just small fry, at the Sure Realm, and their strength is even inferior to that of Lu Xiaobu. Chen Hao glanced at them, then ignored them. What do we do now? Lu Xiaoji broke the silence and asked. After hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Stay put and wait for rescue, Deng Ruifeng said. Smoke filled the surroundings, and no one knew what was hidden within it. To barge in rashly would be tantamount to suicide. Moreover, there are many ordinary ordinary people here who need care. No one objected to Deng Ruweifeng's suggestion. Time flies, and night falls quietly. The ordinary people gathered in the carriages near Chen Hao and his group. They weren't fools. Having witnessed Chen Hao and his group's strength, they naturally saw them as a means to save their lives. Chen Hao and his group of 9 lit a bonfire outside the carriage. Although the surrounding fog was thick, some firewood could still be gathered near the edge of the carriage. Yeah, what's wrong? The flames roared, illuminating everyone's faces. Chen Hao and his companions remained calm and composed. The ordinary people inside the carriage, however, were like frightened birds, huddled together, and remained silent. Here, Hao Ji, have a chicken leg first. Lu Xiaoji took out a braised chicken leg from his bag and handed it to Chen Hao. Chen Hao took it. Xiaobu, this is for you. Lu Xiaoji handed another one to Lu Xiaobu. He then took one out himself and began to enjoy it immensely. Seeing the 3 of them eating with relish, the others swallowed hard and took out their food to start eating as well. As the food entered their stomachs, their bodies gradually warmed up, and the atmosphere became much more harmonious. Let's rest outside tonight. Everyone will take turns keeping watch. Deng Ruweifeng addressed the crowd. After discussion, everyone decided to work in pairs. There were 9 people on site, divided into 4 groups. Why is it 4 groups? Isn't that one person short? There was no other way. Lu Xiaoji was too unreliable, so everyone simply excluded him. Everything went smoothly and peacefully for the first half of the night. Suddenly, Chen Hao was shaken awake. Good heavens, right in front of them were pairs of green eyes, staring intently at them. It's a ghost wolf, someone exclaimed in fright, turning and running away. The 2 sides are in a standoff. The man's attempt to escape enraged the ghost wolf. There's an ironclad rule in the law of the jungle: never turn your back on the wolves, always look them in the eye. A piercing scream rang out. The ghost wolf pack launched an attack. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao and his team immediately engaged in battle. Deng Ruweifeng's hands transformed into demonic claws, and he entered slaughter mode. The man with the pipe took a few puffs of his cigarette. A giant, smoky monster appeared out of nowhere. The smoky monster brandished a large machete, hacking wildly at the ghost wolf. The woman stood guard beside the man smoking a pipe. She held a sharp black iron fan in each hand. As the iron fan swept across, ghost wolves were slain one after another. Lu Xiaobu seemed to transform into Bruce Lee, his fists and feet moving like the wind, launching a series of attacks. Various superpowers are emerging one after another. Lu Xiaoji then jumped onto the top of the high-speed rail. He transformed his hands into machine guns, continuously firing shots into the void. Chen Hao gathered flames in his hands. Fireballs flew out of his hands one after another. The fireball, like a hand grenade, exploded upon landing, creating a massive blast. Chen Hao and his men were slaughtering relentlessly. However, there were simply too many ghost wolves. Of the 9 people, all but the one who escaped began to suffer casualties. Several experts at the Sure realm were torn apart by the ghost wolf's claws. Only Chen Hao and his 3 companions, along with the couple, remained at the scene. The 2 looked at each other. He then hurriedly fled. Seeing the 2 people run away, Chen Hao turned to look at Deng Ruweifeng. Just as they were about to ask, they realized that Deng Ruweifeng had also disappeared. Chen Hao couldn't help but curse. Brother Hao, let's go too, Lu Xiaoji said. Although I was reluctant to part with it, but if they stayed, they would surely die. Where there's life, there's hope. No, don't leave us. Sir, please save us. I'm still a virgin. I don't want to die. My family has a chicken farm waiting for me to inherit. I can't die. Please, save us. We'll do anything to save us. Yes, sir, look at me. A woman took off her clothes. If you're willing to save me, it's yours. Looking at this group of people desperately shouting for survival, Chen Hao originally planned to give up. Big brother, please save us. Just then, a little girl appeared. What's going on? Looking at her lovely face, a pang of pity welled up in Chen Hao's heart. The child is innocent. The future belongs to them. He shouldn't have died here. Chen Hao decided to give it a try. Seeing that Chen Hao showed no sign of leaving, Lu Xiaoji pursed his lips and called out, Brother Hao, Xiaoji, you take Xiaobu and go first. I plan to give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I'll come after you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji retorted, Brother Hao, what nonsense are you spouting? As your brother, you stay while we leave? That's not fair. That's right, Brother Hao, even if we die, we'll die together. Lu Xiaobu echoed this sentiment. Chen Hao rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaobu. Who said we're going to die? He looked up and gazed into the distance. There stood a gigantic creature. It was none other than the Ghost Wolf King. There are many people, so let's have a competition. Rise up, my soldiers. At Chen Hao's command, the dead ghost wolves on the ground stood up shakily. Chen Hao's actions surprised Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, who stared wide-eyed. Brother Hao, what kind of ability is this? As soon as Lu Xiaobu finished speaking, Chen Hao's ghost wolf pack immediately pounced on the wild ghost wolves. The 2 sides immediately engaged in fierce combat. Chen Hao used his SSS-level superpower, corpse manipulation. He has never used this ability since he acquired it. His ghost wolf was originally a corpse. They have no consciousness. They only know how to keep attacking. As long as their bodies are not damaged, they can continue to fight. Using this method, the wild ghost wolves fell one after another. The dead ghost wolves all joined Chun Hao's camp. The ghost wolf king had never seen such a sight before. It glanced at Chun Hao. With a neigh, they fled with their tribe. Watching the ghost wolves recede like a receding tide, Chen Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The manipulated corpses lost their power. They all collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. This, corpse manipulation, is too mentally taxing. Chen Hao was panting heavily. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. If not for possessing the super brain ability, he probably won't be able to hold on for that long. It seems that the level of super brain still needs to be upgraded. Chen Hao glanced at the ghost wolf's corpse on the ground. With a wave of his hand, collect all the bodies. We can't stay here any longer. Chen Hao looked at the people on the train and said, those who want to live, come with me. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Chen Hao didn't pay much attention to it. The choice has been given to them. How they decide is their own business and has nothing to do with him. He led Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu away directly. They hadn't been gone long when someone caught up with them. After walking some distance, Lu Xiaobu said to Chen Hao, Brother Hao, it seems only half of the people came. Half it is then. Chen Hao had no intention of trying to persuade the rest of the people, because he knew that persuasion was useless. Those people instinctively thought that if they stayed where they were, someone would come to rescue them. Little did they know that that was the most dangerous place. The strong smell of blood will attract monsters from the mist. Everyone, let's rest here. Chen Hao led the group to an open area. It's not far from the railway. Upon hearing this, everyone sat down on the ground. To prevent accidents, Chen Hao released 2 ghost wolves to keep watch. Fortunately, after the ghost wolf incident, there were no further problems. As dawn broke, the morning sun shines on the earth and the surrounding mist slowly dissipates. Chen Hao and the other 2 looked exhausted. Big brother, here you go. A little girl held a lollipop and offered it to Chen Hao. Thank you, big brother. If you don't want any, little sister, you can eat it yourself. No, big brother saved us, you are a great hero. So you have to eat this candy. Looking at the little girl's stubborn expression, Chen Hao smiled slightly. Okay, then I'll eat it. He took the candy, unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth. Seeing Chen Hao eat, the little girl's face lit up with joy. It was as if she herself was the one eating the candy. Chen Hao looked at everyone. Most people barely slept last night, fearing that if they fell asleep, they would never wake up again. No. He led them back to the railway tracks. The group followed the railway tracks in the direction they had come from. Soon after, Chen Hao discovered 3 corpses. He recognized Deng Ruifeng, along with a man and a woman. Chen Hao thought they had escaped, but he never expected to die here. Those who commit many evil deeds will surely perish. Perhaps they never imagined they would lose their lives here. It appears that the 3 of them have been attacked. Chen Hao squatted down to examine it carefully. The opponent is a master. 1 strike, 1 kill. Deng Ruifeng and the man and woman were all killed by having their throats slit. Why are you here? They all had their throats slit with a single blow. Is it human or demon? Chen Hao could not determine the cause from the traces. He immediately looked around alertly, but found nothing. Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. That guy should have left already, but it's fine this way. He conjured flames in his hands and burned Deng Ruifeng and the 2 corpses. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired S-rank ability, Devouring of the Dead. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired A-level ability, Smoke Manipulator. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired a Class B superpower, Deadly Fan. System, disassemble the Smoke Manipulator and the Deadly Fan. Smoke Manipulator and Deadly Fan are being disassembled. Ding dong, congratulations, host. The decomposition of your superpower has been successful, and you have obtained 110,000 primal superpower beads. System, integrate 100,000 original superpower beads into the super brain. The primal ability bead is fusing. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Fusion successful. Super brain has successfully advanced to A level. Super brain is already at grade A. Just as Chen Hao was fusing his superpowers, a series of rapid footsteps came from not far away. He looked up and saw Shangguan Huofeng, Bai Jia, Shi Jian, and some other people he didn't recognize. Seeing this, Chen Hao felt relieved, knowing that he was finally saved. System, integrate 10,000 original supernatural power beads into Righteous Chi. Chen Hao was still hesitating about whether to keep some of the original ability beads for later use, but now it seems there's absolutely no need for that, as 10,000 primal energy beads were injected into Righteous Chi. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Your Righteous Chi ability has been promoted to B level. Xiao Hao, are you alright? Chen Hao smiled slightly. Ha, as expected of my disciple, you are indeed amazing. Shi Jian smiled very happily. The people brought by Shangguan Huofeng began to clean up the scene. Chen Hao, however, was unaware that, in the nearby jungle, a figure glanced at him, then turned and left. The man's hands were like sickles, the sickles still stained with blood, and his eyes were bloodshot like fire. Chen Hao followed Shangguan Huofeng and the others back to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. During his journey, he saw a report about the incident. Half of the people killed in this incident are now forever buried there. Those who remained in the same place, unwilling to leave with Chen Hao, are now forever asleep. Ah, that feels so good. Brother Hao, don't be sad. This is their own fault, Lu Xiaobu comforted him. That's right, there's nothing to be sad about. People have to take responsibility for their choices, Lu Xiaoji continued. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Which of your eyes saw that I was sad? After returning, Chen Hao and the others took a shower and went back to their rooms to rest. Just as he was falling into a deep sleep, a knock on the door startled him awake. Chen Hao opened the door and saw Shangguan Huafeng and Bai Jie standing at the door. Congratulations, you little rascal. Your deeds have already been reported. Your superiors have sent someone to commend you. A reward for me? Come with me to claim your prize. Chen Hao followed Shangguan Huafeng and Bai Jie to the hall. What's going on? At this time, a large number of people had gathered in the hall. Most of them are colleagues from the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Look, Chen Hao is here. I really envy him. He has accomplished so much at such a young age. I heard he saved more than 400 people. My God, more than 400 people. That's too many. I've been doing this for so long, and I haven't been able to save this many people. Chen Hao entered the hall under the guidance of Shangguan Huafeng. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a short buzz cut, wearing a gray suit and a small mustache looked at him. The man walked up to Chen Hao and grabbed his right hand. Before Chen Hao could react, he had already infused the alien energy into his body. Righteousness, or rather, righteous spirit. The man's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Wei Tong, what are you doing? Shangguan Huafeng's face darkened. I didn't do anything, I just wanted to get closer to our little hero. Wei Tang's fierce expression vanished, replaced by a smile. This was Chen Hao's initial impression of him. Wei Tong, what were you doing just now? A small old man stood not far away, his face serious. He stood there like a towering mountain, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Knowing there was no hope of hiding it, Wei Tang looked apologetically at the old man and said, Old son, Lu Bai told me that this guy is an evil cultivator. You know that practicing evil and heretical techniques requires harming living beings. That's why I had to conduct the checks in order to prevent evil spirits from infiltrating our team. What are the test results now? Is he a heretic or evil spirit? Wei Tang cursed Lu Bai's wickedness in his heart for daring to trick him. He was now planning how to deal with Lu Bai when he got back. Sun Yudao snorted coldly. As he walked up to Chen Hao, his previously stern face finally relaxed. Young friend, don't be angry about what just happened. This is a letter of commendation from above. Chen Hao took the letter from Sun Yudao and couldn't help but think to himself, damn, this guy's style is really direct. After doing so much, all I got in the end was a letter of commendation. This thing is so hard you wouldn't even want to use it to wipe your butt. Just as Chen Hao was full of complaints. Oh, right, and this too. Sun Yudao handed over a badge. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the badge in Sun Yudao's hand. A major's badge. No, it can't be true. They're preparing to award Chen Hao the rank of major. My God, that's a real major rank. Chen Hao is so young, yet he already holds a military rank. Wow, this kid has a bright future ahead of him. I'm so envious. I wish I could have that badge. With this, your future career will be smooth sailing. Not only can I receive a salary from the Superpower Bureau, but I can also get military allowances. It's absolutely awesome. That's not all. If he makes a mistake, no one else can arrest him arbitrarily, only the military can do it. Moreover, if war breaks out, he would be the highest ranking officer on the scene. He has the authority to command local troops to directly participate in the battle. Everyone present turned into a sour lemon. I wanted to rush up and snatch that badge, but everyone knew in their hearts that stealing was useless. Although the badge is symbolic, the key point is that Chen Hao has been officially registered with the military. Wei Tang was quite surprised when he saw the badge in Sun Yudao's hand. He never expected that the higher-ups would value Chen Hao so much. Wei Tang had no idea. The reason Chen Hao was commended in this way was not only because he saved so many people, but more importantly because of his qualifications. His SSS level qualification was already known to the military. This is an openly planned scheme, directly targeting talent recruited from the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Young friend, hurry up and take it. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao glanced at Shangguan Huafeng. Shangguan Huafeng smiled and said to him, it's okay, you can answer it. This will be very useful to you. Chen Hao accepted the badge. Seeing this, Sun Yudao smiled and then said, alright, the awards have been presented. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Okay, Mr. Sun, take care. Shangguan Huafeng knew old Sun and knew that he was not the kind of person who cared about appearances, so we didn't invite him to stay for dinner. After Mr. Sun and the others left, Shangguan Huafeng said to Chen Hao, come with me. Chen Hao followed her toward the office. Shangguan Huafeng smiled and said, Xiao Hao, you did a good job this time. Keep up the good work in the future. Yes, you've reached the rank of major at such a young age. In a few years, you'll be able to catch up with us. Chen Hao frowned slightly upon hearing Bai Jie's words. You mean you also have military ranks? I almost did, Colonel. Sister Fire Phoenix is even more powerful, Major General. Hearing Bai Jie say this, Chen Hao was speechless. I thought I was pretty awesome, but compared to these two, I'm utterly insignificant. Brother, are you alright? Kid, I know what you're thinking, but let me tell you, getting a military rank is a blessing you've earned over several lifetimes. Our Superpowers Bureau's resources are still too limited. I'm fine. The items that can be exchanged are limited after all. You'll understand when you reach my level, but having a military rank changes everything. You can earn military merit. We'll go directly to the military headquarters to exchange for supplies. Let me tell you, there's a lot of stuff there. If you can think of it, they have it. After listening, Chen Hao nodded. The military relies on state support. If even the military doesn't have the resources, then those things are extremely rare. Alright, you can go now. Chen Hao left. As soon as he left, Bai Jie looked at Shangguan Huofeng with a serious expression. Fire Phoenix, what's your opinion on this incident? I don't know, it might just be a coincidence. In the past few days, Shangguan Huofeng has also sent people to investigate. It turned out that the incident happened suddenly. There was no warning whatsoever. I hope that's true. A sense of unease crept into Bai Jie's heart. Chen Hao left Shangguan Huofeng's office. He planned to go find Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Just as I arrived at Lu Xiaoji's door, "Little Boo, do you think I'm handsome? You look so cool. I never imagined you, Brother Ji, would become an official." "Hey, Xiaobu, you're not bad either, just a little bit worse than me." Listening to their conversation, Chen Hao went inside. He discovered that Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu had also received commendations. Lu Xiaoji is now a sergeant first class, and Lu Xiaobu was a sergeant second class. Chen Hao cleared his throat. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu immediately realized what was happening. They all turned to look at him. Lu Xiaobu excitedly said, "Brother Hao, you've come at the perfect time. Xiao Ji and I have both become officials." "Yeah, Hao Ji, look, I'm a sergeant now." Chen Hao nodded in approval. "By the way, Hao Ji, what reward did they give you?" When Chen Hao was summoned to receive the award, only the middle and senior management of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau were present. "It's nothing, I'm about the same as you guys." In order not to hurt Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, Chen Hao could only give this answer. "About the same as us?" Lu Xiaoji seemed skeptical. Just then, Lu Xiaodao happened to pass by. "Xiao Hao, congratulations. You've been promoted to the rank of Major." Major. Upon hearing Lu Xiaodao's words, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu's eyes widened. His mouth was wide open, as if an egg could fit inside. They suddenly felt that the badges on their chests were no longer so glamorous. They thought they were really impressive, but compared to Chen Hao, they were nothing. Lu Xiaoji immediately removed the badge. Seeing this, Lu Xiaobu advised, "Xiao Ji, why are you taking it off? It looks quite nice on." Lu Xiaoji gave an awkward laugh. "By the way, Xiao Ji, are you still planning to go home?" Lu Xiaoji suddenly remembered this matter. "Oh no, I almost forgot. So what do we do now?" Lu Xiaobu asked. "What else can we do but take a plane?" Lu Xiaoji said helplessly. Lu Xiaobu nodded. He pushed the door open and walked in. "Hopefully, this time we won't run into something like that again." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji both looked at him with strange expressions. Lu Xiaobu realized he had said the wrong thing. Tui, I was talking nonsense. You deserve to be beaten." As he spoke, he patted his mouth with his hand. This time, they were lucky. The journey was smooth and they arrived at Lu Xiaoji's house without any obstacles. "Xiao Ji, your house is so big." Lu Xiaobu looked like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden. Curious, he looked around at everything. "It's all right." The three of them had just reached the gate when they saw Lu Fengfeng. She looked exceptionally dignified today, wearing a long purple dress. Everyone was stunned. Lu Fengfeng was a natural beauty. If she lost weight, she would definitely be a stunning beauty. She just loves to eat too much. He was still gnawing on a gun leg in his hand. "Xiao Ji, you're back." Lu Xiaoji nodded. Seeing that his hands were empty, Lu Fengfeng kindly reminded him, "Xiao Ji, did you forget something?" "Forgot what? Did you forget something? Where's your gift? The gift you bought for Mom?" "I forgot." Lu Xiaoji then realized what was happening. "Oh no, we're doomed." At that moment, a woman came out. With a full head of white hair and wrinkles around her eyes, the years have etched deep marks on her, but they have also added to her mature charm. Lu Xiaoji saw her and called out. Lu Xiaoji's mother smiled kindly. "Little Ji, you're back? Where is my gift?" "Mom, I forgot." "Forgot? It's okay, you can forget about it. Please follow me. Remember to go find your dad later and have him take you through some childhood memories." Lu Xiaoji responded softly. His expression at that moment was even worse than if he were crying. "Xiao Ji, what's wrong? What are your childhood memories?" Lu Xiaobu asked curiously. Lu Xiaoji did not answer. Lu Fengfeng, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy watching the drama unfold. What else could it be but 7 wolves? 7 wolves? Lu Xiaobu was an orphan and had never experienced those things. "Alright, Xiaobu, stop asking." Chen Hao quickly tried to smooth things over. "Xiao Ji, why don't you hurry up and take Hao Gu and Xiaobu inside to rest?" Lu Fengfeng said to Lu Xiaoji. "Ah, right, quiet. Come on, let me take you to my room to play. My room is quite big. Lu Xiaoji led Chen Hao and Lu Xiaobu to his room. Chen Hao discovered that Lu Xiaoji's room was messier than a chicken coop. Moreover, he seems to be a fan of anime and manga. Little G, what's this? It's huge. Lu Xiaobu pointed to a blue-haired plush pillow. This is my wife, don't touch her. Wife. Hey, Xiaoji, you left your computer on. I didn't expect you to love learning so much. Your computer is full of study materials. As Lu Xiaobu spoke, he was about to click on it. Lu Xiaoji quickly stopped him. This is his private space. Even his parents rarely come in. So the room was messy when he left, and it's still messy now. You guys, it's time to eat. Go wash your hands, then come downstairs for dinner. Lu Fengfeng came up to call for help. After Chen Hao and the others washed their hands, they went downstairs. Lu Xiaoji's parents, Lu Fengfeng, Chen Hao, Lu Xiaoji, and Lu Xiaobu. 6 people sat around a table. Mom, where's my older brother? Lu Fengfeng discovered that her eldest brother, Lu Kuanping, was not there. Your older brother has something to do and won't be able to come back this time. Lu Xiaoji's father, Lu Buping, spoke up. He had short hair, wore silver-rimmed glasses, and had a serious expression. His gaze swept over Lu Xiaoji and his group, finally settling on Chen Hao. You must be Chen Hao? Sure, no problem. Yes, uncle. You're very good. I'll entrust Xiaoji to your care from now on. Lu Fengfeng was overjoyed to hear this. Chen Hao, my dad rarely praises people. He speaks very highly of you. Chen Hao didn't know what to say, so he could only thank him. After dinner, Lu Xiaoji took Chen Hao and the others out for a walk to digest their food. He led the two of them on a casual stroll through the Lu family manor. On the way, Lu Xiaoji kept recounting his childhood memories. Where is that place? Chen Hao noticed a small bridge not far ahead, shrouded in mist, which seemed to lead somewhere. There, that leads to my family's ancestral hall. Our ancestors are all buried there. Chen Hao glanced at that spot again. The three of them walked around for a while and then went back inside. Just as Chen Hao and the others went upstairs, one person slipped and fell. The person and the basin fell down the stairs. Lu Xiaoji looked at the woman in front of him with concern. After seeing the woman's appearance clearly, he frowned, because she looked unfamiliar. The woman quickly picked up the basin and left with it. Chen Hao noticed something on the woman and immediately frowned. Xiaoji, are you hiring new maids? Lu Xiaobu asked. Lu Xiaoji replied, I don't know, my mom manages all of that. Oh, right, I suddenly remembered something. You guys go upstairs first, I'll be there in a bit. Chen Hao and Lu Xiaobu went upstairs. Not long after, Lu Xiaoji returned. Ouch, ouch. When Lu Xiaobu saw Lu Xiaoji walking clutching his buttocks, he couldn't help but ask, Xiaoji, what's wrong? It's nothing, I just tripped and fell. Oh dear, how could you be so careless? Let me take a look. No, no need. Ouch. Lu Xiaoji wanted to sit down, but the pain forced him to stand up again. You said you didn't need it, but look at your condition. Seeing this, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes and walked towards Lu Xiaoji. He put his hand on Lu Xiaoji's buttocks. This guy just experienced fatherly love again. Chen Hao could only help him treat his injuries. Seeing Chen Hao's hand on Lu Xiaoji's butt, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but say, Brother Hao, Xiaoji, should I go out for a bit? Chen Hao glared at Lu Xiaobu, thinking to himself, this guy has been corrupted by Lu Xiaoji. Chen Hao and his two companions followed closely behind one person. Brother Hao, how did you know she had a problem? Lu Xiaoji looked completely bewildered. Because I found a mark on her. Marks? What marks? A hint of murderous intent flashed in Chen Hao's eyes when he said those two words. There are two things in this world that he fears most. First, it's Eerie. Second, it's the Scorpion Brigade. Clearly, the person in front of him was a member of the Scorpion Brigade. The Scorpion Brigade. Lu Xiaoji realized what was happening. What's going on? Why are the Scorpion troop members coming to our house? Flies don't land on eggs without cracks. There might be treasures hidden in your ancestral hall. What treasures are in our family ancestral hall? Lu Xiaoji recalled for a moment. Apart from those coffins, there doesn't seem to be anything else. Lu Xiaoji's words left Chen Hao speechless. You mean you've been here before? Lu Xiaoji scratched his head sheepishly. When I was little, my brother, Fengfeng, and I went on a big adventure in the ancestral hall. I thought I'd find treasure, but there was nothing. Chen Hao really didn't know what to say about Lu Xiaoji's filial act. She went inside. Lu Xiaobu said, come on, let's follow. After entering the Lu family ancestral hall, the woman searched through it, seemingly looking for some treasure. She was extremely disappointed. There was indeed nothing inside. She looked toward the head of the table. Maybe it's there. The woman quickly walked towards the main seat and directly opened the coffin there. I started searching inside. Hey, you vixen, how dare you cause trouble in my Lu family ancestral hall? Lu Xiaoji saw the woman rummaging through things and pointed directly at her. The woman immediately let out a painful wail. She felt a sharp blow to her back, and blood immediately began to flow. The woman lay beside the coffin, staring at Chen Hao and the other two with venomous eyes. She knew that her chances of survival were slim today. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he drew his dagger and slashed it sharply. Blood gushed out and dripped into the coffin. The blood was absorbed by the corpse inside the coffin. The woman revealed a chilling smile. Chen Hao frowned. The Scorpion Troop are all lunatics. He never expected the woman in front of him to be so crazy, to take such an unconventional path. When faced with this situation, a normal person would either run away or beg for mercy. Instead, she chose to harm herself. The woman's actions left Chen Hao completely baffled. Just as he was wondering, a figure stood up from the coffin. It opened its gaping maw and bit down hard on the woman's neck. Die. They all must die. May all members of the Lu family die a horrible death. The woman was bitten to death by the monster. This is bad, run. Chen Hao pulled Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu and ran outside quickly. During their escape, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but ask Lu Xiaoji, why did that woman hate you so much just now? Did you do something heinous to her? Lu Xiaoji was speechless after hearing what Lu Xiaobu said. You're asking me? But who am I supposed to ask? He felt he had been incredibly unlucky lately. First, the high-speed train had an accident, then I forgot to buy a gift and got a beating from my father. Now I've been dragged into this again. That girl is probably your half-sister. Your father was out having a lavish affair and that's when she was born. She was abandoned by your father, so she came back for revenge. Hearing Lu Xiaobu's words, Lu Xiaoji fell silent. For some reason, he always felt that what Lu Xiaobu said made a lot of sense. Suddenly, that guy flew out. Watch out, everyone. Those are flying zombies. We are no match for it at all. Flying zombies are the 5th stage of zombies. Only those with supernatural abilities at the realm of generals can deal with it. The flying zombie was getting closer and closer. Chen Hao lit flames in his hands and threw them at it. As a result, the flying zombie suddenly grabbed with its sharp claws. It tore Chen Hao's flames to shreds. No, the gap is too big. Just as Chen Hao was extremely anxious. You beast, you're asking for death. A figure flashed into view. He pointed with his right hand. The flying zombie exploded instantly. Lu Xiaoji looked at the newcomer and a surge of joy welled up in his heart, as if he had seen a savior. Lu Buping frowned. Before Lu Xiaoji and the others could answer, the flying zombies pounced on them. Seeing this, Lu Buping, he hesitated slightly, but a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Excuse me, I'm sorry to offend you. The flying zombie before them was both an enemy and their ancestor. For everyone's safety, Lu Buping had no choice but to sacrifice his own family for the greater good. He pointed again. The spiritual finger. The flying zombie's head exploded with a sound. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao quickly threw out a fireball. The fireball struck the flying zombie, instantly igniting it. The flying zombie was just killed by Lu Buping. The corpse was already dead. Chen Hao's flames burned it to ashes. Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the corpse, gained S-rank superpower, chrysanthemum finger. Chen Hao was completely bewildered. Shouldn't it be spiritual finger? He didn't look carefully just now. It turns out that the mutation didn't start with Lu Xiaoji. His ancestors had it long ago. Could this be the legendary case of if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too? Just as Chen Hao was complaining, Lu Buping glared angrily at Chen Hao and the other two. You three had better give me an explanation tonight. Lu Buping, Lu Fengfeng, and Lu Xiaoji's mother sat in the front row. Chen Hao, Lu Xiaobu, and Lu Xiaoji stood in front of them. Lu Xiaoji began to tell his story. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at Lu Buping with strange eyes, especially Lu Xiaoji's mother, Shuai. Chen Hao felt her breathing become rapid, as if she might turn into a raging tigress at any moment. Lu Fengfeng subconsciously moved to the side, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Wife, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. It must be because I just hit him, and he's holding a grudge and is deliberately retaliating against me. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to do that kind of thing. Besides, you know me, I'm incredibly busy. I don't have time to mess with other people. Listening to Lu Buping's words, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but laugh out loud. The expressions on the faces of the others were similar. They never expected to hear such explosive gossip. Father, I know of a medicine. I'll buy some for you later. Lu Buping was truly disappointed in Lu Xiaoji. Their family's secret martial art is the spiritual finger, but this guy has mutated it into the chrysanthemum finger. Lu Buping was angry for a long time because of this. Fortunately, he has his eldest son, Lu Kuanping, who perfectly inherited the family genes. As for Lu Fengfeng, in Lu Buping's eyes, she was always a girl. Lu Buping is a conservative and stubborn person with deeply ingrained patriarchal views. Therefore, in his opinion, Lu Fengfeng's A-level superpower, super hacker, was already quite good. Seeing the situation becoming awkward, Lu Fengfeng took the initiative to step forward. Father, mother, there's definitely something fishy about this. Leave it to me, I promise to get to the bottom of this. Hearing Lu Fengfeng's words, Lu Buping and Shuai both nodded. Alright, it's getting late. You should all go back and rest. In this family, Shuai is the one who calls the shots. In Lu Xiaoji's family, the husband is the breadwinner and the wife is the homemaker. Lu Xiaoji led Chen Hao and the others back to their room. After entering the room, Lu Xiaobu asked curiously, Brother Hao, why do you think the Scorpion Brigade would target Xiaoji's family? Chen Hao shook his head, still pondering. He had just noticed that the woman seemed to be looking for something. She panicked when they blocked her way at the intersection mission and summoned flying zombies using a blood sacrifice. Judging from her appearance, it seems like she has a deep-seated hatred for Xiaoji's family. But Lu Xiaoji didn't seem to care much about it. Why worry so much? Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Alright, it's getting late, let's go to bed early. The three of them squeezed into one room. Lu Xiaoji's room was big enough, so they slept directly on the floor. The floor was covered with cartoon-themed playmats, and since it was summer, a thin sheet was all that was needed. After the lights were turned off, Lu Xiaobu quickly fell asleep. Only Lu Xiaoji kept his eyes open, recalling the events of the day. Although he said he didn't care, he couldn't hide his worry. Unfortunately, he was unable to investigate and could only leave the matter to his sister to handle. He began to break down the supernatural power. System, decompose, chrysanthemum finger. Chrysanthemum 1 finger in progress. Ding dong, congratulations host, the decomposition of chrysanthemum finger has been successful, and you have obtained 1 million original ability beads. This was Chen Hao's first time decomposing an S-level superpower. The main reason is that the chrysanthemum finger is just too disgusting. You can feel it when you use it, and this skill isn't 100% accurate. As long as the opponent is alert, they can dodge it. How should we use these newly acquired 1 million primal ability beads? After some thought, Chen Hao finally decided to upgrade flame manipulation. He has never strengthened this ability since he acquired it. Therefore, flame manipulation remains at rank B. The scene of the flying zombie tearing through his flames with its bare hands is still vivid in my mind. System, inject 1 million primal energy beads into flame manipulation. Ding dong, primal ability bead fusing. Ding dong, congratulations host, your flame manipulation ability has been successfully upgraded and has now reached S level. Finally, my flame manipulation has become stronger. Chen Hao tried to summon flames and was surprised to find that the flames became scalding hot. I wonder if attacking the flying zombie now will result in it tearing me to shreds. My superpower level is quite high now. The only weakness is still insufficient strength. I need to take on more missions when I get back this time. I stayed at Lu Xiaoji's house for one night. The next day, Chen Hao and his group prepared to leave. Shui looked at Lu Xiaoji with a face full of reluctance. A mother's heart is always with her child, no matter how far away they are. Xiaoji, you must take good care of yourself when you get out there. You eat on time every day. Look at you, you've gotten so thin. Learn from brother Hao, he's a good kid. Okay, mom, I understand. Alright, I won't keep you any longer, let's go. The group embarked on their journey back to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Seeing that Lu Xiaoji's eyes were slightly red, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but ask, Xiaoji, since you're so reluctant to leave, why not stay a few more days? Lu Xiaoji shook his head. If I stay a few more days, I'm afraid I won't want to leave. Few people are willing to leave their parents. It was especially painful to see my mother's hair turn gray. Little G. Lu Xiaobu was at a loss for how to comfort Lu Xiaoji. It's alright, I still have my great cause to complete. What great cause? I want to marry 10 wives. Lu Xiaoji's words left Lu Xiaobu speechless. Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lu Xiaoji could regulate his emotions on his own. After a 2-hour high-speed train ride, Chen Hao and his team returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Are you tired? Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu both shook their heads. If you're not tired, then let's go carry out the mission. Chen Hao's cultivation progress has been slow recently, and he wants to speed up his cultivation by killing strange creatures. So he took Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu to the mission posting location. There, they met Tian Wenjing, Kai Wenting, and Xia Wuqing. They teamed up as a trio? What about Xia Lighting? Chen Hao discovered that Xia Lighting was missing. Previously, Xia Lighting and Xia Wuqing were almost inseparable, but unexpectedly, Xia Lighting disappeared. After what happened before, that guy is probably completely devastated. Tian Wenjing and her two teammates accepted the mission and said goodbye to Chen Hao as they left. Brother Hao, what mission should we choose this time? After listening, Chen Hao began selecting tasks on the mission machine. He kept swiping the screen. Soon, a task came into view. Amusement park? Chen Hao nodded. We can go there, complete our mission, and have some fun along the way. My favorite thing is the bumper cars, said Lu Xiaobu. Xiaobu, you're so old and you still like bumper cars, you're just like a child. Okay, I understand. So, little G, what do you like? A haunted house, of course it's a haunted house. Think about it, it's pitch black, you can touch anything. Xiaobu, if you ever start dating someone, you absolutely have to take her to a haunted house. You'll thank me then. Once you succeed, you'll be able to enjoy abalone sauce with meat buns. The three of them set off after accepting the mission. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of an amusement park. The iron gate was closed, covered in dust, and overgrown with weeds. Clearly, this amusement park has been closed for some time. Seeing this, Lu Xiaobu felt a little sad. After all, his plan to touch her 18 times had fallen through. Let's go in and take a look. After you go in, stay close to me and be very careful, Chen Hao instructed. Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji nodded in unison. Just as they were about to climb over the iron gate and enter. What are you doing? Believe it or not, I'll call the police. A figure suddenly appeared. Chen Hao looked up and saw a small old man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face, holding a flashlight in his hand. Young people, why are you all so misbehaving? I saw several girls climb in before. Are you with them? As the old man spoke, he looked Chen Hao and the others up and down. These young people nowadays are all so disappointing. They actually want to come here to play live-action CS. This place is dirty and messy. Why not just get a room, enjoy the air conditioning, and play cards? They insisted on coming here. Take my advice, this place is too dangerous. You'd better not go in. Chen Hao frowned as he listened to the old man's words. He approached the old man. Sir, could you tell us about the situation here? The old man glanced at Chen Hao. Hello, I'm from the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. Chen Hao took out his work ID. It has to be said, the credentials from the Superpower Bureau are really useful. The old man, who had initially looked strange, immediately became respectful. Oh, it's your superior. Go ahead and tell me whatever you want to know. I will tell you everything I know. What exactly happened here? Why is it closed down? The old man sighed upon hearing this. Just a few months ago, this place was very lively. Back then, I could push my cart here to do some small business and earn a little money. I never imagined that a murder would happen here one day. That's right, several people were killed. Their heads were cut off. Was the killer later identified? No, of course not, otherwise we wouldn't have been closed for so long. I heard it was done by a ghost. Everyone responded in unison. The old man lowered his voice and said, since you know this place is haunted, why did you still come here for a walk? The old man chuckled upon hearing this. Without a doubt, this old guy is just here to join in the fun. Lu Xiaoji was skeptical of the old man's words. Is it really that strange? Lu Xiaoji instinctively felt that the old man was lying. Hey, would I lie to you? I saw it with my own eyes. The way those people died was horrific. Seeing that Lu Xiaoji wanted to continue asking questions, Chen Hao blocked him. This guy doesn't know much either, so there's no point in asking him anymore. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The old man breathed a sigh of relief and ran off. Chen Hao said to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, you both heard that. There might be something strange going on here, so we need to be extra careful from now on. The three continued walking into the amusement park. They started wandering around the amusement park. There are quite a few facilities, including a carousel, bumper cars, a giant swing, a Ferris wheel, and even a haunted house. At this moment, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the haunted house. Looking at that dark entrance, Lu Xiaoji said with a smile, Brother Hao, how about we go in for an adventure? Here? Yes, the power is out here, so none of the other facilities work. It seems like this haunted house is the only place we can still have fun. Forget it, the haunted house is fake. The ghosts inside are all played by staff. Now that this place is closed, there are naturally no ghosts. Lu Xiaoji was somewhat disappointed. He really wanted to go inside and take a look. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly came from inside the haunted house. Stay close to me. Chen Hao was the first to rush in. Soon, he came to a woman's side. At this moment, the woman was lying on the ground. His head was cut off, and blood was flowing all over the ground. Several corpses lay on the ground not far away. They've been completely wiped out. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chen Hao looked down at the ground and noticed bloody footprints on it. He followed the trail of blood further in. Before they came, Chen Hao and his team wore headlamps, so they could see clearly even without electric lights. Just as Chen Hao turned a corner, Chen Hao flipped his hand, and a dagger appeared in his hand. This is a weapon he redeemed using points he had saved up in his spare time. Lu Bai broke the Nepalese kukri that we had before. Chen Hao's dagger clashed with the opponent's large cleaver. With his immense strength, he knocked the large cleaver away. Seeing this, the little devil turned around and prepared to run away. As a result, Chen Hao teleported in front of it. The dagger flashed coldly, aimed straight at the little devil's belly. After the dagger pierced through, Chen Hao activated the corpse cultivation technique and began to devour the little ghost. He noticed some changes. Previously, devouring little devils always felt awkward, because the body instinctively rejects strange energy. That energy seemed to belong to him all along. As the strange energy was absorbed into his body, Chen Hao felt a warm sensation. It was completely different from the previous chilly feeling. Is this the benefit that the devouring undead brings me? He discovered that his strength seemed to have improved again. Brother Hao, are you alright? It's alright, let's go. Let's continue to explore inside. Chen Hao led Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu inside. They encountered a few more little devils. Without exception, they were all swallowed whole by Chen Hao. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the end of the haunted house. Just these few brats? Chen Hao was still somewhat unsatisfied. He glanced down at his phone and realized it was already 2 a.m. It's getting late, we should head back. Just as Chen Hao was about to leave with Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, the amusement park lights suddenly came on. You left without even saying goodbye? A girl was sitting on a carousel not far away. She has long pink hair, and her delicate face makes you want to look at her more. What a pretty little girl. Lu Xiaoji's eyes widened when he saw the girl. Little sister, how old are you? Would you like your brother to take you to see the goldfish? Just as Lu Xiaobu was about to say something to Lu Xiaoji suddenly pointed out with his finger. The little girl was hit by by Lu Xiaoji's chrysanthemum finger. She let out a piercing scream. The surrounding lights went out instantly. The bright moonlight shone down, illuminating the little girl's cold and terrifying face. "You are dead. Away." The little girl spoke each word clearly, her teeth clenched in anger. She waved her right hand. 3 darts flew towards Lu Xiaoji. "Brother Hao, help!" Chen Hao, wielding a dagger, swiftly parried the dart with a few quick swings. The little girl pulled out a chainsaw from somewhere. "You fat bastard, I'm going to tear you to pieces." She brandished the chainsaw and charged at Chen Hao. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaobu slammed his hands onto the ground. Mud swamp technique. A mud pit suddenly appeared on the ground. The little girl stepped in, and her feet sank into the mud instantly. However, this obstacle was only temporary, and she quickly jumped out of the mud puddle. He frowned as he landed, seemingly in pain as if his wound had been touched. "Dare to insult me? Do it again." Lu Xiaoji pointed again with his right hand. The little girl quickly rolled over to dodge the attack. She immediately pounced on him. Chen Hao, holding a dagger, went to meet him. The two collided. The little girl's chainsaw chain kept spinning, rubbing against Chen Hao's dagger and sparking countless sparks. After the collision, Chen Hao used a sudden burst of force to pull the two apart. He glanced instinctively at the dagger in his hand. As expected of a general's sword, its sturdiness is truly unparalleled. Chen Hao has saved many people, and the Superpower Bureau has given him a lot of points. He redeemed the sword with his points. After creating some distance, the little girl, clutching the chainsaw, charged at Chen Hao once more. She opened her mouth wide, revealing her black teeth. "Perfect, let me show you my new superpower." The dagger in Chen Hao's hand immediately burst into flames. He unleashed a fierce, fiery blade. Flame and Gale Slash. This Flame Gale Slash, enhanced by an S-class superpower, possesses extraordinary power. The fiery blades came hurtling through the air, and the little girl could only raise her chainsaw to block them. She was thrown backward by the impact, and the chainsaw in her hand fell to the ground. Chen Hao instantly teleported in front of the little girl. He reached his right hand towards her neck and gripped her throat tightly. He began to activate the corpse cultivator technique, preparing to devour the little girl. "No, don't kill me." The little girl struggled desperately. A hint of pity appeared in his eyes. If an ordinary person were here, they might feel pity and let her go. She met Chen Hao. Chen Hao has never been lenient with strange entities. The little girl begged for mercy desperately, then suddenly screamed. Her once lovely face suddenly twisted and turned into a hideous ghost. Although she struggled with all her might, it was all in vain. He could only watch helplessly as Chen Hao devoured him. After devouring the little girl, Chen Hao turned to look at Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. "Let's go back. That little girl possesses the strength of the 7th level of the Master Realm." Unfortunately, he ran into Chen Hao, and before he could even unleash his full power, he was already dead. Chen Hao sensed the strange energy surging within his body and decided to go back and refine it properly. With no cars on the road, Chen Hao and his group had no choice but to walk back. Along the way, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but ask, "Brother Hao, Xiaoji, don't you guys think something's weird on this road? There's not a single person in sight. It's eerily quiet." Lu Xiaoji rolled her eyes at him. "It's 2:30 in the morning. How could there possibly be anyone on the street? Unless you've seen a ghost. I heard from my elders that if someone isn't home by 2:30 in the morning, it's definitely not a good thing." No sooner had he finished speaking than a strange wind blew from afar. A newspaper was blown from the left side of the road to the right by the wind. A figure appeared at the end of the road. Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with a strange look. Lu Xiaobu instinctively covered his mouth. The man looked around and finally ran towards them. Chen Hao drew his dagger, and just as the two were about to engage in battle, he suddenly stopped. "Cold-hearted?" Long Wuching asked curiously. "We wanted to ask you the same thing." Lu Xiaoji countered with a question. "This place is extremely dangerous. You should leave immediately." Before he could finish speaking, Chen Hao raised his dagger to parry. A bullet struck the dagger, causing him to stumble back several steps. His hands trembled violently as he looked at the shooter. It was a man with a nose ring, holding a Desert Eagle pistol. Master Realm Level 8, A-level ability, pistol holder. Chen Hao quickly analyzed the opponent's strength. "Is he your target?" Before Lang Wuching could even speak, the other party launched the first attack. "A bunch of small fry, how dare they provoke me? Kid, don't think you're something special just because you took one bullet. You can withstand the first shot, but can you withstand the second?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed the gun at Chen Hao again. Just as he was about to fire, a sharp wind blade pierced through the air and struck. The man quickly holstered his gun and dodged. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He dodged the wind blades and looked at Tian Wenjing in the distance. "Little sister, it's rude to ambush someone. Come here, let your older brother teach you how to use a pistol." "My brother's gun is no ordinary weapon." Tian Wenjing unleashed the wind blade once more. The man became alert and fired, shattering the wind blade. The bullets continued to fly towards Tian Wenjing. She skillfully dodged the bullets. Lu Xiaobu was dumbfounded. "Little G, is the pistol that powerful? I should have gone to learn it too." Lu Xiaoji responded with a smile. "Want to learn how to master masturbate? I'll teach you, I'm an expert. However, the bullets I used were different from his. That's clearly a superpowered pistol. Following the gaze, Liu Xiaobu discovered that the Desert Eagle in the other person's hand was actually an energy entity. In other words, the bullets fired by the opponent were projectiles containing alien energy. Seeing that Tian Wenjing had dodged, the man aimed his pistol at Chen Hao and his group. Liu Xiaoji pulled Liu Xiaobu and quickly dodged to the side. As for Xia Wuqing, that guy had already vanished without a trace. The gun was pointed at Chen Hao. Chen Hao instantly teleported, skillfully dodging the bullets fired by the man. You can teleport? That's interesting. I'd like to see whether your teleportation is faster or my bullet is faster. The man fired several shots at Chen Hao. Chen Hao also dodged several bullets in succession. After several rounds of exchanges, both sides were panting heavily. Whether it's teleportation or firing the superpowered gun, the energy consumption is extremely high. Wen Ting, aren't you going to make a move? Chen Hao shouted. A giant stone figure fell from the sky and crashed down on the man. Sensing danger, the man quickly ran to the side. What's going on? Why is it getting hotter and hotter? He looked in the direction from which the heat wave was coming. A fireball came hurtling towards us. The man was unable to dodge in time and was hit directly by Chen Hao's fireball. In an instant, he transformed into a man of fire. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tian Wenjing launched a sneak attack, sending sharp wind blades shooting through the air, aimed directly at the man. The wind blades were incredibly sharp, slicing through his throat before he continued flying. The man's head was severed by the wind blade. Chen Hao, aren't I amazing? Kai Wenting proudly peeked out from the third floor. I'm a little curious, how did you find me when I was hiding so well? Kai Wenting thought she had hidden it perfectly, but Chen Hao still found out. Next time you go out, don't wear perfume. I could smell it from far away. Taste? Does it really taste like that? Kai Wenting subconsciously sniffed herself. Chen Hao ignored her and continued to throw 2 more balls of fire, burning the man's body to ashes. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained A-level ability, pistol holder. Chen Hao asked Tian Wenjing. The Scorpion Brigade. Chen Hao nodded slightly. I have to say, the Scorpion Troop is really something. If Chen Hao were to search, he might not be able to find so many people with advanced superpowers. The Scorpion Brigade is different. They were like greedy predators, lurking around various universities. After those unsuspecting young superhumans awaken, they then initiated their hunting mode. They specifically hunt down those with exceptionally high talent and superpowers. Then they dug out their special ability beads and transplanted them into their own people. Although the government sent people to protect these highly qualified individuals. But while the Scorpion Troop hides in the shadows, the national protectors are in the open. Even those who protected them became targets of the Scorpion Troop. Finally, we took care of that guy. Tian Wenjing glanced at the man who had been burned to ashes. This guy is a freak. He has committed more than 30 shootings. Shooting incidents? Aren't those the exclusive rights of beautiful women? Liu Xiaoji was about to say something when Liu Xiaobu covered his mouth. Xiaoji, don't say things like that. Alright, the matter is resolved. Let's go back. Tian Wenjing glanced at everyone present and spoke with a smile. The group then embarked on their journey home. On the way, Tian Wenjing asked Chen Hao curiously, Chen Hao, how strong are you now? 6th level of Master Realm. I estimate I'll be able to break through to the 7th level of Master Realm in a few days. Tian Wenjing was startled when she heard this. She had only recently broken through to the 8th level of the Master Realm. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao is almost catching up. Hearing their conversation, Liu Xiaobu laughed and said, our brother Hao is truly amazing. His cultivation speed is the fastest in the world. Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing smiled slightly. She continued, Chen Hao, how's the preparation of the materials for refining the General Realm Pill going? Materials for refining the General Realm Pill? What are those? Chen Hao looked completely bewildered. Tian Wenjing was also somewhat surprised. Didn't anyone tell you? To break through to the Master Realm, one must take the General Realm Pill. As for the Realm Pill, our Supernatural Abilities Bureau does not have it. Tian Wenjing said, if you want it, you have to collect the materials yourself and then ask Elder Bai for help in refining it. You have to collect the materials yourself? Chen Hao frowned slightly upon hearing this, then asked, do you have the recipe for refining the General Realm Pill? As Tian Wenjing spoke, she took out her phone and sent him the formula for the Jingdan Pill. After sending the message, she said to Chen Hao, to refine the General Realm Pill, you must have alchemy talent, otherwise it is almost impossible to succeed. Moreover, the yield of the Realm Pill is very low. One set of materials may not be enough to refine a single pill. Old Bai from our Supernatural Abilities Bureau is considered a master alchemist. If you want him to refine it, you need to prepare 5 sets of materials. That's right, 5 portions. After all, the failure rate of refining the General Realm Pill is too high. Only with so much preparation can we be confident in refining one. Of course, some people are lucky and manage to refine 2 pills from 5 sets of materials. Hearing Tian Wenjing's words, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel speechless. For some reason, he labeled Old Bai as a good-for-nothing. It takes 5 ingredients to refine one general realm pill? In his previous life, when he was playing games and refining pills, his success rate was even higher than this. We still need to prepare all the materials first. Chen Hao looked at the recipe for the general realm pill. Thunderflower, 7-star stone, black water pearl, spirit beast blood. There are 4 types of materials in total. The first 3 types all had specific markings, but when Chen Hao saw the last one, he frowned. Wenjing, what exactly is this last spirit beast blood? Tian Wenjing smiled slightly. Spirit beast blood is just spirit beast blood. Hearing her say that, Chen Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. If nonsense had levels, she would definitely be a master among masters. What I'm asking is, what kind of spirit beast's blood is this? Would dragon blood work? If you can get your hands on dragon blood, that's not out of the question. As Tian Wenjing said this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Dragon blood was so precious that she didn't even dare to dream of it, yet Chen Hao directly asked if it could be used. Chen Hao nodded. Tian Wenjing continued, the blood of spirit beasts is very important. Within your capabilities, try to find the best you can. I've heard that the general realm pill, made from the blood of high-level spirit beasts, can enhance the strength of superhumans after consumption. You can even learn some of the skills of spirit beasts from them. Can it learn the skills of spirit beasts? This news immediately caught Chen Hao's attention. We've arrived. Tian Wenjing yawned. Everyone should go and rest after working all night. She addressed the crowd. Everyone dragged their tired bodies back to the Superpower Bureau dormitory. After washing up, Chen Hao lay down to rest. He woke up groggily after an unknown amount of time. That was a really good sleep. This was the first time he had woken up so naturally, and he felt a rare sense of happiness. He opened the door, intending to get something to eat. Not long after I walked out, I saw Lu Fengfeng walking in from outside with lots of bags. Chen Hao went over to help, saying, let me get some for you. He helped Lu Fengfeng move her things into the dormitory. Just as he finished moving and was about to leave, Lu Fengfeng called him back. I need your help with something. I would like to ask you to help me find a kind of fruit. Fruit? What fruit? Beautiful fruit. Pretty fruit? I've heard that eating this fruit can make people more beautiful. Her skin is soft and supple, like a baby's face. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned slightly. Does this thing really exist? Chen Hao was filled with doubt. After all, if this beautiful fruit really had such miraculous effects, it should have been known all over the world long ago. I saw it in an ancient book, Lu Fengfeng said. A tribal queen once ate this fruit. Hearing her say that, Chen Hao couldn't help but ask, you mean, you want me to help you find this kind of fruit that almost doesn't exist? Lu Fengfeng nodded. Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing, she continued. As long as you promise me, I will fulfill all your requests, no matter what you want me to do in the future. After listening, Chen Hao remained silent for a while before finally asking her, Fengfeng, what happened to you? In Chen Hao's memory, Lu Fengfeng was never the kind of person who would be anxious about her figure. Lu Fengfeng sighed. When I went back this time, my mother talked to me and said that I'm not young anymore and it's time for me to find a boyfriend. But you know, where can you find a figure like mine, she said, her voice filled with helplessness. She had tried to lose weight, but she just couldn't control her eating and always envied those who could eat meat and fish every day without gaining weight. But she's different, she gains weight even from drinking water. Okay, I agree, Chen Hao said. But I have to make it clear first, whether we can find this fruit or not depends on fate. If I find it, I will definitely give it to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Fengfeng burst into tears of joy. Whether Chen Hao could actually do it or not, she was at least comforted. Now that we've reached a deal, Lu Fengfeng said, I happen to have something I'd like to ask you for help with. What is it? Tell me, Chen Hao replied. I need the materials to refine the general realm pill. Can you help me find them? No problem, Chen Hao readily agreed. Tell me what materials you need and I'll find them for you. Lu Fengfeng was very decisive and immediately took out her laptop from her computer bag. Thunderflower. She nodded, picked up the keyboard and typed quickly, soon finding relevant information. Thunderflowers come from Thunder Canyon, so they're not rare, she explained. The only challenge is that you have to go deep into Thunder Canyon. That place is dangerous. There is a monster called the Thunder Demon in there, which will attack people who enter the canyon. The Thunder Demon is proficient in lightning magic and can control lightning with terrifying power. If you want to go, you'd better think of a plan first. After listening, Chen Hao fell into thought. Fengfeng, do you think there's any superpower in this world like a lightning rod, or a superpower that can absorb lightning? There are an astonishing number of superpowers in the world, and it is almost impossible to understand them all. Lu Fengfeng frowned and entered Chen Hao's requirements into the computer. Soon after, she sent a message, you're lucky. Although we haven't found any superpowers that can absorb lightning, the lightning rod superpower does exist. The other party is still a wanted criminal. Lu Fengfeng placed a person's information in front of Chen Hao. Chen Hao looked over and saw a spirited young man wearing a yellow leopard print shirt, with his hair dyed yellow and deliberately combed into a small cone shape. He looked exactly like the Golden Horn King's brother. However, this guy's ability is a bit low, only F level, Lu Fengfeng said. It's alright, F rank is fine. Where are they now? Exist. In a small wooden cabin in the suburbs, a group of people are playing mahjong. As they fought, they puffed out clouds of smoke, filling the room with a foul stench. Hey guys, we snatched a big fish the other day, someone exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, that girl has a lot of money. She had over 20,000 yuan in cash in her bag. Money doesn't matter, she has even more water. Upon hearing this man's words, everyone burst into laughter. They robbed people at night while wearing hoods. Not only did they steal the person's backpack, but they also conducted several health checks on the person. Finally, to avoid being exposed, they even smeared something directly on the other person's neck. Chen Hao stood outside, looking at the group of people laughing and joking inside. He narrowed his eyes, a cold killing intent flashing within them. In his eyes, these guys were no longer human, but a bunch of beasts. Chen Hao would never show mercy to beasts. He conjured a fireball in each hand and hurled it at the wooden house. The fireball struck the wooden house, instantly igniting the entire structure. Oh no! Fire! Oh no! Fire! Damn it! What's going on? How did it catch fire? Several people hurriedly stood up, preparing to escape through the door. As soon as the door was pushed open, they saw a fire phoenix engulfed in flames. An superpowered person. Chen Hao summoned the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix opened its massive maw, and a blazing flame shot out. In an instant, the people at the door were burned to ashes. Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the corpse, gained F-level superpower, lightning rod. Is there only one person here with superpowers? Chen Hao was surprised to find that only one of the 4 people possessed superpowers. The fire in the cabin grew stronger and stronger. Not long after, the roof collapsed with a loud crash. Chen Hao stood quietly before the flames, watching as the raging fire consumed everything. After the flames were completely extinguished, he turned and left. They returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. When Lu Fengfeng saw Chen Hao return, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. So fast? Chen Hao nodded. There's a new task that needs your help. Lu Fengfeng acted swiftly and soon helped Chen Hao find a member of the Scorpion Brigade. This guy possesses a B-level ability, Fist Enhancement, and his strength is at the 8th level of the Master Realm. So, can you handle it? 8th level of Master Realm? If I cultivate for the next couple of days, I should be able to break through to the 7th level of the Master Realm without any problems. Lu Fengfeng nodded in agreement. For the next 2 days, Chen Hao devoted himself to cultivation. Finally, on the afternoon of the second day, he successfully broke through to the 7th level of the Master Realm. He instinctively clenched his fist. Feel the surging power brought about by the improvement in strength. Each increase in his strength brought him immense satisfaction. It was more exhilarating than any other joyful experience. While those joys are pleasurable, they also bring exhaustion. This increase in strength fills one with energy, as if an endless stream of power is gushing forth. Chen Hao took out his phone and, following the address provided by Lu Fengfeng, prepared to cause trouble for that member of the Scorpion Brigade. In a courtyard, the 2 people sat facing each other, drinking tea. Chen Hao frowned as he looked at the 2 people in the courtyard. What's going on? He originally planned to take direct action against the owner of the courtyard. Unexpectedly, the other party had guests at their home today. This guy possesses the S-rank ability, Lightning Control, and his strength is at the 4th level of the general rank. Chen Hao's gaze fell on the person sitting opposite the bald, muscular man. The man had blue, spiky hair. He was savoring the tea brewed by the bald, burly man. Zhang Yi, you're brewing tea better and better. Upon hearing the blue-haired man's praise, the bald, muscular man scratched his head sheepishly. Oh, you flatter me, sir. I'm just a rough guy. I just casually date people. The blue-haired man smiled slightly. Drinking tea is always better than drinking alcohol. Yes, I used to be a heavy drinker. If it weren't for my boss making me switch to tea, I might still be drinking heavily right now. I owe everything I have today to the help of my superiors. If you ever need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. I will do my best to fulfill your request. Hearing the bald, muscular man's words, the blue-haired man nodded in satisfaction. I'm relieved to hear that. I plan to go to Thunder Canyon tomorrow. Thunder Canyon? What are we going there for? The bald, burly man asked curiously. It's all because of those disgusting guys. They didn't want to go themselves, but they made me make the trip. It's just lightning. Is it really that scary? The blue-haired man raised his right hand as he spoke. At that moment, electricity flashed between his fingers. Countless electric currents surged in my hand, crackling and popping. Those guys are really something. If they want thunderflowers, why don't they just go pick them themselves? Why do you have to trouble me? The blue-haired man spoke these words with deep reluctance and resentment. Upon hearing this, the bald, muscular man's lips twitched involuntarily. After all, just because he possesses lightning powers doesn't mean others can easily deal with him. The bald, muscular man once had the privilege of entering Thunder Canyon. He witnessed a fellow traveler being struck by lightning and turned into a charred corpse. The pungent smell of burnt protein remains vivid in the bald, muscular man's memory to this day. Alright, we've had enough tea. I have to go now. Boss, let me see you off. No need, you can stay here. After finishing his sentence, the blue-haired man turned and left. Watching his receding figure, the bald, muscular man glanced back at the coffee table. This, a A pained expression appeared on his face. In his view, drinking tea is far less cost-effective than drinking alcohol. He spent tens of thousands on that cup of tea just now. If he used that money to buy alcohol, he could probably drink for a long time. The bald, burly man walked to the coffee table and, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, picked up the teapot and gulped down the tea. TSK, TSK, TSK. He smacked his lips. I really don't understand what's so good about this tea. My mouth is so bland from the tea flavor that it's practically gone. As he spoke, he walked toward the flower bed next to him. After digging around there for a while, he unearthed a wine jug. Ah, the wine smells so good. He opened the wine jug and took a big gulp. Do you have a solution? The baijiu went down his throat and he immediately felt refreshed. He's alive. Chen Hao watched the bald, muscular man drink, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Drink up, keep drinking. In Chen Hao's eyes, that wine was the severing wine for the bald, burly man. Before long, the bald, burly man collapsed to the ground, drunk and fast asleep. Chen Hao turned and entered the man's courtyard. Seeing the bald, muscular man sleeping like a log, a smile slowly crept onto his lips. He conjured a fireball in his right hand and hurled it at the bald, muscular man. Flames instantly enveloped him, turning him into a human torch. He was jolted awake from his sleep by the pain and kept patting the flames on his body with his hands. Chen Hao moved swiftly, his sharp dagger slicing towards the bald, muscular man's neck. The dagger slit open his throat, and blood gushed out. The bald, burly man clutched his wound, his eyes fixed on Chen Hao. Those eyes were filled with a variety of complex emotions. There was anger, hatred, confusion, and bewilderment. Finally, the light in his eyes dimmed, and his body fell straight down. He fell heavily to the ground. Chen Hao condensed 2 more fireballs, burning the man to ashes. Perhaps because he had drunk too much, the flames on his body burned exceptionally brightly. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained a grade B ability, fist enhancement. After gaining the bald, muscular man's superpowers, Chen Hao left the courtyard directly. On the way back, system, disassemble the B-level ability, fist enhancement. Ding dong, fist enhancement is being disassembled. Ding dong, congratulations host, the fist enhancement decomposition is complete, and you have obtained 10,000 primal ability beads. Fuse the 10,000 original power beads obtained into the F-level power, lightning rod. Ding dong, congratulations host, your lightning rod has been upgraded and is now a B-level ability. Lightning rod, rank B ability, has an 80% chance to protect you from being struck by lightning, and even if you are struck by lightning, it can greatly reduce the power of the lightning. Is it just a weakening? Chen Hao had thought that the lightning rod would make him completely immune to the damage from lightning. It seems this thing isn't high enough in quality. Perhaps only at S rank or even SS rank can one be completely immune to lightning damage. However, for Chen Hao, a Class B lightning rod is sufficient. Go back and rest first. We'll head to Thunder Canyon tomorrow. The next day, Chen Hao got up early and headed straight for Thunder Canyon. This time, he didn't invite Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Thunder Canyon is far too dangerous. With the lightning rod and his almost cheat-like good luck, Chen Hao's chances of being struck by lightning are extremely low. But Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu are not the same. If the two of them went with them, they would most likely never return. With his backpack on, Chen Hao arrived at a small town outside Thunder Canyon. The town was bustling with activity, and many adventurers were strolling around the streets. Come and see the latest invention, the lightning arrestor. Wearing this will protect you from lightning strikes. A man was shouting loudly, holding an iron hat with a small iron needle stuck on top. Chen Hao looked at the hat, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. In his view, it was not a lightning arrestor at all, but a lightning rod. Wearing that thing into Thunder Canyon is tantamount to suicide. He continued walking forward. Thunder Canyon has spurred the development of related industries in the area. Chen Hao noticed that this town had everything one could need for clothing, food, housing, and transportation. The most numerous of these were stalls selling various lightning protection items. Without exception, these things had absolutely no lightning protection effect. Young man, want to go into Thunder Canyon? At this moment, a middle-aged man with black hair all over his arms walked up to Chen Hao and pointed to a car not far away. This is my latest invention, the lightning-avoiding vehicle. The vehicle was equipped with many lightning rods, and the outer layer was coated with insulating material. Even if I get struck by lightning, it doesn't matter. Do you see that dark place? Those are the marks left by a lightning strike, but we were unharmed. As he spoke, the uncle walked around in front of Chen Hao, trying to prove the car's safety with his own undamaged body. No need, thank you for your kindness. Chen Hao smiled and refused, then left directly. Young man, just as the uncle was about to say something more, Chen Hao had already gone inside. The people in the car were getting impatient. Old Nyo, how about we contribute a little more money? Don't pull others, make room for us, it'll give us more space. The uncle pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, but you have to pay first before I drive. No problem. Clearly, this wasn't their first collaboration. So soon? After the passengers paid, the man drove them deeper into Thunder Canyon. On the way, the uncle ran into Chen Hao. Young man, are you you sure you don't want to get on the bus? I'll give you a 20% discount on the fare. As he said this, the uncle frowned slightly, his face full of worry. No need, thank you. The man felt he had done his best to persuade them, so he ignored him and continued driving. The passengers on the bus chuckled to themselves when they saw Chen Hao walking alone at the back. How long do you think this kid can live? Who cares how long he lives? He won't last a day anyway. Sigh, what a reckless young man. He's so young, yet he dares to venture into Thunder Canyon. They really don't know how to write the word death thought. So what? There are plenty of people like that. Many people die in Thunder Canyon every year, but so many people still rush in, mainly because there are too many treasures inside. If you find just one or two items, you'll never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. They can even drive luxury cars and date supermodels. The man drove faster and faster, heading deeper into Thunder Canyon. With his bag on his back, Chen Hao slowly walked towards the depths of Thunder Canyon. As he ventured deeper into Thunder Canyon, he sensed a change in the sky. The once clear sky is now hazy, as if shrouded in a thin mist. The humidity in the surrounding air had increased significantly, and the grass blades were covered with glistening dewdrops. Chen Hao felt a cool sensation on his cheek. He touched it and found it was fine rain. It's raining, but thankfully it's just a light drizzle. He continued walking forward despite the light drizzle. Suddenly, a clap of thunder caught Chen Hao's attention. The thunder seemed to herald the start of a lightning storm. It was as if the god of thunder in the sky had gotten drunk, and countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. It cleaved straight down into the earth. Not far from Chen Hao, a large tree, as thick as a bowl, was struck by lightning. Instantly, sparks flew everywhere, and it crashed to the ground. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao frowned. Thank you. Even if you are mentally prepared, who can truly remain calm when lightning is just around the corner? You're welcome. Luckily, I have the lightning rod ability. He couldn't believe he was so unlucky as to actually be struck by lightning, so he continued walking forward. He walked for an unknown amount of time, then felt exhausted and decided to find a place to rest. At that moment, something caught his eye. He walked closer and saw a car parked in the middle of the road. A huge fallen tree was pressing down on the roof of the car. This is the uncle's car. Clearly, the man was only concerned with avoiding lightning strikes and didn't expect a large tree to fall down. Chen Hao walked to the car and looked through the glass window, only to find that the people sitting in the back seat were already lifeless. The driver's cab door was open, and bloodstains were left on the ground, stretching not far away. Chen Hao conjured flames in his right hand and threw them towards the back seat of the driver's cab. In an instant, the three people were burned to ashes. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained a D-level ability, arm enhancement. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained a class D ability, foot oiling. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained a class D ability, urine corrosion. Chen Hao suddenly gained 3 superpowers, but they were all low level, and he didn't even bother to break them down. Young man. Suddenly, shouts came from not far away. Chen Hao turned his head and saw that the uncle was lying not far away, pinned down by a fallen tree. I'm so glad to see you're alright. The uncle smiled with satisfaction, but then he started coughing violently. Not long after, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. What's going on here? We've been struck by lightning. Today has been incredibly unlucky. 3 bolts of lightning struck at the same time. 2 beams struck my car, and another hit a large tree not far away. A big tree fell and crushed my car. If I hadn't run fast, I probably would be going with them now. The man coughed up blood a few times, his face was pale, and he looked very weak. Young man, can you do me a favor? Help? What kind of help? Please take this back to my daughter. Now. The man pulled a bank card out of his pocket as he spoke. Chen Hao frowned. Seeing his hesitation, the uncle spoke again. I'm not letting you come for nothing. I once obtained a treasure map. I originally planned to wait until I was stronger before I went treasure hunting. It seems the opportunity is gone now. Here you go, the treasure map and the bank card. Promise me you'll deliver it. After hearing this, Chen Hao asked, aren't you afraid that I'll take the treasure map but not do anything for you? You won't do that, the uncle said with absolute certainty. Why? Because you're not that kind of person. I've been a driver my whole life. What kind of people haven't I seen? I can tell at a glance whether a person is good or bad. From the moment I met you, I knew you were a good person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited you to get in the car so many times. Hearing this, Chen Hao smiled. Girls are always the ones giving people the friend zone card. He'd never seen an older man do that before. I'll accept this treasure map, but you can personally hand the bank card to your daughter. The middle-aged man looked shocked, as if he had misjudged the situation. Just as he was wondering, Chen Hao placed his right hand on the uncle's chest. The man felt a warm sensation in his chest, and his previous chest tightness and shortness of breath disappeared instantly. Alright, go back by yourself. After saying that, Chen Hao turned and left. The middle-aged man shakily got up, feeling his body recover. Alright, I'm all better now. He was overjoyed. A bodhisattva, truly a living bodhisattva. The middle-aged man knelt down in the direction Chen Hao had left. He then got up and walked towards home. At that moment, he had only one one thought in his mind: to go home. I want to see my lovely daughter. The man has decided to change careers. Although this industry is lucrative, you still need to be alive to enjoy your money. Chen Hao glanced at the treasure map the uncle had given him. He was completely unfamiliar with the places marked on the treasure map, so he simply put the treasure map into his own space. He continued walking forward. The sky was once again filled with lightning and thunder. Chen Hao looked up and found that this day was completely different from before. It used to be a gray, hazy area. Now, however, dark clouds are gathering, as if black clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. It's going to rain heavily. He quickly scanned his surroundings and spotted a cave not far away. Let's hide in the cave first. Chen Hao entered the cave. Not long after we went inside, a torrential downpour began outside. That was close. I almost got soaked to the bone. The wind howled, carrying rainwater into the cave. Chen Hao quickly walked deeper into the cave. This cave is quite large. He tried to go inside. Finally, we arrived at the depths of the cave. The scene before him stunned Chen Hao. A gigantic snake. It is entirely black, with scales as large as fists. It is currently asleep. Seeing this, Chen Hao immediately turned off his flashlight. That snake was too powerful. 5th level of the general realm. Chen Hao was at the 7th level of the master realm, and he was powerless against the giant snake at the 5th level of the general realm. He came quietly and left quietly, afraid of disturbing the giant snake. Fortunately, the giant snake didn't notice him and left the cave. Chen Hao prepared to retreat back outside the cave. Halfway there, he discovered a small hole next to the cave, which seemed to lead to another space. He tried to pass through the small hole and reach another cave. The cave is small, and the only entrance is right at the front. The wind is still blowing fiercely outside. Chen Hao decided to rest here and wait for the rain to stop before continuing his journey. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Hao woke up. Leave the cave through the small hole. It had just rained outside, and the ground was wet and muddy. After wading through the mud, Chen Hao finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Look up at the mountaintop. A few small blue and white flowers swayed gently in the wind. It's a thunder flower. He climbed toward the thunder flower. I reached out and picked a few flowers. Just picked it. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the thunder flower you're holding. Chen Hao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a blue-haired man. He recognized the man as the one who had been drinking tea with the bald man earlier. What if I say no? He conjured a bolt of lightning in his right hand and slammed it down towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao instantly teleported, easily dodging the blue-haired man's attack. A spatial ability user. The blue-haired man was not angry at Chen Hao's performance. Instead, he was delighted. I wonder how much reward I'll get after I catch you. Chen Hao teleported to a location that was quite far away. In the blue-haired man's opinion, Chen Hao's spatial ability level was definitely not low. If we can capture him, promotion and wealth will be within our grasp. Chen Hao put away the thunder flower, then activated the newly acquired grease your feet ability and began to flee desperately. No way! A thunderous sound rang out, and the blue-haired man instantly teleported a distance away. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao immediately used teleportation to create distance between himself and his opponent. The two sides engaged in a chase. Countless bolts of lightning poured down from the sky. Chen Hao prayed silently, hoping that a bolt of lightning would strike the blue-haired man directly. A thunderous roar sounded, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck down. It struck the blue-haired man precisely, without missing a beat. In an instant, his whole body crackled with electricity, countless currents coursing through him, making a crackling sound. His body stiffened abruptly. I originally thought that being struck by lightning would at most cause me to lose a layer of skin, or even die. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be like a depleted dry cell battery. The moment the lightning struck, it actually fully charged him. The blue-haired man's hair stood on end like a hedgehog, with countless blue electric currents crackling and crisscrossing between the strands. He glared fiercely at Chen Hao. Kid, you're dead this time. Even a god can't save you, I'm telling you. The man kicked off with his right foot. It transformed into a bolt of lightning and hurtled straight towards Chen Hao. The man was getting closer and closer. What should I do? Chen Hao quickly scanned his surroundings and made a decision in just a few seconds. He suddenly vanished from the spot. The blue-haired man intended to attack Chen Hao, but found that he had suddenly disappeared. Is this guy invisible? The blue-haired man looked around. No, his ability is spatial, similar to teleportation. He couldn't have just vanished into thin air. He must be hiding somewhere. The blue-haired man searched again and finally found a target, a slight smile playing on his lips. You brat, you're dead meat. That's right, that's right. As he spoke, he walked toward the dark cave. In the eyes of the blue-haired man, Chen Hao was like a turtle in a jar. As soon as he slowly walked into the cave, only death awaited Chen Hao. The blue-haired man stepped into the cave. Suddenly, he heard a noise. Hee, I've got you now. He quickened his pace and rushed into the cave. Deep inside the cave, a shadow wolf, covered in wounds, pounced on the sleeping giant snake. Sensing danger, the giant snake instinctively launched an attack. Its gaping maw opened wide and swallowed the shadow wolf whole. Even after swallowing the shadow wolf, the giant serpent was still not satisfied. It had been asleep for a long time and was now starving. one shadow wolf was far from enough to fill its stomach. "Kid, let's see where you run this time." The blue-haired man rushed into the cave. Upon seeing the large, black snake, they were immediately stunned. A highly venomous black rock python. The blue-haired man was knowledgeable and recognized the large snake in front of him at a glance. "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Big brother, it's all a misunderstanding." After saying that, he turned and ran away. But the highly venomous black rock python gave him no chance to escape. It opened its blood-red maw and lunged at the blue-haired man. The blue-haired man used his lightning strike again to dodge the attack. The highly venomous black rock python kept its eyes fixed on the blue-haired man, relentlessly pursuing him. The two rushed out of the cave one after the other. At this moment, Chen Hao was hiding in a small, dark room in the cave. Seeing the blue-haired man being chased by the highly venomous black rock python, he felt a surge of joy. I wonder who will ultimately win between the two of them. Or will both sides suffer heavy losses? To prevent any accidents, Chen Hao released another shadow wolf from the space. To be precise, it was the corpse of a shadow wolf. He possesses the SSS level corpse manipulation ability, so naturally he wants to maximize its potential. The shadow wolf's corpse revived, and it emerged from the small hole, rushing quickly toward the large hole. At this moment, Chen Hao was sitting inside a small cave. He discovered that the shadow wolf was like a game character. It can switch between two perspectives. One is the first-person perspective. Another perspective is the third-person perspective. This superpower is too amazing. Where did they go? Chen Hao tried sniffing with the shadow wolf's nose. It can be used like this? He detected the blue-haired man and the venomous black rock python sent through the shadow wolf's nose. Controlling the shadow wolf's corpse, Chen Hao chased after the direction the two had gone. Before long, they arrived at a forest. The blue-haired man dodged the attacks of the highly venomous black rock python. He held a Qin King's pillar in his hand. Taking advantage of the moment the venomous black rock python turned around, he suddenly shot out a bolt of lightning, striking it. The highly venomous black rock python has a natural resistance to lightning. The blue-haired man's lightning attack was nothing more than a tickle to it. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Seeing this, the blue-haired man was overjoyed, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. That damned beast is dead. He began to unleash his ultimate move. His body suddenly rose into the air and reached mid-air. Thousands of thunders from heaven. The blue-haired man roared. In an instant, lightning from all around converged on him. He conjured a giant ball of lightning in his hands. The highly venomous black rock python panicked upon seeing the ball of lightning. Although it has lightning protection capabilities, but I sensed a danger emanating from that ball of lightning. The blue-haired man suddenly hurled the lightning ball at the highly venomous black rock python. The massive, highly venomous black rock python was unable to dodge in time and was struck by the lightning ball. A loud bang rang out, like an atomic bomb explosion. A mushroom cloud rose from the entire jungle. A powerful shockwave spread outwards. The surrounding trees were uprooted. The battlefield was filled with smoke and dust that blotted out the sky. Inside the small cave, Chen Hao pulled himself out of his thoughts. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't personally gone into battle. If he goes, he'll probably be seriously injured, if not killed. To find out what was happening outside, he sent out two more shadow wolves. Through their reconnaissance, Chen Hao could see the scene outside clearly. The once lush forest is now ruins. A huge, deep pit appeared in the forest. The highly venomous black rock python had its body severed by a ball of lightning. It rolled and struggled in the deep pit. The blue-haired man felt extremely pleased to see this. Damn beast, you deserve it. It's all your fault. He originally wanted to laugh out loud a few times, but he found himself so weak that he couldn't even laugh. That lightning ball had almost exhausted all of his alien energy. However, it was all worth it, because he successfully killed the highly venomous black rock python. Although the highly venomous black rock python was still struggling in the pit, it was already like a grasshopper in autumn, and wouldn't last much longer. Suddenly, two whooshing sounds came from the air. The blue-haired man sensed danger approaching, subconsciously raised his right hand, but to their surprise, they found that they could not condense lightning. Two shadow wolves pounced. Sharp teeth pierced the blue-haired man's neck. Fresh blood gushed out. The blue-haired man's eyes widened, his face filled with shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. He never expected to be ambushed by two shadow wolves. A wave of regret washed over me. He originally possessed S-level aptitude and general-level strength. It should have had a bright future. As a result, he ruined everything with his own hands. After the shadow wolf killed the blue-haired man, Chen Hao slowly emerged from the bushes in the distance. Chen Hao walked up to the blue-haired man. He saw that the blue-haired man's eyes were wide open, clearly indicating that he had died with his eyes open in disbelief. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Chen Hao first used corpse cultivation to control the blue-haired man's corpse, and then set him on fire. Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the corpse, gained S-rank superpower, lightning control, another lightning ability. Before Chen Hao could react, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. The lightning struck Chen Hao squarely, without missing a beat. Is this divine punishment? Chen Hao felt his body body being struck by lightning. Apart from a slight numbness, he did not feel any other discomfort. This lightning is way too weak. No sooner had he finished speaking than 3 more bolts of lightning struck him. Instantly, his hair became a mess, like a bird's nest. A few wisps of black smoke were also exhaled from its mouth. Don't show off, or you'll get struck by lightning. The ancients were right after all. After absorbing the blue-haired man's energy, Chen Hao felt he was about to break through. He glanced at the highly venomous black rock python. By this time, the highly venomous black rock python was completely dead. With a wave of his hand, he directly took the corpse of the highly venomous black rock python into the space he had created. He then left the spot. Chen Hao tried using lightning to return to the small compartment inside the cave. He sat cross-legged and began his practice. I don't know how much time passed. He exhaled a breath of stale air. What's wrong? Master Realm Level 8, achieved. Chen Hao subconsciously clenched his fist. The worn-out clothes couldn't withstand the force and tore instantly. In the blink of an eye, he was completely naked. He looked at his body, which had become much stronger. The places that needed to be strong have become strong. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and had stored many clothes in his space. He took out a new set and put it on. At that moment, he began to think. To refine the General Realm Pill, you need Thunderflower, 7 Starstone, Black Water Mystic Pearl, and Spirit Beast Blood. Thunderflower is now in our possession. To prevent any accidents, he decided to collect more. After previous experiments, Chen Hao discovered that the lightning in Thunder Canyon no longer posed a threat to him. On the contrary, it has the effect of body tempering. As for the other ingredient in the realm-cleaving pill, Spirit Beast Blood, can the blood of a highly venomous black rock python be used? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Chen Hao rejected it. The highly venomous black rock python has a powerful appearance, but he doesn't even notice it. Keep it for now, while we look for a better one. We'll replace it as soon as we find something better. Unless absolutely necessary, this stuff will not be used to refine General Realm Pills. It's time to leave. Chen Hao left the cave and headed to Thunder Canyon. He darted swiftly through the mountains like a nimble monkey, searching for the Thunderflower. 3 days later, he dug up a total of 30 Thunderflower plants. This should be enough, right? Looking at the Thunderflowers in the space, Chen Hao prepared to leave Thunder Canyon. On the way back, he pondered a question. I wish I had a treasure hunting ability. With the treasure hunting ability, it wouldn't have taken 3 days to find these Thunderflowers. Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Not a monkey, not a king, I want the happy wolf jelly. How, brother how? Lu Xiaoji strolled in leisurely from outside, holding a jelly in his hand. Upon seeing Chen Hao, he was so excited that he immediately ran over. He rushed towards Chen Hao in 2 strides. Where's Xiaobu? Chen Hao noticed that Lu Xiaobu was not with Lu Xiaoji. He's practicing with teacher Shi Jian right now. Out of curiosity, Chen Hao took Lu Xiaoji to the training ground. At this moment on the training field, one person was repeatedly knocked away by the person in the very center. After falling to the ground, he got up and continued his attack. It was Shi Jian and Lu Xiaobu. Shi Jian looked at Lu Xiaobu with a face full of satisfaction. Chen Hao had seen all of Lu Xiaobu's efforts over the past few days. Not bad, you already have 1/10 of your strength. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobu was overjoyed. Of course, I'm brother Hao's little brother. If I'm not even 1/10 of his level, what's the point of playing? Hey kid, I just complimented you a couple of times, and you're already acting like you're on top of the world. Kid, let me give you a word of advice. You have to be down to earth and take things one step at a time. Chen Hao is a monster, a legendary prodigy. Even I can't compare to him. Then let's go. Don't even mention it. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Xiaobu charged over again. Teacher Shi, I understand what you're saying, but I just want to try my best. Even if I can't catch up with brother Hao, it's worth it if I can see his heels. Shi Jian nodded. Then keep up the good work. The competition between the two sides remains fierce. Chen Hao, however, prepared to leave. Brother Hao, aren't you going to keep watching? I'm not watching anymore. Chen Hao planned to go find Lu Fengfeng. He walked into Lu Fengfeng's office. As soon as he entered, he smelled a strong aroma of pickled bamboo shoots, the smell of snail rice noodles, which filled the entire room and made him frown slightly. Fortunately, he doesn't dislike snail rice noodles. Brother Hao, you're here. Chen Hao nodded. What are you looking for this time? Lu Fengfeng had become accustomed to Chen Hao's requests. Fengfeng, help me find out where this place is. As Chen Hao spoke, he handed her the treasure map in his hand. He got this treasure map from the uncle. Lu Fengfeng took the blueprints. Brother Hao, wait for me. She took out her phone and took a picture of the treasure map. Then, using the image search function, the location indicated by the treasure map was successfully found. At Demon Fall Mountain. Yes, thank you. You are welcome. Lu Fengfeng responded with a smile. Chen Hao left Lu Fengfeng's office. At this moment, Lu Xiaoji walked over. He asked Lu Fengfeng curiously, Sister, what did brother Hao ask you to investigate just now? Nothing. Lu Xiaoji had a vague feeling that his sister was hiding something from him, but since she was unwilling to say, he didn't press her for details. After learning the location indicated by the treasure map, Chen Hao did not set off immediately, but decided to rest rest for 2 days to recharge. Beep beep beep. After just 1 day of rest, Chen Hao received a call from his grandfather. Grandpa, what's wrong? You brat, you still remember you have a grandpa like me? You've been gone for so long, why didn't you come back to visit? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao suddenly realized that he had been so busy cultivating these past few days that he had forgotten to go home. Grandpa, I'm going back right away. No need to go home, just come to the store. I have prepared a big gift for you. Chen Hao returned to his funeral home. I met my grandfather, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. Grandpa, what's wrong? He noticed that his grandfather, Chen Shang, looked anxious. Chen Shang pulled him into a room and whispered, we have a big fish coming to our house today. The other party immediately offered 300,000. It seems like he has a complicated background. Alright, get ready and don't mess this up. This is it. Chen Hao nodded. He returned to his workroom, changed into his work clothes, and prepared to do makeup for today's customers. He looked at the corpse on the workbench. The person lying there was an elderly man with white hair, who had clearly died of old age. He began to apply makeup to the other person. After a process is completed, congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the corpse, gained a Class B ability, Danger Premonition. Is this the grand gift Grandpa was talking about? Hearing the system notification in his mind, Chen Hao was overjoyed. He could originally use the SSS level, Eye of True Sight, to check the other party's attributes. But since his grandfather said it was a great gift, he naturally gave up the idea. Collecting corpses is like opening a blind box. You never know what kind of superpower you might gain. Danger foreseen, but since Grandpa said it was a great gift, he naturally gave up that idea. Collecting corpses is like opening a blind box. You never know what kind of superpower you might gain. The new ability, Danger Premonition, is far stronger than most other abilities. It can react promptly when Chen Hao makes a decision. The reaction will be very strong whenever there is danger. It can be considered a life-saving superpower. After seeing the guests off, Chen Shang said with a smug look on his face, how about it? You brat, are you satisfied with the big gift I gave you? Great, absolutely great. You are such a good grandfather to me. Is that all you can say, good grandpa? Then I'll treat you to drinks tonight. How about Matai? Okay, you said it. Chen Hao nodded. He is now a member of the Superpowers Bureau and earns tens of thousands of dollars a month. For him, a bottle of Matai is nothing. After they closed the door early, Chen Hao went to the supermarket with his grandfather, bought some groceries, and then went home. This guy. During the trip, Chen Hao also bought a bottle of Matai. After cooking, Chen Hao and his grandfather ate and drank together. Enjoy this rare and heartwarming moment. When Chen Hao woke up, Grandpa is still fast asleep. He gently pulled up his grandfather's blanket, then quietly left the room. I left home. Chen Hao planned to go to Demon Fall Mountain first. Upon arriving at Demon Fall Mountain, we saw several green trucks parked at the foot of the mountain. A group of people in green military uniforms got out of the car. Fully equipped, they formed a single line and blocked the way up Demon Fall Mountain. Some villagers who wanted to go up the mountain to collect herbs or gather firewood were stopped. What are you doing? Why won't you let us up the mountain? There is danger in the mountains. We have already sent someone to handle it. Please wait patiently. We hope you understand our difficulties and will cooperate actively. Upon hearing the soldiers' words, several villagers frowned. Seeing that the soldiers were armed with real guns, they naturally dared not disobey. He had no choice but to retreat dejectedly. Chen Hao walked toward the soldiers. What happened? The soldiers frowned slightly when they saw Chen Hao. Just as I was about to scold him, Chen Hao took out the badge. The soldiers' eyes lit up the moment they saw the badge. Good morning, sir. Stand at attention immediately and salute. Hello. Chen Hao returned the gift. He continued, what exactly happened? Why was Demon Fall Mountain sealed off? He had not heard of anything unusual about Demon Fall Mountain. The leading soldier looked around. After making sure no one was paying attention, he whispered to Chen Hao, our commander's daughter is coming here to catch a tiger. Catch a tiger? Yes, her special ability is Tiger Tamer, which allows her to control tiger-type magical beasts. It is said that there are red-eyed demon tigers in Demon Fall Mountain, and she wants to come and investigate. Chen Hao nodded. He said to the soldiers, I'd also like to go into Demon Fall Mountain and take a look. Is that alright? No problem. Of course no problem. Please make yourself at home. Chen Hao crossed the defense line and headed deeper into Demon Fall Mountain. The soldiers watched his retreating figure and began to whisper among themselves. My God, what did I just see? Major, such a young major. Who is this guy? I don't know, but I guess he's a descendant of some big shot. It's possible, and he's very strong. Very strong? I am at the 4th level of the Master Realm, but I can't see through his strength. That is to say, he is at least at the 5th level of the Master Realm. My God, a 5th level Master Realm cultivator, so young. Is this guy a monster? As everyone discussed it, Chen Hao has arrived at the halfway point of Demon Fall Mountain. He took out the treasure map and examined it carefully. Go to the left. Chen Hao followed the directions and walked to the left. He stopped after walking for a short while. Xiaohua, use explosive fireball. A woman is directing a crimson tiger to launch a fierce attack on another tiger. That's What's, a red-eyed demon tiger? Chen Hao never expected that the red-eyed demon tiger was actually hidden here, and that the woman had even discovered it. A fireball flew towards him. The red-eyed demon tiger opened its massive maw and spewed out a ball of black energy. The two power orbs collided in mid-air, creating a loud bang. Gravel flew everywhere, and dust billowed up. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the woman couldn't help but clench her teeth. Damn it, it got away. In her mind, capturing the red-eyed demon tiger was an opportunity she absolutely couldn't miss, but she never expected it to escape. She quickly looked around but couldn't find any trace of the red-eyed demon tiger. Instead, she saw Chen Hao. Who are you? The woman frowned, filled with curiosity about how Chen Hao had gotten up the mountain. She had clearly sent people to block all the roads leading up the mountain. I'm just a passerby. Never mind me, you continue. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Hao prepared to turn and leave. But then he saw a woman riding a crimson tiger leap in front of him. Don't even think about leaving until you've explained yourself clearly today. Faced with this willful and capricious woman, Chen Hao frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If she continues to pester him, he wouldn't mind leaving her here. Just then, a voice came. The woman looked up at the sound and saw a man who looked like a butler. Clearly, the butler held a high position in her heart, and she respected him greatly. Young man, I'm sorry, my young lady is a bit willful. I bumped into you by accident. Chen Hao waved his hand and turned to leave. Watching Chen Hao's retreating figure, the woman couldn't help but say to the butler, Uncle Yang, you are a master of the general realm. How could you be afraid of that brat? Afraid? What do I have to be afraid of? But that kid doesn't seem simple. Moreover, his background seems to be extraordinary as well. Extraordinary? What's so extraordinary about it? The woman asked with a disdainful look. Think about it, you've already blocked the way up Demon Fall Mountain. But he managed to get those road guards to let him pass. That's unusual, isn't it? After hearing the housekeeper's words, the woman suddenly understood. However, his brows furrowed again, and displeasure was evident on his face. Those guards on the road, I will definitely teach them a lesson when we get back. I clearly gave strict orders that no one was allowed to pass through. They actually let that brat go. The butler sighed. Miss is spoiled rotten by the master. He frowned, a hidden worry creeping into his heart that if the young lady continued like this, something bad would happen sooner or later. After separating from the woman, Chen Hao continued walking forward. Although they had the treasure map, so many years had passed that the area around it was now overgrown with weeds. Even with a treasure map, finding the treasure is not something that can be done in a short time. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Chen Hao looked up and saw an old man carrying a bamboo basket rolling down the hillside. He quickly stepped forward and helped the old man up. This is a remote mountain area, not a city, so helping the elderly is a matter of course. Thank you, the old man said with lingering fear. Are you all right? No, it's nothing. The old man stood up and dusted himself off. Sir, please take a rest. Chen Hao helped him to sit down next to a large rock. The old man nodded. Here, sir, have some water. The old man had a full head of white hair, and his bamboo basket contained some shiitake mushrooms. It seems he went up the mountain to pick shiitake mushrooms. The old man took a sip of water, then his gaze fell on the shiitake mushrooms in the bamboo basket. The mushrooms in the basket were badly damaged from the rolling and bumping. A hint of regret flashed across the old man's face. He spent a lot of time picking these shiitake mushrooms. The mushrooms are of poor quality now, which means he won't make any money. It's like he's worked for nothing today. The old man's brow furrowed more and more as he thought of his infant grandson at home. Seeing this, Chen Hao took the initiative to speak up. Grandpa, would you sell these mushrooms to me? Is that all right? The old man asked hesitantly. That's wonderful, Chen Hao replied with a smile. If these shiitake mushrooms had been intact, the old man could have sold them for 300 yuan. Seeing that Chen Hao was interested, he bit his lip and said, then give me 50. Although it's not in great condition, it should still sell for 150 yuan at the market. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao said, I'll give you 200 yuan. I'd like to ask you about the extra money. Chen Hao asked, do you know anything special about Demon Fall Mountain? A special place? Upon hearing this, the old man frowned and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. To the west of Demon Fall Mountain, there is a valley that is shrouded in miasma all year round. We call that place the Dead. I heard from my ancestors that a demon king perished there. The old man nodded and said, this is also the origin of the name Demon Fall Mountain. Young man, you're a good person, listen to my advice. Don't go there. There was a young man in our village who was herding sheep. One of the sheep ran into the area, and when he went in to look for it, he never came out again. Okay, I understand. Alright, sir, I have something to do. I'll be going now. Okay, you can go now. I've recovered, and I can go home after resting for a while. Chen Hao nodded, took out 300 yuan, and handed it to the old man. Before the old man could react, Chen Hao had already turned and left. Chen Hao did not take the old man's mushrooms. What a kind person. Now I can use this money to buy rice again. Kunzi, didn't you want to eat rice? Grandpa will go cook some rice for you right away. After saying that, the old man picked up his bamboo basket and walked down the mountain. Chen Hao arrived arrived at the west side of Demon Meteor Mountain. Where do you think you're going? Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Hao looked up. He saw the woman from before chasing the red-eyed demon tiger, with the butler close behind. The two walked one after the other into the place the old man had described as a death trap. It was midday, and the miasma in the miasma forest had dissipated. Chen Hao took out the treasure map and compared it with the map, confirming that this was indeed the location of the treasure. He followed the directions indicated by the treasure map and headed towards the treasure's location. Chen Hao stopped after walking for a short while. The woman and her housekeeper are confronting another group of people. They're from the Scorpion Brigade. Chen Hao never expected the Scorpion Brigade to appear here. Oh, young lady, you're quite pretty. Want to come over here and let your brother pamper you? Brother, please don't mind my rudeness. The three people opposite were wearing black veils and heavy makeup. He looks like a villain. The woman snorted coldly. What are you stinking rats from the Scorpion Brigade doing here? Do we need to tell you what we're doing? Xiao Wu, don't waste your breath on her. Take care of those two first, then we'll get down to business. After all, business is more important. The guy called Xiao Wu nodded. But brother, could we not kill that woman yet? Why? I want to have some fun first. Having been here for so long, it's been a long time since I've experienced what it's like to be a woman. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the three men pounced on the woman and the butler. A battle between the two sides is about to break out. Miss, be careful. The butler pushed off with his right foot, and his body soared into the air. They started fighting with the man in charge. The remaining two men in black suddenly pounced on the woman. Crimson Tiger, burn them to death. The Crimson Tiger opened its mouth wide, and a burst of scorching flames shot out. The two men in black quickly dodged. One of them swung his right hand out suddenly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Three poison needles, as thin as spider silk, shot out. The woman was caught off guard and was struck by the poison needle. She couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. The butler was furious when he saw his young mistress being attacked. He suddenly roared, and his body rapidly expanded, visibly growing larger. Berserker, berserker. The man he was fighting was startled. The butler transformed into a berserker. His combat power surged instantly. Grabbed the other person's shoulders suddenly and pulled them to the sides. The man was torn in two. The remaining two men in black were terrified when they saw this. They took off running. Where do you think you're going? The old butler caught up with one of them and punched him hard in the back. There was a crisp snap sound. That guy's spine was broken. Watching the man in black walk further and further away, the old butler picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at him. The man fell to the ground with a thud. The old butler ignored whether he lived or died, walked straight to the woman, and picked her up. At this point, the area where the woman was pricked by the poison had turned black, and the toxin was spreading rapidly. He picked up the young lady and ran desperately towards the foot of the mountain. After the old butler left, Chen Hao emerged from the shadows. He walked over to the man in black who had been hit by the stone. Help, help me. The man kept spitting out blood. Saving you is no problem, but you have to answer my questions. I ask you a question, and you answer it. Why did you come here? After spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, the man regained his composure. He said, we unexpectedly found a treasure map. We plan to come here to search for treasure. We've already dug an opening on the other side, and it looks like we're about to break through. And then we ran into those two idiots. After listening, Chen Hao nodded. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. A dagger appeared in his hand, and he threw it with a swift motion. The dagger flew out and pierced the black-clad man's chest, killing him instantly. The man's eyes were wide open. He clearly died with his eyes open in disbelief. Chen Hao used his corpse cultivation technique to absorb the corpse's energy and then burned it. He dealt with the remaining two men in black in the same way. After doing all this, he walked toward the cave entrance. Just as Chen Hao was about to enter, his danger premonition ability suddenly sounded an alarm. Moreover, the reaction was unusually strong. To avoid any accidents, Chen Hao abandoned the idea of entering the cave himself. Come out. He summoned a shadow wolf. The shadow wolf obeyed and burrowed into the cave. Soon, it reached the end of the cave. Chen Hao directed the shadow wolves to dig. Before long, the entrance to the hole was dug through. The shadow wolf continued deeper into the area. Chen Hao saw a huge corpse. The corpse began to decompose upon seeing the shadow wolf. It soon turned into a pool of blood. The blood seemed to possess a mind of its own, flowing towards the shadow wolf. It quickly enveloped the shadow wolf. Ha 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 ha. The shadow wolf spoke in human language. I, the blood demon, have finally been reborn. Humans, are you ready to face death? The blood demon slowly emerged from the cave. I had just reached the cave entrance. It suddenly disappeared from the spot. Where is this place? The blood demon looked around in shock. To their horror, they discovered that there was nothing around them. It tried to rush forward, but crashed into a transparent wall that was like glass. Is this another dimension? Who is it? Who has the ability to create such a space? Seeing the blood demon's puzzled expression in the space, Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly. He never expected that the demon who fell at Demon Fall Mountain was actually the blood demon. The blood demon is said to be immortal and indestructible, capable of rebirth from a drop of blood, but this drop drop of blood refers to his essence blood. Years ago, the blood demon fought a fierce battle here with a human expert, but was defeated. It was killed by the opponent, and all its life force was sealed away. Fortunately, there is always a way out, and one drop of its essence blood still exists. For many years, it has relied on this drop of essence to refine itself and survive tenaciously. Upon seeing the shadow wolf, it instinctively attempted to possess it. Unexpectedly, the shadow wolf was actually Chen Hao's puppet. Therefore, as soon as it appeared, Chen Hao immediately put it into his spatial storage. Just stay here obediently. Chen Hao has no intention of having any contact with the blood demon. The existence of demons is extremely terrifying. They are adept at bewitching people's hearts. He knew he could not resist the temptation of the blood demon. So, Chen Hao released another shadow wolf into the space. At this point, the space was completely empty except for a little bit of disgusting slime. After confirming that nothing was missing, Chen Hao left. He returned to the Bureau of Superpowers dormitory. After closing the door, Chen Hao began to take stock of his day's achievements. Today, he gained 3 superpowers. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Sea-level superpower, needle thrower. Sea-level superpower, claws. Sea-level ability, extraction and refinement. Chen Hao didn't care about the first 2 superpowers. Only the last item piqued his interest. Extraction and refinement, extracting the essence and discarding the dross. Possessing this ability allows one to extract a portion of the essence of a product and refine it. Chen Hao immediately took out a thunder flower from his spatial storage. He began to try using the extraction and refinement ability. Before long, the thunder flower gradually withered. Instead, a ball of liquid medicine appeared in his hand. This is the essence of the thunder flower? Chen Hao frowned slightly as he looked at the liquid medicine in his hand. He discovered that the medicine still contained many impurities and was far from pure. Moreover, a large amount of essence remains unextracted from the withered thunder flower. It seems that my ability level is still too low. Chen Hao brought over a cup and poured the medicine into it. He originally planned to refine the general realm pill. The emergence of the extraction and refinement ability has further strengthened his resolve. He planned to go see Lu Fengfeng again. While we're at it, let's find another member of the Scorpion Troop and steal their abilities. A drunkard staggered out of the bar. Suddenly a figure appeared, and a sharp dagger slashed across his neck. He stared at the masked man in front of him with an incredulous expression. He couldn't understand why anyone would want to assassinate him. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already lying in a pool of blood. Finally, his eyes gradually lost focus, and he passed away. Upon seeing this, the masked man made a grabbing motion in the air with his right hand. Countless energies surged from the corpse. As the energy was drained, the body quickly deflated and eventually turned into a mummified corpse. A ball of flame fell, and he turned to ashes. Having done all this, the man turned and left. Inside Lu Fengfeng's office. Today she was eating self-heating hot pot, and just as she was putting all the ingredients into the pot, Chen Hao pushed open the door and entered. You've got it sorted out? Chen Hao nodded. Chen Hao, how about this? I'll make a list for you. Just go and hunt according to the list. I estimate that it won't be long before you wipe out the entire Scorpion Brigade. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao rolled his eyes at Lu Fengfeng. The Scorpion Troop members aren't fools. If he really went on such a large-scale massacre, it would definitely attract their attention. As it turned out, Chen Hao did not do so, which aroused their suspicion. An emergency meeting has been convened to prepare for this matter. At this time, the Scorpion Brigade branch in Jiangnan City. Branch manager Huang Wenjiao looked at the report in her hand, her brows gradually furrowing. What happened? Why are so many people going missing lately? At this moment, there was a person sitting on each side of her. Boss, do you think it was those guys from the Special Abilities Bureau who did it? The man on the left with the braid asked the question. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities? Upon hearing this, Huang Wenjiao's expression immediately turned serious. I don't think it was them who did it. The man on the right spoke up. Han He, what makes you say that? The girl with the pigtail pressed on with questions. Han He calmly replied, this isn't the first time we've dealt with the Superpower Bureau. These guys, aren't they all self-righteous? If they really kill our people, they'll just take the bodies back to claim credit. But have you received any related information so far? Upon hearing this, Wang Wenjiao and Xiao Bianzi were both stunned. Indeed, they had not received any information. If you say it wasn't done by the Special Abilities Bureau, then who could it be? The girl with the pigtail asked. Han He fell silent, lost in thought. For a moment, he couldn't figure out who it could be. After all, the only organization that dares to oppose the Scorpion Troop is the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. Seeing this, Huang Wenjiao narrowed her eyes and said coldly, regardless of whether it's the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities or not. Anyway, they are definitely involved in this matter. She looked at her younger brother beside her and asked, how's it going with the doctor? Any news? The younger brother replied, the doctor is making a final attempt. I believe they will succeed soon. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenjiao's face grew even more gloomy. Useless, truly useless. He calls himself a genius, yet it takes him so long to do such a small thing. No one at the scene dared to utter a sound. Actually, everyone understands. The mad scientist has been working so hard these days that he's almost gone mad. To help him with his experiments, they even went out and captured a lot of test subjects. Huang Wenjiao snorted coldly. She slammed the report down on the table and said coldly, "The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities? The day my experiment succeeds will be the day you all die." Chen Hao thanked Lu Fengfeng and went back to rest. He began practicing his skills, refining the energy he absorbed. After all the absorbed energy had been refined, Chen Hao said to the system, "System, help me dismantle the B-level superpower, Drunken Fist." Ding dong, B-level superpower, Drunken Fist, is being decomposed. Congratulations, host. The B-level ability, Drunken Fist, has been successfully decomposed. You have obtained 10,000 original ability beads. Integrate these 10,000 original power beads into the extraction and refinement process. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Your extraction and refinement ability level has been upgraded to B. Chen Hao looked at extraction and refining. Extraction and refinement, grade B ability. Extract the essence and discard the dross. With this ability, you can extract the essence of an item and then refine it. He took out another thunderflower and used the extraction and refinement ability. A bead of thunderflower essence appeared in his hand. The purity of this stuff is much higher than before. The thunderflower essence beads extracted previously were light blue. Now it's close to dark blue. He picked up another cup and put the essence of the thunderflower into it. I already have the thunderflower. It's time to find new materials. Chen Hao walked out of the room. Just as he was about to go find Lu Fengfeng, two guys walked past him. As they walked, they said, "Hey, do you know the Feng family?" "The Feng family? I know them. What happened to them?" Feng Miao Miao, the daughter of the Feng family, went out to gain experience, but returned after being poisoned. I heard the poisoning was very serious, and he is currently unconscious. Feng Miao Miao's father spent a lot of money to hire someone to treat her. It's a pity I don't have healing abilities, otherwise I would have gone to help. That's the Feng family. Their family is very wealthy and powerful, so they must have a lot of resources at their disposal. They probably have several sets of materials for even the materials for the general realm pill. Moreover, if Feng Miao Miao's condition is really serious, we can even use these materials as bargaining chips to force them to hand over their family's secret techniques. TSK Tisk, that's truly the Feng family's prized possession, a powerful blood pact that can summon a beast to fight for you. Alas, what a pity, such an opportunity has been missed. There's nothing to regret, opportunities are for those who are prepared. Let's be down to earth and honestly go find the materials for the realm-changing pill. The two walked away talking, their voices fading into the distance. What was said without malice may have been taken to heart by the listener. The Feng family? They actually have materials for the general realm pill? In other words, if I can cure Feng Miao Miao's poison, so I can directly obtain the materials for refining the general realm pill? And even that blood-packed secret technique? Thinking of this, Chen Hao was immediately overjoyed. But then he remembered something else, which immediately dampened his spirits. Like the two people from before, he didn't have any special ability to detoxify. The hand of God can only heal injuries, it has no ability to detoxify. I need to find another guy with detoxification abilities to kill. With that in mind, Chen Hao headed toward Lu Fengfeng's office. Just as I passed by Lu Xiaoji's room, Chen Hao was drawn in by the sounds coming from inside. Ouch, ouch, wait a minute, that hurts. That one is too thick. It's so dark and thick. It really hurts. I can't take it anymore. Shall we stop? Hearing Lu Xiaoji's words, Lu Xiaobu said, "We've already done half of it. How can we just stop like that? One should not give up halfway through a task. Be good, just bear with it. It won't hurt for long." The sound of Lu Xiaobu's pig-like screams came from inside the house. "This hurts so much. I feel like my whole body is about to split open. Little Boo, please let me go. I can't take it anymore." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu frowned. "No, I can't handle it myself. How about this? I'll go find Brother Hao and see if he has any ideas." After saying that, Lu Xiaobu walked to the door and pushed it open. Chen Hao and Lu Xiaobu exchanged a glance. "I don't know anything. You guys continue." Chen Hao prepared to leave. Hearing Lu Xiaobu's voice, Chen Hao felt a chill run down his spine. "Brother Hao, Xiao Ji has a black thorn stuck in his foot. Please come and take a look quickly." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao went into Lu Xiaoji's room. At this moment, Lu Xiaoji was lying on the bed, constantly groaning and moaning. His right leg was sticking up really high. Those feet, which were already unsightly, are now swollen like pig's trotters. "What happened to you?" Chen Hao discovered that a black thorn was deeply embedded in the sole of Lu Xiaoji's right foot. Because Lu Xiaobu did the opposite, not only did he fail to pull it out, but Lu Xiaoji's foot swelled up like a pig's trotter. "Brother Hao, what should we do?" Chen Hao frowned, pondering a solution. Lu Xiaobu, who was standing to the side, sighed and said, "If only I could extract supernatural abilities. The black thorns in Xiao Ji's feet can be extracted directly as impurities." Lu Xiaobu's words piqued Chen Hao's interest. "Perhaps we can give it a try. What do you think?" With a thought, Chen Hao unleashed his grab and refine ability. The black thorn flew out from under Lu Xiaoji's foot in a flash. It really works. Looking at the black thorn in his hand, Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly. Brother Hao, you're awesome. Lu Xiaobu was extremely surprised. I never expected that Chen Hao could solve something that I had struggled with for so long. After pulling out the black thorns, Chen Hao is preparing to use the hand of God to treat Lu Xiaoji. He stopped when he reached Lu Xiaoji's side. Let's go. I'll take you to Sister Bai Jia's place for treatment. After all, the smell of Lu Xiaoji's athlete's foot was so pungent that it made one want to get rid of it as soon as possible. It's fermented to perfection, so let's leave this good thing to Bai Jia. Chen Hao and Lu Xiaobu supported Lu Xiaoji and headed straight for Bai Jia's infirmary. As soon as the three of them stepped into the infirmary, they saw Bai Jia and several other people gathered around the hospital bed, their faces full of worry. There was a person lying in the hospital bed. His face turned purple, clearly indicating he had been poisoned. Sister Bai Jia, what's wrong with him? Okay, I understand. Chen Hao recognized the person in the hospital bed. His name was Lu Qi. He is a second-level expert in the general realm, possessing a B-level superpower, flying on grass. He was bitten by a green-scaled python. Unfortunately, my holy light healing can only heal wounds, not cure poisons. No one in our department knows the antidote. For a moment, everyone seemed at a loss. Wah-ah-ah. Brother Lu, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been bitten by the green-scaled python. Oh, Xiaomei, don't be sad. That's not what you think. The man beside her comforted the crying woman. Chen Hao sensed a hint of gossip in their behavior. The woman loved Lu Qi, and the man fell in love with the woman. However, these things have nothing to do with Chen Hao. Unfortunately, someone in the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of the neighboring city knows how to cure poison, but this place is too far from there. By the time that person arrives, it will probably be too late to save them. Bai Jia said this with a helpless expression. Can I try it? Chen Hao's voice was like heavenly music, bringing a glimmer of hope to everyone. Tian Boguan looked at Chen Hao with a puzzled expression. No. What if you mess things up and kill Lu Qi? Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly as he listened to Tian Boguan's words. He knew exactly what was on his mind. This kid clearly wants to wait for Lu Qi to die from the poison so he can take over and possess Song Xiaomei. Upon hearing Chen Hao's suggestion, Song Xiaomei looked at him and asked, "Are you sure you can do it?" "I'll give it a try. There's no other way now, so I'll just have to try anything. Do you have a better idea?" Chen Hao's words made Song Xiaomei purse her lips. At this moment, Bai Jia spoke up. "Chen Hao, why don't you give it a try? Even if it can't be cured, no one will blame you." Upon hearing this, Song Xiaomei looked intently at Chen Hao and said in a heavy tone, "Please." Tian Boguang became anxious upon seeing this. He tried to stop her, but Bai Jia glared at him fiercely. They had no choice but to give up. In the bureau, you can offend anyone, but you absolutely cannot offend Bai Jia. She is everyone's second life. He is also the savior of most people. Offending her is like an old man who has mistakenly taken poison, wanting to die. Chen Hao walked to Lu Qi's side. He began to experiment with the grab and refine ability. As the superpowers are unleashed, the venom inside Lu Qi's body seemed to be attracted by some force and began to flow in one direction. Finally, it flowed out through the two holes on Lu Qi's right hand. A black poison ball materialized in Chen Hao's hand. Lu Qi's complexion visibly regained its rosy hue. Seeing this, Bai Jia quickly used her holy light healing to speed up Lu Qi's recovery. Lu Qi woke up. He looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. "Where am I?" "He's awake. Brother Lu is awake." When Song Xiaomei saw Lu Qi wake up, she was so excited that she almost cried. "That's great, Brother Lu. It's so good that you're all right." She turned to look at Chen Hao. He actually knelt down, saying, "Thank you so much. Don't be shy. Get up. We are all part of the Bureau of Superpowers, and we should support each other." Yes, Xiaomei, get up quickly." Bai Jia also stepped forward to help Song Xiaomei up. At this moment, Tian Boguang's face was full of embarrassment. He had originally hoped that Lu Qi would die, but unexpectedly, Chen Hao saved him. "That brat." A look of disgust flashed in Tian Boguang's eyes. "All right, Xiaomei, don't be sad. Lucy is awake, so take him to get some rest." Song Xiaomei pushed Lu Qi's bed toward the nearby lounge. "Xiaomei, wait for me." Tian Boguang followed closely behind. Bai Jia glanced at the three people who had left, then turned her gaze to Chen Hao. "Xiao Hao, thank you so much this time. You've impressed me again. You little rascal, you always manage to bring me unexpected surprises. By the way, what brings you here today?" Since Chen Hao stopped studying with Shi Jian, he has rarely come here. "I didn't expect him to come today. It's all because of him." Chen Hao pointed at Lu Xiaoji. At this moment, Lu Xiaoji was sitting on a stool to the side, with his right leg crossed, constantly groaning, and gasping for breath. What happened to his foot? Bai Jia noticed that Lu Xiaoji's right foot was very swollen. "It's nothing, I just accidentally stepped on a thorn," Bai Jia simply replied. Then, she directly cast holy light healing on Lu Xiaoji. White light shone down. Lu Xiaoji felt a warm sensation in his right foot, and the stinging feeling had disappeared. "Ha, it doesn't hurt anymore." Lu Xiaoji looked surprised. "It doesn't hurt. I also need to prescribe some tetanus medication for you. Don't get it wet for 3 days after you get back. Try Try to keep your right foot off the ground if possible. After Bai Jia finished prescribing the medicine, Chen Hao and Lu Xiaobu helped Lu Xiaoji back to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Hao said to Lu Xiaobu, "Xiaobu, I'm entrusting Xiaoji to your care. I have something to do, I'll be going now." "Okay, Haoji, you go ahead with your work." Having learned from his experience of rescuing Lu Qi, Chen Hao felt that he could also try to treat Fang Miao, so he immediately rushed to the Fang family's house. The Fang family is large and powerful. Finding their address is not an easy task. Chen Hao took a taxi straight to Fang's house. The Fang family home was bustling with activity at this time. The once tightly closed iron gate was now wide open. Chen Hao strode into the courtyard, and the servants did not stop him when they saw him. The Fang family has now gathered all sorts of capable people to provide treatment, which can be described as grasping at straws in desperation. As soon as Chen Hao entered, he saw a large group of people gathered, chattering amongst themselves. Unfortunately, no one has come up with a solution. Many people have tried to treat Fang Miao, but the toxins in her body are too potent. In their view, it was almost incurable by medicine. Chen Hao's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Look, a young man is coming. Judging from his clothes, he looks like someone from the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. What's he doing here? I don't know. Are they here for medical treatment? Treat him? He's so young. We couldn't even handle it. How could he?" Chen Hao's appearance also caught the butler's attention. "Young man?" Chen Hao smiled slightly when he saw the butler. "We meet again. Old young, who is he?" At this moment, Fang Zhang, the head of the Fang family, walked over. Fang Zhang was wearing a suit, had a square face, and a serious expression. His posture was ramrod straight. You could tell at a glance that he had served in the military. "Master, he is the young man I mentioned to you, the one I saw on the mountain." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhang became interested in Chen Hao. "You're the major?" When the soldiers returned, they also reported that they had seen Chen Hao. Therefore, Fang Zhang knew his military rank. Chen Hao nodded. "What brings you here today?" Fang Zhang's eyes lit up. "You mean, you have healing abilities? Can it cure Miao Miao's illness?" Chen Hao nodded. "Master Fang, don't believe him. He's just a young punk. How could he possibly cure Miss Fang's illness?" "That's right, he's too young. We can't do anything about him, but can he?" "I think he's just trying to take advantage of the situation. He doesn't know anything and is just here to join in the fun. It's best not to let him treat it, lest it make things worse. If he worsens the young lady's illness, then we'll be in big trouble." Hearing the crowd's discussion, Fang Zhang immediately hesitated. That's right, Patriarch Fang. We must not let this kid cause trouble." Just then, a person slowly walked in. He was dressed in a simple white robe, holding a folding fan, and his hair was styled like that of a scholar. He slowly walked into everyone's view. It's the master scholar. Upon seeing this, everyone's faces immediately lit up with joy. "That's wonderful. The renowned scholar has arrived. Miss Fang's illness can definitely be cured now. Who exactly is he? Wow, you don't even recognize the holy scholar? He is one of the top young talents in Nanjiang City. At only 30 years old, he had already obtained a medical doctorate. I currently work at the Nanjiang Medical Bureau. He is not only a doctor, but also a superhuman with amazing abilities. One lick is all it takes." "Just one lick? What do you mean?" "It means that he licks wherever there is a disease. Any disease can be cured as long as his tongue touches it." "Really? If you don't believe me, you can let him try. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try." A man's journey to becoming a master scholar. Wei Xinping. "Hello, I have a scar on my hand. Can you heal it?" "Of course, no problem." The skilled scholar grabbed the man's hand and, with his nimble little tongue, gently licked the man's right hand. In a short while, the man's right hand underwent a rapid change. The abrasion began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Okay, I'm all set." The man who received the treatment was so excited he almost jumped for joy. "He's a miracle doctor. He healed me without leaving a single scar. Please treat me too. I have injuries here as well. Kid, help me out too." Wei Xinping treated everyone who came without exception. His only goal was to prove to Fang Zhang that he could cure the Fang family's eldest daughter's illness. Once everyone had been healed, one person nervously stepped forward. "Miracle doctor, could you please treat me? Where are you going?" Wei Xinping looked at the man, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. However, since this was the Fang family residence, he naturally dared not cause any trouble. "Okay, where are you hurt?" Wei Xinping asked. "There are too many people. It's difficult to treat them. How about we find a room?" "A lot of people? What illness do you have?" "Hemorrhoids." The man hesitated for a moment, then stammered. "Hemorrhoid." Upon hearing this, Wei Xinping's face instantly darkened, just as he was about to have an attack. All right. Butler Yang quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "He's going to treat Miss now. Everyone, make way." Upon hearing Butler Yang's words, everyone immediately made way for him. Wei Xinping smiled and walked towards the second floor. As he passed Chen Hao, he gave Chen Hao a provocative look. "This guy." Chen Hao remained unperturbed by Wei Xinping's provocation. As if he foresaw the outcome, he ignored everyone and went straight to sit down on the sofa next to him. He casually picked up some grapes from the coffee table and and started eating them. Hey kid, are you just going to stay here and freeload? Yeah, you're not trying to freeload, are you? Your behavior is not good. I wonder how your parents raised you. Suddenly, a loud slap ripped through the air, and a person was sent flying. His right cheek swelled up. Teeth fell to the ground like corn kernels. You dare to say I'm okay, but you dare to insult my parents. I will make you regret being born into this world. Chen Hao's sudden move immediately attracted everyone's attention. A bunch of useless trash, all they do is bark like dogs. The commotion downstairs caught the attention of Fong Zhang on the second floor. What happened down there? Master Fong, someone has started hitting people. Upon hearing this, Fong Zhang calmly said, Old Yang, please ask all the irrelevant people to leave. Excuse me, everyone. Old Yang led a group of security personnel to clear the area. What? You're kicking us out too? All of these people were invited out, including Chen Hao. Chen Hao was not angry at all. On the contrary, he was very happy. As the saying goes, it's easy to invite a god but difficult to send him away, and vice versa. Young man, I'm really sorry. I'll treat you to a drink sometime, brother, to apologize. Butler Yang said to Chen Hao with a face full of apology. Someone like Chen Hao, who became a major at such a young age, must have an impressive background. Moreover, Butler Yang also recognized his abilities. At such a young age and with such talent, he has a bright future ahead of him. It doesn't matter. Since this is none of my business, I'll be going now. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he prepared to leave. He had only taken a couple of steps when he saw someone being thrown from the second floor. Damn it! Send him to the front lines to serve his country. In a large group, Fong Zhang would naturally not dare to kill directly, but sometimes killing does not necessarily require a knife. Wei Xinping's medical treatment failed, and he was sent to the front line to serve his country, where the outcome was clearly grim. Old Yang, quickly stop that young man, Fong Zhang said to Butler Yang. Young man. Butler Yang ran quickly towards Chen Hao. Seeing Butler Yang rushing over, Chen Hao asked, What's wrong? Young man, my young lady is critically ill and is about to pass away. Please go and save her. Chen Hao shook his head after hearing this. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about it right now. After saying that, he was about to leave. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the courtyard and stood in front of Chen Hao, saying, What will it take for you to save my daughter? I want the 7-star stone and the black water pearl. If you have any good spirit beast blood here, I wouldn't mind taking some. 7-star stone, black water pearl, and spirit beast blood. Are you planning to refine a general realm pill? Chen Hao nodded. I don't have the blood of a spirit beast. I have 5 portions of 7-star stones and black water pearls. That should be enough for you. I'll give you all of this if you can save my daughter. Chen Hao shook his head after hearing this. What? You think what I gave you wasn't enough? Fong Zhang knew that Chen Hao harbored resentment. Then what do you want? Besides those things, I want one more thing. What is that? Your Fong family's secret beast taming technique. Fong Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. Young man, don't joke around. When Steward Yang heard that Chen Hao wanted the Fong family's beast taming secret technique, he panicked and, fearing the patriarch's anger, slapped Chen Hao to death. Chen Hao didn't care at all, because he knew Fong Zhang's thoughts very well. Fong Zhang hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Fine. If you can revive Miao Miao, I'll give you the secret technique. Fong Zhang is almost 50 years old and has had bad luck all along. Despite his many years of hard work, his only daughter is Fong Miao Miao. He had doubted his own abilities or the condition of the land, so the couple went to get checked, but found nothing. At his age, having children is almost impossible. Therefore, he had long planned to make his daughter his successor. But let me make this clear first, if you can't save my daughter, you know the consequences. Fong Zhang's face darkened as he said this. Don't worry, if I can't save your daughter, you can do whatever you want with her. You said it yourself, I didn't force you. After saying that, Chen Hao followed Fong Zhang to a hospital bedside. Fong Miao Miao was lying in bed at the moment. Her face was pale, and large beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. His breath was faint, as if he might pass away at any moment. Chen Hao noticed a wound on Fong Miao Miao's right hand. It's estimated that someone wanted to save her by bleeding her out. He approached and removed the gauze. He then activated his grab and refine ability to extract toxins from Fong Miao Miao's body. At this moment, outside the Fong family's gate, those quack doctors who stayed behind are still there. They were talking about it. Do you think that kid can do it? I think so. Chen Hao's confident demeanor divided the people present into 2 camps. Nonsense. If he could succeed, I'd do a handstand and have diarrhea. Yeah, if he succeeds, I'll eat shit on livestream. Damn it, he's just a little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. If he becomes successful, I'll livestream myself blowing a 5-speed electric fan into my ass. As soon as they spoke, the people around them instinctively surrounded them. They were afraid the children would escape. You were the ones who said those things. If he really succeeds, you'll all regret it. Because Fong Miao Miao was severely poisoned, Chen Hao had some difficulty extracting the substance. Fortunately, his martial arts skills were powerful. Before I was completely exhausted, I finally managed to suck out all the toxins. Oh, I'm exhausted. Chen Hao swayed unsteadily. Butler Yang quickly stepped forward to help him up. Fong Zhang was overjoyed to see his daughter's complexion gradually returned to normal. His wife was so happy that she fainted. "Thank you so much, old Jiang. Take him to rest and take good care of him. Arrange whatever he wants to eat and make sure he is served perfectly." Butler Yang led Chen Hao downstairs. At a dining table, Chen Hao kept eating. "I just used up a lot of energy and now I urgently need to replenish it." Fong Zhang walked over with a smile. "Young man, are you satisfied with your meal? That's good." As he spoke, Fong Zhang had someone place a wooden tray in front of Chen Hao. "Here are the 7 starstone and black water pearl you requested. As for the beast taming technique you want, I'll give it to you after you finish eating." Chen Hao waved his hand, putting the 7 starstone and the black water pearl into his pocket. His performance impressed Fong Zhang. At this moment, Fong Zhang was thinking about something: how to make Chen Hao their son-in-law. After Chen Hao finished eating, "Have you finished eating?" "I'm done eating." Fong Zhang suddenly made a move, pressing his right hand onto Chen Hao's forehead. Chen Hao prepared to struggle, but then Fong Zhang spoke. "Kid, don't resist, feel it with your heart." Chen Hao felt something was about to enter his mind. He let go of his resistance and focused on feeling. This is a sudden enlightenment? Chen Hao had only heard of this thing before, but he never expected it to be real. Not long after, he discovered that a secret technique had appeared in his mind. "Kid, this is a unique technique of our Fong family. Sure, you must think twice before using it, because this thing has conditions for use. It can only be used once in a lifetime, so you must think it over carefully before making the contract. So I suggest you don't rush to use it. I'll use this secret technique when I encounter a powerful magical beast in the future. Kid, I'll tell you another secret. After using our secret technique to contract and tame a beast, you can gain a skill from the beast you tame." "Okay, acquire a skill?" This thing caught Chen Hao's attention. Fong Zhang nodded. After exchanging pleasantries with Fong Zhang, Chen Hao, and Fong Zhang, he left Fong Zhang's house. Chen Hao left the Fong family's house by car. Everyone was shocked to see this. Then some guys turned their heads toward those who had made promises. "Where is the person who just said they were going to do a handstand to have diarrhea?" There are even people who live stream themselves eating shit. Oh, right, there are also electric fans with 5 speed settings per day. They're there, don't let them get away. The 3 people who were talking nonsense tried to escape, but were stopped by the crowd. A series of shrill screams echoed from the perimeter of the Fong family's residence. At this moment, Fong Zhang and Butler Yang were standing on the 2nd floor. They watched Chen Hao's car disappear into the distance. "Master, are you just going to teach that secret technique to that boy like that?" Yang Yi is not only Fong Jing's housekeeper, he was also his comrade in arms. Comrades who once shared life and death together. Therefore, their relationship reached the point where they could talk about anything. Upon hearing this, Fong Zhang's lips curled up slightly. "So what if it's given to that kid?" "Giving it to him wouldn't be against the rules, because ultimately it's for our Fong family." Yang Yi was completely confused. Fong Zhang then spoke up. "Do you think I can rely on the strength of my Fong family and the beauty of my daughter? Is there no way to make this boy our son-in-law?" While Chen Hao was receiving treatment, Fong Jing secretly had someone investigate Chen Hao's background. After seeing Chen Hao's information, he decided to make Chen Hao their son-in-law. Families like theirs dislike free love and instead have a strong preference for arranged marriages. Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities in the Fong family's car. After getting off the bus, he went straight to his dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, after 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Chen Hao began to recall the secret techniques he had learned from the Fong family. "Perhaps I can use this on it." Chen Hao's consciousness entered the space he had created. At this moment, the blood demon was so exhausted that he lay down on the ground to rest. Blood demon, an extremely dangerous being. It is a demon, a born deceiver, so please do not believe its words. This is the definition Chen Hao gave to the blood demon using the SSS level, Eye of True Sight. Therefore, after capturing the blood demon, he did not make contact with it. Chen Hao now possesses a secret technique. Servant Blood Pact allows you to enter into a life or death pact with another creature, where you are the master and it is the servant. While this pact is in effect, the other creature cannot move, otherwise the pact will become invalid. Do you want the other party to be unable to move? This was incredibly easy for Chen Hao. He began to try to compress the space where the blood demon was located. The blood demon was startled. It began to struggle desperately. However, its struggles were all in vain. Over the years, its strength has been exhausted. It might have been able to break through spatial barriers in the past. Now it can only obediently be squeezed. In no time, Chen Hao squeezed the blood demon into a small square. Chen Hao discovered that there was no way to squeeze it anymore, because the blood demon filled the entire space. "It's ready!" Chen Hao made a cut on his hand with the knife, then swung it sharply. Fresh blood splattered out. An array was drawn on the ground in the space. Chen Hao controlled the blood demon to land inside the formation. As the blood demon fell in, the formation flashed with a dazzling red light. Ancient formation, Blood Pact of the Servants. The blood demon was startled when it saw the red light emanating from the array. They began to struggle fiercely. The small, square space trembled incessantly. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, the vibration caused by the tremor only moved the square space a tiny bit. This tiny bit is the kind that is invisible to the naked eye. Before long, the conditions for the formation were met. The formation transformed into a red streak of light shooting towards the blood demon and directly merging into its body. The blood demon let out its final wail. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. It entered into a servant contract with Chen Hao. Chen Hao is the master, and the blood demon is the servant. Chen Hao discovered that he had a slight connection with the blood demon. He tried to contact the blood demon. Chen Hao discovered something interesting. With just a thought, the blood demon would vanish into thin air. Come forth, blood demon. Chen Hao released the blood demon. Due to the blood pact with his servants, the blood demon now treats Chen Hao with utmost respect. It couldn't muster any hatred for Chen Hao in its heart. The Feng family's ancestor found something amazing. When Chen Hao was chatting with Feng Jing earlier, they talked about the servant blood pact. This was obtained by their ancestor, Feng, while exploring a historical site. Tui. The Feng family's current glory is due to this secret technique. However, in Chen Hao's eyes, Feng Miaomio was a dog daughter to a tiger father. Feng Jing's strength is at the 7th level of the King Realm, and he possesses the S-level ability, Beast Tamer. Feng Miaomio, however, was only at the 4th level of the Master Realm, with a B-level ability called Tiger Tamer. Compared to Founder, it's far inferior. Blood Demon, attach yourself to this guy first. Chen Hao threw out another Shadow Wolf corpse. The corpse of the Shadow Wolf, which had been possessed by the Blood Demon, had been compressed into a lump of minced meat by Chen Hao. The Blood Demon possessed the corpse of the Shadow Wolf. Chen Hao waved his hand and put it into his spatial storage. After storing the Blood Demon in his spatial dimension, Chen Hao began to comprehend the new skills he had gained from acquiring the Blood Demon. He instinctively closed his eyes. I don't know how much time has passed. The three continued to move forward. Chen Hao, whose eyes were tightly closed, finally opened them. I'm basically invincible now. Chen Hao discovered that he had learned a top-tier skill, namely the Blood Demon's blood rebirth. This thing is comparable to the Phoenix's rebirth. In other words, as long as Chen Hao has even a single drop of his essence blood, then he is an immortal being. Chen Hao couldn't help but shout. After leaving the room, Chen Hao met Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji. What's wrong with you two? Why are you looking at me like that? And nothing. Lu Xiaobu dared not say anything. Lu Xiaoji leaned closer and whispered in Chen Hao's ear, Brother Hao, you've got some new resources, haven't you? Is it made in China or imported? Is it 2 people, 3 people, or a group of people? Isn't she human? Hearing Lu Xiaoji's words, Chen Hao was speechless. You're not human. Since you guys are so free, I'm going to do a mission. Do you want to come? Chen Hao is currently at the 8th level of the Master Realm, just one step away from the 9th level. If he absorbs a few more powerful monsters, he will be able to break through to the 8th level of the Master Realm and reach the 9th level. Yes, of course I'll go. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu followed Chen Hao to the mission site. After taking a look, Chen Hao found his target. This is it. Inside a small alley, a man was drunk. He was holding onto the wall with his right hand. A wave of nausea instantly washed over me. He vomited immediately. No, I drank too much tonight. You can't drink like that next time. After vomiting, he continued walking forward. He. The man had only taken 2 steps forward when he heard a woman's laughter. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman in a purple pencil skirt swaying her hips as she walked over not far away. Hey handsome, do I look pretty? Beautiful. So beautiful. The man's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he stared at the woman in front of him. He instinctively used his dragon claw hand on the woman. And now, the woman suddenly changed her appearance. Her mouth was wide open, stretching all the way to the back of her head. A ghost. The man was startled and quickly turned and ran. He, little brother. Don't run away. You just said she was beautiful. Now I'll make you as beautiful as me. What do you say? The woman teleported to the man's side in an instant. Upon seeing this, the man was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. A sharp pair of scissors appeared in the woman's hand without her noticing. She grinned maliciously and slowly walked towards the man. It's okay. No, help. The woman smelled a strong odor of urine. She looked down at the man's crotch and found that it was soaked. She was immediately disappointed. It's always like this. TSK. The woman heard a clicking sound, turned her head and saw 3 guys standing at the alley entrance. You're ugly, fine, but it's wrong of you to come out and scare people so late at night. Lu Xiaoji mocked the slit-mouthed woman. The slit-mouthed woman lunged at Lu Xiaoji. I'm going to tear your mouth apart and see if you'll still be so foul-mouthed. Looking at the slit-mouthed woman rushing towards him, Lu Xiaoji pointed quickly with his right hand. The slit-mouthed woman sensed danger and instinctively tried to dodge it. But it was all too late. She let out a cry of pain. It's pretty fun. Come on, let me give you a good time. Lu Xiaoji unleashed his most powerful chrysanthemum finger. Everyone present heard the sound of something breaking. The slit-mouthed woman let out a scream of pain. She collapsed to the ground in pain. Chen Hao teleported to her side in an instant. With a swift movement of his right hand, he grabbed the slit-mouthed woman by the neck and lifted her up. Chen Hao activated the corpse cultivation technique and began to devour the slit-mouthed woman. Just as Chen Hao was devouring something, a pair of scissors came flying through the air. He quickly dodged, avoiding the attack of the scissors. "Grandma, they're from the Superpower Bureau. You must be careful." The slit-mouthed woman looked into the depths of the alley. At that moment, an old woman came out of the alley. "No." The old woman glanced coldly at the slit-mouthed woman, a hint of displeasure flashing across her face. In her opinion, her granddaughter was really terrible. They couldn't even handle 3 young people. "Oh, here comes an old woman." When Lu Xiaoji saw the old woman, he smiled and spoke. The old woman heard Lu Xiaoji's laughter. She waved her right hand gently. A sharp pair of scissors flew towards Lu Xiaoji. "Xiaoji, be careful." Lu Xiaobu raised his long sword and slashed fiercely. It cut into the scissors. The scissors delivered a terrifying impact, sending Lu Xiaobu flying backward. "You two be careful. This guy is a general." General Realm. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but swallow hard. They clearly accepted a mission from the Master Realm. Unexpectedly, it actually advanced to the General Realm. The intelligence was wrong. "Brother Hao, let's run." Lu Xiaoji spoke to Chen Hao. "As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly. "It's alright, go check on Xiaobu. She told me to deal with it." Lu Xiaoji ran towards Lu Xiaobu. As for Chen Hao, he stayed behind. The old woman grinned, revealing a cold smile. Her dark, empty eyes were fixed on Chen Hao. "I don't know whether to call you righteous or stupid." The old woman could tell that Chen Hao's strength had not reached the general realm. Therefore, she is destined to win this battle. A dagger appeared in Chen Hao's right hand. He pushed off with his right foot and started running instantly. Seeing this, the old woman began to use the scissors to attack Chen Hao. Just as the scissors were about to pierce Chen Hao disappeared from the spot. Before the old woman could react, Chen Hao was already in front of her. A sharp dagger, wreathed in flames, stabbed towards the old woman. The old woman quickly took a step back, dodging Chen Hao's attack. "He's got something." The old woman made a grabbing motion in the air with her right hand, and a huge pair of scissors appeared in her hand. She attacked Chen Hao with a large pair of scissors in her hand. Clang, clang, clang. The old woman's scissors kept opening and closing, and Chen Hao could only raise his dagger to block them. The old woman beat him so badly that he had to retreat repeatedly. After throwing out a fireball, Chen Hao used teleportation to create distance between himself and the old woman. The old woman tilted her head, dodging Chen Hao's fiery attack. The flames struck the slit-mouthed woman behind the old woman precisely. The slit-mouthed woman instantly transformed into a giant fireball. He watched as his granddaughter was struck by Chen Hao's flames. The old woman exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Chen Hao knew she was about to unleash her ultimate move. "Blood demon, it's up to you now." Chen Hao released the blood demon. The blood demon possessed the shadow wolf. At this moment, the shadow wolf's color changed from black to red. It pushed off with both feet and pounced towards the old woman. "What on earth is going on?" The old woman's sharp scissors cut quickly. They actually cut off the shadow wolf's head. "Ha ha ha." She couldn't help but laugh. "You brat, is this all the tricks you've got?" Just as the old woman was smiling smugly, the blood clinging to her scissors began to spread upwards. "Finally, I touched her hands." "What's this? What's this?" The old woman kept patting her hands, trying to wipe the blood off them, but it was all in vain. The blood demon devoured her whole. "That's it?" Chen Hao felt somewhat bored watching the old woman being swallowed up. After devouring the old woman, the blood demon crawled towards Chen Hao. It coalesced into a bloody hand and handed a black bead to Chen Hao. The Yin Spirit Pearl. Chen Hao hadn't expected the blood demon to be so powerful, capable of refining the bizarre into the Yin Spirit Pearl. Looking at the Yin Spirit Pearl in his hand, which contained the aura of death, Chen Hao was extremely excited. To others, this Yin Spirit Pearl is trash. However, for Chen Hao, this Yin Spirit Pearl was a great tonic. "Come back, blood demon." Chen Hao put the blood demon away. He turned his head and glanced at the man on the ground. That guy had already fallen into a deep sleep by then. Chen Hao ignored him and walked outside. "Xiaobu, are you alright?" Seeing Lu Xiaobu being supported by Lu Xiaoji, Chen Hao couldn't help but ask. "No, it's nothing." In order to block the scissors, Lu Xiaobu's tiger's mouth split open at this moment. "Brother Hao, I'm sorry, you must have seen this funny." Lu Xiaobu thought that once he broke through to the Master Realm, he could catch up with Chen Hao. "I didn't expect it to be so far behind." At this moment, Lu Xiaoji's heart was also filled with turmoil. He had just heard Chen Hao say that the old woman was a general. As it turned out, Chen Hao actually managed to take care of her. Although he didn't know how Chen Hao did it, Lu Xiaoji was still deeply shocked. "Alright, let's go back." The battle just now consumed a large amount of alien energy for Chen Hao, so he didn't treat Lu Xiaobu, but instead took Lu Xiaobu to Bai Jie's place. After the treatment, Lu Xiaoji helped Lu Xiaobu leave. Chen Hao, however, did not leave. "Xiao Hao, is there anything else?" Bai Jie tucked her hair behind her ears, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. "Sister Bai Jie, I would like to ask you for some advice. Who should I ask if I want to refine a general realm pill?" Of course we should go find Elder Bai. He is the strongest alchemist here. Then may I ask where Elder Bai is? I'll give you an address, go find him. Following the address given by Bai Jia, Chen Hao went to where Bai Lao was. After getting off the car, Chen Hao was somewhat bewildered by the scene before him. What's going on? An unfinished building? Despite his doubts, Chen Hao still walked inside. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when he heard a huge explosion. He walked toward the direction from which the explosion had come. They then saw thick smoke billowing from a room. A guy walked out of the thick smoke. His hair was fluffy and tousled like cotton. His entire face was frighteningly dark. They looked as if they had just crawled out of a mine. Are you all right? Chen Hao asked the old man in front of him while handing him a pack of tissues. No, it's nothing. The old man didn't stand on ceremony. He took the tissue and began wiping. As he wiped, he asked, "You're from the Nanjiang Supernatural Abilities Bureau, right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was slightly taken aback, then smiled and asked, "How did you figure that out? Besides the Nanjiang Supernatural Abilities Bureau, there's no one else who would come here to find me." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. "Now that you're here, you should know the rules, right?" "No. Rules? What rules? I don't give away what I've made for free. I need 10 million to refine one General Realm pill." "Don't worry, I have a special expertise in refining General Realm pills. Give me 5 sets of materials and I'll give you a General Realm pill." Hearing the old man's words, Chen Hao was speechless. With the help of the SSS level, Eye of True Sight, Chen Hao was able to see the old man's information clearly. First level of the General Realm, C-level ability, Inferior Alchemist. A substandard alchemist? Inferior Alchemist, their strength is about the same as that of a bad chess player. They look impressive, but in reality, they are all made of paper and can be easily broken. They occasionally have a few lucky breaks. Looking at the description of the Eye of True Sight, Chen Hao finally understood why the old man was so useless. It seems this guy's talent for alchemy is based on his thesis defense. "I'm sorry, Sister Bai Jia asked me to come. I only brought 1 set of materials, and I didn't have enough money. I'm sorry, I'll go back and prepare now." Chen Hao made an excuse to leave. "Hey, wait a minute." Old Bai stopped Chen Hao. "What did you just say? Bai Jia?" Chen Hao nodded. "Since Bai Jia sent you, I'll give you this order for free. Kid, hand over the materials to me." Bai Lao's actions caught Chen Hao somewhat off guard. He didn't expect that old Bai would actually agree. "What are you standing there for? Give me the thing." Chen Hao also wanted to know how the realm-changing pill was refined. He took out a set of materials for refining the General Realm pill and handed it to Elder Bai. After taking it, Elder Bai said to Chen Hao, "Let's go. I'll show you how I refine the General Realm pill. However, I have one request. That means after I successfully refine it, you go back and tell Bai Jia my story in detail." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned and couldn't help but ask, "May I ask a question? Who is Sister Bai Jia to you?" "She's my granddaughter, didn't she tell you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao fell silent. The strange old man in front of them was actually Bai Jia's grandfather. Elder Bai led Chen Hao to the place where he refined pills. "The oven exploded over there just now, so we'll go somewhere else." Chen Hao glanced around and noticed that there were also signs of an explosion in this place. This guy is a furnace-exploding maniac. Chen Hao was contemplating whether or not to escape. Old Master Bai has already begun the refining process. "Kid, the first step in refining the General Realm pill is to extract the essence of the materials." As he spoke, Old Bai began to operate the machine. He extracted the essence of all the materials. The second step is to fuse multiple materials. Mr. Bai began his demonstration again. "Now we've reached the most crucial step. Put pressure on them to accelerate their integration." As Elder Bai poured in his unique energy, the entire Jiangjing pill suddenly exploded. At the moment of the explosion, Chen Hao used teleportation to escape outside. Old Bai walked out of the house with an embarrassed look on his face. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. "I'm sorry, it failed." "Young man, do you have any more materials?" Mr. Bai was somewhat disappointed. "It's okay, just go find another one if you don't have any more. I'll give it to you for free next time you come." Chen Hao said it was okay, but in his heart he was cursing. Is this what a lousy alchemist is like, comparable to a terrible chess player? Chen Hao had made up his mind that he would refine the General Realm pill himself. Anyway, he now knows the process of refining the General Realm pill. After saying goodbye to Mr. Bai, Chen Hao left the unfinished building complex. He returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Just then, Bai Jia walked out of the infirmary. She is eating an ice pop. She opened her small mouth and took the softened part into her mouth, gently swallowing and spitting it out. When Bai Jia saw Chen Hao, she was a little confused. "Didn't you go see old Bai?" Upon hearing this, Bai Jia gave Chen Hao a strange look. It turned out that Chen Hao was completely unharmed. "Didn't he take you with him to refine pills? Especially when he shows you his superb alchemy skills." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's lips twitched involuntarily. Bai Jia knew all about the relationship. "He showed me, and if I hadn't run fast, I would have been blown up. I think he shouldn't be called an alchemist, he should be called a bomb genius. It's so good at causing oven explosions." "I think so too." Bai Jia smiled when she heard Chen Hao's words. 3 minutes have passed. Otherwise, Otherwise, why would a mere honorary alchemist like him go to an unfinished building? An hour has passed. There is a way. He has blown up countless perfectly good laboratories. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao realized that this wasn't the one he cared about. He pressed Bai Jia for an answer. Sister Bai Jia, besides him, does our Special Abilities Bureau have any other alchemists? There is none left. There is none left? Yeah, do you think alchemists are like rice, something you can just grab a handful of? There is one in the neighboring city of Chuzhou, but he has a grudge against our bureau, so it's impossible for him to help us refine it. Actually, Mr. Bai is quite good, even though only 1 out of 5 materials might be successful. But at least he can refine it, right? And most importantly, he provides services to everyone for free. Free? Wasn't it supposed to cost 10 million per refinement? 10 million? Who told you that? Old Bai. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia's expression instantly turned ugly. That old bastard actually did this behind my back. I'll teach him a lesson. With that, Bai Jia quickly left. Watching Bai Jia's departing figure, Chen Hao seemed to have guessed most of it. It's likely that Elder Bai wanted to improve his alchemy skills. However, alchemy is an extremely expensive industry. Whether it's the medicinal herbs needed for alchemy or the alchemy furnace and other equipment, everything is extremely expensive. That's why he secretly accepted the money. Seeing Bai Jia leave, Chen Hao went to find Lu Fengfeng. What are we looking for this time? When Lu Fengfeng saw Chen Hao, she got straight to the point. An alchemist, or someone with the special ability to refine pills. An alchemist? Lu Fengfeng frowned. However, she still followed Chen Hao's instructions and began the search. Recently, a guy has just awakened his alchemy ability. However, the level is a bit low, only F rank. He's having a bit of bad luck. He's been kidnapped by the Scorpion Brigade. They were kidnapped by the Scorpion Brigade? Chen Hao's expression was rather unpleasant. The Scorpion troop really isn't picky. Now they've even made their move against F-level ability users. Hearing Chen Hao's complaints, Lu Fengfeng said, "This superhuman is a bit unusual." Unusual? What's unusual about it? His special ability is Lucky Alchemist. A lucky alchemist? It is said that using this ability can increase the success rate of alchemy. It can also improve the quality of the pills produced. Improve the quality of pills? Do pills even have quality? When it comes to alchemy, Chen Hao is a complete novice. Lu Fengfeng took the pink lollipop out of her mouth. Good pills will have pill patterns on them, and the best pills have 5 pill patterns on them. Cough cough cough. However, the pill with 5 red patterns is a legend, because no one has ever actually seen it. Chen Hao nodded. He said to Lu Fengfeng, "Fengfeng, could you please help me find out where that guy is?" "No problem." Lu Fengfeng started banging away quickly. After searching for a while, Lu Fengfeng found the other party's location. "He is at sea." As she spoke, Lu Fengfeng pointed to a cruise ship on the screen. "Dragon King?" Lu Fengfeng nodded and then tapped it a few more times. He then said to Chen Hao, "The next port of call for the Dragon King is Monkey Island. You can go to Monkey Island first." Chen Hao left the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities and went to the dock, where he took a boat to Monkey Island. After arriving at Monkey Island, Chen Hao discovered that Monkey Island was actually a tourist destination. Many bikini-clad beauties are playing beach volleyball on the beach. If Xiao Ji were here, he'd be ecstatic. It must be said that watching beautiful women play ball is a delightful experience. Just as Chen Hao was admiring the ball, a huge cruise ship sailed in from the sea. Chen Hao was extremely excited when he saw the cruise ship. My God! He immediately stood up and walked towards the Dragon King. After the Dragon King docked, many tourists disembarked. Chen Hao ignored these people because he knew his target was still on the ship. Chen Hao bought tickets in advance for the Dragon King to the next island. After showing his ticket, he boarded the ship. After boarding the Dragon King, Chen Hao began to wander around the ship. His main purpose was to find out the situation on the ship. In no time, he had a pretty good grasp of the Dragon King's situation. Chen Hao knew it was time to take action. He walked toward one of the rooms on the Dragon King. Inside that room at that moment, the group of guys stared at the man on the bed, completely bewildered. "He's dead. This guy is actually dead. I went through so much trouble, and he's still dead." A lean man looked furious. He paced back and forth in the room. "Boss, we didn't know this guy would get seasick. I thought giving him some medicine would be enough. I never expected his condition to get worse. If we had known, we would have taken the land route." Before the guy could react, the skinny man punched him in the face, knocking him to the ground. "If I had known earlier? If I had known earlier, would you have needed to tell me? What do we do now?" Another man couldn't help but bite his lip. "How should I know?" The lean man felt like he was going crazy. He had been planning for a long time to capture the guy in front of him. "I finally got it sorted out and was just about to take him to boast about it. Unexpectedly, this guy got seasick and even died from it." The lean man, being the leader of the three, quickly realized what was happening. "Let's go, find something to wrap this white pig up for me. Then throw me out of the balcony and into the sea. The man is worthless once he dies, because to plunder the power orb, it must be dug out while the host is still alive." The three of them used a bedsheet to wrap the chubby, fair-skinned man on the bed. "We're going to lift it up, take it to the balcony balcony and throw it directly into the sea. As the three of them worked together to lift it up, to their surprise, they found the man to be quite heavy, and for a moment, they couldn't lift him. This white pig must have been a fat otaku in his previous life. Fair-skinned and chubby, so fat from eating so much, yet with such poor health. They made us suffer so much while we were alive, and now they won't let us have any peace even in death. The skinny man grew angrier the more he thought about it, and he suddenly raised his fist and started punching and kicking the man. After venting his anger, he continued to speak to his two henchmen. "What are you standing there for? Come and lend a hand." The three of them dragged the fat man toward the balcony. Just then, their door was kicked open. The three members of the Scorpion Troop were somewhat bewildered as they stared at the iron gate that had been kicked open. One of the guys realized what was happening. A dagger appeared in his right hand, and he charged towards Chunhao. Chunhao kicked him, sending him flying. "This is a tough problem. Let's work together." The lean man spoke to another of his underlings. The two of them lunged at Chunhao together. Chunhao rushed over. After dodging the skinny man's attack, he kicked another henchman, sending him flying backward. It crashed into the balcony railing. He was a bit unlucky. After the collision, his body flipped over and fell into the sea. Seeing this, the skinny man glared fiercely at Chunhao, then turned and ran away. Seeing the skinny man escape, Chunhao wasn't in a hurry to chase after him. He threw out two balls of fire, which landed on the fat white man and the guy holding the dagger. The two bodies were burned to ashes. "Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained F-level superpower, Lucky Alchemist." "Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained an E-level superpower, Smell Enhancement. Enhanced sense of smell?" Chunhao hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. "Quick, over here." The commotion Chunhao made attracted the attention of the sailors on the ship. The ship's captain and his crew were converging on this side. Chunhao knew that escaping through the door was impossible, so he turned and ran to the balcony. He jumped into the sea. The lean man witnessed Chunhao jumping into the sea. The lean man's lips curled into a slight, cold smile. In his mind, Chunhao had already been sentenced to death. This is the ocean, after all. It's almost impossible to survive here. The Dragon King slowly moved forward. The lean man attended the banquet on the Dragon King. Today's events have greatly impacted him, and he desperately needs the numbness of alcohol, so he drank a lot of alcohol. Just as he stumbled back to his room, a figure appeared in front of him. Looking at that familiar face, his eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. The sharp dagger slashed across, cutting open the lean man's throat. A large amount of blood gushed out. Looking at the lean man lying on the ground, Chunhao's lips curled into a smile. After dropping a fireball, he turned and left. "Fire! Fire!" The smoke here caught the attention of the people on the ship. The captain arrived here with his men. Looking at the emaciated man burned to ashes, his expression grew increasingly grim. "Investigate. Find out the truth for me. Check everyone's records." A man came to the side of the boat and jumped in. The moment he entered the water, he transformed into a mermaid and began to swim happily. "This place is not far from a coastline." Chunhao swam directly to the shore, and after getting ashore, he managed to get a car and return to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. The skinny man is relatively weak. He only possesses the D-level ability, Fist Enhancement. After Chunhao collected and extracted it, he merged it with the previous Fist Enhancement. Chunhao now possesses a D+ level Fist Enhancement. Chunhao had no intention of dismantling the Fist Enhancement skill. The main problem is that the level is too low, resulting in too few energy orbs that can be obtained after dismantling. Chunhao's biggest gain this time was undoubtedly the Lucky Alchemist. Although it's only F grade, Chunhao has a way to upgrade it to a higher grade. Chunhao went to find Lu Fengfeng. Lu Fengfeng saw that Chunhao had been gone for 2 days and was now back, which proved that Chunhao had succeeded. "What are your plans this time? Could you help me find an S-rank one? S-class? Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy. There are so many superpowers in the world. I don't believe there aren't any trashy S-class ones." Upon hearing this, Lu Fengfeng shut her mouth, which she had originally intended to say, because she also felt that Chunhao's words made sense. People generally believe that high-level superpowers must be incredibly powerful. However, some superpowers, no matter how high they are still useless. Lu Fengfeng typed on the keyboard. This time, she searched for a long time. Finally, she found a guy. Lu Fengfeng showed the information on the computer to Chunhao. "This guy isn't from the Scorpion Brigade." "Of course not. But this guy is also annoying. He possesses the S-class superpower, Gambler. It can increase the win rate when gambling against the enemy. This is probably a pretty bad superpower." "Woo woo woo. This trash?" Chunhao thought about it for a moment. Gambler, special ability, can increase the winning rate of bets. For someone who enjoys gambling, this ability is godlike. But for combat, this thing is completely useless. Seeing this, Chunhao nodded. He's the one. The other party has a reason to be killed. He made a lot of money through gambling. As a result, he was rich but heartless, and forced himself to eat a lot of abalone. Their eating manners were truly unsightly. Therefore, Chunhao would not feel guilty about killing him. That evening, Chunhao went to a hotel at the address given by Lu Fengfeng. A man man in a white suit was looking at the woman on the bed. He subconsciously licked his lips. The woman's hands and feet were bound, and she kept sobbing. Go ahead and scream until your throat is hoarse. No one will come to save you. This hotel is owned by men. The woman in front of him was a female college student who came to his hotel to work and study. As a result, he took a liking to her. He wanted to show the woman his strengths tonight. Just as the man was about to take action, a guy jumped from the balcony next door onto this balcony. The man looked angrily at the balcony. He ended up seeing a person wearing a mask. If you're going to play tricks, then take off your mask if you dare. The masked man did not answer the man's question. Instead, he responded with his own dagger. The masked man charged forward. Upon seeing this, the man threw the clothes he was holding at the masked man. He then threw a punch at the masked man. The man teleported behind the man and plunged a sharp dagger into the man's back. The man collapsed, looking utterly defeated. The dagger was coated with poison. The man died immediately from the poisoning. Chen Hao threw a fireball, which burned the man. He then moved closer to the woman on the bed. No, don't kill me. The woman on the bed looked at Chen Hao as he approached, her head lolled to the side, and she fainted. Seeing this, Chen Hao pulled out a dagger and cut the ropes binding the woman. After doing all this, Chen Hao left the room. He returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. The newly acquired superpower was dismantled. Ding dong, congratulations host, you have successfully decomposed the S-level ability, Gambler, and obtained 1 million original ability beads. System, please integrate these 1 million primal energy beads into the Lucky Alchemist ability. Ding dong, the primal ability bead is fusing. Congratulations, host. The fusion of the primal ability bead is complete. Your Lucky Alchemist level has been upgraded to S rank. Lucky Alchemist S rank ability increases the success rate of refining pills by 90% and has a very high probability of upgrading the quality of the pills. Chen Hao is now eager to refine the elixir. Elder Bai used up one portion of the materials needed to refine the general realm pill. Chen Hao now has 4 copies left. Moreover, the essence blood used in the materials that were previously refined for Elder Bai was extracted by Chen Hao from the body of the highly venomous black rock python. The highly venomous black rock python was good, but Chen Hao now had higher standards. He originally intended to use the essence of the blood demon to refine it, but now he has made a pact with the blood demon. It already possesses the ability to regenerate from the blood of the blood demon. Therefore, the blood demon's essence blood is no longer needed. We need to find a way to get new blood essence. But before we go, let's improve our strength first. Chen Hao took out the Yin Spirit Pearl he had obtained earlier and began to refine it. Do you have a solution? I don't know how much time has passed. When Chen Hao came out of the room, he had already reached the peak of the Master Realm. They are just one step away from a breakthrough. Hearing the voice, Chen Hao looked in the direction of the sound and found it was Tian Wenjing. You've broken through? Chen Hao discovered that Tian Wenjing was already a first-level ability user at this time. Tian Wenjing nodded. Wenjing, what kind of essence blood did you use to refine the general realm pill? Windbreaker Eagle, a magical beast with wind attributes. Windbreaker Eagle? Yes, I am a wind manipulation ability user. Using the essence blood of a wind attribute magical beast to refine the general realm pill can maximize its benefits. Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing subconsciously glanced at Chen Hao. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. Chen Hao, your strength has reached the 9th level of the Master Realm? Chen Hao nodded. If possible, I think you'd better go find Sister Fire Phoenix. Why? Because she is quite capable and has a broad range of knowledge. Perhaps I can arrange a batch for you and help you find the right monster blood. My Warcraft essence blood was arranged for me by Sister Fire Phoenix. At this point, Tian Wenjing smiled slightly. After bidding farewell to Tian Wenjing, Chen Hao went to Shangguan Huofeng's office. Chen Hao was lucky. Shangguan Huofeng happened to be there at that moment. Her desk was piled high with documents, which she was reviewing. Shangguan Huofeng was somewhat surprised to see Chen Hao. Chen Hao, what brings you here? Sister Fire Phoenix, I am now at the 9th level of the Master Realm and I am preparing to refine the General Realm Pill to break through to the Master Realm. Shangguan Huofeng put down her pen, looked at Chen Hao, and asked, so, do you have a goal? Target? What target? For example, what kind of essence or blood do you want to use to refine the General Realm Pill? I haven't considered that. I haven't thought about it. Why did you come to me? You don't want me to help you think about it, do you? Shangguan Huofeng smiled. Chen Hao, your future belongs to you, so you have to choose your own path. There's no rush to choose the blood essence. Go back and think about it slowly. Once you've thought it through, tell me the amount of essence you need, and I'll have someone get it for you. Chen Hao left Shangguan Huofeng's office. I'm asking for help, but I don't have a specific target. No matter how powerful the opponent is, they are helpless. What kind of magical beast's essence blood should I use to refine the General Realm Pill? Just as Chen Hao was pondering, 2 figures walked past downstairs, and Chen Hao's eyes lit up at the sight. He ran downstairs quickly and caught up with the 2 guys. Little Bu, Little Ji. Chen Hao called out to them. Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji spoke at the same time. Xiaoji Xiaoji, is your foot alright? It's alright now. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoji shook his right foot. I have to thank Brother Hao for all of this. It's nothing, just a small favor. Let's go, the three of us are free today. Let's go have a meal together. On the way to the hotel, Chen Hao couldn't help but ask Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji, Xiaoji, if it were you, what kind of essence blood would you use when refining the General Realm Pill? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu spoke first. Of course it's the mighty tiger. That thing has immense strength. Lu Xiaoji, however, disagreed. If it were me, I would naturally choose the dragon. When I am full of vigor and strength, my second brother will also be invincible. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoji raised his head and puffed out his chest. Lu Xiaobu, however, poured cold water on Lu Xiaoji's enthusiasm. Xiaoji, I think you should be more down to earth. Don't you know how powerful dragons are? It's difficult enough to defeat them, let alone obtain their essence and blood. It seems I'll have to reconsider when I get back. What was said without malice may have been taken to heart by the listener. Chen Hao thought Lu Xiaoji was right. If they were to fuse, they should fuse the dragon's essence and blood. We shouldn't refrain from striving for something just because it's hard to obtain. The three of them went to their usual spot, ordered a huge amount of barbecue, and started drinking. They drank until evening. The three of them staggered towards the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. The three of them had their arms around each other's shoulders. As a result, Lu Xiaoji tripped, and Chen Hao and the others fell directly into the roadside greenbelt. They simply lay there in the greenbelt and fell into a deep sleep. What Chen Hao didn't know was that while they were unconscious, the Bureau of Superpowers is facing its biggest crisis ever. 5 dragon-headed, human-bodied figures led a large group of men in black into the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. They kill anyone they see. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities didn't react in time. In an instant, the entire Bureau of Supernatural Abilities was littered with corpses. Shangwan Huofeng prepared to organize a counterattack. Then a figure blocked her way. Huang Wenjiao, what are you doing? Shangwan Huofeng did not expect Huang Wenjiao to be so bold as to openly organize a group to attack the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. Nothing. Your Bureau of Supernatural Abilities killed so many of our people. Now it's time to pay for it. Shangwan Huofeng attacked in anger. A burst of flame shot towards Huang Wenjiao. Huang Wenjiao dodged it. She suddenly changed her form, becoming a woman who was half human and half scorpion. Shangwan Huofeng sprouted fiery wings on its back and swooped down towards Huang Wenjiao. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. In an instant, shouts of killing filled the entire Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Chen Hao and his friends were still fast asleep in the greenbelt at this time. I don't know how much time has passed. Chicken leg, I want a chicken leg. Lu Xiaobu grabbed Lu Xiaoji's foot and suddenly bit down. Lu Xiaoji was discussing life with a girl when he was woken up by the pain. Wah-ah! He held his bitten foot and rubbed it incessantly. Xiaobu, what are you doing? Not bad, not bad. Lu Xiaobu's innocent face now carried a hint of apology. Xiaoji, I'm sorry, I dreamt that I was eating chicken legs. You can eat chicken legs if you want, but why did you bite my foot? Ouch! Lu Xiaoji gasped in pain. Chen Hao also woke up. He glanced at the two of them, then suddenly stood up with a burst of strength. Let's go home. Chen Hao is still a little dizzy because he drank too much. The three of them headed towards the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. When they arrived at the entrance of the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, they were stunned by what they saw. What's going on? Chen Hao frowned as he discovered that the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities had been reduced to ruins. Many ambulances were parked at the entrance. Doctors and nurses used stretchers to carry the injured people from the Bureau of Superpowers onto the vehicles one by one. He was then taken away by an ambulance. Sister. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoji panicked. He immediately ran into the interior of the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Lu Xiaoji seemed to have gone mad. He began searching desperately. Sister, don't scare me. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities has been attacked, and Lu Xiaoji is now a little scared, fearing that something might happen to his sister. A voice came from over. Lu Xiaoji looked in the direction of the sound and found Lu Fengfeng standing unharmed not far away. She was carrying a large red bag filled with potato chips. Lu Fengfeng was eating a bag of potato chips. Sister, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're alright. Lu Xiaoji burst into tears of joy. When Lu Xiaoji saw the injured and the victims, his heart was pounding in his chest. Sister, what happened? It's the Scorpion Brigade. They sent people to attack our Superpowers Bureau. I happened to have gone out to buy snacks at that time. By the time I returned, the Scorpion troop had all fled. Damn it! Those bastards! A loud shout rang out. Shangwan Huofeng punched the wall not far away with all her might. That terrifying destructive force pierced right through the wall. Fire Phoenix, don't move around, we're bandaging you up. Shangwan Huofeng and Huang Wenjiao fought, and both were injured. At this moment, Bai Jie was bandaging Shangwan Huofeng's wounds. Damn it, these guys were clearly prepared. The Superpower Bureau, where Chen Hao works, has several powerful individuals. First, there's the Spirit Realm 1 Spirit, which is Director Shangwan Huofeng, at the first level of the Spirit Realm. Then came the three kings. Silent, King of the 9th rank. Dugo Han, King level 7. Bai Jia, King Level 5. The silent here refers to Lu Xiaoji's taciturn master. Neither Du Guhan nor Wu Yan were in the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities today. The rest are those general-level superhumans. There are quite a few general-level superhumans in the Nanjing Supernatural Ability Bureau, a total of 30. However, most of them went out to do missions or seek breakthroughs. Therefore, the casualties among general-level ability users in this attack were relatively small. Most of the casualties were among master-level ability users. After a battle, the Supernatural Abilities Bureau suffered heavy losses, excluding those who were injured. Last night's attack resulted in the deaths of 30 master-level ability users and 5 general-level ability users. Those below the master level are even less likely to be considered. Looking at the corpses covered with white sheets, Shangguan Huofeng gritted her teeth, the veins on her neck bulging, her molars almost breaking. Shen Hao remains silent. He transformed into a mortician, helping his colleagues restore their former glory. After doing all this, Shen Hao sent them into the incinerator one by one. Hearing the system notification sound in his mind, for some reason, Shen Hao couldn't feel happy. This time, Shen Hao obtained 1 A-level ability, 3 B-level abilities, and the rest were C-level and D-level. Shen Hao ignored the C-level and D-level superpowers. After all, there aren't many original power beads left even after decomposition. He set his sights on A-level and B-level superpowers. A-level ability, Hearing Enhancement, B-level ability, Battle Cry, B-level ability, Tigerman, B-level ability, Hound Master. Shen Hao kept the A-level ability, Hearing Enhancement, and the B-level ability, Hound Master. The remaining 2 were decomposed. Then, Foot Oil and Leg Enhancement were improved. As the saying goes, fight if you can win, run if you can't. The enhancement of these 2 superpowers greatly increased Shen Hao's chances of escaping. Once everything settles down, Shen Hao looked at Tian Wenjing. At this moment, Tian Wenjing's lips twitched incessantly. She wanted to cry, but she knew she couldn't. In this battle, one of her friends died. That's the same ability user who possesses the Hound Master skill. Shen Hao glanced at the girl's portrait and found that she was still a sunny girl. Unfortunately, she withered away in the prime of her life. Shen Hao walked over to Tian Wenjing's side. Tian Wenjing glanced at Shen Hao, then suddenly threw herself into his arms and began to sob. Shen Hao didn't say anything, just quietly stayed by Tian Wenjing's side. After everything has settled down, Shangguan Huofeng gathered everyone together. Shangguan Huofeng called on all those who were on missions outside, as long as they could come back. The huge conference hall was packed. Although there were many people, no one spoke, and the atmosphere in the entire conference hall was extremely oppressive. This is in front of a huge screen where a video is playing. It's a video of the Scorpion Brigade attacking the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Watching their former comrades fall one by one under the enemy's blade, everyone became filled with righteous indignation. This time, we were careless, and I never imagined they would create such a monster. As she spoke, Shangguan Huofeng had someone zoom in on the video. The dragon-headed, human-bodied monster appeared before everyone's eyes in the video. These monsters are very powerful. They possess the strength of a king. That's why we suffered such a heavy blow this time. Fortunately, Bai Jia was there. She did her best and successfully killed one. As she spoke, Shangguan Huofeng called out to someone not far away, "Push it over here." A staff member pushed a small cart over. A white cloth was covering the small cart. Shangguan Huofeng suddenly ripped off the white cloth, revealing the dragon-like monster before everyone. Upon seeing the monster before them, the crowd erupted in uproar. Dragon man? Okay, thank you for your help then. It seems so. Damn, that's disgusting. It was a dragon man whose body was covered in scales. To be precise, they are black dragons. Looking at the black dragon in front of him, one of the guys spoke. She had long blue hair and gave off an extremely cold feeling. A glint of wisdom shone in those eyes that were as cold as frost. A while ago, I heard that a black dragon claw was lost from the museum. If I'm not mistaken, this black dragon man should be related to that black dragon claw. Black dragon claw? Dugu Han's words drew everyone's attention. Is she referring to the claw of the abyss black dragon in the largest museum in our city? I had the privilege of visiting there before. The staff there told me that those were the claws of the abyss black dragon, but I didn't believe it at the time. What level is the abyss black dragon? How could the claws of such a top-level magical beast be displayed in our museum? So I just assumed he was bragging and putting a fake model in a glass case. I can't believe it's actually true. Yes, I've been there before. My god, I never imagined I'd actually seen the claws of the abyss black dragon. I've seen it before. The crowd began to talk. Quiet down, everyone, be quiet. Suddenly, Shangguan Huofeng let out a loud shout. Everyone immediately shut their mouths. She continued her story. Shen Hao didn't care about Shangguan Huofeng's story. It's nothing more than those same old cliches. He was more concerned about how Shangguan Huofeng would handle the black dragon's corpse. The meeting ended quickly. Shen Hao went directly to Shangguan Huofeng. Sister Fire Phoenix, what do you plan to do with the black dragon's corpse? How should we handle this? Shangguan Huofeng glanced at her, then said, perfect timing, you're here. Just take him to be cremated. Keeping Keeping this thing around is just asking for trouble. The Black Dragon Man is, in the end, still a human being. It was only after being modified by the Scorpion Brigade that it mutated. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao felt a surge of joy. He pushed the cart containing the Black Dragon Man toward the crematorium. Soon, Chen Hao arrived at the crematorium. Since he is the mortician appointed by the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, the right to use this crematorium belongs to Chen Hao. Chen Hao looked at the Black Dragon Man on the cart. I wonder if we can extract the essence of the Black Dragon from this guy's body. Chen Hao began using his grab and temper ability on the Black Dragon Man. Through his grab and refine ability, Chen Hao discovered that the Black Dragon's essence blood did indeed exist within the Black Dragon's body. However, there is not much Black Dragon essence blood. However, few in number. After extraction and fusion, they still coalesced into one. You're lucky. This guy is fused with the Black Dragon's genes, but it's not fully fused yet. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to extract this Black Dragon blood essence. As the Black Dragon's essence blood was extracted, Chen Hao discovered that the Black Dragon's corpse was rapidly disintegrating, the luster of its scales darkening, and finally falling off. Seeing this, Chen Hao tried to prevent others from noticing something unusual. He immediately pushed the Black Dragon into the incinerator and began cremation. After the Black Dragon was completely burned, Chen Hao returned to his dormitory. After closing the door, Chen Hao immediately took out the materials for refining the General Realm Pill from his spatial storage. He did not immediately use the essence blood of the Abyss Black Dragon to refine the General Realm Pill. Instead, they used the blood essence of the highly venomous Black Rock Python to practice their skills. Chen Hao began refining the pills using the alchemy techniques he had learned from Elder Bai. First, use the grab and refine ability to extract the essence of the material. Then use the Lucky Alchemist to begin refining the General Realm Pill. Chen Hao was lucky. He succeeded in refining the General Realm Pill on his first try. Looking at the General Realm Pill in his hand, Chen Hao noticed that the General Realm Pill in his hand had 2 pill patterns on it. Only 2? He couldn't help but purse his lips. The first successful refining gave Chen Hao experience. He intends to continue refining. The materials at hand allowed Chen Hao to refine the material 3 more times. The first 2 times, we used the essence blood of the highly venomous Black Rock Python to refine it, and the last time, we used the essence blood of the Abyss Black Demon Dragon. Chen Hao continued refining. Chen Hao quickly used up his 2 chances. He refined a General Realm Pill with 2 pill patterns and a General Realm Pill with 3 pill patterns. Aren't there any with 4 Dan patterns? Chen Hao was somewhat disappointed. It seems that 4 or even 5 pill patterns require extremely strong alchemy talent, in addition to top quality materials. Perhaps when my Lucky Alchemist ability reaches SSS grade, I might be able to achieve that. After a short rest, while his hands were still warm, Chen Hao began his final refining process. After extracting the essence of all the materials, Chen Hao used his special ability to control them. Let them blend together. There were some rejections of the materials during this period, but Chen Hao suppressed them all. Just when Chen Hao thought he was about to succeed, that drop of the Abyssal Black Dragon's essence blood caused all sorts of trouble. It actually began to struggle, refusing to merge with other materials. Chen Hao could vaguely see a black dragon surging and soaring within his essence blood. Merge! Chen Hao adopted a forceful suppression approach, going all in by pouring all the alien energy into the materials. The essence and blood of the Abyss Black Dragon were fused together with other materials. Looking at the General Realm Pill floating in mid-air, Chen Hao was overjoyed. Before Chen Hao could react, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Chen Hao joined the Bureau of Superpowers relatively late, and his dormitory was on the top floor of the bureau. The lightning bolt pierced through the ceiling of Chen Hao's room. It struck the General Realm Pill. It seemed that the Heavenly Realm Pill was not embraced by heaven and earth, and after the first bolt of heavenly lightning, 8 more bolts continued to bombard the sky. Chen Hao looked toward the Realm Pill. He discovered that the realm-changing pill had shrunk, but after being tempered by heavenly lightning, all the impurities inside the realm-changing pill had been removed. At this moment, the people from the Supernatural Abilities Bureau rushed over. Chen Hao had already heard footsteps. To prevent the Jingdan from being plundered by others, Chen Hao gritted his teeth and directly reached for the Jiangjing pill with his hand. The heavenly lightning within the pill had not yet dissipated and had all entered Chen Hao's body. Fortunately, Chen Hao possessed the abilities of Lightning Rod and Lightning Control, which allowed him to block the lightning. It even absorbed some of it. He opened his mouth, threw the realm-changing pill into it, and swallowed it directly. As the pill entered Chen Hao's stomach, a surge of immense energy erupted from the General Realm Pill. This energy was extremely violent and began to rage within Chen Hao's body. Having no other choice, Chen Hao could only sit cross-legged and begin cultivating the Fire Phoenix technique. At this moment, Chen Hao's door was surrounded by people. People were discussing it animatedly. What's going on? Why is lightning striking? Have no idea. Do you think it might be the emergence of a treasure? The treasure was born? Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. A glint of greed flashed in the eyes of many. Treasures have always belonged to the cave capable. What is a capable person? Might makes right. After all, power comes from the fist. Whoever has the bigger fist has the more authority to speak. Whose room is this? I know, it belongs to Chen Hao. Chen Hao, the bureau chief's disciple? Everyone knows Chen Hao exists, but no one is very familiar with him. Make way, everyone make way. At this moment, Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji pushed through the crowd, trying to squeeze in. I don't know what happened to Brother Hao, lightning actually struck his room. Lu Xiaobu looked worried. It's highly likely that this kid saw something he shouldn't have. Could it be my stepmother? I knew this guy had resources, but he didn't share them with me. He who eats alone gets struck by lightning. Xiaoji, can you please stop making sarcastic remarks? Want to run? No way. Lu Xiaobu was almost frantic with worry. Lu Xiaoji, however, did not take it to heart. Xiaobu, is this the first day you've met Brother Hao? Who do you take Brother Hao for? Do you think he'd die so easily? As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but evil people live for 1,000 years. Our Brother Hao is like a turtle in a well, he can live for 10,000 years. Hearing Lu Xiaoji's words, Lu Xiaobu's worries lessened considerably. Make way, everyone make way. At this moment, Shangguan Huofeng arrived. Upon seeing this, everyone instinctively made way. She arrived at Chen Hao's door and gently knocked on it. Chen Hao, are you inside? Let me know if you're online. There was no sound. As expected of Shangguan Huofeng, she kicked the door open with one foot. Shangguan Huofeng met Chen Hao. At this moment, Chen Hao had taken the General Realm pill, and his expression was extremely painful. My whole face was contorted with pain. Shangguan Huofeng was getting anxious. He has taken the General Realm pill. Bai Jia, who was standing to the side, realized what was happening. He's at a crucial moment now, and no one should disturb him, otherwise he will fail at the last minute. The sky was now covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Lu Xiaoji glanced at the sky and couldn't help but say, I hope there won't be any thunder at this hour, and it might just strike Brother Hao. Lu Xiaoji had barely finished speaking. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck Chen Hao. Upon seeing this, everyone looked at Lu Xiaoji with strange eyes. Don't look at me, it's none of my business. I am Brother Hao's loyal henchman. How could I possibly think of harming Brother Hao? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoji's words, Shangguan Huofeng couldn't help but glare at him. Can you please be quiet? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji instinctively covered his mouth with his hand. He was afraid that he might say something inappropriate and bring another bolt from the blue for Chen Hao. Chen Hao was lucky. Just now, the strange energy in his body was almost exhausted, but that bolt of heavenly lightning replenished his energy. He finally suppressed the raging energy within his body, completed his transformation, and reached the first level of the General Realm. Chen Hao stopped cultivating, opened his mouth, and exhaled a breath of stale air. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Shangguan Huofeng and Bai Jia. After flashing a smile, he fell straight backward. At this moment, Chen Hao's clothes were blown away by the lightning. After he fell, his greatness was displayed before everyone. Many female superhumans instinctively turned their heads away upon seeing this. Oh dear, I dare not look, I dare not look. Although they turned to the side, they still secretly glanced over out of the corner of their eyes. Bai Jia frowned slightly and stepped forward to check. She breathed a sigh of relief after finding that Chen Hao was alright. He then said to Shangguan Huofeng, this kid is fine, and he even turned misfortune into blessing, breaking through to the General Realm. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Huofeng nodded. He turned to look at Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu outside. He addressed the two of them, saying, what are you two standing there for? Hurry up and come help. Okay. Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji came over and found a set of clothes for Chen Hao to wear from the wardrobe next to them. During the process of putting it on, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but say to Lu Xiaoji, I didn't expect Brother Hao to be so awesome. Tui. Lu Xiaoji said helplessly, I thought my second brother was invincible, but I didn't expect my Brother Hao to be the boss. Since Ji was born, why was Hao also born? Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji carried Chen Hao to the sanatorium and put him into the nutrient tank. Although Chen Hao was not seriously injured, he still had quite a few injuries. Those wounds need to be healed slowly. Seeing Chen Hao being taken for treatment, the crowd dispersed. After enjoying the excitement, it's time to return to daily life. Shangguan Huofeng and Bai Jia walked towards the office. Bai Jia, what do you think about this matter? He's pretty strong. The scene from just now was still vivid in Bai Jia's mind. He couldn't help but think to himself, that brat, his capital seems to have grown quite a bit more. I'm asking you about Chen Hao's breakthrough. Why did it attract heavenly lightning? Shangguan Huofeng was completely baffled. So what if it's heavenly lightning? I was struck by lightning when I broke through to the next level. Can those be the same? You broke through from the General Realm to the King Realm. To advance from the General Realm to the King Realm, one must undergo a baptism of heavenly lightning. To advance from the King Realm to the Spirit Realm, one must undergo the baptism of 3 heavenly lightning strikes. This kid broke through to the General Realm and was able to withstand the baptism of heavenly lightning. He's a real freak. I don't know how he did it. If you want to know, just ask him when he wakes up. Shangguan Huofeng nodded. She did have that thought. At this moment, Bai Jia was also filled with shock. Only those who have experienced lightning know how how dangerous it is. When Bai Jia broke through from the general realm to the king realm, she was struck by a heavenly lightning bolt. She was seriously injured that time, and she thought she was going to die. Fortunately, she pulled through. Even so, Bai Jia still stayed in bed for a month. That was so painful. Bai Jia still feels it vividly in her mind. Her body couldn't help but shudder. I wonder if I'll be able to withstand it when I break through to the spirit realm. We can handle it. We definitely can handle it. Shangwan Huofeng noticed Bai Jia's worry and grabbed Bai Jia's hand. It's okay, look at me, I've made it through. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia smiled slightly. Shangwan Huofeng survived, but in reality, she paid a heavy price. 2 of the 3 bolts of heavenly lightning were blocked by Shangwan Huofeng using a secret treasure. She only used her body to withstand the 3rd blow. Chen Hao slept for 1 night. I woke up the next morning. When he opened his eyes, he found someone lying next to him. Chen Hao turned his head and saw that it was Tian Wenjing. He struggled to get up. Tian Wenjing sensed Chen Hao's movement and woke up immediately. Chen Hao, you're awake? Tian Wenjing's face was full of joy. Are you alright? Does anything hurt anywhere? Tian Wenjing asked with concern. It's good that you're alright. Are you hungry? Let me help you to the cafeteria for lunch. It's okay, I can walk by myself. I'm not as delicate as you think. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he took only 2 steps when he stumbled and almost fell. Seeing this, Tian Wenjing stepped forward and helped Chen Hao up. Look at you, you're clearly not capable, but you insist on showing off. Let me help you across. With Tian Wenjing's help, the 2 walked towards the cafeteria. As Chen Hao walked, he felt his body. What's going on? Chen Hao discovered that his body was extremely weak. Even a guy who does it 7 times a night is in better physical condition than he is now. It seems like a lot of my essence and blood have disappeared. After experiencing it for a while, Chen Hao discovered that there was some different blood in his body. The blood was very active, stronger than his previous blood. This blood mixed in his body, constantly consuming the blood around him. At the same time, it began to split and differentiate. With Tian Wenjing's help, Chen Hao arrived at the cafeteria. You sit here, I'll go get you some food. Chen Hao had just sat down when he saw the 2 men walking over. It's Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Brother Hao, you're awake. Lu Xiaobu said. Brother Hao, why do you look so pale? Lu Xiaoji frowned. He noticed that Chen Hao's face was extremely pale. It looked as if a lot of blood had been drawn from him. Sister Bai Jia. Lu Xiaoji saw Bai Jia carrying a tray of food as she walked by. Come and take a look. Brother Hao seems to be acting a little strange. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia walked towards Chen Hao. What's wrong? Bai Jia placed the plate on the table to the side and began to examine Chen Hao. It's anemia. This guy is anemic. Anemia? How could I be anemic? Lu Xiaoji was completely baffled. It must be because he broke through to the general realm, which consumed a lot of his essence and blood, leading to anemia. Is there any medicine that can cure it? Just buy him some blood replenishing medicine. Okay, I'll go buy it. As he was saying this, Lu Xiaobu was about to go buy it, but he stopped after taking only 2 steps. What's wrong with you? Lu Xiaobu scratched his head sheepishly. Sister Bai Jia, I don't have many points. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I've met someone as honest and simple as Lu Xiaobu. Here you go, use my card. Lu Xiaobu took Bai Jia's card and prepared to make a purchase. Seeing this, Bai Jia shouted, Xiaobu, buy 10 blood replenishing potions, the high-grade kind. No problem. After saying that, Lu Xiaobu ran away. Lu Xiaobu left quickly and returned quickly. A short while later, he came running back carrying a box. Bai Jia took it. She opened the box and took out the blood replenishing medicine inside. He opened a bottle and handed it to Chen Hao. Come on, Chen Hao, drink this. After taking it, Chen Hao drank it all in one gulp. As the blood replenishing medicine enters the stomach, the dragon essence within Chen Hao was like a starving wolf seeing a piece of bloody meat. They began to absorb the blood replenishing medicine frantically. Chen Hao's unusual behavior caught Bai Jia's attention. Bai Jia noticed that Chen Hao looked extremely pained. Give me another bottle. Give me another one. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaobu quickly stepped in. Brother Hao, here you go. After drinking another bottle, Chen Hao found himself still not satisfied, so he did it himself. Watching Chen Hao wolf down the blood replenishing medicine as if it were water, Lu Xiaoji looked worried. Will Hao be alright doing this? Chen Hao drank the blood replenishing medicine very quickly. In no time, 10 vials of the medicine were in his stomach. His stomach rumbled. I'm so hungry. Here, this is the food I got for you. Tian Wenjing handed over the plate. She thought Chen Hao, having just woken up, wouldn't have much of an appetite, so I didn't play many. Chen Hao finished eating in one go. Is there any more? I want more. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaobu hurriedly rushed to the window. Hello, I want this, and this. Lu Xiaobu was very honest. He specifically chose the meat. A short while later, Lu Xiaobu came over with a plate of food. Chen Hao started eating. He devoured all the food in an instant, like a starving ghost reincarnated. As the food was consumed, Chen Hao's stomach swelled up. As a result, it didn't swell for long before it went down again. No, these foods contain too little energy. Bai Jia handed the card to Lu Xiaoji. You and Xiaobu go to the special meal window and get a few more servings. The special meal window is for personnel of general rank and above. The food sold inside is mostly made from medicinal herbs and the meat of spirit beasts. Each one is very expensive. Fortunately, Bai Jia is a wealthy woman and has plenty of money. Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji each prepared 2 portions and quickly served them to Chen Hao. Chen Hao started eating. He finished eating in no time. Bai Jia was not stingy at all with Chen Hao. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu continued running. The commotion attracted the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. What's the situation over there? Have no idea. It looks like Chen Hao. Chen Hao. What happened to him this time? I saw it. That guy is in terrible condition right now. His face is as white as a dead man's. My brother has been dead for 3 days and he wasn't as fair-skinned as him. He seems to have become a glutton. I saw him eat several meals. My God, they actually went to the special dining window to get food for Chen Hao. Is this special meal even edible for Chen Hao? Isn't he afraid of overeating? Each special meal contains exceptionally high levels of energy. Therefore, only those at the general level or above can eat special meals. Those below the general level may not be able to withstand this terrifying energy. It directly burst the body. Chen Hao continued eating. His actions left everyone speechless. How many servings did he eat? 8 portions already. What kind of body structure does this kid have? Even a king-level person wouldn't dare to build something like this. Terrible, absolutely terrifying. I'd long heard that Chen Hao was a prodigy, and now that I've seen him, it's truly true. Chen Hao is showing off wildly. He ate 20 servings in a row before stopping. At this moment, Chen Hao's appearance changed. His previously pale face regained its rosy hue. Its shriveled body swelled up. His body bulged out like an inflating balloon, his muscles bulging, making him look powerful and strong. When Lu Xiaoji and the others saw Chen Hao looking like this, they breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally done. Sister Bai Jia, here's your card. After Bai Jia took it, she nodded. Then, smiling, he said to Chen Hao, you've cost me a lot of money this meal. 1 dose of the potion is worth 100,000 points, and 10 doses would be worth 1 million. One special meal costs 10,000 points. If you eat 20 meals, that's 200,000 points. You owe me a total of 1.2 million points. You need to think about how you're going to pay me back later. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled and said to Bai Jia, Sister Bai Jia, this is too much money. If you ask me to pay it back, I estimate it will take a long time. How about this? I'll repay you with my body. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Bai Jia rolled her eyes at him. If you can't pay it back now, then you can pay it back slowly later. Anyway, you're already a superhuman at the general realm, so you can earn points even faster. With that, Bai Jia left. Bai Jia's words immediately caused a huge stir. Last night, all everyone knew was that Chen Hao was struck by lightning. I never expected Chen Hao to break through to the general realm. How old is this kid? My goodness, such a young general level ability user. Oh my God, you're so unfair. I'm so envious. I'm so envious. We're both human, so why is he so outstanding? What should I do? I'm so jealous of him. He's not only handsome, but he's also so strong. How am I supposed to live like this? I'd rather find a block of tofu and smash my head against it and die. You said it, I'll go get the frozen tofu from the freezer right away. If you don't run someone over and die, you're not a true Chinese. While everyone was talking about it, Chen Hao stood up. Chen Hao, where are you going? Tian Wenjing noticed that Chen Hao was walking in a certain direction. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly. Of course I need to find someone to practice with properly. As he spoke, Chen Hao arrived at the training ground. Lu Xiaoji and the others also came. At this moment, a bald man was practicing exercises on the training field. That's the legendary military boxing. Teacher Shi Jian. Chen Hao looked at Shi Jian and noticed that Shi Jian had also recently made a breakthrough. He is now a master at the 7th level of the general realm. Chen Hao, is something the matter? When Shi Jian saw Chen Hao calling him, he immediately stopped. Teacher Shi Jian, can we practice together? Let's practice. Shi Jian subconsciously looked at Chen Hao. Seeing Chen Hao's strength, Shi Jian smiled slightly. Hey kid, why are you challenging me today? It seems you've broken through to the general realm. Alright, since you want to challenge me, then let's do it. Shi Jian gestured for Chen Hao to proceed. Seeing this, Chen Hao pushed off with his right foot, and his whole body shot out instantly. Chen Hao did not intend to use weapons in his fight against Shi Jian. In the blink of an eye, Chen Hao arrived in front of Shi Jian. He threw a punch. Good timing. Shi Jian also threw a punch. After their punches collided, Chen Hao was sent flying backward. In midair, Chen Hao quickly adjusted his posture. After landing, he used his werewolf transformation ability to continue his attack. Chen Hao and Shi Jian engaged in a fierce battle. Shi Jian stood motionless in the very center of the training field. Chen Hao kept launching attacks, only to be knocked away, and then he would launch another attack. Lu Xiaobu and others sat in the audience. Wow, Hao Ji is amazing. Although Chen Hao kept getting knocked away. However, Lu Xiaobu knew Shi Jian's strength. If it were him, he would have fallen long ago. Hearing the sound of sunflower seeds being crackled, everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Xiaoji. Xiaoji, where did you get these sunflower seeds. I just took some time to buy it. How could such a spectacular battle scene be complete without sunflower seeds? Would you like some? As he spoke, Lu Xiaoji handed out the melon seeds to everyone. Lu Xiaoji himself was just a bystander, but he wanted to drag others into it. I don't want to. Tian Wenjing turned her head back. Give me some. Lu Xiaobu spread his hands out, and Lu Xiaoji poured a large amount of food into his palms. The two of them started eating sunflower seeds. Hearing the noisy chatter of people cracking sunflower seeds around her, Tian Wenjing frowned. She couldn't help but say, "You can eat, but don't litter. The cleaning lady works very hard." Sister Wenjing, don't worry, when I bought the sunflower seeds, I asked the shopkeeper to give me an extra bag. Xiaobu and I will each have one, so we won't make a mess of them. That's fine then. The battle continues on the training field. Chen Hao was beaten so badly by Shi Jian that his blood was churning, but for some reason, he felt particularly good. Do I have masochistic tendencies? The thought of this made Chen Hao shudder. He stopped daydreaming and continued the attack. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Hao was sent flying once again. This time, after Chen Hao got up from the ground, he ceased his attacks. Thank you, Professor Shi Jian. No, you're welcome. Shi Jian was slightly out of breath at this moment. He was actually afraid when fighting Chen Hao. Chen Hao was like an unkillable cockroach. After being knocked away, he got back up again. It's over. It's finally over. Lu Xiaoji had already finished eating his sunflower seeds and was carrying a bag of sunflower seed shells in his hand. The same applies to Lu Xiaobu. Tian Wenjing sat there calmly, but her heart was filled with turbulent emotions. She was mentally simulating what Chen Hao was doing during the fight. She fantasized that she was Chen Hao fighting against Shi Jian. As a result, Tian Wenjing came to the conclusion that she was not as good as him. Tian Wenjing felt a sense of defeat when facing Chen Hao. This was the first time she had ever felt this way. No, I must try harder. Tian Wenjing gritted her teeth and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but say, Sister Wenjing, aren't you going to wait for Brother Hao? He's fine now, you can take care of him from now on. That was so awesome. I'm going to do a mission now. After saying that, Tian Wenjing left directly. Chen Hao walked up from below the training field and saw that only Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu remained in the audience. Where is Tian Wenjing? She left, saying she went to do a mission, Lu Xiaoji said. Chen Hao nodded. I'm tired. I plan to go back, take a shower, and then get a good night's sleep. And you? We are too. The three of them walked towards their respective dormitories. Chen Hao returned to his room, went inside, and closed the door behind him. After seeing the situation inside, Chen Hao was a little confused. There was a large hole in the ceiling, and the whole room was a mess. It's obvious that we can't live there anymore. I need to find the logistics staff to help me fix it. However, Chen Hao's immediate priority was not repairing the room, but rather, he stood still, and the Fire Phoenix technique began to circulate unconsciously. The Fire Phoenix technique was circulating faster and faster. Chen Hao felt a burning sensation all over his body. He felt like something was growing on his skin. He immediately closed his eyes to experience it. Throughout this process, Chen Hao endured it all. I don't know how much time has passed. As the pain subsided, Chen Hao opened his eyes. Chen Hao realized he had changed. His hands had turned into dragon claws. I've turned into a dragon? Chen Hao hurriedly walked to the glass not far away. It was a glass panel as tall as a person. Looking at his reflection in the glass, Chen Hao felt somewhat incredulous. The system prompt sounded. He is now a black dragon man. It's not the kind with a dragon's head and a human body. It looks a bit like the Dragon King of the East Sea from Journey to the West. However, the Dragon King of the East Sea is a golden dragon, while Chen Hao is a black dragon. I have become a black dragon. It seems to be thanks to the realm-changing pill. I absorbed the black dragon's essence blood inside. I was anemic just now because the black dragon's essence was absorbing my blood, but I replenished my energy afterwards. And then there's Professor Shi Jian's attack. His relentless attacks accelerated the fusion of the black dragon's essence blood with my body. So now I can transform into a black dragon. I just don't know if there's any way to change it back. Chen Hao began to think. Just as Chen Hao was wondering, Master, I'm so hungry. A voice appeared in Chen Hao's mind. Hearing that familiar voice, Chen Hao suddenly realized what was going on. Oh right, how could I forget about the blood demon? Blood demon, do you have any way to solve my current predicament? Upon hearing this, the blood demon nodded. Master, I have a cultivation technique that can help you. Alright, then quickly teach me the technique. Chen Hao is not afraid that the blood demon will harm him now. After all, the two have signed an ancient servant contract. The blood demon transmitted the cultivation technique to Chen Hao through his thoughts. Chen Hao attempted to cultivate the technique given to him by the blood demon. Chen Hao's body began to change, and he became human again. This technique is quite useful. Blood demon, what's the name of this technique? It's called the Great Reversal Technique. When cultivated to the extreme, one can reverse yin and yang, so even if the master wants to become a cute girl in the future, it won't be a problem. A cute girl? A cute girl with a big penis? Chen Hao suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. He looked looked down and found that his clothes and pants were gone. It turns out that when he transformed into a dragon, his clothes and pants were torn. This skill is good, but it wears out clothes a bit. Looking at his good brother, Chen Hao smiled slightly. He took out a set of clothes from his spatial storage and quickly put them on. Then Chen Hao came out of the room. He went to the logistics department first and asked the staff there to help him repair his dormitory. Then they headed straight for the secret realm. That's right, it's a secret realm. This world has many hidden realms filled with the unknown. Chen Hao chose a low-level secret realm, paid some money, and went inside. That's really expensive. It costs 100,000 yuan to come in. For ordinary people outside, they may not be able to earn 100,000 yuan even if they work hard for a year. There are several reasons why Chen Hao didn't come to the secret realm before. First, there's a lack of money, and second, there's a lack of ability. To enter the secret realm for exploration, one's strength must be at least at the master level. The master realm is just the foundation. Anyone who is at the master level must be accompanied by someone at the general level to enter. After Chen Hao entered, he released the blood demon. Chen Hao had exhausted all the ghost wolf corpses. He came to buy goods. The two, one human and one blood demon, walked into the jungle. Soon, the blood demon set its sights on a rabbit. It slowly crawled towards the rabbit. It flowed slowly, like a stream of blood. Just as it was about to get close to the rabbit, it suddenly sped up. The rabbit was wrapped up before it could escape. The blood demon invaded the rabbit's body and successfully took over its form. Blood demon was not satisfied with the rabbit's body. Seeing this, Chen Hao said to the blood demon, "I'm giving you a day off today. Go have some fun by yourself." Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, the blood demon felt like a child who had received a lollipop. It was especially happy. "Thank you, master." After thanking it, it ran off happily. Chen Hao signed a contract with the blood demon, and with a single thought, the blood demon would obediently return. So there's no need to worry about it escaping. Seeing the blood demon leave, Chen Hao also began his hunting journey. He quickly found his goal. The black panther was standing on a treetop, licking its sharp claws. Chen Hao discovered that it possessed the strength of a second-stage general realm cultivator. This is it. Chen Hao felt that those with too low a skill level posed no challenge. He instantly transformed into a black dragon, gathering flames in his hands to attack the black panther. Explosions echoed throughout the jungle. Chen Hao and Black Panther began their battle. Black Panther used its swift speed to launch continuous attacks on Chen Hao. Chen Hao used teleportation to dodge. At the same time, he used fire-based abilities to fight back. As the Black Panther approached, Chen Hao flipped his hand, and a dagger appeared. He slid towards the Black Panther. Chen Hao slashed a deep gash across Black Panther's body. Fresh blood gushed out immediately. The Black Panther, powerless to resist, collapsed straight down. Chen Hao successfully killed Black Panther. After putting the Black Panther away, he continued walking inside. A guy was running fast. He glanced back every now and then. A big guy followed behind. "Damn it, how did I end up with a centipede?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Chen Hao felt he was having a bit of bad luck. Puff! That centipede was at the King Realm level, and even after breaking through to the second level of the General Realm, he was still no match for it. Just as Chen Hao was troubled, a dark shadow flashed by. By the time Chen Hao realized what was happening, the centipede still fell down. Chen Hao looked puzzled. A voice came from over. Chen Hao looked up and saw a falcon perched on a treetop. "Master, it's me. It really is you." Chen Hao was somewhat pleased. He hadn't expected the blood demon to possess the falcon's body. "Yeah, I understand. That eagle looked incredibly powerful, but unfortunately it ended up benefiting the blood demon." Chen Hao looked at the centipede. That guy's head was scratched open by the blood demon. Green blood was flowing all over the ground. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Chen Hao collected the centipede's corpse. He looked at the blood demon and couldn't help but ask, "Blood demon, what's the strongest opponent you can defeat right now?" "Cannot exceed the third rank of king." "Alright, then I'll go find someone below the third rank of king to kill." In the past few days, Chen Hao has fully mastered the power brought about by his increased strength. He plans to make a quick profit and then go back. Led by the blood demon, Chen Hao embarked on a slaughter journey. The blood demon was in charge of killing, while he picked up the corpses from behind. Chen Hao appeared at the exit of the secret realm. Half a month has passed since he entered the secret realm. It's time to go back. Chen Hao stepped into the portal of the secret realm and left. He returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Upon arriving at the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, Chen Hao encountered Shang Wanhuofeng. "Chen Hao, you've come at the perfect time. We have a mission. Let's assemble." Chen Hao frowned. Although filled with doubts, she still followed Shang Wanhuofeng. Chen Hao followed them to the conference room of the Superpower Bureau. Shang Wanhuofeng stepped onto the stage and began to recount her mission. The audience section of the conference room was now full. "Brothers and sisters, the day of our revenge has come. I believe everyone still vividly remembers what happened a few days ago. The Scorpion Brigade attacked our Superpowers Bureau and killed our brothers and sisters. Do you think we should let them go?" Everyone present said in unison, "Very good. Now announce the combat mission." This time, all members of of our Special Abilities Bureau who are at least at the master level will set off. I haven't been idle for the past 2 weeks. I've already found out the location of the Scorpion Brigade's branch in Nanjing City. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, I have already requested assistance from Shangchu City. Their reinforcements will arrive soon. This time, we must remove the Scorpion Brigade's stinger in one fell swoop. Alright, everyone go back and get ready. You guys stay behind, we need to have a little meeting. Shang Wan Huofeng looked at Bai Jie and the others. After listening, Chen Hao prepared to leave. Chen Hao, come over here too. Okay. Chen Hao followed Shang Wan Huofeng to her office. After entering, Shang Wan Huofeng closed the door. Chen Hao glanced around and found that there were 6 people in the room. They are Shang Wan Huofeng, Shi Jian, Bai Jia, Woyan, and Du Gohan, and Chen Hao himself. Shang Wan Huofeng looked at Du Gohan and said, Du Gohan, this attack will depend on you. You will be in command of the main force. Upon hearing this, Du Gohan nodded. Chen Hao glanced at Du Gohan. Du Gohan was a woman with a frosty face, always wearing a stern expression, giving the impression that everyone owed her money. Shang Wan Huofeng then addressed the remaining group, saying, this time, we will not be traveling with the main force. We have an even more important task ahead of us. A more important task? We're going to decapitate them. Kill the Scorpion Brigade's branch leader. Xiao Hao, do you know why I called you that? Have no idea. I heard you can play the flute and hypnotize enemies. I hope you can lend a hand then. I don't need you to control her for long. As long as you control her for even a second, I can kill her. No problem. Okay, I'll get ready. Let's set off tonight. The members of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau set off in a grand procession. But what? They soon arrived outside a building. Looking at the towering skyscrapers, everyone felt incredulous. They never expected that a branch of the Scorpion Brigade would be located in such a place. At Du Gohan's command, everyone launched an attack on the Scorpion Brigade's branch. In an instant, shouts of battle echoed all around. Someone used supernatural powers to blast open the door. The group rushed in, encountering resistance along the way, but without exception, they were all killed. This is the top floor of the building. Looking at the densely packed crowd below, Wang Wenjiao gritted her teeth in anger. Yeah, I see. Who are these people? Why are they attacking us? Judging from their clothes, they're from the Superpower Bureau. The Superpower Bureau? It's the Superpower Bureau again. They never learn. It seems we didn't scare them enough last time. Boss, what should we do now? What else can we do? They have a lot of people and they seem to have brought in outside help. Let's go, let's get out of here. Like dandelions, the Scorpion Brigade can take root wherever they land. The premise is to preserve the roots. Huang Wenjiao is already prepared to make a drastic decision. She led a few of her men to the rooftop where there was a helicopter. After Huang Wenjiao and the others sat down, she then ordered her men to take off. As the helicopter took off, Huang Wenjiao glanced at the building, which was ablaze with flames. We'll meet again someday, let's see. We will remember this grudge. Just as Huang Wenjiao was gritting her teeth, a fire phoenix engulfed in flames charged forward. It crashed directly into the helicopter. The helicopter exploded. Several figures jumped out of the helicopter. It turned out to be Huang Wenjiao and others. They adjusted their position in midair and eventually landed on the roof of a house. Huang Wenjiao, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Shang Wan Huofeng smiled and spoke to Huang Wenjiao. Huang Wenjiao realized that she had been tricked by Shang Wan Huofeng. She charged towards Shang Wan Huofeng. Her men followed suit. Shang Wan Huofeng, along with Bai Jia and the others, also launched an attack. The two sides immediately engaged in battle. Shi Jian fights an enemy with the ability of metallization. The opponent was at the 8th level of the general realm, one level higher than Shi Jian. Bai Jia is fighting against a guy wielding a peach blossom fan. So what should we do? A battle between two king rank 5 players is considered evenly matched. The silent opponent was a Ronin wielding a samurai sword from the land of cherry blossoms. Shang Wan Huofeng will naturally face off against Huang Wenjiao. Only Chen Hao was left behind. At this moment, Chen Hao was hiding in the shadows. According to Shang Wan Huofeng, he is her trump card to be used at crucial moments. The two sides began to fight and explosions rang out everywhere. They quickly dispersed. When Chen Hao saw it, he was speechless. Whom should I help first? Shi Jian was accidentally punched by the other party and flew backward, crashing heavily into the wall. It seems we have no choice but to help Professor Shi Jian first. The metal-like creature roared and charged towards Shi Jian. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao immediately took out his flute and began to play. The other party was caught off guard and fell into Chen Hao's trap. He stopped. Seeing this, Shi Jian struggled to his feet and charged toward his opponent. His opponent was sent flying backward by the impact. Finally, they left the rooftop and fell to the ground. I don't know how much time passed. During the descent, the other person's hands kept swinging. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain. He fell heavily to the ground from the top of the 30th floor. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but shake his head. Falling from such a height, even if the other party is an 8th level superhuman, they would be crippled if they didn't die. It seems that after this mission, I'll need to look into the ability to fly. Chen Hao didn't want want to end up like that guy, falling to his death. Shi Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Hao, thank you for earlier. It's nothing, just a small favor. Chen Hao looked towards the other people. He discovered that Bai Jia and the others had actually fought their way to the ground. Seeing this, Shi Jian's face was full of envy. Only those who reach the king realm are qualified to fly. Otherwise, you'll end up like that guy just now, falling to your death. How so? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. Let's go down and help. Shi Jian led Chen Hao downstairs. Chen Hao and Shi Jian arrived downstairs. He discovered that Bai Jia was fighting with a woman. The willow leaf knife in Bai Jia's hand gleamed coldly as it clashed with the peach blossom fan of her opponent, producing a clanging metallic sound. Bai Jia, let me help you. Shi Jian was about to step forward to help. Don't come any closer. Bai Jia stopped Shi Jian. Although Shi Jian is strong, he is still a superhuman in the realm of generals. The duel with the king was not something a nobody like him could participate in. Hee, I didn't expect you to actually care about that big guy. What's wrong? Have you fallen for someone? But I've heard that big creatures are usually small earthworms. Bai Jia did not respond to the other party's foul language. Her answer was a clean, sharp scalpel. Seeing this, Shi Jian looked at Chen Hao and said, Xiao Hao, we'll have to rely on you again. No problem. Chen Hao took out his flute and began to play. Seeing this, she quickly jumped away, putting distance between herself and Chen Hao and the others. Chen Hao's attack missed. There are too many of you. I'm not playing with you anymore. The woman in the pink dress took a step and fled into the distance. Seeing this, Bai Jia did not give chase, because she knew she couldn't keep her opponent here. Let's go see how Sister Fire Phoenix is doing. Shangguan Huafeng and Huang Wenjiao went all out. Those two guys are incredibly destructive. Wherever they went, everything was destroyed, turning into ruins. Is this the strength of a spirit realm expert? Shi Jian looked resentful. He could hardly bear even this pressure alone. At this moment, Shi Jian gritted his teeth. Reason told him that he had to escape as far away as possible. But Shi Jian knew he couldn't escape. If he runs away, then he will be a deserter for life. Bai Jia glanced at Shangguan Huafeng, then turned to look at Chen Hao and Shi Jian. Let's go help the others. No one can help Shangguan Huafeng in her battle. Anyone who tries to get close will be injured by the aftershocks of their battle. If you get any closer, you could be killed by the shockwave. Chen Hao and his group headed towards the Scorpion Brigade's branch. Chen Hao came across a pit. He looked into the pit and saw a person lying inside. I see. It was the guy Shi Jian had knocked down from upstairs. The guy was covered in blood and was still struggling. Xiao Chang, you didn't die from falling from such a height. Unfortunately, he was crippled after the fall. Chen Hao conjured a fireball in his right hand and threw it at his opponent. The fireball landed on the opponent and instantly burst into flames. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained S-rank ability, metallization. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly. Great, another superpower acquired. And it's an S-rank, metallization, ability. With this ability, my defense level can be increased by several levels. After burning the enemy's corpses, Chen Hao and Shi Jian continued their march toward the Scorpion Brigade's branch. At this time, inside a branch of the Scorpion Brigade, a guy with a full head of white hair, his hair looking like a bird's nest. He looked completely insane. He narrowed his eyes as he watched the members of the Superpower Bureau gradually approaching. Didn't you want to come? Then let's go. He pulled out a gas canister and threw it into a laboratory. He then turned and ran. Several people from the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities came up. Two figures flew out. Before these guys from the Special Abilities Bureau could even react, they were already decapitated. Then a whole bunch of the same kind of thing flew out of the lab. They flapped their wings and began the slaughter. A bloodthirsty mantis. It's a bloodthirsty mantis. Oh no, there are bloodthirsty mantises here. Get out of here. Someone shouted. The people who were still fighting immediately began to evacuate. The bloodthirsty mantises didn't care about anything else. They only had one thought: to kill every living creature they could see. They began a massacre. Whether it was the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities or the Scorpion Brigade, they all fell victim to their wickedness. Damn it, how come there are bloodthirsty mantises here? This thing is at least at the level of a general. Bloodthirsty mantises are natural hunters. Those with supernatural abilities below the general realm are nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Although there are experts at the general level within the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, there aren't many of them. They were still somewhat overwhelmed by the hundreds of bloodthirsty mantises. Duguhan conjured ice in her hands and froze the bloodthirsty mantises that flew towards her to death one by one. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately and instinctively moved closer to Duguhan. They gave up after only a few steps. The reason is that it's even more unsafe to stand next to Duguhan. That guy is too cold. Especially during battle, when the firepower is at full capacity, the chilling aura is almost unbearable for most people. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu ran quickly. A bloodthirsty mantis was chasing them from behind. Damn it, damn it. Lu Xiaoji kept cursing. I haven't found a mother for my little tadpoles yet. I absolutely cannot die here. Lu Xiaobu was about about to break down. I wish Brother Hao were here. Stop talking nonsense and run. The bloodthirsty mantis was getting faster and faster, and it was getting closer and closer to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Lu Xiaoji felt a little regretful. I should have known better than to attack it. Originally, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were hiding perfectly well. Lu Xiaoji, being impulsive, insisted on using a chrysanthemum finger move on the bloodthirsty mantis. The result is the current situation. Just as the bloodthirsty mantis's sharp scythe was about to slash at Lu Xiaobu, a ball of fire flew over and struck the bloodthirsty mantis directly. The bloodthirsty mantis was engulfed in flames, turning into a giant fireball. It let out a heart-wrenching roar. They were burned to death by the flames. Looking at the bloodthirsty mantis reduced to ashes, Lu Xiaoji was somewhat bewildered. This is it? Are you all alright? Chen Hao walked up to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Lu Xiaobu burst into tears. Brother Hao, you finally arrived. If you had been any later, you wouldn't have seen us again. Lu Xiaobu rushed towards Chen Hao, wanting to hug him. Chen Hao dodged it. It's good that you're all alright. Just as Chen Hao was about to catch up with Lu Xiaobu and the others, many bloodthirsty mantises appeared, flapping their wings. The two large sides on their chests clashed together, producing a metallic clanging sound. Then it pounced towards Chen Hao and the others. The blood demon was summoned by Chen Hao. The blood demon, who is transformed into a falcon, possesses extremely strong combat power. It flapped its wings suddenly. A dark shadow flashed by. All the bloodthirsty mantises fell to the ground. Seeing this, Chen Hao waved his hand and put away the corpse of the bloodthirsty mantis. The bloodthirsty mantis was dealt with. Lu Xiaobu was incredibly excited. Lu Xiaoji was somewhat bewildered. All he could think right now was, is this even possible? My heart is heavy. My heart is weary. The bloodthirsty mantis is a nightmare difficulty for them. It couldn't be simpler for Chen Hao. The differences between people are truly enormous. After Chen Hao dealt with the bloodthirsty mantis, he led Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji upstairs. Lu Xiaoji saw a figure. Brother Hao, I think I just saw the mad doctor. The mad doctor? Where is he? Over there. Okay, let's go. Chen Hao led the two men toward the direction Lu Xiaoji was pointing. As soon as I got there, I saw an old man with white hair squatting on the ground. He was carrying a large backpack and taking gold bars out of a safe. I didn't expect this old man to be so greedy. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but complain. Look how happily he's taking it. I'll help him have some fun too. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoji pointed. The mad scientist let out a scream. He felt as if his back was being torn apart. Blood gushed from the wound instantly, quickly soaking his pants. The mad scientist forced himself to turn his head away despite the pain. He saw Lu Xiaoji, who was secretly laughing. It was obvious that Lu Xiaoji was the one who had just ambushed him. I want you all dead. No sooner had he finished speaking than the mad scientist suddenly stood up. His form changed, and he transformed into a dragon man. The mad scientist's dragon form is different from Chen Hao's. Chen Hao had at least a human head above him, while the mad doctor had become the dragon's head. This guy also used dragon blood essence. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao thought to himself. The mad scientist opened his mouth. A burst of scorching flame shot out of his mouth. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao and his group quickly dodged away. This guy actually transformed into a lizard. Lu Xiaoji shouted as he dodged. Seeing that Chen Hao and the others were avoiding them, the mad scientist rushed out, his anger suppressing his pain. He now has only one thought, to kill Chen Hao and the other two. After the mad scientist rushed out, he set his sights on one person. This guy is chubby and has a sleazy look. That's incredibly provocative. The one who just ambushed him was also Lu Xiaoji, so he strode towards Lu Xiaoji. Help! Murder! Lu Xiaoji shouted as he ran for his life. The mad scientist relentlessly pursued him. As we rounded a corner, a figure rushed out. The powerful impact slammed the mad scientist against the wall. The incredibly sturdy wall was instantly shattered by the impact. At this moment, Chen Hao also transformed into a dragon man. He grabbed the mad scientist by the neck and lifted him up. The mad scientist began to struggle desperately. The mad doctor's struggles were futile in the face of Chen Hao, who possessed multiple superpowers. He was even horrified to discover that Chen Hao was draining his life force. You are an evil cultivator. The mad scientist stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. There are actually evil cultivators inside the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu are hiding in the distance. They met Chen Hao, who had transformed into a dragon. Wow, Hao Ji is so handsome. A black dragon. That's a black dragon. Rumor has it that black dragons are not proficient in magic, but they have one advantage. That means being physically strong, even immune to some magic. Lu Xiaobu was a big fan of Chen Hao. Seeing Chen Hao like this, he realized he loved Chen Hao even more. This is the kind of love fans have for their idols. His eyes were filled with admiration. Lu Xiaoji, standing to the side, was panting heavily, looking like he was still shaken. I was so scared, I thought I was going to die. Thank goodness Hao Ji is here, otherwise I would be dead. Lu Xiaoji patted his chest and said. Chen Hao drained the mad doctor of his life force, then suddenly threw him to the ground. He then conjured flames in his his right hand and threw them at the mad scientist. The flames instantly engulfed the mad scientist, burning him to death. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained an S-class superpower, Pathological Frankenstein. Morbid Frankenstein, S-class superpower. With this superpower, you will have unlimited imagination, but these imaginations are all rather far-fetched, such as transplanting a person's buttocks to the chest so that you can have an enviable figure. Half an hour later. For example, transplanting a cow's large penis into a human body would allow one to freely engage in pleasurable activities. Chen Hao was speechless when he saw this superpower. System, decompose this superpower. How about it? This thing can affect a person's mind. Just now, as Chen Hao looked at Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji, a million experimental ideas flashed through his mind. They are all extremely evil. Ding dong, congratulations host, the Pathological Frankenstein ability has been successfully decomposed and you have obtained 1 million original ability beads. Which superpower should be upgraded? Chen Hao began to think, and soon he made a decision. System, help me integrate these 1 million primal energy beads into Danger Foresight. Ding dong, the primal ability bead is fusing. Ding dong, congratulations host, the original ability bead has been successfully fused and your Danger Premonition has been upgraded to S level. After Chen Hao's Danger Premonition was upgraded to S level, he found that his perception had become stronger and the world had become different. He seemed to see a line that represented fate. This thing has a vague feeling of predicting the future. However, unlike predicting the future, which means seeing a series of things that are about to happen in the future, but it serves more as a warning of danger. It seems like we can now avoid misfortune and attract good fortune. Chen Hao tried to expand his perception. The northwest corner gave me a very dangerous feeling, and my rational mind told me not to go there. Just as Chen Hao had this thought, he discovered that a huge explosion had occurred in the northwest corner. He looked out the window. Flames erupted in the northwest corner, and smoke filled the air. Amidst the billowing black smoke, two figures continued their relentless battle. Its sister Fire Phoenix and that Huang Wenjiao. Chen Hao had good eyesight, and he recognized the other person. Is this what battles in the spirit realm are like? It truly is world-destroying. Help! A cry caught Chen Hao's attention. Chen Hao looked in the direction from which the crying and shouting came and found that it was people from the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. These guys were being chased and killed by the bloodthirsty mantises. Although Bai Jia and the others fought desperately, their strength was limited and they could only hold off a few. The remaining bloodthirsty mantises pounced on the members of the Special Abilities Bureau who were at the master level. Seeing this, Chen Hao said to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, Xiaobu, find a place to hide. I'll go down and help. With that, Chen Hao jumped out of the window. Wow, no way, Hao Ji is so amazing. This is a building with more than 10 floors. Just as Lu Xiaoji and the others were wondering, a bird's chirp rang out. A falcon appeared, grabbed Chen Hao's shoulder, and flew him down. Chen Hao finally landed on the ground. Chen Hao's appearance attracted everyone's attention. He conjured flames in his hands and began slaughtering the bloodthirsty mantises. The blood demon also joined the battle. Whether it's Chen Hao, who possesses fire-based abilities, or the blood demon in his hawk-like form, both are the nemesis of the bloodthirsty mantis. He watched Chen Hao as he carried out a massacre. The members of the Superpower Bureau were extremely excited. Who is that guy? He's so strong. Judging from his appearance, it looks like Chen Hao. Chen Hao, he's so handsome. A cute girl turned into a little fan of Chen Hao. I didn't expect Chen Hao to grow up so fast. I'm so envious. No wonder he's Sister Fire Phoenix's apprentice. Wah, the gap between people is too big. We are powerless against the bloodthirsty mantis. He beats the bloodthirsty mantis like a father beats his son. Bai Jia and Shi Jian also saw Chen Hao displaying his great power. How did this kid turn out like this? Oh, who is it? Bai Jia met Chen Hao in his dragon human form. He must have imitated a new superpower. Shi Jian looked at Chen Hao with eyes full of satisfaction. After all, he was Chen Hao's mentor. Chen Hao's achievements today are certainly partly due to his own efforts. Let's increase the force in our hands. After we deal with these guys, let's go help Fire Phoenix. Bai Jia's entire demeanor changed. Her face was serious, and the willow leaf knife in her hand, which had killed many bloodthirsty mantises, was still incredibly sharp. Each time it slashes across, it kills a bloodthirsty mantis. Shi Jian was more violent, clenching his fists and smashing them repeatedly. The bloodthirsty mantises that he hits will have their bodies dented. With the combined efforts of Chen Hao and his team, all the bloodthirsty mantises were killed. Everyone was overjoyed upon seeing this. Just as they were preparing to provide support to Shang Wan Huofeng, a figure flew backwards. Chen Hao had sharp eyes and recognized the figure. It was Huang Wenjiao. Chen Hao naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to kick a man when he's down. He condensed flames in his right hand and shot them out suddenly. He unleashed the flames at maximum power. The flames struck Huang Wenjiao. Huang Wenjiao was engulfed in flames. The scorching flames burned her body. She wanted to resist, but she was now at her last gasp. He was burned to death by Chen Hao's flames. Shang Wan Huofeng staggered over from a distance. She is now in a state of near collapse. Shangguan Huofeng tripped and was about to fall. A figure flashed and appeared in front of Shangguan Huofeng. He caught Shangguan Huofeng in his arms. "Hey kid, where are your hands?" "Oh, I'm sorry, Sister Fire Phoenix." After helping Shangguan Huofeng up, Chen Hao quickly let go of her hand. He was just trying to save people. He didn't think about anything else. That's just how that kid is, always so reckless. Bai Jia walked over. She used Holy Light Healing to heal Shangguan Huofeng's injuries. "Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired SS level superpower, Scorpion Queen." Huang Wenjiao actually has an SS level superpower, but this thing is really heat resistant. It took so long to burn her clean. With Huang Wenjiao killed, the Scorpion Brigade in Nanjiang City has been largely wiped out. There are also some small fry lurking in the shadows, and there's nothing we can do about them for the time being. A figure appeared. Everyone looked at the person and found that it was Wu Yan. "Nailed it?" Shangguan Huofeng asked Wu Yan. "No, that guy got away. If they ran away, they ran away." Shangguan Huofeng's face was full of helplessness. She was extremely tired, and only one thought was on her mind: to get a good night's sleep. Duguhan walked over, still with that same indifferent expression. Seeing Shangguan Huofeng in such a state, Duguhan said, "Fire Phoenix, you should go back and rest first. Leave this to me." Shangguan Huofeng left with Bai Jie's help. Without a word, he vanished in a flash. "Brother Hao, Brother Hao." Chen Hao noticed that Lu Xiaoji was calling him. He immediately walked towards Lu Xiaoji. "What's wrong? Come here." Seeing Lu Xiaoji's mysterious appearance, Chen Hao had no choice but to walk over. Led by Lu Xiaoji, Chen Hao arrived at a room. At this moment, Lu Xiaobu was waiting there with 2 large bags on his back. "Oh, I'm exhausted." Upon seeing this, Chen Hao frowned. "Brother Hao, look." Lu Xiaoji lifted the backpack off Lu Xiaobu's chest. The golden contents inside were instantly revealed. Lu Xiaoji nodded. "Brother Hao, don't you have spatial abilities? Why don't you put all of these in? I've discussed it with Xiaobu. These are all for you." Chen Hao didn't stand on ceremony with Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu either. He directly stored the 2 large bags of gold into his spatial storage. Chen Hao said to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, "Put the things here with me for now. From now on, this will be our shared property. If you want to buy anything, you can come here to withdraw it. However, there are prerequisites for using it. There must be a reason. I won't give you money to waste." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were overjoyed. Chen Hao's words made them feel sweet inside. They increasingly felt that they hadn't followed the wrong person. He, I knew it. If you follow Brother Hao, you'll have meat to eat every meal. Lu Xiaoji spoke up. "Okay, Haoji, you can have the meat, and Xiaoji and I will just have the soup." Lu Xiaobu chimed in agreement. "Alright, things are settled here, let's go back." The 3 of them then embarked on their journey back. On the way back, Lu Xiaoji drove, and Lu Xiaobu sat in the passenger seat. Chen Hao sat alone in the back of the car. He was pondering a question: how to deal with the Scorpion Queen's superpowers. A voice came from behind. For a moment, Chen Hao was at a loss. "Let's keep it for now, and we'll deal with it when we need it later." He rode in Lu Xiaoji's car and successfully returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. When Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, another guy walked into a secret base. He held a katana, his face extremely grim. He addressed the people at the secret base, saying, "Quickly, report to your superiors that something has happened at the Nanjiang City branch. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities attacked and killed most of us." Upon hearing this, the head of the secret base widened his eyes and slightly opened his mouth. He stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go." "Okay." He immediately went to report it. The Scorpion Brigade is a large organization, divided into 4 branches: East, South, West, and North. Nanjiang City belongs to the Southern branch. At this moment, 3 people were sitting in the office of the South branch. The guy was thin and looked shifty. A guy, as strong as an ox, sat there without saying a word. Sitting right in the middle was a guy with a leopard's head and piercing eyes. These are the 3 generals of the Scorpion Brigade's Southern branch: Rat, Ox, and Tiger. The 3 men regarded Tiger as their leader. The 3 of them are powerful experts at the Venerable Realm. "Tell me, how should we solve this?" Ian, whose sharp eye swept over his 2 companions. The rat was smoking a pipe, taking a deep drag and looking extremely satisfied. "What else can we do? We'll just get wiped out. It's not like it's the first time." The rat didn't take it seriously. "Ugly Ox, what about you? What do you think?" Ugly Ox stood with his arms crossed over his chest, looking completely bewildered. "If you let him fight, he'll be the first one to charge in. But let him think about the problem." "Sorry, that's outside his area of expertise." Ian, who sighed. That's enough, let it be." These days, not only their southern branch, but other branches have also been attacked by the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Their forces suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the Scorpion Troops Foundation remains intact. Given the opportunity, they will spring up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Zishu took another puff of his pipe and continued, "If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. We guys were a bit too arrogant. We always always thought we were invincible. Perhaps we'll have a chance in the future, but definitely not now. To make a move now would be tantamount to suicide. You think those guys from the Bureau of Superpowers don't want to mess with us? Actually, it's not that they're afraid to act. They are cats, and we are mice. What use are cats if there are no more mice one day? The words of the rat made the tiger's eyes light up. This was the first time he had ever heard such a statement. You mean, the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities could have wiped us out a long time ago? They didn't kill us because they wanted to use us. Upon hearing this, Zishu nodded. This child is teachable. Ugly Ox, standing to the side, was still completely bewildered upon hearing this. Should we still do those things? Do it, why not do it? The rat was getting a little anxious. We not only have to do it, but we have to do it beautifully. This thing is all about skill. Timing and heat are very important. People like Huang Wenjiao are clearly overdone. Cats rely on mice for food. If the mice don't go out and take action, people will think that the cat is useless. At this point, the cat will go crazy and frantically search for us. For us, it's not worth the loss. So what should we do now? The ox looked at the rat. Zishu is the strategist among the three. Basically, whatever he says goes. We suffered a considerable loss this time as well. But if we're having a hard time, we can't let them have it easy either. I'll send my men to investigate later and see who has made the most contributions this time. I'm going to put a bounty on those guys. We can't fight back, but we can use someone else to do the dirty work. Those guys on the assassin list are all money-grubbing types. If we bleed a little more, they'll definitely be willing to help. Draw more blood? Upon hearing this, Inhu frowned. Don't worry about short-term gains or losses, have a long-term perspective. Okay, then it's your way. Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. He saw Bai Jia coming out of Shengguan Huofling's room. Bai Jia was slightly taken aback when she saw Chen Hao. Then Bai Jia laughed and said, "You little rascal, how did it feel just now? Was it big?" Bai Jia laughed, a lewd laugh. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes at Bai Jia. He naturally understood what Bai Jia was talking about. He subconsciously clenched his paw again to feel it. Not bad, somewhere between B and D. Gurgle. Bai Jia's stomach rumbled at this inopportune moment. Perhaps the sound was too loud, because Chen Hao heard it and Bai Jia's face inexplicably turned red. Sister Bai Jia, I'm hungry too. Let's go eat together. At this time, the cafeteria of the Superpower Bureau was not yet open, so Chen Hao and Bai Jia decided to go out to eat. Sister Bai Jia, what would you like to eat? I want to drink porridge. What's going on here? How about the abalone kanji? It's very chewy and bouncy. As long as you don't mind the fishy smell. Okay, then let's have abalone kanji. Is that so? Chen Hao took Bai Jia to a porridge shop. Bai Jia, this porridge shop is very famous. Look, there are a lot of people in here. Bai Jia nodded. The two walked over and found a place to sit down. What would you two like to eat? The boss then came over very enthusiastically. 2 bowls of abalone kanji. Alright, 2 bowls of abalone kanji. Hey bro, want to add something else? For example, bull penis, lamb kidneys, and a stir-fried plate of chives or something. As he said this, the boss subconsciously glanced at Bai Jia. His heart was filled with envy. The owner has been operating here for many years and has seen many people, but he had never seen anyone as beautiful as Bai Jia before. How do you think my bowl should be made to taste good? Boss, just add whatever you want to me. Chen Hao spoke up. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia couldn't help but say to Chen Hao, why are you only adding it for yourself? Boss, I want some too. As long as it's the same as his, it's fine. The boss left. Seeing this, Chen Hao smiled and asked Bai Jia, are you sure you can accept this? In Chen Hao's opinion, girls generally don't like foods like bull penis. What's there to be unable to accept? Don't underestimate me. If you can eat it, why can't I? More than 10 minutes later, Chen Hao looked at the food in his bowl, his brows furrowing slightly. Sister Bai Jia, are you serious? Chen Hao noticed that Bai Jia had put all the bull penis and other things from her bowl into his bowl. What? Are you disgusted that I've eaten this before? No, that's not it. That's settled then, you can eat it all. This is good stuff, don't waste it. After they finished eating, the two prepared to walk back. It'll also help with digestion. As they walked along the road, it was unclear whether it was the fragrance emanating from Bai Jia or the fact that they had just eaten something too nourishing. Chen Hao discovered that his second brother was invincible. He wants to find an opponent to spar with. Bai Jia noticed Chen Hao's embarrassing state and said with a smile, do you really want it? Beg me. What if I agree? As soon as Bai Jia finished speaking, Chen Hao pounced on her. What are you doing? Bai Jia originally just wanted to tease Chen Hao. I didn't expect this kid to be serious. Chen Hao looked serious and pulled Bai Jia aside. Before long, a guy dressed in ninja attire appeared. Where are they? I clearly saw them walking this way. To avoid being discovered by them, I even went ahead and lay in ambush. Looking at the empty road, the ninja was somewhat bewildered. Looking at the ninja in front of him, Chen Hao thought to himself, B-level ability, shadow clone, and the strength of a first-level king. Who on earth is behind this, with such a large investment? They actually sent a master at the king realm to kill me. At this moment, Bai Jia frowned slightly, pondering the origins of ninja. ninjas. Seeing Chen Hao and the others disappear, the ninja leaped away and immediately left the spot. Can you let go now? After the ninja left, Bai Jia couldn't help but speak to Chen Hao. Chen Hao found himself pinning Bai Jia against the wall, their bodies pressed tightly together. Okay. Chen Hao and Bai Jia distanced themselves from each other. Do you know who that guy was? Bai Jia asked Chen Hao. If you don't know, how would I know? Upon hearing this, Bai Jia pondered for a moment. Judging from their attire and skills, they seem like an assassin. Bai Jia took out her phone and started searching. She soon had her answer. Hey kid, look, that guy's coming for you. Bai Jia showed her phone to Chen Hao. The above indicates that the mission to assassinate Chen Hao was taken over by a person known as the Shadow Assassin. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but ask Bai Jia, Sister Bai Jia, what is this? And how do you know they're here to kill me, instead of coming for you? The other party isn't stupid. I'm at the 5th level of the King Realm, and he's at the 1st level of the King Realm. Unless he's drunk. Otherwise, he would never have accepted the mission to assassinate me. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. As for this thing, it's called the Assassin's Guild. It is the gathering place for all the assassins in the world. Here, as long as you can afford it, someone will do things for you. What if I assassinate the leader of the Scorpion Brigade? It's not impossible. It's just that you can't afford that price. After all, the leader of the Scorpion Brigade is incredibly powerful, and assassinating him would be harder than climbing to heaven. You ask me, who should I ask? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao changed the subject. Sister Bai Jia, what do I need to do to join the Assassin's Guild like you? You want to join the Assassin's Guild? Bai Jia hadn't expected Chen Hao to look so upright and incorruptible. The combination of a hypocritical facade and an aura of righteous indignation. He actually wants to join the Assassin's Creed. If you can add it, why can't I? Bai Jia didn't ask Chen Hao why. I happen to have an invitation code here, so you can have it. Give me your phone. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao handed his phone to Bai Jia. After taking the phone, Bai Jia performed a few actions and then returned it to Chen Hao. It's already installed for you. From now on, you can use this account directly to accept tasks. Thank you, Sister Bai Jia. Is a simple thank you enough? So what do you want me to do? How about I pay for it with my body? Get lost. You already owe me a lot of points, and now you owe me a favor. After I get back this time, I'll have to think carefully about how you're going to pay me back. Seeing Bai Jia like this, Chen Hao laughed. Let's go, Sister Bai Jia. Let's go back. Go back? Aren't you going to wait a little longer? No need. That guy has already left. Bai Jia was somewhat surprised when she heard this. Even if she were a 5th level King Realm expert, she wouldn't dare to make such a confident statement. Where does this kid get his confidence from? What? Little did Bai Jia know that Chen Hao possessed the supernatural ability of danger prediction, which allowed him to avoid misfortune and seek good fortune. The sense of danger is gone now. It's clear the other party has left. The two walked for more than half an hour before returning to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Upon arriving at the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, Bai Jia instructed Chen Hao, since someone has been watching you lately, you might as well stay here at the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Stop running around aimlessly. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly and said, okay, I understand. Thank you, Sister Bai Jia. Bai Jia left with a smile. Chen Hao frowned as soon as Bai Jia left. Throughout his journey, he has been pondering one question. That is, how to deal with that guy who has a shadow clone. As Chen Hao pondered, he walked toward his room. He. As Chen Hao passed by a room, he suddenly heard lewd sounds. This is Lu Xiaoji's room. This guy is probably entertaining himself in there again. Chen Hao looked at Lu Xiaoji's door and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Yeah, that guy Xiaoji may not have any other skills, but he's got the most tricks up his sleeve. Why don't I ask him for advice? A miscalculation, a complete miscalculation. As he spoke, Chen Hao knocked on Lu Xiaoji's door. Lu Xiaoji was in high spirits at the moment. The moment the door opened, he nearly jumped out of his skin. I am Chen Hao. Hao, brother Hao. Wait a minute, brother Hao, I'm coming right away. The sound of someone putting on trousers could be heard coming from inside. A short while later, Lu Xiaoji came out wearing only a pair of pants and with his upper body bare. Brother Hao, what's up so late? Xiaoji, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Do you have a question you'd like to ask me? Lu Xiaoji frowned, as if he had thought of something, and said with a smile, Brother Hao, have you fallen for some girl? It's okay, just tell me and I'll guide you. Let me tell you, I'm a master of seduction, a friend of women, there's nothing I can't do. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaoji. I came to see you not for this, but to ask you something. If someone has the ability to create shadow clones, how do you think I should deal with them? A shadow clone? After a moment's thought, Lu Xiaoji asked, is the opponent powerful? Pretty strong, at least better than me. Better than you? If it were me, I would ask for outside help. Have outside help? Yeah, it's just like playing a game. If your low-level account can't beat someone, you just find a high-level account to carry you. Yeah, how come I didn't think of that? Xiaoji, you are so smart. So. Second in the world, only a little bit worse than you, brother Hao. As for the shadow clone ability you mentioned, that's even easier to deal with. Just lead the other person into a closed room. If you can only enter that room but not leave, then everything is done. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled. He suddenly realized that talking to Lu Xiaoji was a very wise choice. On the morning of the fourth day, Chen Hao left the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. For the past 4 days, Chen Hao has been plotting to wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. After all, the opponent possesses the ability of Shadow Clone. If he senses anything, he will immediately turn around and run away. Chen Hao was walking down the street when he felt someone following him. The fish has taken the bait. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips. This ability to foresee danger is really useful. The closer the person got, the stronger the sense of danger became. Just as that person was about to make a move, Chen Hao walked to the door of a house, opened the door, and went inside. Upon seeing this, the man who was following Chen Hao was overjoyed. He waited outside the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities for a long time in order to catch Chen Hao. Having finally seen Chen Hao come out, he didn't want to let this opportunity slip by. After glancing around, the guy took precautions to prevent any accidents. He directly used the Shadow Clone ability. He conjured 2 clones. The clone opened the door and walked into the house. The real body is currently hiding in the flower bed outside the house, sensing the information transmitted by the clone. Where's that kid? The real person discovered that Chen Hao didn't seem to be in the room. Could they be hiding? He controlled the avatar to search the room. The result greatly disappointed him. Chen Hao seemed to have vanished into thin air. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find him. How strange, where are the others? Just as he was wondering, are you looking for me? Upon hearing this, the person who was following Chen Hao was startled. He immediately looked to his side. Chen Hao appeared there without anyone noticing. Kid, what kind of tricks are you using? Chen Hao is currently a general level ability user, while his opponent is a king level ability user. He used the concealing one's light and hiding one's brushstrokes ability to directly conceal his aura. Therefore, the other party did not notice his presence. Before Chen Hao could react, his opponent, wielding a dagger, lunged at him. Good grief, you're not playing by the rules. Chen Hao thought the other party would say a few words, but to his surprise, the other party attacked without saying a word. Fortunately, Chen Hao possessed the ability to teleport. He vanished from the spot. The opponent's sharp dagger missed its mark, and he staggered, almost falling to the ground. Kid, you're dead. The opponent stomped his foot suddenly, instantly creating 2 clones. The 3 of them lunged at Chen Hao at the same time. Seeing this, Chen Hao naturally dared not resist. Sister Fire Phoenix, I'm begging you. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Huofeng emerged from the shadows. He gathered flames in his hands and charged towards his opponent. They only exchanged a few blows. The man's clone was shattered, and he himself was sent flying backward after taking a punch. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The man glared fiercely at Chen Hao and Shangwan Huofeng. We'll see. As he spoke, he pulled out something and slammed it onto the ground. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke and dust filled the surroundings. Smoke bomb? Upon seeing this, Shangwan Huofeng frowned. Damn it, that guy got away. It's alright, he can't escape. The man endured the pain, trying to escape. He suddenly bumped into something, nearly breaking his nose. What is this? There seems to be a wall here. The man instinctively reached out to touch it, only to find a wall in front of him that looked like transparent glass. Chen Hao then brought Shangwan Huofeng over. Okay, stop struggling. You think you can escape from my space? Dream on. Your space? Upon hearing this, the man seemed to realize something, and his eyes widened immediately. You're a space-type ability user. Oh ho, you've got some knowledge. Too bad. You're going to die here. As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, Shangwan Huofeng rushed towards the other party. After 2 moves, the opponent was knocked down. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Shangwan Huofeng took drastic measures. He stomped down hard with his right foot, killing the other person instantly. Okay, I've taken care of it for you. Don't say that I, as your mentor, am not helping you. In the future, you'd better handle things on your own to avoid becoming dependent on me. Yes. Chen Hao chuckled awkwardly. He knew that Shangwan Huofeng had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. When he went to Shangwan Huofeng in person to ask for her help, without hesitation, Shangwan Huofeng agreed immediately. Chen Hao conjured flames in his right hand and threw them at the man's corpse. The body was instantly set ablaze. The flames burned very quickly. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained a Class B ability, Shadow Clone. Great, we finally got our hands on this thing. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Chen Hao was incredibly excited. Back in the day, this was a special skill of a certain nine-tailed fox. Alright, the work is done. I need to go back to my work. With that, Shangwan Huofeng prepared to leave. Okay, Sister Fire Phoenix, take care. Chen Hao did not leave with Shangwan Huofeng, but turned around and went into the room next to him. Is this Sister Fire Phoenix's house? Shangwan Huofeng gave Chen Hao the key, and Chen Hao planned to digest the superpower he had just acquired inside. Shadow Clone Technique. Chen Hao directly used Shadow Clone. His special energy was limited, so he created a clone. Go, get me a glass of water. Following Chen Hao's instructions, the Shadow Clone walked towards the water dispenser not far away. He picked up a disposable cup from the side, poured a glass of water for Chen Hao, and then brought it to Chen Hao. Excellent, excellent. Chen Hao discovered that although the shadow clone didn't have much intelligence, it could still perform basic operations without problems. In Chen Hao's view, the shadow clone was like a dull robot that didn't think much. It's great. It was worth it to decompose my SS level ability and fuse the original ability bead I obtained into my spatial manipulation ability. In order to outwit his opponent, Chen Hao spent a few days in the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. These days, he has been developing his spatial manipulation ability. Due to limited mental strength, Chen Hao realized that he could only frame one side of the world at present. Chen Hao calls this skill the pigsty. What is a pigsty? It means to surround the enemy and slaughter them like pigs. Chen Hao's mind was highly focused beforehand, so he didn't feel anything. Now that he has relaxed, he suddenly feels a sharp pain in his head. This pigsty is nice, but it takes a lot of mental energy. We need to find a way to improve our mental strength. Looks like I'll have to go find Lu Fengfeng again. Chen Hao left Shangguan Huofeng's house and headed to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities to find Lu Fengfeng. Ask her to help check if any of her lovely family members possess the ability to enhance mental strength. Chen Hao arrived at Lu Fengfeng's office. He opened the door and found Lu Fengfeng eating bobo chicken. Would you like some? Lu Fengfeng's mouth was covered in red oil from eating. Forget it, I'm not interested in this. Have you made any progress on what I asked you to investigate? Lu Fengfeng shook her head. There are too few people with psychic abilities. As soon as they appear, they will be snatched up by various organizations. Their information will also be hidden. It's really too difficult to find. What's wrong? Chen Hao was somewhat disappointed when he heard this. I thought I would get something, but I left empty-handed. It seems I have no choice but to focus on my cultivation. After a person with superpowers improves their strength, their physical abilities will become stronger, and their mental strength will also increase accordingly. Chen Hao left Lu Fengfeng's office, preparing to take on a task. Just then, his phone rang. Upon taking it out, I discovered it was a notification message from a certain software. This is the Assassin's Creed app? Chen Hao then realized that he hadn't opened the app since Bai Jia helped him download it. Chen Hao clicked the Assassin's Alliance app icon and entered the app interface. He started trying to tinker with it. Chen Hao then discovered the power of this app. You can not only set bounties for targets, but also for items. As long as you can afford the dark currency, you can get what you want. I don't have any hidden coins here either. Chen Hao glanced at his account and found that he had 0 dark coins. Let's go find Sister Bai Jia first and see if she can get some dark currency. Chen Hao arrived at Bai Jia's medical room. He had just stepped inside when he suddenly realized that his eyes were being covered by something. He immediately left. At this moment, 1,000 curses ran through Chen Hao's mind. Am I possessed by Nobita's spirit? That guy always managed to see Shizuka taking a bath, which eventually forced Shizuka to marry him. And Chen Hao. Bai Jia opened the door. Sister Bai Jia, Bai Jia didn't say anything. She smiled and pulled Chen Hao into the house. A moment later, a series of clattering sounds came from inside the room. A few minutes later, Chen Hao, sporting panda eyes, looked at Bai Jia with a wronged expression. He couldn't help but think to himself, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. I've seen it before. She was fine last time, so why is she like this time? Isn't this the kind of thing where practice makes perfect, and then you get used to it? Speak, what do you want from me? Bai Jia crossed her arms in front of her chest. Bai Jia, I want to know where to get dark coins. Dark currency, why are you asking about that? I want to find some information, but I can't find it by ordinary means. I was thinking of trying to get my hands on it through the Assassin's Guild's channels. Bai Jia nodded upon hearing this. Getting dark coins is actually very simple. Either top up your account or complete tasks. To top up your account, you must first apply for a World Bank card. The exchange rate between dark currency and dragon coin is 1 to 1 million, right? What? 1 to 1 million. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao subconsciously searched for his bounty missions. Wow, they really think highly of me. They actually spent 30 million to put a bounty on my life. Chen Hao discovered that the bounty offered for him was as high as 30 dark coins. Sister Bai Jia, if I accept the mission, how do I submit the task after completing it? It's very simple. I'll demonstrate it once, and you'll get it. As she spoke, Bai Jia transferred 10 dark coins to Chen Hao's account. After some searching, Bai Jia assigned Chen Hao a task. Look, do you see this? There's a yellow button here that says submit task. Once you submit a mission, the Assassin's Guild will review your mission progress. If you complete it, the bounty will be deposited into your account. Chen Hao was surprised that Bai Jia had given him a task. What if I fail to complete the task? Most of the tasks here are time limited. A certain penalty fee needs to be paid when accepting the task. If you cannot complete the task on time, then consider it a failure. They will withhold your penalty for breach of contract. Why do I feel like this Assassin Alliance is actually quite humane? Upon hearing this, Bai Jia frowned. Chen Hao said with a smile, I thought that if an assassin accepted a mission, he might be unable to complete it. Then the Assassin's Guild will send out a new assassin assassin to take care of the previous one. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chen Hao. You think the Assassin's Guild is a place for killing buildings? What is killing tower? Chen Hao realized that he truly didn't understand this world. The Assassin's Den is an assassin organization with 100 members, codenamed from 001 to 100. The stronger the team, the higher its ranking. The Assassin's Guild is a civilian organization, and it's a mixed bag of all sorts of people. Killing Lu is different, they are all assassins. Each one is like a heartless machine. Once a mission is assigned to them, they have only one goal, to kill the target. The kind that's willing to pay any price. There was a time when someone tried to assassinate a high-ranking member of our superpower bureau downstairs. The other side sent 3 experts, and at the cost of 2 dead and 1 crippled, they killed one of our high-ranking officials. Do you know the level of power that high-ranking official possesses? What strength? You're not going to tell me you're at the Venerable Realm, are you? Upon hearing this, Bai Jia gave Chen Hao a strange look. If she hadn't seen Chen Hao's information before, she might have really thought that Chen Hao was pretending to be stupid. You're right, it is the Venerable Realm. To be precise, it is the 5th level of the Venerable Realm. At this level, they are extremely rare. They are very important figures, each of them is a big shot. Chen Hao frowned slightly upon hearing Bai Jia's words. Extremely rare? Of great importance? He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He seemed to already see the scene after he reached the Venerable Realm, finding Venerable Realm people as common as dogs and Monarch Realm people everywhere. There are different levels of people. When you're poor, you realize that everyone around you is poor. Once you become a little more successful, you'll be surprised to find that the poor have disappeared. The number of wealthy people has actually increased. Alright, you should go do your mission now. I have important things to do, so I'll be going now. With that, Bai Jia left. Chen Hao then took out his phone to check his tasks. Assassinate this person? Inside a dock, a guy with a mouthful of gold teeth was sitting in his office counting money. He, I don't have many hobbies, I just like money. He was counting the banknotes when the door was suddenly opened. Who let you in? Wang Fugui's face immediately turned ugly, and he glared angrily at the guy in front of him. Boss, you didn't want to eat abalone. I've ordered it for you, and it's being delivered to your door now. Where is she? He's outside. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui did not leave immediately, but turned to look at the computer in front of him. He started operating the computer, and soon a girl's image appeared on the screen. That girl was wearing black stockings, and she had a great figure with all the right curves. Why are you here? How about it? Boss, top notch, right? The younger brother chuckled, his laughter extremely lewd. Who knew Wang Fugui would slap him? Top notch? Open your dog eyes and look at yourself. How can you call such an ugly woman top notch? The younger brother was slapped, and he felt very wronged. He kept stroking the spot where he had been hit. Then I'll go and kick her out now, and find a better one. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Boss, follow this pattern to find it. As he spoke, Wang Fugui handed his younger brother a photo. Looking at the photo in his hand, the younger brother couldn't help but twitch his lips. He couldn't help but think to himself, the boss really has unique tastes. He actually likes fat women. However, a sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he instantly understood. It feels nice to be chubby. Otherwise, why would anyone like chicken with meat and eggs? He went outside and came to the woman. Excuse me, please leave. My head doesn't like you like this. He says you're too ugly. Here, take this as payment for your round-trip train ticket. As he spoke, the younger brother handed her a red banknote. Upon hearing this, the woman's face instantly darkened. You can say anything you want, but you absolutely cannot say she's ugly. She suddenly attacked, the sharp dagger slicing across her younger brother's neck. The younger brother clutched his bleeding neck, his eyes wide open. He couldn't understand why the other party wanted to kill him. The situation here caught the attention of his underlings, and they opened fire. Countless peanuts shot towards the woman. The woman suddenly leaped and vanished without a trace. Everyone was completely bewildered. Before they could react, the woman had already slipped into the office. Didn't you say you weren't allowed in without my permission? Wang Fugui raised his head. As it turned out, their eyes met. The woman, wielding a dagger, lunged at Wang Fugui. Seeing this, Wang Fugui remained calm. He grabbed the table with both hands and flipped it over suddenly. The table shot out instantly. Then Wang Fugui, holding the briefcase in his left hand, punched the table with his right fist. Wang Fugui's fist pierced through the table and struck the woman directly. The woman was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall behind her. You are a power user at the general realm. And he's at the 3rd level of the general realm. The woman is a 2nd level ability user. He thought that with his strength dealing with Wang Fugui would be a piece of cake. I never expected the opponent to be so strong. Wang Fugui started running. He kicked at the woman with his right foot. The woman dodged away in a flash. She then began to flee. Where do you think you're going? The woman ran ahead, and Wang Fugui chased after her. The two chased each other out of the dock, one after the other. Chen Hao had just arrived at the dock at this time. His target was also Wang Fugui. Just as he was pondering how to find Wang Fugui, 2 figures appeared. It was Wang Fugui Fuguei and that woman in black stockings. The two sides began to fight. The woman in black stockings was clearly no match for Wang Fuguei and was forced to retreat repeatedly by him. That woman has a great figure. Chen Hao has no intention of helping for the time being. I never expected Wang Fuguei to be so insensitive to women. Every move he makes is a killing blow. Wang Fuguei's fist struck the container, denting it. Wow, that's some real strength. While Chen Hao was watching the play, that brother over there, if I'm not mistaken, your target is Wang Fuguei, isn't it? In that case, why not join forces with me and take care of him together? The woman in black stockings met Chen Hao. She couldn't help but speak to Chen Hao. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry, you guys take your time. That guy. The woman in black stockings gritted her teeth in anger upon hearing Chen Hao's words. I'm not playing with you anymore. As she spoke, she pulled something out and threw it on the ground. Suddenly, a cloud of purple smoke filled the air. Poison gas bomb. Wang Fuguei covered his mouth and nose, then turned and ran away. When the smoke cleared, the woman in black stockings had vanished. Second stage of the general realm, A-level ability, Shadow Escape. This guy's skills are pretty good. Chen Hao made a judgment about the woman in black stockings' strength. Then he looked at Wang Fuguei. Wang Fuguei was coughing violently because he had inhaled some poisonous powder. Seeing this, Chen Hao condensed a fireball in his right hand and threw it at Wang Fuguei. Wang Fuguei sensed danger and dodged away. As soon as I landed, I found that there was someone next to me. Before Wang Fuguei could react, the guy clenched his right fist, flames swirling around it, and swung it towards Wang Fuguei. Wang Fuguei was sent flying backward by the blow, crashing heavily into the container behind him. Wang Fuguei coughed even more violently. At this moment, on top of a container not far away, the woman in black stockings frowned slightly. She couldn't help but ask, who is this guy? How come he's so strong? After Wang Fuguei was knocked away, his hands groped rapidly left and right. Is this what you're looking for? Chen Hao shook the briefcase in his hand. Give it to me now. Without his suitcase, Wang Fuguei instantly went berserk. Chen Hao didn't care about all that. He put the suitcase into the alternate dimension. He suddenly kicked Wang Fuguei. Wang Fuguei crashed into the container behind him again. Then Chen Hao threw out a fireball. The fireball landed on Wang Fuguei, instantly setting his body ablaze. Wang Fuguei transformed into a human torch, and he began to roar desperately. What happened? The woman in black stockings frowned even more deeply. If it weren't for the throbbing pain in her wounds, she would have thought everything that had just happened was a dream. Where did that vigorous and energetic Wang Fuguei go? She didn't look like this when Wang Fuguei beat her up before. Just as the woman in black stockings was completely baffled, Wang Fuguei had already been dealt with by Chen Hao. Chen Hao turned to look at the woman in black stockings. Come down, let's talk. What do you want to do? The woman in black stockings remained wary of Chen Hao. She said coldly, we have nothing to talk about. As she spoke, she turned to leave. Her target was Wang Fuguei, and now that Wang Fuguei has been killed, her mission is naturally complete. Chen Hao glanced at the woman. He did not pursue the woman, because his target was also Wang Fuguei, and as long as Wang Fuguei died, the mission would be complete. Let others handle the rest. Chen Hao glanced at Wang Fuguei, who was burned to a crisp, then turned and left. Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. He was calculating his haul for the night. First, I killed Wang Fuguei, completed the mission, and obtained 5 dark coins. I gained 5 dark coins tonight, which means I earned 5 million tonight. So, murder and arson really do bring wealth? Is making money really that easy? Secondly, Chen Hao obtained something good. That is Wang Fuguei's superpower, Pay to Win. Pay to Win, a B-level ability that costs 1 million to increase one's combat power by 0.5 times for 3 minutes. This superpower? Could it be the legendary Wei Gu superpower? After spending money, you can maintain your high energy for 3 minutes. The only pity is that this thing is a bit low level. If it were upgraded, it might become stronger. Looking at this superpower, the image of a penguin suddenly appeared in Chen Hao's mind. Penguin, young man, wanna spend money? Spending money can make you stronger. What? You have no money? No money to play NMLGB. I remember now. Beep beep beep. Just as Chen Hao was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Hao took it out and saw that it was a call from his grandfather. Grandpa, what's wrong? What's wrong? How long has it been since you came back? Have you forgotten about Grandpa? Oh dear, how could I dare? Hurry back, I've cooked a whole table of food. Chen Hao went home. He had just arrived home when he found his grandfather had prepared a large table of food and was waiting for him there. Sit down. In front of Chen Shang, Chen Hao is always a good boy. The two started chatting as they ate. Just what I want. Chen Shang asked, Xiao, how long has it been since you last saw Xiaoyu? Suddenly, Gu Yu's image appeared in Chen Hao's mind. I knew it, you haven't contacted them at all. Xiao Hao, tell me honestly, do you look down on her? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was speechless. Grandpa, I didn't. Since she isn't there, then go find her tomorrow. It just so happens that tomorrow is Saturday, and Xiaoye doesn't have class. I've already contacted your grandpa Gu, and he's told Xiaoye about it too. Go to Zhengda Plaza to find Xiaoye tomorrow. Seeing Chen Chang's determined expression. Chen Hao had no choice but to agree. At Chen Chang's instruction, Chen Hao put on new clothes. He arrived at Zhengda Plaza. Chen Hao waited for a while before he saw Gu Yu. Today, Gu Yu wore a white dress and had put on makeup. She was accompanied by a woman. Upon seeing the woman's appearance, Chen Hao's expression became somewhat unnatural. How could it be her? The woman in front of him was none other than the woman in black stockings he had seen at the dock last night. She wasn't dressed that sexy today. A plain green t-shirt, paired with milk-colored pants. The green t-shirt is a bit small. It almost covers everything. This girl is obviously a poor student. Everyone else knows they'll get an A, but she only knows she'll get a C. Is this the legendary case of C being the most valuable? The woman in Gu Yu walked towards Chen Hao. When Gu Yu saw Chen Hao, she smiled very happily. She's been quite busy with her studies lately, so she hasn't had time to visit Chen Hao. Xiaoye, is he the Haogid you mentioned? The woman in black stockings glanced at Chen Hao and said with a smile, yes, Manhwa, he is Chen Hao, whom I often mention. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Manhwa, and I am Gu Yu's senior. Chen Hao did not expect that Manhwa would pretend not to know him, but since the other person was pretending, he naturally didn't bother to expose them. Let's go, I've made a reservation, let's go eat. I heard this restaurant has good beef hot pot. Chen Hao took the two women to a hot pot restaurant. The gathering went very smoothly. The three of them chatted and laughed, as if they were friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Only Chen Hao and Xiong Manhwa exchanged a glance, revealing a knowing smile. After finishing the meal, Chen Hao and his group then prepared to leave. As soon as I stepped out of the square, I noticed a large crowd gathered at the entrance. People in the square looked up and pointed at what was above. Chen Hao looked in the direction everyone was pointing. They discovered a child jumping around on the fifth-floor platform of the plaza. The child looked to be about 5 years old. How did that child get there? Wow, that's dangerous. My God, that's 5 stories high. Where is his mother? Oh dear, young people these days are so irresponsible. They don't even take good care of their children after they're born. What should I do? I'm too scared to watch. What if the child falls down later? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Suddenly, as everyone was talking, the child put his hand on the railing. Everyone was startled, because they discovered that the child was trying to climb over the railing. It looks like he's trying to get something. It's a little flower. There's a little flower growing in the crack in the wall. The child was about to fall. A figure appeared. His strong hand grabbed the child. Upon seeing the person who suddenly appeared, everyone burst into tears of joy. That's great! That's great! They're saved! The child is saved! Gu Yu and Manhwa were both taken aback when they saw that person. They glanced around instinctively and discovered that Chen Hao, who had just been beside them, had vanished. It really is him. Gu Yu's gaze towards Chen Hao changed. The love in her eyes deepened. Manhwa also looked at Chen Hao with new respect. She hadn't expected Chen Hao to be so kind-hearted and to act so quickly. If Chen Hao had been a step later, that child would have been smashed to pieces. Thank you, thank you. The child's mother kept nodding and bowing to Chen Hao to express her gratitude. She just went to the restroom and asked the child to wait for her outside. I never expected him to go to that place on his own. It's alright, it's good that everyone is safe. Chen Hao heard someone calling him, and when he turned around, he saw Tian Wenjing and Kai Wenting. Just as Chen Hao was about to respond to the two, Gu Yu and Manhwa came up from downstairs. Chen Hao was currently in the middle. Seeing this, Manhwa narrowed her eyes and revealed a gloating expression. Sister Wenjing. Just as Manhwa was preparing to watch the excitement, Gu Yu walked towards Tian Wenjing. The two hugged each other tightly, their affection as intimate as could be. Manhwa was a little confused. In her opinion, Tian Wenjing and Gu Yu both seemed to have some connection with Chen Hao. After all, the way the two of them were shouting just now sounded a bit off. That's the tone of someone calling their lover. I never expected that the two of them could get along so well. How did this guy do that? Chen Hao saw through Manhwa's thoughts and smiled slightly. He then glanced at Kai Wenting. After not seeing her for a few days, Kai Wenting seems to have. Kai Wenting felt Chen Hao's gaze, her face flushed with shyness, and she turned her head to the side. Xiaoye, what brings you here today? Me? I'm here to have dinner with Xiao Hao, of course. Tian Wenjing glanced at Chen Hao. Chen Hao, Gu Yu is a good girl, you must treat her well. Tian Wenjing smiled and spoke to Chen Hao. Yes, I know. By the way, Sister Wenjing, ever since you taught me last time, we never sparred again. There's no time like the present. Why don't we have another spar today? It's just that our clothes. Tian Wenjing glanced at her in Gu Yu's clothes. The clothes are fine. Let's go buy them. There's a specialty store over there. There is a special area inside the mall for people to fight. After Chen Hao and his group paid, they went inside. Tian Wenjing and Gu Yu arrived at the fighting arena. Both sides changed into their training clothes. Sister Wenjing, I'm here. Gu Yu began to attack Tian Wenjing. The two sides began to fight. Chen Hao looked towards the fighting arena. Gu Yu is at the 5th level of the Master Realm, while Tian Wenjing is at the 2nd level of the General Realm. Throughout the entire process, Gu Yu initiated the attacks while Tian Wenjing defended. It was less of a defense and more of a demonstration of skills. Tian Tian Wenjing is disciplining Gu Yu. Chen Hao, Manrui, and Kai Wenting sat in the audience to watch the play. Not bad, Gu Yu, you've made great progress. Hee, it's all thanks to Sister Wenjing. It's clear that Tian Wenjing and Gu Yu have been in frequent contact lately. Just as the two women were fighting, Chen Hao looked at Manrui. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? At this moment, Manrui is like a rose with thorns. Whoever looks at her, she will prick them. Chen Hao was speechless. He looked at Kai Wenting beside him. Here, Wenting, have some water. Kai Wenting saw the water in Chen Hao's hand. It's a papaya milk drink. Could it be? Kai Wenting subconsciously glanced at her best friend. Just as she was lost in her fantasies, the battle between Tian Wenjing and Gu Yu has ended. After the fight, Tian Wenjing and Gu Yu were both covered in sweat. After they came over, Tian Wenjing said to Chen Hao, why don't you and Manrui go up and spar a bit? That's right, Xiao Hao, since you're already here, why don't you spar with Sister Manrui for a bit? Let her give you some pointers. Don't look down on Manrui just because she looks like this. She's a senior in our class, and the president of the school's martial arts club. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao looked at Manrui. How about it? Want to have a little spar? Let's have a friendly spar. I'm not afraid of you. Chen Hao and Manrui stepped onto the dueling platform. The two sides lined up in a row. Ladies first, you go first. Manrui clenched her fists and lunged at Chen Hao. The two sides then began to fight. At first, the two moved very gently. As the battle progressed, their movements became faster and faster. Upon seeing this, Gu Yu's mouth slowly opened. Although Tian Wenjing told me that Chen Hao had joined the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, I didn't expect Chen Hao to be so strong. At this moment, Chen Hao seemed to be subtly suppressing Manrui. Manrui looked resentful. This guy. Manrui gritted her teeth, feeling extremely aggrieved. It felt like he was punching cotton. Chen Hao was stronger than her, but he didn't defeat her directly. Instead, he used his slightly stronger strength to fight her. It looked as if the two of them were running. Chen Hao ran ahead, and Manrui chased after him. Manrui felt she was about to catch up with Chen Hao, so she accelerated with all her might. As a result, even with such a short distance, she was never able to catch up. This is so frustrating. No more fighting, no more fighting. Manrui stopped, panting heavily from exhaustion. Manrui walked straight toward Gu Yue. She said to Gu Yu, let's go, Xiaoyu, it's getting late. There are evening classes tonight. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu glanced at Chen Hao with reluctance. However, their relationship hasn't reached that stage yet, so she smiled and waved to Chen Hao. Xiao Hao, I'm going back. Okay, drive carefully. Chen Hao walked forward. Huh, what's this? Chen Hao realized he had stepped on something. He picked it up and looked at it, and found that it was an iron plate with the number 100 written on it. It was left by Manrui. Let's put it away for now. After stuffing the metal plate into his pocket, Chen Hao walked towards Tian Wenjing and Kai Wenting. Let's go back to the Superpower Bureau. The three of them took a taxi back to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. After arriving at the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, Chen Hao said goodbye to Tian Wenjing and Kai Wenting and headed upstairs. Watching Chen Hao go upstairs, Kai Wenting couldn't help but ask Tian Wenjing, Wenjing, aren't you going to try? Tian Wenjing naturally understood what Kai Wenting was talking about. Never mind, my goal is to avenge my parents, so I don't want to get involved in these personal matters between children. Upon hearing this, Kai Wenting's mouth opened slightly. Just as I was about to say something, I realized that Tian Wenjing had left. Kai Wenting sighed and hurriedly chased after Tian Wenjing in the direction she had left. Chen Hao did not return to his dormitory, but went to Lu Fengfeng's office instead. Fengfeng, help me check this out. Look what this is? Chen Hao handed the iron plate in his hand to Lu Fengfeng. Lu Fengfeng was a little curious, so she took the iron plate. She took it and glanced at it. Lu Fengfeng hurriedly handed the iron plate in her hand to Chen Hao. Chen Hao, tell me honestly, where did you get this thing? It's clear that Lu Fengfeng has a particular aversion to this. I found it, so what? Do you know what this is? Have no idea. Chen Hao shook his head. Kill the tower? Chen Hao, have you ever heard of Kill the Tower? Lu Fengfeng felt a chill run down her spine. She never imagined that one day she would be able to personally handle the killing cards in the Killing Tower. Killing Tower? That organization with only 100 people? Lu Fengfeng nodded. No way, that guy is a member of the Killing Tower? The image of Manrui appeared in Chen Hao's mind. If someone this stupid can become a member of the Killing Tower, I don't think there's anything wrong with the Killing Tower. What do you mean, nothing? You haven't heard of the legend of the Killing Tower? Lu Fengfeng felt like she was going crazy. Why, God, why are you doing this to me? I still have so much food to eat. Looking at Lu Fengfeng, who had a compassionate and sympathetic expression, Chen Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy is being too dramatic. Is it really that exaggerated? Chen Hao, I think if possible, you'd better get rid of this iron plaque. For some reason, Chen Hao's intuition told him that he should keep the iron plate. We'll discuss whether or not this thing is lost later. Chen Hao looked at Lu Fengfeng and said, Fengfeng, can you help me look for it? Let's see if there's anything that can fly. A flying creature? What's wrong? Lu Fengfeng looked Chen Chen Hao up and down. Do you want to fulfill a childhood dream? After all, almost every child dreams of having a pair of wings so they can fly. I guess so. Chen Hao was thinking about this while he was at the mall today. If he had the ability to fly, he could reach the child much faster. Moreover, during a previous battle, one member of the Scorpion Brigade fell from a height and died. Although reaching the King Realm grants the ability to fly. However, Chen Hao is only at the second level of the General Realm and is still some distance away from the King Realm. To avoid falling to his death, Chen Hao plans to develop the ability to fly. Wait for me a moment. Lu Fengfeng turned around and started typing on the keyboard. Lu Fengfeng then identified 3 individuals. The first guy has the ability to levitate. He can float in the air, which is a kind of flight ability. The second one possesses the divine feather. His pure white wings made him look like an angel. The third guy, Superman cape. Once you put on this cape, you can fly. Chen Hao looked at the 3 people on the screen. He couldn't help but ask, which of the 3 is guilty? If anyone is guilty, it should be the guy in the middle. Lu Fengfeng pointed to the guy with fair skin. The guy had a smile on his face, revealing a set of big white teeth, giving off a very confident vibe. For some reason, Chen Hao felt that he was particularly deserving of a beating after seeing him. What did he do? It's nothing, just scamming some young girls out of their money. He used his ability to fly to seduce young girls and then trick them into taking out online loans. Then he would use their money to live a life of debauchery, and once the girls had spent all their money, he would move on to the next target. As a result, several young girls committed suicide because they couldn't repay their loans. Some were even forced into the brothel business. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned. Great, he's the one. Could you help me find out where he is? No problem. Lu Fengfeng quickly typed on the keyboard and soon found the man's location. A guy dressed in full anima was hugging a girl. The girl's face was beaming with happiness. She thought she had found her soulmate. At that moment, she was carrying an LV bag. She felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Little did she know, the money for the bag came from someone else's pocket. It was money she had lent to the other party after taking out a loan. The man looked at the woman in his arms, his eyes narrowed, full of disdain. Women are so easy to fool. He was looking around, searching for his next target, because he has already used this guy to his fullest extent. He's tired of abalone. It's time for a change. The two walked out of the mall. Then he walked toward the street. Instead of leaving by car, they walked into a small alley. As soon as they entered the alley, the man pinned the woman against the wall. No, don't. The woman looked both reluctant and shy. The man didn't care about any of that. He only had one goal. That means finishing this last meal, then packing up and leaving. Just as the man was about to cause trouble, a figure appeared. The man turned his head to look. It turned out that a person wearing a wolf mask had appeared. The man, wielding a dagger, lunged at him. White wings sprouted from the man's back, and with a sudden flap, his entire body soared into the air. Hanny, please help me out. The woman panicked and started jumping around. She tried to get the man to take her away with him. The man looked at the woman with a mocking gaze. He was pondering how to get rid of the woman. Perfect timing, someone's helped him clean up. He remained suspended in midair, not leaving, but intending to watch the show. He wanted to watch the woman be hunted down by the wolf-masked man. As the man waited with anticipation, a sharp dagger pierced his back. The man let out a sharp cry of pain. He hadn't expected there to be another guy, and that guy jumped off the roof, a sharp dagger piercing his body. The guy slammed him to the ground. The man fell heavily to the ground, and blood gushed out of his wounds like a fountain. His hand instinctively reached forward to grab. With that one exertion, he found his body went limp and he went straight to meet the king of hell. Chen Hao gave the man a cold look. He then threw a fireball, which burned the man. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired a sea-level superpower, divine feather. Listening to the system notification in my mind, Chen Hao was overjoyed. He had finally gotten his hands on it. In order to obtain this superpower, he stalked this guy for several days. After succeeding, Chen Hao turned and left. As for the woman, she had fainted from shock. Chen Hao left the alley, but stopped after taking only a few steps. Come out, my friend. Chen Hao looked behind him. They found that there was no one behind them. Should I come and fetch you? Chen Hao had barely finished speaking. Clap clap clap. A figure appeared. He was also wearing a mask, but unlike Chen Hao, who wore a fox mask, as expected of Kill 100, his perception is impressive. Kill 100? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned. Is the other party the one who killed Lu? Just as Chen Hao was wondering. Kill 100, I have a mission here. I'm not very confident. I need an assistant. I don't know if you'd be willing to help me. After it's done, and we receive the reward, how about we split it equally? What mission? How was the kill of Wei Xiaoti? Do you dare to do it? Wei Xiaoti? Chen Hao felt a sense of familiarity with the name. He seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, Chen Hao realized what was happening. Are you sure you want to deal with Wei Xiaoti? What's wrong? Are you scared? I just want to know. Have you investigated Wei Xiaoti? Of course, they all have large and powerful families. This guy always has bodyguards of general rank protecting him when he goes out. His father was a master of the king realm, and his grandfather was a master of the spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled. Since you knew perfectly well what was going on, why did you still attack him? Aren't you afraid of dying? I'm afraid. Of course I'm afraid. It's just that I owe someone a favor. Even though the other person is no longer here, I still have to repay this debt of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao glanced at the fox-masked man in front of him. At the third level of the general realm, possessing the A-level superpower, Transformation Fox. So, will you agree or not? Chen Hao was very curious about the killing of Lu. He couldn't understand how the other party had found him. Furthermore, it can also tell you his serial number. Judging from the other person's appearance, their ranking in the Kill the Floor challenge is probably not very high. Since you've agreed, let's go. Of course we'll go to my place, and we'll make some plans together. With that, the fox put his hands in his pockets and walked towards them. Chen Hao followed behind him. The two arrived outside the alley. The fox opened the car door. It's a red Porsche. Get in the car. Chen Hao followed him into the car. After closing the car door, the fox stepped on the gas, and the car shot off. In front of Chen Hao, the fox took off the mask he was wearing. At that moment, the roof of his car was open. The bright moonlight shone down and illuminated his face. It's absolutely gorgeous. Her silver white hair danced in the wind. What's wrong? The fox casually tucked its silver hair behind its ear. The fox was so beautiful that Chen Hao was momentarily lost in thought. If it weren't for his Adam's apple, Chen Hao would have really thought he was a woman disguised as a man. He. I'm very satisfied with how you look. The fox seemed to have gotten used to it long ago, because most people see him like this when they first meet him. Alright, I've taken off my mask. Shouldn't you take it off too? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao also removed his wolf mask. The moment I saw Chen Hao's true face, the fox was also somewhat lost in thought. The car skidded due to improper handling. Fortunately, he adjusted in time. Unlike the fox, Chen Hao had black hair, sword-like eyebrows, and bright eyes. This is the kind of handsomeness that belongs to people from the East. I thought I was handsome enough, but I didn't expect you to be just as good-looking. Dude, with looks like that, haven't you ever considered debuting as a celebrity? If you debut, you'll definitely gain a lot of fans. You'll be a master of stir-fried noodles by then, no problem at all. Sorry, I'm not interested. A glint of wisdom shone in the fox's eyes. He couldn't help but say to Chen Hao, you seem to have a lot of questions. Please feel free to ask any questions you may have. I'll definitely tell you anything I know. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao went straight to the point and asked the fox, how did you find me? Upon hearing this, the fox smiled. Rely on this. As he spoke, the fox reached into his pocket with his left hand, pulled out an iron plate, and tossed it to Chen Hao. Chen Hao caught it. He glanced at the metal plaque and saw that it read 90. You killed 90? The fox nodded. Once I finish this mission, I'll be able to kill 88 people. The fox spoke with a smile. Is there any difference? The difference is huge. Brother, judging from your appearance, you must be a newbie. The fox didn't mean to look down on Chen Hao. He continued, outsiders are unaware of the situation at the Killing Tower. Killing Lu is an organization. It exists, and it doesn't exist, because the people inside the killing building are constantly changing. Anyone can become a member of the Killing Tower. Whoever obtains the iron badge of Killing the Tower is the killer of Killing the Tower. There are 101 assassins inside the building. 101? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned. Isn't it 100? 100 are the workers, and the one is the owner of the building, which is our boss. We call him Zero. The fox nodded. To this day, we still don't know who Zero is, but the only thing that is certain is that Zero has a very deep background. He's a guy with connections everywhere. As for why I was able to find you, try injecting some kind of alien energy into your metal plate and see how it feels. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao tried to infuse his own supernatural energy into his iron plate. How is it? Did you sense anything? I found 2 points. One of them says 90, and the other says 82. The 82 are rushing towards us at high speed. The fox was startled when he heard this. Before the two could react, a guy rushed out from a side path and crashed directly into Chen Hao's car. Before that guy crashed into the car, Chen Hao and the fox both jumped out. Chen Hao sprouted wings on his back and flew into the air. The fox then made several agile leaps in the air to cushion the impact before landing on the ground. The two looked toward the car. It turned out the car had been wrecked. Iron Block, it's you. The fox recognized the Iron Block. Upon hearing this, Iron Block grinned. Little fox, it's been a long time. Upon hearing this, the fox couldn't help but roll his eyes. Could you please change the way you greet people? Tell me honestly, how many of my cars did you damage? The Iron Block didn't care about any of that. So what if I broke so many of your things? It's your own fault for always tricking me. We're both doing the same task, but you get the lion's share and I get the smaller share. You should know that I'm ranked ahead of you. According to the rules, you should obey my orders. Iron Block chuckled. Sure, then let's follow the rules. This operation will be entirely planned by you. The Iron Block is currently eating the iron sheet. That's right, it's sheet metal. This guy actually disassembled the fox's Porsche and ate it piece by piece. He He was taken aback when he heard the fox's words. He then laughed it off, saying, "No, you should handle the planning this time. I'll do whatever you tell me to do." Iron Block had cooperated with Fox before and had naturally tasted the benefits. Before he met the fox, he was a reckless fool. All they know is to blindly rush forward, and every time they do a mission, they get surrounded by the enemy. Then he left, covered in wounds. This situation disappeared after they encountered the fox. It's not that I'm afraid of a brute being strong, it's that I'm afraid of a brute with. The fox has a brain made of iron. With just a simple deployment, the Iron Block could easily complete the task. Iron Block felt a headache coming on when faced with problems that required thought. He's a straightforward person. If he can solve a problem with his fists, he'll never resort to blabbering. Iron Block also spotted Chun Hao at this moment. "Fox, who is he?" Iron Block looked at Chun Hao. "Kill 100. Kill 100? The Iron Block looked at Chun Hao. "Second level General Realm, SOSO. Are you planning to have him work with us?" The fox spoke with a smile. "Is he a little too weak?" "Whether it's weak or not, you'll find out once you try." "That's exactly what I was thinking." As he spoke, the Iron Block suddenly lunged at Chun Hao. The Iron Block was moving very fast. He ran quickly, then touched the ground with his toes, and his whole body was lifted into the air. He clenched his right fist and slammed it towards Chun Hao. Seeing this, Chun Hao flapped his wings and soared into the air, dodging the attack from the Iron Block. The Iron Block landed heavily on the ground, creating a large crater. He turned his head to look at Chun Hao. "Bro, is all you can do is hide?" Upon hearing this, Chun Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. He gathered lightning in his hands and shot it toward the Iron Block. A lightning attribute ability user. The Iron Block was startled and quickly dodged away. The fox had his arms crossed over his chest. He had only wanted to watch the show. He was startled when he saw Chun Hao's lightning. "What's going on? Is this guy a lightning attribute ability user? Then what about his wings? They look like those of the guy from before. What kind of superpower does he have?" The fox thought it was quite knowledgeable, but it was still completely bewildered to see Chun Hao like this. The Iron Block was constantly dodging Chun Hao's attacks. "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" The Iron Block began to back down. A bolt of lightning struck the Iron Block. The Iron Block shuddered from the electric shock, and its hair curled up like instant noodles. Cough, cough, cough. A plume of black smoke billowed out of the Iron Block's mouth. "Alright, bro, let's stop." The fox spoke to Chun Hao. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao stopped what he was doing. If he were to actually fight the Iron Block, he might not be a match for it. The other party was struck by his lightning bolt, which was considered a return gift for his disrespect. "Fox, where did you find this pervert?" Iron Block looked at Chun Hao flying in midair and couldn't help but speak. Upon hearing this, the fox shrugged. Originally, seeking out Chun Hao was just a spontaneous decision. The moment Fox saw Chun Hao, his intuition told him that Chun Hao was a master. He needs to befriend Chun Hao. "I never expected Chun Hao to be so strong. This is a lightning attribute ability user." Chun Hao fell from the sky. The fox smiled and extended his right hand to Chun Hao. "Brother, let's get to know each other again. Kill 90, you fox. Kill 100 wolves." Chun Hao also gave himself a nickname. "Hello, I am Iron Block." Iron Block spoke up in a simple and honest way. He started eating the Porsche again, then said to Chun Hao, "Brother, want a piece?" Looking at the Iron Block's silly appearance, the fox was speechless. Chun Hao smiled slightly and waved his hand. "No need, you can eat it yourself." "Oh dear, you guys really don't know how to enjoy good food." After saying that, Tai Kwai removed the door from the Porsche. It opened its blood-red maw and took a big bite. A hole was seen being bitten into the Porsche's door. Chun Hao's lips twitched involuntarily. This guy really has a sharp tongue. Is this the power of the A-level ability, Metal Devourer? Because of years of consuming metal, the Iron Block's body is now almost turning into metal itself. It probably won't be long before this guy becomes a real Tin Man. "Let's go. My home isn't far from here. Let's walk over there. You guys go ahead. I need to eat for a while." The fox led Chun Hao to his home. Chun Hao discovered that the fox's home was in a manor in the suburbs. There is a large villa inside. He. The fox went into the kitchen, then grabbed a bottle of cola and handed it to Chun Hao. "Sorry, the refrigerator got eaten by a piece of iron. I don't have time to buy a new one. Just make do with this cola. This cola may not be iced cola, but it's still better than raw cola." Chun Hao unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Then the fox led Chun Hao to a wall. There were many photos and some relationship diagrams posted on it. Even some travel schedules. Wei Xiaodi is taking his new girlfriend on a sea vacation in a couple of days. He will take a cruise ship from here to sea. Our goal is to kill him in this area of the sea. The fox was holding a red pen and making plans. That guy's strength is quite remarkable. He is a third-level expert in the general realm, and he usually has two people with him by his side. One of them is this old man, who is at the 5th level of the general realm, possesses an A-level superpower, finger machine gun. Then there's this woman, a 4th-level general realm cultivator, possesses the A-level superpower, temperamental maid. Our goal is to kill him. As the fox spoke, it drew a huge red X on Wei Xiaodi's face. When the time comes, the old man will have iron block deal with it. I'll handle the maid. Wei Xiaodi is now in your hands. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled and asked, what is Wei Xiaodi's strength? He is at the 3rd level of the general realm, just like me. The fox spoke. Do you think I can handle him? Chen Hao asked rhetorically. Upon hearing this, the fox smiled. I might not have been sure before. I originally planned to find someone else. But after seeing your fight with Iron Block, I feel that the 3 of us are definitely enough. As for Wei Xiaodi's talent, you might laugh yourself to death if I told you. Oh, what is it? Concentrate in to supplement yang, in nourishing yang? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled. This is a world where demons roam freely and everyone possesses supernatural abilities. It's not the legendary martial arts world. The other party actually possesses the ability to replenish yang through yin-yang absorption. If Wei Xiaodi were to go to a martial arts world, the flower-picking sect would probably immediately venerate him as their leader. Yes, and his yin-yang absorption ability is at level D. Imagine a D-level ability user who, at such a young age, has already cultivated to the general realm. How many times did he do HS? He should have finished killing 1,000 people by now. Sometime later, the iron block appeared. The guy was holding a piece of metal in his hand and chewing on it. I'll kill every piece of scum like that I see. Iron Block said through gritted teeth. It's clear that he seems to really hate bad people. Chen Hao originally thought the Iron Block was quite righteous, but what Tai Kwai said next made Chen Hao roll his eyes. This guy ruined the market. He ate all the good abalone, leaving none for us. Alright, enough talk, let's make a plan. As he spoke, the fox, holding a small iron rod, began to explain on the planning map. On a cruise ship, a man is lying on the deck. He had a beautiful woman in a bikini in his arms. Baby, come here, give me a kiss. As he spoke, the man hugged the beautiful woman next to him and kissed her. After he kissed the beautiful woman, her face turned slightly red. At that moment, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart, as if she were the happiest person in the world. There was a person standing next to the man. He was an old man with a square face and a serious expression, wearing a suit. Uncle Wu, smile. Don't make that face. When you're out having fun, you should be happy. Why don't you take a look and see if there's anything you like up ahead? If you find her attractive, I'll have someone bring her to your room later. Wei Xiaodi looked in front of her. There is a swimming pool there, and many beautiful women in bikinis are swimming in it. These beautiful women are all college students, mainly from the External Relations Department. They often come here to solicit sponsorships. That amount of money was a small sum for him, but for these guys it was a considerable expense. Upon hearing this, Old Man Wu said nothing. He still had that indifferent look on his face. TCH, this is boring. Wei Xiaodi ignored Old Man Wu and put his arm around the beautiful woman beside him, saying, let's go, baby. I'll take you for a health check. As he spoke, he put his arm around the beautiful woman and headed towards his room. He stopped after taking only 2 steps. Wei Xiaodi looked at Old Man Wu and said, don't follow me. After saying that, Wei Xiaodi continued walking forward. Old Wu ignored Wei Xiaodi and continued to follow him forward. Upon seeing this, Wei Xiaodi became furious. Nobody likes having someone standing next to them while they're doing something. Wu Jingyun, don't go too far. Wei Xiaodi shouted loudly at Wu Jingyun, his bodyguard. Young master, what's wrong? At that moment, a woman dressed as a maid walked over. She was holding a plate of piping hot steak. The steak sizzled and steamed continuously. You've come at the right time. Help me stop him. I have important business to attend to. As he spoke, Wei Xiaodi put his arm around the woman and walked inside. Seeing this, Wu Jingyun prepared to continue following. However, the maid stopped her. Ma Jingyi, do you know what you're doing? Upon hearing this, Ma Jingyi didn't care about anything else. Young master said he has important business to attend to and doesn't want to be disturbed. For a moment, tensions rose between the two sides. Ma Jingyi is Wei Xiaodi's adopted daughter, while Wu Jingyun is Wei Xiaodi's father's lackey. The two sides are not on the same page. Just as the two were about to make a move, a series of cries and shouts, along with sounds of fighting, came from outside. Wu Jingyun and Ma Jingyi frowned. What's wrong with you? What happened? The two ran outside, one after the other. It turned out that there were 2 people on the deck. A man stood there quietly, wearing a fox mask. The other guy was a big guy with incredibly terrifying muscles. It's so much fun. It's really fun. The big guy is dealing with the people on the deck. Those who tried to resist were all knocked down with a single punch. The rest he picked up and threw into the sea. The big guy was fast. In no time, he had thrown everyone off the deck. It's boring. There's only so little. It's clear that the big guy is a violent person. Aren't there 2 more? As the fox spoke, it pointed to the 2 people on the deck. As he spoke, the iron block charged towards the 2 of them. Upon seeing this, Wu Jingyun frowned deeply. He said, let's split up. I'll take care of the big guy. The one wearing the fox mask is yours. As he spoke, Wu Jingyun held up 10 fingers. His fingers transformed into the muzzle of a machine gun and began firing bullets. Countless bullets struck the iron block. The bullet struck the iron block, producing a metallic clanging sound, as if it had hit metal. With a roar, the iron block used the momentum of its running to leap up and land on the platform. He made a fist with his right right hand and punched towards Wu Jingyun. Upon seeing this, Wu Jingyun dodged away. How do you feel now? The spot where the iron block hit instantly caved in. Upon seeing this, Wu Jingyun couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Such destructive power. Before he could react, the iron block continued its attack. The fox on the side was fighting with Ma Jingyi. Ma Jingyi transformed into a giant dressed as a maid. For short, giant maid. The leg, as long as an elephant's, kicked at the fox. He kicked the fox away. The fox slid along the ground for quite a distance before finally stopping. I miscalculated. I should have gone after Wei Xiaodi instead. Then hand this guy over to that wolf guy to deal with. The fox then realized that he was no match for the maid in front of him. That kick just now, if he hadn't used defense in time, his right hand is probably broken by now. Having succeeded in her attack, Ma Jingyi ran towards the fox. Her steps were heavy, each one sinking the deck inward. Damn it, you think you can scare me? The fox pulled out a dagger and pounced on Ma Jingyi. Just as the group was exchanging blows, a guy slipped into the cabin. Chen Hao searched the cabin for a while. He quickly found Wei Xiaodi's room. Baby, hurry up. The small boat is ready to enter the harbor. Are you ready? Wei Xiaodi spoke to the woman with an excited expression. Hanny, I'm done, come on. Okay, I'm coming. As both sides prepared for an epic battle, a figure opened the door and rushed inside. A gleaming dagger was thrust towards Wei Xiaodi. Upon seeing this, Wei Xiaodi quickly dodged away. He was still stabbed by the dagger. As the dagger pierced through, Wei Xiaodi felt his body go limp. Your dagger is poisoned. He glanced at the window, gritted his teeth, and leaped out of the window. Wei Xiaodi jumped into the water. Chen Hao glanced at the woman on the bed. That guy was just an ordinary person. He had never seen anything like this before. She had already fainted from fright. Chen Hao ignored her, since he was wearing a mask anyway. Chen Hao changed his mask today. He used to wear a wolf mask, but today he's wearing a lion mask. Seeing Wei Xiaodi jump into the sea, Chen Hao then jumped into the sea. As soon as he entered the sea, Chen Hao transformed into a mermaid and swam towards Wei Xiaodi. The sharp dagger stabbed towards Wei Xiaodi's chest. Wei Xiaodi's eyes widened in surprise. He never imagined he would die here. After killing Wei Xiaodi, Chen Hao threw Wei Xiaodi's body into the air. Then he threw out a fireball. The fireball struck Wei Xiaodi's body, causing a massive explosion. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained a D-level superpower, yin-yang absorption. The explosion on the sea caught the attention of the fox and the iron block. The fox will be beaten black and blue by the maid. The wild wolves have succeeded. Let's retreat. With that, the fox leaped into the sea. Tai Kuai glanced at Wu Jingyun. I'll play with you again next time. With that, Tai Kuai leaped a few times and jumped into the sea. Iron block and fox then boarded a speedboat and left the cruise ship. Oh no, young master. Only after the two left did Wu Jingyun realize what had happened. He hurriedly ran towards the stern of the boat. Wu Jingyun had good eyesight. He spotted a tattered cloth floating on the sea. Those are the young master's clothes. Oh no, young master has been murdered. At that moment, Wu Jingyun felt as if his sky had collapsed. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he turned to look at Ma Jingyi. Without saying a word, Ma Jingyi leaped into the sea. Wu Jingyun let out a heart-wrenching roar. Chen Hao and his group returned to the fox's home. Ouch, that hurts. The fox sat on the sofa, and the iron block was rubbing liniment on him. The fox's ability is transformation, not combat. Iron block, can you be a little gentler? Be gentle? I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't rub the medicinal properties of the liniment into your skin, you don't know how long the pain will last. The fox looked at Chen Hao and said with a smile, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Brother, killing another 100 is such a waste of your talent. So, want to work with me from now on? Let's three brothers work hard and try to get into the top 30. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao shook his head. The fox did not force Chen Hao. Iron block, wait a moment. As he spoke, the fox stood up and walked toward a room not far away. A moment later, the fox came out. He was holding a pale purple flower in his hand. Chen Hao looked at the flower in the fox's hand with some confusion. What's this? A fragrant and exquisite beauty. Fragrance and silk? Upon hearing this, the fox glanced at Chen Hao. Are you genuinely unaware, or are you pretending not to know? What do you mean? I really don't know, or I'm pretending not to know. This fragrant silk is an essential ingredient for refining the King Realm pill. Wang Jingdan? Seeing Chen Hao's expression, the fox's brows gradually furrowed. I thought Chen Hao must be someone important to him, since he's so strong. But look at Chen Hao's current state. He actually felt that Chen Hao came from the lower class. No way, God, are you kidding me? The fox doesn't believe that those without power or influence can rise to prominence. I'll give you the fragrant silk. As for the points from this mission, they're mine. Chen Hao didn't argue with the fox. He took the fragrant silk robe, exchanged pleasantries with the fox and the iron block, and then left. Seeing Chen Hao leave, Iron Block frowned slightly. Although he looks simple-minded, he is not stupid. Iron Block couldn't help but ask the fox, where did you find this guy? If I said I found it on the street, would you believe me? Iron Block's lips twitched involuntarily. The fox smiled slightly. He had had already guessed that the iron block didn't believe him. But sometimes, that's just how it is. Foxes act impulsively. That day, he came out of the bar and happened to see Chen Hao, who had killed the Birdman. Moreover, they also sensed the killing card on Chen Hao's body. So, almost as if possessed, he went to contact Chen Hao. Originally, I just wanted to learn more about Chen Hao. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao possesses lightning attribute superpowers. In addition, he can fly. Could this guy have awakened the Thunder God ability? I guess it has wings and can use lightning. Thinking about this, the fox couldn't help but admire its own intelligence. He yawned and stretched. His face began to change, and in a short while, it transformed into a completely different appearance. The ever-changing fox relies on this trick of transformation. Fox, why have you changed your appearance again? I can't help it. I'm afraid of dying. Looking at the fox's face, Ironblock felt a headache coming on. Oh no, I've only just started to get used to it. I'll need to spend some time getting used to it. Ironblock had just finished complaining when he continued. Will we have a chance to see Wild Wolf again in the future? I think so. Would you investigate the information about wild wolves? Upon hearing this, the fox shook his head. No, and even if we investigate, we won't find anything. Why? Then I won't be polite. Upon hearing this, the fox narrowed his eyes, a sly glint in them. This place is in a mountain forest. Chen Hao took out a bottle of special makeup remover from his spatial storage. He applied the makeup remover to his face. A short while later, Chen Hao's original appearance reappeared. After putting away the remaining makeup remover oil, Chen Hao quickly left. He went to the supermarket, bought 2 bottles of mutai, and took them home. Chen Hao had just returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities when he ran into Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Brother Hao, did you buy this for us to drink? Lu Xiaoji said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaoji. Do you think it's possible? Hearing this, Lu Xiaoji felt awkward. Who is that for? Want to know? Lu Xiaoji nodded. Then come with me. As he spoke, Chen Hao led Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu to the door of a dormitory. Where is this place? Lu Xiaoji wasn't very familiar with the people in the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Lu Xiaobu, however, was somewhat excited. I know, because most of the people in the Superpower Bureau are Lu Xiaobu's adoptive fathers. Therefore, Lu Xiaobu basically knew them all. It's Wu. Knock knock knock. Before Lu Xiaobu could speak, Chen Hao had already knocked on the door. The door opened, and a sleazy-looking old man poked his head out. The old man was unkempt, with messy hair. His face and body had some paint on them. Mr. Wu, this is the wine I promised to give you. When old Wu saw the wine, he was immediately overjoyed. Great, we get to drink wine. After taking the wine, old Wu turned around and closed the door. Hey, what's wrong with this old guy? Lu Xiaoji was taken aback by old man Wu's actions. He didn't expect that the other person, having accepted someone else's gift, would come straight into the house without even saying hello. Lu Xiaobu chuckled and said, I remember now, he is Wu Huazi. His skill in disguise is unparalleled. He is the strongest disguise master in our Special Abilities Bureau. Not only that, he is also a master painter. Lu Xiaoji, however, did not take it to heart. Xiaobu, is it as mysterious as you say? There's nothing he can't do, only things you can't imagine, Lu Xiaobu said. Chen Hao didn't care about all that. His deal with old man Wu was a transaction. He bought wine for old Wu, and old Wu helped him disguise himself. After handing the wine to old man Wu, Chen Hao prepared to go back and rest. He yawned and said to Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji, Xiaobu, Xiaoji, I'm sleepy, so I'll go back to rest first. After saying that, Chen Hao turned and left. Watching Chen Hao's retreating figure, Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji both frowned. Where did Hao go? Lu Xiaobu asked curiously. Lu Xiaoji, however, was very perceptive. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. He thought to himself, Hao Ji went out and had some fun. Oh dear, it's one thing for him not to bring Xiaobu, but how could he not bring me? Chen Hao returned to his dormitory. He walked to the table and sat down. Let's start reviewing what we've learned over the past few days. First, he came into contact with the people who killed Lu. He thought the people who killed the building were all vicious criminals, but the result was different from what he expected. Secondly, Chen Hao gained 2 superpowers. One is the Sacred Feather, and the other is Yin-Yang Supplementation. Yin-Yang Absorption, a D-level superpower that allows one to absorb energy from a woman's body through a connection, thereby achieving the effect of cultivation. The other woman will also age rapidly due to the absorption of energy. This thing? Upon seeing this, Chen Hao frowned. Never mind, let's keep it for now. Chen Hao originally planned to disassemble it directly. Just as he was about to break it down, Chen Hao stopped as if possessed. Sigh, it would be better to have a balance of yin and yang. Then I can find someone to try it out. Chen Hao is now out of options. He could only sit and sigh, his hand resting on his groin. Never mind, I'll take a shower and get some sleep first. Chen Hao first took a hot shower in the bathroom, and then went to bed to sleep comfortably. Chen Hao is now comfortable. Someone is in trouble. Wu Jingyun knelt below, not daring to look up at the person sitting in the main seat. At this moment, the person in the main seat looked furious. He let out a cold snort. Wu Jingyun flew straight out. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then lay back and never moved again. A man stepped forward and, after some investigation, he began, "He's dead. Drag him away, chop him up, and feed him to the dogs." Wei Wuyan, the head of the Wei family, spoke coldly, as if possessed by Jimmy Boy. He exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Everyone held their breath, afraid to even breathe loudly, lest they anger Wei Wuyan. Wei Wuyan's sharp gaze swept over the crowd. "Go, no matter what method you use. I have only one thought, to bring the person who killed Xiaodi to me. Issue a bounty directly on those people." Yes, yes, yes. The Wei family began to take action. In an instant, bloodshed and violence erupted everywhere. Everyone who had a grudge against Wei Xiaodi was purged. Inside a room, the fox held the wineglass, swirled it gently, and then slowly took a small sip. Question: Ironblock, on the other hand, was holding a bottle of red wine and chugging it straight from the bottle. "I just can't understand why you people have to be so bookish. If you're going to drink, just drink straight from the bottle. What's going on? Why do you have to do this shaking cup thing?" Ironblock couldn't help but shake his head. He felt goosebumps all over his body. Upon hearing this, the fox rolled his eyes at the Ironblock. He then looked at the television, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "The Wei family is truly insane. Fortunately, we were all disguised, so they couldn't trace us back to us." Upon hearing this, Tai Kuai's face turned ugly. "It seems like it's just you. No, the wild wolf too." When Ironblock said this, his expression was extremely unpleasant. Seeing this, the fox shrugged. "Didn't I tell you to pretend? It's your own choice, so you can't blame me. What should I do now? I want to go to a disco for a drink. This red wine is boring to drink. Bloody Mary is much more enjoyable. If you want to die, go ahead, no one's stopping you. Then forget it." Ironblock is simple-minded, not stupid. He didn't want to risk offending the Wei family, who were acting so recklessly. The cafeteria of the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Lu Xiaobu was looking at the news on his phone. He whispered to Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji, "Wei Xiaodi is dead. Do you know that?" Lu Xiaoji didn't take it seriously when he heard this. So what if he's dead? Lu Xiaoji seemed to have anticipated that Wei Xiaodi would be murdered. That guy acts so domineeringly, he's made too many enemies. I think it's perfectly normal for him to die a violent death. SHHHHHH. Lu Xiaobu immediately made a silencing gesture. The Wei family is currently targeting people everywhere. Let's avoid talking about this kind of thing, lest someone overhears us. Lu Xiaoji nodded. Chen Hao ate by himself, and he finished quickly. "Brother Hao, why are you eating so fast? I have to go out for a while. We'll talk about other things when I get back." After saying that, Chen Hao left. Today, Guyu sent Chen Hao a message, inviting him to go to People's Park. Chen Hao arrived at People's Park. He didn't see Guyu, but instead saw Manhwa. "Where is Guyu?" "She didn't come. I'm the one who asked you to come out." Manhwa smiled and extended her right hand to Chen Hao. "Give me the things." "Things? What things?" Chen Hao was a little confused. "Don't play dumb with me. I've seen the security footage. You took my things. Give it back to me right now. That thing is dangerous." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao glanced around and said, "You can have the things, but not here. So what do you want? Come with me." Chen Hao led Manhwa to the side of the road. He hailed a car and rode with Manhwa to the outskirts of the city. "There's no one around here now. Can you give me the things?" Manhwa asked Chen Hao for it again. "I can give you the thing, but you have to tell me what it is and where you got it from." Although Chen Hao obtained the news of killing Lu from the fox, however, one should always be wary of others. He wouldn't listen to the fox's side of the story. Therefore, Chen Hao needs Manhwa to testify. Upon hearing this, Manhwa pursed her lips. She hadn't expected Chen Hao to be so difficult to deal with. They thought they could lure Chen Hao out by using Guyu's name. Then they would steal the metal plate. "I never expected things to turn out this way." Manhwa was getting a little anxious. "Give me the stuff quickly, because this thing is really dangerous." A poisoned needle flew over. Chen Hao flipped his hand, and a dagger appeared in his hand. He swung his sword sharply, knocking the poisoned needle away. "Ha ha ha ha. I never imagined you had such abilities." Before long, a man holding a cane appeared. "Little girl, this boy is so ignorant. It's okay, you should stay with Grandpa. Grandpa is a loving father." The strange old man with the cane narrowed his eyes and lewdly looked at Manhwa. Manhwa was startled when she saw the strange old man. "You are the old man who controls snakes." Upon hearing Manhwa's words, a strange light flashed in the old man's eyes. "Little girl, whose child are you? How come you recognize me?" "What a pity. So what if they recognize me? I like to be alone, so it doesn't matter whether you know me or not." Manhwa frowned and looked at Chen Hao. Manhwa wanted to say something. Suddenly, a large number of snakes appeared all around. These snakes were not black, but rather crimson. "It's the Crimson Serpent." Clap clap clap. The eccentric old man couldn't help but applaud. "TSK TSK TSK, little girl, you're so talented, I almost don't have the heart to kill you. How about this, I'll turn you into my slave girl. Are you okay? That way you can always stay by my side." "You're dreaming." Manhwa spoke through gritted teeth. "No, it's okay." The eccentric old man wasn't angry when he heard this. "It's alright, everything has its pros and cons. Once you experience the joy in it, you will thank me. But before that, I need to deal with your lover first. As he spoke, the strange old man whistled. Instantly, all the crimson snakes crawled towards Chunhao and Manrui. Seeing this, Manrui looked nervous and subconsciously pulled out the dagger she was carrying. Upon seeing this, Chunhao's expression darkened. Chunhao's hands were wreathed in flames as he pushed forward forcefully. Instantly, two scorching pillars of flame shot out. You are a fire attribute ability user. Upon seeing this, the eccentric old man frowned. He hadn't expected to run into such a tough opponent. Looking at the charred red snake that Chunhao had burned to a crisp, the strange old man felt a pang of heartache. These are all his treasures. He put a lot of effort into cultivating these guys. I want you dead. As he spoke, the strange old man took out a flute and began to play it. Countless snakes emerged from the bushes. These snakes are of different colors. There are green ones, black ones, and black and white ones. The snakes all seem to have gone mad, crawling towards Chunhao. I'm going to let you experience what it feels like to be devoured by 1,000 snakes. After the eccentric old man finished speaking, he continued playing. Seeing this, Chunhao grabbed Manrui, folded his wings, and flew into the sky. During the flight, Manrui let out a cry of pain. Chunhao looked down and found that Manrui had been bitten by a poisonous snake. Ha ha ha, little girl, without my antidote, you're doomed. Chunhao narrowed his eyes as he looked at the smug old man. A dark figure darted out of the jungle. That guy is incredibly fast. It flew over the old man's head in the blink of an eye. The strange old man felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He instinctively reached up to touch his head, only to find that his skull had disappeared. All that's left is hot brain matter. His body fell straight down. The strange old man couldn't understand how he died, even until his death. As the eccentric old man died, the snakes began to scatter. In no time, the ground that was once covered with snakes was now empty. Chunhao looked towards the treetops not far away. There was a falcon there at that moment. It was munching on a beetle in its mouth. Upon seeing the strange old man, Chunhao secretly released the blood demon. The eccentric old man is a 5th level ability user with an S-rank ability called Snake Driver. Snake Driver can command snakes weaker than yourself to serve you. Chunhao conjured a fireball in his right hand and threw it at the strange old man. The fireball landed on the strange old man. The strange old man was blown to pieces. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired S-rank superpower, Snake Driver. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Chunhao's lips curled up slightly. No problem, not bad. You've gained another new superpower. Just as Chunhao was feeling happy. It's hot, I'm so hot. Manrui moved closer to Chunhao. Chunhao looked at Manrui. Can you speak now? Manrui glanced at Chunhao. She looked resentful. What? Do you want to use a stick again? Upon hearing this, Manrui became frightened. He hurriedly said, give me the iron plate right away. Chunhao didn't understand why Manrui was in such a hurry. He had no choice but to take out the iron plate and hand it to Manrui. Manrui took the iron plate, channeled her alien energy into it, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Do you know what you just did? You know perfectly well what I was just doing. Upon hearing this, Manrui blushed slightly. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this iron plate. This thing is a double-edged sword. A double-edged sword? Manrui nodded. Wow, so handsome. This metal tag serves as both proof of identity and a positioning device. Positioning device? Upon hearing this, Chunhao frowned. That's right, this metal plate is also a kind of positioning device. A high-level iron token holder can sense the presence of a low-level iron token holder. That guy just sensed our presence using the metal plate. This iron plate can be opened or closed. I used to keep it off most of the time, except when I was using it. It will only be turned on for a limited number of times. Upon hearing this, Chunhao realized that he still didn't know much about the Killing Tower. Tell me about Killing Lu. I don't know much about the Killing Tower either. All I know is that Zero is the founder of the Killing Tower, and we all obey his orders. We have a rendezvous point in every city. We can accept tasks there, and we can also post tasks there. Issue a task? Yes, the essence of killing buildings is resource exchange. To me, it's a bit like a dark forest. Every assassin in the Kill Tower is a hunter in the jungle. These hunters are divided into many types. Some cooperate with each other, while others fight each other. As for me, I don't cooperate with others, nor do I actively attack others. I basically just do tasks, then use the points earned from completing tasks to exchange for some items. The items inside the Killing Tower are numerous. You could say that if you can think of it, they have it. I guess this is one of the perks of joining the Kill Tower. However, Killing Lu also has its downsides. That means you'll be forced to take on a task every month. If you fail to complete the mission, Zero will send someone to kill you and then take back your medal badge. Upon hearing this, Chunhao couldn't help but think to himself, this Killing Tower is like a breeding ground for poisonous insects. Zero is the one who raises the goo worms, letting them develop freely. At the same time, assign them tasks. He looked at Manrui and said, what if I throw away the iron plate? It'll be fine if you just throw it away. However, the killing of Lu is none of your business. No one would normally want to throw away the iron plaque that says kill the building, right? Because there are so many things you can exchange for inside the kill tower. Take me for example, I hope to earn points by completing tasks. Here it comes, here it comes. Then use the points to redeem the King Realm Pill. After all, the materials for refining the King Realm Pill are too difficult to find, let alone refining the King Realm Pill itself. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned. When refining the Realm Pill, it requires essence blood. What about the King Realm Pill? Wang Jingdan requires awakening grass, fragrant silk, extraordinary chrysanthemum, 8-petaled fairy orchid, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, rejuvenating red fruit, plus a magic beast crystal core. Monster core? The previous items were all spiritual plants, but the last one caught Chen Hao's attention. Manhwa nodded. After reaching the general realm, each realm is a new world. After each major breakthrough, there is an opportunity. It is possible to comprehend a skill at the general realm. Wang Jing is able to master a skill 100% of the time. 100%? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao fell into deep thought. This is much more interesting. If you can find powerful magical beasts, then obtain their magical beast cores. Refine it into a King Realm Pill. That way you can acquire powerful skills. In that instant, many powerful skills flashed through Chen Hao's mind. For example, True Fire can ignore the opponent's defense and deal damage directly. For example, the Ascension to Divine Realm allows for a qualitative leap with each breakthrough. Or perhaps it's Magic Immunity, which grants immunity to all magic in the world. With this in mind, Chen Hao decided to refine the King Realm Pill himself. Manhwa got up from the ground and cried out in pain. Seeing this, Chen Hao quickly stepped forward to help her up. What happened today was a misunderstanding. Just pretend nothing happened. As she spoke, Manhwa prepared to leave. As a result, Chen Hao hugged her from behind. Are you sure? Chen Hao is now the man behind Manhwa. Manhwa blushed and lowered her head. Seeing this, Chen Hao naturally understood that everything should be done in moderation. After their intimate moment, Manhwa left. Chen Hao took out the old man's iron plaque. He infused it with alien energy. 85? I see. The ranking of these eccentric old men in their 80s and 50s. After learning about the information about the iron plate, Chen Hao immediately extracted the strange energy from it. The opening and closing of the iron plate depends entirely on the alien energy. This strange energy is the energy source of the iron plate. Pouring it in turns it on, and pulling it out turns it off. Having experienced the strange old man's incident, Chen Hao had no intention of activating the iron plate, because he didn't know if he would attract an even more perverted person. He was preparing to leave. I glanced at the grass not far away. Fallen petals are not heartless things, they turn into spring mud to nourish the flowers. Chen Hao smiled slightly and left. He returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. They had just arrived when they ran into Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. The two of them had been waiting for him at the door for a long time. Brother Hao, you're finally back. Lu Xiaoji felt his legs were getting sore from standing. Brother Hao, are you free lately? When are you going to take us on a new mission? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao finally remembered. I haven't done any missions in a long time. Come on, you guys don't want to do a mission, so let's go pick one up now. Chen Hao is in high spirits right now, as if he's having a happy occasion. His strength had just broken through to the 3rd level of the general realm, and he desperately needed to vent his frustration. Chen Hao brought Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu to the mission site. He is now at the 3rd level of the general realm, which allows him to take on more missions. Brother Hao, which one should we choose? How about this one? Chen Hao pointed to one of the tasks. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu nodded. The three of them drove to the outside of a villa. As soon as I arrived, someone came over. It was an old man wearing a brown suit, and he looked pained. Excuse me, what happened here? Upon hearing this, the old man said, this place is haunted. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned. Have you had someone handle this before? They invited them, but without exception, not a single person who went and came out alive. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were instantly horrified when they heard this. Lu Xiaobu held Lu Xiaoji's right hand tightly. Xiaobu, didn't you just say that you are now a master-level ability user? Aren't you afraid of heaven and earth anymore? Why is your body shaking like that? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu looked down at his feet. He said with some grievance, Xiaoji, is it my leg that's shaking? It's clearly yours. Lu Xiaoji looked down at his legs and found that they were shaking uncontrollably, like a sieve. How? Brother Hao, shall we go back? Lu Xiaoji was frightened by the old man's words. Chen Hao ignored the two of them and looked the old man up and down. Judging from your appearance, you don't seem to be the first owner of this villa. Of course I am not. If we really have to count, I should be the 6th owner of this villa. The 6th? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but ask, what about the previous 5? The old man spoke of it casually. Dead? How did he die? How else could he have died? Of course, a violent death. A violent death, which means this is a haunted house that can hurt people. Why would you buy a house like this? I didn't want to either. Do you think I wanted to? It's mainly that damned agent. His offer was too cheap. How much will he pay? Well, think about it. You can buy a villa for 100,000. Wouldn't you be tempted? If I could, I would really like to sell it. Really? How much are you planning to sell it for? Chen Hao was very interested in what the old man had to say. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji, who was standing to the side, became somewhat anxious. Brother Hao, don't do anything foolish. Yes, this is a haunted house. Buying it could bring harm to people. Lu Xiaobu chimed in agreement. Seeing Chen Hao's interest, a light appeared in the old man's dim eyes. Before buying this house, he was a coal mine owner with assets of 10 million yuan. Where are you going? He only has a few hundred yuan left. 50,000? What's wrong with 50,000? No, 30,000. I'll sell it for 30,000. Any lower and it won't do. If it goes any lower, I'd rather die than sell the house. Chen Hao agreed. The old man was incredibly excited upon hearing this. You said it yourself. I didn't force you. Come on, open the real estate app, do it here, and transfer 30,000 to me. I will transfer the property to you. The two began operating the equipment on site. With the successful transfer of ownership of the house, the old man jumped for joy. He could feel that the terrible pressure that had been pressing down on him had disappeared. Great, I, Hu Han-san, am back. He appeared exceptionally energetic. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Young brother, we'll meet again someday. With that, the old man left. Watching the old man's departing figure, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu both looked at Chen Hao with strange eyes. They couldn't understand why Chen Hao would buy this haunted house. Chen Hao didn't care about all that. He picked up the key the old man had given him, opened the iron gate of the house, and went inside. I must say, this house is quite beautiful. It has a Western style. There is a small pavilion on the left side of the house and a swimming pool on the right side. However, the swimming pool had been in disrepair for many years and was covered with a thick layer of silt. Chen Hao took a deep breath. The house appears to have been built on a dark, shady spot. Even though it was summer, Chen Hao didn't feel hot at all. Instead, it had a chilly feeling. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu huddled together, looking around nervously. Chen Hao smiled slightly. For him, who cultivated the corpse cultivation technique, this was the best house. He walked into the house. Chen Hao possesses the ability to foresee danger. The danger prediction message was not triggered, indicating that there is no danger here. After Chen Hao went inside, "Dear guests, you've arrived." A voice came from over. The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman dressed as a maid standing not far away. A ghost. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu turned and fled. What are you doing? The door closed by itself. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were stopped, and they turned their heads away with expressions of despair. The previous high spirits had vanished, replaced by cowardice. You don't seem afraid of me? The girl in the maid outfit walked towards Chen Hao. Afraid of you? What's there to be afraid of? It's just a ghost, Chen Hao said dismissively. He didn't look at the maid, but began to look around the house. Tell me, who are you, and why are you here? My name is Yali, and I am the maid of this house. My master went to the battlefield. Before he left, he told me to take good care of this house. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. It seems that this girl named Yali is very attached to this house. Even after death, I don't want to leave. I want to stay here forever. Chen Hao began to step forward, preparing to go upstairs. What are you doing? Yali teleported to Chen Hao's side and stopped him. Now that I'm the owner of this house, I think I should have the right to go up and take a look, right? Upon hearing this, Yali shook her head. I think you are a good person, so I hope you can leave quickly, or it will be too late. Chen Hao was a little confused. He couldn't understand why Yali wanted to drive him away. Ha. Just as Chen Hao was wondering what was going on, the house, which had been fairly bright, suddenly went dark. It eventually turned into pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Why is it dark? As he spoke, Lu Xiaobu reached into his backpack to take out a flashlight. Just as he was about to grab the flashlight, the lights inside the house came on. The color of this light is just a little off. The entire room was lit up with red lights. Suddenly, a woman in a long red dress appeared on the second floor. When Yali saw the woman, she bowed to her respectfully. Upon hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed across the woman's face. You still remember that I am your young lady. Upon hearing this, Yali bowed slightly. She dared not look the woman in the eye. Please come up, guests. I have prepared some food for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled and walked upstairs. Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji were somewhat bewildered. What? However, they still followed Chen Hao upstairs. This way, please. A woman in a long red dress opened the door to a room. The scene inside was immediately revealed to everyone. Wow, what a sumptuous meal. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but swallow hard. Inside was a huge square table covered with a white cloth. Besides a variety of dishes, there were also some white candles on the table to create an atmosphere. Please come in, guests, and have a seat for your meal. The woman in red extended an invitation to Chen Hao and his companions. Chen Hao prepared to go inside. As he passed by the woman in red, Chen Hao suddenly made a move. His hand reached for the woman in red's neck. The woman in red seemed to have anticipated this and dodged away. Why are you like this? I kindly invited you to dinner, and this is how you treat me? Kindness? Chen Hao snorted coldly. He conjured a fireball in his right hand and threw it into the room. room. The fireball exploded. The situation inside changed drastically in an instant. The room, which once had the atmosphere of a candlelight dinner, was now dilapidated. The pristine white tablecloths have vanished, replaced by tattered gray cloths. The table was covered in dust and there were cobwebs on the corners. The original dishes of food have also changed. They turned into plates of insects. Scorpions, centipedes, and maggots were wriggling in the plate. Liu Xiaobu was originally fantasizing about eating those delicious foods. The sudden change was hard for him to accept. He vomited immediately. Although Liu Xiaoji was mentally prepared, he was still surprised when he actually saw those things. He couldn't help but vomit. In contrast, Chen Hao remained calm. The woman in red looked at Chen Hao, her mind filled with questions. How did you find out? The woman in red felt she had a strong ability to charm people. Every single guy who came here before was bewitched by her. One by one, they were tricked by her into eating those horrible maggots. In the end, they were all poisoned. Then she threw him into the pond in the backyard, where he drowned. Chen Hao did not answer the woman. Instead, he responded with his right hand. He reached out and grabbed at the woman in red. Upon seeing this, the woman in the women's clothing changed her demeanor. His once fair face was now sunken, giving him a ghostly appearance. That was a rotten face. All of you will die here today. The woman in red revealed her hands. At this moment, her fingernails were exceptionally long, and she reached out to grab Chen Hao. Just when they were about to catch Chen Hao disappeared from the spot. The woman in red's sharp claws gripped Chen Hao's illusory image. Chen Hao appeared behind the woman in red and thrust his sharp dagger towards her. Just as the dagger was about to strike the woman in red, the man dodged it. The woman in red approached the window. She glared fiercely at Chen Hao. You just wait, I'll be back soon. With that, the woman in red jumped out of the window. Seeing this, Chen Hao was speechless. The other party isn't the big bad wolf, saying things like, I'll definitely come back. At that moment, the maid came up from downstairs. She just happened to see the woman in red jump out of the window. Oh no, you guys have to get out of here. It's clear that the maid has a kind heart. The maid's words left Liu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu completely bewildered. You'll see when you look outside, the maid said anxiously. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao looked out the window. It turned out that behind the window was the backyard of the house, where there was a pond. The woman in red is now floating on the surface of the pool. The pool, which was originally full of algal blooms, suddenly began to churn. Countless wisps of black smoke rose from the pool. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes as he looked at the black aura. The black aura was clearly the resentment of the dead, and there were faint human figures within it. As the woman in red absorbed the energy, the surrounding temperature began to drop rapidly. The house, which was not bright to begin with, gradually became even darker. Liu Xiaoji gasped and couldn't help but rub his arms. Why do I feel a little cold? Chen Hao ignored Liu Xiaoji and jumped straight out the window. Liu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu were both startled. Although this is the second floor, it is still some distance from the ground. Chen Hao actually jumped down. The two went to the window. The sight before them left the two frozen in place. So handsome. At this moment, Chen Hao had wings on his back and lightning crackling around his hands. A bolt of purple lightning struck down. It struck the woman in red precisely, without bias. The woman in red cried out in pain. Lightning is the nemesis of ghosts. After being struck by lightning, she accepted the injury. I want you dead. Yes, that's him. The woman in red, having absorbed the black energy, became increasingly violent. She lunged at Chen Hao Fei. A dark red claw slashed through the air, reaching out to grab Chen Hao. Chen Hao dodged, and another bolt of lightning struck the woman in red. The woman in red was jolted stiff by the electric shock, her face contorted in pain. The woman in red did not give up attacking Chen Hao. She kept launching attacks on Chen Hao. At this moment, Chen Hao was like a cat toying with a mouse. After dodging the attack, a bolt of lightning shot towards the woman in red. Liu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu watched the two fighting. They were stunned. If it weren't for the terrifying pressure emanating from the woman in red, they genuinely believed that the woman in red was not very strong. I'm not playing with you anymore. Chen Hao teleported to the woman in red. His right hand grabbed the woman in red by the neck. The woman in red began to struggle fiercely. However, at this moment, Chen Hao's right hand transformed into a dragon claw. The dragon claws gripped her neck tightly, like pliers. No matter how much she struggled, she could not break free. Chen Hao began to circulate the corpse cultivation technique, and a large amount of energy entered Chen Hao's body from the woman in red. As the energy was absorbed, the woman in red's body began to fade slowly. At that moment, the maid also jumped down from upstairs. She glanced at the woman in red, then knelt down directly before Chen Hao. What are you doing? Please, I beg you, can you please let the young lady go? She was also a person with a tragic fate. We waited here for the master to return, but he never came back. Instead, a group of thugs came. They wanted to do something to us. We would rather die than submit, and the young lady and I committed suicide with knives. Chen Hao remained unmoved by the maid's pleas. Instead, he increased the force in his hands. In the end, the woman in red was drained of her soul by Chen Hao. Watching the woman in red disappear before her eyes. The maid Yali collapsed to the ground. I don't care how tragic her past was. If she dares to lay a hand on me, she will have to pay the price. Chen Hao spoke coldly. Chen Hao had just seen the red-clad woman's eyes. They were the eyes of a venomous snake, filled with resentment. People like this should absolutely not be let go. Now I'll give you two choices. Either stay and become my maid, and help me guard this house. Either you leave. Unlike the woman in red, the maid Ari had a kind light in her eyes. Although it was eerie, it exuded a holy aura. Therefore, Chen Hao had no intention of killing Yali. Upon hearing this, Yali pursed her lips. She turned her head and glanced at the house, her eyes filled with love. She loved this house deeply. To her, it was her home. I choose to stay. Very good, then I'll leave the house to you. I'd appreciate it if you could help me clean the inside. Yali nodded. An hour later, inside the room, Chen Hao sat in the chair, picked up his coffee, and slowly savored it. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu sat opposite him. Looking at the steaming hot coffee, the two dared not drink it. How, brother how, aren't you afraid she'll poison you? As he said this, Lu Xiaoji subconsciously looked towards the door. At that moment, the maid, Ari, was cleaning over there. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Hao possesses the SSS level, Eye of True Sight, which allows him to see through the information of all things. He could naturally tell whether the coffee was poisoned or not. Don't worry, this coffee is fine. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji picked up their coffees with some skepticism. Just as the two were about to drink, the maid, Ari, came in. Master, there are some things stored in the basement of our house. Come with me. Would you like to go take a look and then tell me what to do? Is there something in the basement? Yali nodded. Okay, then take me to see it. Led by Yali, Chen Hao, Lu Xiaoji, and Lu Xiaobu walked downstairs. They soon arrived at the basement. After entering the basement, Lu Xiaoji was somewhat disappointed. TCH, I thought there was some gold or silver treasure. I didn't expect it to be just some junk. There were only a few shelves in the basement, covered in dust. Upon seeing this, Yali looked apologetic. Sorry, those guys stole all the valuables from my house. All that's left are those bottles and jars. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao wasn't angry. Instead, he began to look around. Something caught Chen Hao's attention. What is that? Chen Hao walked toward a jar. He brushed away the dust from the jar, and the contents inside were instantly revealed. These are the seeds of the Qirong Tong Tianju? Chen Hao never expected that he would find the seeds of the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum here. Looking at the seeds of the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum in Chen Hao's hand, a trace of sadness flashed across Yali's face. That was the owner's favorite flower when he was alive. He usually plants the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum in the backyard. Chen Hao could sense that the seeds of these rare and precious chrysanthemums still had life. However, he was not an expert in planting. So he turned to Yali and asked, Yali, do you know anything about planting? Or rather, do you know how to grow the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum? When the owner was planting, I was the one who helped out. Alright, then these seeds of the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum are yours. You help me grow them. No problem. Actually, growing Qirong Tong Tianju is very simple. Just dig a hole, plant the seeds, water them, and then fertilize and weed regularly. Listening to Yali's words, a picture suddenly appeared in Chen Hao's mind. Dig a hole, bury some soil, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, your own soil, your own land. Whatever you plant will grow RMB. Since you know how, then you can do it. Chen Hao became a hands-off manager. After staying in the villa for a while, Chen Hao bid farewell to Yali and left with Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. On the way back, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu opened the car windows and took deep breaths of the fresh air outside. Do you two really need to go this far? Of course. Lu Xiaoji said, Brother Hao, why don't we sell that house to someone else? It's too eerie. After all, it's a burial site and like the Dilu horse, it will bring misfortune to its owner. Chen Hao, however, did not take it to heart. Is Lu Ma a hindrance to the master? It's just that its owner wasn't tough enough. Riding on it, Beibei could cross the Tanchi River and escape the enemy's pursuers. Fengchu rode it, but died at Luofeng Slope. A grave or burial site is considered extremely frightening by others. For Chen Hao, who cultivates the corpse cultivation technique, it is a treasure trove. Not to mention there was a beautiful maid inside. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Chen Hao, Lu Xiaoji stopped bringing up the matter. The group returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Chen Hao had absorbed the energy from the woman in red, and now he needed to refine it, so he left directly. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu exchanged a glance. Let's go, and cultivate properly too. After finishing his cultivation, Chen Hao exhaled a breath of stale air. He's reached the peak of the 3rd level of the general realm. I never imagined my cultivation speed would be so fast. At this rate, I believe it won't be long before I reach the 9th level of the general realm. In order not to delay my cultivation improvement, I must put the matter of collecting materials on Wang Jingdan on the agenda. Chen Hao left the room and went straight to Lu Fengfeng's office. Lu Fengfeng is currently eating hot and sour noodles with a rujiamo Chinese hamburger. It's delicious. Chen Hao, would you like some? No. Looking at the rujiamo Chinese hamburger that had been bitten, Chen Hao waved his hand. What are you looking for this time? Lu Fengfeng ate while speaking to Chen Hao. Hao. I need the materials to refine the King Realm Pill. The ingredients for the King's Realm Pill? Upon hearing this, Lu Fengfeng did not type on the keyboard. Instead, he smiled and said to Chen Hao, there is one right now. It will just take you some effort. What is it? As she spoke, Lu Fengfeng tapped a key on the keyboard. A short while later, a poster appeared on the computer screen. A battle between the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities? That's right, it's a battle between the Superpower Bureau. Don't be fooled by the seemingly peaceful atmosphere between each of the Special Abilities Bureaus. Actually, everyone is secretly competing with each other. This battle between the Superpower Bureau is being held in the south. I took a look and found that 9 departments with special abilities are participating this time. The competition is divided into 3 venues, upper, middle, and lower. Only generals are allowed to participate in this competition. Tier 1 to 3 are the lower level arenas, 4 to 6 are the intermediate level arenas, and 7 to 9 are the advanced level arenas. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. I just want to know, what is the final prize? The advanced arena rewards 1 King Realm Pill, the intermediate arena rewards 3 Awakening Grasses, and the lower level arena rewards 1 Qi and Blood Pill. What you want, the materials for refining the King Realm Pill, are naturally those 3 Awakening Grasses. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned. Intermediate level? I don't think I'm strong enough. Chen Hao started to have a headache. After all, the intermediate arena required players to be at the 4th to 6th level. Lu Fengfeng saw Chen Hao looking so worried. She laughed. You don't need to be so sad. Actually, you can participate in the intermediate level competition. Hearing this, Chen Hao was filled with questions. The intermediate level competition, which is said to be level 4 to 6, is actually just for reference. Beep beep beep. That's right. It's said to be level 4 to 6, but people below the 4th level of the general realm can also participate. It's just that those above the 6th rank cannot participate. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao suddenly realized what was going on. Feelings have high limits, but not low limits. The sole purpose of this rule is to prevent powerful players from exploiting the system. Imagine someone at the 9th level of the general realm participating in this intermediate level competition. There's no point in even fighting then. The other contestants should just concede, because virtually no one can challenge an opponent by leaping so many levels. So, you mean you want to participate in this intermediate level? Lu Fengfeng spoke up. Chen Hao nodded. Upon hearing this, Lu Fengfeng immediately looked troubled. She knew that persuading Chen Hao to give up was harder than climbing to heaven. Since you want to participate, I won't stop you. But before you go, I think you'd better be prepared. Prepare? What preparations? Naturally, it's about conducting an investigation to see who the competitors are this time. Let's find out about their strength and abilities. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled and couldn't help but look at Lu Fengfeng. Seeing this, Lu Fengfeng rolled her eyes at Chen Hao in annoyance. I might have owed you money in my past life that I haven't paid back. Lu Fengfeng pursed her lips. Although she said that, her hands didn't stop. These past few days, I've been helping you gather information on your opponents. As for you, think about it yourself and see if there is any way to improve your strength in the short term. Chen Hao nodded. He came out of Lu Fengfeng's office. Chen Hao kept thinking about how to quickly improve his strength. Bang bang bang. The sound of a collision not far away caught Chen Hao's attention. Chen Hao instinctively walked towards the direction from which the sound came. It's teacher Shi Jian. He's fighting another guy. Chen Hao discovered that Shi Jian's opponent seemed to be particularly skilled in leg techniques. His legs kept kicking, forcing Shi Jian to retreat repeatedly. Shi Jian shouted loudly, then clenched his fists and swung them at his opponent's legs. He threw a straight punch. The two sides collided. The powerful recoil quickly pulled the two apart. Ha 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 ha. The man with the long legs laughed. He didn't continue his attack, but instead smiled and said to Shi Jian, you've improved a lot lately. Hong Yang, you're not bad either. Shi Jian said with a smile. So, are you confident about this competition with the Supernatural Abilities Bureau? Hong Yang asked. Yes, of course. Didn't you notice? I almost knocked you to the ground. Upon hearing this, Hong Yang immediately became displeased. He was prepared to continue his contest with Shi Jian. Shi Jian, however, showed no intention of continuing the fight. Let's take a break. We agreed it was just a friendly spar, but it wouldn't be good if we accidentally hurt each other. The Superpower Bureau's league is in a few days. If I get injured at this time, wouldn't that just benefit someone else? Upon hearing this, Hong Yang nodded. The two of them prepared to rest aside. As a result, Hong Yang spotted Chen Hao standing in the audience. Hong Yang looked surprised. Young man, how old are you? Upon hearing Chen Hao's age, Hong Yang's eyes widened. He looked on in disbelief. Really? You're only 18? You're clearly already at the 3rd level of the general realm. How could you possibly be 18 years old? Seeing this, Shi Jian patted Hong Yang on the shoulder. Don't listen to this brat's nonsense. What bullshit about 18? I've seen his birthday. He's 18 and a half now. Hong Yang heard Shi Jian's first words. He seemed to find comfort in it, because he instinctively felt that Chen Hao was lying. How could he be only 18 years old? Shi Jian's second sentence struck him like a thunderbolt. thunderbolt, leaving him stunned on the spot. It took Hong Yang a long time to react. Old Shi, is this for real? By the time he asked this question, Hong Yang was already almost convinced. After all, he had known Shi Jian for many years and knew Shi Jian's character. I would never lie to him about something like this. What a prodigy! Hong Yang couldn't help but complain. Then he looked up at Wen Chuan. Hong Yang was itching to have a match with Chen Hao. Hey buddy, wanna come down and have a spar? Chen Hao leaped down the building and went straight to Hong Yang. Seeing this, Shi Jian said to Hong Yang, he is my disciple. Please go easy on him and don't hurt him. No problem. Hong Yang thought to himself, it would have been better if you hadn't said anything. You said it, but I'm determined to use more force. It has to be said that Hong Yang is a bit cunning. However, he didn't intend to cripple Chen Hao, he just wanted to inflict minor injuries. The two returned to the dueling ring. Hong Yang was an elder, and he planned to let Chen Hao have a few moves, so he simply made a gesture of invitation. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly. Chen Hao raised his hands, and flames immediately enveloped his arms. A fire attribute ability user. Chen Hao made his move, unleashing two streams of flame towards Hong Yang. Seeing this, Hong Yang planted his feet on the ground and leaped into the air, dodging the attack of the flames. He then lunged at Chen Haofei. A right side kick. Just as Hong Yang's foot was about to kick Chen Hao arrived at the other side of Hong Yang. Hong Yang sensed danger. He quickly raised his arm to block. Chen Hao clenched his right fist, with flames swirling around it. Flame fist. Chen Hai's fist struck Hong Yang, sending him flying backward a distance. Clap clap clap. Hong Yang stood up and couldn't help but applaud. Talented people emerge in every generation. Shi Jian, it seems we old guys are getting ready to retire. Shi Jian is sitting on a bench, wiping his sweat with a towel. The towel, which was originally very dry, was now dripping wet from his touch. It's you who needs to prepare for retirement, not me. I'm still very young. You. Hong Yang did not expect Shi Jian to say that. Hong Yang gritted his teeth and said okay. He kicked his right foot back suddenly, like a cheetah, and pounced towards Chen Hao. Hong Yang moved very quickly. If Chen Hao hadn't possessed the SSS level, true side eye, it would have been almost impossible to see his actions clearly. But seeing it won't help. Hong Yang uses physical skills, not magic. Chen Hao immediately used teleportation to dodge Hong Yang's attack. However, as soon as he dodged away, he felt a chill behind him. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao immediately used teleportation again. Hong Yang's attack missed again, and the contempt on his face disappeared. Instead, a sense of solemnity prevailed. Old Shi, tell me honestly, what kind of superpower does this kid have? How can this be so perverted? The one who just attacked me was a fire-based ability, and the move that dodged my attack, if I'm not mistaken, was teleportation. Wow, that's a space-based ability. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian chuckled. He had a gloating expression on his face. Finally, someone understood what he had experienced. I don't believe you can hide. Hong Yang used all his strength this time. The ground sank down from his feet. Hong Yang lunged at Chen Haofei and unleashed a powerful whirlwind kick. Hong Yang didn't kick Chen Hao. He kicked a transparent wall instead. The transparent wall, like a piece of transparent glass, shattered after Hong Yang kicked it. So it still doesn't work? This transparent wall was a move that Chen Hao suddenly realized. Using spatial abilities, a barrier wall is formed. Unfortunately, Chen Hao's abilities were limited, and time was also short. This resulted in the barrier wall not being strong enough, and it was directly kicked and shattered by Hong Yang. Hong Yang pounced again. Chen Hao began to dodge. Shi Jian watched the battle from the sidelines. All he could see were two dark figures flashing incessantly. Shi Jian did not pay full attention to it. After all, to see clearly, one must maintain a state of vision for a long time. Shi Jian was exhausted after just one battle. Finally, Chen Hao was caught up by Hong Yang. Hong Yang kicked at him. Chen Hao hurriedly raised his right arm to block. He channeled the alien energy into his right arm and unleashed his most powerful defense. Chen Hao was kicked and sent flying backward. Upon seeing this, Shi Jian hurriedly stepped forward and caught Chen Hao, who was flying backward. Hong Yang, aren't you going too far? Hearing Shi Jian's words, Hong Yang finally realized what was going on. He scratched his head sheepishly. I'm so sorry. I was just getting high. Hong Yang originally only wanted to have a simple sparring session. I didn't expect Chen Hao to be so difficult to deal with. This kid is as slippery as an eel. Just as Hong Yang was complaining, Shi Jian glanced at him. You severely injured my disciple, and all you can do is apologize? I'll pay the money, okay? As he spoke, Hong Yang took out a card and handed it to Chen Hao. Kid, there's 500,000 in here. The password is 594380. Don't think it's too little. This is all I have with me today. After I give it to you, I'll start taking advantage of your master from now on. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian immediately became displeased. Why should I let you take advantage of me just because you gave him money? Based on our life or death friendship, Hong Yang said with a smile. Okay. Shi Jian also made a compromise. He looked at Chen Hao with concern and asked, Xiao Hao, are you alright? If you feel unwell, you need to go to the infirmary immediately and have Bai Jie treat you. It's okay, I'll be fine in a bit. Chen Hao used the defense technique, and apart from the skin being a little red, his hand was fine. You idiot, really, you're such a grown man, and you still don't know how to hold back. Listening to Shi Jian's complaints, Han Yang scratched his head awkwardly. Chen Hao took Han Yang's card and left the training ground. On his way back, he used the hand of God to heal himself. This hand of God is very useful. The only pity is that the treatment is too slow. Perhaps I could develop a superpower that allows for rapid recovery, like super healing? Chen Hao had been thinking about how to enhance his own strength. A plan came to Chen Hao's mind. As the saying goes, you must first learn to take a beating before you can hit someone. You don't feel pain when you're hit. Then you can graduate from your apprenticeship by fighting. Because you don't feel pain, you're in an invincible position. Without hesitation, Chen Hao headed straight for Lu Fengfeng's office. The result greatly disappointed Chen Hao. For the first time, Lu Fengfeng could not find any relevant information. Even if they existed, those guys weren't suitable for Chen Hao to hunt. Because those guys, without exception, were all big shots. Chen Hao was somewhat unwilling. Just then, he touched something inside his pants. That thing is rock hard. Chen Hao took the thing out and found it was an iron plate. The iron plaque for killing the building. Oh yeah, how could I have forgotten about this? Following the information Manhwa had given him, Chen Hao arrived at a coffee shop. The coffee shop manager was a kind-looking elderly man with silver hair. Is there anything I can do to help you? The old man asked Chen Hao with a smile. At that time, there were no customers in the store. I want to do a business deal. What kind of business? The silver-haired old man instantly became alert. It's about developing 2 mountains and a canyon, and then investing billions of dollars. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, the silver-haired old man's tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed considerably. Dear guest, this way please. The silver-haired old man gestured for them to proceed. Chen Hao was puzzled, but he still followed the direction the silver-haired old man pointed. Chen Hao saw a woman. The guy was wearing fishnet stockings, had his legs crossed, and a cigarette dangling from his hand. My hair got permed into a messy, unkempt look. She wore a transparent red tulle skirt. Young man, what do you need? I want to find people with the ability to heal themselves. About what level of strength? Not higher than the 3rd level of the general realm. Any level of superpower is fine. Okay, no problem. The woman turned her head away. Behind her was a red computer. It must be said that women are very efficient. She finished it in no time. She then handed Chen Hao 2 slips of paper. You should know the rules, right? The woman noticed that Chen Hao looked unfamiliar, so she couldn't help but ask him a question. I understand. You reap what you sow. While enjoying the benefits, you must also fulfill your obligations. You understand. Chen Hao took the 2 slips of paper and left the coffee shop. Chen Hao had just left. The silver-haired old man walked into the room carrying a cup of freshly brewed coffee. He handed the coffee to the woman. The woman took it and took a small sip. I only took a small sip. The woman frowned. Old doe, what's wrong? The woman noticed that her husband's coffee-making skills had declined. The woman found today's cup of coffee both bitter and astringent. Excuse me, miss, Clearly, Lao Do was attracted to Chen Hao. He's just a young man. Why are you making such a fuss? The woman couldn't help but speak up. Old Do opened his mouth, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he did not tell the woman what he was thinking. Old Do came out of the house. He kept muttering to himself, so alike, so incredibly alike. Chen Hao left the coffee shop. He unfolded both pieces of paper. There was a piece of paper with Lao written on it, along with an address and a name. The other piece of paper had Guo written on it, along with an address and a name. Chen Hao planned to pick some fruit first. He went straight to the address on the fruit stand. A slum. Chen Hao walked down the street. The street was dark and damp, and the air was filled with a foul odor. Before coming here, Chen Hao never imagined that such a place existed in the world. This is a garbage capital. This place is home to the world's largest waste treatment plant. It is also the place with the most garbage in the world. Chen Hao hadn't taken more than a few steps when he heard a loud crash. A guy suddenly kicked the door. The door, which wasn't very sturdy to begin with, was kicked open. Upon seeing this, the man grinned, revealing a ferocious expression, and walked into the house. He had been drinking tonight and looked quite drunk. There was a girl in the room at that moment. Her white dress was now dirty. Her hair was also a mess. Upon seeing the man enter, she began to scream in terror. The man didn't care about any of that. He began to unbuckle his belt and then walked toward the woman. He lashed the woman with a belt. You good for nothing. Your mother is a slut, and you are a slut too. He whipped the man several times in succession, then took off his pants. Preparing to commit wicked deeds, a figure appeared. He kicked the man. The man slammed heavily against the wall and then fell down. Damn it, who dared to ambush your grandpa? That guy who got kicked away has pretty good physical abilities. Despite his severe injuries, he struggled to get up from the ground. Chen Hao teleported to his side and plunged the poisoned dagger into the man's heart. Chen Hao never shows mercy to scumbags. As the dagger pierced his heart, the man's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Hao was somewhat curious about what had happened after the man was stabbed with a dagger. He actually survived. The man's lips curled slightly, revealing a sinister smile. smile. Ha ha ha, you wouldn't believe it, would you? Let me tell you, I'm immortal. Chen Hao was surprised to find that his hands were a little numb. He looked down at his hand and discovered that it was poisoned, turning a pale purple color. Is this the Turritopsis dornii ability? That's really domineering. No matter how domineering you are, I don't believe you can survive like this. Chen Hao's hands spewed out scorching flames. The terrifying flames instantly engulfed the man. The man let out a painful howl. The pain caused by being burned by flames is unbearable for anyone. Although your recovery ability is very strong, it's a pity that your superpower is only sea level. I refuse to believe that your healing speed can keep up with my destruction speed. Under Chen Hao's intense burning, the man became a charred corpse. He's completely dead. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired a Class C ability, Turritopsis dornii fusionist. I heard the system notification in my mind. Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly. Finally got it. He turned to look at the girl beside him. At that moment, she huddled in the corner, trembling incessantly. Seeing this, Chen Hao sighed. The girl looked to be 12 or 13 years old, in the prime of her youth. Such a person should be in a school classroom at this time, listening to the teacher's instruction. But instead, they were trembling with fear. Chen Hao pulled out a dagger and swung it fiercely at the chains binding the girl. The chains snapped instantly. Chen Hao glanced at the girl, then took out a wad of cash and threw it in front of her. That's all I can do to help you. Whether you survive or not is up to you. With that, Chen Hao left. Unbeknownst to Chen Hao, the girl's bright eyes were fixed intently on him. It was as if she wanted to memorize his face. One day in the future, Chen Hao received a reward for this act of kindness. Leave the room. Chen Hao suddenly swung his right hand. A purple droplet of poisonous water flew towards the wall not far away. The poisonous droplets hit the wall, corroding it and causing billowing white smoke to rise. A putrid smell wafted out. The venom of the immortal jellyfish is really potent. If it weren't for my grab and refine ability, I might be dead here today. After obtaining the desired superpower, Chen Hao immediately left the garbage city. He boarded a train, intending to travel to his next destination, the city of death. Are all the missions to kill people in buildings this difficult? Chen Hao's target this time was a 5th level general realm opponent with a B-level ability, Bloodlust. Let's upgrade the level of the Lighthouse Jellyfish Fusion ability first. Chen Hao began to think about which superpower he should break down. He made a decision quickly. System, disassemble the S-class snake repelling ability user. Although the ability Snake Driver is S rank, there are some limitations to using it. First, there must be snakes all around. Second, the snakes must be strong. Otherwise, it's just leading a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to fight a war. The most crucial point, snake charmers can only command snakes whose strength is lower than that of the spellcaster. At this moment, Chen Hao had only one thought: I'm stronger than you, I can do it myself, why do I need you? So without saying a word, he directly dismantled the snake driver. Ding dong, congratulations host, the snake driver has been successfully decomposed. You have obtained 1 million primal ability beads. System, fuse these 1 million original power beads into the Lighthouse Jellyfish Fusionist power. Ding dong, the primal ability bead is fusing. Ding dong, congratulations host, the original power bead has been successfully fused. Your Lighthouse Jellyfish Fusionist power level is S. Turritopsis dornii fusion user, S-class ability. The owner of this ability possesses the domineering toxin of the Turritopsis dornii jellyfish and super self-healing ability. The immortal jellyfish is said to possess an immortal body. Chen Hao sat in his seat on the train, still immersed in the joy of gaining the Lighthouse Jellyfish Fusionist ability. Suddenly, a man in a white suit walked over with 2 lackeys. The man frowned slightly, his face full of displeasure. He pinched his nose and said, "Did you crawl out of a garbage dump? Why do you smell so bad?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao subconsciously sniffed his own body. He then realized that he did indeed have a slight odor. There's no way around it. The garbage capital is just too smelly. As a result, Chen Hao's clothes became tainted with the stench shortly after he entered. It's like a non-smoker who can smoke if there's even one person smoking next to him. After a while, even this non-smoker will smell of smoke on him. Looking at the 3 guys with their slouching ears, Chen Hao just wants to complete the mission and doesn't want to cause trouble. So he said, "Excuse me, I'll go change my clothes now." Chen Hao wanted to go, but these 3 guys didn't seem to have any intention of letting him go. It's one thing for you to change your clothes, but what about the fact that you stink so badly that we have to accept it? So how do you want to calculate it? Give each of us brothers 500 yuan. Let's consider today's matter settled. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. 500 yuan? Great. As he spoke, he took out his wallet from his pocket. He took out 1,500 yuan and handed it to the man in the suit in front of him. A glint of greed flashed in the man in the suit's eyes as he looked at Chen Hao's bulging wallet. He never expected to encounter such a big fish today. However, he did not act immediately. There are other passengers on the bus watching. If things get out of hand and attract the attention of the conductor, that would be bad. I'll let you off the hook today. After saying this, the group took the money and turned to leave. Here, Here, this is for you. Here, this is for you. The man in the suit took out 200 yuan from each of his two henchmen and handed it to them. Upon seeing this, the two underlings couldn't help but purse their lips. They clearly contributed, but the man in the suit took the lion's share. Unfortunately, the two dared not speak out against their anger. What's the rush? This is a fat sheep. Let's discuss how to deal with him later. Chen Hao glanced at the group of three, his eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of killing intent flashing within them. In this world, not just any money can be accepted. What's going on? The guys returned to their seats. The people around them couldn't help but glance at them. People displayed a variety of expressions. There was envy, jealousy, anger, disgust, and fear. What's going on? Why are my hands so numb? The man in the suit who was in the lead finally noticed something was wrong. He looked at his hands and found that they had purple spots on them. Not only him, but his two underlings also started to show the same symptoms. Oh no, poison. We've been poisoned. The man in the suit wasn't stupid. He quickly figured it out. They began to regret why they had provoked Chen Hao, this wicked star. They felt their breathing become rapid. My neck felt like it was being choked, and my head was buzzing. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, and large amounts of white saliva gushed from their mouths. They were filled with regret. There is no going back in this world. Chen Hao's poison is similar to paraquat. It only gives you time to repent, but not the opportunity to do so. The three guys' heads lolled to the side and they fell straight down. With the deaths of the three, the scene descended into chaos. Everyone started screaming in alarm. Chen Hao had already slipped into a relatively empty carriage by this time. He leaped out of the window. While in the car, Chen Hao put on makeup and he didn't sit in his usual seat, so he's not worried about anyone finding out his identity. After jumping out of the car window, Chen Hao turned his back and took flight with wings on his back. This place is not far from the capital of evil. Chen Hao planned to fly there directly. As soon as Chen Hao arrived at the entrance of the City of Sin, he was shocked by the scene before him. The City of Sin truly lives up to its name, resembling a living hell. There were corpses everywhere on the road, many of them already rotten, with maggots wriggling on them. The green bottle flies were feeding on the corpse, and as people approached, they instantly took flight. Like mosquitoes, they fly everywhere. It looks absolutely disgusting. I don't understand what that guy is doing here. Chen Hao's brows were furrowed tightly. This City of Sin is filthy and chaotic, and the air is filled with a strong stench of blood. However, for those vicious criminals, this place is indeed paradise. Because this is a no man's land, you can do whatever you want without breaking the law. Some people who committed serious crimes fled here. Those pursuers could no longer continue their pursuit. This is the rule of the City of Sin. As for why the City of Sin has not been shut down, it's very simple, because the City of Sin is built at the exit of an extremely terrifying secret realm. Whenever an uprising breaks out in that secret realm, the first to suffer are those living in the City of Sin. However, since the City of Sin is full of vicious criminals, every time there is unrest in the secret realm, these guys work together to suppress it. These social dregs are essentially waste being reused. They became cannon fodder in the hands of those in power, the first rank of soldiers. Chen Hao's arrival attracted everyone's attention. However, Chen Hao changed his appearance at this moment, transforming into a werewolf. Everyone looked at Chen Hao, who had a wolf's head and a human body, and subconsciously turned their heads away. Only a few people stared at Chen Hao with great interest. Soon, a guy finally came to contact Chen Hao. The man was wearing black linen trousers and a white shirt draped over his upper body, his chest and breasts exposed. He had a large machete slung over his shoulder. The machete was covered in blood, and blood was still dripping down. When the man saw Chen Hao, he grinned and said, "Cute little wolf. I wonder if your head tastes good." As he spoke, the man brandished a large cleaver and slashed at Chen Hao. Seeing this, Chen Hao dodged away. Look, the butcher has his eye on that new guy. Who do you think will win between them? It's the butcher. That guy kills people every day. I don't even know how many he's killed. TCH, you have no sense at all. I think that werewolf is stronger. Shoo, don't talk. Just as everyone was talking, Chen Hao and the butcher got into a fight. Chen Hao was very fast. He seized the opportunity and teleported to the butcher's side. Sharp claws slashed across the butcher's neck. The butcher's neck was slashed open by Chen Hao's sharp claws. A large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain. See, I told you, that guy is really strong. TCH, boring. I didn't expect the butcher to be taken down so quickly. Yes, I was thinking of sharing a piece of meat with you. Oh well, never mind. Let's drink. The guys turned their heads back and then continued drinking. Chen Hao gave the butcher a cold look, then continued forward. They hadn't even taken a few steps. Chen Hao then saw someone, a man holding a cane, dressed like a gentleman. When Chen Hao saw this person, his heart began to pound involuntarily. It bounced incessantly, like a drumbeat. Get as far away as possible, and whatever you do, don't go near this guy. Every pore on Chen Hao's body was telling him that the man in front of him was extremely dangerous. However, the man did not seem to have any ill intentions towards Chen Hao. He took off his hat, smiled, and bowed to Chen Hao. Chen Hao Qiang feigned composure and returned the man's greeting. chatting. The man smiled and said, "Young man, if you don't mind, would you like to have a drink with me?" "Of course I'd like to," Chen Hao responded with a smile. "The guy in front of me is a third-level Venerable Realm expert with the SS-level superpower, Vampire King. This guy is a real vampire." "Then come with me, young man." The man led Chen Hao into a small tavern. "Hello, I'd like a Bloody Mary." He then turned to Chen Hao and asked, "Young man, what about you? It's the same, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, the man's lips curled into a slight smile. A short while later, 2 Bloody Marys arrived. The man took a small sip in front of Chen Hao. It smells so good. This wine is very pure, with a fresh, virginal fragrance." The man looked at Chen Hao and said, "Young man, why aren't you drinking?" Looking at the blood-red glass of wine in front of him, Chen Hao forced an awkward smile. "I suddenly remembered that I have something to do later." Upon hearing this, a look of disappointment flashed across the man's face. "That's such a pity." Chen Hao's eyelids kept twitching. He hadn't expected that the Bloody Mary in the bar actually contained blood, and this blood really was virgin blood. That's why Chen Hao didn't drink that glass of wine. The man drank his wine while chatting with Chen Hao. Time passed by, second by second. William yawned. He smiled slightly and said to Chen Hao, "I had a very pleasant chat today. Let's talk more about it next time we have a chance." With that, William left. Seeing William leave, Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. His back was soaked with sweat. What Chen Hao didn't know was, after William left the bar, he became mentally unstable. What to do? What to do? William's eyes turned bloodshot. No, absolutely not. William was suppressing his urge to kill. Oh ho ho ho, what a beautiful fruit. He looked up. He subconsciously licked his lips. No, no, the fruit should be picked when it is ripe, and that is when it is most delicious. Just then, a figure walked towards William. She was a woman dressed very provocatively. "Hey handsome, wanna play with me?" William disappeared from the spot. He picked up the woman and rushed into a nearby alley. A short while later, William came out from inside. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. "It tastes awful." After William left, Chen Hao also left the bar. He began searching for his purpose in the city of sin. Chen Hao was lucky. He hadn't walked far when he ran into that guy. That guy came out of another bar. He was wearing a black leather jacket and carrying a bottle of liquor. He looked half drunk. His long hair, damp with sweat, drooped down at this moment. Chen Hao's appearance caught his attention. Although Chen Hao tried his best to hide his murderous aura, but they still managed to find out. He threw the beer bottle in his hand directly at Chen Hao. Chen Hao instinctively dodged. The beer bottle hit the wall behind it and shattered. The man let out a roar. He changed his form and pounced towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao let out a beastly roar and charged towards the man. Immediately, the two sides began to fight. The fight between the two attracted everyone's attention. Many people came out of the room and began to watch the fight. These guys love to stir up trouble. They kept shouting and hawking there. "Attack! Attack now! Who do you think will win this battle?" "I bet on the red-skinned monster. I think he's stronger." "I disagree with you. I think that werewolf is more ferocious." The fight between Chen Hao and the man became increasingly intense. He was kicked by the man and flew backward. It crashed heavily into the wall behind it. The terrifying impact force caused the wall to crack. Then the man rushed over, his right fist aimed at Chen Hao's face. Just as the man's fist was about to strike Chen Hao's face, Chen Hao teleported to the man's back. Sharp claws reached for the man's back. Chen Hao's claws instantly left several deep wounds on the man's back. "Your claws are poisonous." The man sensed something was wrong and couldn't help but shout. His face was full of panic. The man was poisoned by Chen Hao. It was the venom of the immortal jellyfish, and it had been amplified. A tingling sensation ran down his back, and his expression turned ferocious. He endured the pain and lunged at Chen Hao Fei. Seeing this, Chen Hao immediately dodged. The man was poisoned. He was now a lamb to the slaughter. Chen Hao saw no need to get entangled with him further. After struggling for a while, the man clutched his neck, foamed at the mouth, and fell straight down. With the man's death, everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts. After the show was over, everyone naturally went home and went back to their own mothers. Chen Hao conjured a fireball in his right hand and threw it toward the man. He burned the man's body directly. "Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired a Class B ability, Bloodlust. Bloodlust, a B-level ability. When an attack hits an enemy, it deals damage and allows the user to absorb the enemy's blood essence, thereby increasing their own combat power. This is a life-stealing skill?" Chen Hao was overjoyed. However, he quickly recovered. This is, after all, a city of sin. He killed someone in the street, so naturally he couldn't stay in this place for long. Chen Hao immediately disappeared. After changing locations several times and altering its appearance several times, it was found that the plant had changed its location several times. Chen Hao appeared at the gates of the city of sin in the form of a kobold. He was about to walk out when he was stopped by someone. "Please show me your exit permit." "A city exit order?" Chen Hao hadn't expected that leaving this city of sin would require a city-leaving order. "Young man, you're new here, aren't you?" At that moment, a pig-headed man walked over from not far away. "Anyone who enters the city of sin will become an asset outlet of the city of Sin. If you want to leave, you need a city exit permit. What is a city exit order? What happens if you don't have a city exit order? Just as Chun Hao was asking the question, "Hey, why are you stopping me?" a young man appeared at the city gate of the city of Sin. He tried to leave, but was stopped. "Please show me your city gate warrant, or you may return." A city exit order? The guy snorted coldly, made a fist with his right hand, and threw a punch at the gatekeeper. Just as his fist was about to hit the gatekeeper, a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of the man. That guy was incredibly fast. His fist slammed out and pierced right through the young man's chest. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined he would die here. The young man was thrown on the ground by the man like trash. "Drag this piece of trash down there, chop it up, and feed it to the dogs." Chen Hao looked toward the man who had killed the young man. The guy was wearing an iron mask and had a very cold expression. 8th level of King Realm, A-level ability, Iron Fist. Just as Chun Hao was feeling sentimental. They're really courting death, actually trying to force their way through the city gates of the city of Sin. The pig-headed man couldn't help but shake his head. "Hey bro, I think you're a good guy. How about we team up?" "That's right, it's about teaming up. Didn't you want to ask how to obtain a city exit permit? It's actually very simple. Just work hard and earn contribution points in the city of Sin. Once you've earned 100,000 contribution points, you can exchange them for a city exit token and then leave the city of Sin." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. "Then I'll team up with you." "Okay, then come with me. I'll take you home. Let me tell you, my house is quite big." Chen Hao followed the pig-headed man toward a certain place. On the road, the pig-headed man kept chattering. "Now that you're in the city of Sin, no matter what you did before, you'd better keep a low profile. There's a saying, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. If you're a dragon, you have to coil up. If you're a tiger, you have to lie low. As long as we work hard and earn enough contribution points, we can leave here." "Alright, we've arrived." Before long, the pig-headed man led Chen Hao to a small thatched hut. "This is the big house you were talking about?" Chen Hao's lips twitched involuntarily. "Yeah, isn't it great? Let me tell you, don't let its small size fool you. It's really comfortable to sleep in. It's better than you sleeping on the streets." As he spoke, the pig-headed man pulled Chen Hao into the house. As soon as they entered the house, the pig-headed man closed the door. Chen Hao instantly became alert. "This guy, does he want to?" Chen Hao suddenly felt a tightness in his anus. The pig-headed man glanced outside the door and, seeing that no one was there, breathed a sigh of relief. He then asked Chen Hao, "Brother, which part are you from?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned. "What mission are you here on?" As soon as the pig-headed man finished speaking, he couldn't help but slap himself twice. "Oh dear, look at my mouth. Is it something I can just ask about when it comes to missions?" The pig-headed man's behavior left Chen Hao somewhat bewildered. This guy seems to be trying to conquer himself. "Oh well, never mind. Once you're here, you're a brother. We, the Scorpion Brigade, are all one and the same." As he spoke, the pig-headed man took the key off his neck. He walked to the metal cabinet next to him, opened the door, and took out a large, grayish-brown piece of bread. "Are you hungry? Here's buckwheat bread. Brother, don't be disgusted, just eat it. Don't let the ugly appearance of this bread fool you. One piece costs 5 contribution points." "That's amazing. That's what I earn after a whole day's work." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao quickly realized what was going on. This guy probably thinks I'm a member of the Scorpion Brigade. Judging from his appearance, he must be a beast. Beast refers to a person without superpowers who has had a physical superpower bead transplanted into them. The guy in front of me must have had the pig-headed man power bead transplanted into him. Now, corrupted by the supernatural bead, he has been completely transformed into a pig-headed man. "You've been talking about working, but what exactly are you doing?" Upon hearing this, the pig-headed man smiled mysteriously. "I won't tell you for now, you'll find out tomorrow." The pig-headed man kept everyone in suspense. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was speechless. Chen Hao followed the pig-headed man to the entrance of a secret realm. The pig-headed man ran to the campsite nearby, and soon returned carrying 2 iron pickaxes. "Let's go, let's get to work." "A pickaxe? What are they going to do? Mining?" Just as Chen Hao was wondering, the pig-headed man had already pulled him across the entrance to the secret realm. After entering the secret realm, Chen Hao discovered that it was located inside a passageway. Above the passageway are many glowing crystals. He. The pig-headed man smiled and said to Chen Hao, "Our job is to mine. See these shiny stones? These are priceless energy stones. Our goal is to dig these shiny energy stones out of the ground. This job is much better than other jobs. Did you see those fully armed guys? Those guys are explorers. This passageway is very large, and no one knows where it ends. Not to mention how terrifying the monsters inside are. Those who participate in expeditions can earn a considerable income, but similarly, there are certain risks involved. This is a profession where you risk your life." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. At the same time, he secretly glanced at the group of explorers. The explorers were led by 2 generals, and the rest were masters. Those below the master level are a burden and are not qualified to join the explorers team. "Come on, I'll take you to the mine where we work." work. Led by the pig-headed man, Chen Hao arrived at a mine pit. By this time, some guys were already working there. They raised their pickaxes high, then brought them down with a bang. The rock wall was extremely hard. The pickaxe fell, and sparks flew everywhere upon impact. The entire mine was filled with the clanging of metal. Is it this hard? Chen Hao tried to lift the pickaxe, then slammed it down. He discovered that he had only broken off a small piece of the rock. Upon seeing this, the pig-headed man smiled slightly. Bro, that's impressive. Wow, she's incredibly strong. The pig-headed man's eyes were full of envy. Strong? As he spoke, the pig-headed man raised his pickaxe and swung it down hard. Compared to Chen Hao, the pig-headed man is just a weakling. Chen Hao was able to dig out at least a small piece of rock. The pig-headed man was like someone scraping a stone. After the pickaxe fell, it only left a little white mark. Chen Hao and the pig-headed man began digging. The pig-headed man became more and more excited as he looked around, thinking, it looks like we can earn a lot of contribution points today. Just as the pig-headed man was getting excited, a guy walked in from outside. He was broad-shouldered and burly, with a full beard and extremely muscular physique. The mining maniac is here. I'm so envious. I wish I had his strength. I wonder how many energy stones he'll be able to dig up today. Sigh, if only I could learn his mining skills. His mining efficiency means he earns far more contribution points every day than those explorers. He's so lucky. He has the safest job and earns the most money. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get to work, or we won't have dinner tonight. The arrival of the mining fanatic caught Chen Hao's attention. He instinctively looked toward the mining maniac. When the pig-headed man next to him saw that Chen Hao had stopped, he also stopped. What's wrong? Are you trying to steal my skills? Hey brother, listen to my advice. When it comes to life, it's always better to be down to earth. Before you, many people had already thought about learning your skills from others. Without exception, they all failed. And because of the time wasted, not many energy stones were mined. This made me hungry at night. Chen Hao didn't take it seriously when he heard this. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean he can't. The mining maniac entered the mine and took the pickaxe off his back. He spat twice on his hands and then rubbed them together. Then he raised the pickaxe in his hand and started swinging it. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the mining maniac continued digging rapidly. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. With his divine eye, he quickly understood how the other person had done it. They were able to dig up rocks as hard as iron as if they were tofu. He actually managed to coat the pickaxe with alien energy. After understanding the principle, Chen Hao followed suit and began to try it out. At first, Chen Hao was a little unaccustomed to it. Gradually, he mastered the knack. Chen Hao dug out a huge rock. The pig-headed man's eyes were wide open. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misread it. Chen Hao's pickaxe fell a second time. They dug down another huge rock. Wow, that's awesome. The pig-headed man couldn't help but give Chen Hao a thumbs up. Bro, how did you do that? Is it difficult? I feel like I can do it with my hands. Chen Hao hadn't expected to envelop the pickaxe in alien energy. The pickaxe became harder and sharper. With his power enhancement, mining will be a piece of cake. Chen Hao's situation caught the attention of the mining maniac. He looked at Chen Hao, his brows furrowing slightly. This kid, the mining fanatic pondered for a moment. Then they continued mining. Chen Hao also became a mining fanatic. Would big. He kept swinging the pickaxe in his hand. He was somewhat enjoying the feeling of mining. Chen Hao discovered that he had gained even stronger control over the alien energy. Mining can also train one's supernatural energy? This was something Chen Hao hadn't expected. The pig-headed man walked along the road with great joy, hopping and skipping incessantly. Hey bro, do you know how many points we earned today? 5,000, a full 5,000 points. My god, if I were to do this, I don't know how long it would take. Let's go, you've made so much money, I'll treat you to a big meal. Really? Chen Hao nodded. He brought the pig-headed man to the restaurant, where they spent 200 points. The two left satisfied. On the way back, the pig-headed man looked at Chen Hao with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Brother, I haven't had a proper meal in ages, and they ate so well. His nose stung, and he burst into tears. Chen Hao and the pig-headed man returned to the house. Just as they arrived, a figure appeared. The guy, holding a pickaxe, dug towards Chen Hao. Watch out, brother. Just as Chen Hao was about to make a move, the pig-headed man darted forward and blocked his path. The guy's pickaxe struck him squarely on the head, killing him instantly. Chen Hao looked at the attacker. Chen Hao never expected that the mining maniac would come here to ambush him. He snorted coldly and said, blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. It's them, dude. Blame it on being too dazzling. As he spoke, he picked up a pickaxe and began digging towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao flashed behind the man, and with a flick of his wrist, a sharp dagger appeared. Chen Hao plunged his dagger into the man's back. How is this possible? The man's eyes widened, and he turned around in disbelief. Then he fell straight down. You think wearing an iron vest can stop my dagger? As the saying goes, learn from the barbarians' superior techniques to subdue them. Chen Hao learned a new way to use alien energy today. He used it immediately. The dagger, enveloped in alien alien energy became many times sharper. The man was wearing an iron vest, but that vest was as fragile as paper in front of Chen Hao. It tore apart with a single poke. After killing the man, Chen Hao glanced at the pig-headed man. "Brother, farewell." Chen Hao threw down 2 fireballs, burning the pig-headed man and the mining maniac to ashes. He then left. A new member has joined the adventurers party. That guy has a pig's head and a human body. He burned the corpses of the pig-headed man and the mining maniac last night and gained the superpowers of the pig-headed man and miner. Both were D-level superpowers, and Chen Hao was too lazy to analyze them. At the same time, he took over the pig-headed man's superpowers. This time, Chen Hao concealed his true strength. He is currently at the 6th level of the Master Realm. For an adventurer's party, his strength is neither particularly good nor bad. This is something Chen Hao has considered. High-level players are more likely to attract attention, while low-level players are assigned tasks such as scouting or carrying backpacks. These days, the middle way is still the best. Soon, Chen Hao's team set off. On the way, Chen Hao noticed that the squad leader was constantly talking into the walkie-talkie. It's clear he's very experienced. The group continued walking deeper into the passageway. During their journey, they encountered many monsters, all of which were defeated by the combined efforts of the group. "Okay, stop now." The squad leader called a halt to the group. He addressed everyone, saying, "Let's rest where we are." The squad leader had a surveillance camera strapped to his chest, which was used for recording video. People outside can see what's going on inside through the surveillance camera on his chest. After hearing the squad leader tell them to rest on the spot, "Oh, I'm exhausted," everyone stopped abruptly. They immediately scattered. Some people sat on the ground, while others found a large rock to sit on. Some people were standing with their backs against the wall. Chen Hao noticed that the person sitting on the ground had no injuries and was obviously a newcomer. Only those with their backs to the wall looked wary, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. Just as everyone was resting, a figure darted out. That guy punched the guy sitting on the ground in the head. The guy on the ground suddenly exploded like a watermelon. Brain matter mixed with blood splattered everywhere. Everyone turned to look at the attacker. It's a violent red-eyed rabbit. The violent red-eyed rabbits stand on their hind legs, looking like regulars at the gym, having developed a muscular physique. After smashing that guy's head with a punch, it launched an attack on another guy. Seeing this, the squad leader swung his longsword at the violent red-eyed rabbit. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The vice captain glanced at the guy who had almost been attacked by the violent red-eyed rabbit. "Are you all right?" "No, it's nothing." That guy said it, but his legs were trembling. The vice captain went to help the captain, and the two worked together. They killed that violent red-eyed rabbit. Upon seeing this, the crowd cheered. Phew, phew, phew. The two captains were panting heavily. The violent red-eyed rabbit was too troublesome. It took them a lot of effort to kill it. "Let's take a break." The vice captain handed him a bottle of water. He had just handed the water over. A dark figure rushed out. The dark figure punched the vice captain, sending him flying. The vice captain crashed heavily into the wall not far away. He fell down and died instantly. The captain let out a roar of anger. The vice captain was his best friend, and he never expected to be killed by the other party like this. He started to go berserk, wielding a long sword and slashing at the violent red-eyed rabbit in front of him. The violent red-eyed rabbit in front of us is not of the same class as the violent red-eyed rabbit from before. It was incredibly fast, and with one punch, it aimed straight for the captain's face. A crisp snap. The captain's nose was broken, and he himself was forced to retreat repeatedly. Then, the violent red-eyed rabbit quickly took a few small steps and approached the captain. He threw another punch, this time landing on the captain's chest. The captain's chest was dented from the blow. Upon seeing this, one of the men finally realized what was happening. "My instinct was to run away." The violent red-eyed rabbit moved. It charged at the guy and instantly smashed his head with a single punch. Then it pounced on another creature. The violent red-eyed rabbit went into killing mode, and in no time, almost everyone at the scene except Chen Hao was dead. Chen Hao looked at the violent red-eyed rabbit covered in blood in front of him. 4th level of the general realm. Not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Hao moved as well. He charged toward the violent red-eyed rabbit, and during the run, Chen Hao changed his form. The pig-headed man's combat power was too weak, so Chen Hao switched directly to his Dragon Man form. He started fighting with the violent red-eyed rabbit. The two sides went back and forth. Chen Hao was surprised to find that his combat power had increased. "That's right, I've become stronger." He used to feel pain when attacked by the enemy, but now, the pain only occurs at the moment of the attack. The pain disappeared after the attack. Is this the boost that the Turritopsis dornii gave me? No, there's also the vampiric buff from the bloodthirsty ones. Chen Hao transformed into a warmonger. The violent red-eyed rabbit in front of him was starting to panic after being beaten. The fighting style of both sides was clearly one of trading blows for damage, but Chen Hao seems to be a cheater. 1 second you're injured, the next you're completely healed. In contrast, the violent red-eyed rabbit's injuries were getting worse. Its instinct was to try to escape. As a result, Chen Hao seized the opportunity, teleported behind behind the violent red-eyed rabbit and threw a punch. The back of the violent red-eyed rabbit's head was dented by Chen Hao's punch. The violent red-eyed rabbit's body went limp and it collapsed. Looking at the corpse of the violent red-eyed rabbit on the ground. Rise up, my soldiers. Chen Hao had not used the corpse summoning ability before. The main problem is that this thing is too shocking and unconventional. It would be extremely dangerous if he were discovered before he had matured. Things are different now. This is a secret place, and Chen Hao is not worried about being discovered. Chen Hao shouted. The violet red-eyed rabbit jumped up from the ground. Chen Hao felt it wasn't enough. Come forth, blood demon. He also summoned the blood demon. Chen Hao planned to explore this secret realm thoroughly. Next up was Chen Haoping's push. Chen Hao dealt with all the monsters he encountered on the road. Then these monsters joined Chen Hao's sweeping army. Soon Chen Hao arrived at a cave. That's a coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Chen Hao glanced around and noticed two purple flowers that looked a bit like coxcombs on the stone wall not far away. Chen Hao was pleased to see the phoenix coxcomb sunflower. However, he was not blinded by the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Let's all attack that place together. Chen Hao pointed to the rock wall not far away. Upon hearing this, the group of magical beasts simultaneously attacked the rock wall. In an instant, all sorts of attacks flew towards the rock wall. A figure emerged from the rock wall. A gigantic snake. The snake was entirely yellowish-brown, blending seamlessly with the rocks on the cliff face. If Chen Hao hadn't possessed the ability to foresee danger, he wouldn't have known of the other party's existence. After all, the Eye of True Sight consumes a lot of alien energy, and Chen Hao can't keep it on all the time. Let's all go together. At Chen Hao's command, the group of magical beasts charged toward the Earth Rock Serpent King. Seeing this, the Earth Rock Serpent King swung its tail fiercely, sending the group of magical beasts flying. But even more monsters pounced on its body. Because these monsters are all corpses, they have no sense of pain. As long as they can move, they will attack relentlessly. Under the relentless attacks of the horde of magical beasts, the Earth Rock Serpent King finally met its end. Blood Demon, go and pick those two phoenix sunflowers for me. Upon hearing this, the Blood Demon flew towards the phoenix sunflower. I picked the phoenix coxcomb sunflower directly. It was then delivered to Chen Hao. Store the two coxcomb phoenix sunflowers into your space. Chen Hao then prepared to leave. Smiling Tiger. That's right, it's about leaving. Chen Hao's intuition told him that the road ahead was extremely dangerous, and if he continued forward, he would probably die. Chen Hao led his army of monsters away. What he didn't know was, no sooner had he left than a monster appeared. The monster was a spider, entirely white. He exudes an aura of royalty. When Chen Hao was still some distance from the entrance, he stored the corpses of the monsters into his spatial storage. At the same time, two monster cores appeared in his hand. I believe that the monster cores of these two general-level monsters can be exchanged for a considerable number of contribution points. Chen Hao took the two monster cores to the exchange point. Just as he had predicted, two general-level monster cores were exchanged for a total of 50,000 contribution points. How did you obtain it? The person in charge of the exchange asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. I'm lucky. I ran into two monsters fighting. In the end, both monsters perished together. Then I went up and picked up the leftovers. No. Hearing Chen Hao's words, the staff couldn't help but nod. After Chen Hao finished exchanging the currency, several staff members couldn't help but start discussing it. Boss, that guy is really lucky. Yes, I never expected that he would actually encounter two magical beasts fighting. Sigh, why can't we have such luck? That leader wasn't a fool. Although Chen Hao had concealed his aura and compressed his strength to the master level, he still managed to defeat him. However, the leader still sensed a strange danger emanating from Chen Hao. His intuition told him not to offend Chen Hao. Alright, stop talking nonsense and get back to your posts. If you're envious, you can resign and join the expedition team. Don't worry, I'll definitely approve your application first. Upon hearing their leader's words, the group immediately and obediently returned to their original seats. Just kidding, although expeditions earn a lot of money, it's a dangerous job. Chen Hao redeemed his contribution points. He hadn't taken more than a few steps. Young man, wait a minute. A guy walked up to them with a grin. Chen Hao turned his head and saw a shifty-eyed fellow. He sized up Chen Hao with malicious eyes. He's cunning. He just saw Chen Hao exchange for two monster cores. They knew that Chen Hao currently had a large sum of money on him. Hey bro, wanna go have some fun? Have some fun? Chen Hao looked at the guy in front of him with suspicion. How does it feel good? Of course, I'll take you to eat abalone. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao immediately felt bored. Seeing that Chen Hao was about to turn around and leave, the guy panicked instantly. He darted forward and blocked Chen Hao's path. Since you don't want to eat abalone, I'll take you somewhere else. If I'm not mistaken, you probably haven't collected enough contribution points to exchange for a city exit token yet. Brother, I'll take you to a place where you're guaranteed to win big with a small investment. You can even get more contribution points than you would get from exchanging for a city exit token. Where is this going? Upon hearing Chen Hao's question, the man man's lips curled slightly. He thought to himself, the fish has taken the bait. The man glanced around mysteriously, then said to Chen Hao, if you want to know, come with me. The man then led the way. Out of curiosity, Chen Hao followed the man. He thought the man would lead him to a dark corner, but instead he arrived at a magnificent place. The man was about to go in when he was stopped. Sorry, you're not welcome here. Upon hearing this, the man bowed and scraped to the guards, saying, sirs, I came here with him. I came with him. Several security guards looked at Chen Hao, and after glancing at him, they made way for him and gestured for him to enter. The security guards all wear special glasses that allow them to see how many contribution points a person has. Seeing that Chen Hao had a lot of contribution points, they naturally made way for him. Boss, let's go in. Guided by the man, Chen Hao went inside. Once inside, Chen Hao finally understood what this place was. I never imagined this place would be a gambling den. Chen Hao glanced around. He discovered that there were quite a few people gambling, and those guys were all gambling like madmen. His face was flushed red, and he kept shouting loudly. The man followed Chen Hao inside. Arriving here, he felt as if he were coming home. He looked completely absorbed. I'm back. I, Shui Yeshing, am finally back. Shui Yeshing said to Chen Hao, brother, how is it? Want to take a gamble? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly but did not take immediate action. Instead, they wandered around the gambling den. After walking around, Chen Hao exchanged some chips and then stopped at a certain place. That was a place where people gambled on dice. If only we hadn't broken down the gambler ability back then. Perhaps I can dominate the battlefield today. However, Chen Hao was lucky. He had another cheat code. He looked at Shui Yeshing beside him. This guy was the legendary walking cheat code. Shui Yeshing is not strong, but his superpower is invincible. The strategist, rank F. With this ability, divine calculations and brilliant schemes will no longer be relevant to you. Any idea you come up with will become a bad one. An F rank, dog-headed strategist? Upon seeing this, Chen Hao smiled. If this guy appeared in the Three Kingdoms period, he would be comparable to Gui Tu. In Chen Hao's eyes, there are no useless superpowers, only people who don't know how to use them. He smiled and asked Shui Yeshing, what do you think we should bet on this time? Upon hearing this, Shui Yeshing pretended to be deep in thought. Then he said, bet on the big one. Chen Hao walked towards the table and threw all his chips onto it. Upon seeing this, Shui Yeshing couldn't help but widen his eyes. Boss, are you messing with me? I clearly told you to bet on big, so why did you bet on small? If you lose, don't blame me. Shui Yeshing had barely finished speaking. Place your bet now. The sexy female dealer then lifted the dice cup. 1, 2, 2, small. Seeing this, Chen Hao smiled and put away the chips he had won. He then took out a chip and handed it to Shui Yeshing, asking, what are you betting on this time? Upon hearing this, Shui Yeshing hesitated again. Still big. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao placed his newly won chips on the smaller ones. Upon seeing this, Shui Yeshing's expression instantly turned ugly. I think I understand now. You did it on purpose. You're using me. It has to be said, Shui Yeshing's luck is really amazing. 1, 2, 4, small. Chen Hao won again. Chen Hao won 2 consecutive rounds, attracting the attention of the people at the same table. They instinctively looked at Chen Hao, wanting to know what he would bet on next. The result was a huge disappointment to them. Chen Hao actually started to collect the chips he had won. That's right, he's not going to gamble anymore. Seeing this, the gamblers nearby became somewhat anxious. In their view, gambling is all about luck. Chen Hao is on a winning streak right now. It would be a real shame to quit now. Hey bro, wanna gamble a few more rounds? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao shook his head. A little gambling is harmless, but excessive gambling is harmful. Although Chen Hao could continue to win money using this method, but he knew that if he won again, he would never be able to leave this gambling den. Chen Hao took the chips he won to the exchange counter and exchanged them for contribution points. This time, he earned a total of over 200,000 contribution points. They came out of the gambling den. Shui Yeshing looked at Chen Hao, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Could you lend me some contribution points? Don't worry, I won't lend it to you for nothing. Seeing Chen Hao's displeasure, Shui Yeshing hurriedly replied, I'm paying for it. Shui Yeshing nodded and said to Chen Hao, let's go, come with me to get something. As he spoke, Shui Yeshing led the way. Chen Hao followed Shui Yeshing to a house. The house was dilapidated. After Shui Yeshing went inside, he began searching. A short while later, he came out from inside, holding a bead in his hand. Brother, I'll trade you this. What's this? Dragon Ball. Chen Hao frowned and looked at the beads in Shui Yeshing's hand. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. Chen Hao's heart started pounding uncontrollably. It really is Dragon Ball. Chen Hao was completely baffled. He couldn't understand how the other party had obtained the Dragon Ball. Although he was shocked, his expression remained calm. Where did you get this piece of junk? You actually lied to me and said it was a Dragon Ball. Do you think I'm an idiot? Upon hearing this, Shui Yeshing became anxious. Oh dear, how come you're all so ignorant? This really is Dragon Ball. It is a dragon pearl that has been passed down through generations in our family. My grandfather repeatedly told me before he died that I must take good care of it. If I didn't think we were destined to meet, cheat, I wouldn't have given it to you. Chen Hao laughed dismissively. Do you even believe what you're saying? Shui Yesheng was amused by his own words. Okay, I knew I couldn't lie to you. Shui Yesheng sighed and couldn't help but throw the Dragon Ball in his hand to the ground. I wonder if my old man has gone mad. People often say that as people get old, they become demented. It seems to be true. I was so skeptical of how much I trusted him back then. You know what? I took this Dragon Ball to pawn back then. As a result, they threw out the Dragon Balls and had me beaten up. Shui Yesheng grew angrier the more he thought about it, and he prepared to raise his foot and stomp on the Dragon Ball several times. Seeing this, Chen Hao quickly stopped Shui Yesheng. He then picked up the Dragon Ball and gently wiped off the dust. This is, after all, a memento left to you by your grandfather. Why don't you take better care of it? Upon hearing this, Shui Yesheng was speechless. What's the point of keeping this kind of garbage? Seeing this, Chen Hao said, since you don't want it, then give it to me. I think these beads are quite pretty. I'll take it back and put it by my bedside. Upon hearing this, Shui Yesheng couldn't help but shake his head. Here you go, here you go. Shui Yesheng put his hands in his pockets and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Chen Hao called out to Shui Yesheng. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Here, take this. Chen Hao pulled out a wad of green banknotes. These banknotes are the contribution points of the sinful city. Shui Yesheng caught Chen Hao's banknotes. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. He was overjoyed, never expecting Chen Hao to be so generous. He was given 10,000 contribution points directly. Shui Yesheng kissed the green banknotes several times before quickly leaving. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes as he watched Shui Yesheng's departing figure. Items like Dragon Balls are considered spiritual objects. Shui Yesheng was its former owner. However, the moment he took Chen Hao's contribution points, Shui Yesheng's connection with it was severed. Chen Hao bought it outright. Chen Hao looked at the Dragon Ball in his hand, and with the help of the eye of true sight, he could clearly see the attributes of the Dragon Ball. Not bad, not bad. Dragon Ball of the devouring demon dragon. The energy of this Dragon Ball has been exhausted. If you want to use it, it must be nurtured again. Should I get pregnant again? What kind of pregnancy and recuperation method is used? Does it mean swallowing it and then nurturing it like a child? For a moment, Chen Hao was at a loss. He directly stored the Dragon Pearl of the devouring demon dragon into his spatial storage. I've been out here for a while now. It's time to go back. Chen Hao glanced at the city of Sin. The entire city of Sin was shrouded in gloom, with ruins and rubble everywhere, and the sky above was blood red. However, for Chen Hao, this is a treasure trove. I will definitely come back. Chen Hao said the same line as Grey Wolf. He then went to the place where he could exchange for a city exit token and exchanged it for one. He arrived at the city gate, handed the exit permit to the guard, and then left the city of Sin. After leaving the city of Sin, Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. He just got back but didn't go back to his room. Instead, he went to find Lu Fengfeng. Lu Fengfeng is currently watching videos while eating potato chips. Chen Hao's arrival caught Lu Fengfeng's attention. Lu Fengfeng instinctively pinched her nose. Chen Hao, where have you been these past few days? Lu Fengfeng noticed that Chen Hao smelled strange. It smelled of blood mixed with the stench of sweat, and it was extremely pungent. I went to the city of Sin. Sin, the city of Sin. Upon hearing this, Lu Fengfeng's eyes widened, and she quickly looked Chen Hao up and down. Are you a human or a ghost? Of course it's people. Then how did you get back from the city of Sin? I've heard that the city of Sin is full of bad people. Murders in the street happen frequently there. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao had no intention of continuing the topic. Instead, she changed the subject, saying, Fengfeng, could you help me look into the matter of nurturing the Dragon Pearl? Nurturing the Dragon Balls? What's wrong? Did you obtain the Dragon Balls? Lu Fengfeng's intelligence is extraordinary. Judging from your expression, it must be true. Although she said that, her hands didn't stop. After Lu Fengfeng gave her a good scolding, she felt somewhat frustrated. Previously, Chen Hao could get all the information he wanted from her. But now, Lu Fengfeng finds herself unable to help Chen Hao, because Chen Hao's question was too secretive. It's virtually impossible to find it online. No? Lu Fengfeng nodded. Okay, it's okay, I'll think of a solution myself later. With that, Chen Hao prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Lu Fengfeng called out to Chen Hao. Here, take this. Lu Fengfeng took out a stack of A4-sized printed documents. What are these? Opponent, didn't you participate in the Supernatural Abilities Bureau's League? These are your opponents this time. Thank you. Chen Hao left Lu Fengfeng's office with the information she gave him. Watching Chen Hao's departing figure, Lu Fengfeng felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She was happy that she could help Chen Hao. Chen Hao walked while reviewing the documents in his hand. What are you looking at so intently? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao looked in the direction of the voice and found it was Shangguan Huofeng. Sister Fire Phoenix. Chen Hao greeted Shangguan Huofeng. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Huofeng smiled slightly. I heard you're participating in the league this time. Good luck. I'll go watch your match with Bai Jie then. Yes, I will. Chen Hao nodded. Okay, I have something to do, so I'll go take care of it now. With that, Shangguan Huofeng left. Chen Hao continued walking forward. He hadn't walked more than a few steps when he ran into Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were incredibly excited to see Chen Hao, especially Lu Xiaoji. "Brother Hao, I heard you participated in the league. I have a big gift for you." As he spoke, Lu Xiaoji pulled out a stack of A4 papers. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but say, "If you're just giving me information, your sister has already prepared it for me." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji gave a mysterious smile. "My sister is my sister's, and what's mine is mine. The materials my sister and I prepared are definitely different, because it's internal information." "Internal documents? He. Lu Xiaoji smiled, and he smiled very happily. "Brother Hao, then I won't disturb you while you're looking at the documents." With that, Lu Xiaoji pulled Lu Xiaobu away. Chen Hao returned to his dormitory carrying a large pile of documents. Lu Xiaoji's information was on top, and he subconsciously picked it up and started looking at it. Name, Ho Yun. Age, 30, 170, 90, 63, 91. This guy. Upon seeing this set of data, Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh. It really is internal information. Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities and rested for 2 days. What's over? Finally, the Superpower Bureau's league began. Chen Hao, Lu Xiaoji, and Lu Xiaobu arrived at the competition venue together. Chen Hao noticed that Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were wearing different clothes today. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but ask Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, "What's going on with you two?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu began to shout, "Go Hao Gu! Go Hao Gu!" Lu Xiaoji shouted and danced at the same time. Lu Xiaobu was waving a huge flag around. The two looked especially happy. TCH, where did these bumpkins come from? Just as Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji were demonstrating how to cheer Chen Hao on, a few guys appeared. The man in the lead looked arrogant and haughty. Chen Hao looked at the man in the lead. He had read the information beforehand, so he recognized the guy in front of him. This guy is Nicn from the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Ko City. Nicn's lips curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but say, "Sigh, people these days are really getting more and more backward. I can't understand this Superpowers League, such a grand competition. It's unbelievable that even the most insignificant Tom, Dick, and Harry can participate." Hearing Nicn's words, the group of guys behind him chimed in. That's right. They don't even feel ashamed. Oh dear, they've come all this way, and if they're not good enough, they should at least leave a good impression elsewhere. TSK, do your bosses know about what you're doing? The group laughed as they passed by Chen Hao and his companions. Seeing the group of people walk by, Lu Xiaobu got angry. He was about to step forward to argue with them, but Lu Xiaoji stopped him. "Xiaobu, even Hao Gu isn't angry, so why are you angry?" As Lu Xiaoji spoke, he pointed his right index finger into the air. That guy was attacked by Lu Xiaoji. He felt a sharp pain in his backside, immediately clutched his buttocks, and turned his head away. They found that Chen Hao and his group acted as if nothing had happened. "You just wait. What just happened was too embarrassing, so Nicn didn't dare to make a fuss." Seeing that guy flee in panic, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but say to Chen Hao, "Brother Hao, please forgive me for taking it upon myself to do this. That kid is too arrogant. If you run into him on the field, you must teach him a lesson." Chen Hao nodded. As the three prepared to walk towards the arena, a huge figure walked over. "Hello, I saw the scene of you cheering me on just now. I think it's excellent. Could you please cheer me on during my match later?" The newcomer was a burly man, his entire body covered in muscles. He was holding a hamburger in his hand, taking a bite of it continuously. "Hanny, why are you eating a hamburger again? Didn't I tell you? Hamburgers are junk food, high in calories, and eating too many is bad for your health." Hearing what the woman said, the burly man couldn't help but pick up the hamburger and examine it. "Where is the ingredient list? That wasn't mentioned." "Yeah, it didn't say it was 0 calories. As he spoke, he took a big bite of the hamburger. "To stay healthy, you need to eat hamburgers, yay." As he spoke, the man struck what he thought was a very cool pose. "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Marburg. I rely on hamburgers to defend my country." Chen Hao frowned as he looked at the country of Marburg. 4th level of the general realm, A-level superpower, hamburger Superman. Although Chen Hao had read the information before, but when he actually saw the person in person, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. "The country of Marburg in front of us is too abstract. Okay, that concludes my self-introduction. I'm going in. You two little brothers, you must cheer me on during the match later." Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu nodded gently, like obedient children. Faced with a burly man like Marburg, the two of them dared not utter a word of dissent. As the kingdom of Marburg departed, Chen Hao, Lu Xiaoji, and Lu Xiaobu also headed towards the arena. They parted ways halfway through their journey. Chen Hao went to the contestants' restroom. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu went to the audience seats. Chen Hao had just entered the lounge. "Hey bro, sit here." Marburg greeted Chen Hao warmly. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao walked towards the kingdom of Mabal. Marburg took a hamburger out of his backpack and handed it to Chen Hao. "Do you want some?" Chen Hao took it, opened it, and started eating. Seeing this, Marburg nodded with great satisfaction. People like friends the most. Judging from Chun Hao's expression, he seems to really like hamburgers. Because of this, Marburg loves hamburgers, so naturally he also likes Chun Hao, who loves hamburgers. TCH, no taste at all. Chen Hao noticed that Nicn had started mocking people again. How has this guy survived until now? Chen Hao was very curious about Nicn. However, he didn't pay much attention to Nicn. Chen Hao glanced around the scene. He noticed that there were quite a lot of people participating in the competition. Their strength ranges from the 4th to the 6th level of the general realm. Finally, Chen Hao's gaze fell on the group of guys. A woman wearing a red cheongsam is holding a red umbrella in her hand. A woman dressed in martial arts attire holds a red tasseled spear. There was another man sitting at the very front, drinking water. Seemingly sensing that Chen Hao was looking at him, he turned his head and smiled at Chen Hao. These 3 guys are all experts. Although there were many people present, so far, only these 3 possessed the strength of the 6th level of the general realm. Hey bro, can I have a hamburger too? Just as Chen Hao was observing the people at the scene, he noticed a man wearing an animal skin coat and carrying a longbow walking towards him. They demanded hamburgers from Marburg. Go away, I don't even have enough to eat myself. Why should I give it to you? Upon hearing this, the man immediately looked displeased. He couldn't help but ask, then why did you give it to him? Who I give it to is none of your business. And who are you to deserve eating the same hamburger as me? Chen Hao did not expect that Marburg's attitude towards others would undergo a complete 180-degree change. The guy snorted coldly and left with a dark face. Pa, what is that? As he spoke, Marburg took a big bite of his hamburger. He muttered, my hamburgers are always given to others by me. No one ever asks for them. And if you want it, just take it. Don't act all high and mighty. Who cares about you? Marburg became increasingly angry as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao didn't know what to say. Everyone who comes here is proud and arrogant, and they all have their own temperaments. Just as everyone was talking in 2s and 3s, a woman in work clothes walked in. Hello everyone, the first match is about to begin. Now everyone will draw lots. Those who draw the same number will be opponents in the same match. Chen Hao and the others went up one by one to line up and draw lots. Most people remained silent after the draw. Only Nicn is truly special. Number 1, this is number 1. I knew it. I am the chosen one. No matter what I do, I'm number 1. Nicn glanced at everyone and couldn't help but shout, who among you drew number 1? Everyone heard Nicn's voice. They all looked at Nicn as if he were an idiot. At this moment, Chen Hao opened the lot he had drawn. It turned out that the number above was also number 1. Is it really such a coincidence? Just as Chen Hao was complaining, Ma Baoguo walked over. Bro, I drew number 3. What's your number? Number 1? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Marburg immediately laughed. Brother, you're so lucky. You actually ran into an opponent like that. It was obvious that Ma Baoguo looked down on Nicn from the bottom of his heart. Everyone, please be quiet. Please be quiet. Amidst the lively discussion, the female staff member walked over. She smiled and said to everyone, now I will guide you through the competition. Everyone, please proceed in order. Please come with me. The 2 contestants who drew number 1. Are you okay? Upon hearing this, Nicn strode over to the beautiful female employee. He asked with a grin, hey beautiful, do you have a boyfriend? Are you free tonight? Would you like to grab some dinner with me? The beautiful staff member wore a polite smile, but a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. If it weren't for work, she would have slapped him already. Hello, I am number 1. The beautiful female staff member was impressed by Chen Hao's extraordinary demeanor and polite manners. No, it's okay. She smiled, her eyes filled with joy. Alright, everyone's here. Now come with me. Chen Hao and Nicn followed behind the beautiful female staff member, heading towards the competition venue. On the way, Nicn narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Hao with disdain. You little rascal, your luck seems to be a bit off. They encountered me in their very first match. It's okay, I'll take good care of you later. Is that so? Then I'll wait and see. As they spoke, the 2 walked out of the players' passageway and onto the competition field. The audience erupted in cheers as Chen Hao and Nicn appeared. They're here, they've finally arrived. I've been waiting for 2.5 hours. The match is finally about to start. If they don't start soon, I'll have eaten all my sunflower seeds. Chen Hao and Nicn arrived at the competition venue. The 2 sides lined up in a row. With the referee's whistle, Nicn launched the first attack. Nicn crossed her arms in front of her chest and then suddenly opened them forward. His hands were instantly enveloped in 2 beams of green light. 2 green phantoms appeared in Nicn's hands. Kid, I hope you can take a beating. As he spoke, Nicn lunged at Chen Haofei. He slashed fiercely with his right hand. Seeing this, Chen Hao dodged to the side. Nicn slammed his right hand into the ground, creating a deep trench. This guy's got some skills. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but speak up. Seeing Chen Hao dodge, Nicn continued his attack. Chen Hao naturally kept dodging. After several missed strikes, Nicn became anxious. He was, after all, a 4th-level ability user, yet he couldn't defeat Chen Hao. Kid, what's your actual strength? Nicn couldn't help but ask Chen Hao. As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, speaking, he made a fist with his right hand, flames swirling around it, and punched towards Nicn's face. Upon seeing this, Nicn hurriedly raised his hands to block. Chen Hao's fist struck Nicn's arm, sending Nicn flying backward. After sliding a distance on the ground, Nicn stopped. He then stood up. The way he looked at Chen Hao changed. I was blind just now. I didn't expect you to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Nicn bumped his hands together. The green phantoms collided, producing a metallic clanging sound. I don't believe you can catch it this time. As he spoke, Nicn lunged at Chen Haofei. His speed was so great that it created a ghostly image. The sharp twin blades slashed towards Chen Hao. In a battle between masters, sometimes it all happens in an instant. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Nicn collapsed. The scene fell silent instantly. That's so fast. I thought that Nicn would unleash his ultimate move, and that the two sides would have an epic battle. I didn't expect it to end so quickly. That guy named Nicn is such a piece of trash. Yes, from the moment they entered the game to the moment it ended, it was less than 3 minutes. It can't even keep up with my time when I'm handling things. You're such a piece of trash. I'd be ecstatic if you could last 3 minutes. One woman couldn't help but complain. Nicn's defeat attracted the attention of all the contestants. That guy is indeed foul-mouthed and weak. Is that so? I don't think so. Don't you think that guy is just too strong? The speakers were a man and a woman. Both were wearing tight-fitting clothes, clearly indicating they were trained fighters. Chen Hao defeated Nicn, smiled slightly, and walked towards the lounge. Seeing this, Ma Bagua smiled and said, "Brother, you've worked hard." As he spoke, he tossed a hamburger at Chen Hao. "Let's have a hamburger to replenish our energy." Chen Hao left the field, and the game continued. The results of the second match came out quickly. The woman holding the red oil paper umbrella won. Chen Hao had seen the contestants' information, so he recognized the woman. Ho Yan won the match, and then it was Ma Baogua's turn. "Brother, I'm going up. The kingdom of Marburg has come to power." His opponent was the man in the animal skin coat. Is this what they call a narrow escape between enemies? Marburg and the man in the fur coat started fighting. The moves of the Marburg kingdom are wide and sweeping. While he was playing, he didn't forget to take a hamburger out of his pocket and stuff it into his mouth. Marburg's superpower is Hamburger Superman, so his energy source is naturally hamburgers. The man in the fur coat saw through Marburg's nature. He didn't engage with the Marburg kingdom, but instead kept dodging. At the same time, create all sorts of traps. Marburg accidentally stepped into the trap set by the man in the animal skin coat, and he screamed in agony. Before long, the kingdom of Marburg was covered in wounds. "You're such a despicable guy. If you've got the guts, fight me fair and square." Upon hearing this, the man in the animal skin coat curled his lips into a cold smile. "You brainless brute, haven't you realized anything yet?" As soon as the man in the fur coat finished speaking, Ma Bagua felt dizzy. Despite his desperate struggle, his body involuntarily collapsed. The man in the animal skin coat walked towards the kingdom of Marburg. He smiled slightly. "Let's get to know each other again. My name is Goen." After Goen finished speaking, he bent down and reached into Ma Bagua's waist. He pulled a hamburger out of Marburg's fanny pack. "You wouldn't let me eat just now. I insist on eating it, and I want to get it myself." As he spoke, Goen took a bite of the hamburger. It smells delicious." Goen's behavior infuriated Lu Xiaobu. Just now, Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji were cheering enthusiastically for the kingdom of Mabao. Unexpectedly, the kingdom of Marburg was killed by Goen's scheme. If it were a fair fight, Goen would be no match for the kingdom of Mabao. That guy really went too far. They actually used poison. Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but speak up. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji did not say anything. The use of poison is permitted in this competition, because some of these guys have poison as their special ability. If they can't use poison, then they're essentially useless. The only rule in this competition is that killing is not allowed. Whatever the reason, anyone who commits murder will be disqualified from the competition. Chen Hao was in the lounge when he saw Marburg being carried down. He walked up to Marburg and touched Marburg's body with his right hand. Unbeknownst to everyone, Chen Hao sucked out the toxins from Ma Bagua's body. Marburg himself was still unconscious and was carried away by staff. "This burger is delicious. It smells so good." Goen deliberately spoke loudly, while looking at Chen Hao with a provocative gaze. Chen Hao's feat of defeating Nicn with a single punch has attracted everyone's attention. The main reason is that Nicn is too eye-catching. This guy may be a bit of a chatterbox, but his skills are undeniable. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao solved it so easily. Chen Hao's strength is therefore self-evident. The first round of the competition ended quickly. The second round of matches will be held in the afternoon. Chen Hao is still number one, but his opponent has changed. He became someone who lived a life of quiet desperation. Goen smiled and said to Chen Hao, "It seems that God is still looking out for me." Chen Hao ignored Goen and left. Chen Hao, Lu Xiaoji, and Lu Xiaobu went out to eat together. The three of them randomly chose a small stir-fry restaurant and sat down. Not long after they sat down, Lu Xiaobu pointed to the distance and shouted, "Brother Hao, Xiaoji, look, it's that guy." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji looked in the direction that Lu Xiaobu was pointing. Upon seeing the other person, Lu Xiaoji smiled. Brother Hao, you've got this afternoon's in the bag. Lu Xiaobu was somewhat bewildered upon hearing this. He didn't understand what Lu Xiaoji meant by saying that. Little Boo, look what that guy is holding in his hand. A hamburger. Which burger is it? Splatoon. Splatoon burgers? That's right, it's from Splatoon. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu immediately realized what was going on. Brother Hao, it seems like you've really got this afternoon in the bag. Chen Hao, however, did not take it to heart. Even if he didn't eat this, I'm not afraid of him. But since he's already eaten, I'm even less likely to let him get away with it. After dinner, Chen Hao went to see the country of Marburg. By this time, Marburg had woken up and his wife was sitting beside him. Could you please stop eating hamburgers? I clearly made you chicken soup. Why did you eat junk food like a hamburger? Upon hearing this, Marburg was somewhat displeased. I've told you so many times, a hamburger is not junk food. It's not junk food. Look at this hamburger. This hamburger bun is made of bread. It's not junk food, right? These lettuce and tomatoes aren't junk food, are they? And this beef patty isn't junk food, is it? Then why do you call them junk food when they're all put together? His wife was stunned by what Marburg said. Hey, bro. Just then, Ma Bagua saw Chen Hao standing at the door. Chen Hao was carrying a bag of fruit. Oh, brother, you're being too polite. You're here, why bring fruit? Oh, I see. It's alright, I see they sell them downstairs. I'll just buy some. How are you? Are you alright? Of course I'm fine. Do I look like I'm in any trouble? The only downside is that my appetite has been affected. Look at me, I've only eaten 5 hamburgers, and I can't even fit this one in. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly. Brother, I heard your opponent this afternoon, is that Goen? Chen Hao nodded. Then you'd better be careful. That old Goen is a real scoundrel. He knows all sorts of traps. Yes, I'll be careful. Chen Hao chatted with Ma Bagua for a while before leaving. Time quickly passed and it was afternoon. Chen Hao and Goen arrived at the competition venue. Chen Hao looked at Goen. The current state of peace is somewhat different from the peace of this morning. At this moment, Goen squeezed his legs together, his face was deathly pale, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao frowned slightly. Did this guy poop in his pants? Chen Hao smelled a foul odor coming from Goen. You brat, I need to finish this quickly. As he spoke, Goen took the bow and arrows off his back. He then prepared to draw his bow and knock an arrow. As a result, the urge to defecate struck, and Goen subconsciously clenched his legs together. Seeing this, Chen Hao simply watched Goen quietly. Goen kept wailing. The situation on the field left everyone completely bewildered. Are you kidding me? Are you guys still going to fight or not? Yeah, I spent so much money. Is this all you're showing us? How could you do this to us? Fuck your mother. Give me my money back. Yes, refund me. The audience members at the scene began to feel indignant. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were secretly laughing at this moment. Interesting, this is so interesting. Xiaobu, do you think he might have soiled his pants? 80% chance. No one can withstand the power of the Splatoon. Be extra careful when you have diarrhea, and don't trust any farts. It's clear that Lu Xiaobu is exceptionally experienced. By the way, how's that thing I asked you to do going? Of course it's ready. Just wait and see. Why are you here? Chen Hao crossed his arms over his chest. At this moment, Goen was already covering his buttocks, clenching his legs, and squatting down. Seeing this, the referee frowned and couldn't help but say, Goen, if you are not feeling well, you can apply to withdraw. Goen's eyes were bloodshot. I will not give up. I absolutely will not give up. I will defeat this brat. He became distracted because he was talking. Goen felt something coming out from behind him. He felt that his pants were a little wet. The referee wasn't an ordinary person. When he saw that Goen's pants were a little wet and there was something yellowish on them, he naturally understood what it was. Chen Hao, why don't you knock him out? The referee addressed Chen Hao. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao shook his head. No, how could I take advantage of someone in distress? The referee opened his mouth when he heard this. The words were on the tip of my tongue but disappeared. He is, after all, the referee, a representative of impartiality. What I just said was already an overstepping of my bounds. Sorry. The referee apologized and walked to the side. At this moment, Goen knelt down, clutching his stomach. It hurt so much. Goen felt like his soul was about to leave his body. His face turned bright red, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Inside the ward at this time, although Marburg didn't know what had happened, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Well done, brother Chen Hao. To celebrate, Marburger picked up a hamburger from the side and took a big bite. I admit it. I surrender. He forced himself to speak and finally managed to utter those 3 words. With Goen's surrender, Chen Hao won the match. The people at the scene, unaware of what had happened, began to sigh in disbelief. A system notification sounded. They suspected there was something fishy going on in this match. After Goen conceded defeat, he didn't know where the strength came from, but he stood up in a flash. He then ran towards the toilet at a speed equivalent to 100 meters per second. After Goen rushed into the toilet, he was completely dumbfounded. The first stall is occupied. The second stall was still occupied. The third one is still. Even at the very last one, Goen discovered that there were still people inside. He ran straight out of the men's restroom. Upon seeing the women's restroom, Goen pursed his lips. His physiological needs compelled him to run towards the women's restroom. As soon as Goen rushed in, a foot kicked him in the face. He was kicked and sent flying backwards. Goen, who was flying in midair, lost control. He felt something slide out from behind him. Goen fell heavily to the ground. The ground exploded into a yellowish-brown flower. Ho-Yun looked displeased as she saw Goen lying on the ground. She never expected that a pervert would barge into the restroom while she was using it. Fortunately, she kicked the other person away. Goen lay quietly on the ground, and he seemed to see angels. At that moment, an angel with white wings came to pick him up. The competition outside continues. After several intense competitions, we've finally reached the quarterfinals. Chen Hao went on stage. He looked at his opponent, Ho-Yun. Ho-Yun is a 6th-level expert in the general realm, and in everyone's eyes, she is a favorite to win the championship. Chen Hao never expected to run into her in the quarterfinals. At this moment, Ho-Yun held a red oil paper umbrella and quietly looked at Chen Hao. With the referee's whistle, Ho-Yun launched an attack. She swung her red oil paper umbrella suddenly. A sharp red blade shot out from the sky. Seeing this, Chen Hao dodged Ho-Yun's attack with a quick movement. Upon seeing this, Ho-Yun opened the red oil paper umbrella in her hand. Then he threw it out suddenly. The oil paper umbrella began to dance in the air around Ho-Yun. Ho-Yun touched the ground with her toes and pounced towards Chen Hao. Seeing this, Chen Hao gathered flames in his hands and threw them at Ho-Yun. Puff, puff, puff. Ho-Yun dodged to the side. At the same time, they moved closer to Chen Hao. She quickly arrived in front of Chen Hao. He transformed his hand into a palm and struck towards Chen Hao. I'm not afraid of you. Chen Hao began close combat with Ho-Yun. The two sides continued to attack each other. In just a few minutes, they exchanged dozens of blows. That was awesome. So awesome. A guy was carrying a snow beer in his hand, and he couldn't resist taking a sip. It's been a long time since I've seen such an exciting match. In previous competitions, the gap between the players was too large. The winner was decided in no time. This is like a beautiful woman who is full of enthusiasm, and she is waiting for her lover in bed after taking a bath. Her lover then told her that he had already finished. That's really boring. As Ho-Yun fought Chen Hao, she became increasingly alarmed. What's going on? According to the information, this guy is at the 3rd level of the general realm. He actually managed to fight me like this. Ho-Yun began to doubt herself. For a 6th level general to defeat a 3rd level general is not an easy task. As a result, Chen Hao managed to compete with her for so long. And she also discovered something. That means her body is starting to show signs of damage. In contrast, Chen Hao's minor scars began to heal slowly. This guy has healing abilities. Ho-Yun finally realized what was happening. Chen Hao possesses 2 superpowers, Turritopsis Dornii Fusion User, and Bloodlust. As long as the opponent cannot kill him in one move, he can recover quickly thanks to these 2 superpowers. In addition, there's his Power Enhancement ability. Chen Hao is currently in an unassailable position. After the two sides clashed, they quickly created distance between themselves. Ho-Yun grabbed the red oil paper umbrella in her hand and threw it at Chen Hao. The red oil paper umbrella looked like a flying sword, stabbing towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao dodged aside. The oil paper umbrella seemed to have eyes, and it actually turned back. Chen Hao hurriedly pulled out his dagger and slashed at the oil paper umbrella. That red oiled paper umbrella may look fragile, but it is actually harder than steel. Chen Hao's dagger struck it, and sparks flew everywhere. The red oil paper umbrella opened instantly and began to spin rapidly. Like a cutting machine, it sliced towards Chen Hao. Have no idea. Seeing this, Chen Hao quickly moved behind Ho-Yun. He just attacked the red oil paper umbrella. It's virtually impossible to destroy it. So Chen Hao changed his strategy and decided to attack Ho-Yun. He appeared behind Ho-Yun and thrust the dagger in his hand toward Ho-Yun's back. As a result, Ho-Yun simply vanished into thin air. When she reappeared, she was under a red oil paper umbrella. Upon seeing this, everyone was excited. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Ho-Yun is amazing. Ho-Yun, I like you so much. She's not only beautiful, but she's also incredibly strong. After several matches, Ho-Yun gained a lot of fans. At that moment, two guys were standing in the corner of the audience. It was Shangguan Huofeng and Bai Jie. The two of them had other things to do before and didn't come to see us, nor was there any need for them to come, because they knew those guys were no match for Chen Hao. Things are different now. Chen Hao has advanced to the quarterfinals, and his opponents are no ordinary opponents. Fire Phoenix, Xiao Hao has gotten even stronger. Yes. Hearing Bai Jie's words, Shangguan Huofeng felt a mix of emotions. Are you thinking about that guy again? Shangguan Huofeng nodded. That guy was his first disciple, and Shangguan Huofeng doted on him at the time. As a result, that guy had a lot of cultivation but no fighting ability. Chen Hao is different now. Her mentor completely let Chen Hao grow up in a laissez-faire manner. She only lends a helping hand at crucial moments. Shangguan Huofeng Ying wanted to help him up, but she felt bad about it. She was afraid that Chen Hao would become dependent on her. The series of defeats left Ho Yun feeling frustrated. She frowned and couldn't help but say, "I don't believe you can dodge this move." As she spoke, Ho Yun turned around. In an instant, countless red umbrellas appeared around her. Looking at the umbrella next to Ho Yun, the woman holding the red tasseled spear and the man holding the mineral water bottle frowned. What's going on? Is Ho Yun about to unleash her ultimate move? The woman holding the red tasseled spear spoke to the man. The man was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Hong Ying, if you face this move, are you confident you can catch it?" Upon hearing this, Hong Ying pursed her lips. She had no answer in her heart because she had never fought against him, so she asked the man next to her, "Fong Wei, what about you?" Fong Wei smiled upon hearing this. "Of course I have no problem." Hearing this, Hong Ying was displeased. "If you have no problem, then I naturally have no problem either." Hong Ying felt a little guilty as she said this. Ho Yun made her move. Countless red umbrellas shot towards Chen Hao. It was as if they wanted to pierce Chen Hao like a hedgehog. The umbrella hit the spot where Chen Hao was. Instantly, pebbles flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Everyone held their breath and instinctively looked towards the smoke and dust. "Do you think he can dodge it?" "I doubt it. There are too many umbrellas." "Won't he get pricked like a hedgehog?" I never expected this woman named Ho Yun to be so powerful. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have survived this attack. After Ho Yun used this move, she was breathing heavily. A slight smile curled at the corners of his lips, revealing a smug expression. "This is a skill I created myself. 1,000 Umbrella Strike. Almost no one can escape my 1,000 Umbrellas attack." Ho Yun had barely finished speaking when she felt a chill run down her spine. When she turned her head to look, Chen Hao appeared behind her. Chen Hao hugged her from behind and held a dagger to her neck. "Don't move." Ho Yun's face turned deathly pale in an instant. She couldn't understand it. Her 1,000 Umbrellas attack was clearly flawless. How did Chen Hao escape? And it arrived behind her silently. "Could you please remove the dagger from your waist? It's pressing against me. I'll take it away if you admit defeat." After Ho Yun unleashed her ultimate move, coupled with the previous battle, she had very little of the alien energy left in her body. There was nothing she could do but admit defeat. With Ho Yun conceding defeat, Chen Hao successfully advanced to the semifinals. "Yay! Hao Ji is awesome. Brother Hao, you're so powerful and awesome." Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were overjoyed and danced with glee. Ho Yun looked at Chen Hao. She pursed her lips, then extended her right hand to Chen Hao. "Congratulations, you beat me. Keep up the good work. I hope you can win this championship." Chen Hao and she shook hands lightly. Ho Yun then left, returning to Fong Wei and Hong Ying's side. "How was it fighting him?" "Hong Ying is a battle fanatic. She is passionate about fighting." "Why don't you just fight him?" "That's exactly what I was thinking. I hope I can run into him in the next match." "Alright, it's my turn to go on stage." Hong Ying walked towards the arena, holding a red tasseled spear. Today, Hong Ying is dressed in a red leather armor, looking like a seasoned female general, and she appears very heroic. Hong Ying's appearance drew cheers from the crowd. "Wow, so handsome." "Yes, how can there be such a handsome woman?" The domineering aura she exuded shocked me. I can almost see her riding a horse. "Hey, Dongji, what do you think?" I can see her riding me." As he spoke, Donggu revealed a lecherous look and started chuckling foolishly. Hong Ying looked at her opponent. Her opponent was a woman with thick glasses who looked like a fox. She is a woman with the supernatural ability of plant manipulation. With the referee's whistle, Hong Ying, wielding a long spear, lunged at the woman. With a wave of her hand, the woman sent countless thorny vines coiling around Hong Ying. Hong Ying began to swing her spear, cutting down all the thorny vines. A chilling glint appeared first. Hong Ying's spear finally pressed against the woman's neck. I give up." Although the woman was unwilling to accept defeat, she had already lost. After Hong Ying defeated the woman, it was Fong Wei's turn. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Fong Wei summoned a long, thorny whip. His opponent is a guy with the ability of a centaur chieftain. He charged toward Fong Wei, wielding a massive axe. Fong Wei lashed out with the long whip in his hand at his opponent. Fong Wei's whip was very fast. He defeated his opponent in just a few lashes. The thunder whip? Chen Hao noticed that Fong Wei's whip was crackling with lightning power. His opponent was jolted numb by the lightning. Then it was time for the next match. A short girl was carrying a bamboo basket. Her opponent is a guy with the ability of being possessed by a werewolf. "Little sister, why don't you just admit defeat? Otherwise, your uncle's claws don't have eyes." As he spoke, the werewolf stretched out his paws and licked them. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the werewolf collapsed straight down. What happened? The little girl in red's behavior left Fong Wei and the others somewhat bewildered. "Do you know who she is?" Ho Yun and Hong Ying both shook their heads upon hearing this. "Have no idea." "How exactly did that werewolf fall?" This question filled everyone's mind. Only Chen Hao had his eyes slightly narrowed. "Interesting. The first half of the game has ended." It was lunchtime. The semifinals will be held this afternoon, and the finals will be held tomorrow. Chen Hao, Lu Xiaobu, and Lu Xiaoji went out to eat together. Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but ask Chen Hao, "Brother Hao, what's the background background of that little girl? What methods did she use to take down that werewolf? Yeah, I'm a little curious too. Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but speak up. When I checked the contestants' information, I didn't think there was anyone named her. That's it. In Lu Xiaoji's view, the little girl in red was like a dark horse. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was speechless. He couldn't help but think to himself, are you sure this is investigation data? Lu Xiaoji's information is all internal data and has nothing to do with combat. Those who can get into this guy's profile are generally considered to be of decent quality. Brother Hao, if you were to face her, are you confident you could beat her? It's alright, it should be fine. Really, that's wonderful. Brother is awesome. As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, he heard a voice. He looked down and saw that the little girl in red was standing there. The little girl in red smiled, her face full of teeth, giving off a harmless vibe. Big brother, you're amazing. Here, Nyo is treating you to some mushrooms. As she spoke, the little girl in red took a colorful mushroom out of the basket and handed it to Chen Hao. Little sister, why did you offer him mushrooms? Why? How about giving one to my brother too? Or your brother can treat you to mushrooms. My brother has a big mushroom, it's delicious. Just then, a punk rocker dressed in a denim jacket walked over. His face was full of lewd smiles. Really? The little girl spoke with great joy. Of course it's true. Come on, brother will take you to eat some delicious mushrooms. Seeing the little girl take the bait, the man was incredibly excited. He took the little girl's hand and walked towards the alley not far away. Seeing this, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but ask, Brother Hao, aren't we going to do something about it? Chen Hao didn't speak, but Lu Xiaoji did. Little Boo, are you stupid? You saw that little girl's skills on the field just now. Do you think she's such a simple person? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu realized what was happening. Let's go eat. Chen Hao glanced at the alley, his eyes narrowing slightly. Some people just don't know what's good for them. Want to take someone to eat mushrooms? Chen Hao couldn't help but shake his head. Inside the alley, the little girl was punching and kicking the man. The man then collapsed to the ground, his skin turning purple, and he had lost consciousness. Countless mushrooms sprouted from his body. Didn't you want to treat me to mushrooms? Then I'll take it. As she spoke, the little girl pulled out a sharp pair of scissors from somewhere. She then cut off the man's small mushroom. Then she stood up and looked into the distance. That was the restaurant where Chen Hao was. The little girl's lips curled slightly, and she said disdainfully, I thought he was so great. That's all there is to it. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu kept rubbing their bodies. What's going on? Why is it so itchy? Yes, it's so itchy too. What's going on? Is the hygiene here substandard? Are there fleas in there? Hey, Xiaoji, you've got mushrooms growing on you. Lu Xiaoji discovered that a mushroom had grown on his skin. Little Boo, you've got one growing on your head too. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoji reached out to pick the mushroom off Lu Xiaobu's head. Seeing this, Chen Hao stopped Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Brother Hao, are you alright? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly, because I forced it out. As he spoke, Chen Hao brought over a glass of water. The originally clear water turned murky. There are many flocculent substances in the water. Brother Hao, what's this? Lu Xiaobu asked curiously. I think I know what this is. Lu Xiaoji found the glass of water looked familiar. Little Lucky, what is it? Lu Xiaobu turned to Lu Xiaoji and spoke. Lu Xiaoji glanced around, opened his mouth as if to say something. Chen Hao stopped him. These are spores. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu was completely dumbfounded. What are spores? Lu Xiaobu was illiterate and naturally didn't understand. Lu Xiaoji, who was standing to the side, said, it's a mushroom, or rather, a mushroom when it's young. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobu still couldn't understand. Just then, the waiter brought over a dish. It's stir-fried enoki mushrooms. Yes, this is it. Lu Xiaoji picked up the enoki mushrooms and waved them in front of Lu Xiaobu. Oh, I understand. But what does this have to do with mushrooms growing on our bodies? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could you be so stupid? Lu Xiaobu felt a little wronged when he heard this. Chen Hao smiled slightly. Come, let me help you get rid of it. He placed his left hand on Lu Xiaoji's body and his right hand on Lu Xiaobu's body. Initiate the activation of the grab and refine ability. It has to be said, this superpower is truly powerful. In no time, Chen Hao sucked out all the spores from Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu's bodies. Chen Hao tossed the spores into the two water glasses in front of him. In an instant, the two glasses filled with water became cloudy. The mushrooms on Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu had lost their roots. They began to wither rapidly, eventually turning black and turning into dust, disappearing into the air. However, both of them still have a scar on their bodies. Seeing this, Chen Hao used the hand of God again to help the two remove the scars on their bodies. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but rub his hands together. There was a scar there, but it's gone now. Lu Xiaobu looked at Chen Hao with admiration. Brother Hao, you're really amazing. Alright, enough with the nonsense, let's eat. Otherwise the food will get cold. Time quickly passed and it was afternoon. The little girl was still dressed the same way. She glanced at Feng Wei and Hong Ying sitting not far away, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. She seemed to already foresee her winning the championship. Just as she was feeling feeling smug, a figure walked in. The moment she saw the man, the little girl froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. How is this possible? The little girl felt her head spinning. She clearly made a move on Chen Hao in secret. If nothing unexpected happens, Chen Hao should be lying in the hospital right now, instead of appearing here lively and energetic. Chen Hao noticed the little girl's strange expression and walked over with a smile. What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see me? You shouldn't be here. The little girl spoke coldly. Her expression turned ferocious. Since you yourself want to die, that's not my fault. The little girl originally wanted to win without lifting a finger. Chen Hao, however, disrupted her plans. Now she wants to make Chen Hao pay the price he deserves. The afternoon matches began soon afterward. Chen Hao vs Zhao Xianyo. Feng Wei vs Hong Ying. Chen Hao and Zhao Xianyo arrived at the competition venue. Okay, you can go now. With the referee's signal, the battle began. Zhao Xianyo knew that Chen Hao was very strong, so she had no intention of holding back. He unleashed a powerful attack right from the start. Suddenly, Zhao Xianyo stomped her right foot on the ground. Instantly, the ground began to crack. Countless mushrooms sprouted from the soil. These mushrooms grew larger and larger, eventually turning the entire battlefield into a mushroom forest. Upon seeing this, Zhao Xianyo's lips curled up slightly. I don't believe you can hide this time. Rainbow mushrooms have hallucinogenic effects, and some mushrooms even have a numbing effect. Chen Hao is now enveloped in mushrooms. In Zhao Xianyo's opinion, no matter what methods he uses, he will die here. So many mushrooms. Look, those mushrooms are so pretty. That little girl, holding a small bamboo basket, doesn't she look like a little girl picking mushrooms? I wonder how Chen Hao is. Do you think he might have fainted? It's highly likely. Rumor has it that the seven-colored mushroom has hallucinogenic properties. He's either unconscious or already trapped in a hallucination, listening to what everyone was saying. A corner of the audience seats. Shangwan Hofeng couldn't help but ask Bai Jia, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Bai Jia smiled and said, do you think a few mushrooms can stop Xiao Hao? As soon as Bai Jia finished speaking, a massive explosion occurred on the entire battlefield. A burst of fire shot into the sky. Everyone turned to look at the firelight. A figure emerged from the flames. He was surrounded by flames, like a god of fire. The mushrooms caught fire when they came into contact with Chen Hao's flames. The temperature around us began to rise slowly. It's hot, so hot. One guy couldn't resist taking off his clothes. As he took his clothes off, the other guys followed suit and took theirs off too. Xiaolin, why don't you take yours off too? One of the guys looked at the girl sitting next to him. The girl was originally wearing a white shirt, but as the temperature rose, her shirt became soaked with sweat. Springtime beauty is here in an instant. Red. The cherries have turned red, and the plantains have turned green. Get lost, you filthy scoundrel. The girl next to Xiaolin punched the man next to her, sending him flying. See, I told you so. Bai Jia seemed to have anticipated the situation. Upon seeing this, Shangwan Huofeng smiled slightly. Zhao Xianyo's face turned pale. She hadn't expected her ultimate move to be ineffective against Chen Hao. How on earth did he evade my spores? Zhao Xianyo was completely baffled. Seeing this, Chen Hao smiled and said, the little boy is being naughty. That means you'll have to eat mushrooms as punishment. Eat mushrooms? Someone heard this and he was incredibly excited. Is it the mushroom I've been dreaming of? As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, he instantly appeared in front of Zhao Xianyo. He grabbed Zhao Xianyo by the neck and lifted her up. Zhao Xianyo struggled fiercely. Don't rush, I promised to treat you to mushrooms. As he spoke, Chen Hao pulled out a mushroom. Lu Xiaoji was incredibly excited when he saw the mushroom in Chen Hao's hand. Red umbrella, white pole, after eating, lie on the board. Zhao Xianyo's special ability is a B-level ability called Spore Controller. She can control spores, so can mushrooms. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. Seeing the mushroom Chen Hao was holding up to her mouth, Zhao Xianyo wasn't angry at all. Instead, she was secretly delighted. In her mind, mushrooms were an incredibly delicious treat, especially poisonous mushrooms. The more poisonous a mushroom is, the more delicious it tastes. Zhao Xianyo was already imagining herself eating the poisonous mushroom. As the poisonous mushroom entered his mouth, Zhao Xianyo was surprised to find that the poisonous mushroom tasted a bit strange. It has a slightly fishy smell. What's going on? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lu Xiaobu was laughing so hard he was doubled over. Xiaobu, what's wrong? Why are you laughing like that? Lu Xiaoji couldn't quite understand. Lu Xiaobu asked, do you know what those mushrooms are made of? What is it? It's dog poop. I added dog poop to it. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji was speechless and subconsciously moved to the side. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Zhao Xianyo started vomiting violently. What exactly did you feed me? Chen Hao didn't say anything. He just smiled and took off his gloves. He then strode forward and kicked Zhao Xianyo. Zhao Xianyo flew towards the audience seats like a red ball. She crashed heavily into the wall behind her. But now it's different. He then fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Seeing Zhao Xianyo, who was seriously injured and unconscious, Lu Xiaobu felt a pang of pity. Xiaoji, isn't brother Hao being a bit too cruel? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but give Lu Xiaobu a flick on the forehead. Little Boo, have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten what that guy did to us? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu thought for a moment. Look at your hands. Lu Xiaoji kindly reminded him. Lu Xiaobu suddenly realized. Yeah, that guy tried to sabotage us before. If it weren't for Brother Hao's help, we'd probably be in the hospital right now. That settles it. Lu Xiaobu nodded. I'm sorry, Xiaoji, I was wrong. I think Brother Hao should have been more ruthless. Chen Hao defeated Zhao Xianyo. Everyone was extremely surprised. Just who is this guy? How come he's so strong? Shangguan Huofeng's last disciple from the Nanjiang City Supernatural Abilities Bureau. So that's how it is. No wonder he's so amazing. I'm so envious to have achieved such results at such a young age. Yes, some people are born in Rome, while others are born to be beasts of burden. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Chen Hao stepped off the stage. Then it was Hong Ying and Fong Wei's turn to fight. Just like his name suggests, Fong Wei quickly withered away. He was defeated by Hong Ying after only a few rounds of fighting. Fong Wei looked resentful. He hadn't expected Hong Ying to be so strong. You've been hiding your true abilities all this time? Fong Wei noticed that Hong Ying's marksmanship was becoming increasingly refined, and there was a hint of the essence of marksmanship in her. The essence of spear fighting is something only a master of spear techniques can learn. Hong Ying defeated Fong Wei, and the match ended. The final is scheduled for the next day. That evening, someone knocked on Chen Hao's door. When Chen Hao opened the door, he found Bai Jia and Shangguan Huofeng there. What's wrong? Why are you so surprised? Are you doing something shady in there? Bai Jia looked exactly like someone catching a mistress. She went inside, her eyes darting around. I couldn't help but sniff. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes at Bai Jia. Am I that kind of person? Even if it were, I wouldn't choose tonight. After all, there's a match tomorrow. Alright, stop being so cheeky. Shangguan Huofeng walked in. She couldn't help but ask Chen Hao, are you confident about tomorrow's match? In Shangguan Huofeng's opinion, Chen Hao's victories in the previous few matches were somewhat due to trickery. Your opponent tomorrow is Hong Ying. That guy is a 6th level ability user with an A-level ability called Fire-Tipped Spear Controller. If you want to beat her, it'll probably be a bit difficult. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao asked, so you came here to provide me with a solution? Shangguan Huofeng nodded. I guess so. As she spoke, she took out a secret manual and handed it to Chen Hao. I was planning to give it to you later. Now that I think about it, I'll just give it to you directly. Seeing this, Chen Hao took the secret manual that Shangguan Huofeng had given him. This, how about it? Your sister Fire Phoenix treats you well, right? Bai Jia said with a smile. Chen Hao nodded. Then you'd better work hard tonight and try to master this technique in one night. Okay. Chen Hao nodded again. We won't bother you any longer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With that, Bai Jia and Shangguan Huofeng left Chen Hao's room. After seeing Bai Jia and Shangguan Huofeng off, looking at the manual in his hand, Chen Hao couldn't help but say, I have to work overtime tonight. Shangguan Huofeng and Bai Jia stood in a corner of the audience. Shangguan Huofeng is eating corn right now. She smiled and said to Bai Jia, corn is a good thing. Look, the corn is a bit thick today. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Huofeng rolled her eyes at Bai Jia. Then Shangguan Huofeng changed the subject, saying, do you think Xiao Hao was able to successfully comprehend it last night? What's wrong? Are you getting anxious? Why didn't you do this sooner? There was a hint of resentment in Bai Jia's voice when she said this. After all, Shangguan Huofeng was a very incompetent master. However, upon seeing Shangguan Huofeng's furrowed brows, Bai Jia sighed. She comforted him, saying, don't worry, Xiao Hao is a prodigy. He is not as fragile as we thought. Mastering the secret manual you gave me will not be an easy task. By the way, how long did it take you to comprehend that secret manual before? I obtained that manual by chance in the secret realm. It took me about a month to comprehend it. 1 month. Bai Jia's eyes widened. After a long pause, she weakly said, pretend I didn't say anything just now. Soon, the competition finally began amidst everyone's urging. Chen Hao and Hong Ying stood facing each other. Hong Ying looked at Chen Hao, a slight smile playing on her lips, her face full of confidence. I admit, you are the strongest young man I have ever seen. This refers to Chen Hao's age. After all, Hong Ying is 30, while Chen Hao is only 18, a significant age difference. But I won't show any mercy, because that would be disrespectful to you. Clearly, Hong Ying also considered Chen Hao as her rival. I couldn't have gotten it. With the referee's whistle, the duel between the two sides begins. Hong Ying made a grabbing motion in the air with her right hand, and a red-tasseled spear appeared in her right hand. She then attacked Chen Hao with a red-tasseled spear. Hong Ying brandished her red-tasseled spear incessantly, flames instantly enveloping the entire spear. She began to attack Chen Hao. Chen Hao did not dodge, he parried with his dagger. In an instant, the two sides exchanged more than 10 blows. Chen Hao didn't underestimate any of these moves. He gave it his all in every single one. The result was a narrow draw against Hong Ying. Hong Ying's heart was filled with turmoil. Wow, that's some real strength. She had investigated Chen Hao and naturally knew that Chen Hao was only at the 3rd level of the realm of generals. Thinking about this, Hong Ying felt Chen Hao was even more amazing. A thought couldn't couldn't help but rise in my mind. I am not as good as him. After a few exchanges, Chen Hao also gained an assessment of his own abilities. However, he still did not dodge, but instead fought Hong Ying with all his might. Faced with Chen Hao's unconventional fighting style, everyone expressed their incomprehension. What's going on? Did that guy get his brains slammed in a door last night? Door? What door? He. What other kind of door could it be? Awesome bro, you can even drive on this crappy road. Chen Hao's unusual behavior also puzzled Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Xiaoji, what's wrong with brother Hao? Lu Xiaobu noticed that Chen Hao was being forced to retreat by Hong Ying, and his face showed signs of strain. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Lu Xiaoji then muttered under his breath, oh dear, I guess there was something wrong with the pig brain from last night. Last night, Chen Hao, Lu Xiaoji, and Lu Xiaobu went to eat at Hetaleo. Inside, Lu Xiaoji ordered several servings of pig brain. As the saying goes, you are what you eat, which is why Lu Xiaoji highly praised pig brains. Lu Xiaoji's voice wasn't loud, but Lu Xiaobu overheard it. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but say, that can't be right. I ate it last night too, and I even ate an extra serving, so why am I fine? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji said, Xiaobu, do you know the difference between 180 and 70? Have no idea. Lu Xiaobu shook his head. Even if it's a reduction of 30, 180 is much more serious than 70. Lu Xiaoji's words left Lu Xiaobu feeling completely bewildered, and he was even more confused. Upon seeing this, Shang Wanhuofeng frowned. Clearly, she didn't understand what Chen Hao was trying to do either. Bai Jia smiled slightly. Bai Jia, did you notice something? Just observe quietly and you'll see. Chen Hao and Hong Ying fought faster and faster. Chen Hao suddenly slashed at Hong Ying with his dagger. Hong Ying was caught off guard and was sent flying backward by Chen Hao's punch, just as Hong Ying was preparing to launch another attack on Chen Hao. To her surprise, Chen Hao was standing there, completely still. The surrounding spiritual energy surged relentlessly towards Chen Hao's body as if it were free. This is a breakthrough? Is that guy about to break through? Shang Guanhuofeng found it unbelievable that Chen Hao had actually made a breakthrough on the spot. Upon seeing this, Bai Jia revealed an expression that said, I knew it. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were uneducated. All they could do was shout, brother Hao is awesome. Hong Ying watched Chen Hao break through the enemy lines and then thrust her red-tasseled spear into the ground. She planned to wait until Chen Hao made a breakthrough before challenging him. Hong Ying has martial virtues, she would never resort to sneak attacks. Chen Hao's breakthrough came into everyone's view. What kind of talent does this guy have? I don't know, but this is just too awesome. It's just a small breakthrough, but they're making it sound like a major breakthrough. Is this absorbing alien energy? It's clearly plundering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chen Hao made a breakthrough very quickly. Everything fell into place naturally. He opened his eyes and looked at Hong Ying directly opposite him. Chen Hao thanked the other party for not launching a sneak attack. You're welcome. Are you done? Then I'll do it. Come on in. Hong Ying charged forward, wielding a red-tasseled spear. The two sides clashed again. This time, it was Hong Ying's turn to have a headache. After Chen Hao broke through, his strength became even greater. Previously, Hong Ying could go toe-to-toe with him. Now it's become 46. Hong Ying was suppressed. Hong Ying hates the feeling of being pinned down. She prefers being on top. Her gaze sharpened. Hong Ying was engulfed in flames, and the red-tasseled spear in her hand transformed into a fire-tipped spear. Seeing this, Fang Wei, who was sitting in the audience, couldn't help but say, Hong Ying is getting serious. Ho Yun chimed in agreement. Let's see just how strong Hong Ying really is. Fang Wei had fought Hong Ying before, and even yesterday, he hadn't managed to get to her bottom. That guy is very strong. I'm no match for him. Hopefully he can help us determine Hong Ying's condition. Hong Ying swung her fire-tipped spear sharply. Flame slash. A sharp blade of fire shot out from the sky. He used teleportation to dodge the flame slash attack. Seeing Chen Hao dodge the flaming slash, Hong Ying remained calm. She brandished her fire-tipped spear and charged towards Chen Hao. Countless fiery lotuses shot out. These fiery lotuses seemed to have eyes. Wherever Chen Hao flew, they followed. You think I'm afraid of you? Chen Hao stopped, opened his mouth, and took a deep breath. The fiery lotus in front of him seemed to be summoned and converged towards Chen Hao's mouth. It was actually sucked directly into Chen Hao's mouth. Why are you here? Everyone was so shocked by the scene that they were speechless. Chen Hao's performance can no longer be described as shocking. Is this okay? Fang Wei gave a wry smile. He was really badly hurt by this move before. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao actually swallowed the flame lotus directly. Bai Jia smiled slightly as she watched Chen Hao devour the fiery lotus. She said, it seems this kid is stronger than you. He has already mastered the secret manual you gave him. Although Shang Guanhuofeng was a little unwilling, she had lost. She hadn't expected Chen Hao to be so extraordinary. He mastered devouring fire, a technique that took her a month to comprehend, in just one night. Shang Guanhuofeng became increasingly curious about Chen Hao's special abilities. Is this the power of an SSS-level mimicry ability? Shang Guanhuofeng possesses the SS-level flame manipulation, but for some reason, she always felt that Chen Hao also had fire manipulation. Otherwise, Chen Hao wouldn't have been able to do do this? Shangguan Huofeng is a sister who is completely baffled. Han Ying saw that her lotus strike had been swallowed up by Chen Hao. She thought Chen Hao would get hurt, but to her surprise, Chen Hao seemed completely unharmed. I don't believe you can handle this. Han Ying swung her fire-tipped spear rapidly, then plunged it into the ground. Scorched the earth. Centered on Han Ying, the scorching flames spread outwards. In no time, the entire battlefield turned into a sea of fire. Han Ying looked at Chen Hao again. She was panting heavily. This move was her ultimate technique, and it consumed a large amount of her special energy. She seemed to have already foreseen the scene of Chen Hao being burned by the flames. What happened next completely surprised Han Ying. Chen Hao opened his mouth, and the flames flowed into his mouth like flowing water. In no time, Chen Hao had engulfed the entire area in flames. The site, which was originally full of flames, has been turned into scorched earth. Smoke rose from the scorching hot stone. Awesome! Upon seeing this, everyone couldn't help but utter those two words. I've seen people drink water, but I've never seen anyone eat fire. Could he be the legendary fourth brother? What is the fourth child? Haven't you heard of Calabash brothers? The ones who can breathe fire. Yes, of course I've seen it. It's that one. Grandpa, I'm coming out, I'm coming out, I'm coming out. Is it right? Is it that one? That's right, that's right. Chen Hao devoured the red ing flame. At this moment, red ing was swaying slightly because she had consumed a lot of alien energy in her body. Seeing this, Feng Wei couldn't help but shake his head. I was just thinking of comparing my strengths and weaknesses with Chen Hao. Looking back now, I realize how ridiculous I was. I can't even get close to Han Ying. How can I have the face to compare myself with Chen Hao? Now I know Han Ying's strengths and weaknesses, but I still don't know Chen Hao's strengths and weaknesses. Ho Yun nodded in response to Feng Wei's words. It's okay, I'll measure his length again when I have the chance. Let's see what his limits are. Chen Hao consumed Han Ying's flames. He felt warm all over and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Chen Hao extended his right hand. A blazing flame condensed in Chen Hao's right palm. I feel a surge of heat within me, and I urgently need to release it. As he spoke, Chen Hao pushed his right hand forward. A gigantic fireball shot out and flew towards Han Ying. Han Ying was startled when she saw this. He kicked the tail of the fire-tipped spear with his right foot, and the spearhead pointed at him. It stabbed at the enormous fireball. It was as if a balloon had been popped. The fireball exploded. A terrifying shockwave spread outwards. Han Ying couldn't dodge in time and was blown away. It looked like Han Ying was about to crash into the wall behind her. A figure appeared and embraced Han Ying. Han Ying's eyes were closed. She was puzzled as to why the expected pain hadn't come yet. Are you alright? Chen Hao asked Han Ying. No, it's nothing. Han Ying opened her eyes. She knew it was Chen Hao who had saved her. Han Ying expressed her feelings for Chen Hao. It's alright, an eye for an eye. You didn't take advantage of me just now, so now I'm repaying you. What do you mean? Are we still going to fight? I'm not playing anymore. Han Ying shook her head. She looked intently at Chen Hao and said, I will work hard when we get back. When I become stronger, I will come back to challenge you. Chen Hao nodded. When you return after completing your studies, we'll have another match, and I'll also take a look at your marksmanship. After Han Ying finished speaking, she pulled out her spear and left, holding the red-tasseled spear in her hand. With Han Ying's defeat, Chen Hao won the match. The entire venue erupted in cheers. Chen Hao, Chen Hao, Chen Hao. They started calling out Chen Hao's name. Chen Hao, you're so handsome. Chen Hao, I want to have your babies. What? We're both human. Why are you so outstanding? Oh God, you're so unfair. Huff, huff, huff. I'm 18 too. He could win his first gold medal at 18, while I could only win my first silver medal at home at 18. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Amid cheers from the crowd, Chen Hao received a gold medal and 3 energizing herbs. I only need 8 petals of immortal orchid and the spirit-returning crimson fruit to refine the King Realm pill. As for the monster core, I need to think about it carefully. This intermediate level match of the Superpower Bureau League ended with Chen Hao's victory. After Chen Hao and the others had a meal together, he drove back to the villa he had previously bought. Chen Hao was a little confused when he entered the house. What's going on? He was surprised to find that the entire villa had changed. The once messy villa has now been completely transformed. Master, you're back. Yali smiled and spoke to Chen Hao. Did you clean these 4 areas? Chen Hao tried asking. Yali nodded. I saw that this place was a bit dirty, so I took the liberty of cleaning it. If the owner is not satisfied, I can find a way to restore it to its original state. There's no need to restore it to its original state. It's fine as it is. Chen Hao said to Yali, about the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum that I asked you to plant before. How is it now? Upon hearing this, Yali smiled slightly. I planted them in the back, and they've already sprouted. It sprouted? Chen Hao was a little happy, and he hurriedly went to the backyard. He saw a field. There were some tender green shoots in the field. These are the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemums you planted? Upon hearing this, Yali nodded. Chen Hao was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Yali, I never knew you had such talent. Thank you so much this time. Hearing this, Yali smiled slightly. She was especially happy to be able to help Chen Hao. How long will it take for these rare and precious chrysanthemums to fully mature. It'll probably take another 2.5 weeks. Shen Hao nodded. Just then, Shen Hao noticed something hard and warm in his pocket. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an iron plate. What's going on? Why is the iron plaque for the killing tower glowing red on its own? Out of curiosity, Shen Hao infused the iron plate with alien energy. As a result, a message popped up on the metal plate. Proceed to the rendezvous point immediately to accept the mission. Shen Hao noticed that 3 exclamation marks had been added to the end of the message, and the message was still flashing. This demonstrates the urgency of this message. I heard Manhwa mention before that there is a mandatory mission for killing people in the building every month. This type of task allows for 2 absences. The first mission is green, the second mission is yellow, and the third mission is red. This is now the 3rd mission, which is a mandatory mission. Who is this guy? If we don't participate, Zero from the killing tower will send someone to retrieve the iron plate. Left with no other choice, Shen Hao had to bite the bullet and head to the rendezvous point. After entering that coffee shop, he noticed that there were already 2 guys inside the coffee shop. One of them was an old acquaintance. It was the iron block that Shen Hao had gone on a mission with before. Shen Hao glanced at the guy. He found the guy somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Shen Hao recognized the person. Who else could it be but a fox? This fox is really interesting. As expected of a thousand-faced fox, she likes to present herself to people in many guises. Unfortunately, it seems his cultivation is not yet up to par. Shen Hao discovered that although the fox's appearance had changed, its temperament remained the same. There's no way around it. This guy is just too flamboyant. Shen Hao's arrival attracted the attention of Iron Block and Fox. Iron Block said to Fox, "Fox, why does this guy look so familiar? But I'm sure I've never met him before." The fox glanced at Shen Hao, then narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Who said you haven't seen him before? Who is he?" Tai Kwai glanced at Shen Hao and couldn't help but ask again. The fox smiled slightly. "A wolf?" Iron Block stared wide-eyed, looking utterly incredulous. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and said, "Wait a minute, the wolves I know don't look like this." The fox laughed and said, "If I can change my appearance, why can't he?" Upon hearing this, Tai Kwai was speechless. "You guys are really too cunning. It's hard to guard against. You change your appearance every day, don't you? I feel like your future wives are going to be ecstatic, getting a new husband every day." Upon hearing this, the fox couldn't help but shake his head. "You're wrong about that. I'm not getting married, so how could I have a wife? Oh, I forgot, you told me before that you like married women." Upon hearing this, the fox couldn't help but nod. Just then, a woman sitting in the corner took a sip of red wine and said, "Have you all forgotten that I exist?" Upon hearing this, the fox and the Iron Block chuckled. "Two scumbags." The woman pursed her lips and spoke. The fox was displeased when he heard the word. "What makes you think I'm a jerk? Based on what you just said, you even like married women? Bah, disgusting. I don't like what you're saying. I'm a kind-hearted and good man. You should look at me from a different perspective." From a different angle? That's right. Think about it. Those girls are all the people I love, but they've become other people's wives. Don't you think I'm pathetic? Woman. Upon hearing this, Iron Block couldn't help but give the fox a thumbs up. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Just as the group was talking, led by the person in charge, Shen Hao walked towards them. "Alright, everyone's here. I called you here today for only one thing, to help assassinate someone. This is his photo, and also his information." As she spoke, the woman tossed a photo and some documents onto the table. After seeing the photo on the table, the fox couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "Are you kidding me?" Upon hearing the fox's words, Shen Hao and the others frowned. "This guy is a king-level ability user. You want us to assassinate him? Isn't that like throwing a meat bun to a dog gone and never to return?" Upon hearing this, the person in charge shrugged. "This is a mission issued by Zero. You can refuse if you don't want to do it." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 people present turned ugly. The fox, the Iron Block, and the woman all seemed to be in pain. He looked like he'd eaten shit. "Damn it, I should have known better than to refuse the mission in the first place." The fox couldn't help but curse loudly. He never expected that his repeated rejections of missions would lead to this one. Is this what a red-level mission is? Red not only represents urgency, but also blood. If Shen Hao and his team cannot resolve the issue with the man in the photo, then the 4 of them will be dealt with. Meanwhile, the assassination team will also send out new assassins to deal with the man in the photo. This is what makes the killing tower so terrifying. The fox looked at the female manager and tried to speak. "Could we change to another one? What do you think?" The female manager smiled slightly and walked towards the back. "Remember, you have 1 week. If it can't be completed within a week, you know the consequences." The female manager left. Shen Hao and the other 3 looked at each other. "Come on over, everyone." The fox sighed. "Let's talk and see how to deal with this guy." Looking at the man in the photo, Shen Hao couldn't help but ask, "Who is he? Why are you so afraid? Who is he?" The fox gave a wry smile. "Have you ever heard of the slaughter of 1,000 men? The massacre of 1,000 men?" Shen Hao couldn't help but think to himself, "I've heard of 1,000-man slayer, but what's a 1,000-man slaughterer?" "This guy is a first-level king realm realm ability user with the S rank ability fighter. He is a champion in an underground boxing ring, and he is always accompanied by many bodyguards whenever he goes out. How could we possibly kill him? First level of the king realm? How did you come to know him? Upon hearing this, the fox replied, I had the privilege of participating in underground boxing matches before, and I also lingered there for a while. If I could, I really wouldn't want to run into this guy. He's not even human. Not human? Then what is it? The woman couldn't help but ask. The butcher. That guy is a born butcher. Have you ever seen a human being tear their opponent in half? As the fox said this, his face was full of apprehension. Upon hearing this, Iron Block showed no fear on his face, but rather a hint of excitement. Really? Iron Block was a warmonger, and he couldn't wait to fight his opponent. Really? Of course it's true. The fox was somewhat frustrated. He prided himself on his high intelligence, but faced with such a dead end, he was also somewhat at a loss. Chen Hao, however, remained remarkably calm. He said, now that the task has been assigned, let's figure out a way to get it done. That's right, self-pity is useless. The woman chimed in agreement. After saying this, the woman smiled and extended her hand to Chen Hao, saying, you're very good, you're my type. Let me introduce myself. My name is. Her name is Pheasant. Before the woman could speak, Tai Kwai spoke first. Iron Block, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not called Pheasant, I'm called Bird. Another bird? Isn't that just a chicken? Are you trying to fool someone as uncultured as me? Upon hearing this, the bird's face darkened. Her hand was just held there, and Chen Hao didn't touch it, because he had to be wary of birds. S-rank ability, Charm. 5th level of the general realm. Chen Hao possessed the Eye of True Sight, and he immediately discerned the strength of Yun Yao. Seeing that Chen Hao did not shake hands, Tai Kwai laughed and said, "Ha, you bastard, see, he won't fall for it." The bird turned its head away dismissively. Clearly, she had just wanted to test Chen Hao's abilities. Chen Hao is currently at the 4th level of the general realm, and he still has the strength to fight against Yun Yao, who is at the 5th level of the general realm. The only requirement is that you can't get hit by the bird's move. It seems that after this mission is over, I'll have to find a way to develop a mental ability, the kind that makes me immune to control. Charm, it can charm people, making those who fall for it become your devoted followers, obedient to you. Just now, Miao tried to use this trick to control Chen Hao. Is this the difference between people? Unfortunately, Chen Hao didn't fall for it. Alright, stop fooling around. Let's discuss how to proceed with this mission. The fox abandoned its carefree attitude and became serious. Wild Wolf, why don't you go first and tell us what you're thinking? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao paused in surprise. He hadn't expected the fox to recognize him. The problem is that this guy recognized him, but he didn't seem particularly surprised. Instead, it was like talking to a long-lost friend, still so friendly. Then let me tell you what I think. Chen Hao said, the other party is a king-level ability user. A direct assault is not an option to deal with him. With our strength, killing him is basically a pipe dream. However, killing does not necessarily require a direct confrontation. We can use some props. Props? What props? Iron Block thought for a moment, then said, cannonballs? Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. Some of them wondered if the Iron Block had been eating iron every day and had become mentally impaired. That's quite possible, since heavy metal poisoning can cause childhood dementia. Firearms have an effect on superhumans. However, as the superhumans became stronger, firearms gradually lost their effectiveness. Especially for those at the King Realm level, firearms are like sticks in front of them. Okay, forget I said anything. Iron Block hates it when people look at him like he's an idiot. He knew his own limitations, so he wisely kept quiet. Chen Hao continued, to deal with people stronger than us, I think we can use poison. The bird chuckled dismissively. I thought it was something sophisticated. Oh, judging from your tone, you have a better idea? Iron Block asked. Again, the bird turned into a nitpicker and couldn't resist arguing. TCH, I still have you. Upon hearing that Chen Hao was going to use poison, the fox frowned slightly. He had considered poison, but administering it was too difficult. I heard that guy has a strong physique, and ordinary poisons can't affect him. Moreover, he was extremely cautious and always had a healer with him. With that guy around, we probably won't have a chance to poison him. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao dismissed it, saying, no chance to poison me? Then let's poison that healer too. As long as the poison is potent enough, we can take care of them all. Alright, then we'll use poison for this mission. What's wrong? But where can we find this poison? Chen Hao's appearance caused the fox's intelligence to drop. The more people there are, the lower their IQ level will be. What's up? Because people subconsciously develop a dependence on those who are stronger than themselves. I haven't thought of that yet. We still have time. Let's think it over carefully in the remaining few days. Once we've thought it through, we'll come back here and meet up. Leave the coffee shop. Chen Hao was walking on the road. He stopped after walking for a while. Chen Hao spoke coldly. Then the bird emerged from the shadows, and she couldn't help but clap her hands. When did you first notice me? Come out of the store. Tell me, why were you following me? They're just curious about you. Then the bird smiled and spoke. Curious? Our mission is so urgent. Aren't you thinking about how to complete it and you're curious about me? Chen Hao couldn't help but shake his head. Fine, fine, that's boring. You're as dull as a fox. Yun Yao put her hands behind her head and left without saying goodbye. Seeing this, Chen Hao frowned slightly and couldn't help but complain. There really isn't a single normal person in this killing tower. To avoid being followed, Chen Hao did not go straight home. He drove around the city several times, changing his appearance several times along the way. After feeling that there was no danger, they returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Chen Hao didn't go back to his dormitory, but went directly to see Bai Jia. What's up? What brings you here today? Bai Jia is doing yoga right now, and her tight-fitting clothes accentuate her perfect figure. Upon seeing Bai Jia, Chen Hao went straight to the point and asked, Sister Bai Jia, do you have any poisons that are effective against King Realm cultivators? A poison effective against kings? Why are you asking that? Of course it's useful. I don't have the king's poison, but I do have the formula. It's called the 10 Deadly Smokes. 10 Deadly Smokes? Bai Jia nodded. I've given you the recipe for the 10 Deadly Smokes. Be careful, and make sure you don't get infected yourself. If you get this, I can't save you. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. After obtaining the recipe for the 10 Deadly Smokes, Chen Hao didn't linger. After all, time was of the essence. He left the Bureau of Superpowers and did some simple makeup. They went straight to the fox's house. The fox had just finished taking a bath and didn't expect Chen Hao to come. Wild Wolf, what are you doing? Chen Hao took out the recipe for the 10 Deadly Smokes. I've found the poison you wanted. To be precise, it's a poison formula. What we need to do now is to find the ingredients to make poison. The recipe? The fox asked curiously. He reached out and took the recipe for the 10 Deadly Smokes. Heartbreak Grass, Thunder Vine, Quinine, Half Moon, 7-Day Smile, Drunken Haze, Drunken Beauty, Green Glass, White Datura, 7-Star Begonia. The fox grew increasingly alarmed as it looked at the herbs on the recipe. Where did you get the recipe from? At a friend's place. The fox nodded. Can you get your hands on these materials? Upon hearing this, the fox looked troubled and said, it is possible, but... The fox sighed. He looked at Chen Hao, his eyes fixed on him. He said, Wild Wolf, tell me honestly, is this thing even useful? Probably, since this stuff is made from poisonous herbs. Okay, then leave the task of collecting materials to me. With that, the fox took the recipe and left. Chen Hao stayed at the fox's house. Chen Hao walked out of the guest room of the fox's house. He smelled of fragrance. Chen Hao went over to take a look and found that the iron block was cooking something. Brother Iron Block, what delicious food are you cooking? Upon hearing this, Tai Kwai chuckled and opened the pot lid. Fish hot pot. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao looked into the pot. He discovered that there was everything in the pot. Vegetables, tofu, beef, bean sprouts, duck blood. The main dish was naturally a black carp. Seeing that Chen Hao had finished reading, the iron block put the lid back on. Brother Wild Wolf, go wash your hands, we'll be ready to eat in a bit. Chen Hao went to the bathroom to wash his hands and then came out. He had just stepped out when a guy wiggled his hips as he walked in. At this moment, Yunil was holding a bottle of red wine in each of her left and right hands. Upon seeing this, Tai Kwai's mouth was practically watering. Unable to resist asking, hey, is that Lafitte you're carrying? Upon hearing this, the bird rolled her eyes at the iron block. Lafitte? Even dogs wouldn't drink that. This is Romanicanti. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it. Romanicanti. Iron block was a drunkard, and when he heard that there was good red wine to drink, he was naturally extremely excited. The three of them sat down at the table. The bird glanced around and asked curiously, where's the fox? Him? He went to find some materials. Since Niao didn't know what had happened last night, she was a little confused when she heard this. Okay, let's eat first and wait for him while we eat. As Tai Kwai spoke, he opened the pot lid, and a steaming fish hot pot appeared before everyone. Just as everyone was about to start eating, Chen Hao discovered that the fox had returned. What's wrong with you? Chen Hao noticed that the fox had dark circles under its eyes and walked in unsteadily. At this moment, the fox was holding a box in its hands. He placed the box in front of Chen Hao. Brother, this is for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao put down his chopsticks and walked towards the box. After Chen Hao opened the box, he was surprised to find that the materials for refining the 10 deadly smokes were all in the box, completely full. It's not hard work. The fox looked at Chen Hao as he said this. If this doesn't work, I'll just kill you. The fox spoke with murderous intent. Clearly, he paid a considerable price for these materials. Alright, now that you're back, let's sit down and eat. The iron block came out and smoothed out the passage. He helped the fox sit down. The group sat down by the induction cooker and began to eat fish hot pot. The fox seemed to have been provoked. Chen Hao noticed that he kept eating oysters and oysters. Where did you go last night? I went to find someone. You found someone? So what did you do? The fox didn't speak, but instead took a leaf of vegetables. He then picked up the fish bone from the table and placed it on a leafy green. Chen Hao frowned slightly, and he subconsciously counted the number of fish bones. Oh, I see. Iron Block looked as if he had just realized something. You went to see her, didn't you? Upon hearing this, the fox's face instantly darkened. That guy Iron Block is so blind. He always always brings up the very thing he doesn't want to talk about. After eating fish hot pot, Chen Hao asked the others, "Do you know where there is a furnace for refining elixirs?" Upon hearing this, Yu Niao smiled and said, "I have some, but I don't know what you want to do with them. I want to refine the 10 absolute smokes." Everyone was surprised when they heard this, especially foxes. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother, you're not kidding, are you?" The fox had previously assumed that Chen Hao was going to find someone else to refine it. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled and said, "Do you think I would joke about something like this?" All right. The fox saw Chen Hao's confident demeanor. He then stopping Chen Hao. "Since you want to refine it, then come with me." Then the bird led the way. Chen Hao had assumed that Yu Niao would take him to some high-class place. Unexpectedly, they ended up in a remote mountain forest. "What's going on here? Come with me." The bird then led Chen Hao to a cliff. Chen Hao discovered that this place was actually a residence. However, it looks like it has been abandoned for a long time. "Look, there's a cauldron for refining pills over there. That should be enough for you." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao walked towards the large cauldron. After we went inside, Chen Hao discovered that this cauldron was exceptionally large. There are burn marks on the bottom of the cauldron, indicating that it was used by someone before. "What is this cauldron?" Chen Hao was about to ask a question when the bird simply left. "I'm leaving now. Whether it works out or not depends on you." Then came the sound of birds, and she herself gradually walked away into the distance. Chen Hao shrugged helplessly. He took out the gas mask he had prepared beforehand, and then took out the materials. According to the proportions, after absorbing the essence, it is thrown into the alchemy furnace. Chen Hao activated the refining mode. Chen Hao had previous experience in refining pills, so this time he was quite adept at it. With the blessing of the Lucky Alchemist ability, Chen Hao successfully refined the 10 absolute smoke. The fox, the iron block, and the bird waited quietly there. The bird glanced at the iron block and noticed that it was currently eating iron. It was the induction cooker that had just been used to stew fish hot pot. "Didn't you just eat? How come the induction cooker got eaten too?" When asked by Yo Niao, Tai Kwai chuckled. "I can't help it. Look at all these muscles I have. If they don't eat more, they'll start screaming from hunger soon." Hearing Iron Block's explanation, Bird's lips twitched involuntarily. The fox did not join their conversation. His head remained tilted back. He then looked toward his dwelling halfway up the mountain. "Fox, are you worried about that guy?" the bird asked. The fox did not speak. Iron Block always maintained that carefree and heartless demeanor. "I don't think we need to worry unnecessarily. Although I've only known Wild Wolf for a few days, I think he's very capable. I don't know why, but I feel safe and secure when I'm with him. I always felt that no matter what was in front of him, he could solve it." The fox's eyes lit up at the Iron Block's words. In just a few brief encounters, the fox had already become attracted to Chen Hao. The fox had always had a question in its mind: what kind of magic did Chen Hao possess? Iron Block's words made the fox understand. It was the aura emanating from Chen Hao that made people feel at ease. Just then, Chen Hao came down from the mountain. Upon seeing this, everyone crowded around. "How is it? Is the 10 deadly smokes ready?" the fox asked. Upon hearing this, the fox was overjoyed. However, out of caution, the fox still spoke to Chen Hao, saying, "Wild Wolf, although you have succeeded in refining it, but according to you, you don't know the power of the 10 deadly smokes. How about this? Let's find a place to try it out." "Shall we find a place to try it out?" Chen Hao was curious, wondering where the fox wanted to try. Driven by curiosity, the group, led by the fox, arrived at a secret realm. After paying the fee, Chen Hao and his group entered the secret realm. The group of people were walking within the secret realm. Finally, the fox led Chen Hao and the others to a cave. "Wild Wolf, it's time to put it to the test. Try throwing the 10 deadly smokes towards this cave." "What's inside this cave? Why don't you try it and you'll see?" Chen Hao was speechless at the fox's mysterious behavior. However, he still followed the fox's instructions and threw a newly refined 10 absolute smoke into the cave. At the same time, a fireball was thrown out, igniting the 10 deadly smokes. The fireball struck the 10 deadly smokes, instantly igniting them. A plume of purple smoke billowed out. Chen Hao sprouted 2 wings on his back and suddenly flapped them. A gust of wind appeared, blowing the 10 absolute smoke deeper into the cave. Before long, a tiger with a pure white coat and a king character on its forehead jumped out of the cave. After it rushed out, its steps were unsteady. After staggering a few steps, it fell heavily to the ground. The fox was incredibly excited as it looked at the dead white tiger king. Dead? Really dead? Previously, when the fox was exploring this secret realm, he encountered this white-haired tiger king. This guy kept chasing him. Fortunately, he risked his life by jumping off the cliff and survived. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. The fox originally planned to wait until its strength reached the king realm before causing trouble for this guy, because this guy is a magical beast at the king level. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao's 10 deadly smokes were so effective that they directly poisoned the white-haired tiger king to death. Not bad, really not bad. The group walked towards the white-haired tiger king. At this moment, the white-haired tiger king's pupils were dilated, blood was flowing from its 7 orifices, its tongue was sticking out, and its entire body was stiff. The fox couldn't help but kick it, then said to the iron block, help me skin it. I'm going to take it back and use it as a blanket. Iron block pulled out a sharp dagger and began skinning the white tiger king. As for Chen Hao and the other two, they exchanged glances. Should we go in and take a look? Chen Hao spoke to the fox and the bird. The fox smiled slightly and said, didn't Lord D say that even if someone died inside, I would still go in and investigate? Chen Hao and his two companions put on gas masks and entered the cave as a team. The cave was initially very narrow, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. After walking several dozen steps, it suddenly opened up into a bright and spacious area. They eventually reached the depths of the cave, where there was a small nest. 3 white tiger cubs were lying in the den. Sadly, all 3 tiger cubs have died. They were poisoned to death by the 10 deadly smoke. Chen Hao activated his eye of true sight and scanned his surroundings. That's the rejuvenating crimson fruit? Chen Hao spotted a red fruit on a cliff face not far away. At this time, the red fruit of returning spirit was ripe, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Chen Hao sprouted wings on his back and flew towards the returning spirit crimson fruit. He carefully picked the red fruit of the returning spirit. Seeing that Chen Hao had taken away the rejuvenating fruit, the fox and the bird were not angry. They didn't seem to have much interest in the returning spirit fruit. The fox was already planning to get a king realm pill and take it directly. The bird's behavior surprised him somewhat. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm a little curious. You, who have always been someone who doesn't act without a reason, have actually changed your ways. What personality traits have changed? As usual, if you saw this fruit, you would immediately rush to snatch it. Upon hearing this, the bird rolled her eyes at the fox. In your eyes, am I really that worthless? Upon hearing this, the fox chuckled. After picking the rejuvenating red fruit, Chen Hao took another look around. After confirming that nothing had been missed, he, the fox, and the bird left the cave. After the 3 of them left the cave, Chen Hao discovered that the iron block had already been successfully peeled. He displayed a complete white tiger skin to everyone. Wild Wolf, how's my knife skill? Iron block showed off to Chen Hao. Strong, really too strong. Hearing Chen Hao's praise, Tai Kwai was overjoyed. It felt like I had eaten honey, and I was very happy. By the way, what about the white tiger cave? Then the bird spoke up and asked, how about I destroy it with one punch? Iron block said, let's not do it this way, let's keep the white tiger's Denver. The wolf just picked a rejuvenating crimson fruit from inside. The fruit tree that once bore the red fruit is still there. If we leave them, we might be able to come back and pick them later. Hearing the fox's words, everyone nodded. Everyone understands the importance of sustainable development, and we should avoid doing things that are detrimental to our health. After learning about the effects of the 10 deadly smokes, Chen Hao and his group left the secret realm. Back at the fox's house, after a brief discussion, the group set off. Led by the fox, the group of 4 arrived at a dark alley. The fox took 4 gold coins out of his pocket and dropped them into the beggar's bowl in the alley. Upon seeing this, the beggar raised his head. He glanced at Chen Hao and the others with a sharp look. He then took out a cane and tapped it against the wall a few times. Before long, the wall opened, and a hidden door appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, the fox said to Chen Hao and the others, let's go in. The group entered through the hidden door and arrived at a passageway. As the bird walked through the passageway, she couldn't help but ask, Fox, did you just throw 4 gold coins into his bowl? The fox nodded. He said, you'll have to reimburse me for this money after the mission is completed. The bird answered very seriously. The iron block standing nearby couldn't help but laugh. It's nothing, it's nothing. The iron block chuckled. Chen Hao frowned slightly. Aren't those 4 chocolates wrapped in gold leaf? The fox is burning newspapers at the grave, trying to fool the ghost. Only a bird like that would fall for it. As they spoke, the group walked out of the passageway and arrived at a place that resembled a night market. Welcome to the dark market street. The fox looked at the familiar scene before him, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Ah, it's been so long since I've been back. I miss it a little. He closed his eyes, a look of ecstasy on his face. Let's go. I'll show you around first. Fox led Chen Hao and the others toward the dark market street. Several people strolled around. The dark market street was lined with all sorts of things. Chen Hao frowned as he looked at those things. The place is filled with all sorts of things, most of which are contraband, and the prices are outrageously high. Seeing this, the fox smiled and said, this is a place with excellent feng shui. You can basically get anything here that you can't buy outside. The fox's words piqued Chen Hao's interest. I wonder if there are any materials here for refining the King Realm pill. Chen Hao used the eye of true sight to begin examining the area. Chen Hao thought he could snag a bargain, but the result was a huge disappointment. He can't afford the good stuff. He can afford it, but he doesn't want it. Iron Block, on the contrary, bought some things. The bird saw the iron block and bought an ancient shield. The shield was incredibly heavy, and she couldn't help but ask, Iron Block, why did you buy this? You don't want to be Captain So-and-so, do you? Upon hearing this, Tai Kwai chuckled. What kind of bullshit captain is this? I wouldn't deign to be one. I bought this thing because I was hungry. Are you hungry? hungry?" To the astonishment of the bird, the iron block bit into the shield. Crunchy, tastes like chicken. Upon seeing this, the corner of her mouth twitched involuntarily. "You're not going to say that this thing has 5 times the protein of beef, are you?" Upon hearing this, Tai Kwai shook his head. "Are you stupid, or am I stupid? This is an iron shield. It only contains iron. How could it contain protein?" The iron block ate as it walked. His actions drew everyone's attention. However, everyone only glanced at it a few times. After all, this is a street of dark markets, where all sorts of people gather. There was another guy shouting non-stop not far away. "If you want to be healthy, you have to eat Lao Ba's honey-glazed mini burgers." The group continued walking inside and eventually came to a house. After the fox paid the entrance fee, the 4 of them went inside. As soon as they entered, Shen Hao and his group were drawn in by the noise inside. The room was large, with a recessed arena in the center. On the ring, 2 guys are fighting. It was a woman and a burly man. The fox's eyes lit up when it saw the burly man. That guy is the 1,000-man butcher. The 1,000-man butcher launched a fierce attack on the woman. The woman's defenses were incredibly strong. She actually fought against the 1,000-man butcher. The fox walked up to a guy and offered him a cigarette. "Bro, what's up with that guy?" The man took the cigarette, and the fox lit it for him. After taking a drag, he said, "That woman's name is Little Tyrant. Don't let her petite stature fool you, she's incredibly strong." The fox discovered that most of the time, the woman was being beaten. Shen Hao stood at the back, looking at the woman on the stage, his eyes slightly narrowed. "King Realm Level 1, S-rank ability, Steal Back. Steal Back. When your back is facing an enemy, you can reduce damage by 90%. Wow, that skill is awesome." After watching for a while, Shen Hao noticed something amiss. Bug. This woman actually exploited a bug. Shen Hao was wondering why the woman wasn't facing away from her opponent. Now he understands. It turns out the woman was using a bug. Her front and back are exactly the same. Is this the power of the Little Tyrant? Just as Shen Hao was sighing, Little Tyrant was accidentally knocked off the stage by 1,000-man butcher's punch. There are rules in the dueling arena. You win by either blasting your opponent out of the ring or killing them. The word person who goes to the ring doesn't even exist in the dictionary. Little Tyrant looked at the man on the stage, her face full of resentment. But a loss is a loss. As the 1,000-man butcher won, the crowd began to cheer. Xianrenta smiled slightly and walked towards the players' restroom. Just as the man who had smoked the fox cigarette was about to have a few more words with Fox, he discovered that the fox had disappeared. Shen Hao and his team disguised themselves and went to the players' lounge. "I'm sorry, you can't come in." Security guards in suits were stationed in the passageway leading to the players' lounge. Seeing this, Ironblock stepped forward in a flash, grabbed one of the guys' heads and twisted it sharply. That guy's neck was broken. The last guy panicked and tried to call for help, but then he saw the bird's eyes. In that instant, the guy turned into a pervert. All he does is giggle. Seeing this, she smiled slightly, knowing that she had succeeded in bewitching the bird. "Please take us to see the 1,000-man butcher." The security guard was very familiar with the area, and he led Shen Hao and the others to the location of the 1,000-man slaughter. At this moment, Xianrintu was sitting in the restroom, and a heavily made-up woman was massaging him. The 1,000-man butcher's face was rather grim, his hands were riddled with wounds. "That damn bitch, she's wearing a soft armor. If I ever see her again, I'll definitely tear her body apart." Qianrenta looked at a woman in a green dress sitting not far away. He frowned slightly and couldn't help but say, "Aren't you going to come and treat me right away?" The woman's face was full of reluctance. "You don't want your grandfather anymore?" Upon hearing the word grandfather, the woman pursed her lips. She bit her lip, stood up tremblingly, and walked towards the 1,000-man slaughterer. The woman approached the 1,000-man butcher and began to use her healing ability, green envelopment. Suddenly, a green light enveloped the hand of the 1,000-man butcher. The 1,000-man butcher discovered that his riddled hands were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a smug expression. "It seems that taking you in was a wise choice." The woman's treatment ended quickly. Just as she was about to leave, Qianrenta grabbed her arm. Then he pressed her head down. "The treatment on top is complete, but the treatment on the bottom hasn't been done yet. That fight just now made me so angry. You have to help me vent my anger." Hearing Qianrenta's words, the woman's tears streamed down her face. At this moment, her heart was filled with resentment. Seeing the pitiful woman, Qianrentu immediately lost interest. "If I hadn't taken pity on you and taken you and your grandfather in back then, you still don't know where you are? Do you think you could have achieved what you have today based on your abilities?" The butcher spared the woman, then turned and pulled the heavily made-up woman away. "Come and help me." The heavily made-up woman was clearly not doing this for the first time. She glanced disdainfully at the woman in the green dress and said, "Women are meant to depend on powerful men. What's the use of crying and wailing? Our lord of 1,000 men, how good he is to you. You're such an ungrateful person." As she spoke, the woman began to unleash the leather belt on the butcher. In no time, she untied the belt from the 1,000-man butcher. As Qianrenta prepared to do his work, he frowned and said to the weeping woman in the green dress, Go find your damned grandfather." grandfather. Don't get in my way. Upon hearing this, the woman felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She immediately ran out of the room. Watching the woman in the green dress run away, the heavily made-up woman said, "Boss, she's not obedient. My Xiaoli is the most obedient." Yes, our Xiaoli is the best girl. Come on, quickly help me cool down. I can't hold it in any longer." Just as the two were getting ready to get to work, a figure pushed open the door and entered. Qian Renta looked towards the door with a bewildered expression, only to find it was a security guard. Qian Renta was furious and planned to tear the security guard to pieces. Something was thrown in. The thing was hit by a fireball and exploded immediately. In an instant, purple mist enveloped the entire room. Oh no, it's a poison gas bomb. Qian Renta reacted quickly, kicking the woman away and then covering his mouth and nose with his hand. Qian Renta knew that covering it with his hands wouldn't do any good. In a moment of quick thinking, he reached out and grabbed the woman's chest. He then punched the woman in the chest. Fresh blood gushed out and sprayed onto a piece of clothing. It soaked the clothes instantly. Qian Rentu, holding the garment, covered his mouth and nose, and burst out of the room by smashing open the door. Chen Hao and his group saw the 1,000-man butcher rushing out. The people here are now on the verge of action, with no choice but to act. Several people rushed towards the 1,000-man butcher. They began fighting with the 1,000-man butcher in this small alley. Qian Renta threw away the clothes in his hand and then charged towards the crowd. The iron block was the fastest, and it took the lead. The fist of the 1,000-man butcher slammed towards him. Iron block, oblivious to his own mortality, threw a punch at the attack. Their fists collided. A figure was sent flying backward. The iron block slammed heavily against the wall behind it, actually creating a large hole in it. Although the 1,000-man slayer used blood-stained clothing to cover his mouth and nose, but initially, he did inhale some. He now feels a burning sensation in his respiratory tract, and even the slightest breath feels like being pricked with needles. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. He's been poisoned. The fox spoke. Upon hearing this, Qian Renta glanced at the crowd and immediately fled. We finally managed to poison Qian Rentu. We can't let him escape. The group pursued the 1,000-man butcher. The commotion attracted the attention of the security personnel at this underground dueling arena. The guys gathered around. Seeing this, Chen Hao immediately took out a 10 deadly smoke and threw it over. In an instant, those guys were enveloped by the 10 absolute smoke. They clutched their necks, coughed up blood, and collapsed to the ground. The group continued their pursuit. They quickly caught up with him on the street. Qian Renta seemed to have gone mad, grabbing things from the stall and throwing them at Chen Hao and the others. Chen Hao and his group naturally dodged away. Under the pursuit of the crowd, they finally cornered the 1,000-man butcher in a certain corner. Qian Rentu was panting heavily, feeling extremely uncomfortable. The men in front of me were dressed in black robes and wore masks. The one who will take your life. Chen Hao gathered lightning in his hands and slashed it towards Qian Rentu, a lightning ability user. Qian Rentu was somewhat surprised to see this. Those who can control lightning will be highly valued in any faction. Qian Rentu couldn't understand which side he had offended. He dodged and continued his escape. Qian Renta rushed into a small house. Looking at the woman in the green dress inside the small house, Qian Renta seemed to see a glimmer of hope. A surge of joy welled up in my heart. Quickly, you bitch, treat me right now. 1,000-man butcher spoke to the woman. He approached the woman. As Qian Rentu approached the woman, his face was filled with terror, because, without his knowledge, a dagger was plunged into his chest. Qian Renta stared wide-eyed, somewhat incredulous. He never expected that the woman in the green dress, who was usually so timid and obedient to him, would attack him. He punched the woman in the green dress, sending her flying. The woman in the green dress crashed heavily into the wall behind her. As the woman landed, her appearance changed. Damn it, thank goodness I used my defensive skill in time, otherwise I would have been dead this time. The woman transformed into the appearance of a fox. Everything happening before our eyes is proceeding according to the fox's plan. Qian Renta looked at the fox in front of him, his eyes full of doubt. He couldn't understand why the person in front of him wanted to assassinate him. The 1,000-man butcher's massive body fell heavily to the ground. His blood flowed out from the wound. The blackish blood emitted a nauseating odor. These 10 deadly smokes are truly domineering. Where did that guy Wild Wolf get it from? I'll have to ask him for some of this stuff when I get the chance. At this moment, Chen Hao, Tai Kuai, and Yu Niao arrived. After entering the house, they saw the 1,000-man butcher lying on the ground. That's it? Yu Niao was somewhat surprised, as this was her first time working with Chen Hao and the others. She hadn't expected that killing a king-level expert would be so easy. The fox nodded. He said to the Iron Block, come and help me up. The fox had just taken a punch from a 1,000-man slaughterer, even though he used all his strength to defend, but his body was still injured. Upon seeing this, Tai Kuai immediately stepped forward and helped the fox up. As he helped you up, he said, I've always told you to exercise more, but you just wouldn't listen. Look, you're injured now. Upon hearing this, the fox didn't respond to that question, but instead asked curiously, Iron Block, why is there an extra grandma after you? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the back of the Iron Block. At some point, a large bulge appeared on the back of the iron block. Iron block scratched his head sheepishly. I just exchanged a punch with this guy. He slammed me against the wall. This bulge must have been caused by that collision. Upon hearing this, the fox was speechless. Even though the iron block was more seriously injured than him, he still had the nerve to lecture him. Alright, let's go. As Chen Hao spoke, he conjured a fireball in his right hand and threw it toward the corpse of Qian Rentu. The fireball landed on Thousand-Man Butcher, instantly setting his corpse ablaze. Chen Hao's actions left Fox and the others dumbfounded. Wild Wolf, tell me honestly, what kind of superpower do you have? Lightning in front, flames behind. Oh right, you used to have bird wings too. Chen Hao shrugged and said, if I said I was a god, would you believe me? I think you're more like a lunatic. Iron Block couldn't help but speak up. Yun Yao became increasingly curious about Chen Hao. In her eyes, Chen Hao was like an untapped gold mine. The group left the house and eventually exited the dark market street through a passageway. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired S-rank superpower, fighter. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly. This one gain alone makes the trip worthwhile. The group returned to the fox's home. Oh, I'm exhausted. The iron block slammed itself heavily onto the sofa. The fox also lay down on its back. Yun Yao, on the other hand, crossed her arms in front of her chest and leaned against the wall. We have successfully completed this operation. The only pity is that there was no reward for this mission. The fox spoke weakly. Iron Block couldn't help but purse his lips. Damn it, I've worked for free again. We've lost a fortune. The bird didn't seem to care. At least in her opinion, it wasn't a loss. Yonyao was born into a bad family. She had no connections. If she hadn't joined the killing tower by chance, she probably wouldn't have achieved what she has today. Chen Hao glanced at the three people present. He said, now that the mission is over, I'll head back. We will meet again someday, and there will be opportunities to get together again. Chen Hao laughed. Watching Chen Hao's departing figure, the bird couldn't help but ask the fox, Fox, what's the background of this wolf? The fox shook its head. Yun Yao asked, somewhat surprised, didn't you investigate him? Investigate him? Why would we need to investigate him? The fox narrowed its eyes slightly. People always need to find some fun for themselves. The fox didn't investigate Chen Hao, so Chen Hao's background remains a mystery. This mystery will continue to puzzle the fox. It made him feel that life is so interesting, because he is trying to solve this puzzle. Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. He was exhausted after a busy night. Chen Hao just wants to get some sleep right now. Just then, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu came knocking on their door. Xiaobu, Xiaoji, what's wrong? Brother Hao, something terrible has happened. Chen Hao frowned slightly. What happened? Take a look at this. Chen Hao took the document that Lu Xiaoji handed him and looked at it. An invasion by the demon race? Chen Hao continued reading. In no time, he had finished reading the entire document. Brother Hao, what are your thoughts after reading this? What other ideas could there be? How can we refuse the call of our nation? This is, after all, the land where we were born and raised. It is our duty to protect our home and country. When Chen Hao said this, his expression was particularly firm. Well said. Just then, Shangwan Huofeng walked in. Xiao Hao, this incident is a bit serious. So when you go, be sure to take good care of yourself. I have to deal with those tough guys, so I might not be able to look after you. Shangwan Huofeng's words made Chen Hao frown. He couldn't help but think to himself, what the hell? Are you kidding me? You've already set off before we've even left, and you're already making a death flag here. Am I going to die this time? Seeing Chen Hao's serious expression, Shangwan Huofeng comforted him, saying, your strength is relatively weak, so I won't let you do anything dangerous. This war is good. It will give you a good chance to hone your skills. It can not only improve your strength but also earn you military merits. I don't need to tell you the benefits of military merit, do I? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. He had long heard that military merits could be exchanged for valuable items, but he didn't know how to obtain them. The demon race is invading, which is a perfect opportunity to earn military merits. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Take these next few days to prepare. We'll set off on time in 3 days. After saying that, Shangwan Huofeng left. Chen Hao said to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, you two should also go and prepare yourselves. We'll go with the army then. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu nodded. Chen Hao lay down and continued sleeping. After waking up, he went straight to find Lu Fengfeng. Lu Fengfeng was eating pickled chicken feet at that moment, and the whole room smelled of pickled peppers. This guy is definitely a foodie, either eating or on the way to buy food. If she gains the ability to become stronger by eating, wouldn't she become invincible in no time? Despite his inner grumbling, Chen Hao still addressed Lu Fengfeng, saying, Fengfeng, could you please check for me to see if I have any superpowers that grant immunity to mental attacks? The image of the bird trying to control itself is still vivid in my mind. Chen Hao urgently needs immunity to mental abilities. With 3 days left until departure, Chen Hao could take the time to acquire supernatural abilities. Lu Fengfeng put her finger in her mouth and sucked on it quickly. Then he took a tissue from the side and wiped his hands. After wiping her hands clean, Lu Fengfeng Feng began typing on the keyboard. Following the address given by Lu Feng, Chen Hao arrived at a funeral home. There is the body of a guy who just died here. Chen Hao's arrival caught the attention of the funeral home staff. Without saying a word, he immediately pulled out the cremation certificate. People who drive need a driver's license, those who work with electricity need an electrician's license, and those who work in funeral homes naturally need a cremation certificate. Chen Hao slipped some money to the person in charge and successfully obtained the opportunity to collect the corpse. The body was then sent into the crematorium. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained F-level superpower, mental resistance. Got it. After gaining superpowers, Chen Hao quickly left the funeral home. Seeing Chen Hao leave, the person in charge who had accepted bribes from Chen Hao was completely bewildered. That's really strange. It's the first time I've ever seen someone give money to do something like this. However, the person in charge did not consider Chen Hao's actions to be in violation of regulations. After all, Chen Hao is a genuine licensed professional. After acquiring the ability, mental resistance, Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. With this ability, I will no longer be afraid of mental attacks. However, the most urgent task is to upgrade the level of this ability. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao directly disassembled the B-level superpower, Lightning Rod. With his superpower of lightning control, his superpower of Lightning Rod became useless. System, decompose the Lightning Rod ability. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, the Lightning Rod ability has been successfully decomposed. You have obtained 10,000 original ability beads. Integrate these 10,000 original power beads into mental resistance. Ding dong, the primal ability bead is fusing. Ding dong, congratulations, host, the original ability bead has been successfully fused, and your mental resistance ability has been upgraded to level B. Seeing this, Chen Hao was somewhat pleased. I won't be afraid of you Niao anymore when I face her again. Chen Hao's mental strength was already quite strong, and this mental resistance ability only amplified it. The bird's charm was basically useless against Chen Hao. 3 days passed quickly. Led by Shangguan Huofeng, Chen Hao and the others headed to a certain camp. The soldiers in the camp knew that Chen Hao and his group were coming, so they waited for them at the camp gate early in the morning. How did things go? Shangguan Huofeng asked. Our guys got into a fight, and both sides suffered some injuries. After that one, everyone stopped firing. They are reinforcing their troops, and we are also asking for help. Hearing what the camp leader said, Shangguan Huofeng nodded. She then addressed the person in charge, saying, these guys are the ones I brought. They are all top-notch. Assign them any tasks you have. After Shangguan Huofeng finished speaking, she said to Chen Hao and the others, you should follow his arrangements. I have other things to do, so I'll be leaving now. With that, Shangguan Huofeng led Bai Jia and the others away. At this moment, Shangguan Huofeng was driving, while Bai Jia was operating the computer. The video shows that the big guy will land in the next town. Login time is expected to be 2 days later. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Huofeng's eyes shone brightly, filled with an irrepressible fighting spirit. Shangguan Huofeng was a warmonger, and she hadn't felt this way in a long time. This time, she's determined to have a good, satisfying fight. By the way, is it alright if we leave Xiao Hao and the others in that small town? There shouldn't be any major problems, right? The surveillance footage shows that the big boss was coming this way. It won't have a big impact on them. Bai Jia nodded upon hearing this. I hope so. Under the arrangement of the person in charge, Chen Hao and his group entered a certain tent. After sitting for a while, Chen Hao felt bored and thought he should go out for a walk to get some fresh air. Soldiers patrolled the camp. When these guys saw Chen Hao, they stopped and saluted him. Good morning, sir. Chen Hao responded. The patrolling soldiers continued forward. Chen Hao's arrival attracted everyone's attention. People started whispering among themselves. Look, we have a new officer in our camp. Still a major. Yes, he's quite a handsome young man. Judging from his age, he doesn't seem very old. She looks like she's only 18 or 19 years old. My God, what you've said is terrifying to think about. A major who was 18 or 19 years old. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes at that guy, making a fuss over nothing. One guy, a sour grapes, scoffed, what's the big deal? Isn't it just about having a good baby? Judging from that guy's appearance, he's probably the son of some important person, so it's not surprising that he's a major at such a young age. Yes, that's right. Someone chimed in. Do you really think he has any real skills? Yes, that's exactly it. They got promoted through connections. Other people's mothers have gold trim, we can't compare. The discussion among the crowd displeased a certain officer. What are you all doing? Don't you have anything better to do? Faced with their superior's reprimand, the men immediately lowered their heads. Battalion Commander Feng, I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, Battalion Commander Feng snorted coldly and turned to leave. Battalion Commander Feng, something terrible has happened. Zhang Jie, what's wrong? Feng Yucheng looked at the communications soldier who was running over. My brother and his men went to cause trouble for those fishmen. Upon hearing this, Feng Yucheng was startled. That damn Zhang Demiao, all all she does is cause me trouble. Feng Yucheng hurriedly ran towards Zhang Dimiao's camp. He was still too late. Zhang Dimiao and his men, armed with submachine guns, launched an attack on the location of the fishmen. The sound of the bullet leaving the barrel immediately resounded all around. Chen Hao walked around for a while and was preparing to return to his tent. As a result, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu ran over. Where to fire? Where to fire? Lu Xiaoji stayed in the tent for a while, and he felt like he was getting sick from boredom. There are no computers here, and the mobile network is poor. There's simply no chance to see anything interesting. Hearing the gunshots, his mischievous nature was stirred. Brother Hao, let's go take a look. Chen Hao led Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu toward the direction from which the gunshots had come. Before long, they arrived at that place. At this moment, a guy was covered in blood. Pulled along by several of his men, he moved closer to the camp. The guy would occasionally turn around and fire, shooting down the pursuing mermen one by one. This guy is really fierce. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but speak up. Although Zhang Dimiao and his men fired their guns with all their might, the fishmen were tough and resilient. After the bullets hit, only a small number of the mermen fell down. The remaining mermen, each wielding a fishbone knife, charged towards Zhang Dimiao with howling cries. It's over! It's over! Upon seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Retreat! Retreat now! Upon seeing this, Feng Yucheng immediately gave the order. Upon hearing Feng Yucheng's words, the group prepared to evacuate. Just then, a figure appeared. His hands crackled with lightning as he hurled them at the charging fishmen. A bolt of lightning crackled rapidly across the fishmen's bodies. In just a moment, a row of mermen fell down. Everyone turned to look at the person who had made the move. Some people could hardly believe their eyes. At this moment, Chen Hao transformed into the Thunder King, and even if Yang Yongxin were alive, he would have to admit defeat. Chen Hao unleashed countless bolts of lightning, which shot towards the fishmen. Lightning seems to have a natural resistance to fish people. After a few moves, Chen Hao killed all the fishmen who rushed over. The remaining fishmen stopped. He gave Chen Hao a fierce look, then quickly left. They've run away. Those fishmen have run away. This guy is really strong. Is he Thor reincarnated? I'm so envious. He can actually create lightning with his bare hands. Thunder King, this guy is definitely a Thunder King. Wow, I'm so jealous. I wish I had that skill. Then Xiao Chui from the next village will fall in love with me. Everyone who witnessed Chen Hao's attack was filled with shock and envy. Thank you. Zhang Damiao expressed her gratitude to Chen Hao. Zhang Dahu, are you really stupid? At this moment, Feng Yucheng walked over, his face extremely grim. People used to call him Zhang Damiao, not Zhang Dahu. The purpose was to help him get rid of his tiger-like habits. Instead of changing, this guy became even worse. He was determined to prove to everyone that he was a tiger, not a cat. Only then did he lead his men in a sneak attack on the mermen. These fish are no pushovers. They are intelligent and will immediately retaliate after being ambushed. The fishmen were much faster than Zhang Dimiao and the others. Zhang Damiao managed to escape only after leaving behind dozens of corpses. At this moment, Zhang Damiao's face was full of pain. He thought he could wipe out all the fishmen with his submachine gun. Unexpectedly, those guys were thick-skinned and tough. Some of them were hit by bullets but remained completely unharmed. Zhang Dimiao finally realized that he had no control over this war because he was just cannon fodder. Their previous interactions with the Murlocs were just minor skirmishes. Therefore, they were unaware of the fishmen's exact strength. But now, after witnessing the true power of the fishmen, everyone panicked. The fishmen were too strong. They had almost no confidence in fighting them. Chen Hao glanced at everyone. The entire camp had only about 100 people, and they were stationed there only to serve as a guard. It would be virtually impossible to rely on them to stop the merman army's attack. Chen Hao said to Feng Yucheng, "Take your men and retreat." Feng Yucheng could hardly believe his ears. "I'm going to attack the Murlocs later, so I won't have time to deal with you. So we hope you can evacuate first." Upon hearing this, Feng Yucheng pursed his lips. He is also a superhuman, with the strength of a 6th-level master. He is very strong for an ordinary person. He was too weak for Chen Hao. In the blink of an eye, Chen Hao could kill Feng Yucheng. Seeing that Feng Yucheng showed no intention of taking action. "Didn't you hear my command?" Chen Hao's expression turned serious, and an invisible pressure swept over Feng Yucheng. Feng Yucheng suddenly felt as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on him. He felt like he couldn't breathe. "Yes, I will lead my men to evacuate immediately." Feng Yucheng finally compromised. He led a group of people, drove away, and left with supplies. Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji also left. Feng Yucheng, Lu Xiaobu, and Lu Xiaoji were sitting in a car. Feng Yucheng asked Lu Xiaoji with some curiosity, "Who exactly was that guy just now?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji grinned. "You don't need to worry about that. Just know that he's very strong." Feng Yucheng led his soldiers to the rear 10 kilometers away. After settling the soldiers in, Feng Yucheng sent men to release several drones. These drones are the latest developments from China. It can fly very far. The shooting results were also exceptionally clear. Through the camera lens, they saw a person in a green military uniform slowly walking towards the fishman's camp. They discovered something terrifying. The guy was surrounded by a large number of merfolk who were charging into the merfolk camp. Have these fishmen gone mad? They're actually killing each other? Some people couldn't understand why the murlocs would attack each other. At first, there were only a few dozen fishmen. As Chen Hao delved deeper, more and more fishmen joined his army. Chen Hao's fishmen are all corpses, and they are all fearless soldiers. As long as it can move, it will attack the enemy. These corpse murlocs fight by trading blows. Killing one is no loss, killing two is a gain. Relying on this style of play. Before long, the entire beach was covered with the blood of the fishmen. All the officers stared wide-eyed at the surveillance video. Their mouths were slightly agape, as if they had seen a ghost. Many officers felt a burning pain in their faces. They had previously mocked Chen Hao in private, thinking he was too young. He must have used his family connections to become a major. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao really is capable. What kind of ability is this? He alone is an army. With him around, what use are we? The soldiers couldn't help but begin to doubt themselves. Lu Xiaoji stepped forward at this moment. Although my elder brother is strong, he is still just a mortal. He gets tired sometimes. Our existence is to take over for him when he is tired. Give him some breathing room. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing Lu Xiaoji's words. A soldier pointed to a screen. Under Chen Hao's attack, the fishmen began to flee in panic. The murlocs split into two groups. One wave fled towards the sea, while the other wave ran inland. Let's go, it's our turn to work. Lu Xiaoji addressed the group of officers. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu led a group of soldiers in an attack on the fishmen who were fleeing inland. These fishmen ran wildly, panting heavily from exhaustion. In contrast, Lu Xiaoji and his group, they were able to wait in comfort for the enemy to tire themselves out. Lu Xiaoji is currently at the 8th level of the Master Realm, while Lu Xiaobu is at the 5th level of the Master Realm. Previously, Lu Xiaoji's strength far surpassed that of Lu Xiaobu. However, ever since Lu Xiaobu obtained the boy's divine skill and practiced diligently, Lu Xiaobu seems to be catching up with Lu Xiaoji. The two charged into the enemy ranks one after the other. Two bloody paths were instantly carved out. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu's actions attracted everyone's attention. Everyone stared wide-eyed. I thought that guy was really good. I didn't expect these two guys to be so freakish. Yes, although they are a little weaker than that guy. But it's still not something we can compare to. Everyone's face showed envy. Seeing this, Feng Yuqing frowned slightly and said with displeasure, "What are you doing?" Feng Yuqing hated those who slacked off during battles the most. With his reprimand, everyone threw themselves back into the battle. He slaughtered all the fishmen on the beach. The fishmen's blood stained the entire beach red. A strong smell of blood filled the air. On the beach, there were piles and piles of fishman corpses. They stood there silently, like statues. All the fishmen had lifeless eyes, clearly indicating that they had been dead for some time. These are Chen Hao's fishman army. Just then, two voices rang out. Chen Hao turned his head and saw Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Chen Hao frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, "Didn't I tell you to stay in the rear?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji dismissed it, saying, "Oh dear, you've already taken care of all those merfolk." "Yeah, Hao Ji, you're really amazing." Feng Yucheng came over with Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Looking at the corpses of those fishmen on the beach, Feng Yucheng felt dizzy. He could hardly believe his eyes. Are these still the same mermen who were chasing Zhang Dimiao? This place is extremely dangerous. You should leave immediately. Wen Chuan spoke to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. What danger is there? A strong wind swept across the sea. The wind stirred the seawater, creating a wave more than 10 meters high. Oh no, it's a tsunami. Feng Yucheng was startled when he saw this. Chen Hao said to Feng Yucheng, "I'll take Lu Xiaoji, and you take care of Lu Xiaobu for me." As he spoke, Chen Hao ran towards Lu Xiaoji. He had wings on his back and grabbed Lu Xiaoji by the collar, pulling him down. The two of them flew up and down into the sky. Feng Yucheng possesses the sea-level superpower, Wings of Wind. He sprouted a pair of wind wings on his back, picked up Lu Xiaobu, and flew towards the sky. The waves are crashing in. The waves were so powerful that they instantly knocked down all the houses and trees along the shore. Lu Xiaoji was being held by the collar by Chen Hao, and he struggled incessantly. Brother Hao, I can't breathe." Seeing this, Chen Hao took Lu Xiaoji and flew backward. He was very fast, flying to a place where there was no seawater. They put Lu Xiaoji down. After Lu Xiaoji landed, he kept coughing. His face turned bright red from lack of oxygen. "Brother Hao, you almost strangled me to death." Chen Hao ignored Lu Xiaoji and instead addressed Feng Yucheng and Lu Xiaobu, saying, "Some big guys are coming. Be careful." With that, Chen Hao flew toward the coast. Feng Yucheng and the others were kept behind. Lu Xiaobu turned his gaze to Lu Xiaoji and Feng Yucheng. "What else can we do?" Feng Yucheng also witnessed what just happened. "The battle over there is not something we can get involved in." Lu Xiaoji also wanted to help Chen Hao. However, he knew that with his current strength, going there would be no different from sending himself to his death. "Let's go to the back and wait for Brother Hao. Going now will only cause him trouble." The three of them immediately headed towards the camp behind. Chen Hao flapped his wings and arrived at the shore. He looked out into the sea. Here comes a huge creature that has emerged from the sea. That guy had seaweed-like hair and very dark skin. It was holding something that looked like a jar in its hand. Tide-calling siren. Chen Hao recognized the monster in front of him. The tide-calling siren is a 6th-level magical beast. It saw Chen Hao flying in midair and immediately puffed out its mouth. A very thick jet of water shot out and hurtled towards Chen Hao. Seeing this, Chen Hao dodged away. Then he flicked his right hand. A bolt of lightning shot towards the tidecaller. Just as the lightning was about to strike the tidecaller siren, a wall of water blocked the tidecaller's path, deflecting the lightning. Lu Xiaoji and the others then retreated to the rear. They deployed drones to watch Chen Hao's battle. What kind of monster am I? Why am I so ugly? Damn it, even Ru Hua from next door in our village is prettier than it. Old Su, do you want a wife? Or I can introduce her to you. Go away. Even if I castrate myself, I would never want a guy like that. If I married her, I'd have nightmares every day. There's no need to castrate yourself. After all, you can't entertain yourself like that. The battle between Chen Hao and the tidecaller siren continues. With his agile movements, Chen Hao kept dodging the attacks of the tidecaller. He then used lightning to retaliate. A very thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The tidecaller was unable to dodge in time and was struck directly by the lightning. It let out a painful howl. The voice, sharp as if sandpaper, was extremely grating, and Chen Hao instinctively covered his ears with his hands. The tidecaller was jolted stiff by the electric shock, countless currents coursing through its body. Die! I want you dead. The tidecaller spoke in human language, its expression turning ferocious. The tide-calling siren plunged into the sea. It began to swim rapidly in the sea. The entire sea surface was churned with towering waves. A very thick column of water shot towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao used teleportation to dodge. Another jet of water shot out. Chen Hao dodged again. The water jets seemed to have eyes, and under the control of the tide-calling siren, they relentlessly attacked Chen Hao. Chen Hao was caught off guard and hit by the water cannon of the tide-calling siren. His entire body fell from the sky. It's over, brother Hao. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoji showed a worried expression. At this moment, Lu Xiaobu rushed out of the tent, intending to rescue Chen Hao. Even if he couldn't save them, he would still do it without hesitation. Lu Xiaobu had just run out of the tent. He hadn't gone very far. He tripped and fell straight down. Without him noticing, his feet were entangled together by a gust of wind. Feng Yuqing came out of the tent, his expression serious. Lu Xiaobu looked at Feng Yuqing with some anger. Going there now is suicide. Feng Yuqing spoke coldly. He also wanted to save Chen Hao, but as a soldier, he naturally knew what he should and shouldn't do. If Lu Xiaobu were to run there now, it would be a pointless sacrifice. Lu Xiaoji came out at this moment. He rushed up to Lu Xiaobu. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoji thrust his right hand with 2 fingers into Lu Xiaobu's foot. The wind chains that bound Lu Xiaobu's feet were released. Lu Xiaoji looked at Feng Yuqing and said, "Battalion Commander Feng, we are not your soldiers. We have the right to do what we want to do." After saying that, Lu Xiaoji looked at Lu Xiaobu and said, "Xiaobu, let's go." With that, Lu Xiaoji left with Lu Xiaobu. Feng Yuqing sighed. He actually wanted to go with Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, but he cannot. Because he was the battalion commander, his duty was to lead his men. Feng Yuqing apologized to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Boss. At that moment, Zhang Damia ran over. Zhang Damia said, "Boss, you should go and take a look quickly." Feng Yuqing immediately walked into the camp. When he entered the tent and saw the surveillance video, Feng Yuqing stood there, stunned. After a long pause, he finally spoke, saying, "In the video, Chen Hao transforms into a fishman. He wielded a sharp dagger and launched an attack on the tidecaller. The tide-calling siren's hair shot towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao's dagger moved rapidly. The tidecaller's hair was easily severed by Chen Hao's dagger. Chen Hao has now mastered the art of entanglement. The technique of enveloping a dagger in alien energy is called entanglement. Before long, Chen Hao had made the tidecaller go bald. With a flick of his tail, Chen Hao swam towards the tidecaller sea monster like an arrow released from a bow. The tidecaller extended its sharp claws and reached out to grab Chen Hao. Chen Hao slashed with his dagger. They actually managed to neatly cut off the tidecaller's arm. The tidecaller let out another painful wail. Blue blood gushed out from its wound. Chen Hao launched another attack. This time, the tidecaller raised its left arm to block, but Chen Hao still managed to cut it off. Chen Hao's actions left everyone stunned. "Commander, he's so awesome. I thought I was already pretty good, but I never expected there were such amazing people." As expected, there are always mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Everyone felt a deep sense of frustration. At the same time, Chen Hao's invincible image was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Is this what they call a genius? Feng Yuqing gave a wry smile. "Boss, do you think it's possible for us to reach his level of strength in the future?" a soldier asked Feng Yuqing. Everyone looked at Feng Yuqing with expectant eyes. Yes, of course. Although Feng Yuqing didn't believe it in his heart, he still had to say it out loud. "Have you forgotten what I told you? Our Marshal Zhou Xiaofan. He was just an ordinary person before, but through his own efforts, step by step, he eventually became a well-known marshal. We may not become become geniuses, but we can become hard-working talents. Climb up step by step. Climb to the highest point. Feng Yuqing's words gave the soldiers a real boost of morale. At this point, Chen Hao's battle was coming to an end. His sharp dagger plunged into the heart of the tide caller. It pierced the heart of the tide caller directly. Blue blood gushed out from the wound. The tide caller's eyes widened in disbelief. The ocean is its home ground. It never expected that it would lose to a human while fighting on its home turf. No, the humans in front of me are a little different. The tide caller was somewhat regretful about coming here. Unfortunately, there's no going back in this world. With resentment, the tide caller fell straight backward. The tide calling siren splashed up a wave. Chen Hao thrust his sharp dagger toward the head of the tide caller. He pulled a blue magical beast cord directly from the head of the tide caller. The voices of Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji could be heard from the nearby seaside. The two searched for Chen Hao on a wrecked beach. I'm here. Chen Hao shook his head. After storing the monster core of the tide caller into his spatial storage, Chen Hao swam towards the two of them. When Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu saw Chen Hao, their faces were full of worry. Brother Hao, are you alright? Lu Xiaobu originally wanted to treat Chen Hao. Although his healing abilities were poor, they were at least somewhat effective. It's good that you're alright, you really scared us to death. Lu Xiaobu looked like he was still shaken. What about the tide calling siren? Lu Xiaoji glanced around warily. I've already killed him. You killed me? Lu Xiaoji could hardly believe his ears. That was the tide caller, the darling of the sea. Even a powerful expert at the king level would find the tide caller sea monster extremely troublesome. Although humans can swim, they can also become landlubbers in the face of strong winds and waves. There's an old saying that goes, those who drown are often the ones who can swim. Chen Hao nodded. He said to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, let's go back and rest for a while. Chen Hao had expended a lot of energy in that battle. Using his various supernatural abilities, he successfully killed the tide caller. The main power comes from the combination of three superpowers: strength enhancement, mermaid, and water ghost power. Chen Hao's fighting ability in the water increased dramatically. Through his battle with the tide caller, Chen Hao gained a better understanding of his own strength. In the water, he can go toe-to-toe with someone at the 8th level of the general realm. The 8th level of the general realm refers to someone who is skilled in water. If the opponent can't swim, Chen Hao might be able to challenge someone even more skilled. The three of them left the beach and headed to Feng Yuqing's camp. As soon as Chen Hao arrived at the camp, he found that Feng Yuqing and a group of soldiers were already waiting there. The soldiers stared intently at Chen Hao, their eyes sparkling. In this battle, Chen Hao became their idol. They all looked up to Chen Hao, hoping to become like him in the future. Brother, you've been busy all day, you must be hungry. I asked the cooks to make you something to eat. You just ate something, have some to tide you over. The situation here is constantly changing, and we don't know what will happen next. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. The group arrived at the camp arranged by Feng Yuqing. Chen Hao lifted the curtain and went inside. The food is ready now. Looking at the dazzling array of dishes, Lu Xiaobu's mouth was practically watering. Wow, so much food. Lu Xiaobu was incredibly excited. I thought it would be plain white steamed buns with Chinese cabbage. I didn't expect there to be so many delicious foods here. Twice cooked pork, fried chicken legs, braised pork meatballs, chicken stew with mushrooms. Lu Xiaoji said with a smile, Brother Hao, we're all thanks to you. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly and said, everyone, please take your seats and have your meal. Feng Yuqing seemed to be holding a grudge about what had happened before. After all, he didn't go to save Chen Hao, so he felt guilty. He was too ashamed to face Chen Hao. So he said to Chen Hao, you guys eat first, I'll go to the monitoring room and take another look. I'm afraid something unexpected might happen next. Chen Hao nodded. Feng Yuqing left. Chen Hao and the other two sat down and began to eat. Chen Hao ate rather politely, but Lu Xiaobu was terrifying. This guy looked like a starving ghost reincarnated. He kept putting food into his mouth. He would take a bite of the steamed bun in his hand every now and then. Xiaobu, have some chicken soup. Be careful not to choke. Lu Xiaobu accepted the chicken soup that Lu Xiaoji handed him. He took a sip. Ouch, it's so hot, so hot. Lu Xiaobu screamed in pain from the burn. Everyone ate here, and after finishing their meal, they went to rest. Before we knew it, night had fallen. Chen Hao and his men slept in their tents, leaving the night watch to the soldiers. Two soldiers, dressed in military overcoats, stood on either side of the camp outside. Hello, hello. One soldier looked at the other. Did you watch the battle during the day? Do you think that guy is awesome or not? Awesome, that's awesome, absolutely amazing. This is the first time in my life I've ever seen such an amazing young person. One person is an army. You didn't see the scene of him fighting the tide caller in the water. That's the tide calling siren, who can summon waves tens of meters high with a flick of her wrist. I never expected him to kill me like that. Sigh, I wish I were that strong. Yes, who can blame them for being so lucky? They're so talented. Just as the two were talking, two figures circled around to their side. A sharp dagger pierced through his back. The two guards fell straight down. Two soldiers were killed. The remaining mermen headed towards the camp. They are entirely black and have teeth as sharp as steel needles, holding a sharp fishbone knife. These guys are fishman assassins. assassins. Their goal was to take advantage of the darkness and slaughter Chen Hao and his men. A firework bursts in the sky. In an instant, everyone was awakened. Oh no, enemy attack. Everyone, armed, rushed out of the camp. Gunfire erupted throughout the camp. Feng Yuqing then arrived at Chen Hao's camp. Chen Hao came out of the tent. He frowned and asked, "What happened?" "It's an enemy attack. The enemy launched a night attack on us, and our sentries spotted them, so the flare gun was fired." After Chen Hao finished speaking, he rushed out in one stride. He rested for a while during the day and has now recovered his energy. Holding a sharp dagger, Chen Hao conjured 3 clones. They charged directly into the enemy lines. The merman assassins, who used to slaughter soldiers like pigs, were no match for Chen Hao. They were simply destined to be slaughtered. Chen Hao was in the middle of a fierce killing spree. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his back. Chen Hao quickly turned around and used his dagger to parry. Chen Hao's dagger clashed with a sharp fishbone knife. The powerful impact sent Chen Hao flying backward. Chen Hao looked toward the attacker. He discovered it was a rather large fishman. The leader of the merman assassins? The leader of the merman assassins failed in his sneak attack, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Its form disappeared again. Chen Hao snorted coldly. The Murloc assassin leader's stealth ability is considered very impressive by others. In Chen Hao's eyes, it was like children playing house. Under the eye of true sight, no matter how stealthy you are, you will be exposed. They wanted to get close to Chen Hao by stealth. Chen Hao conjured a fireball in his right hand and threw it at the sneaky merman assassin leader. Sensing danger, the leader of the merman assassins immediately jumped away. The fireball struck the spot where the leader of the Murloc assassins had just been standing. A huge explosion occurred. A huge crater appeared before everyone. The leader of the merman assassins was somewhat shocked. It hadn't expected Chen Hao to be able to discover it. The leader of the Murloc assassins went into stealth again. This time, lightning struck it. The leader of the merman assassins dodged again. This attack finally made the leader of the merman assassins realize something. Chen Hao could actually see it in its stealth state. The leader of the merman assassins had all his attention on Chen Hao. It didn't notice anyone behind it. The leader of the merman assassins felt as if something inside him was being torn apart. Fresh blood gushed out immediately. Like a gunman, Lu Xiaoji put his right index and middle fingers together and blew on them. "Xiaoji, you're amazing." Seeing that Lu Xiaoji had successfully launched a sneak attack, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but speak up. "Hee, not at all, not at all. No matter how awesome we are, we can't compare to Brother Hao." The leader of the merman assassins glared fiercely at Lu Xiaoji, enduring the pain as it pounced towards him. It wanted to kill Lu Xiaoji. A chain of wind appeared out of thin air. It directly entangled the feet of the merman assassin leader. The leader of the merman assassins was caught off guard, tripped, and fell flat on his face. It was Feng Yuqing who made the move. Seeing this, Chen Hao said to Lu Xiaoji and the others, "You guys should leave quickly. This guy is very strong, and you are no match for him." As he spoke, Chen Hao, dagger in hand, lunged at the leader of the fishman assassins. The leader of the fishman assassins wanted to attack Lu Xiaobu and his group, but Chen Hao rushed over instead. "It can only deal with Chen Hao for now." Chen Hao's dagger clashed with the fishbone knife of the merman assassin leader. Sparks flew everywhere. The leader of the merman assassins has a wound on its back, and with each collision, the wound on its back tears open a little more. Fresh blood kept flowing from behind the leader of the merman assassins. The leader of the merman assassins gradually became weak. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but think to himself, Xiaoji's superpowers are sometimes truly amazing. Unless someone specifically trains to use a steel door, being hit by his shot will either kill them or cripple them. Chen Hao began fighting the leader of the fishman assassins. Both sides were moving very fast, creating afterimages with their attacks. After Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu finished off the other fishmen, they began to watch the battle. Brother Hao is indeed Brother Hao. His fighting power is amazing. Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Lu Xiaoji chuckled and said, "Xiaobu, did you see behind the merman assassin leader?" The merman assassin leader's violent movements caused the wound on its back to grow larger and larger. The horrible blood kept dripping down. As he bled, the merman assassin discovered that his power was slowly fading. Its speed is getting slower and slower. It used to be able to dominate Chen Hao, but now, Chen Hao has turned the tables on it. Chen Hao was completely focused. After a few moves, he finally found the weakness of the merman assassin leader. The sharp dagger stabbed towards the leader of the merman assassins. Just as Chen Hao's dagger was about to strike the leader of the fishman assassins, Chen Hao suddenly felt dizzy. Chen Hao was startled. He turned his head and saw a Murloc priest holding a staff standing not far away. That guy used a mental attack on him. Thank goodness, thank goodness, thank goodness I gained the ability to resist mental attacks. Otherwise, I think I would have been lying on the ground. The leader of the merman assassins took the opportunity to retreat, putting distance between himself and Chen Hao. The merman priest raised his staff. It drew a circle on the ground, and suddenly a blue magic circle appeared out of thin air. It's a teleportation array. Chen Hao had only seen this thing in books before. He never imagined it was real. The leader of the merfolk assassins looked at Chen Hao, his eyes full of mockery. There was still a trace of hate hatred. It plans to cultivate diligently after returning this time. We'll get our revenge then. Trying to leave? Not a chance. Chen Haofei lunged at the merman priest. Just as the teleportation array was about to activate, Chen Hao's sharp dagger sliced across the merman priest's scepter. The sharp dagger cleanly severed the merman priest's scepter. The teleportation array lost its power supply and stopped. Hey, you monster, take this. Lu Xiaoji seized the opportunity to use the chrysanthemum finger to ambush the Murloc priest. The Murloc priest was hit by a chrysanthemum-shaped arrow. The pain shot through the air, and the merman priest let out an agonizing wail. It squatted down on the spot. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Chen Hao lunged at the merman priest. The plan is to kill the Murloc priest first. The attack was blocked by the leader of the merman assassins. The battle between the two sides broke out again. Chen Hao and the leader of the fishman assassins fought further and further apart. Lu Xiaoji looked at the merman priest squatting on the ground, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He then walked toward the merman priest. The leader of the Murloc assassins is now at his last gasp. Its battle with Chen Hao ended quickly. Chen Hao's sharp dagger pierced the chest of the fishman assassin leader. The dagger suddenly spun. The leader of the merman assassins fell straight down. Looking at the corpse of the merman assassin leader on the ground, Chen Hao immediately activated his corpse cultivation technique. It was sucked dry. I never imagined that the leader of the merman assassins contained so much energy. Chen Hao couldn't help but look forward to what was to come. He hoped that more powerful magical beasts would come. This will allow him to further enhance his abilities. After defeating the leader of the merman assassins, Chen Hao returned to the camp. He had just gotten close when he heard a series of snapping sounds. Chen Hao noticed a group of people gathered not far away. He walked over. It turned out that Lu Xiaoji was holding a leather whip. The leather whip lashed incessantly at the merman priest. The merman priest screamed in agony as he was beaten. Lu Xiaoji handed the whip in his hand to Lu Xiaobu. Little Bu, you should have some fun too. Lu Xiaobu also began to whip them. Chen Hao walked over and glanced at the merman priest who was barely breathing. How did Lu Xiaoji and his group manage to capture the merman priest? Lu Xiaoji seemed to notice Chen Hao's confusion and explained, the merman priest has too little energy in his body. The available spells are limited. It just ambushed Brother Hao and used a teleportation array. My body's energy is depleted, so we easily subdued them. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. Alright, stop hitting it, let it die a quick death. After Chen Hao finished speaking, Lu Xiaobu stopped. Chen Hao conjured a fireball in his right hand and threw it towards the merman priest. The fireball landed on the Murloc priest. Flames instantly enveloped the Murloc priest's body. The merman priest was beaten to the point of near death, its body scorched by flames. It didn't even utter a sound. It left quietly. After dealing with the Murloc priest, Chen Hao looked at Feng Yuqing and asked, how are the casualties tonight? Upon hearing this, Feng Yuqing showed a pained expression. 32 people. Although Feng Yuqing was saddened, he still mustered his spirits and said, from the moment we enlisted, we are prepared to make sacrifices. Feng Yuqing's words filled Chen Hao with awe. These guys are the cutest people. Before we knew it, dawn was breaking. The sky was beginning to lighten with the first light of dawn. A new day has begun, but no one is very happy. The atmosphere in the entire camp was very oppressive. Chen Hao and his men continued to stay there. On the third day, a guy showed up. It was Kai Wenting. Her eyes were red and she said in a tearful voice, Chen Hao, something bad has happened. What happened? Chen Hao frowned and said to Kai Wenting, don't cry, tell me slowly. Kai Wenting composed herself and began to speak. After listening to Kai Wenting's story, Chen Hao frowned even more deeply. You mean, Sister Fire Phoenix fell into the enemy's trap? He's in a coma now? Upon hearing this, Kai Wenting nodded. Let's go take a look. Chen Hao said to Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji, Xiaobu, Xiaoji, I'm leaving this place in your care. Brother Hao, you can rest assured and leave it to us. Chen Hao left with Kai Wenting. He eventually arrived at a large tent. Inside the tent, Bai Jia and the others gathered around a hospital bed. At this moment, Shangguan Huofeng was lying in bed. Her face was deathly pale, her expression one of agony, and her brows furrowed deeply, as if she were having a nightmare. Chen Hao's arrival gave Bai Jia and the others hope. Xiao Hao, you usually have the most clever ideas. Quickly, please help me see if we can save Fire Phoenix. Hearing Bai Jia's words, Chen Hao nodded. He walked towards Shangguan Huofeng. After examining her, Chen Hao said, Sister Huofeng has no wounds. Before I came here, I heard from Wen Ting that she was cursed by the sea witch. She's trapped in a dream now, and to save her, we must enter her dream. Entering a dream? Is that possible? Dugohan spoke, her face full of doubt. Others may not be able to, but I can. Just then, a guy walked in. She wore gold-rimmed glasses, giving her a refined and gentle appearance. Dugohan looked the person in front of him up and down. Of course, I'm a famous dream weaver. Dream weaver? Everyone was completely baffled when they heard this. At this point, Tian Wenjing spoke up. Everyone, she is a friend of mine. I invited her back to help Sister Fire Phoenix. Shangguan Huofeng fell into a coma, and everyone tried to find a way to save her. Kai Wenting went to invite Chen Hao, while Tian Wenjing went to invite the woman in front of her. her. Sister Minru, thank you for your help. Tian Wenjing spoke to Minro. Upon hearing this, Minro nodded. She strode up to Shangwan Huofeng's bedside, her eyes quickly scanning over the crowd. She addressed the crowd. To save her, we must go into her dream and wake her up. It would be best if it were someone close to her. I can help someone enter her dream. Who are you planning to send? I'll go. Bai Jia spoke first, but they were stopped by someone. Bai Jia, you can't go up. You're the team's medic. We'll need your help later. Duguhan spoke. Shangwan Huofeng fell into a coma, and Duguhan took on the responsibility of command. What should we do then? Everyone looked at Chun Hao. Their expressions varied. Some looked hopeful, some looked surprised, and naturally, there were also some who were disdainful. Even those of us in the King realm aren't guaranteed to be able to save her. What are you doing here, a mere general? A man spoke up. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia's face flashed with displeasure. He spoke directly. Wenlu, since you think he's not good enough, why don't you go? Upon hearing this, Wenlu subconsciously took a few steps back. Never mind, never mind. He looked cowardly and said, I suddenly think it would be good for a kid to go. Upon seeing this, the others all showed disdainful expressions towards Wenlu. Wenlu looked embarrassed, but thought to himself, she's not my wife, why should I bother to save her? Even if she really were my wife, I might not necessarily save her. If he's dead, he's dead. I can just get a new one. Wenlu thought to herself without a care in the world. Are you sure you want to go? Min Ro looked at Chun Hao. None of the people from Wangjing wanted to go, and Bai Jia, who was willing to go, couldn't. Naturally, it will be the turn of those who are in charge of the border area. Among the generals, Chen Hao is the most suitable. Chen Hao nodded. Alright, then get ready. Chen Hao walked to the bedside. Tian Wenjing suddenly called out Chen Hao's name. Be careful, I'll wait for you outside. Tian Wenjing looked worried. Yes, Chen Hao, keep it up. I'll give you a reward after you save Sister Fire Phoenix. Kai Wenting spoke up. A reward? What reward? Let's talk about it after you save Sister Fire Phoenix. Kai Wenting spoke hesitantly. Bai Jia looked at Chen Hao quietly, like an elder looking at a junior. Xiao Hao, be careful. Minro began to activate her supernatural power, and as she did so, she said to Chen Hao, relax your mind. Chen Hao relaxed his mind. He felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and the scene before him changed abruptly. Chen Hao's body went limp, and Tian Wenjing caught him as he collapsed. Chen Hao found himself on a small hillside. Not far away, a person was sitting in front of a grave. She kept crying, wiping away tears every now and then. That expression showed just how wrong she was. Chen Hao walked towards the man. He knelt down in front of the man. Sister Fire Phoenix, don't cry. Chen Hao handed Shangwan Huofeng a tissue. How do you know my name? Shangwan Huofeng's words left Chen Hao somewhat bewildered. She doesn't recognize me? Chen Hao glanced at the tombstone subconsciously. Upon seeing the photo and name on the tombstone, Chen Hao suddenly realized what had happened. Chen Hao recognized the person on the tombstone. His name was Zhang Hao, which differed from Chen Hao's by only one character. Zhang Hao was Shangwan Huofeng's first disciple. Because of Shangwan Huofeng's pampering, Zhang Hao has the cultivation level but lacks combat power. As a result, Zhang Hao died when facing a powerful enemy. Shangwan Huofeng held a grudge about this matter. This incident became her nightmare. Is this what Sister Fire Phoenix is really thinking? Everyone has some past memories they don't want to recall. The Sea Witch exploited this weakness of humanity. They brought to light memories that people were reluctant to confront. It draws people into the past. They will constantly doubt themselves within this dream. Ultimately, they lost hope in life and became lost in their dreams. To awaken Sister Fire Phoenix, we must give her hope. So Chen Hao said to Shangwan Huofeng, I am your disciple. My disciple? Shangwan Huofeng was completely bewildered. She looked Chen Hao up and down and said, I don't recall having a disciple like you. Chen Hao did not answer. Instead, he responded to Shangwan Huofeng with his performance. Flame and Gale Slash. Chen Hao used these three moves in front of Shangwan Huofeng. This is our family's Fire Phoenix technique. Upon seeing this, Shangwan Huofeng looked on in surprise. Where did you learn that? Of course, it was you who taught me. Shangwan Huofeng stood there, stunned. She looked at Chen Hao, and for some reason, she found a unique sense of familiarity with him. I've never seen him before. Are you sure you haven't seen me before? Why don't you take a closer look? Chen Hao took a few steps toward Shangwan Huofeng. Shangwan Huofeng looked at Chen Hao and found herself becoming more and more familiar with him. Scattered fragments of memories about Chen Hao began to appear in my mind. Oh no! That Sea Witch has started casting spells again. Min Ro is a dream architect, so her perception of dreams is naturally stronger than others. Kid, hurry up and think of a way to stimulate her and awaken her memories. Provoke her? Chen Hao listened to the sound coming from the sky and knew it was Min Ro who made it. Yes, provoke her, make her think of you. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao felt a headache coming on. He didn't know how to provoke Shangwan Huofeng. Min Ro urged, hurry up, I can't hold on any longer. Everything was going very smoothly until the Sea Witch interfered. Min Ro was in great pain, and large beads of sweat dripped from her forehead. Her body began to tremble. Clearly, she had expended considerable energy trying to keep Chen Hao asleep. Look Looking at Shangguan Huofeng in front of him, Chen Hao gritted his teeth. So be it. He walked towards Shangguan Huofeng. Before Shangguan Huofeng could react, Chen Hao kissed her on the lips. Shangguan Huofeng's eyes widened, and her heart pounded rapidly. Memories of Chen Hao flashed through her mind like slides. Suddenly, Shangguan Huofeng shoved Chen Hao away. She asked with a puzzled look, "You're Xiao Hao, what are you doing here?" "Sister Fire Phoenix, you finally remembered me. Let's go, come with me and leave this place. Everyone is waiting for you." Chen Hao extended his right hand to Shangguan Huofeng. Just as Shangguan Huofeng's right hand was about to be placed in Chen Hao's hand, a figure appeared. It was like a phantom, forcefully separating the two of them. The sea witch glared fiercely at Chen Hao. Its mouth is open. A piercing sound rang out. Upon seeing this, Shangguan Huofeng immediately launched an attack on the sea witch. Flames shot toward the sea witch. Faced with Shangguan Huofeng's attack, the sea witch neither dodged nor evaded. He let the attacks fall on him. Shangguan Huofeng was horrified to discover that her attacks were ineffective against the sea witch. The sea witch also changed her form. A man wearing a steel helmet appeared. The man had a cold expression on his face, as if all living beings were mere ants. When Shangguan Huofeng saw the man, she was incredibly excited. This is the man in front of her who killed her most beloved disciple. Shangguan Huofeng began to attack Yang Jun frantically. The result was the same as before. Her attacks were ineffective against Yang Jun. Not only that, Yang Jun's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. He said coldly, "Back then, I was able to kill your eldest disciple. Now I can still kill your second disciple." As he spoke, he flew towards Chen Hao. "No, no!" Shangguan Huofeng tried to stop her, but found that her body was restrained. There's no way to move at all. They could only watch helplessly as Yang Jun flew towards Chen Hao. Yang Jun was very fast, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Chen Hao. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly reached out with his right hand to grab Chen Hao's neck. Just as Yang Jun's right hand was about to grab Chen Hao's neck. "Are you treating me like a puppet? Someone you can manipulate at will?" Chen Hao's cold voice rang out. He grabbed Yang Jun's right hand. Seeing this, Yang Jun began to struggle. To his surprise, he discovered that Chen Hao was very strong. Chen Hao's right hand gripped him tightly like a pair of pliers. No matter how hard I struggled, I could not break free. There was something even more terrifying. Chen Hao was actually absorbing its energy. "You shouldn't have used your soul form to attack me. You absolutely shouldn't have." Chen Hao revealed a cold smile and said, "Don't you know that I am the nemesis of soul beings?" Chen Hao cultivates the corpse cultivation technique and also possesses the S-rank superpower, devouring the undead. Those beings in their soul form didn't even have time to run away when they saw Chen Hao. They actually dared to attack him. This is like an old man eating poison. He's tired of living. The sea witch reverted to her original form and began to attack Chen Hao. A series of mental attacks landed on Chen Hao. Although Chen Hao was feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he was, after all, someone with the ability of mental resistance. Most of the sea witch's attacks were blocked by Chen Hao's mental resistance. As Chen Hao devoured her, the sea witch's form began to fade gradually. Chen Hao's soul was attacked by the sea witch, but he repaired his injured soul by absorbing the sea witch's soul. With one decrease and one increase, Chen Hao's soul body was not only unharmed, but became even more refined. In the end, the sea witch was drained dry by Chen Hao. On the high seas, a figure suddenly exploded. The explosion was no different from a nuclear bomb, and the surrounding minions were caught off guard. It was blown to pieces. A huge wave rose from the entire sea surface. Countless pieces of flesh fell from the sky. The blue seawater was instantly stained red with blood. Chen Hao devoured the sea witch, thus breaking her spell. Upon seeing this, Min Ro immediately cast a spell to take Chen Hao and Shangguan Huofeng out of the dream. Chen Hao woke up. He felt a headache coming on and subconsciously rubbed his temples. "Chen Hao, are you alright?" Tian Wenjing rushed forward and helped Chen Hao up. "No, it's nothing." Chen Hao's soul power has increased and his body cannot adapt to it in a short time. He turned his head to look at Shangguan Huofeng, who was not far away. It turned out that Shangguan Huofeng had also opened her eyes. "Fire Phoenix, you're awake." Bai Jie and Shangguan Huofeng are best friends. Their bond is one of life or death experiences. Seeing Shangguan Huofeng wake up, Bai Jie couldn't help but cry. Seeing this, Shangguan Huofeng reached out and wiped away Bai Jie's tears. "You're such a grown-up. Why are you still crying?" "I won't cry." Bai Jie nodded. "I really have to thank Xiao Hao this time. If it weren't for him, I might not have woken up." As she said this, Shangguan Huofeng looked at Chen Hao, who was lying not far away. Shangguan Huofeng found that Zhang Hao's image was gradually disappearing from her heart. Instead, it was Chen Hao's appearance. She also remembered something else, the way Chen Hao kissed her. This kid. Shangguan Huofeng was somewhat annoyed. "Oh no, the enemy is attacking." The sea witch caused an explosion, killing many of her shrimp soldiers and crab generals. These creatures not only did not retreat, but instead aroused their murderous intent. A group of sea creatures roared and rushed ashore, wielding all sorts of weapons. Upon hearing this, Dukahan immediately ordered, "Kai Wenting, you stay and take care of Chen Hao and Huofeng. The rest of you, follow me." Everyone immediately left the tent. With everyone else gone, gone, only 3 people remained in the tent. Chen Hao said to Kai Wenting, "Wenting, go and take care of Sister Huafeng. I'm fine now." Upon hearing this, Kai Wenting walked towards Shangguan Huafeng. As for Chen Hao, he got out of bed. "Chen Hao, where are you going?" Kai Wenting was surprised that Chen Hao actually walked outside. "I'm going out for some fresh air." Chen Hao arrived outside the tent. He saw a city wall, where Du Gohan and her companions were currently defending against an attack from a group of sea creatures. Shouts of battle echoed outside, and all sorts of sea creature soldiers began to rush onto the city walls. The two sides clashed in close combat. The sound of metal clashing was incessant. Seeing this, Chen Hao walked towards the city wall. He wasn't used to it at first, but he's recovered quite a bit now. "My mental energy has expanded too much. I need to vent it now." Chen Hao arrived at the city wall, threw out several bolts of lightning, killed a few sea creature soldiers, and then came to Tian Wenjing's side. "Chen Hao, what brings you here?" Tian Wenjing did not expect that Chen Hao would actually run out. In Tian Wenjing's eyes, Chen Hao was still an injured man. "I'll help you." Amidst Tian Wenjing's puzzled gaze, Chen Hao made his move. "Rise up, my soldiers." At Chen Hao's command, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals who had fallen beneath the city wall stood up. They turned to look at the charging shrimp and crab soldiers, and then launched a counterattack. Chen Hao's soldiers were fearless, even when their heads were severed by the enemy. Their bodies were still trembling. This scene startled the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as it was the first time they had encountered such a situation. While they were still stunned, Chen Hao's soldiers had already attacked. In just a short while, they were routed by Chen Hao's shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Tian Wenjing was originally fighting. She was killing and killing when she suddenly realized that her opponent had disappeared. Tian Wenjing glanced around and found that there were no more sea creature soldiers nearby. She subconsciously looked towards the outside of the city wall. Upon seeing what was happening outside, Tian Wenjing instinctively covered her mouth. Thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, like a rebel army, launched a counterattack on the sea creature's position. They forcefully blocked the sea creature's charge. These soldiers fought in an extremely brutal manner. There is no defense, only offense. It seems that offense is the best defense. Although soldiers fall from time to time, but when the old soldiers fall, new soldiers rise up. Chen Hao climbed up the city wall and looked down from there. He had a very serious expression on his face. Like a majestic general, he surveyed the entire battlefield. "Absorbing the sea witch's soul has greatly enhanced my soul power. I used to have a lot of trouble using this corpse manipulation technique, but now I'm completely at ease." Chen Hao took a deep breath. The air was filled with the smells of blood in the sea. As the air entered Chen Hao's nasal cavity, he not only did not feel nauseous, but instead felt refreshed and invigorated. For corpse cultivator, these are the best sources of nourishment. Chen Hao's wings have spread. He flew towards the direction of the sea creatures. Chen Hao's actions caught Tian Wenjing's attention. Tian Wenjing tried to stop him, but Chen Hao had already flown away. Chen Hao flew over the sea creatures. He stood high above, his hands crackling with lightning. The once clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. Countless bolts of lightning flashed through the dark clouds. An extremely thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, like a thunder dragon descending upon the world. The bolt of lightning pierced the heavens and earth, striking the ground. A blinding flash of light streaked across the sky. Everyone was blinded by a bright light. When everyone opened their eyes, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. A figure floated in midair, looking like Thor. The sacred wings on its back fluttered gently. So handsome. Look over there. My God, has a nuclear bomb exploded? A huge crater appeared in the ground. The pit was originally surrounded by a dense swarm of sea creature soldiers, but now, all of them have vanished. Chen Hao glanced at the ocean not far away, then turned and flew away. That last shot consumed too much of his alien energy. He needs to go back and replenish it. Chen Hao wanted to leave, but someone didn't want him to. A chain of water shot out. Just as it was about to hit Chen Hao disappeared from the spot. The chain struck Chen Hao's afterimage. Chen Hao sensed danger and flew quickly toward the city wall. A massive figure appeared. It was carrying a huge blue anchor in its hand. The water chain we just saw is the other end of the blue anchor. Deep Sea Titan. Du Gohan was startled when she saw this. Unexpectedly, the sea creatures have also brought in the Deep Sea Titans this time. The Deep Sea Titan chains failed to capture Chen Hao, and it was filled with rage. The anchor in his hand began to swing, like a giant windmill. Then he threw it forcefully. The anchor came crashing down toward the city wall. The anchor was about to crash into the city wall. Du Gohan flew out. She pushed forward with both hands. A dragon made of ice charged toward the anchor. The dragon head and the anchor collided. The Deep Sea Titan's anchor was even more destructive. It pierced the ice dragon's head and continued forward. Seeing the anchor hurtling towards him, Du Gohan dared not fight it head-on. She dodged aside. The anchor eventually landed on the city wall, actually smashing a huge gap in it. Fortunately, the people on the city wall had already evacuated. Otherwise, this attack would have caused considerable damage. The Deep Sea Titan's attack missed its mark. It began to retrieve its anchor, preparing preparing for its next attack. Seeing this, Chen Hao once again gathered lightning in his hands. Lightning struck from the sky, hitting the distant deep-sea titan with pinpoint accuracy. The deep-sea titan was jolted stiff by the electric shock. However, it doesn't seem to have been injured. This guy is really tough. After a moment of stunned silence, the deep-sea titan resumed retrieving its anchor. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the deep-sea titan slowly retracted its anchor. The ground was churned into a deep trench by the anchor of the deep-sea titan. The deep-sea titan was preparing to launch a second attack. Upon seeing this, everyone's faces showed expressions of horror. The deep-sea titans are high-level magical beasts of the King Realm, and only King Realm-level superhumans can deal with them. However, apart from Dugohan, all the other King Realm experts in the group were engaged in fierce battles. They were entangled by the sea creature's warriors. Dugohan glanced at the throne not far away. There sat a giant creature with a fish head and a human body. Dugohan dared not make a move because he was on guard against that guy's sneak attack. Dugohan, go deal with the deep-sea titan. Leave that guy to me. Just as Dugohan hesitated, a figure appeared. She was wearing fiery red armor. Her bright red hair danced in the wind. It is Shangguan Huofeng. Her arrival instantly boosted the previously somewhat dispirited morale. Everyone looked at Shangguan Huofeng with hopeful eyes. Hopefully, she can take action, kill the enemy general, and turn the tide of the battle. Shangguan Huofeng looked at the throne not far away. The shark-headed, human-bodied creature was dozing off. The arrival of Shangguan Huofeng piqued its interest. It squinted and slowly rose from the throne. Seeing this, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals around him all wisely made way for him. It's the Sea Shark King. Sea Shark King walked slowly towards the city wall, one step at a time. It was as if the rain god had possessed it. As it drew nearer, the sky gradually darkened. A torrential downpour began. The raindrops pattered against the sea shark's body, making a crackling sound. With the arrival of the Sea Shark King, everyone instantly felt as if a 1,000-pound stone had been added to their bodies. Many people clenched their teeth, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They are struggling to resist the oppressive aura of the Sea Shark King and prevent themselves from kneeling before him. Many of the weaker ones finally couldn't help but kneel down before the Sea Shark King. That's right, that's how it should be. The Sea Shark King laughed, a very happy laugh, its eyes full of pride. It thoroughly enjoyed the act of people kneeling before it. Those who knelt before the Sea Shark King blushed with shame. They struggled incessantly, their faces flushed, but their bodies did not move an inch. Is it interesting? Shangguan Huofeng looked coldly at Sea Shark King. Interesting? Of course it's interesting. It's quite amusing to see you ants struggling like this. Shangguan Huofeng snorted coldly, then leaped into the air and flew towards the Sea Shark King. Upon reaching the King Realm, one gains the ability to fly. Not to mention that Shangguan Huofeng is a spirit realm expert. Shangguan Huofeng made a fist with her right hand and punched towards the Sea Shark King. Seeing this, the Sea Shark King also threw a punch to meet it. Their fists collided. An extremely terrifying energy shockwave spread out in all directions. The earth trembled. The wind howled and dust filled the air. The people on the city wall swayed. Many people fell to the ground. Is this how a battle between experts at the spirit realm is conducted? After Shangguan Huofeng and Haishao Huang exchanged a punch, she addressed the Sea Shark King, saying, "This is not the place for fighting. Let's go over there and fight." With that, Shangguan Huofeng flew towards the sea not far away. Upon seeing this, the Sea Shark King narrowed its eyes slightly. It knew that Shangguan Huofeng wanted to protect the humans on the city wall. However, it is, after all, the Sea Shark King, a powerful being at the spirit realm level. The strong naturally possess an inherent arrogance. A giant would never step on an ant on the ground unless he was bored. The people on the city walls were like ants in the eyes of the Sea Shark King. That's why it hasn't made a move yet. Sea Shark King followed Shangguan Huofeng and flew towards the sea not far away. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides in the waters there. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and flames shot into the sky. Just as everyone was in shock, seeing that the Sea Shark King had left, the deep-sea titan launched another attack. Previously, Dugohan was wary of the Sea Shark King, so she dared not go all out. Now Sea Shark King has left. Dugohan can now go all out and make a big splash. With that, Dugohan jumped off the city wall and engaged in a fierce battle with the deep-sea titan. The battle between Dugohan and the deep-sea titan only attracted everyone's attention for a short while. Finally, everyone turned their gaze to the distance. Shangguan Huofeng and Sea Shark King were fighting in mid-air above the sea. On one side is fire, on the other is water. This is a contest between fire and water. As the crowd watched, they began to discuss among themselves. Martial Shangguan is truly powerful. Yes, they are true heroines of our time. I wish I had that kind of strength. By the way, wasn't she previously cursed by the sea witch and fell into a coma? Why did you suddenly wake up? You mean this? Someone just told me about it. It's said to be thanks to that kid. That kid? Everyone turned their attention to Chen Hao. Him? No way, so young? Able to break the sea witch's curse? What's wrong with being young? Talented people emerge in every generation, and it's time for our dragon kingdom to produce a dragon prince. I've heard that guy named named Chen Hao is exceptionally talented. Do you know what level of strength he has now? 4th level of the general realm. 4th level general realm? How old am I anyway? How big? You'll be shocked when I tell you. No, you won't tell me he's only 18, will you? More or less, she should be almost 19. That's still 18. TSK. This can't be described as genius anymore. It's simply monstrous. Terrible, truly terrifying. Hey, look, what's he going to do? Everyone discovered that Chen Hao had jumped off the city wall again. Looking at Chen Hao with wings on his back, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. Flying is a human desire. Although Chen Hao has not reached the king realm, he has a pair of wings that allow him to fly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Hao actually lunged towards the deep sea titan. Chen Hao's dagger pierced the body of the deep sea titan. Unfortunately, this guy is tough and thick-skinned. Chen Hao's dagger pierced its body, but failed to penetrate its armor. The first attack failed. Chen Hao immediately distanced himself from the deep sea titan. Chen Hao, what are you doing here? Chen Hao's arrival displeased Du Gohan. In her view, Chen Hao was weak and his presence would only cause trouble. Why do you think I'm here? Of course, I'm here to help you. I don't need your help. Du Gohan spoke coldly. Okay. Chen Hao turned around and prepared to leave. He just noticed something was amiss. The continuous battles left Du Gohan with very little of the alien energy remaining in his body. Without Chen Hao's help, Du Gohan would have been defeated very quickly. Watching Chen Hao about to leave, Du Gohan bit his lip. Wait a minute. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's lips curled into a slight sneer. Du Gohan finally understood. She's the kind of person who wants to be a prostitute while also wanting to maintain a virtuous image. If it weren't for the fact that she and he were both from the same supernatural agency and belonged to the same human camp, he would have done something different. Chen Hao would absolutely not care about her. Normally, we can leave Du Gohan alone, but not now. Du Gohan is, after all, a member of the human army. One should have a broad perspective. She might be a bit talkative, but when it comes to fighting the enemy, she really puts in the effort. Do you have a solution? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. You help me attack it, and it would be best if you could leave some wounds on it. Leave some wounds? What do you want to do with them? You don't need to worry about what I do, just do it. Du Gohan began to unleash his full power. Under her relentless attacks, a blade of ice sliced open the deep sea titan's arm, and blood immediately flowed out. Du Gohan, panting heavily, said to Chen Hao, I've done what I asked for. The rest is up to you. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he teleported to the side of the deep sea titan. The sharp dagger stabbed towards the deep sea titan's wound. The dagger struck the wound. The deep sea titan, in pain, swung its hand violently, sending Chen Hao flying. Chen Hao was blasted away like a cannonball. Chen Hao steadied himself and gasped. His hands were shaking uncontrollably. Before the deep sea titan's attack could hit him, Chen Hao managed to use defense in time. It blocked most of the attacks. Chen Hao's actions left Du Gohan completely bewildered. Du Gohan looked at Chen Hao with a blank expression, and finally fixed his gaze on the deep sea titan. What's wrong with this guy? Du Gohan noticed that the deep sea titan had crouched down. Its face was full of pain, and it kept howling. Finally, he started rolling around on the ground and occasionally pounding his own body with his hands. Has it gone mad? Du Gohan couldn't help but complain. The deep sea titan struggled incessantly. After a while, it stopped moving. Chen Hao walked over. He had already used the Hand of God to heal his injuries. With the combined power of Hand of God and Turritopsis Dornii Fusionist, Chen Hao's recovery speed is frighteningly fast. He walked up to the deep sea titan. Rise up, my soldiers. At Chen Hao's command, the deep sea titan crawled out of the ground. After the deep sea titan got up, it actually knelt down on one knee in front of Chen Hao. He placed his right hand on his chest and performed a deep bow. The deep sea titan's movements left everyone stunned. What happened? Why did that deep sea titan surrender? I don't know. I think I just saw that guy cut something on it. What kind of ability is this? It's so awesome. I wish I had that ability. I'll be exhausted from using it to draw supermodels every day. One of the guys grinned lewdly. Du Gohan frowned. The situation before her was beyond her comprehension. Go, kill all those guys. There are also thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals on the coast. The two sides are currently in a standoff, so no one made a move. At Chen Hao's command, the deep sea titan charged towards the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. It suddenly threw the giant anchor in its hand. It instantly knocked down a row of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Then, with a sudden flick, it swept across a large area. The rebellion of the deep sea titans attracted the attention of a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They immediately launched a counterattack. Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, armed with their own weapons, launched an attack on the deep sea titan. The deep sea titan advances instead of retreating. It was like a heavy tank, charging directly at the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The deep sea titan crushed its way through, actually carving out a path. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals on that road were crushed by the deep sea titans. Attacks began to fall on the deep sea titan. However, the deep sea titan was covered in thick armor, and even its exposed skin was tough and thick. The attacks of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals failed to penetrate the deep-sea titan's armor. Seeing this, Chen Hao felt a surge of satisfaction. The blood demon has found another good body. That's right, it's the blood demon. The moment the blood demon saw the deep-sea titan, it planned to possess the deep-sea titan's body. Unfortunately, it could not get close to the deep-sea titan, so it made Chen Hao wrap himself around the dagger. As long as Chen Hao's dagger slices through the deep-sea titan's wound, the blood demon can invade the deep-sea titan's body. By then, it will only be a matter of time before the deep-sea titan's body is possessed. The deep-sea titans are natural war machines. Under its rampage, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were slaughtered and routed. They began to disintegrate. In no time, the entire beach was covered with the corpses of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. A cold wind blew in. The cold wind carried a strong smell of blood. Only the strong smell of blood tells everyone that a great battle once took place here. The deep-sea titan, carrying a giant anchor, walked towards Chen Hao. Its light blue chains were wrapped with scarlet flesh and blood. Seeing this, Chen Hao waved his hand and put the deep-sea titan into his spatial storage. He then flew toward the city wall. As Chen Hao flew over, everyone looked at him with admiration and respect. Many people instinctively saluted Chen Hao. Wow, that's incredible. Yes, just that sense of oppression alone made it hard for me to breathe. He's amazing. He actually subdued the deep-sea titan. How did he cultivate? He's so amazing. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Hao approached Tian Wenjing. You must be tired. Have some water. Tian Wenjing smiled and handed Chen Hao a bottle of water. Brother Hao, you were so handsome just now. Kai Wenting became a huge fan of Chen Hao, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly. After taking a sip of the water Tian Wenjing handed him, Chen Hao looked into the distance. The commotion there gradually subsided. Before long, Shangguan Huofeng returned. Although she was somewhat disheveled, but everyone knows that humanity won this war. Sister Fire Phoenix, what about the Sea Shark King? Shangguan Huofeng sighed. This is, after all, its territory. It wanted to leave, and I couldn't stop it at all. Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing nodded. Is there any water? After the battle, Shangguan Huofeng was now parched. Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing looked embarrassed. She had given the last bottle of water to Chen Hao. If it's gone, it's gone. Chen Hao handed the half-finished water to Shangguan Huofeng. There's still half a bottle here, if you don't mind. Before Chen Hao could finish speaking, Shangguan Huofeng grabbed the bottle and drank it all in one gulp. Shangguan Huofeng's mouth was dry and she urgently needed to replenish her fluids. Naturally, he didn't stand on ceremony with Chen Hao. After drinking Chen Hao's water, Shangguan Huofeng addressed the crowd, saying, the enemy has retreated now, but we don't know if they will come back, so everyone must be on high alert. For the next few days, the group stayed here. Everyone took turns defending the city. Chen Hao, Tian Wenjing, and Kai Wenting were walking on the road. Today is not a three-person shift, so they have a rare day off. They hadn't taken more than a few steps when they were stopped. A woman, looking slightly shy, held a pink envelope in her hand. She actually handed the envelope directly to Chen Hao. After Chen Hao took it, the woman ran away shyly. How many is this today? Kai Wenting couldn't help but say, Brother Xiaohao, your charm seems to be getting stronger and stronger. It seems like all the women in the team have become your little fans. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao gave a wry smile. The love letter in his hand was a hot potato to him. Having no other choice, Chen Hao had to hand it over to Kai Wenting. Please help me handle this. As she spoke, Kai Wenting threw the love letter directly into the trash can. Is this how you handle it? Otherwise what? Didn't you tell me to do it? Seeing Chen Hao's discomfiture, Tian Wenjing covered her mouth and smiled, unable to resist praising Kai Wenting. Wenting, well done. After Chen Hao and his men had been stationed here for almost half a month, finally, the person who was supposed to take over the shift arrived. Chen Hao and his group were able to return to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. I just returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities not long ago. A commotion could be heard outside the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. A group of men in green military uniforms walked in. My God, what are the Wolf Warrior Special Forces doing in our Superpower Bureau? The Wolf Warriors Special Forces are quite strong, and they have unique uniforms. Therefore, they stood out conspicuously. Hello? What brings you here? The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities has a receptionist who is specifically responsible for receiving guests. When the receptionist saw the Wolf Warriors Special Forces team, she immediately went up to greet them. Is Chen Hao here? Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this name. What's going on? Why is the Wolf Warrior Special Forces looking for Chen Hao? Could it be that Chen Hao has done something bad? That's quite possible. That hothead is capable of anything. TSK. They actually provoked the Wolf Warriors Special Forces. What kind of people has he messed with? A guy was running wildly. He ran up to Chen Hao, panting. Hao, brother Hao, run! The Wolf Warriors have appeared, and they've even deployed Major General Lang. Major General Lang? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned slightly. He began to wonder why the other person had come to him. Although Chen Hao did some shady things, these things were all understandable. Moreover, he boasted that he had done everything perfectly. I'll go take a a look. Hey hey hey. Lu Xiaoji tried to stop Chen Hao, but Chen Hao had already left. Chen Hao arrived at the hall and met the Major General Lang that everyone was talking about. Major General Lang had a square face, but when he saw Chen Hao, his stern expression relaxed. You're Chen Hao. I am, and who are you? Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Long Feng from the Wolf Warrior Special Forces. Major General Lang extended his right hand to Chen Hao. Chen Hao reached out and shook hands with him. I heard about your battle at the beach. How about it? Interested in joining our Wolf Warrior Special Forces? The sound of the cold wind was neither too loud nor too soft and was heard by everyone in the hall. He actually came to recruit Chen Hao. That's the Wolf Warriors Special Forces. Rumor has it that this is the strongest Special Forces squad in our country. Everyone inside is a talent. Any one of them could be a top soldier. Not only that, the treatment inside is exceptionally good. If you want any resources, just submit a report. If permitted, it will definitely be approved, and then the corresponding resources will be obtained smoothly. TSK, I'm so envious. I wish the Wolf Warrior Special Forces would recruit me. Yes, I also want to join the Wolf Warrior Special Forces. Lung Feng listened to everyone's words and smiled slightly. He turned to Chen Hao and said, so, how about joining us? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao shook his head. What did I just see? Chen Hao actually rejected the invitation from the Wolf Warrior Special Forces. My god, has he gone mad? Yes, if it were me, I would definitely join immediately. Being able to join the Wolf Warrior Special Forces is like having one's ancestors burning incense. Lung Feng was somewhat surprised when Chen Hao refused. This was the first time he had ever been turned away. Can you tell me why you refused? First of all, I am a member of the Superpowers Bureau. Secondly, my grandfather is very old, and I want to stay by his side to take care of him until his death. Moreover, for me, it makes no difference whether I join the Wolf Warrior Special Forces or not. Anyway, we're all serving the country, so where we are doesn't matter where we're serving. Chen Hao's words were reasonable and well-founded, which made Lang Feng look at him with new respect. You're very good. No wonder they value you so much. Since you don't want to join the Wolf Warrior Special Forces, I won't force you. Oh, right, this is for you. Lang Feng handed something to Chen Hao. Points card. Points card? Well, to be precise, you have a military merit card. You can take this to the military region to exchange for whatever you want. Chen Hao knew that Lang Feng's primary purpose in coming to him was to recruit people. Then I gave him this military merit card. Since you're not willing to join, then we'll meet again sometime. After saying that, Lang Feng left with his soldiers. No sooner had Lang Feng left than Shangwan Huofeng appeared. She said to Chen Hao, Xiao Hao, come here for a second. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao walked towards Shangwan Huofeng. Shangwan Huofeng looked at Chen Hao and smiled slightly. Why did you give up such a good opportunity? Shangwan Huofeng didn't believe Chen Hao's words. Chen Hao smiled and said, you, Sister Bai Jia, and Xiao Ji and Xiao Bu are all here. I've come to regard this place as my home, so I don't want to leave. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Huofeng nodded slightly. She was somewhat moved. It's alright, you'll follow me, and I'll definitely give you my best training. Even if you don't join the Wolf Warrior Special Forces, your skills can still be improved. Okay, I have something to do. I'll go now. If you encounter any problems later, you can come to me anytime. After saying that, Shangwan Huofeng left. Watching Shangwan Huofeng's retreating figure, Chen Hao noticed something. That is, Shangwan Huofeng's attitude towards him has changed. Previously, he was indifferent and kept people at arm's length. She's acting a bit more intimate now. Chen Hao walked towards his dormitory. He was reflecting on what had just happened. Join the Wolf Warriors Special Forces? For others, this might be an excellent opportunity. However, for Chen Hao, this could potentially hinder his development. After all, he wasn't as free after joining the Wolf Warrior Special Forces. All actions must be carried out under command. He had no way to collect the corpses, so naturally he couldn't acquire new superpowers. As Chen Hao walked, he fiddled with the military merit card that Lung Feng had given him. We can go to the military region for a visit tomorrow. The next day, Chen Hao set off. He headed straight for the military region. Chen Hao was wearing a major's badge and a uniform. After a simple registration, the guards at the military district gate let me through. He walked into the military region. The military region was very large, and Chen Hao didn't know where the exchange office was. He noticed an old man in a white martial arts uniform practicing Tai Chi under a large tree not far away. So Chen Hao walked over to the old man. When the old man saw Chen Hao, he stopped and looked Chen Hao up and down. He couldn't help but nod and said, the younger generation is truly formidable. He has reached the 5th level of the general realm at such a young age. On the battlefield, Chen Hao absorbed a large amount of vital energy. His strength improved, reaching the 5th level of the general realm. Chen Hao glanced at the old man in front of him, and his heart skipped a beat. The venerable realm, the 3rd level of the venerable realm. The old man in front of him was the strongest person Chen Hao had ever met so far. Young man, what's your name? The old man nodded. Yes, it's a good name. You exude an aura of righteousness, truly living up to your name. You flatter me. Chen Hao said to the old man, man. Hello, I would like to ask you about something. What's wrong? What is it? I want to go to the quartermaster to exchange for items. I just don't know where the supply depot is. The quartermaster department? Upon hearing this, the old man smiled and pointed eastward. Go this way, don't turn, you'll see it at the end. Chen Hao left, heading towards the quartermaster department. No sooner had Chen Hao left than another figure appeared. Grandpa, what are you looking at? Upon hearing this, the old man smiled slightly. It's nothing, I just met an interesting young man. Chen Hao arrived at the quartermaster department. It was very early, so there weren't many people in the quartermaster department. Hello, I would like to exchange something. Chen Hao smiled and spoke to the person in charge. The person in charge was a woman with a polite smile on her face. Do you have any 8-petaled orchids here? An 8-petaled fairy orchid? Upon hearing this, the woman nodded. Then please give me 2 8-petaled fairy orchids. The woman turned and went inside. Before long, she placed 2 pots of 8-petaled orchids in front of Chen Hao. Are you trying to refine a king realm pill? The person in charge asked. Chen Hao nodded. Then you should refine it as soon as possible. Because the 8-petaled orchid is very difficult to cultivate, it may wither if you are not careful. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was momentarily at a loss. Do you still want to redeem? The manager asked tentatively. May I ask who cultivated the 8-petaled orchid before? The manager smiled and said, it's me. Are there many people usually exchanging these 8-petaled fairy orchids? There are quite a lot. After all, this stuff is in short supply. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao hesitated for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he said, can I ask you for a favor? Could you please take care of these 2 8-petaled orchids for me? The demand for 8-petaled orchids is far from meeting the supply, so Chen Hao plans to exchange them for some. However, he doesn't know how to cultivate them, so I had no choice but to trouble the lady in charge. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, the manager smiled. Sure, but you have to grant me one request. Requirements? What requirements? You need to help me find something. Looking for something? What is it? The person in charge handed Chen Hao a picture. Above it was a striking ice blue feather. This is the feather of the ice phoenix? Upon hearing this, the woman in charge nodded. She seemed to see right through Chen Hao's thoughts, so she said, I didn't ask you to find it for me right now. I just hope that if you find it in the future, you can give it to me. Of course, I won't take yours for nothing. I'll give you something in return. As for your 2 pots of 8-petaled orchids, I will take care of them. Anyway, I usually grow flowers and take care of them, so it's just a small favor. Chen Hao agreed. Then I'll leave it to you. Seeing that the deal was done, Chen Hao prepared to leave. Hey. Chen Hao, wait a minute. The woman suddenly called out to Chen Hao. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned slightly and turned to look. What's up? And how did you know my name is Chen Hao? Chen Hao did not disclose his name beforehand. Upon hearing this, the woman's lips curled into a slight smile. Your name has already spread throughout the military region. Oh right, I haven't given you my card yet. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao realized that he hadn't swiped his card yet. He handed over the merit card. The woman swiped her card, and her eyes lit up when she saw the balance on the card. He actually has over 100,000 points. The woman was surprised. However, the 2 pots of 8-petaled orchids cost Chen Hao more than 20,000 points. Chen Hao only had 80,000 points left in his account. The woman handed the card to Chen Hao. After putting the card away, Chen Hao left the quartermaster department. Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Chen Hao has now basically gathered all the materials needed to refine the King Realm Pill. There's only one thing missing, the monster core. Wang Jingdan has one effect. She can learn a skill with 100% success rate. I wonder if it's possible to use Dragon Balls to refine it. Chen Hao held a Dragon Pearl from the devouring demon dragon in his hand. Let's give it a try first. If we can use the Dragon Balls, that would be perfect. However, the most urgent task, besides improving cultivation, is to find a way to restore the Dragon Ball. These days, Chen Hao has been searching for information on how to restore the Dragon Ball. The result was nothing. Perhaps I can go to the kill tower and ask. Chen Hao returned to the coffee shop where they met. The person in charge is not here today. The bartender, an older man, said to Chen Hao while wiping the glasses. When will she be back? I don't know either. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was somewhat disappointed. What does it taste like? Chen Hao suddenly smelled a fragrance. It's a new coffee I recently developed. How about it? Want a drink? The waiter smiled and spoke to Chen Hao. Chen Hao always treated the older man with courtesy. There's nothing we can do. This guy is a spirit realm expert. The older man poured Chen Hao a cup of coffee. Chen Hao sat there and began to savor it. Seeing Chen Hao take a small sip, the uncle tentatively asked, how is it? It's a little bitter at first, but after you drink it, there's a sweet aftertaste. Upon hearing this, the uncle nodded. He was initially worried that Chen Hao wouldn't be able to handle the bitterness, and even thought of adding some sugar for him. Hey, what are you guys drinking? You seem to be drinking with such gusto. Why didn't you even call me? Chen Hao was drinking coffee. Hearing that familiar voice, Chen Hao felt a chill run down his spine. This is a sense of danger. A man dressed in jazz attire walked in, carrying a cane. After entering, he sat down directly directly next to Chen Hao. Looking at Chen Hao, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, "Little Wolf is here too. What a coincidence." Looking at the person in front of him, Chen Hao cursed his bad luck inwardly. He didn't expect to run into William here, the vampires of that sinful city. Yes, what a coincidence. Although I don't know how the other person recognized me. However, now that he had already pointed it out, Chen Hao naturally saw no need to continue pretending. The man at the counter also poured William a cup of coffee. William picked it up and took a small sip. He smacked his lips, but his expression showed discomfort. "I don't understand, this coffee is so bitter. Why do you all love drinking it so much? Life is already hard enough, and you're still making it harder for yourselves." William's words surprised Chen Hao. "I thought William was a gentleman, but I didn't expect him to have such a rough and uncouth side. This stuff tastes the best." As he spoke, William pulled out a silver flask. He unscrewed the cap and took a small sip. Chen Hao was sitting next to William, and he could smell the aroma of the wine in William's hand. "It's a good pot of wine. Little Wolf, would you like some?" William spoke to Chen Hao. Just as Chen Hao hesitated whether to reach out and take it, the coffee shop door opened. A figure walked in from outside. She still had that flirtatious look, wearing a pencil skirt and black stockings. The female contact seemed not to see William at all. She went straight to the point and asked, "You were looking for me?" Chen Hao nodded. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao immediately followed the female contact. William's expression turned strange as he watched Chen Hao leave. No, the fruit isn't ripe yet." He subconsciously licked his lips. The bartender, who had initially tried to remain calm, couldn't help but swallow hard when he saw William's grotesque expression. A bead of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "Don't worry, I have no interest in an old geezer like you." With that, William stood up and walked towards the door. Seeing William leave, the bartender breathed a sigh of relief. He felt his back was soaked with sweat. Chen Hao followed the female contact into the building. The female contact was somewhat surprised, and she couldn't help but ask Chen Hao, "How do you know William?" The female contact had never seen anyone sit so close to William and not be killed by him. William is a capricious man. He does things entirely based on his nature. William once laid a hand on a female contact, but the two ended up fighting to a draw. Just then, the bartender walked in. He brought the female contact a cup of coffee. The female contact asked, "He's gone? Okay, then you can go and get back to work." The bartender left. The female contact took a sip of coffee, and her brows furrowed. Clearly, she wasn't used to drinking such bitter coffee. She then turned to Chen Hao and asked, "What brings you here? I'd like to ask if you have any methods for nurturing Dragon Balls?" Nurturing the Dragon Ball? The female contact didn't expect Chen Hao to ask this. However, there are rules for killing buildings. When an assassin asks a question, the contact person will only try to find a solution, not ask for the reason. The female contact picked up the computer next to her and started typing. A short while later, she found a piece of information. The female contact made the information into a piece of paper, and then she took another piece of paper and handed both papers to Chen Hao. Looking at the two pieces of paper in his hand, Chen Hao naturally understood what they were about to do. Labor and fruit? Leave the coffee shop. Chen Hao began to look through the piece of paper with the fruit on it. The method of nurturing the Dragon Ball is actually to transplant the Dragon Ball into the body. Is this possible? After reading the paper, Chen Hao immediately burned it. He then looked at the remaining piece of paper. It's time to work hard. When Chen Hao opened the paper, his eyes widened instantly. This isn't a joke, is it? Chen Hao never expected that this labor would actually involve him assassinating the director of the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. He is the director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Shangchu City. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao felt a headache coming on. He had entered a dead end. The director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Shangchu City is a powerful expert at the second level of the spirit realm. She is even slightly stronger than Shang Wan Huofeng. Assassinating him would be harder than climbing to heaven. However, if he fails to complete the mission on time, he will face assassination by the Killing Tower. Sha Lu is capable of killing even experts at the Venerable Realm. Taking care of a lowly henchman in the general realm is a piece of cake. Chen Hao regretted asking that question. Unfortunately, there's no going back in this world. We have no choice but to try anything, even if it seems hopeless. After burning the note in his hand, Chen Hao immediately headed to Shangchu City. He went straight to the Supernatural Abilities Bureau in Shangchu City. Chen Hao is a member of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Nanjiang City. When he arrived at the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Shangchu City, he was treated with great courtesy. He was greeted by a man wearing a white shirt. The man's name is Chen Bin. "Brother, what brings you this way?" Chen Bin asked, tentatively. "Nothing much, just came here to explore the surrounding area. I just happened to see your Superpowers Bureau here, so I thought I'd stop by for a visit." Chen Bin nodded. "You've come at the right time. It's almost lunchtime. We recently got a new head chef in our cafeteria. He's quite good at cooking, so you should try his food." "Really? Then I'll have to give it a good try." You have no idea how terrible the food is in the cafeteria of our Nanjiang City Superpower Bureau. People all over the world love to complain about their cafeterias. Most canteens are actually quite good, but people get sick of eating there after a while. Led by Chen Bin, Chen Hao arrived at their cafeteria. The two got their food, sat down, and began to eat. While the two were eating, a figure appeared. That guy was only 1.6 meters tall, wearing overalls, with a hooked nose and extremely sharp eyes. He is Guan Yu, the director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Shangchu City. With Guan Yu's arrival, the once noisy cafeteria instantly fell silent. Seeing that Chen Hao was looking at Guan Yu, Chen Bin immediately reminded him, "Chen Hao, don't look at him." Chen Bin's surname is Chen, and Chen Hao's surname is also Chen. They are from the same clan. In addition, Chen Hao is quite sunny and handsome, with a unique sense of approachability. Therefore, Chen Bin had a good impression of Chen Hao. After Guan Yu came in and got his food, he left with the boxed lunch. With Guan Yu gone, the once quiet canteen has come alive again. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Oh dear, you don't know the local dialect. I feel like he is Chow Pai's wife going up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots, Jinji pulling bamboo shoots. We're the Superpowers Bureau, but we're stricter than a prison. He doesn't allow us to smoke, drink, or play cards inside the Bureau of Superpowers. Even during meals, we are not allowed to whisper to each other. Damn it, men have three great pleasures: smoking, drinking, and gambling. He won't give up any of the three things. I really don't know if he's a man. If he won't allow any of these, then what are his hobbies and interests? Chen Bin shook his head directly. Who said there isn't? Just then, a guy walked over. He has a very clever and shrewd look. Yu Tao, what's wrong with you? Yu Tao looked around, glancing east and west. After finding no one around, Yu Tao lowered his voice and said, "Guess where I saw Director Guan last night?" Chen Bin asked. "A quiet little park." The small park? Chen Bin was somewhat bewildered upon hearing this. What was he doing at the park, and how did you know he went to the park? Upon hearing this, Yu Tao smiled sheepishly. He showed a shy expression. Upon seeing this, Chen Bin immediately understood. "You little rascal, you just like to use the sky as your blanket and the ground as your bed, don't you? We're in the woods every day. Aren't we afraid that one day a little earthworm will crawl out of there? What's wrong with the little earthworm? Your brother has a big python." When he said this, Yu Tao looked very proud and arrogant. "By the way, tell me honestly, what was Director Guan doing in the small park? I hope you won't follow your example and go into the woods too." "No, not at all. Are you curious? If you're curious, come with me tonight to find out." "So, do you dare?" Yu Tao asked tentatively. "Of course I dare. Why wouldn't I?" Chen Bin looked at Chen Hao and couldn't help but say, "Brother, how about it? Want to go for a drink with us tonight?" Chen Hao and his two companions took a taxi to a small park. When Chen Bin arrived, he had a huge camera hanging around his neck. Seeing this, Yu Tao couldn't help but say, "Chen Bin, you're so well equipped. Are you trying to find something on him?" "No, I'm just curious. Besides, good things shouldn't be kept to ourselves. We should always share them with everyone." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao and Yu Tao couldn't help but laugh. The three of them walked toward the park. Yu Tao was very familiar with the park, so he directly led Chen Hao and Chen Bin to the best spot for taking photos. Then everyone settled down there. The group waited there. Before we knew it, more than an hour had passed. Chen Bin couldn't stand the mosquito bites anymore. He turned to Yu Tao and asked, "Yu Tao, are you sure he'll come tonight?" "Yes, definitely." "Why are you so sure?" "Because that woman is my neighbor." Yu Tao grinned mischievously. Then a middle-aged woman walked over. She's wearing a pink cheongsam today, the kind with a rip up to her waist. He held a fan in his right hand and a speaker in his left. I walked to the flower bed, placed the speaker on the ground, and waited there. Just as the middle-aged woman was waiting, a guy walked over from a distance. He was dressed in a jazz suit and was leaning on a cane. The man's appearance caught the attention of Chen Bin and Yu Tao. "What's going on? Has someone tried to steal it?" Chen Bin asked. "It shouldn't be," Yu Tao responded. The middle-aged woman was waiting for Guan Yu. The man's arrival successfully captivated her. So handsome. The woman had lived for so long, she could be said to have met countless men. What kind of milk hasn't she drunk? But suddenly she wanted to try this imported milk, so she walked towards the man. "Handsome, are you alone?" The man glanced at the woman. He subconsciously licked his lips. The woman was well maintained and exuded the charm of a mature woman. Just like wine, the older the wine, the more fragrant and mellow it becomes. He never expected to run into such a rare gem here. "Are you alone too?" The woman nodded. The two started chatting casually. Between men and women, familiarity grows with practice. As they chatted, the two walked over and sat down at a nearby seat. The two chatted and laughed, from the initial conversation to getting to know each other better. It looked like a thunderbolt was about to ignite a fire. Just then, a man wearing overalls appeared. He got his hair done today, sporting a slicked back style. At this moment, the man turned his head to look at Guan Yu. The moment Guan Yu saw the man, she looked as if she had seen a ghost. The man snorted coldly, then his right hand formed a palm and he struck out with a powerful blow. Guan Yu took a solid blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. But he didn't stop running, he just kept running forward. Seeing Guan Yu escape, the man did not give chase. He grabbed the woman and kissed her. Chen Bin and Yu Tao were shocked when they saw Guan Yu being beaten and driven away. away. Just how strong is that guy? He actually managed to scare Director Guan away. Not only that, he also seems to have injured Director Guan. Slippery, slippery, slippery. Yu Tao immediately led Chen Bin and Chen Hao away from the location. Just after the group left, the guy holding the woman looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, his fangs were incredibly sharp, and his lips were covered in blood. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Virgin blood still tastes better. The woman's eyes were wide open, her hands hung limply, and she was lifeless. She had been bitten to death by the man. The man glanced in the direction where Chen Hao had just been. Little wolf? It was obvious that he had noticed Chen Hao when he arrived, but he simply ignored him. After leaving the park, Chen Bin and Yu Tao both breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Bin looked like he was still shaken. I can't take it anymore. I want to go home. Go home? Go home what? I'm going to get a massage. Do you want to come with me? No, no. Chen Bin waved his hand in response to Yu Tao's invitation. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. Chen Bin left, and Yu Tao and Chen Hao weren't very familiar with each other. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two parted ways. Chen Hao circled around and returned to the park. To be precise, it's outside the park. He began to examine the marks on the ground. Bloodstains left on the ground related to the words. Chen Hao followed the trail of blood. He came to a dilapidated house. Is that guy in here? Looking at the dilapidated house in front of him, Chen Hao had no intention of going in. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. After lighting it, he threw it into the house through the window. Instantly, purple smoke and dust filled the air. A guy covered his mouth and nose and broke out of the house through a window. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Chen Hao. He clenched his right fist and slammed it towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao hurriedly used the defense technique to block. Chen Hao was punched by the man and sent flying backward. He landed heavily on the ground. Chen Hao felt a sweet taste in his mouth and then spat out a mouthful of blood. The man walked towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao felt a pang of regret, thinking to himself, I'm doomed this time, I've really messed up. Guan Yu would be furious. He had originally planned to meet the woman in the small park. The two of them danced a ballroom dance to socialize. As a result, someone interfered. He was slapped and hid in the small, dilapidated house to recover. He never expected someone to throw poison gas inside. How could he tolerate that? Guan Yu walked up to Chen Hao. He was somewhat surprised when he saw Chen Hao's appearance. Chen Hao came to visit Chuzhou City today. Guan Yu had met him a few times. I never expected Chen Hao to attack me. Tell me, who sent you? Guan Yu spoke to Chen Hao with a serious expression. Chen Hao did not respond to him. You're not going to tell, are you? Guan Yu raised her right foot and stomped down hard on Chen Hao's dantian. Although Chen Hao used his defense skill to the fullest extent, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Guan Yu directly crushed Chen Hao's dantian. Looking at Chen Hao struggling on the ground, Guan Yu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. Your strength is too weak. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant for me. Now I'm giving you a choice. If you reveal who's behind this, I'll leave you with a whole corpse. Chen Hao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Guan Yu dodged the spittle, his expression turning ferocious. They then prepared to continue their attack on Chen Hao. Just then, a figure pounced over. The guy stretched out his sharp right hand and delivered a vicious attack, like a tiger stabbing its heart. They dug out Guan Yu's heart. Guan Yu's eyes widened as she stared at the beating heart in the man's hand. He looked on in disbelief, realizing he had been defeated so easily. The man revealed a wicked smile, and actually put Guan Yu's heart to his lips, then took a bite. Yes, that's more like it. He seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. His sickly appearance was enough to send chills down one's spine. Guan Yu was, after all, a spirit realm level ability user, so his heart was naturally extraordinary. The man devoured Guan Yu's heart right in front of Chen Hao, as if it were a delicacy. Then he glanced at Chen Hao with a smile. Little wolf, I've saved you again. I'll let you off this time. Keep up the good work. After saying that, the man turned and left. Watching the man walk away, Chen Hao struggled to his feet. Tonight's events have been far too dramatic. Chen Hao hadn't expected that Guan Yu would still have the strength to fight back after being injured by William. And this guy is too fast. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. It seems that we will need to have more precise plans when doing things in the future. Chen Hao glanced at Guan Yu's corpse lying on the ground. He forced himself to stay upright, condensed a fireball, and threw it at Guan Yu. The fireball landed on Guan Yu. It started burning instantly. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired SS level superpower, Wind God Leg. The final fireball exhausted all of Chen Hao's energy. He fell straight down. Chen Hao woke up. He found himself lying on a large bed. Despite his severe injuries, he forced himself to sit up in bed. It turned out that the room looked somewhat familiar. Just then, the door opened, and a guy walked in from outside. Chen Hao looked at the man. It was a woman. She was dressed as a maid. That magnificent spirit would make even teacher Lu Shancher humbly admit defeat. The woman was holding a bowl of soup at that moment. Here, I've made you some chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot. Looking at the woman before him, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but speak. Fox, is this acting really interesting? dancing? At that moment, the door was kicked open. Wild Wolf, you're really strong. Iron Block strode in from outside. His deep voice resonated throughout the room. Wild Wolf, you're really boring. The fox has now changed its appearance. He transformed back into a man, and his upper body clothes collapsed as they lost their support. I was just making a bet with the fox. I just wanted to see if you could recognize him. I never thought it could actually be done. As Iron Block spoke, he extended his right hand toward the fox. The fox spoke up unhappily. Give me the money. We didn't make a bet, but now you've lost, so it's time to pay up. Okay. The fox took a red banknote out of its pocket and placed it in the Iron Block's hand. After taking the Iron Block, he rubbed it, then flicked it near his ear. Don't worry, it's real money. Upon hearing this, Tai Kwai chuckled. I know, I just want to experience it. This is the first time I've ever won money from you. I won't spend this money. I'll take it home and frame it nicely. I will keep it forever as a memento. Upon hearing this, the fox couldn't help but roll his eyes. Seeing the two laughing and joking, Chen Hao asked, how did you find me? The fox said, you'll have to ask him. Upon hearing this, Tai Kwai smiled and said, I was hungry last night and wanted to go eat barbecue. But I'm a picky person and I don't like eating at those trendy restaurants. So I let the fox drive around wherever it wanted, and whenever we saw a barbecue restaurant, we would go in and eat. As it turned out, the fox went to the wrong place and led me into a ravine. Who knew I'd run into you there? What did you do, you little brat? When I saw you, there was a charred corpse next to you, and you were covered in blood. But don't worry, I've already taken care of the body for you. Chen Hao thanked him. You have to say thank you, but you also have to thank him. Iron Block looked at the fox. He continued, originally, I was planning to deal with you as well. He said it was you, which I didn't believe at first. Now I believe it. Chen Hao had previously met Fox and Iron Block under a disguise. Now his true colors have been revealed. The fox said, we've bandaged your wound. It seems you've injured your dantian. This is a bit tricky. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao examined his own body. The location of the dantian is mysterious and profound. Elsewhere, the body can heal itself using its own healing abilities. However, Chen Hao's dantian was difficult to open. The dantian is a place to store foreign energy, like a storage bag. Chen Hao's bag is now leaking. The absorbed alien energy will slowly leak out. If Chen Hao doesn't repair it in time, his dantian will become increasingly damaged. Chen Hao could already feel his cultivation level slowly declining. Do you have a solution? Chen Hao looked at the fox and the Iron Block. The fox and the Iron Block shook their heads. Just then, a figure walked in. Everyone looked at the newcomer and realized it was Yun Yao. Do you have a solution? The man in the Iron Block was skeptical. The bird nodded. Then she looked at Chen Hao. After seeing Chen Hao's handsome face, Yun Yao couldn't help but take a second look. I never imagined that Wild Wolf's true appearance was so handsome. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly. Hey bird, you said you have a way. What is it? Of course I'm going to find my friend. That's right. Let's not delay. Let's set off now. If you trust me. Then the bird turned its gaze to Chen Hao, who was sitting on the bed. Chen Hao's dantian is now shattered, and his strength is declining. With no other option, he had to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. With the help of Fox and Iron Block, Chen Hao went downstairs. Everyone got into Yun Yao's car. Not long after, Bird drove Chen Hao and the others to a dilapidated hospital. Looking at the dilapidated hospital in front of him, Tai Kwai frowned. Could this be one of those legendary PT-affiliated hospitals? Upon hearing this, the bird rolled her eyes at the Iron Block. What? Are you worried I'll harm the wolves? Upon hearing this, Iron Block opened his mouth, then closed it. The fox remained silent throughout. They helped Chen Hao into the hospital. The person who greeted Chen Hao was a nurse wearing a mask. Hey bird, who's this guy? Dudu, his dantian is injured. Can you help treat it? Upon hearing this, Dudu's eyes lit up. He then said, have him lie on the bed and take him inside. I'll examine him. Upon hearing this, Tai Kwai scooped Chen Hao up and put him on the stroller. The crowd pushed Chen Hao into the operating room. Chen Hao found the operating room to be rather rudimentary, resembling a makeshift workshop. He felt like he had entered a dark room. He instinctively tried to escape, but Dudu pulled out a syringe and gave him a shot. Chen Hao instantly lost the ability to resist. Dudu began to examine Chen Hao. She provided the examination report shortly afterward. Damn, this guy's dantian is badly damaged. Dudu, just tell me if it can be treated. Upon hearing this, Dudu frowned. It is possible, but we will need your help. Help? What kind of help? We need your help to find a monster core. Monster core? Everyone was taken aback when they heard this. What do you need this thing for? Naturally, we would stuff the monster crystal core into his dantian. Stuff the monster core into his dantian. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but widen their eyes. Are you kidding me? The fox couldn't help but speak up. Upon hearing this, Dudu dismissed it, saying, just kidding, what kind of joke is that? Have you ever heard of the zona pellucida reaction? Zone of zona pellucida reaction? What's that? Iron Block was completely confused when he heard this. The fox, however, spoke thoughtfully. The zona pellucida reaction is the reaction that occurs when a tadpole enters a small bubble. The The fox's words made Dudu look at him with new respect. These days, I've been researching how to transplant monster cores into human bodies. Through my experiments, I discovered that as long as the monster crystal core is inserted into the dantian of the human body, a similar reaction will occur. If we put the monster crystal core into his dantian will naturally contract, and the contracted parts will stick together, thus achieving the repair effect. Upon hearing this, the fox looked at Dudu and asked, "How many have you succeeded with before?" Dudu shook her head. "You dare to experiment on our brothers without your knowledge?" Ironblock was a little angry, and he prepared to attack Dudu, but the fox stopped them. The fox glanced at Chen Hao and said, "Perform the surgery on him." Wait a minute. Chen Hao is currently in a daze. It was virtually impossible for him to resist. "Please use this." As he spoke, Chen Hao took out a bead. It was none other than the Dragon Ball of the devouring demon dragon that he had obtained before. He had just taken out the Dragon Ball when he immediately fainted. A few hours later, looking at Chen Hao lying on the bed, his body covered in tubes, Dudu was incredibly excited. The experiment she just gave Chen Hao was basically just a hypothesis. Although we've tried it a few times, those things are too fragile. Most of them died during surgery. Only Chen Hao managed to withstand it thanks to his physical strength. What kind of superpower does this guy have? Dudu couldn't help but ask the fox. Upon hearing this, the fox shook his head. Dudu was a little surprised. She hadn't expected that even the fox didn't know what kind of superpower Chen Hao had. This kid has a sinister aura about him. I've done several experiments before. Some guys died of exhaustion when they opened their dantian. When the monster cores were inserted, some of them died due to rejection. And then there are those who finally succeeded in fusing, but their bodies were too weak to withstand the erosion of the energy inside the monster crystal core, and they exploded and died. Upon hearing this, the fox's lips twitched involuntarily. Even in this state, you still dare to perform surgery on him? Upon hearing this, Dudu shrugged. You're the ones who came to me, not the other way around. Besides, didn't I already give you money? Upon hearing this, the fox realized what was happening. They were sold out by the birds. It seems that this bird is using Chen Hao as a guinea pig and selling him to Dudu. At that moment, Ironblock walked in from outside carrying McDonald's. Ironblock, have you seen the bird again? No, what's wrong? The fox gritted his teeth in anger, secretly vowing to teach that bird a lesson later. Fox, how is the wolf? Ironblock spoke while eating his hamburger. It seems like everything is alright now. The Ironblock nodded. He handed the packaged hamburger to the fox. Have some. The fox and the Ironblock stayed by Chen Hao's side. Dudu was drinking milk right now. She glanced at the fox and the Ironblock and couldn't help but ask, "May I ask, who are you people lying on the bed?" "He is our brother." Ironblock was straightforward and spoke his mind directly. Upon hearing this, Dudu smiled slightly. "He's so lucky to have brothers like you." Listening to Ironblock's words, the fox muttered to himself, "Brothers?" Fox and Chen Hao had only met a few times. The two sides have only done 2 missions together, but for some reason, Fox felt a special kind of closeness to Chen Hao. This gave the fox, who had been an orphan since childhood, a sense of warmth. "You brat, don't die. I'm still waiting to continue doing missions with you. Do you remember our promise? Let's all get into the top 30 of the killing tower." The fox thought to himself, but the Ironblock said it aloud. "Brother, take good care of yourself and get well soon. I'll treat you to a drink once you're fully recovered." Chen Hao fell into a coma. He vaguely sensed that he had arrived at a dreamlike realm. The place is shrouded in smoke. "You've come, my junior." A voice came from not far away. Out of curiosity, Chen Hao walked towards that place. Before long, he saw a dragon. A black dragon, its entire body jet black. At this moment, the black dragon was staring intently at Chen Hao with eyes as big as cowbells. When the black dragon saw Chen Hao, it nodded with great satisfaction. "Come here, accept my legacy, and inherit my mantle." Black Dragon spoke to Chen Hao. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly but did not step forward. He sensed that the black dragon was hostile towards him. Heilong noticed that Chen Hao didn't come over. It gave a cold laugh. "I didn't expect you to be so cautious, but what good is being cautious?" As he spoke, the black dragon soared into the air and pounced towards Chen Hao. It actually transformed into a stream of light and rushed into Chen Hao's body. It wanted to devour Chen Hao from the inside, thereby taking over Chen Hao's body. After entering Chen Hao's body, the black dragon was surprised to find that Chen Hao was actually devouring it. It was startled and instinctively tried to escape. Chen Hao immediately built a pigsty on the spot, trapping the black dragon firmly inside. He then began to devour the black dragon. It's unclear how much time passed, but the black dragon was completely devoured by Chen Hao. Memories of the black dragon surfaced in his mind. This is a demonic dragon that devours the heavens. On Dragon Island, it competed with a 5-clawed golden dragon for the position of Dragon Clan leader. That 5-clawed golden dragon was his brother from childhood. The two had originally planned to have a real battle. The loser leaves Dragon Island, while the winner inherits the position of Dragon Clan chief. As a result, the devouring demon dragon was tricked by the 5-clawed golden dragon. This guy hired required outside help. Faced with the enemy's siege, the devouring dragon fought with all its might. At the cost of expending all his magic power, he opened the portal and escaped. The dragon was battered and bruised. Faced with the turbulent flow of spacetime, its broken body could not withstand the pressure and began to disintegrate inch by inch. There was no other way. In order to survive, it had to entrust its soul to the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Balls, caught in the turbulent flow of time and space, eventually fell into the world where Chen Hao lived. Due to the wear and tear of spacetime turbulence, coupled with the erosion of time, the soul power of the devouring demon dragon began to slowly dissipate. Just when it thought it was about to die, Chen Hao appeared. The devouring dragon was incredibly excited. It seemed to see the dawn of a new era. So, with its broken body, it charged towards Chen Hao's body. They wanted to devour Chen Hao and usurp his position. It chose the wrong opponent. Chen Hao is the nemesis of the undead. The devouring demon dragon was gradually devoured by Chen Hao. Ultimately, Chen Hao's mental strength was enhanced, and he also obtained a cultivation technique. Devouring Heaven Demon Art. Devouring Heaven Demon Art. Devouring the heavens and the earth. I am the only one who reigns supreme. Looking at the ridiculously exaggerated description of the devouring heaven demon art, Chen Hao was speechless. After devouring the devouring demon dragon, Chen Hao withdrew from his sea of consciousness. He woke up. Chen Hao glanced around. They found a person lying next to the bed. Fox? Fox? Chen Hao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the fox to be guarding him. At that moment, Iron Block was leaning against the window, eating takoyaki. One piping hot, steaming takoyaki ball after another was popped into my mouth. Delicious, just right. The Iron Block quickly finished off the takoyaki. He didn't even spare the tin box containing the takoyaki. After kneading it into a ball, he would put it in his mouth. The Iron Block chewed on the iron ball, producing a sharp metallic scraping sound. He was enjoying his meal. Chen Hao struggled to sit up. The Iron Block was incredibly excited. He ran to the fox and shook its body rapidly. Fox, fox, wake up. The wolf is awake. The wolf is awake. The fox woke up and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Then he looked at Chen Hao. Wild wolf, you're awake. Chen Hao nodded. Upon seeing this, the fox's lips curled into a slight smile. This time, you owe me an Iron Block a life. You'd better think about how you'll repay us later. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao gave a wry smile. Alright, just let us know how you want to repay us. If I can do it, I will definitely do it. Iron Block was overjoyed to hear this. Yes, just that one sentence from you is enough. It wasn't for nothing that we waited for you here for almost half a month. More than half a month? Gurgle. Chen Hao's stomach suddenly rumbled. Just then, a woman pushed a cart in. Chen Hao looked at the woman. He recognized the woman. She was Dudu, the one who had performed the surgery on him. Dudu was incredibly excited to see Chen Hao. Here, I've made you some nutritious food. Eat it while it's hot. Dudu pushed the stroller in front of Chen Hao. Chen Hao didn't stand on ceremony and started eating. In no time, Chen Hao had devoured the nutritious meal that Dudu had prepared. Looking at Chen Hao, who had just woken up, Dudu seemed hesitant to speak. I have a favor to ask. Can I have a vial of blood drawn from you? Dudu is a fanatic who loves to do experiments. In her view, Chen Hao was a guinea pig that had been successfully tested. She now needs to draw Chen Hao's blood for testing and research. She wanted to know why Chen Hao was able to successfully merge with it. By the way, what was that bead you took out earlier? It doesn't seem to be a monster crystal core. When Dudu asked him a question, Chen Hao shrugged. He would never reveal the matter of the devouring demon dragon pearl. Dudu was a little disappointed. The previous surgery was performed too quickly, and she didn't have time to record the data. As for your desire to draw my blood, if you want it, just take a puff. Consider it payment for saving me. Chen Hao didn't want to owe anyone anything. Dudu pulled out a large syringe and injected it directly into Chen Hao's body. After a tube of fresh blood was drawn, Dudu said, "We're even now." After saying that, Dudu left. The fox glanced at Dudu's departing figure, feeling a bit curious about Dudu. These days, Dudu has been using a lot of precious medicines on Chen Hao. It's fair to say that without Dudu, Chen Hao might not have responded so quickly. Chen Hao removed the 4 needles from his body, got out of bed, and walked outside. Chen Hao followed Tai Kwai and the fox back to the fox's home. I'm hungry. As soon as he got home, Chen Hao spoke to the Iron Block. No problem, I'll go make you something delicious. The Iron Block entered the kitchen, and he began to get busy. Before long, the Iron Block had cooked a large table of food. Chen Hao had already started working by this time. The food was being poured into his mouth plate after plate. The fox couldn't help but frown as it watched Chen Hao eating. He didn't understand what Chen Hao's stomach was made of. Despite the large amount of food entering Chen Hao's body, his stomach did not swell up. I don't know how much time has passed. A sound came from the kitchen. The fox went inside and found the Iron Block collapsed on the ground, exhausted. His hand was shaking uncontrollably. He was clearly having a cramp. Looking at the Iron Block covered in sweat and the empty refrigerator, the fox's lips twitched involuntarily. Has that kid Wild Wolf turned into a complete glutton? Iron Block, a fox lying on the rooftop. There was a guy standing next to them. The guy was dressed as a waiter. Is Is the food to your liking? SOSO. The iron block opened. Although he said that, his heart was in turmoil. In five-star hotels, iron blocks are a common food. His palate has long been spoiled. Unexpectedly, Chunhao's cooking skills were so good. Every time he eats Chunhao's cooking, Taikwai feels like he's about to swallow his tongue. The fox's appetite is not as strong as that of the iron block. However, he was also amazed by Chunhao's culinary skills. By the way, bro, it seems like your friends are looking for you everywhere. As he spoke, the fox handed Chunhao a newspaper. The notice clearly read Missing Person Notice and featured a large photo of Chunhao. These guys. The fox was somewhat surprised and said, I didn't expect you to be from the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Yes, are you scared? To outsiders, Chunhao is a member of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau, which is equivalent to a cat. The fox and the iron block walked in the darkness. They were rats from the sewers. Who would have thought that one day, cats and mice would come together? Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. The fox stared intently at Chunhao and said very seriously, Wild Wolf, one day, the people from the Superpower Bureau will send you to deal with me in iron block. Will you make a move? Upon hearing this, Chunhao replied, we'll see. Depend on the situation? The fox was a little confused. What he actually wanted to hear was no. Yes, it depends on the situation. As long as you don't harm the people around me, I will absolutely not lay a hand on you. Hearing Chunhao's words, the fox smiled, and he smiled very happily. Your words are enough. Alright, you should go back now, or your friends will be getting impatient. Chunhao nodded. Then we shall meet again someday. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me anytime. Chunhao laughed. Watching Chunhao's departing figure, Ironblock couldn't help but ask Fox, why don't you invite him to join us? Upon hearing this, the fox shook his head. He is not one of us, not on the same path. Hearing this, the Ironblock felt a little uncomfortable. It's alright. Didn't you hear what Wild Wolf said? As long as you don't harm the people around him, he will always be our brother. Chunhao took a car back to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. As soon as he arrived, the people from the Special Abilities Bureau looked at him with strange eyes. How? Brother how? Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu met Chunhao. Tears streaming down their faces, the two ran towards Chunhao and threw themselves into his arms. Why are you crying? I'm back now. Just as Chunhao, Lu Xiaoji, and Lu Xiaobu were about to say something, the temperature around us suddenly rose. A figure walked over from not far away. She was surrounded by flames, and Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu instinctively made way for her. Shangguan Huofeng walked up to Chunhao. She seemed somewhat angry and asked Chunhao, where have you been these past few days? I called you, but you didn't answer. Do you know how worried I am? After saying this, Shangguan Huofeng's tears streamed down her face. She had lost one apprentice before, and she didn't want to lose a second one. Moreover, Shangguan Huofeng discovered that she seemed to have a different feeling towards Chunhao. When she heard that Chunhao had disappeared, Shangguan Huofeng was extremely anxious. She felt empty inside, as if she had lost something. Shangguan Huofeng continued, the director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau in Shanchu City has disappeared. I heard you're there too. I thought you, like him, had also encountered some misfortune. It's alright, I'm back now. Chunhao offered words of comfort. Shangguan Huofeng nodded. Alright, go see Wenjing. These days, she has locked herself in her room. Chunhao walked towards Tian Wenjing's room. It turned out that Tian Wenjing's door was not closed. Tian Wenjing isn't here. She went out on a mission. A woman passing by spoke up. Went to do a mission. Chunhao thought for a moment and decided to go find Kai Wenting. He walked to Kai Wenting's room and knocked on the door. Chunhao. Kai Wenting quickly opened the door. She lunged forward and hugged Chunhao tightly. Chunhao finally understood the joy of the milk cow girl. This stuff really can calm you down and relieve stress. However, the things in Kai Wenting's room made him frown. Good grief, does this guy think I'm dead? Chunhao noticed a black and white photograph on Kai Wenting's dressing table. There is an incense burner in front of the photo, and 3 incense sticks are still burning at this time. In front of the incense burner is a fruit platter. Kai Wenting realized what was happening and hurriedly ran into the house. They then quickly tidied up. She wrapped Chunhao's black and white photo in red cloth, then looked at him apologetically and said, I'm sorry, I thought. News of Chunhao's disappearance has arrived. People started talking about it. People's mouths are truly terrifying. They can say there's trouble when there is none, turn a small matter into a big one, and a big one into a dead end. That's how rumors start. This made everyone really believe that Chunhao was dead. Kai Wenting started crying. Okay, stop crying. I'm fine now. Chunhao put his arm around Kai Wenting and began to comfort her. After Kai Wenting calmed down, Chunhao asked her, have you seen Tian Wenjing? After Wenjing heard that you were missing, she started looking for you frantically. Unfortunately, Shanchu City is too big. No matter how she investigated, she couldn't find any news about you. There was no other way. After she came back, she started taking on missions like crazy. She was trying to keep herself busy so she could forget you existed. Upon hearing this, Chunhao nodded. He expressed his understanding of Tian Wenjing's actions. Do you know where she is now? I heard they discovered a small outpost of the Scorpion Brigade brigade. Under Bai Jia's leadership, Wen Jing joined the attack. If you want to go, I can take you. Chen Hao and Kai Wenting planned to go to that campsite. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu also went along. Lu Xiaoji kept looking Chen Hao up and down. Xiaoji, what's wrong? Brother Hao, I suddenly feel that you have changed. Changed? How changed? Did you gain weight or lose weight? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji shook his head. I feel you've changed a lot. Before, you were approachable, but now you have a subtle air of authority about you. I don't know why, but standing next to you, I feel a strange pressure. Chen Hao felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. He obtained the Dragon Ball from the Dragon Devourer. He is currently nurturing the Dragon Pearl of the Devouring Demon Dragon. While nurturing the Dragon Balls were also giving back to him. Chen Hao is now gradually exuding the aura of a dragon. Dragon's might is the inherent aura of a dragon, much like the aura of a powerful being. Some powerful individuals can still stun people with their domineering aura even without lifting a finger. It can be said that Chen Hao's domineering aura was gradually awakening. Led by Kai Wenting, Chen Hao and his group arrived at a mountain villa. By this time, the battle was over. The people inside are cleaning up the battlefield. Shaoli, where are Sister Bai Jia and the others? Shaoli is a member of the Superpower Bureau. He was overjoyed to hear Kai Wenting calling him. Sister Bai Jia and the others have gone to pursue the enemy. Pursue the enemy? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned. Logically speaking, if the enemy has escaped, it's best not to pursue them, because one should not pursue a defeated enemy relentlessly. No one can predict what traps the enemy might set. Unexpectedly, Bai Jia went to chase after the enemy. It was mainly Wen Jing who went after him. There's no other way, Sister Bai Jia has to follow along. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao suddenly realized what was going on. Which direction did they run in? Shaoli pointed to a spot not far away. Chen Hao immediately leaped out. Seeing Chen Hao leave, Lu Xiaoji and the others became anxious. Brother Hao, wait for us. Lu Xiaoji and the other two hurriedly chased after Chen Hao. Chen Hao jumped into the jungle and moved quickly through the woods. At this moment, in the woods, Bai Jia held a scalpel in her hand, looking around warily. Tian Wenjing's right hand was injured, and she looked at Bai Jia apologetically. Sister Bai Jia, I'm sorry, I led you into danger. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia did not blame Tian Wenjing, but instead said, these days since Xiao Hao went missing, I know you've been out of sorts, and you've been worried about him, but worrying is useless. I think Xiao Hao should be fine. After all, good people don't live long, but evil people live for 1,000 years. Xiao Hao is so bad, he'll definitely live to be 100. Bai Jia was saying this to Tian Wenjing, but also to herself. Tian Wenjing nodded. Their conversation caught the attention of a guy. His voice echoed through the woods. I can't believe you two, even on the verge of death, still have the mind to chat. A guy dressed in a green ninja outfit suddenly appeared and threw a kunai at Bai Jia. Bai Jia wielded the willow leaf knife rapidly. She knocked down all the kunai that were shot at her. Bai Jia then prepared to launch a counterattack. As a result, the man in the green ninja outfit escaped again. Stop hiding your true colors. If you have the guts, come out and confront us head-on. Bai Jia seemed somewhat impatient with her opponent hiding in the woods. Bai Jia is now a 6th level King Realm ability user. Although her cultivation level is very high, her special ability is S rank, Holy Light Healing, which leans towards the role of a healer. The opponent is an A rank superpowered being, the Wood Ninja. The lush jungle is his home turf. Come on, I'll take you back. Bai Jia knew that catching that guy in the forest was almost impossible, so she plans to evacuate. Several vines shot out. Bai Jia immediately raised the willow leaf knife in her hand to fight back. The sharp willow leaf blade swiftly sliced through the vines, severing them completely. She then scooped Tian Wenjing up in her arms and started running. A figure had been lying in ambush for a long time. As Bai Jia passed by, that figure suddenly darted out. The sharp kunai stabbed towards Bai Jia. Bai Jia couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed in the back by the kunai. Having landed a successful blow, the guy immediately fled. Oh no, it's poisonous. Bai Jia felt a numbness in her back. Hee hee hee, hee hee hee. Two bursts of laughter followed. Bai Jia turned her head and saw two guys standing not far away. You are two people? Bai Jia sensed something was wrong during the fight just now. The opponent's speed was too fast, almost illogical. Unexpectedly, there were actually two people on the other side. That's right, we are the twin fiends of the forest. Everyone who saw both of us is dead. Looking at the two ninjas dressed in green in front of her, Bai Jia gave a wry smile. Wenjing, we might be going to die here today. Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing pursed her lips, and the image of Chen Hao appeared in her mind. You two didn't actually have to die. A man dressed in a green ninja outfit spoke up. That's right, that's right. If you serve us well, we might spare your lives. You're dreaming. Tian Wenjing couldn't help but roar. The ninja gave a cold laugh. You two have both been poisoned by us. Once you are poisoned, you will be lambs to the slaughter. No sooner had the ninja finished speaking than a figure appeared. When the two men saw who it was, they looked at each other. He then smiled and said, you're only at the 6th level of the general realm. They seem a bit too weak to deal with the two of us brothers. The two ninjas on the other side are at the 5th level of the King realm. Although they were slightly weaker than Bai Jia, they relied on the terrain advantage and the strangeness of their supernatural abilities. Facing Bai Jia, who was at the 6th level of the King realm, he was not at a disadvantage at all. They even managed to launch a sneak attack and poison Bai Jia. Not enough? Chen Hao placed his hand on Bai Jia's body and used Hand of God and Grab and Temper. While healing Bai Jia's wounds, the toxins in her body were also removed. Bai Jia recovered her health. The two forest monsters were startled by the sudden turn of events. They immediately prepared to slip away. Before the two guys could run more than a few steps, they were blocked by an invisible wall. Seeing the two people looking panicked, Chen Hao smiled and said, "The hunting time has arrived." The two brothers, known as the twin demons of the forest, exchanged a glance. They immediately ran in both directions. The pigsty that Chen Hao built still has some space. Finding hiding spots here is no problem at all. They hid themselves in the bushes. Seeing this, Chen Hao said to Bai Jia, "Sister Bai Jia, I'll make a move in a bit and force them out. Take the opportunity to attack." As Bai Jia spoke, she raised her scalpel, assuming an attack stance. Chen Hao raised his hands. At this moment, flames swirled around his hands, and he pushed forward with a sudden thrust. Two streams of flame shot out, aimed directly at the ninja brothers hiding in the bushes. Upon seeing this, the two brothers, known as the twin demons of the forest, quickly dodged away. Their actions caught Bai Jia's attention. Previously, Bai Jia was facing two opponents. She would be like someone holding an axe under the bed, powerful but unable to use it. Things are different now. The two scoundrels in the forest were exposed to Bai Jia. Bai Jia pushed off with her right foot, propelling her entire body forward rapidly. She approached one of the men and slashed him with her sharp scalpel. Upon seeing this, the opponent hurriedly raised the kunai in his hand to block. The two sides began to fight. "Brother, let me help you." Seeing her brother being beaten back by Bai Jia, the younger brother charged forward, wielding a kunai. A figure blocked his way. At this moment, Chen Hao transformed into his black dragon form, holding a sharp dagger in his right hand. He ran towards his younger brother. "I'm not afraid of you." Chen Hao got into a fight with the younger brother of the twin fiends of the forest. This time, he went all out. A 6th level general battles against a 5th level king. Chen Hao did not confront the enemy head-on, but instead relied on teleportation to dodge continuously. His only goal was to prevent his younger brother from helping. Seeing her brother being beaten so badly by Bai Jia that he was completely helpless, he gritted his teeth and slammed his hands down on the ground. Countless vines wrapped around Chen Hao. Chen Hao raised the dagger in his hand and swung it rapidly. Chen Hao cut all the vines off. "Chen Hao, be careful." The younger of the two fiends in the forest, his attack just now was merely a feint. At this moment, he lunged forward, wielding a kunai. Seeing this, Chen Hao knew he had no way to avoid it. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and charge forward with his dagger in hand. The weapons of both sides clashed. They only faced off once. Chen Hao was sent flying backward by the opponent's attack. It slid along the ground for quite a distance. Chen Hao was injured by this attack. He tasted something sweet in his mouth and then spat out a mouthful of blood, but it was all worth it. Bai Jia seized upon the weakness of the elder brother of the twin fiends of the forest and thrust her sharp willow leaf knife forward. Bai Jia's willow leaf knife pierced the man's chest. It gave him a blast, leaving him feeling exhilarated. Seeing this, the younger brother hurriedly grabbed a kunai and attacked Bai Jia. Seeing this, Bai Jia's face turned solemn. He raised his scalpel to parry. The younger brother seemed to have gone mad. His attacks were completely haphazard. "It's just a random, indiscriminate attack." Bai Jia was forced to temporarily retreat after being attacked. Soon, the younger brother lost a lot of energy due to his indiscriminate attacks. He started to pant heavily. Seeing this, Bai Jia knew her opportunity had arrived. She launched a counterattack against her younger brother. The younger brother could only desperately try to block. Bai Jia is highly skilled in close combat, and she seized the opportunity once again. The scalpel in his hand flashed with a cold light. Before her younger brother could react, Bai Jia's scalpel had already pierced his chest. The younger brother glanced at his chest, then collapsed in disbelief. With the younger brother's death, the two brothers, known as the twin demons of the forest, perished here. Chen Hao walked over and grabbed his brother's body. Then she walked towards her brother. Seeing Chen Hao holding the corpses of the two brothers from the forest in his hands, Bai Jia couldn't help but ask, "Where are you taking them?" "Naturally, we should find a place to spark some ideas for them. This place is overgrown with weeds, and I'm afraid it will cause a forest fire." Bai Jia nodded upon hearing this. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Hao was absorbing the energy from the two brothers' bodies at that moment. Is this the body of a king-level expert? The two brothers had just died, and a certain amount of energy remained in their bodies. Chen Hao accepted all offers without hesitation. After absorbing the energy from the two brothers, Chen Hao condensed flames and burned them both to ashes. He then left. Nailed it? Bai Jie and Tian Wenjing waited for Chen Hao outside. "What's wrong? You look so worried." At this moment, Chen Hao recalled the voice that had just come from his mind. "Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired A-level superpower, Forest Ninja." Ninja. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired A-level superpower, Forest Ninja. Host has been detected to possess the Forest Ninja ability. With the two abilities combined, your Forest Ninja ability level has been upgraded to A+. Gaining superpowers should be a happy thing. However, the information Chen Hao received next made him particularly unhappy. If he were to dismantle the Forest Ninja, now, he would only obtain 100,000 Primal Ability Bureau tokens. This system is a total ripoff. They simply withheld half of his original power bead. Chen Hao, Tian Wenjing, and Bai Jie returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. A group of people gathered at a barbecue stall. Those who came tonight were Shangwan Huafeng, Bai Jie, Tian Wenjing, Kai Wenting, Lu Xiaobu, Lu Xiaoji, Shi Jian, and Chen Hao. To celebrate Xiao Hao's safe return, let's have a drink. Shangwan Huafeng raised her glass and made the suggestion. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stood up and clinked glasses with each other. He then downed the beer in his glass in one gulp. Everyone was having a great time tonight, so we couldn't resist having a few extra drinks. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Chen Hao glanced around. A slight smirk curled at the corners of his lips. Didn't you want to get me drunk? Why are they all lying down? Apart from Chen Hao and Shangwan Huafeng, everyone else was slumped over the table. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Huafeng rolled her eyes at Chen Hao. Stop bragging. If we weren't out of alcohol, you think you can stay this clear-headed? The barbecue restaurant owner looked at Chen Hao and the others with a shocked expression. These guys can really drink. The shop owner never expected that Chen Hao and his group would finish all the beer in his shop in such a short time. Boss, are there any hotels around here? If you walk about 100 meters down this alley, there is a Homan hotel there. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. Then, looking at Shangwan Huafeng, Chen Hao said, Sister Huafeng, you can take care of them. I'll take Xiaobu and Xiaoji to rest. Chen Hao gradually escorted Lu Xiaobu and the others to the nearby Homan hotel. After several trips, when Chen Hao returned, he found Shangwan Huafeng fast asleep, slumped over the table. Seeing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly. He then stepped forward and helped Shangwan Huafeng up. He helped Shangwan Huafeng walk towards the Homan hotel. Chen Hao's hand touched Shangwan Huafeng's body. I thought her body was all muscle and it would feel really hard to the touch. Unexpectedly, Shangwan Huafeng's body was also soft. Women are made of water. The ancients were right. Chen Hao helped Shangwan Huafeng into the Homan hotel. After settling Shangwan Huafeng in, Chen Hao left the room. He prepared to go back to his room to rest. Then he noticed someone standing behind him. She hugged herself from behind. Chen Hao turned his head and saw that it was Kai Wenting. Wenting, what you've done. Kai Wenting's face turned bright red at this moment, and all she could do was giggle foolishly. She said to Chen Hao, Brother Hao, I want to sleep with you tonight. As she spoke, she shoved Chen Hao into the house. Seeing this, Chen Hao smiled and said, You can't blame me for this. Chen Hao had dark circles under his eyes. He never expected that Kai Wenting, who was so beautiful, would snore and grind her teeth. He originally had some ideas about what to do. As a result, the guy fell asleep. Chen Hao wasn't interested in dead fish. With no other option, he could only lie down and rest. After leaving the hotel, Chen Hao planned to go to the military region. He was going to check on his 8-petaled orchid. Chen Hao had been here once before, so this time, he was very familiar with the process. The lady in charge of exchanging currency is sitting at the counter reading a book. She was slightly taken aback when she saw Chen Hao, then smiled and said, You've come? Chen Hao nodded. I've come to see my 8-petaled orchid. Don't worry, I'm taking good care of your 8-petaled orchid. If you want to see, come with me. Led by the woman, Chen Hao walked to a room. The room is rather dimly lit. The woman said to Chen Hao, The 8-petaled fairy orchid prefers shady places. Many people don't know that they put them in the sunlight. This caused the 8-petaled orchid to die from being exposed to the sun. Looking at the vibrant 8-petaled orchid before him, Chen Hao said thank you. You're welcome, it's all my duty. Oh right, I forgot to ask your name. Chen Hao felt a little embarrassed. He asked someone to do something for him, but he didn't even know the person's name. Upon hearing this, the woman was about to speak. Sister Qinggu, Sister Qinggu. A little guy ran in from outside. She tripped and fell flat on her face. The little guy immediately started crying. Seeing this, Qinggu quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Tang Tang, you're so good. Tang Tang is the best. Don't cry, Tang Tang. Unexpectedly, the more Qinggu tried to comfort her, the harder Tang Tang cried. Seeing this, Qinggu had no choice but to resort to her trump card. Tang Tang, if you cry again, then you'll never see your father again. Upon hearing this, Tang Tang immediately stopped crying. Tang Tang wants to see her father. Tang Tang is a good girl. Tang Tang, don't cry anymore. Sister Qinggu, where did my dad go? Tang Tang hasn't seen her dad for a long time. Sweetie, your dad has gone to fight monsters. He went to fight monsters. When will he be back? He'll be back after he defeats the monster. Candy, Candy. Just then, the shouts of several children came from outside. Hey, I'm here. Hurry up. We're going to eat something delicious. Wait for me. I want to go too. Tang Tang waved to Qinggu as she spoke. Goodbye, Sister Qinggu. That's how kids are. They come come quickly and they go quickly too. Watching Tang Tang's departing figure, Xingwu revealed a motherly smile. She really likes Tang Tang. After Tang Tang left, Xingwu couldn't help but ask Shenhao, Shenhao, do you like children? I love it. I think kids are adorable. Yes, I think so too. By the way, whose child was that just now? I don't know why, but I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Upon hearing this, Xingwu couldn't help but praise Shenhao, saying, you have such a good eye. Her father is none other than Leng Feng. Shenhao was taken aback. He never expected that Leng Feng would have a child. At this point, Xingwu, who had been all smiles, suddenly looked grim. Speaking of which, Tang Tang is also a pitiful person, because her mother died in childbirth, and her father is busy with his work every day. I had advised Leng Feng before to spend more time with Tang Tang. After all, Tang Tang is at the age when she needs her parents the most. And guess what Leng Feng said to me? What did he say? Chen Hao asked. Leng Feng said, a nation, a country. Without a nation, where is a home? Chen Hao fell silent upon hearing this. In this little family, Leng Feng is a bad father, but from the perspective of the nation as a whole, he is a good citizen. Loyalty and filial piety have always been mutually exclusive. Xingwu seemed to remember something, and her eyes welled up with tears. Looking at Xingwu's face, which seemed to be on the verge of tears, Chen Hao seemed to understand something. If Chen Hao wasn't mistaken, Xingwu's background was similar to Tang Tang's. She also lacked parental love. Oh no, Tang Tang has fainted. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao and Xingwu frowned and hurriedly ran outside. Inside a room, the group gathered around the bed. At this moment, Tang Tang was lying in bed, and a doctor in a white coat was examining her. Tang Tang was born prematurely, so she was already weak. I told you before that you shouldn't let her do strenuous exercise. She has probably been seriously injured now. If evil qi enters the body, you must boil a pot of soup to strengthen the body and nourish the vital energy in order to cure it. Give her a good boost. The speaker was an old man. Xingwu, who is he? He is Li Fengzhen, a famous traditional Chinese medicine doctor in our country. He is said to be able to cure any disease in the world. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. After Li Fengzhen finished her diagnosis, he wrote down a prescription. After Xingwu took it, she went to retrieve it immediately. She took the medicine one dose after another, following the prescription. As a result, Xingwu discovered something terrible. The golden cassia seeds were gone. Xingwu ran out of the pharmacy. She said to Chen Hao, could I do you a favor? Come with me to pick cassia seeds. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao glanced at Tang Tang lying on the bed. The little girl who was just laughing and talking is now lying in bed. Chen Hao couldn't bear to see Tang Tang continue to suffer from her illness. Okay, I'll go with you. Chen Hao and Xingwu set off immediately. Xingwu drove his G-Wagon, with Chen Hao in the car, and the two sped off. Xingwu said, I know a place where there are many golden cassia seeds. If you want to make a tonic soup, fresh cassia seeds are the best for its medicinal effects. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. The two moved quickly, and soon Xingwu drove Chen Hao to the entrance of a secret realm. This secret realm is under military control and contains many precious medicinal herbs. This naturally includes cassia seeds. After Chen Hao and Xingwu showed their identification, the guards at the entrance let them through. The two entered the secret realm. The golden cassia seeds are in that medicinal garden over there. Xingwu had been here before, so he was naturally very familiar with everything here. The two walked towards the herb garden not far away. Before they had even walked a short distance, they were still gone. Chen Hao and his group then heard a commotion. Dig for me. Dig up all these weeds, then fill this place with roses. Valentine's Day is coming, and I want to give my lover a garden full of roses. The man who said this was a roguish-looking man. Xingwu saw these guys dig up all the herbs in the herb garden. She was furious. What I do is none of your business. Upon hearing this, Xingwu's expression turned ugly. However, now is not the time to get angry. The most urgent task is to bring the golden cassia seed back. Xingwu glanced around and noticed that these guys had thrown the pulled herbs into a corner. Xingwu walked towards the corner, preparing to rummage through it to find the golden cassia seeds. Xingwu intended to go over, but the young master in front of her didn't seem to want her to. Upon hearing this, the young master gave a cold laugh. His lewd eyes swept over Xingwu from head to toe. I didn't notice earlier. I didn't realize you had such a great figure. How about it? Want to come with me and be my number 2 girlfriend? Don't worry, I'm different from others. If you work like a slave for me, I'll feed you grass. The man spoke with a smile. He had barely finished speaking when he was punched and sent flying. Suddenly, a giant made of mist appeared beside Xingwu. Go! All of you, go and take care of that guy. Upon hearing this, the henchmen moved closer to Xingwu. They want to take action against Xingwu. A figure appeared and blocked Xingwu's path. He made his move quickly, in just 2 or 3 moves. Those who wanted to deal with Xingwu were defeated by Chen Hao. Looking at the valiant Chen Hao before her, Xingwu couldn't help but think more highly of him. After defeating the group, Chen Hao said to Xingwu, let's go, let's take the golden cassia seed back. After Chen Hao and his group received the golden cassia seed, they embarked on their journey home. Chen Hao and his group returned just in time. After giving the students stewed tonic soup to Tang Tang. Tong Tong's condition improved significantly in an instant. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He came out of the room. Chen Hao ran into an old acquaintance at the door. Ouch, ouch. At this moment, Luo Ma walked in, supported by several lackeys. He screamed repeatedly as he walked. Luo Ma's father had just been transferred here from another military region. He followed us there. Since he was new to the area, he did not know Qinggu. The Lama took a few steps and then stopped. He never expected to run into Chen Hao, this nemesis. Here, faced with Chen Hao, Luo Ma had lost all will to resist. He said, "How come I run into you here again? What a small world." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly. "Boss, I was blind to your greatness just now. I apologize to you here. How about we let bygones be bygones for what happened before? Those who understand the times are wise." Since the other party was so sensible, Chen Hao naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. Seeing Chen Hao leave, one of the underlings couldn't help but ask the camel, "Boss, are we just going to leave it at that? Let it go?" "Of course we can't just let it go like that." The Lama's eyes narrowed slightly. "Go and find out more about him, and we'll discuss this carefully." Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. He hadn't even settled into his seat when his phone rang. Chen Hao discovered that it was a call from an unknown number. He answered the phone. "Boss, do you remember me?" Camel's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Is there something you need? Didn't we have a minor disagreement before? I've booked a private room at Moxian Bayo to apologize to you again. I hope you will do me the honor of attending." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that the Lamas were planning something bad. However, he was very curious about what the Lama was planning to do, so he decided to play along and went directly to the fairy fortress. Inside a private room at Moxian Bayo, Camel sat on the sofa, with a little fairy sitting next to him. The little fairy kept touching the camel's body. "Speak, what did you call me here for?" Luo Ma knew that if he didn't give a suitable reason, Chen Hao would turn around and leave. Lama gave a wink to one of his men, who was dressed in leopard print. The man instantly understood and took out a parchment scroll, placing it in front of Chen Hao. "This is a treasure map, a treasure I found by chance. I was thinking of digging it out, but I'm not strong enough. Later, I met you and thought about cooperating with you. Let's split this treasure 50-50. Chen Hao took the treasure map. After glancing at it, he returned the treasure map to the camel. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." Upon hearing this, Luo Ma was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Since you're not interested, it proves we're not meant to be. Sigh, forced love is never sweet. Perhaps you have a prejudice against me. That's okay, time will tell. You'll see what kind of person I am later. Since there's nothing else, I'll be going now." Chen Hao left directly. Seeing Chen Hao leave, one of his men immediately became anxious. "Boss, are we just going to let him go like this?" Upon hearing this, Luo Ma's lips curled into a slight sneer as he said, "What's the rush? The fish has already taken the bait." Chen Hao left Moxian Fortress. He walked toward the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. On his way to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, Chen Hao discovered that someone was following him. "Are they from Lama?" Chen Hao revealed a cold smile. Clearly, the other party wanted to monitor him. Luo Ma thought that after he showed Chen Hao the treasure map, Chen Hao would go to the treasure location and dig up the treasure shown on the map. The result was somewhat disappointing to him. Instead of digging for treasure, Chen Hao started doing missions. Chen Hao had been doing tasks for several days in a row, which made the people who were tracking him a little impatient. Having no other choice, he could only go back and report these matters to Luo Ma. "Boss, what should we do? What else can we do?" Chen Hao wasn't in a hurry. It was Luo Ma who was anxious now. Let's go to that treasure site again." Luo Ma is now afraid of one thing: Chen Hao will sneak away. Fishing is a good thing, but fishermen are afraid of one thing. That means the fish eats the bait and then runs away. Llamas have some intelligence, but unfortunately not much. He has been recruiting a large number of people these days. He then led his men to a place deep in the mountains. On the way to the treasure's location, the Lama's brow was furrowed. He still vividly remembers what happened before. Previously, Luo Ma had organized a team to go to the treasure hunting site to dig for treasure. As a result, they were attacked by an unknown enemy. He was the only one who escaped back. This time he made thorough preparations before setting off. The camels then arrived at the location of the treasure. "Everyone be careful." They began to cautiously walk inside. They hadn't even taken a few steps. The lone horse and its companions were drawn to the two women. The two women, wearing grass wreaths on their heads, were playing around. To be precise, they are two little girls. Looking at the two little girls in front of me, Luo Ma and the others' eyes lit up. Absolutely amazing. The Lama never expected to encounter a jungle spirit here. If we could get our hands on this. The Lama was already imagining itself riding on top of the two jungle spirits. Lolas have three advantages: they are light, flexible, and easy to push over. Not to mention that in front of them were two little girls, like jungle elves. Go get them, capture them alive. The Lama originally came to find treasure, but it unexpectedly made such a discovery. Following the Lama's orders, several of his men began to circle around the two jungle jungle spirits. The jungle elves have incredibly sensitive ears. They heard the noise and immediately looked up to see their surroundings. Upon spotting the llamas and others, they turned and fled. The llamas and their companions began a rapid pursuit through the forest. A figure appeared behind Luoma and the others, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he followed closely behind. Only those who cannot restrain themselves have the potential to become the praying mantis. The camels chased after them desperately. As a result, the two jungle sprites ran too fast. They eventually lost track of them. The guys were panting heavily. "I can't do it anymore. I can't run anymore." The llama was exhausted, its face flushed red. They started looking for a place to rest. Some sat on the ground, some found a large rock, and some sat on the trunk of a fallen tree. Chen Hao followed the others to this place. "We're not far from where the treasure is." Looking at the group of people resting not far away, Chen Hao pondered whether he should take care of them. An arrow pierced the air. One of Lama's men was caught off guard and was struck in the neck by an arrow. The subordinate's eyes widened, he clutched his neck and fell straight down. Damn it, enemy attack. With the appearance of the first feathered arrow, several more arrows were shot down one after another. These arrows seemed to have eyes. Lama's men fell one after another, struck by arrows. Looking at his men, who had suffered heavy casualties, Lama finally remembered the horrific scene from before. At that time, he was also looking for treasure. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and a thick fog rolled in. They walked in through the thick fog. They hadn't gone more than a few steps when they were attacked. Countless arrows rained down like locusts, turning his men into pincushions. The llama ran desperately towards the outside. He was lucky, the arrows didn't hit him. He fled in a panic. However, this time, Llama came prepared. He spent a lot of money to hire two guys. Both of these guys are experts at the 8th level of the general realm. They were twins, Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu. The older brother, Zhang Wen, possesses an A-level superpower called Qilin Arm, and his hands are incredibly strong. He held a Vajra staff and kept swinging it to knock down the incoming arrows. The younger brother, Zhang Wu, possesses the A-level superpower, Elephant Leg Pull. His feet were as thick and strong as elephant legs. The younger brother, Zhang Wu, kept kicking and stomping his feet, knocking down all the flying arrows. Soon, the arrows on the other side stopped. The camel glanced around. He discovered that of the men who had come with him, only Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu remained. The rest of them all died. A series of hurried footsteps echoed through the woods. By the time the camel realized what was happening, he was surrounded. They are a group of forest spirits. It's over, I'm doomed. This is a sentence that popped into the lone horse's mind. At that moment, a figure quietly slipped past. He ventured deeper into the jungle. Chen Hao moved quickly through the forest. He used the Forest Ninja ability. For Chen Hao, the jungle was like water and fish. After running for a while, Chen Hao finally arrived at the place marked on the treasure map. According to the treasure map, the treasure is just ahead. Chen Hao continued running forward. He found himself in an elven tribe. However, the elven guards do not seem to be at home. Only a small number of elves were busy within the tribe. Chen Hao bypassed the elven tribe and entered a canyon behind it. The canyon is flanked by towering peaks. The mountain peaks soar into the clouds. It seems that there is only one path leading into the valley. Unfortunately, two elves were guarding the entrance to this valley. The valley was surrounded by only shallow grass, making it difficult to sneak in. It's practically impossible. It seems we have no choice but to force our way in. The two guards at the entrance were jungle elves at the first level of the king realm. Chen Hao transformed into a dragonman form, with wings on his back. After taking a deep breath, he pushed off with his right foot, and his whole body shot out. In an instant, he passed two guards. Oh no, someone is trying to break into our restricted area. The two guards tried to stop Chen Hao. However, Chen Hao was too fast, and by the time they reacted, Chen Hao had already rushed in. One of the guards tried to rush in to chase Chen Hao, but was stopped by the other guy. This area ahead is forbidden territory for our clan. We cannot enter. So, we're just letting him go inside and do whatever he wants? No matter what, we cannot enter the forbidden area. Alright, then we'll wait here. Waiting for the arrival of the elf queen, the two guards waited in place. They have already sent a little oriole to deliver the message. Chen Hao walked into the valley. He found the valley shrouded in mist. He looked around and slowly walked inside. Before long, a spring appeared in front of Chen Hao. The spring water was crystal clear. For some reason, Chen Hao felt that this spring was very different. He instinctively reached his hand into the spring and touched it. This water. Chen Hao discovered that the water in this spring actually contained a large amount of energy. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly. He was cultivating the devouring heaven demon art and was worried about not having a place to absorb energy. For Chen Hao, this spring was the best place to cultivate. He immediately stripped naked and went straight into the spring. Chen Hao began to circulate his internal energy. The energy contained within the spring water continuously surged towards Chen Hao's body. Chen Hao found that his strength was rising rapidly, as if he were riding a rocket. He achieved 3 consecutive breakthroughs. They successfully reached the 9th level of the general realm. Ultimately, Chen Hao's strength reached the peak of the 9th level of the general realm. He touched a wall, something that prevented him from entering the royal realm. Looks like I need to go back and refine the king realm pill. Chen Hao stood up from the spring. Countless drops of water fell from his body. Why is there less water in this spring? Chen Hao noticed that the spring water, which was originally knee-deep, had now dropped to his ankles. A whooshing sound rang out. Chen Hao instinctively teleported away. An arrow shot towards us. The arrow was extremely powerful, and it struck a large rock behind Chen Hao. It actually charged straight in, and the arrows that followed didn't even penetrate it. Such terrifying penetrating power. Chen Hao looked like he was still shaken. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been pierced by that arrow by now. Chen Hao looked toward the person who had ambushed him. It turned out to be a woman wearing light green leather armor. She has a pair of elf ears. The panda was extremely terrifying, resembling two ostrich eggs. Human, you actually destroyed our magic spring. The female elf appeared extremely angry. She drew her bow and prepared to continue her attack on Chen Hao. Chen Hao discerned the female elf's strength, King Realm level 1. He didn't want to get entangled with the female elf, so he simply slipped away. Where are you going? Chen Hao is currently at the 9th level of the general realm. He wanted to escape, and the female elf had virtually no chance of catching him. Chen Hao was very fast and soon arrived at the location of the elven tribe. This time, he didn't intend to go around it, but instead planned to go straight through the middle. After all, taking a detour would be a waste of time. As Chen Hao ran quickly, he saw 3 people. It turned out to be Luo Ma and his group. The 3 of them were not killed by the elves. Instead, they were tied to a large tree by the elves. The camel saw Chen Hao running past at high speed. As if seeing a glimmer of hope, he shouted to Chen Hao, "Chen Hao, save me, please save me." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao gave Luo Ma a cold look. He then conjured a fireball in his right hand and threw it at the camel. The llama was hit by the fireball. They were instantly killed by the explosion. 2 of his subordinates nearby were also affected. They never imagined that they would survive the elves' attacks. Instead, he was killed by Chen Hao. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained a level superpower, Qilin arm. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained a level superpower, elephant leg pull. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained a D-level superpower, aura of domination. Chen Hao could understand the first 2 superpowers, but what on earth is this aura of dominance? As Chen Hao ran, he began to read the description of kingly aura. Aura of domination. Possessing this ability grants you an innate leader's aura, drawing those around you involuntarily. The power of this ability is related to the user's strength. This ability is pretty good. Chen Hao had been considering whether or not to form his own team. Now that he has this superpower, it's like adding wings to a tiger. I never expected that Guy Camel would have such good stuff on him. After killing the 3 camels, Chen Hao fled into the jungle. His forest ninja ability came in handy. Chen Hao hid in the woods. A group of forest elves, each wielding a longbow, emerged from the forest in pursuit. They began a thorough search, moving towards the outer edge of the jungle. Chen Hao is hiding in a tree right now. After all the elves had passed by, he sprouted wings on his back and flew towards the sky. Chen Hao was afraid to fly before, because elves are all natural-born archers. For them, Chen Hao, flying in the air, was a natural target. Chen Hao Fei returned to the house he had bought before. When Yali saw Chen Hao, she bowed to him. Chen Hao nodded, then asked, "Yali, how's the cultivation of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum going?" "Master, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum has taken root and sprouted, and the plant has grown quite large. In a few more days, it should be ready to bloom." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. "Once the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum matures, I can begin refining the King Realm pill. However, the most urgent task is to find a monster core." After thinking for a moment, Chen Hao went to the exchange office of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau first. The result left Chen Hao somewhat disappointed. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities exchange counter has a considerable number of monster cores, but none of them were what Chen Hao wanted. So Chen Hao left the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities and went to the military region. "Chen Hao, you're here." Chen Hao is handsome, and he also helped Tang Tang before. Therefore, Qingwu had a good impression of Chen Hao. Chen Hao said to Qingwu, "Qingwu, thank you for your help. I am preparing to refine the King Realm pill. Could you help me see if there are any suitable monster cores you could recommend?" "Monster core?" Upon hearing this, Qingwu said to Chen Hao, "I don't know what kind of person you want. How about this? I'll take you there, and you can choose for yourself." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. He followed Qingwu into the storage room of the exchange counter. Looking at the dazzling array of items in the storage room, Chen Hao couldn't help but tease Qingwu, "You're really that comfortable bringing me in here? Aren't you afraid I'll get any ulterior motives?" Upon hearing this, Qingwu's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile, and she said, "Do you dare?" Chen Hao said this very seriously. This is a military region, a place teeming with experts. Not to mention this exchange point, where several big shots are lurking all around. Thinking about this, Chen Hao couldn't help but become curious about Qingwu's background. However, Qingwu didn't tell him. everything, and Chen Hao wouldn't ask. Most of our monster cores are here. Take a look and see if there's anything you want. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. I started looking at the shelves. Chen Hao possesses the eye of true sight, allowing him to see very quickly. In no time, Chen Hao had looked through all the monster cores on the shelf. The result greatly disappointed Chen Hao. Although there were many monster cores inside, none of them were what Chen Hao wanted. Seeing that Chen Hao showed no interest in these monster cores, Qingwu couldn't help but ask, so what kind do you want? Do you have any skills that can defend against enemy attacks? Or simply be invincible? Upon hearing this, Qingwu couldn't help but roll her eyes. What you're talking about is basically impossible. Even if it existed, it wouldn't be here. By the way, I heard that the military region is forming a rescue team. They are going to a newly discovered secret realm. Perhaps you could sign up and go with them. You might make some new discoveries inside. Rescue team? Qingwu nodded. Tongtong's father hasn't been back for quite some time these days. Then news came that they were trapped in the secret realm. Therefore, the military region is thinking of organizing a team to enter the secret realm and go to the rescue. Tongtong's father? That's not Long Feng. Qingwu seemed to have thought of something, and she couldn't help but say, Tang Tang is such a pitiful child. I lost my mother at a young age, and now my father is trapped. I hope nothing bad happens to Long Feng. If something happens to Long Feng, it will be a huge blow to Tang Tang. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao pondered for a moment. He then asked Qingwu, if I want to go, how should I participate? Is there anything I can do for you? Upon hearing this, Qingwu smiled slightly. If you want to go, just tell me. I'll have them reserve a spot for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao finally couldn't help but ask what was on his mind. Qingwu, tell me honestly, who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, Qingwu smiled and said, I am Qingwu, your friend. Qingwu's words left Chen Hao speechless. Alright, go back and prepare properly. Come to my place tomorrow, and then you and the others will set off on time. Chen Hao arrived at Qingwu's place as promised. Qingwu led Chen Hao to a large parade ground in the military region. An armed helicopter was parked on the playground. As soon as Chen Hao arrived, he saw two guys fighting. Camel, don't go too far. The guy named Camel was in a bad mood at the moment. His son has been missing for several days. He wasn't originally from this military region. As a result, I was transferred here. After he arrived, he was an outsider, so he was ostracized by others everywhere. Niu Ben, if you don't take back what you said today, I'll tear your mouth apart. The camels and the oxen fought each other more and more fiercely. Chen Hao glanced at the two of them from a distance. The camel and the ox are at the third level of the King Realm and the second level of the King Realm, respectively. The camel's special ability is an A-level ability, Camelman Possession. Niu Ben's superpower is an A-level ability called Bull Possession. The two sides fought back and forth. An old man walked over. He had a serious expression and exuded a suffocating aura of pressure. When the people at the scene saw the old man, their hearts skipped a beat. Why is he here? This is what everyone feels. When the camel and the ox saw the old man, they immediately separated. Tell me, why are you arguing? Upon hearing this, the camel said with some grievance, he cursed my son. Upon hearing this, the old man turned to look at Niu Ben. Niu Ben, unconcerned, said, don't you know what kind of person your son is? Given what he did, I think it was only a matter of time before he was killed. As the saying goes, heaven is watching what people do. What goes around comes around. His disappearance this time is probably divine retribution. The camel is the father of the lark. The camel knows that the llama is bullying men and women outside, but he only had one son, so he doted on him. Camel always turns a blind eye to this matter. He just didn't expect that he had only been here for a short time. Her own child went missing. Camel has been sending people to search for the llamas for days, but to no avail. I happened to encounter a new task today. He was specifically requested to go by name from above. Having no other choice, the camel had to put aside the search for its son for the time being. Alright, you two stop arguing. The mission is of utmost importance. We'll talk about it when we get back after the mission is finished. The old man started mixing mud directly, because he knew that a rift had developed between the two of them at this point. No matter what he said, he couldn't persuade the two to make peace. After exchanging a glance, the camel and the ox turned their heads away. Seeing that the two had calmed down, the old man looked at a man not far away. Huo Yuan, this time, the responsibility of being the team leader is entrusted to you. Ha, me? Huo Yuan is a person who hates trouble. He usually prefers to stay out of the way and avoids going out if possible. He originally intended to just coast alone during this operation. Unexpectedly, the old man promoted him directly to the position of team leader. At this moment, Chen Hao and Qingwu walked over. He met Huo Yuan, who had been promoted to captain. 5th level of the King Realm. S-class superpower, Mirror Master. This guy is the real boss. If there are different levels of keeping a low profile, Huo Yuan's level is definitely exceptionally high. He had a carefree and irresponsible demeanor. No one could have guessed that he had already reached the 5th level of the King Realm. No, Huo Yuan just wanted to lie down and be a nobody. Making him the captain would be worse than killing him. Boss, how about we replace replace her with someone else. I can't do it. Hui Yuan felt like ants were crawling all over his body. Okay, then let's find someone else. However, you have to choose this person. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuan glanced at the crowd around him. Those guys are all at the general realm. Although it was nice, it didn't meet Hui Yuan's standards. Hui Yuan turned his gaze to Niu Ben and Luo Tua, and then said, "You will be our captain." Niu Ben and the camel stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Hui Yuan, you're not joking, are you? That's right, Hui Yuan, you've let a 9th-level general commander give us command? And judging from his appearance, he seemed particularly young. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuan dismissed it, saying, "So what if I'm at the 9th level of the general realm? Youth, that's what I want. Don't you find this strange? He is so young, yet his strength has already reached the 9th level of the general realm." Upon hearing this, Niu Ben and Luo Tua couldn't help but glance at Chen Hao. "Yes, we didn't realize it until you said so," Camel said. "My god, kid, how old are you?" Niu Ben asked Chen Hao. Chen Hao's birthday is in a few days. In order not to discourage the people in front of him, Chen Hao simply said he was 19 years old. 19. Upon hearing this, Niu Ben's eyes widened. He couldn't help but ask Camel and Hui Yuan, "Camel, Hui Yuan, what was your strength when you were 19? The camel's face darkened upon hearing this. Reluctantly, he said, 6th level of Master Realm. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuan awkwardly replied, 1st level of the General Realm. 1st level of the General Realm? Niu Ben thought Hui Yuan was bragging. How is that possible? Even someone as talented as me was only at the 7th level of the Master Realm when I was 19. Niu Ben's words made Luo Tua lose face, because at that time, he was the weakest. So he sneered, "Do you think everyone is like you, a piece of trash?" Niu Ben had a fiery temper and rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight the camel again. Seeing this, Hui Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. All right, your junior is here. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves for making such a scene? So it's settled then? We'll just make him the team leader? Hui Yuan pointed at Chen Hao. Okay, Camel nodded. I'm fine. Niu Ben then spoke up. The three of them finalized the matter of the team leader. Seeing this, some of the other members of the general realm were unhappy, especially those guys at the 9th level of the general realm. If it were Hui Yuan and the others, they naturally would have no objections. After all, these people are all experts at the king realm level. However, Chen Hao was a newcomer, and his strength was only at the 9th level of the general realm. How could someone so young possibly lead everyone well? However, they dared not speak out against their anger. After all, the choice of team leader was made by Hui Yuan and his team. Since you have chosen me, you will have to follow my orders from now on. Chen Hao was unusually serious. Hui Yuan spoke first. When he looked at Chen Hao, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. He felt that the young man in front of him was quite extraordinary. Other young people would be shy and obsequious in front of them. This was the first time he had ever seen someone stand so straight like Chen Hao. Both oxen and camels have this feeling. Chen Hao's behavior wasn't arrogant, but rather a display of composure and dignity. Alright, let's go. At Chen Hao's command, everyone boarded the armed helicopter in front of them in an orderly manner. The plane took off and headed towards its destination. After flying for more than an hour, the plane finally landed in a mountainous area. The secret realm is just ahead. Before coming, Chen Hao looked at the information. He had gained a basic understanding of everything here. Everyone be careful once we go inside. Keep up with me. With that, Chen Hao stepped into the portal to the secret realm first. They were teleported to a rainforest. The trees in the rainforest are so dense that only a few rays of sunlight penetrate the leaves and shine on the ground. Chen Hao led the group deeper into the secret realm. He relied on his danger foresight ability to lead his team in hiding and fleeing. Chen Hao's actions finally aroused the dissatisfaction of someone. Boss, can we get a different team leader? That guy couldn't help but look at Hui Yuan. When he said this, two other people around him shared the same thought. They just didn't say it. Hui Yuan was somewhat surprised. This kid is just leading us astray. He would lead us wherever the road was difficult to travel. I've seen it several times already. Look over there. We could have walked directly from there to get here. This guy insisted on taking us on a huge detour. The speaker was Hu Yeqing. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuan frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. Although he doesn't manage affairs, he hates it when others question his choices. You mean you just wade across, right? As he spoke, Hui Yuan picked up a stone from the ground. Seeing this, Hu Yeqing thought Hui Yuan was going to attack him with stones. He instinctively took a few steps back. When Hui Yuan saw Hu Yeqing's actions, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. I don't need to pick up stones to deal with you. I can kill you in one move. As he spoke, Hui Yuan threw the stone in his hand toward the pond not far away. The stone fell into the crystal pond, splashing water everywhere. Everyone turned to look at the pond. As a result, nothing happened until the water in the pond calmed down. Hui Yuan was somewhat surprised. Could it be that my perception is wrong? Hui Yuan muttered to himself. See, I told you so. Seeing this, Hu Yeqing was secretly delighted. However, he didn't dare to offend Hui Yuan, so he said to Hui Yuan, Boss, how about you become the captain instead? Chen Hao stood aside, looking at Hu Yeqing with great interest. Chen Hao looked at Hu Yeqing as if he were looking at an idiot. Didn't you say there was no problem with that pond? How about this, you go there yourself. If there are really no problems, I will give up my position as captain. Hu Yeqing's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. He knew he had achieved his goal. Chen Hao is too young and doesn't think things through before acting. Everyone can understand this. However, it wouldn't work if he led everyone on a longer route. What's past is past, Hu Yeqing said and walked in that direction. The remaining team members watched as Hu Yeqing walked away. They are all hoping for one thing now, that the pond will be alright. Because they didn't want Chen Hao to continue being their captain, they choose to take a longer route when there's a direct path available. The thought of this made everyone furious. Hu Yeqing walked to the edge of the pond. He feigned composure and said, "Look, what's wrong with it?" Upon seeing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Before they could even celebrate, a huge mud crocodile leaped out of the water. It opened its blood-red maw and gently bit down on Hu Yi. The mud crocodile was incredibly fast, catching everyone off guard. It bit Hu Yeqing directly and dragged him into the pond. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Niu Ben swore and shot out. Hua Yuan and Luo Ma followed closely behind. They rushed as fast as they could, but they were still a step too late. After swallowing Hu Yeqing whole, the mud crocodile immediately dived into the pond. Looking at the murky pond in front of me, Niu Ben and the others stood there, stunned. No matter how strong they were, they dared not go into the water to fight the mud crocodiles. Hu Yeqing's death drove one guy a little crazy. She was Hu Yeqing's lover. Seeing Hu Yeqing being swallowed whole by the swamp crocodile, she roared at Chen Hao, "You knew there was danger over there. Why didn't you stop him?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao gave Du Lei a cold look. Chen Hao doesn't like to swear, but he couldn't help but utter a curse word today. Upon hearing this, Du Lei reacted like a mother cat whose tail had been stepped on. She was preparing to make a move against Chen Hao. "Have you made enough of a scene?" Hua Yuan is usually approachable. That doesn't mean he doesn't have a temper. Hu Yeqing's death was of her own making. Hua Yuan's sharp gaze swept over everyone. Does anyone still have doubts about Chen Hao being chosen as the team leader? Those who had initially harbored doubts subconsciously shrank back. Alright, let's continue on our way. The group continued walking forward. With Chen Hao's help, the journey went extremely smoothly. Although sometimes it involves taking a detour, I always remember the example of Hu Yeqing. Everyone thought taking the detour was a good idea. Some even suggested, should we take a longer route? The group walked through the forest all day but had not yet reached their destination. They planned to set up camp in the woods. Everyone took out their own tents and set them up. Chen Hao set up the tent very quickly, and it was done in no time. After setting up the tent, Chen Hao sat outside and drank tea. As everyone set up their tents, they all looked toward Chen Hao. Most people now completely admire Chen Hao. They may have had a rebellious attitude before, but now, if Chen Hao tells them to go east, they will absolutely not go west. If Chen Hao tells them to catch chickens, they will definitely not chase dogs. Besides Hu Yeqing's contribution, Chen Hao's kingly aura also brought him a slight boost. What's going on? Why do I find this kid more and more pleasing to the eye? How strange. I actually have an urge to follow him. He's not that strong either. If I had to say what's good about him, it would be that he's a bit handsome. He has an inexplicable calmness when facing danger. I don't know why, but I feel very safe and secure when I'm with him. Yes, I had the same thought. Listening to his teammates' words, Wei Yuan walked towards Chen Hao. "Kid, congratulations." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned. Clearly, he didn't understand what Hua Yuan meant. "Do you know who they are?" "A leading figure among the younger generation in our military region. Judging from your appearance, it seems you have already conquered them. If you just add a few more fuel to the fire, they'll become your loyal henchmen." Hua Yuan's words made Chen Hao's eyes light up. These guys are too weak for Chen Hao right now, but they have connections. If these guys were to unite, they would be a behemoth. Seeing that Chen Hao understood, Hua Yuan said nothing more. He smiled and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but ask Hua Yuan, "Why are you helping me?" Hua Yuan was stunned when he heard this. He then smiled and said, "Seeing you is like seeing my former self." The group gathered around the campfire. "What kind of place is this? There are so many mosquitoes. Will I be carried away by mosquitoes tonight?" "Boss, how much further to our destination?" one of the guys asked Chen Hao. They used to call Hua Yuan their leader. It has now been changed to Chen Hao. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao glanced at the map in his hand. "Everyone, get a good rest tonight. If nothing unexpected happens, we should arrive at our destination by noon tomorrow." That night, Chen Hao arranged for people to take turns keeping watch. No one objected to Chen Hao's arrangement, except for one guy. She glanced at Chen Hao's tent, her eyes narrowing slightly. "You like sleeping, right? Then I'll let you sleep to your heart's content." It was Du Lei who spoke. Everyone took turns keeping watch at night. Soon it was Du Lei's and another girl's turn to be on duty. The woman looked at Du Lei and couldn't help but comfort her. "Du Lei, don't be sad. The dead cannot be brought back to life." Moreover, Hu Yeqing's death was basically his own fault. Du Lei was still hesitant about whether or not to do that thing. Shi Jinxiang's words ignited her her anger. Jinxiang, do you think so too? Shi Jinxiang nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, Du Lei stood up. Seeing this, Shi Jinxiang asked, Du Lei, where are you going? I need to pee, I need to go take care of it. Oh, then go and come back quickly. Be careful, there are a lot of snakes in the jungle at night. Don't get bitten on the butt. Du Lei nodded and left. Du Lei entered the woods and glanced at the campsite not far away. At this moment, Du Lei's eyes were filled with hatred. Don't you all think that Hu Yeqing's death was his own fault? Then your life or death is none of my business. As she spoke, Du Lei took out a small bottle. Looking at the small bottle in her hand, Du Lei felt a pang of regret. However, it was all worth it to get revenge on Chen Hao and the others. Chen Hao deprived her of sausages, so naturally she wanted to kill him. Durex prepares to open the small bottle. Then a figure appeared and snatched the small bottle from her hand. Chen Hao waved the small bottle in his hand. Du Lei launched an attack on Chen Hao. Her strength was inferior to Chen Hao's. She was only at the 8th level of the general realm. After only 2 moves, he was sent flying by Chen Hao's punch. Du Lei's body crashed heavily into the large tree behind her. The commotion of the battle here caught the attention of Hui Yuan and the others. They all got up and moved closer together. I saw Du Lei lying on the ground. Hui Yuan frowned and asked Chen Hao, what happened? This guy is trying to kill us. Hui Yuan was completely bewildered upon hearing this. Do you recognize this? Chen Hao pulled out the item he had previously snatched from Du Lei. Looking at the small bottle in Chen Hao's hand, Hui Yuan couldn't help but ask. Not only Hui Yuan, but also Camel and Nielben were curious. Don't you recognize each other? Chen Hao possesses the eye of God. He had previously thought Hui Yuan and the others were so capable that they knew everything. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Hui Yuan rolled his eyes. I'm not a god. How could I possibly know everything? Hui Yuan wasn't the only one who performed this way. The rest of the group did as well. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly and said, since you don't know what this is, I'll demonstrate it for you. As he spoke, Chen Hao walked towards Du Lei. What are you going to do? Du Lei's hair was disheveled, and she seemed to be experiencing some mental health issues. When she saw Chen Hao approaching, she instinctively tried to dodge. Why are you hiding? You should enjoy your own good stuff. As he spoke, Chen Hao opened the bottle and poured a drop onto Du Lei. Ah, no. Du Lei saw Chen Hao pour the medicine on her body. She hurriedly patted it repeatedly with her hands. At the same time, she began to take off her clothes. Everyone was completely dumbfounded when they saw this. However, Du Lei's complexion did not resemble that of someone who had been poisoned. Many small things appeared all around. It's a mosquito. How come there are so many? Someone shouted, and the crowd immediately scattered. Everyone moved away. After an unknown amount of time, the group tentatively approached the camp. Are they all back? Hui Yuan glanced at everyone. He discovered that everyone was there except for Du Lei and Shi Jinxiang. A piercing scream drew everyone's attention. Everyone moved toward the direction from which the screams came. It turned out that the person shouting was Shi Jinxiang. Jinxiang, what's wrong? You all look over there. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look in the distance. There was a skeleton there, and the people recognized the person by the fabric. In a very short time, Du Lei turned into a skeleton. Hui Yuan looked at Chen Hao and asked, Chen Hao, what was that thing you just dripped? This one? Chen Hao took the bottle out. Hui Yuan nodded. It is the source of 10,000 insects. Wan Chong Yin? The 10,000 insect attractant is, as the name suggests, able to attract insects from all around. This is a rainforest, and the one thing we have in abundance is insects. Just now, Du Lei was planning to throw this entire bottle of insecticide into our camp. Hearing Chen Hao's words, the team members looked at each other in bewilderment. No way, Du Lei is so vicious. You all saw what happened just now, so many mosquitoes. My god, Chen Hao only poured 1 drop, and it attracted such a huge swarm of mosquitoes. If he spills it all out. The mere thought of that scene sent chills down everyone's spines. Faced with an attack by tens of thousands of insects, almost no one could escape. Someone couldn't resist spitting at Du Lei. Damn it, you vile woman, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Luckily Chen Hao was here, otherwise we would have been dead this time. Seeing Du Lei's remains on the ground, Hui Yuan stepped in to smooth things over, saying, Alright, everyone go back and rest. We need to conserve our energy. We still have a long journey ahead tomorrow. Hui Yuan's words made everyone leave, but everyone knew in their hearts that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. After what just happened, it would be a miracle if I could fall asleep. The group dragged their weary bodies forward. We finally arrived at our destination around noon. Chen Hao, Hui Yuan, Camel, and Nielben went to gather information. They came to a high slope. Chen Hao took out a pair of binoculars and looked around. He quickly spotted his target. Look, isn't that over there? Chen Hao pointed to a spot not far away. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuan took the binoculars from Chen Hao. Yes, that's it. Only, Hui Yuan was somewhat bewildered as he looked at the 2 guards outside the cave entrance. What's going on? How come there are dragon people here? The 2 swamp dragons guarding the cave entrance were 2 swamp dragons. They are light blue all over, with animal teeth hanging around their necks. He held a long spear in his right hand. The presence of swamp wyverns at the the entrance proves that there are more inside the cave. Chen Hao and his men did not act rashly. After waiting on the hillside for more than an hour, Chen Hao and his team had roughly figured out the situation inside. These swamp wyverns probably consider this place their territory. Chen Hao spotted a swamp dragon-like man who looked like a nobleman walking into the cave under the guard of several soldiers. Huo Yuan turned his gaze to Chen Hao. After a moment's thought, Chen Hao immediately took out the small bottle that Du Lei had used yesterday. You're planning to use the 10,000 insects attract technique? Chen Hao nodded. Seeing this, Niu Ben couldn't help but ask, what if Leng Feng and the others are inside? What if we accidentally hurt them? Camel spoke up, saying, if Leng Feng and the others were inside, they probably wouldn't survive either. The swamp wyverns are extremely terrifying creatures. They are bloodthirsty and brutal. It's impossible to leave any survivors. Alright, then let's use the 10,000 insects guide. Huo Yuan made the decision. With his wings spread behind him, Chen Hao opened the bottle containing the 1,000 insects attractant. To prevent waste, Chen Hao divided the 10,000 insects guide into 3 parts within the space. He threw one of them into the cave. Without waiting for the guards to react, Chen Hao quickly fled. Chen Hao's actions left the 2 guards somewhat bewildered. What was that person doing just now? I don't know. I think I saw him throw something in there. Things? What are they? Why don't I go in and take a look? Okay, go and come back quickly. A guy ran inside. A short while later, he found the bottle that Chen Hao had thrown in. The guy curiously held the bottle to his nose and smelled it. Ugh, it stinks. He had barely finished speaking when the guards who were with him rushed in. That guy ran away first. The guy who picked up the bottle looked towards the hole. It was startled when it saw the dense swarm of scorpions. My God, it began to flee deeper into the cave. Chen Hao and his group were watching the show outside at that moment. As the swarm of scorpions rushed into the cave, everyone couldn't help but shudder. The 10,000 insects attracts this kind of things. How terrifying. Huo Yuan glanced at Chen Hao as he said this. He asked, Chen Hao, did you wash your hands just now? It's been washed, and it's very clean. To prevent the 10,000 insects from contaminating his body, Chen Hao used his alien energy to envelop the bottle throughout the process. He even carefully put on gloves. Wait until all the scorpions are inside. Later, some other insects were introduced. Looking at the cave not far away, Huo Yuan and the others had no desire to go in, because that cave became a den of insects. Fortunately, Chen Hao's team had someone who could control insects. The guy was wearing a gray overcoat, a headband, and black glasses on his nose, even though it was a hot day. Dongli, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you this time. Chen Hao spoke to Dongli. Dongli simply nodded slightly. Led by Dongli, the group headed towards the cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Chen Hao addressed the group, saying, we're about to go in. We don't know what's going on inside, so we must not let our guard down. We must be extremely vigilant. After speaking, Chen Hao and Dongli walked ahead, followed closely by Huo Yuan, Camel, and Niu Ben. Next up were the team members. The cave is large enough for several people to walk side by side. After Chen Hao and his group entered, they saw a number of insects one after another. Without exception, they were all burned to the ground by Chen Hao. Chen Hao's use of fire was truly astonishing. I never imagined you were a flame manipulator. A flame manipulator, belonging to the elemental type of ability user. This type of superhuman is extremely powerful. Given time, once they grow, they will become incredibly powerful beings. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly. He led the group further inside. As the group ventured deeper into the area, they finally found the swamp archon who had been bitten to death by insects. Looking at the corpse of the swamp dragon lying on the ground, some people with poor mental fortitude vomited directly. At this time, many insects were still crawling on the corpses of the swamp dragons, constantly gnawing at them. Chen Hao and his group continued walking inside. Did you hear anything? Huo Yuan asked. It sounds like flowing water. That's what the camel analyzed. Before anyone could react, a torrent of water rushed out from the depths of the cave. Build a stone wall quickly, Huo Yuan shouted at Shirley. Upon hearing this, Shirley slammed his hands down onto the ground. In an instant, a stone wall rose from the ground. The water flow was blocked before it could rush over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the water flow had been blocked. What's going on? Why is water rushing out from inside? Niu Ben frowned and spoke. Judging from the force of this water, it doesn't seem like an ordinary flood. Chen Hao analyzed. What is that? Niu Ben asked. It's more like someone's skill. Upon hearing this, Niu Ben turned to look at a blue-haired woman. Zhang Yuan, if it were you, could you have done that? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan shook her head. My abilities are limited, and I cannot do that at the moment. Niu Ben nodded upon hearing this. The camel looked at the stone wall in front of him and frowned. He was extremely anxious and wanted to rush back to find his missing son. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao looked at a guy not far away. Xiao Su, I need your help this time. Xiao Su didn't expect Chen Hao to call him. That's right, there's a lot of water in here. I need you to drill a few holes in this stone wall to release the water inside. Xiao Su's hands transformed into sharp blades, which he thrust towards the stone wall. He poked 3 holes in a row. The water that had been blocked behind the stone wall suddenly burst out of the hole. Everyone moved to the side and was therefore spared from the impact of the water flow. As they watched the water flow out of the cave, everyone's brows gradually furrowed, because there were many black insect corpses in the water. Most of them were the carcasses of scorpions that had previously rushed into the hole, like the black tapioca pearls in bubble tea, mixed in with the muddy water. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the water behind the stone wall was finally drained. Chen Hao kicked the stone wall. The incredibly sturdy stone wall was shattered by Chen Hao's kick. Chen Hao's actions left everyone stunned. No, it's nothing. Many people couldn't help but swallow hard. Not everyone possesses the superpower that Xiao Su has, which allows him to turn his hands into blades. They had fought against Shirley before. Shirley's stone walls were terrifying. Many people were trapped by Shirley's stone walls, like pigs being caged. They kept attacking the stone wall, but they couldn't break through it. As a result, Chen Hao kicked the stone wall and shattered it with one kick. Everyone found it unbelievable. They continued walking inside. Finally, we arrived at the end of the cave. At the end of the cave is a circular pool of water. The water in the pond had a greenish tinge. There is a high platform in the middle of the pond. At this moment, on the high platform, a swamp dragon dressed in magnificent clothes rested his right hand on his cheek, pretending to be asleep. The arrival of Chen Hao and his group attracted the attention of the swamp dragon. The swamp wyvern opened his eyes and asked, "Did you summon those insects just now?" Chen Hao didn't answer them, but instead said to his subordinates, "Everyone, get out of here. This guy is too strong." As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, the swamp dragon revealed a cold smile. He placed his hand on the seat. A huge stone wall suddenly appeared at the entrance Chen Hao and his group had entered through. Seeing this, Xiao Su said, "Let me do it." He transformed his hands into sharp blades, intending to break through the stone wall. Xiao Su launched several attacks in succession. As a result, the stone wall remained completely still, and Xiao Su didn't even leave a single white mark on it. "Is it this hard?" Xiao Su frowned. The swamp dragon snorted coldly. "You are just like them." The swamp dragon pointed to a spot not far away. Everyone looked in the direction the swamp dragon was pointing. A metal cage could be seen hanging high in the sky not far away. Several men dressed in camouflage were trapped inside. It's Long Feng and his group. Niuben recognized the group of men in camouflage uniforms. They were captured alive. The camel found it somewhat unbelievable. At the same time, he felt a chill down his spine. Lang Feng is an expert at the 8th level of the King Realm. If even he has been captured alive. The camel's gaze toward the swamp salamanders changed. How strong must this guy be? The camel's eyes were filled with fear. Before anyone could react, Huo Yuan has already launched an attack. He summoned a mirror, and a beam of white light shot out from it. With a wave of his hand, the swamp wyvern conjured a water shield that blocked the beam of light. Chen Hao then launched his attack. A bolt of lightning struck the swamp dragon. Upon seeing this, the swamp dragon dodged away. Lightning struck the spot where he had just been standing. The lightning controller? The swamp dragon showed a wary expression. It was born in the swamp and is skilled in water-based magic. Of all the attacks, it fears electric attacks the most. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao is actually the controller of lightning. Chen Hao's actions left everyone completely baffled. Didn't he use fire attribute abilities before? Why has it been changed to lightning now? Just how many secrets does this kid hold? Niuben shouted, "You guys, stop talking. Give it a beating." At Niuben's command, everyone unleashed their special abilities, preparing to attack the swamp dragons. The swamp dragon snorted coldly. He stomped his foot suddenly. In an instant, the water in the pond seemed to be summoned by something. They spun around and quickly rose into the air. It formed a waterspout that blocked all the attacks. The water level rose higher and higher, eventually filling half of the entire cave. The cave turned into a washing machine. The water is rotating in a clockwise direction. Niuben and his companions were trapped in the current, being carried around in circles by it. "Ah, I can't swim. I can't swim." One of them started struggling desperately. Not only him, but several others followed. Huo Yuan was standing on a mirror, floating on the water. The swamp dragon narrowed its eyes as it looked at Huo Yuan not far away. "Interesting, finally I've met an interesting guy. What a pity. You are human. Human beings have a great weakness. They are afraid of water. Even if you can swim, what if this place is full of water?" Upon hearing this, Huo Yuan immediately looked troubled. "No wonder Lang Feng lost to you." Huo Yuan waved his hand and summoned 3 mirrors. 3 beams of light shot out from the mirror. Seeing this, the swamp dragon sneered and leaped directly into the water. In a head-on confrontation, the swamp dragon was no match for Huo Yuan. But this place is about to become a water chamber. The swamp archons won't need to lift a finger then. Huo Yuan would naturally fall into a coma due to lack of oxygen. The water level inside the cave was rising higher and higher. Huo Yuan was getting anxious. He said to Zhang Yuan, "You are the master of water attributes. Hurry up and think of a solution." Upon hearing hearing this, Jiang Yuan felt somewhat helpless. There's too much water here. Hearing Hua Yuan shout, Jiang Yuan began to try to control the water flow. She condensed the water into a water cannon and shot it towards the rock wall not far away. Jiang Yuan attempted to break the rock wall. Jiang Yuan's actions attracted everyone's attention, and those who could help began to attack the rock wall together. Unfortunately, the rock face was too hard. The attacks landed on it, only knocking down a few small pebbles. At this time, deep in the pond, the swamp dragon crossed its arms over its chest. It looked at the water with great interest. Before killing a mouse, a cat always teases it a bit. Swamp Argonians dislike killing enemies directly. It enjoys watching its enemies drown. At that moment, the enemy will struggle rapidly, grabbing wildly with their hands, their face filled with fear. A large amount of water rushed into their respiratory tract, causing them great pain. Just as the swamp Archon was admiring it, he felt a chill. The swamp dragon instinctively tried to dodge. A dagger pierced through the swamp dragon's skin. The swamp dragons never expected that Chen Hao could actually dive into the water and launch a sneak attack. More importantly, it failed to detect Chen Hao's presence. Chen Hao disassembled the elephant leg and then fused the obtained primal energy bead into the concealing one's brilliance. Using his special ability, concealing one's abilities, Chen Hao concealed his presence. Chen Hao is in a state of keeping a low profile. Unless he initiates an attack, almost no one will notice his presence. He was like a blade of grass or a small stone by the roadside, inconspicuous at all. You bastard, you actually poisoned the dagger. The swamp dragon felt a tingling sensation in its right hand. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. That's not poison, it's a blood demon. Since Chen Hao used this move last time, allowing the blood demon to possess the body of the deep sea titan, he fell in love with this way of doing things. Before Chen Hao could react, the swamp dragon actually tore off its own right hand. At this moment, the blood demon invaded upwards along the right arm. As a result, along with his right arm, he was thrown far away by the swamp dragon. Large amounts of blood flowed from the wounds of the swamp dragon. The swamp dragon glared fiercely at Chen Hao. He looked like he wanted to skin Chen Hao alive and tear him to pieces. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao turned and fled. Where are you going? The swamp dragon swam towards Chen Hao. The swamp Argonian lost its right arm, but its feet are webbed like a duck's. Therefore, the swimming speed is particularly fast. Just as the swamp dragons were about to catch up with Chen Hao, a huge anchor was thrown at the swamp archer. The swamp dragon dodged away. As a result, the anchor pulled back suddenly, instantly hooking the swamp dragon's body. They pulled the swamp Archon down into the water. The swamp Archon looked at the guy who had attacked him. Its eyes gradually widened. Deep sea titan. The swamp Archons never expected that there would be deep sea titans here. At this moment, its mind was filled with doubt. Why would a deep sea titan attack itself? The anchor of the deep sea titan has taken control of the swamp Argonians. It came over and pinned the swamp dragon to the bottom of the water. The swamp dragons began to struggle desperately. It stirred up the water at the bottom of the pool. The water, which was not clear to begin with, became even more murky. It makes it difficult to see what's inside. A sharp dagger pierced the body of the swamp dragon. The swamp Archon let out a painful howl. Chen Hao launched an attack on the swamp dragons. Having mastered the art of entanglement, his offensive power became extremely terrifying. The dagger, enveloped in alien energy, is virtually indestructible. Chen Hao stabbed him several times in succession. Just as Chen Hao was about to stab again, the dagger snapped in two. The dagger is enveloped in alien energy, which can cause extremely strong destruction. However, the recoil force would also damage the dagger inside. Chen Hao hadn't expected that his dagger would be shattered by the impact. The swamp dragon breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Chen Hao. Its face was full of sarcasm. Go ahead and try if you dare. The swamp dragons are covered in a thick layer of scales, making them almost impossible to penetrate without a sharp weapon. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly. Do you think I can't kill you without the dagger? As Chen Hao spoke, he placed his hand on the swamp dragon. Suddenly, a suction force surged from Chen Hao's hand. A large amount of energy was drawn out of the swamp dragon's body. The swamp dragon showed a look of terror and began to struggle desperately. No. Chen Hao ignored the swamp dragon's pleas and increased the speed of his absorption. The immense energy within the swamp dragon surged into Chen Hao's body. Chen Hao's current cultivation level is stuck at the 9th level of the general realm. He is like a bottle filled with water. If you fill it with just a little more, the bottle will explode. With no other option, Chen Hao could only channel the absorbed energy into his 8 extraordinary meridians. Then it was infused into Chen Hao's cells. Chen Hao activated his body refining mode. Unbeknownst to him, he had activated his dragon human mode. At this moment, Chen Haolong's horn-like body was covered with a dragon tail that grew out from behind his buttocks. The scales on Chen Hao's body became exceptionally shiny due to the abundance of energy, the kind that's jet black. The swamp dragon's body shrank at a visible rate. The swamp dragon was turned into a dried-up corpse. After killing the swamp Argonian, Chen Hao regained consciousness. He discovered discovered that Hua Yuan and the others had been submerged. One by one, they fell towards the bottom of the water. To save these creatures, Chen Hao swam toward the cave entrance. He made a fist with his right hand and punched towards the stone door at the entrance of the cave. At this moment, Chen Hao's strength was extraordinary. He punched the stone door, shattering it. A large amount of water gushed out of the cave. The water level has receded. Hua Yuan and the others emerged from the water. They started coughing violently. At this moment, Niu Ben was holding the body of a camel. Camel. He shook the camel's body desperately. As a result, the camel has now passed away because it inhaled too much water. Looking at the camel's deadpan face, Niu Ben found it hard to accept at first. You damned camel, why did you just leave like that? Niu Ben felt a sense of powerlessness, although the two had some disagreements before. However, after spending these few days with him, Niu Ben discovered that Camel was actually a good person. This time, not only camels died, but also several other creatures. Their companions were holding the dead body, wailing incessantly. Chen Hao glanced at everyone. Perhaps because he was used to death, Chen Hao appeared very calm. His biggest concern right now is whether Ling Feng and the others are alright. Chen Hao looked toward the iron cage containing Ling Feng and the others. Inside the iron cage at this moment, one guy is giving first aid to two other guys. He kept performing artificial respiration. To his great disappointment, the two men also drowned. Looking at his two dead comrades, Ling Feng felt a sense of despair. He hated himself for being powerless and could only watch helplessly as his two companions died. Chen Hao sprouted wings on his back and flew into the air. He came to the iron cage and grabbed the bars with both hands. With a sudden burst of force, the iron cage was instantly pried open. Bai Feng glanced at Chen Hao. It's you. As soon as Bai Feng finished speaking, his body swayed and he fell straight down. Before Bai Feng's body collapsed, Chen Hao caught him. Inside a huge room. Inside, there were many wreaths, and many photos of people were displayed on them. It turned out to be the person who had accompanied Chen Hao to participate in the rescue operation. These guys all gave up their precious lives. Chen Hao was responsible for collecting their bodies. After everyone mourned, Chen Hao sent the bodies of these guys into the incinerator one by one. Ding ding ding. As the body was sent into the incinerator, a system notification sounded in Chen Hao's mind. Chen Hao gained many supernatural abilities through the corpse collection system. 3 A's, 4 B's. These superpowers were useless to Chen Hao, so he simply dismantled them. They obtained 140,000 primal power beads. After everything was settled, Chen Hao left the room. Chen Hao, wait a minute. As soon as Chen Hao stepped out of the room, he saw Qingwu. Qingwu learned that it was Chen Hao who collected the bodies of those guys. She looked at Chen Hao with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Chen Hao, I never expected you to know the art of corpse preservation. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao made no attempt to avoid the topic. Our family has been doing this for generations. It's a family tradition. Previously, Qingwu was curious about what Chen Hao's family did. Why does it give people a mysterious feeling? I never expected that I would be collecting corpses for others. Chen Hao looked at Qingwu and noticed that Qingwu didn't seem to mind that her family collected corpses for others. Aren't you scared? Or are you disgusted? Scared? Disgusted? Qingwu laughed. What's there to be afraid of or disgusted about? There are 360 professions, and every profession can produce an expert. And don't you think this industry is cool? The ferryman of souls, who guides the dead to the afterlife. Qingwu's words left Chen Hao speechless for a moment. Let's go see Major General Lang. I heard he has woken up. Chen Hao and Qingwu went to the room where Ling Feng was. At this moment, Ling Feng was lying in bed with tubes inserted into his body, receiving in 4 drip. Tang Tang sat quietly to the side, looking very well behaved. Ling Feng was somewhat excited when he saw Chen Hao. He was thinking of sitting up to greet Chen Hao, but Chen Hao stopped him. Major General Lang, you should get some rest. Ling Feng had been seriously injured and had not eaten for several days. He is currently in very poor physical condition. Ling Feng looked at Chen Hao, his eyes filled with gratitude. He said to Chen Hao, Brother Chen Hao, thank you for your help these past few days. You not only saved me, but you also saved Tang Tang. You are truly a great benefactor to our family. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao said, It's nothing, it was just a small favor. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng forced a smile and said, I won't thank you enough for such a great favor. By the way, Tang Tang, did you take what I asked you to get? As she spoke, Tang Tang put down her little backpack. She started rummaging through her school bag. A moment later, Tang Tang pulled a box out of it. Big brother, here you go. Tang Tang handed the box to Chen Hao. What is this? Chen Hao asked Ling Feng. You'll know once you open it. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao opened the box. A monster core appeared in the box. Looking at the box inside the box, Chen Hao's heart skipped a beat. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Ling Feng nodded. Then I shall accept it without hesitation. Chen Hao accepted the monster core that Ling Feng had given him. Leave Bai Feng's room. Qingwu couldn't help but ask Chen Hao, what kind of magical beast crystal core was that just now? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao deliberately kept him in suspense, asking, want to know? Qingwu nodded. I'm not going to tell you. After saying saying that, Chen Hao left directly. Chen Hao arrived at Qingwu's room, intending to take the 2 pots of 8-petaled orchids away. Seeing this, Qingwu couldn't help but ask, "Are you just going to take it away like that? Not even a thank you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao grinned. "I'll treat you to dinner later." Chen Hao left. Qingwu watched Chen Hao's retreating figure and muttered to herself, "I didn't know this guy's cultivation level was this monstrous. How powerful will one become after breaking through to the king realm?" Chen Hao left the military region. He went to the villa he had bought. As soon as Chen Hao arrived, he saw Yali cleaning the room with a broom. She was overjoyed to see Chen Hao. "Master, you're back." Chen Hao nodded. "Yali, how's the chrysanthemum in our backyard?" Upon hearing this, Yali said, "It has already grown into a large flower bud. I estimate it should bloom tonight." After Chen Hao ate the food prepared by Yali, he went to the backyard. In order to wait for the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum to bloom, Chen Hao simply moved a stool and sat there. The night is beautiful tonight. Around, bright moon hangs high in the sky. The bright moonlight shone down on the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemums seemed to have absorbed the essence of moonlight and they began to slowly bloom. Before long, blooming chrysanthemums appeared before Chen Hao. Chen Hao closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Instantly, a fragrant aroma filled my mouth and nose. "It smells so good." After washing the dishes, Yali came out of the room. She glanced at the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, then asked Chen Hao, "Master, do you want to use all of these Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemums?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao shook his head. "3 flowers are enough." "Alright, I'll pick one and take it with me." Chen Hao asked, somewhat puzzled, "Why are you picking this?" Yali pretended to be mysterious. She left after picking the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Seeing this, Chen Hao ignored it. He also picked 3 Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemums and walked into the house. To prevent what happened last time from happening again, Chen Hao has learned his lesson this time. He went straight to the top floor of the house. "It's very spacious here, and you won't be disturbed by others." Chen Hao took out all the materials needed to refine the King Realm pill. Awakening grass, fragrant silk, extraordinary chrysanthemum, 8-petaled fairy orchid, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, rejuvenating red fruit, plus a monster crystal core. Looking at the magical beast crystal core, Chen Hao's eyes were full of anticipation. Elemental source monster core, record skills. Source of magic. After learning this skill, you can continuously restore your magic power. Energy bomb, condenses an energy bomb to attack the enemy. Magic shockwave, launches a magic shockwave centered on the caster, knocking down all enemies in its path. Magic perception, by learning this, you will take your control over magic to a whole new level. I hope I can obtain the source of magic. Chen Hao began refining the product. He extracted the essence from the materials, one batch after another. Then, he used his right hand to envelop these essences with alien energy, condensing them into a ball. They moved it to a nearby alchemy furnace. Chen Hao found this alchemy furnace inside the house. The quality was acceptable, so Chen Hao used it directly. The essence enters the alchemical furnace. Chen Hao gathered flames in his left hand and began to heat the alchemy furnace. As the temperature rises, those essences began to undergo a chemical reaction. The once quiet medicinal liquid began to boil. They kept shaking. If Chen Hao hadn't forcibly used his supernatural energy to control it, the liquid would have already exploded. Each medicine has a different color. The entire lump of liquid medicine was multicolored. Just as Chen Hao was refining pills, the beautiful night sky vanished. The bright moonlight was shrouded in dark clouds. The maid, Yali, was in the kitchen making tea for Chen Hao. She had already boiled the water. It turned out the weather outside had changed. Yali looked puzzled. Chen Hao bought her a cell phone, so Yali can check the weather on her phone. She frowned slightly and subconsciously took out her phone. That's right. The weather forecast said today would be sunny, but it didn't say it would rain tonight. Just as Yali was wondering, a very thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Chen Hao's alchemy furnace. An electric current surged instantly in Chen Hao's alchemy furnace. A bolt of lightning had just struck not long ago. Then another bolt of lightning struck. Chen Hao was speechless. Did he fail to help the elderly woman cross the road, or did he fail to help the elderly man who had fallen to the ground? God is really targeting him like this. Fortunately, Chen Hao possessed the lightning control ability, so the lightning could not cause him any harm. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bolts of lightning struck in succession. The current eventually reached Chen Hao. Chen Hao felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. Are you kidding me? To prevent any accidents, Chen Hao immediately transformed into his black dragon form. The lightning in the sky showed no signs of stopping. Watching the continuous falling lightning, Yali bit her lip tightly, her face full of worry. She wanted to come over and check on Chen Hao's condition. Chen Hao stopped him. Yali, hide to the side and don't come any closer. Lightning has no effect on Chen Hao, but that doesn't mean it has no effect on Yali. Lightning, a force embodying righteousness, is precisely the nemesis of evil spirits like Yali. Okay, then please be careful, master. I will. Chen Hao forced a smile. Previously, when Chen Hao was refining the general realm pill, 9 bolts of heavenly lightning fell from the sky in succession. This time it tripled. tripled. A total of 27 bolts of lightning struck down. With the help of heavenly lightning, the medicinal liquids inside the alchemy furnace began to fuse. The impurities inside were also squeezed out. A pill shimmering with 7-colored light appeared inside the alchemy furnace. The lightning attracted some covetous individuals. They leaped onto Chen Hao's roof. The moment they saw the King Realm pill in Chen Hao's hand, these guys were overjoyed. Boy, hand over the pills in your hand obediently. Otherwise, hey, why are you wasting so much time talking to him? Why not just rob it? As he spoke, a guy lunged at Chen Hao. The person was getting closer and closer. Chen Hao remained completely calm. His eyes widened. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the guy squarely. In an instant, he electrocuted the guy into a charred corpse. These guys are basically at the general level. Only 2 of them are at the King Realm. A man with a scar on his face was startled. The other old man squinted. They are both at the King Realm, one at the first level and the other at the second level. They watched as a man who was about to steal Chen Hao's Wang Jingdan was electrocuted and turned into charcoal. The remaining guys didn't dare to step forward. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao snorted coldly. In front of everyone, he prepared to take the King Realm pill. Just then, the old man made his move. A thick vine whip wrapped around Chen Hao's hand. Seeing this, Chen Hao dodged away. He had just landed when a guy rushed over. It was the man with the scar on his face. The guy was wielding a huge spiked club and had transformed into an orc. The spiked club in his hand swung down at Chen Hao. With nowhere to dodge, Chen Hao could only raise his arm to block. The scarred man's spiked club landed on Chen Hao's arm. It knocked Chen Hao so hard that he slid a distance on the ground. The scarred man was somewhat surprised. They thought that if Chen Hao was hit with that stick, he would be crippled or killed. Unexpectedly, it only caused a few white lines on Chen Hao's skin. Such strong defense. But so what? You're destined to die here today. The scarred man, wielding a spiked club, continued his attack on Chen Hao. Seeing this, Chen Hao stuffed the Wang Jingdan into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. The scarred man was furious. He hadn't expected Chen Hao to swallow it so easily. As the elixir entered the body, Chen Hao instantly felt a surge of immense energy welling up from his stomach. At this moment, the scarred man, wielding a spiked club, approached Chen Hao. He brandished his spiked club, striking Chen Hao repeatedly. The scarred man's spiked club struck Chen Hao as if hitting metal. It produced a dull, metallic clanging sound. The situation here attracted everyone's attention. Is this guy made of iron? He took so many hits, yet he's completely unharmed. Didn't you hear that sound? A series of metallic clanging sounds. Could it be that he has cultivated the legendary Vajra indestructible divine skill? Upon hearing this, the scarred man snorted coldly. He cultivated the indestructible Vajra divine skill? Then try this. As he spoke, the scarred man swung his spiked club and struck Chen Hao in the groin. The scarred man's spiked club struck Chen Hao in the groin. Upon seeing this, everyone felt a sharp pain in their lower body. They fantasized about what it would be like if their eggs were smashed. Subconsciously use your hand to feel it. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that their good friend was still alive. Chen Hao took Wang Jingdan, and his face was full of pain. His skin was turning red at a visible speed. Chen Hao felt a fire burning inside him. The scarred man's attack landed on Chen Hao. Not only did it not cause Chen Hao pain, but it also gave him a sense of pleasure. At this moment, Chen Hao was like a masochist, experiencing both pain and pleasure. After the scarred man's continuous attacks, he was panting heavily. They finally stopped. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but say, "Hey, Greyhound, are you even capable? A man should not be told whether he is good or bad." Upon hearing this, the scarred man instantly became incredibly energetic. He gritted his teeth, his eyes sharpened, and he continued his attack on Chen Hao. As the scarred man relentlessly attacked Chen Hao, the old man's brows gradually furrowed. What's up with this kid? His skin looked like it had turned into metal. Chen Hao used his superpower, metallization, to turn his skin into metal. This greatly increased his defensive capabilities. The scarred man's attack didn't seem like an attack, it was more like he was being used to train the boy's body. After a series of attacks, the scarred man finally collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He doesn't want to move at all right now. The old man cursed angrily. He waved his hands, and countless vines wrapped around Chen Hao. Seeing the vines spreading towards him, Chen Hao neither dodged nor avoided them. He let the vines wrap around his body. The vines eventually bound Chen Hao into a large rice dumpling, overgrown with thorns. The old man called out, "The once smooth vines have sprouted sharp thorns." The spike struck Chen Hao's skin, producing a metallic clanging sound. Seeing this, the old man frowned even more deeply. Then he shouted, "Corrosive liquid." The vines began to secrete a green, sticky sap. The viscous fluid dripped onto Chen Hao's skin, making a hissing sound. Countless plumes of white smoke rose up. "Ha ha ha, this guy is dead meat." Old Dong's plant corrosive liquid is comparable to sulfuric acid. If it drips onto the skin, his skin must not be corroded and riddled with holes. Just you wait and see, that brat is about to be turned into a porcupine by the thorny vines. He just swallowed the King Realm pill, and he probably hasn't digested it yet. All we need to do is kill him, cut open his stomach, and dig out the King Realm pill inside. inside. After washing it, it's still edible. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Wang Jingdan is too precious. Moreover, it was a king realm pill that shimmered with 7 colors. In everyone's eyes, this was their opportunity. If they can seize it, the opportunity to break through to the king realm is right in front of them. Just as everyone was rejoicing, an extremely thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning bolt, as thick as a water bucket, shattered the old man's vines into dust. The old man's vines were blasted into pieces, and he suffered a backlash. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. He looked several years older in an instant. The old man looked at Chen Hao with fear on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. Chen Hao then took to the air. Everyone else was thinking about how to avoid the lightning. Chen Hao, on the other hand, simply took to the air. Another bolt of lightning struck Chen Hao. As the first bolt of lightning struck, 81 more bolts followed. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What heinous crime did this kid commit? Does lightning come free? Why are you striking him like that? I peeked at Grandmolly taking a bath when I was 3, forcibly kissed the neighbor's little girl when I was 4, practiced javelin throwing when I was 5, and hung bricks on my head when I was 6. Even in all this, I haven't been struck by lightning yet. This kid actually got struck by lightning and turned into this state. What a ruthless guy, a truly ruthless guy. After 81 bolts of lightning struck down from the sky in succession, Chen Hao finally achieved a breakthrough. He broke through from the 9th level of the general realm to the 1st level of the king realm. After breaking through to the 1st level of the king realm, he showed no signs of stopping. Their strength began to continue to rise. Chen Hao's strength only stopped when it reached the 3rd level of the king realm. Chen Hao, whose strength had broken through, fell from the sky. His sharp eyes quickly swept over the crowd. Those guys who had previously tried to attack Chen Hao all knelt down. Only one person remained on the scene, struggling to hold on. It was that little old man. After holding on for a while, the old man finally couldn't take it anymore and knelt down. Chen Hao slowly walked up to the old man. As Chen Hao approached, the old man's body began to tremble violently. He felt an unprecedented pressure. It was so heavy it made him feel suffocated. "Spare me, spare my life, my lord. Please forgive me this time and not hold a grudge." The old man is quite strong. At least he has the ability to beg for mercy. The remaining people were forced to the ground by Chen Hao's imposing aura. Their faces were pressed against the ground, making it difficult for them to breathe, let alone beg for mercy. "Tell me, what should I do with you? To kill, or not to kill?" "No killing, no killing. Of course we won't kill." The old man who had just been so arrogant had turned into a sycophant. Chen Hao nodded with great satisfaction. Looking at these guys in front of him, Chen Hao was caught in a dilemma. It seems a bit of a pity. If he doesn't kill them, he can't control these guys. Oh no. Just then, the blood demon's voice rang in Chen Hao's mind. "Blood demon, is something the matter?" "Master, I know a technique called blood goo. Your blood can be refined into a blood goo. As long as you put the blood goo you have refined into their sea of consciousness, they will be under your control. You can decide their life or death with a single thought." Chen Hao was pleased to hear this. "Then you'd better hurry up and teach me this technique." The blood demon transmitted the blood goo to Chen Hao through a spiritual connection. Chen Hao was very perceptive. He tried to cultivate and soon succeeded. Looking at the red blood goo in his hand, Chen Hao played with it for a moment, then walked up to the old man. Chen Hao placed the blood goo near the old man's ear. The blood goo crawled into the old man's ear. The old man instinctively tried to stop him, but Chen Hao stopped him. "If you want to die, you can stop it." Upon hearing this, the old man immediately gave up resisting. Having lived to his age, he naturally cherishes his life even more. As the saying goes, it's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Although he didn't know what methods Chen Hao used, the old man had already guessed that Chen Hao wanted to control them. Since the goal is to control them, the natural course of action is to keep them alive. After successfully implanting the blood curse into the old man, Chen Hao waved his hand, and several bloodworms crawled towards the remaining people. The bloodworms crawled into their bodies through their ears or noses. One of them was rather fierce. He began to resist, but the blood goo was too fragile and was killed by him. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the sky and struck the guy. He was electrocuted and turned into charcoal. The remaining people looked at the guy whose body was emitting black smoke. They never expected that Chen Hao, at such a young age, would be so ruthless. He said he would kill, and he did. They didn't even say hello. "Who's the bad guy here?" Chen Hao used this method to implant the blood curse in everyone. "Alright, get up." Chen Hao withdrew his oppressive aura. Only then did everyone shakily get up from the ground. "From now on, you will follow his orders." Chen Hao pointed at the old man. "Master, my name is Dong Yong." Chen Hao was naturally very satisfied with Dong Yong's quick thinking. "Dong Yong, I need your help with something." "Master, please speak." "I'm going to start an organization called the Insect Exterminators." As Chen Hao spoke, he tossed out several large boxes of gold and silver jewelry. "You help me recruit members." Dong Yong and the other guys carried Chen Hao's suitcase and left. Then the maid, Ari, appeared. Watching the departing group, Yali asked with some worry, "Master, aren't you afraid they'll betray you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao gave a cold laugh. Dong Yong led a few people away from Chun Hao's house. They entered a jungle. After putting the box down, one of the guys started complaining. Damn, tonight is such a jinx. Upon hearing this, Dong Yong gave the guy a cold glance. What do we do next? One of the guys spoke up. What should we do? Do you really want to listen to that blonde kid? It's just a damn bug. The complaining guy scoffed. I already saw it. If we put in a little effort, we can kill that bug. As he spoke, he began to manipulate the alien energy to attack the blood goo in his sea of consciousness. As a result, his alien energy came into contact with the blood goo. His head exploded like a watermelon. The blood mixed with white brain matter splattered all over everyone's faces. Dong Yong dodged in time. Looking at the corpse that had fallen straight down, Dong Yong coldly replied, "Idiot, don't treat others like fools." He then looked at the remaining people. What are your thoughts? Dong Yong recognized some of these guys, but not others. Scarface, a master of the King Realm, died on the rooftop of Chen Hao's house. The rest of the people were all superhumans at the General Realm. They exchanged a glance and bowed to Dong Yong. From now on, we will follow your lead. Seeing this, Dong Yong nodded with great satisfaction. Great, from now on everyone will be members of the insect exterminators. Dong Yong's words declared his stance. He has already decided to acknowledge Chen Hao as his master. Chen Hao, despite his young age, has already reached the 3rd level of the King Realm. He even suppressed him, who was at the 2nd level of the King Realm. With the strength of the 3rd level of the King Realm, he was left with no power to resist. With such abilities, one's future achievements will certainly not be low. As the saying goes, when one person attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Chen Hao is a promising talent, and one that is already showing promise. If Dong Yong doesn't increase his bet, then he's an idiot. Alright, let's discuss this properly and see how to structure the organization. We can't let our master look down on us. They started talking about it. Unbeknownst to Dong Yong, a figure flashed away and headed towards Chen Hao's location. Chen Hao was sitting in a rocking chair, drinking the Chirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum tea brewed by Yali. Yali, I never expected this Chirong Tong Tianju to taste so good. After drinking it, it has a refreshing and invigorating effect. Upon hearing this, Yali smiled slightly and said, my former master also loved to drink this. Just then, Chen Hao's clone returned. Chen Hao had just learned about Dong Yong's situation through his clone. Chen Hao was very satisfied with Dong Yong's performance. I rested in this house for one night. Chen Hao noticed that the sign for the building he was supposed to kill suddenly started glowing green. The mission has begun. After experiencing the red incident, Chen Hao understood that if there was a mission, it should be carried out promptly. Otherwise, the missions to kill buildings will become more and more difficult. Following the information given by the iron plaque from the killer building, Chen Hao arrived at a rendezvous point. As soon as he arrived, he saw someone waiting there. Yu Niao was somewhat surprised, not expecting that Chen Hao would be the one accompanying her on the mission. Didn't the mission instructions say to assign 3 people? Why are we the only 2 here? When Chen Hao asked the question, Niao rolled her eyes again. Then let's wait here a little longer. Chen Hao and Yu Niao waited here for about 2 minutes. A man dressed in a red cheongsam and carrying a red oil paper umbrella appeared. She was wearing a raccoon mask. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yu Niao couldn't help but purse his lips. Where did this vixen come from? She's so seductive. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao glanced at Yu Niao. The bird wore a black tank top, revealing her waist. She wore short leather shorts and black stockings. Chen Hao's lips twitched involuntarily. Is this what they mean by the crow sees others as black, but can't see its own blackness? I'm sorry I'm late. The woman in the cheongsam apologized to Chen Hao and Yu Niao. Chen Hao said, it's alright, we just arrived too. Let's set off now. Chen Hao and his team's mission this time was to assassinate a member of the Scorpion Brigade. According to the information, that guy's strength is at the 9th level of the General Realm. Chen Hao glanced at Yu Niao and noticed that Yu Niao's strength had improved significantly. This guy's strength has reached the 8th level of the General Realm. The woman in the cheongsam was also at the 8th level of the General Realm. This time, it was bird driving again. Chen Hao sat in the back, while the woman in the cheongsam sat in the passenger seat. Chen Hao looked at the woman in the cheongsam. Although the woman in the cheongsam said her name was Mei Li Mao. However, Chen Hao felt that the woman in the cheongsam looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. The bird drives very fast. Before long, they arrived at their destination, a dilapidated residential building. After Chen Hao and his group got out of the car, they walked towards the residential building. Their arrival attracted the attention of the residents. The residents in the apartment building were mostly dressed in linen clothes. The main color of the entire environment is gray. The red cheongsam of the cat and the black stockings of the bird seem somewhat out of place here. In addition, all 3 of them were wearing masks. An old man saw Chen Hao and his 2 companions and instinctively reached for the phone to call the police. His wife stopped him. It's better to avoid trouble than to cause it. These guys are definitely not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately abandoned his idea of calling the police. Chen Hao and his 2 companions walked up the stairs. As the floors rise higher. Hey, don't you guys think something's off here? Mei Li Cat spoke to Chen Hao Hao and Yun Yao. Something's not right, is it? The bird is eating a strawberry lollipop. Upon hearing this, she glanced around. After reading it, Bird said, it's just a bit eerie. This is normal. Every dilapidated residential building is like this. The bird found this situation perfectly normal. Is this normal? The three continued walking uphill. Finally, Chen Hao stopped on the 5th floor. Seeing this, Yun Yao frowned and asked, what's wrong? Why aren't you leaving? The bird was in a bit of a hurry because if it took just one more step up, it would reach the floor where the mission objective was located. Chen Hao did not want to go up, but he sensed a sense of danger. There was something above him that threatened his life. Chen Hao muttered something under his breath. He wanted to abandon this mission. But then I remembered the previous red mission. Chen Hao gritted his teeth. Just then, a guy walked over. The guy had his hands in his pockets, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking completely nonchalant. Hey bro, you're really lucky with the ladies. Where did you find such a top quality item? It actually came here to play double swallow, a euphemism for a game of double flying swallows. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned slightly. That guy, however, seemed determined to make a scene. Little sister, why don't you come with your brother? My brother is good in bed and knows how to take care of people. If you take good care of your brother, he will take you to buy a bag. These days, straight men don't know how to be considerate at all. Unlike me, I understand you all very well. I have 70 ways to make you happy. One option is to buy a bag, and the remaining 69. Upon hearing this, Mei Li Mao couldn't help but slap her. Wow, I didn't expect her to be such a feisty one. The man rubbed his cheek, which had been slapped red. His eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of murderous intent flashing within them. Little sister, you really have no manners. Didn't your parents teach you to respect others? As he spoke, the man made a fist with his right hand and punched at the cat. I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. As the man threw his punch, a scene flashed through his mind. For those who disobey, it is natural to use sticks and whips. The raccoon cat dodged the punch. She grabbed the man's right hand with both hands, pulled sharply, and instantly threw the man away. The man slammed heavily against the wall. The man let out a cry of pain. Seeing the man lying on the ground groaning incessantly, Yun Yao walked over. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's how my friend is. Did you hurt yourself when you fell? As the bird spoke, it looked into the man's eyes. The moment that guy's eyes met Yun Yao's, he instantly turned into a lovesick fool. He, looking at the man in front of her who seemed like a fool. Yun Yao's lips curled up slightly as she spoke to Chen Hao. Wild wolf, I don't know what you were troubled about just now. It's alright, with him here, all problems can be solved. If you have any questions, just ask him. Chen Hao walked up to the guy. Have anything strange happened around here lately? Chen Hao spoke to the man. The man is now bewitched by the bird, so the man wouldn't hide anything from Chen Hao. People have been going missing in our building lately. The old lady on the 7th floor, the little kid on the 8th floor, and that doorman who's a bit blind. They all disappeared without a trace. By the way, do you know the resident who lives in room 606? The resident of 606? You mean Yang the bastard, right? Yang the incest? That's right, that guy's real name is Yang Shu, which sounds quite upright. I never expected her to be such a master at incest. The raccoon cat was hearing this word for the first time. She couldn't help but ask Chen Hao and Yun Yao, what is ba hui? Upon hearing this, the bird laughed. You don't even know what incest is? Stealing the ashes means taking the son's rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, to eat. The raccoon cat seemed to be deep in thought. But strangely enough, I've only seen Yang Bahui lately. I didn't see his son and daughter-in-law. Perhaps things were exposed, and they moved out of the house. Upon hearing this, Yun Yao smiled and said, whether they've moved or not, you'll know if you go up and ask. Upon hearing this, the man's face immediately showed fear. He was about to refuse when he was glared at by another bird. He immediately chickened out. Oh, fine, just go. Why are you being so mean? The man then went upstairs. Chen Hao and his group followed closely behind. The man arrived at the door of room 606 and knocked. An impatient voice came from inside. Yang the philanderer, it's me, Sun Ergu. Sun Ergu? Upon hearing this, Yang Shu frowned, thinking to himself, why would this guy come looking for me? I'm sorry, I'm busy, and don't have time to greet you. Sun Ergu was a notorious street thug. Therefore, Yang Shu had a very bad impression of him. When Yang Shu refused to open the door, Sun Ergu started banging on it desperately. The noise annoyed Yang Shu. Yang Shu's expression turned ferocious. Since you're determined to die, then don't blame me. As he spoke, Yang Shu arrived at the door and opened the iron gate. Before Sun Ergu could react, he grabbed Sun Ergu's clothes and pulled him into the room. They then quickly locked the door. The sudden turn of events caught Chen Hao and his team off guard. As soon as Sun Ergu went inside, he let out a shrill scream. He then fell silent. After a moment of confusion, the bird said to Chen Hao and the cat, that guy is dead. Mei Li cat found it somewhat unbelievable. Chen Hao, however, thought it was quite normal. After all, the other party is a member of the scorpion troop. No matter what he does, Chen Hao will not find it strange. Can you smell a foul odor? It's a cat named Mei Li. Mei Li spoke. It's the smell of blood. It must be from when Sun Ergu was killed that his blood flowed out. Hearing Yun Yao's explanation, Chen Chen Hao's expression became serious. No, you guys be careful. This is not just the smell of blood. Chen Hao possesses smell enhancement. He had smelled a strange odor besides the smell of blood beforehand. The taste was like rotting flesh and blood. Wild wolf, what do we do now? Then the bird spoke to Chen Hao. What else can we do? Chen Hao glanced at his watch. It's 10 p.m. now. This old residential building is mostly inhabited by elderly people. They either went to bed early or stayed downstairs chatting and enjoying the cool air. Let's go. Let's take care of that guy first. Chen Hao walked towards the iron gate. He kicked the iron gate. With the help of the wind godleg, Chen Hao easily kicked open the iron gate. The room with poplar trees was dimly lit. There were no lights inside, and there was a Buddhist shrine not far away. There were some offerings displayed in front of them. The dim candlelight flickered incessantly. What's that smell? Then Bird took off her mask, pinched her nose, and kept fanning herself with her right hand. Mei Li Mao didn't take off her mask. Her brows were furrowed tightly. The sound of bones being crushed could be heard coming from inside the room. What is that sound? Then the bird spoke up and asked. Chen Hao ignored the bird and condensed a ball of lightning in his right hand, then threw it in front of him. The lightning bolt struck a figure. The guy let out a painful howl as he was electrocuted. Countless electric currents surged through his body. Through the electric light, everyone could see his appearance. This is a zombie? The cat, being well-traveled and knowledgeable, recognized the origin of the creature in front of her at a glance. Chen Hao's lightning angered the zombies. He abandoned his attempt to eat Sun Ergu and pounced on Chen Haofei. Seeing this, Chen Hao said to the raccoon cat and the bird, I'll deal with this zombie. You guys handle the rest. Chen Hao kept using lightning to attack the zombies. They took him away directly. The bird and the raccoon looked at each other in bewilderment. However, they did not forget Chen Hao's instructions. The two rushed into the house. The room was somewhat dim. Suddenly, the lights came on. The raccoon cat was startled. Yuniao couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. I never knew you were such a coward. It was Yoniao who turned on the room light switch. The two were in the living room at the time. This is a house with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. There are now 3 rooms for Yoniao and Mei Li to choose from. Then Bird said to the raccoon cat, I'll open this door. You can have the other room. The bird and the raccoon each chose a room and went inside. To their great disappointment, there was no one inside. They turned their attention to the next room. Looking at the only remaining room, Yuniao felt a little nervous. She addressed the raccoon cat. Who will open the door? I'm going to volunteer, said the cat. As soon as Mei Li opened the door, a figure leaped out. The woman was wearing a white nightgown and had her hair disheveled. Sharp claws reached out to grab the raccoon cat. The raccoon cat disappeared from the spot. She reappeared under a red umbrella in the corridor. She swore again and quickly fled the room. The woman in the white nightgown also chased after them from the room. At this moment, Chen Hao was being chased by that zombie. He lured the zombies downstairs. Inside the building, he can kill zombies, but this will damage the house. The people living here are all suffering, and Chen Hao doesn't want them to be homeless. Right now, downstairs, the elderly men and women are enjoying the cool air in the open space. The appearance of Chen Hao and the zombies caught their attention. Look, it's that kid Yang Tao. They recognized the people chasing Chen Hao. What's that guy doing? Why is he chasing after that young man? My god, has Yang Tao gone mad? It does look somewhat similar, which makes sense when you think about it. After all, anyone would go crazy if they encountered something like this. The zombies relentlessly pursued Chen Hao. This guy is incredibly tough. It's time to get serious, Chen Hao said, touching the ground with his toes. He took to the air. The sky, which had been clear of the moon, was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The sudden turn of events left the group of elderly people dumbfounded. What's that kid up to? Is he trying to summon lightning? Humph, summoning lightning? If he could summon lightning, I'd do a handstand and have diarrhea on the spot. Hey, Lao Xiao, where are you going? It's going to rain. I need to go and bring in the laundry. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the sky. Guided by Chen Hao, they slashed at the zombie. This is heavenly thunder, the purest form of lightning. The lightning struck the zombie. It instantly blasted the zombie to pieces. Seeing this, Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he broke through to the king realm and also possessed lightning abilities. Otherwise, I'd probably be done for this time. The bird rushed out of the stairwell while crying and shouting. The bird's special ability is Charm, which can bewitch people's hearts. She was helpless against the zombie woman. The cat, holding a red umbrella, is locked in combat with the zombie woman. Her umbrella kept hitting the zombie woman. As a result, the zombie woman was tough and thick-skinned, and the raccoon cat couldn't break through her defenses at all. The zombie woman also launched a counterattack. Her long, slender claws gripped the red umbrella of the raccoon dog. The sharp claws, like paper cutters, easily sliced open the raccoon's umbrella. Looking at the broken umbrella in her hand, the raccoon dog was somewhat angry. Mei Li cat opened its hands, and dozens of red umbrellas appeared instantly. The red umbrellas, like sharp javelins, pierced towards the zombie woman. The umbrella hit the zombie woman, but only managed to repel her. However, they cannot kill her. Mei Li Mao was panting heavily. Looking at the the zombie woman in front of her in disbelief. This guy has already reached the king realm. He's beyond my capabilities. Meili the cat muttered something under her breath and prepared to leave. Then a figure rushed over. The guy's whole body was crackling with lightning. Another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the zombie woman. Countless electric currents surged through the zombie woman's body. A wisp of white smoke rose from the zombie woman's body. A cloud of black mist flew over and merged directly into the zombie woman's body. The zombie woman's aura surged instantly. She let out a roar, and the electric current that was coiling around her was shaken out of her body. Then she pushed off with her right foot and charged towards the cat. The raccoon cat and the zombie woman were very close. The other person was too fast for her to react. It looked like the cat's chest was about to be pierced by the zombie woman's sharp claws. A figure appeared in front of the cat. He used a tattered umbrella to block the zombie woman's claws. It was Chen Hao who made the move. He shouted at the cat, "Hurry up and leave." The raccoon cat was slow to realize what was happening. She quickly dodged away. Chen Hao and the zombie woman engaged in battle. The attacks from both sides were back and forth. The bird and the raccoon cat are standing to one side. Looking at Chen Hao who was fighting, Yun Yao muttered to himself, "That brat wild wolf. Their strength has increased again." Judging from his appearance, could he have reached the king realm? The cat was panting heavily. She felt extremely tired. She had very little of the alien energy left in her body. Watching Chen Hao's retreating figure, Meili Mao frowned slightly, thinking to herself, why does this guy's figure look so familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. The battle between Chen Hao and the zombie woman is coming to an end. He seized the opportunity. He stabbed the zombie woman in the head with the umbrella in his hand. It pierced right through the zombie woman's head. Upon seeing this, the bird opened its mouth wide, as if it could fit a banana inside. No way. She found it somewhat unbelievable. Is the tip of that umbrella really that sharp? You should find a place to further your studies now. A master once said, who says you can't kill someone without a spearhead? Chen Hao was able to kill the zombie woman with just an umbrella. Meili Cat appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was filled with turmoil. She had just fought the zombie woman. Basically, she's the one dodging, while the zombie woman is attacking. In a head-on confrontation, she was no match for the zombie woman. She had tried to poke the zombie woman before, but it was like poking a steel plate. She couldn't pierce through it at all. Meili Cat really wanted to ask Chen Hao for advice, because when the cat was fighting the zombie girl before, it couldn't break through her defenses. Chen Hao, however, could. After killing the zombie woman, Chen Hao did not let his guard down. A chill ran through me. Chen Hao quickly used teleportation to dodge. A colossal creature appeared. That thing was incredibly fat, its entire body covered in rotting flesh. He opened his mouth and roared at Chen Hao. Countless spurts of green slime spewed from the creature's mouth. Chen Hao dodged again. Huh? What's that smell? What are these young people doing? Is this a movie shoot? Hey, who let them film here? They've made a mess of the place. It's disgusting. Yeah. Did they pay the venue fee? Honestly, our place was already dilapidated, and now that they've done this, how are we supposed to live? I'm going to file a complaint against them at the street office. Look at that wall. Oh dear, it was perfectly fine before, but now it's broken like this. The group of elderly men and women had stepped aside. The situation here left them completely stunned. I don't know who said it. These are all computer-generated special effects, the work of those young people. As a result, the elderly couple believed it to be true. They, who were originally like frightened birds, suddenly became bold, especially after seeing Chen Hao and his group destroy the house. That's all money. They were all plotting how to get money out of Chen Hao and his group. An older woman, quite bold. She picked up the shovel beside her and walked over. Hey, I said, haven't you guys had enough? We need to rest. You've made enough of a scene, now you can go back. Please also pay the compensation while you're at it. Look at this place, look what you've done to it. I don't need much from you. Just give me 1,000,000 or 200,000, and this matter will be over. Upon hearing this, the fat corpse opened its mouth. A mouthful of green, corpse-like fluid spurted out. The green liquid from the corpse hit the old woman. The old woman's body was corroding at a rate visible to the naked eye. In no time, she turned into a pool of blood. The fat corpse laughed, a very happy laugh. Upon seeing this, the onlookers quickly fled the scene. Meili Cat looked at the fat corpse, her brows furrowing. This guy is still conscious? Upon hearing this, the bird crossed her arms over her chest. It's not normal to be conscious. This guy possesses the ability of a corpse refiner. If I'm not mistaken, his corpse refiner ability was stolen. Looted? Yeah, that's exactly what the Scorpion Troop loves to do. So, this huge ball of flesh in front of us is our target for this trip, the poplar tree? Upon hearing this, Yun Yao nodded. You're not stupid either. Where did you scum come from? Yang Shu glanced at Chen Hao and the other two. His face was full of anger. He was living a wonderful life in his room, but Chen Hao and his group insisted on causing trouble. Chen Hao didn't offer Yang Shu much of an explanation. He simply waved his hand. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Seeing this, Yang Shu quickly dodged. After dodging the lightning, the poplar tree transformed into a giant ball of flesh and charged towards Chen Chen Hao. Chen Hao sprouted wings on his back and flew directly into the sky. Poplar Tree lost its target and instead charged at the bird and the raccoon cat. After resting for a while, the alien energy within the cat's body recovered somewhat. She summoned a red umbrella and threw it high into the air. The raccoon cat disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, she was standing right on that umbrella pole. Ah, help! I can't fly. The bird ran quickly and rushed to the base of a large tree, where she performed a Qin King circling the pillar maneuver. The poplar tree transformed into a giant ball of flesh, yet it didn't collide with the bird. He continued rolling toward him. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao immediately realized what was going on. Oh no, this guy's attack is a feint. He's really trying to escape. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he turned his wings and chased after the poplar tree. This dilapidated building is located near the suburbs. The poplar tree rolled and disappeared directly into the forest. Chen Hao flapped his wings and caught up. You think I can't do anything to you just because you've hidden in the woods? Chen Hao folded his wings and landed in the forest. He transformed into a forest ninja, using his extraordinary sense of smell to search for the poplar tree. The poplar tree kept rolling until it rolled to a large rock. He then stopped. The poplar tree returned to its original appearance. At this moment, Yang Shu's face was deathly pale, and he was panting heavily. Damn it, what bad luck! I almost got killed by a few brats today. Poplar Tree's special ability bead was purchased. To be precise, it was won in a lottery. Anyone who joins the Scorpion Troop has a chance to win a prize. The prize is, of course, a special energy bead. Yang Shu thought he had gained supernatural powers and was now fulfilling his wish to turn his life around. It turned out he was overthinking it. While this special power bead made him stronger, it was also constantly eroding his body. The poplar tree was old and its body was already weak. It is virtually impossible to resist the encroachment of the supernatural power beads. This thing should be used sparingly. Yang Shu lifted up his tattered trouser legs, revealing his rotting legs. If this continues, I'm going to die. No, I can't die like this. I still have many wishes that haven't been fulfilled yet. I will strive to become stronger and the strongest in this world. When that happens, I won't be able to eat Rujiyamo anymore. As the poplar tree muttered to itself, a figure appeared on the treetop not far away. How did you find me? Yang Shu was somewhat surprised. This forest is so large that it's practically impossible to find someone in it in a short time. You smell terrible. Tell me how I found you. Hey, old man, if you're going to die, die sooner rather than later. As the saying goes, the sooner you die, the sooner you'll be reborn. If I were you, I would just grab a knife and end it all. Yang Shu now looks neither human nor ghost. If he were to walk down the street, he would be surrounded by people from the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities within minutes. The world is vast, but there is nowhere left for him to hide. Yang Shu snorted coldly. I've found a solution. Just give me some more time. I can definitely handle it. Yang Shu's special ability is Corpse Refiner, and he now has an idea to refine himself as a corpse, to transform oneself into a zombie whose body does not decay. In this way, he would have eternal life. Before his wish could be fulfilled, Chen Hao arrived. Poplar puffed out its mouth. A stream of green, slimy liquid spurted out. Chen Hao dodged aside. The poison from the poplar tree landed on the treetop where Chen Hao had just been, and the terrible poison corroded the leaves. In an instant, the entire tree quickly turned yellow and withered. Yang Shu scanned his surroundings warily. At this moment, Chen Hao had already hidden in the bushes. Poplar transformed into a water sprayer, but while the water sprayer sprayed water, he sprayed corpse poison. The poplar tree sprayed water in a circle around itself. Those trees that came into contact with the poplar's cadaveric poison withered rapidly. Before long, there were no living trees around the poplar tree. Yang Shu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. In his view, Chen Hao had nowhere to hide. His corpse poison is extremely potent. If Chen Hao were to come into contact with even a tiny bit, he would be doomed. At this moment, Chen Hao hid in the distance, not expecting Yang Shu to make such a move. Looking at the trees that had withered in a large circle, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. In that case, I'll give you a big one. Chen Hao raised his right hand. Countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky and gathered in Chen Hao's right hand. An electric ball appeared out of thin air. The electric sphere absorbed electrical energy and began to slowly grow larger. Finally, it gets bigger and bigger. Chen Hao threw the electric ball sharply, sending it hurtling towards the withered bushes. The electric ball landed in the bushes and immediately exploded. Sparks flew everywhere in the bushes. All the trees were smashed by the turbulent waters. A cloud of gunpowder smoke filled the air. At this moment, the bird and the raccoon cat arrived. They witnessed Chen Hao unleashing his ultimate move. Is this a nuclear explosion? The bird couldn't help but speak up. The raccoon cat's brows were furrowed tightly. Just who is this guy? Is it enemy or friend? Seeing the strength Chen Hao displayed, Mei Li Mao couldn't help but feel worried. Chen Hao killed Yang Shu. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired S-rank ability, Corpse Refiner. Listening to the system notification in my mind, Chen Hao felt a little confused. Is this all the strength an S-class ability uses user has? Chen Hao felt that something was wrong. However, the system wouldn't lie to him. Yang Shu was indeed killed by him, otherwise the system notification wouldn't have sounded in his mind. The bird arrived at the large pit. She didn't see Yang Shu's body, only scattered pieces of tattered clothing. The bird breathed a sigh of relief. After all, poplar trees were not something she could handle. Great, it's finally finished. Okay, I'm going back to wash up and rest now. We will meet again someday. After saying that, the bird left. Only two people remained at the scene. Chen Hao and Mei Li Mao stared at each other. Mei Li Mao glanced at Chen Hao, then her body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao frowned slightly. It flew towards the raccoon cat. He went up to the cat and took off the cat's mask. After seeing the face behind the mask, Chen Hao's lips curled slightly. It really was her. The person standing before him was none other than Ho Yun, who had previously fought against Chen Hao. It's hot, I'm so hot. Ho Yun began to unbutton her clothes. Little white rabbit, white and white, with two ears standing up. What's wrong with this guy? Chen Hao noticed a wound on the rabbit. The wound is green and is oozing green sap. This guy is poisoned, and it's corpse poison. I'm sorry, I've offended you. There was no glutinous rice in Chen Hao's hand. However, he has something even more useful than glutinous rice, which is, grab and refine. The effect of glutinous rice is that when applied to wounds, it can absorb the toxins from corpses. Chen Hao's grasping and tempering technique has the same effect. He placed his hand on the wound. Yes, that's right at the wound site. Chen Hao began treatment. In order to completely remove the venom, Chen Hao would definitely need to examine the area thoroughly. Ho Yun woke up in bed. Why does it hurt so much? Ho Yun suddenly realized, where am I? She quickly lifted the quilt and saw that her pants were intact. She breathed a sigh of relief. I was rescued by that wild wolf. I don't know why, but I feel a sense of familiarity with wild wolves. I must have seen him somewhere before. Chen Hao had already returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities by now. He went straight to sleep after taking a shower. Chen Hao went to have breakfast. I ran into Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu in the cafeteria. Two best buddies sat down to eat together. What are you talking about? You seem to be having a great time. We were talking about the tragedy that happened yesterday. What tragedy? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji asked, didn't you see the news? Chen Hao shook his head. Oh dear, let me tell you, it's terrible. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoji took out his phone and played yesterday's news. As Chen Hao watched the video on Lu Xiaoji's phone, his eyes widened. Brother Hao, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. Chen Hao lowered his head and began to eat. At this moment, Chen Hao was filled with doubt. That shouldn't be the case. Who did this? The Scorpion Brigade? If so, why would they do it? To vent their anger? Chen Hao couldn't quite understand. That dilapidated building was inhabited by an ordinary person. They don't even qualify as ordinary people. They were a group of elderly and infirm people. As a result, they were all slaughtered overnight. The person who committed this crime is far too cruel. At this moment, Shangguan Huofeng, wearing high heels and carrying an iron plate, walked to Chen Hao's side. She said to Chen Hao, come to my office after you finish eating. After finishing his meal, Chen Hao went to Shangguan Huofeng's office. Shangguan Huofeng said to Chen Hao, do you know why I asked you to come? I'm sure you've heard about that incident. Someone committed this major crime. Chen Hao, I hope you can help me catch the real culprit. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao became somewhat curious. Sister Huofeng, this matter is big, but it doesn't need to concern you so much. This world is overrun by demons. Such demonic attacks happen frequently. As members of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau, they were already used to this kind of thing. Shangguan Huofeng's sudden interest caught Chen Hao off guard. I have my reasons for letting you go. Shangguan Huofeng had just finished speaking. Then someone pushed the door open and came in. Chen Hao turned his head and saw that it was Bai Jie. Bai Jie smiled and said, Fire Phoenix, you still like to beat around the bush when you speak. Why not just tell this kid directly? Bai Jie's words left Chen Hao completely confused. Kid, let me put it this way. Zhang Xie's grandfather is there. Warrior song? Chen Hao thought for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, who is Zhang Xie? Upon hearing this, Bai Jie smiled slightly and said, a first-level Venerable Realm expert. First level of the Venerable Realm? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao immediately became interested. You mean, you want me to solve the case and then gain Zhang Xie's favor? Shangguan Huofeng nodded. That's a favor from someone at the first level of the Venerable Realm. Zhang Xie is known for keeping his promises. He will absolutely do what he promises. Xiao Hao, you are now at the third level of the King Realm. If I want to break through to the Spirit Realm later, I will need Zhang Xie's help. As long as he intervenes and helps you withstand the heavenly lightning, you can easily break through to the Spirit Realm. When Shangguan Huofeng broke through from the King Realm to the Spirit Realm, she used some props. She also used her family connections to get a powerful figure in the family to help stop the two bolts of lightning. Shangguan Huofeng had to endure the remaining challenge on her own. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled. Upon seeing this, Shangguan Huofeng frowned slightly. Chen Hao really wanted to tell Shangguan Huofeng that he possessed lightning powers and could be immune to lightning attacks. Bai Jie, who was standing to the side, seemed to see through Chen Hao's thoughts. Kid, I know you have lightning powers. Do you think the lightning you encountered during your breakthrough will be the same as the lightning you faced before? Bai Jie's words made Chen Hao frown. Aren't they the same? Of course they're different. The lightning you usually unleash is just ordinary lightning. And the tribulation lightning experienced during the breakthrough is called tribulation lightning. Although in people's mouths, it is all thunder. But the difference between the two is like heaven and earth. There are 9 heavens in the sky. The tribulation lightning that strikes when breaking through from the king realm to the spirit realm comes down from the 6th heaven. It contains the power of the laws of heaven and earth. This kind of heavenly lightning can only be withstood. There is no other way to avoid it. So we hope that you can solve the case and gain Zhang Xiaoge's favor. Have him help you withstand some of the heavenly lightning. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's expression turned serious. I thought that once I broke through to the king realm, the road ahead would be easier. I didn't expect the road to be even more difficult. Chen Hao suddenly realized. How did you know I broke through to the king realm? I don't think I've told anyone. Shangwan Huofeng and Bai Jie couldn't help but roll their eyes at Chen Hao. We might not be able to detect it elsewhere, but this is the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. After the last attack, Shangwan Huofeng then arranged for people to take turns on duty. Wu Yan was on duty last night. After seeing Chen Hao return, that guy immediately told Shangwan Huofeng everything he had seen. Shangwan Huofeng was somewhat shocked when she heard the news, because Chen Hao's strength improved too quickly. However, considering that Chen Hao possessed SSS-level superpowers, Shangwan Huofeng suddenly felt that this matter was quite reasonable. If it's not abnormal, would it still be called an SSS-level superpower? Chen Hao had just come out of Shangwan Huofeng's office. Shangwan Huofeng looked at Bai Jie. She couldn't help but ask, Bai Jie, aren't you going to fight for this opportunity? In Shangwan Huofeng's view, Bai Jie needs this mission even more. That's what I originally wanted to do. But since that brat is going, I have no choice but to give up. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Huofeng said with a hint of sourness, Sai, I don't know if you are his master or I am his master. You actually spoil him even more than I do. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie smiled slightly. After leaving Shangwan Huofeng's office, Chen Hao went directly to find Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Since he was going to investigate the case, Chen Hao naturally wanted to bring more people with him. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were quite clever. Chen Hao led the 2 men to the old building. This was Chen Hao's second time here, so he was somewhat familiar with everything. The old building had already been sealed off by staff. After Chen Hao and his team showed their work IDs, the staff on duty let them through. The 3 of them went inside. Chen Hao and his team began to explore the interior. The bodies inside the old building have already been removed. All that remained was a pool of blood. The blood has dried and is now turning black. A gust of wind blew in, bringing with it a nauseating, fishy stench. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu almost vomited. Chen Hao led Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu straight to the 6th floor. The door to room 606. Chen Hao stopped. The door to room 606 was open, but Chen Hao did not go in. Instead, he turned his head to look at room 604. Brother Hao, is there something wrong with this room? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao said to Xiaobu, Xiaobu, open the door to this room. As Lu Xiaobu spoke, his right finger suddenly transformed into a key, which he then inserted into the lock of the house. Lu Xiaobu swung his right hand a few times, and the door to room 604 was opened instantly. Lu Xiaoji was taken aback by Lu Xiaobu's move. Little Boo, I never knew you could pick locks. Why didn't you tell me? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaoji. You didn't ask me. This lock-picking skill was learned by Lu Xiaobu from his godfather. There's a guy in the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities who has the superpower of lock-picking master. Although this ability is of a low level, its effectiveness is high. After opening the door, Chen Hao and the others went inside. Chen Hao tried to turn on the light in room 604. When the switch was pressed, the light inside did not respond. It's probably broken, Lu Xiaoji analyzed. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao took out 3 mining lamps from his spatial storage. He wore one for himself and handed the remaining 2 to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. The 3 men, wearing headlamps, went inside. Lu Xiaoji was frightened. Good heavens, is it a haunted house? Lu Xiaoji was surprised to find that the room was not decorated much. A coffin was placed in the very center of the house. The coffin lid had already been opened. Xiaobu, go and take a look. Lu Xiaoji dared not look into the coffin, fearing there might be something inside. Lu Xiaobu was quite bold. He peeked into the coffin himself. Seeing this, Chen Hao said, no need to look, there's no stock inside. Lu Xiaobu glanced at it, and his face immediately lit up with joy. He couldn't help but say to Chen Hao, Brother Hao, you're really awesome. How did you know there was no stock inside? I guessed. Chen Hao would never tell Lu Xiaobu that he had been to this old building last night. Brother Hao, there's a woman in this coffin. Lu Xiaoji suddenly spoke up. A woman? Xiaoji, how did you know? Lu Xiaobu asked. Look, isn't that a photograph? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao and Lu Xiaobu looked in the direction Lu Xiaoji was pointing. Sure enough, a black and white photograph was placed not far away. The woman in the picture is young and beautiful, and looks to be in her early 20s. Who is this guy? Lu Xiaobu asked curiously. Lu Xiaoji shrugged. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Chen Hao looked at the photo and felt it looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After searching the room, nothing was missed. Chen Hao and the others left the room. I just walked into the corridor. Chen Hao and his group then encountered another group of people. Duguhan did not expect Chen Hao to be here. What are you doing here? Me? I'm here to investigate the case, of course. So what did you find out? Chen Hao shook his head. He had some vague suspicions in his mind. However, judging from Duguhan's appearance, this guy is probably trying to steal the prize. Chen Hao would never do something that benefits someone else. Duguhan was somewhat disappointed. She walked towards 606. Seeing Duguhan lead the two into 606, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but ask Chen Hao, Brother Hao, aren't we going in with them? Chen Hao shook his head. Chen Hao led Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu downstairs. As he walked, he took out his phone and called Lu Fengfeng. Brother Hao, what brings you here today to call me? Lu Fengfeng's voice came from the other end of the phone. Fengfeng, there's something I need your help with. Could you check this for me? Chen Hao and his group drove away from the old building. Duguhan was standing on the balcony of 606 when she saw Chen Hao and the others leaving. Duguhan frowned and muttered to himself, have they found a clue? Boss, what's wrong? I'm cold and ruthless, Long Wuching said. Nothing, I'm just a little curious. I wonder where Chen Hao and the others are going. Upon hearing this, Long Wuching said, Boss, should we follow them? Follow them? Why? For no other reason than that he is Chen Hao. Duguhan nodded upon hearing this. It is precisely because he is Chen Hao that it is worth tracking him. Chen Hao is now regarded as a godlike figure in everyone's hearts. In their view, Chen Hao's actions were either earth-shattering or awe-inspiring. There's nothing Chen Hao can't do. Since Chen Hao left, there must be a reason for it. So there was Duguhan, Lang Wuching, and a woman wearing glasses. The three of them went downstairs and drove off to catch up with Chen Hao. Chen Hao was driving on the road. Lu Xiaoji sat in the passenger seat. He looked in the rearview mirror and saw a car behind him. Lu Xiaoji said to Chen Hao, Brother Hao, someone is following us. It seems to be Duguhan and his group. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly. Alright, hold on tight. I'm going to take you to a nice place. As he spoke, Chen Hao stepped on the gas, and the car shot forward. Duguhan knew she had been discovered, so she urged Lang Wuching on. The much-anticipated car chase did not take place. Chen Hao drove Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu to a parking lot. They walked into the room. Once inside, Lu Xiaobu looked at the female waitresses wearing rabbit ears and black stockings and asked curiously, Brother Hao, where is this? Before Chen Hao could speak, Lu Xiaoji excitedly said, I know. This is the fairy fortress. He. Lu Xiaoji revealed a lewd smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly and said to the waiter, could you please find me a few little magicians? After saying that, Chen Hao and the other two walked towards a private room. After Duguhan and the others stopped the car, they followed them in. When the little fairies inside the fairy fortress saw Duguhan, they began to whisper among themselves, look, a woman has arrived. What is she trying to do? Judging from her aggressive demeanor, it seems like she's here to catch her husband cheating. Coming here isn't about causing trouble. This woman looks like a tigress. Judging from her face, she seems to have irregular periods. I can't understand it. Who would want a woman like that? Well, who knows? Maybe someone just likes it? I'm not sure if it's good or bad, but I know that someone is going to be in big trouble. Duguhan's face was cold as she asked the receptionist, where did those three guys go? The receptionist glanced at Duguhan. He then continued to look down at his phone. She didn't want to pay any attention to people who wanted to cause trouble. Tell me, where are those three guys from just now? When Duguhan said this, she raised her right hand. Seeing Duguhan's right hand instantly encased in ice, the receptionist chickened out. She hadn't expected that the guy in front of her was a superhuman. They went to room 106. Duguhan snorted and led Lang Wuching and Zhou Shufan toward room 106. Duguhan opened the door to the private room. She looked inside. Upon seeing the situation inside, Duguhan was somewhat bewildered. When Chen Hao saw Duguhan, he smiled and said, Duguhan, what a coincidence. You're here to play too? That's perfect. Let's all go together. Chen Hao was holding a microphone and singing. Two little fairy maidens sat beside him. Lu Xiaoji was sitting next to someone. As for Lu Xiaobu, because he couldn't be near women, he sat in the song request seat. This kid knows how to have fun. Lang Wuching gave a soft snort. Yeah, they actually played double swallow. Zhou Shufan spoke up hastily. This guy is pretty awesome. Upon seeing this, Duguhan's face darkened. I originally thought Chen Hao would investigate the case. I never expected Chen Hao to come to this kind of place. Duguhan left the room. She's as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She wasn't the only one investigating the case, others were doing it too. So after Duguhan left, she left with Lang Wuching and Zhou Shufan. She didn't want to stay here any longer, because if she lingered for even a second longer, someone else might steal the credit. Watching Duguhan leave, Lu Xiaoji smiled. Brother Hao, you're awesome, absolutely awesome. This is the first time I've ever seen Duguhan get the short end of the stick. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu, who was standing standing to the side, said somewhat timidly, "Brother Hao, it seems a bit inappropriate for someone like us to be involved with Duguhan." Lu Xiaoji, however, did not take it to heart. "What's wrong with it? We're Sister Huofeng's people. What do we have to do with Duguhan? Are you afraid that Duguhan will make things difficult for you?" Lu Xiaobu suddenly realized. Chen Hao and the others didn't leave, they stayed and sang there. Leave from Moxian Bao. Lu Xiaoji looked like he still wanted more. He kept turning back to look at himself. There, he could find the little bunny he missed. He seemed to want to remember this place so he could sneak back later. Chen Hao ignored him and instead said to the two of them, "Get in the car." Chen Hao drove the car toward a certain place. "Brother Hao, where are we going?" Lu Xiaobu asked. This time, Lu Xiaoji sat in the back. Lu Xiaobu sat in the passenger seat. Lu Xiaoji was still immersed in the joy he had just experienced, and he kept grinning foolishly. "Go to a small village." Chen Hao drove Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji to a small village. It was evening. The village was blocked from sunlight, making it appear somewhat dim and shady. "Brother Hao, what are we doing here?" Lu Xiaobu glanced around. He continued, "It seems like no one lives here. It looks very desolate, as if everyone has moved out." Lu Xiaoji then offered his analysis. He had by then pulled himself out of his euphoria. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he walked into the village. Finally, he arrived at a courtyard. After Chen Hao arrived, he said to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, "You two be careful later." Chen Hao's words left Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu completely bewildered. Chen Hao walked into the house. His eyes swept over it quickly. Chen Hao quickly noticed something amiss. Here, he gathered lightning in his right hand and threw it into a room. Lightning cleaved the door open, revealing a figure inside. The guy was wearing ethnic minority clothing. He had a ferocious look on his face. Those fingernails were frighteningly long. Upon seeing Chen Hao, she immediately pounced on him. Seeing this, Chen Hao gathered lightning in his right hand and struck at the guy in front of him. The lightning struck the woman, stunning her for a moment. Unfortunately, the woman's strength has now reached the 9th level of the King realm. Chen Hao's lightning could harm her, but not much. "Come forth, blood demon." Chen Hao knew that he couldn't win over the woman on his own, so he summoned the blood demon. The blood demon is now possessing the deep sea titan. The blood demon threw out his chains, and the blue chains struck the woman. After a while, they tied the woman up like a rice dumpling. These days of cultivation, the blood demon's strength has recovered considerably. It is now a powerful being in the spirit realm. He's more than capable of handling women. The woman was entangled in chains, and she began to struggle. She opened her blood-red maw and let out a terrifying roar. "Brother Hao, you've got it all sorted out?" Lu Xiaobu found it hard to believe. "It's the woman in the photo." Lu Xiaoji was somewhat surprised when he saw the woman. "Brother Hao, you called my sister to ask her to help you find it, right? But how did you know we had to find this place?" "Because this is her home." "Her home?" Lu Xiaoji was still somewhat puzzled. "Brother Hao, do you know who she is? Otherwise, how do you know this is her house?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. "Do you guys remember room 606? "Yes, it's the room that Duguhan went into," Lu Xiaoji said. "This woman is the owner of that room." Chen Hao's words left Lu Xiaoji somewhat bewildered. "Brother Hao, you didn't go into that room, so how do you know she's the lady of the room?" At this moment, Lu Xiaobu was playing with his phone, seemingly searching for something. Lu Xiaobu handed the phone to Lu Xiaoji. "She really is the lady of that house." Lu Xiaobu checked the previously published news, which showed a list of missing persons. What is a missing person? Those are the people whose bodies were not found. Following the room number, Lu Xiaobu found their family photo. The woman in front of him was right there on top. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao continued, "She is not only the mistress of the house, but also someone from the older generation." "Do you remember the information I asked your sister to look up?" "I remember," Lu Xiaoji said. "I just asked her to help me find out where their hometown is, and then we came here." Listening to Chen Hao's explanation, Lu Xiaoji suddenly understood. At this moment, Chen Hao thought to himself, this guy is actually Yang Shu's wife, Luoyi. Yang Shu's wife, Luoyi, died in childbirth decades ago. Because he missed his wife so much, he actually turned her into a zombie. During this period, Yang Shu kept going out to hunt. They brought back the blood of the murdered people to feed Luoyi. Luoyi was suppressed, and she struggled incessantly, trying to break free from the blood demon's control. Looking at Luoyi lying on the ground, Lu Xiaoji's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. "Scream, what are you yelling for? Let you taste something good." As he spoke, Lu Xiaoji pointed his finger at the woman. Chen Hao heard a tearing sound. Then Luoyi let out a miserable scream. She went completely insane. Its strength is growing, and it seems to be breaking free from the blood demon's control. Seeing this, Chen Hao hurriedly gathered lightning, intending to kill the other party. Chen Hao unleashed a bolt of lightning at Luoyi. After the lightning struck Luoyi, she let out another scream. Lu Xiaobu glanced at Luoyi. Then he looked up at the sky. "Brother Hao, why is it so dark?" Luoyi screamed incessantly, giving the impression of impotent rage. The lightning in the sky rolled incessantly, with countless bolts weaving through it. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao frowned. "Oh no, this guy is about to break through." A bolt bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the sky. The lightning, like a world-destroying divine thunder, struck Luo-yi with overwhelming force. Lightning struck Luo-yi. Luo-yi trembled uncontrollably from the electric shock. The first bolt of lightning struck, and the second followed closely behind. Then came the third course. 3 bolts of lightning struck afterward. A cloud of white smoke rose from the scene. Lu Xiaoji ingested a lot of dirt. He kept waving his arms, trying to disperse the smoke and dust. Chen Hao quietly looked at the woman opposite him. She slowly got up from the ground, her aura rising at a visible speed. Chen Hao hadn't expected Luo-yi to break through at the last minute. She progressed from the 9th level of the King realm to the 1st level of the Spirit realm. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao immediately pressed his hands to the ground. Chen Hao conjured up a pigsty. Luo-yi turned misfortune into blessing as her strength increased. She looked at Chen Hao, her eyes filled with resentment. It pounced straight at Chen Hao. Luo-yi crashed into the wall of Chen Hao's pigsty. Feeling the transparent wall in front of her, Luo-yi descended into madness. Those ink-black fingernails attacked the transparent wall frantically. Maintaining the pigsty requires Chen Hao's alien energy. Previously, Chen Hao lacked energy, so he rarely used it. This thing is like a mage's ultimate skill. It can consume most of a mage's mana in one use. Luo-yi's fingernails scratched at the transparent wall, and countless sparks flew out. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu looked at each other in bewilderment. As they listened to the sound of fingernails scraping against glass, they instinctively covered their ears with their hands. We need to find a way to get her on our side. Chen Hao began to examine his supernatural abilities. Suddenly, a supernatural ability entered Chen Hao's eyes. It was the corpse refiner ability he had acquired last night. Chen Hao extended his right index and middle fingers and concentrated his essence and blood on them. Then he swung it forward suddenly. The essence blood flew towards Luo-yi and directly entered Luo-yi's forehead. The two sides began a tug-of-war. Chen Hao wanted to refine Luo-yi, but Luo-yi resisted desperately. After 2.5 hours of mental tug-of-war, Chen Hao's face was as white as paper, and large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. His clothes were soaked with sweat. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu stood to the side, their teeth clenched. They really wanted to help, but they knew that going up now would only make things worse. In the end, Chen Hao emerged victorious in this protracted battle. He successfully refined Luo-yi, erasing her spirit. Chen Hao uses a variety of superpowers together. It relentlessly eroded and devoured Luo-yi's spirit. At this moment, Luo-yi became an unclaimed corpse. Seeing this, Chen Hao said to the Blood Demon, "Blood Demon, do you want this corpse?" The Blood Demon shook his head. First of all, she is a woman. Secondly, this thing is a zombie. After it possesses you, it will have a disgusting smell of rotting flesh. I don't want to. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was speechless. He hadn't expected the Blood Demon to be so picky. However, he also has a method for using it. Take 2 steps to the left. At Chen Hao's command, Luo-yi took 2 steps to the left. Take 2 more steps to the right. Upon hearing this, Luo-yi turned around and took 2 steps to the right. Chen Hao was very satisfied with Luo-yi's performance. He possesses the ability to manipulate corpses, which allows him to control the unclaimed Luo-yi. After putting Luo-yi away, Chen Hao and his group then decided to leave. This time, Chen Hao's trip was worthwhile. He obtained a zombie at the spirit realm level, and it was a very obedient one at that. They returned to the Bureau of Superpowers. Shangguan Hofeng saw that Chen Hao had returned. She asked curiously, "Xiao Hao, did you manage to sort this out?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. At this moment, Chen Hao was considering whether or not to hand Luo-yi over. If Luo-yi is handed over, it might earn Zhang Xie's favor. However, this is only a possibility. Furthermore, he was unaware of Zhang Xie's character. What others say is just what they say. Seeing is believing. The favors of a powerful person are very tempting, but this favor comes with a condition. The person must keep their word. Should I give it to them or not? After much deliberation, Chen Hao planned to test the waters first. He wanted to know if Zhang Xie was as trustworthy as outsiders said. Chen Hao turned on his phone and began searching for information about Zhang Xie. Zhang Xie is considered a celebrity, so there's news about him. Chen Hao didn't need to search much before he found it. Zhang Xie recently formed a mercenary group. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Perhaps I could try joining, but before I go there, I need to figure out a way to disguise myself. Chen Hao went to find Lu Fengfeng. As soon as Chen Hao entered Lu Fengfeng's office, he smelled a foul odor. "Fengfeng, what do you want to eat?" Lu Fengfeng said with some grievance, "I lost a bet with someone. Then she made me eat these foods." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao glanced at Lu Fengfeng's desk. Canned herring plus stinky tofu plus fermented soybean milk plus Laoshan snake water. Even with Chen Hao's amazing resistance, the smell was irresistible. He couldn't help but feel nauseous. It stinks so bad. At this moment, Lu Fengfeng used a tissue to plug both of her nostrils. "Brother Hao, is there something you need from me?" "Fengfeng, help me find someone with shapeshifting or disguise abilities." "Brother Hao, you can go out first. I've found it. I'll send the information to your phone." "Okay, thank you then." Chen Hao left Lu Fengfeng's room. He walked into the corridor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Hao took deep breaths of the fresh air. I don't know who Feng Feng made the bet with, but the other party is so outrageous as to make her eat this kind of thing. Chen Hao's phone beeped with a message notification. Feng Feng is still very efficient. Chen Hao took out his phone and opened it. This superpower? Chen Hao's brows were furrowed tightly. Inside a village, a woman with her hair tied up in a bun is washing clothes in the courtyard. Just then, a figure appeared. Dressed in tattered clothes, she came to the courtyard and said to the woman inside, "Please, have mercy, could you give me a bite to eat?" The woman looked at the girl outside the door. She frowned. Seeing that she was dressed in tattered clothes, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. "Wait outside, I'll go get you 2 steamed buns." The woman went inside and took 2 steamed buns, which she then handed to the woman. The woman took it and began to wolf it down. After finishing her meal, she did not leave. Instead, he picked up the large broom in front of the woman's door and helped her sweep up the fallen leaves. Upon seeing this, the woman frowned deeply. She thought the woman would leave after sweeping. Unexpectedly, the woman sat down directly under a big tree outside. Before we knew it, night had fallen. The temperature difference between day and night is large here. The woman saw the girl sitting under a big tree outside. She couldn't bear it, so she opened the door and went out. He said to the woman, "If you don't mind, you can stay at my house for the night." "No problem, no problem." The woman then followed the woman into the house. However, a sly glint flashed in her eyes as she entered the room. The woman went back to her room to sleep. She felt she slept particularly well tonight. She talked with that woman for a long time that night, and her lonely heart was comforted. The woman's husband works away from home and is away for a long time. She manages the household chores and takes care of her young son all by herself. This kind of life is too hard, but these hardships cannot be told to outsiders. The woman's arrival led the woman to a trash can. She poured out all her grievances to her. The woman lay on the bed and fell into a sweet sleep. She had just fallen asleep not long ago. A figure walked towards her room. Although that girl was wearing a nightgown, she had a pair of hairy legs underneath. "My little beauty, I'm here." The woman by day transforms into a rough man at night. He now wants to carry forward the legacy of Chow Chow. Married women are the end of the world. This wasn't the man's first offense, so he was quite adept at it. He grasped the characteristics of these widowed or similarly widowed women. These kinds of guys, even if they suffer a loss, they won't make a fuss about it. In order to make it easier to commit the crime, he deliberately added some seasoning to the water he was drinking. Just as he was about to savor the delicious abalone, a figure appeared at the window. The man was startled. The guy flew straight in. He approached the man and grabbed him by the neck. With a sudden burst of force, the man's neck was snapped instantly. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected the person before him to be so vicious. They didn't even give him a chance to beg for mercy. They killed him instantly. "I want to eat rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. Did you ask me if I had any?" The man in black glanced at the woman lying on the bed, still fast asleep. He then carried the body of the man in black to the outside of the courtyard. He found a secluded spot, conjured a fireball in his right hand, and burned the man to ashes. "Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained F-level superpower, Giant Eagle Cute Girl. Giant Eagle and Cute Girl. After use, you can transform into a cute girl. With a yellow dog on the left and a hawk on the right, who would be afraid with my giant eagle?" Although Chen Hao already knew, seeing it with his own eyes still made him want to complain. The level of Big Eagle Cute Girl is too low. Chen Hao directly disassembled the C-level ability, Claw, that he had previously obtained. Then, the original power bead obtained was fused into the power of Big Eagle Cute Girl. Then Chen Hao tried to use this superpower. With the use of his superpowers, Chen Hao changed his appearance. A cute girl with an average appearance score of 85 appeared. Chen Hao glanced at his body. He noticed that his already smooth skin had become supple and moisturized, like a newborn baby. To prevent any accidents, Chen Hao made a special trip to check on his good brother. Thankfully, everything is alright. People used to ask, if one day you were to become a girl, what would you do? Someone answered, of course, we should let the brothers have some fun first. Thinking of this, Chen Hao couldn't help but say, I wonder what expression Xiao Ji and Xiao Bu will have when they see me like this. Chen Hao may have his thoughts, but he would never show himself in this state to lose Xiao Ji and the others. After gaining superpowers, Chen Hao left this place. He went straight to where Zhang Xiege was. He wanted to see if Zhang Xiege was as outsiders described. Chen Hao's look score is 85 out of 100, which is above average. He feared that if he were too mediocre, he wouldn't be able to join Zhang Xiege's mercenary group. He arrived at the recruitment camp of the Zhanxiasong mercenary group. Chen Hao's arrival attracted everyone's attention. Many people kept glancing at him. This made Chen Hao feel a chill down his spine. What a beautiful woman. Chen Hao transformed into an 85-point woman to participate in the recruitment of the Zhanxiasong mercenary group. He hadn't expected that he would still attract so much attention. Chen Hao walked up to the stall. The person in charge of registering names at the stall glanced at Chen Hao. What's your name? What's your strength? Chen Xian, Master Realm Level 8. Chen Hao gave himself a fake name. Upon hearing this, this, the person in charge of registering names at the stall nodded with great satisfaction. After registration, led by a staff member, Chen Hao walked towards the camp. Wait a minute. Just then, a man walked over. Chen Hao looked at the man. Can we add each other on Feishan? The man spoke hesitantly to Chen Hao, glancing back at his friends from time to time. Chen Hao readily added the other party on Feishan. The phone number was bought by Chen Hao, and the registration information inside is not his. Therefore, I am not worried about the information being exposed. Seeing that Zhu Xiaoming had added Chen Hao on Feishan, the remaining people couldn't help but beat their chests and stamp their feet in frustration. How could I not have thought of that? Yes, the duck that was about to be eaten flew away. She's a beauty. If I could get my hands on her, that would be so awesome. Did you see her legs just now? I could play with those legs for a year. The person in charge of guiding Chen Hao was a girl. She couldn't help but say to Chen Hao, don't pay any attention to these guys. They're just a bunch of old lechers. As they were talking, the two arrived at the girls' camp. The girl said to Chen Hao, you'll be staying in this tent from now on. Chen Hao lifted the curtain and went inside. Because there were few girls, each tent was for 2 people. After Chen Hao went inside, he found someone standing there. That guy is changing his clothes. Upon seeing someone enter, she immediately turned her head away. The two locked eyes. Chen Hao stood there, stunned. The woman's face was full of confusion. Hello. She was the first to greet them. Chen Hao was feeling uneasy. What's going on? Why is Manhwa here? Ever since Chen Hao played the doctor and patient game with Manhwa last time, I never saw Manhwa again. While he was still in a daze, Manhwa had already changed her clothes. She was wearing a high-tech combat suit. These clothes were issued by the Zhangsij mercenary group. Your clothes are on the bed over there. Chen Hao looked towards his bed and sure enough, there was a piece of clothing on it. He picked up his clothes, turned around, and began to take them off. Chen Hao changed his clothes very quickly. The process of taking off and changing was completed almost instantly. This high-tech clothing can be enlarged or shrunk at will. It can change the size of the clothes according to the wearer's body shape. After changing clothes, just as Chen Hao was about to talk to Manhwa about something, a voice came from outside. Newcomers, gather around. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned slightly. However, she still walked out of the tent with Manhwa. Chen Hao saw the person who had shouted. She was a very robust woman with an extremely rugged appearance, and her hair was yellow and tied in 2 small buns. It gives off a muscle Barbie vibe. With the help of the Eye of Truth, Chen Hao saw through this guy's strength. King Realm Level 1, A-level superpower, King Kong Barbie. Chen Hao didn't know what to say. However, he knew he couldn't underestimate this guy. After all, with her fists the size of sandbags, one punch could still blow someone's head off. The people in the camp began to assemble. Chen Hao glanced around and found that there were more than 50 people in the women's camp. Zhan Xiao's mercenary group has a recruitment rule. The recruiter must be at least at the 5th level of the Master Realm. He doesn't want anyone below the 5th level of the Master Realm. Therefore, the girls present were all stronger than those at the 5th level of the Master Realm. Has everyone arrived yet? They're here. Faced with the questioning from the Golden Barbie, the woman pulled another woman along and ran out from a nearby tent. That woman is the younger sister of the King Kong Barbie, and her name is Chiu Mei. She had just entered the tent when she went around notifying everyone, calling out those who hadn't yet left their tents. Let's go, sisters, let's see how it performs first. As they spoke, Barbie Kong led Chen Hao and the others on a grand journey toward a certain place. Where is she taking us? Chen Hao joined later, so he was unaware of the situation. Manhwa had been here for a few days and naturally knew what to do. You'll know when you get there. Manhwa didn't offer much explanation. The group stepped through the portal to the secret realm and arrived in another world. At the other end of the secret realm, there was another camp. Golden Barbie led Chen Hao and the others directly through the camp and towards the outside. They encountered a group of monsters wielding daggers. These creatures have brown skin, sharp ears, and eyes that shine like light bulbs. Goblin? Chen Hao hadn't expected to encounter goblins here. Just as he was wondering, the Golden Barbie had already charged out, her enormous arms waving wildly. The goblins were being sent flying one after another by the Golden Barbie. Only 1 minute had passed. All the goblins were wiped out by Barbie the Great. She showed Chen Hao and the others what it truly means for one person to be worth an entire army. I didn't expect this guy to be a man of action. There are many types of leaders. The woman in front of me is a woman of action. She is decisive and always takes the lead. Although he's a bit reckless, he's much better than those guys who just talk the talk. Golden Barbie led Chen Hao and the others forward. We just encountered a goblin scout. The opponent has changed. It turned out to be an army of 1,000 men. The Golden Barbie took the lead and charged into the enemy ranks. They began a large-scale massacre. Wenchuan stayed by Manhwa's side. Manhwa is now a 5th level ability user. She is holding a dagger and has entered stealth mode. Every time she appears, she takes the life of a goblin. Chen Hao, on the other hand, controls the lightning with both hands. The lightning kept being thrown out. Lightning crackled rapidly among the goblin horde. With each bolt of lightning, a line of goblins was killed. Chen Hao's performance performance quickly attracted everyone's attention. They cast envious glances at Chen Hao. Oh no, I overdid it. Chen Hao was a little afraid that he would become a hot commodity. With everyone's concerted efforts, this 1,000-strong goblin army was completely wiped out. Ah, that's great, that's really great. Just as Barbie was shouting with delight, a huge iron ball flew over and knocked her away. Everyone was shocked to see this. They instinctively looked towards the distance. There stood a goblin. At this moment, the goblin's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. The meteor hammer in its hand was stained with some blood. The blood kept dripping onto the ground. It was clearly the blood of the golden Barbie. Barbie was hit on the head with a flail, but she didn't die. Instead, he struggled to crawl out of the ground. The golden Barbie had disheveled hair and her eyes turned bloodshot. How dare you harm my beautiful face? As soon as Barbie King Kong finished speaking, she pounced on the goblin. Looking at the goblins not far away, Chen Hao's eyes were full of doubt. Normally, goblins are extremely hunched and thin, but the goblin in front of us seemed to have taken some kind of hormone. Apart from being a little short, it was different. The rest of the area is very thick and sturdy. He saw the muscle Barbie charging towards him. The goblin with the meteor hammer threw his meteor hammer again. Seeing this, Barbie Kong made a fist with her right hand and swung it fiercely at the flying meteor hammer. The golden Barbie punch landed on the meteor hammer. The expected knockback did not occur. Instead, the meteor hammer became firmly embedded in Barbie's right hand. The excruciating pain caused the golden Barbie to scream repeatedly. She deflated and immediately knelt down. Seeing the invincible King Kong Barbie defeated, everyone panicked. The team was only formed temporarily, and there wasn't much of a bond between them. The group of girls exchanged glances, and then they simply ran away. As they fled, as if a butterfly effect had occurred, the remaining guys all began to retreat. In no time, the group of over 50 people had dwindled to just over a dozen. The remaining women had resolute eyes. They drew their weapons, ready to attack the goblin with the meteor hammer. The meteor hammer goblin looked smug as it stepped on the face of the muscle Barbie. With a sudden burst of force, half of Barbie's face was embedded in the mud. Someone shouted. Everyone rushed towards the goblin with the meteor hammer. Seeing this, the goblin with the meteor hammer swung its meteor hammer. Then he threw it forcefully. The enormous meteor hammer slammed down towards one of the guys. The man hurriedly raised his long sword to parry. The force of the meteor hammer was too great. She simply couldn't block it. Just one breath. She was thrown into the air by the impact. The goblin with the meteor hammer pulled it back. The meteor hammer swung to the left, and one guy, unable to dodge in time, was knocked away again. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The goblin with the meteor hammer let out an excited laugh. These humans before it were like ants in its presence. The loss of two teammates brought the team, which was originally planning to launch an attack, to a halt. Fear appeared in everyone's eyes. They understood one thing. The goblin with the meteor hammer in front of them was no match for them. This time, no one lingered. To knowingly do something that is impossible is foolish. Rushing in now would only add another corpse to the pile. It would serve no other purpose. Just as the meteor hammer goblin was feeling triumphant, it suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. It quickly rolled away to dodge the attack. Manhwa circled behind the meteor hammer goblin, intending to backstab him. As a result, the goblin with the meteor hammer dodged it. The goblin with the meteor hammer's expression turned ferocious, its eyes filled with murderous intent as it looked at Manhwa. The goblin with the meteor hammer grabbed a meteor hammer from the side and threw it at Manhwa. Seeing this, Manhwa knew in her heart that something was wrong. The meteor hammer was getting closer and closer. Manhwa tried to escape, but found that her body wouldn't obey her commands. Her body was moving, but her speed was no match for the incoming meteor hammer. Manhwa knew that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she was doomed. At that moment, a person's image appeared in her mind. It was Chen Hao. I wonder how he is now. Manhwa instinctively closed her eyes. She waited for a long time, but the excruciating pain did not come. Manhwa was a little confused. Was I instantly killed? That's good. At least it's not that painful. What are you daydreaming about? Chen Hao's voice came through. Upon hearing this, Manhwa looked in the direction of the voice. They discovered a girl standing not far away. It was none other than her roommate, Chen Xian. Manhwa looked at Chen Xian's right hand, and her mouth slowly opened wide. Manhwa felt it was incredible. That meteor hammer that could pierce through Barbie's right hand. At this moment, Chen Xian held him firmly in her grasp. The goblin with the meteor hammer kept exerting force, its veins bulging all over its body, and its skin turning bright red from the exertion. Chen Hao noticed that the goblin with the meteor hammer was constantly pulling on the meteor hammer. If you want it, you can have it. As soon as Chen Hao let go, the meteor hammer goblin, having exerted too much force, fell backward. It crashed heavily to the ground. The goblin with the meteor hammer let out a cry of pain. It wanted to get up. Then, everything went dark. Chen Hao appeared in front of it without it even realizing it. The meteor hammer goblin looked at Chen Hao with terrified eyes, wanting to beg for mercy. It was all too late. Chen Hao's dagger pierced through its chest. The goblin with the meteor hammer stared wide-eyed. It's rare for it to come out hunting today. I wanted to have a good experience, but I ended up dying here. After dealing with the meteor hammer goblin, Chen Hao looked towards Manhwa. At this moment, Manhwa had collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. His face was full of an expression of having a lot of life left. There was surprise, confusion, and a lingering fear. Chen Hao took another look at the King Kong Barbie. The guy didn't die, he just fainted. Come and lend a hand, let's carry her back. Manhwa got up and, together with Chen Hao, carried the golden Barbie back. On the way back, Chen Hao said to Manhwa, after we get back to the camp, don't say anything else. We retreated with everyone else, but turned back halfway to check the situation. After discovering that Barbie was still alive, they carried her back. After listening to Chen Hao's explanation, Manhwa nodded. Chen Hao and Manhwa carried the golden Barbie back to the camp, one after the other. Seeing this, everyone gathered around. It's a muscle Barbie. What's going on? If I remember correctly, she's a king-level expert. What happened to them? How could the King Kong Barbie be so badly injured? That's not right. The women who just came back all seemed so calm. It seems we didn't encounter any danger. Who knows? You can only know a person's face, not their heart. Muscle Barbie. Just then, a figure appeared, and upon seeing the golden Barbie lying on the stretcher, he couldn't help but burst into tears. The man placed his hand on the woman's cheek, and the way he looked at her was like he was looking at a lover. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. The person in front of me was none other than Zhang Siege. Zhang Siege is actually having an affair with the King Kong Barbie? Chen Hao found it unbelievable. What exactly happened? Upon hearing this, Manhwa began to tell her story. As soon as Manhwa finished speaking, Zhang Siege's face darkened instantly. Then the women who had escaped earlier came over. She's lying. These women planned to turn black into white. Just as they were about to make excuses, Zhang Siege made his move. Suddenly, a large, crimson cleaver appeared in Zhang Siege's hand. He charged toward the women. In just a few exchanges, those guys were lying in pools of blood. Upon seeing this, everyone took a few steps back. Zhang Siege coldly glanced at the crowd. He began by saying, there are a few things I hate the most. First, being deceived, and second, being a deserter. If you want to challenge my bottom line, you'd better think twice about whether you have a strong enough neck. Zhang Siege's sudden killing caught everyone off guard. Everyone only heard about Zhang Siege's good reputation. I never imagined he would treat human life so lightly. Zhang Siege looked at Chen Hao and Manhwa and said, I owe you two a favor. If you have anything you want to do in the future, you can come to me directly. Upon hearing this, everyone cast envious glances at Chen Hao and his companion. That was a favor Zhang Siege did for him. Zhang Siege then arranged for someone to carry Jean Gang Barbie away for treatment. Chen Hao and Manhwa returned to their tent. The rest of the people began to clean up the battlefield. These guys are really pitiful. Yes, they were all young girls in the prime of their lives, and they were all killed by Zhang Siege. TSK, what a waste. What a waste. They didn't even tell me before they were going to cut it. At least let me have some fun first. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the man. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at him. What a load of rubbish. There was one guy who was more rational. I think they wouldn't be enough even if they died 10 times. What makes you say that? A sanctimonious hypocrite retorted. Have you forgotten where we are? This is a mercenary group. We will be doing some dangerous missions in the future. I ask you, how would you feel if you had a teammate like that on your team? I know CTM. That settles it. Alright, enough talk. Hurry up and pack it up, then carry it to be buried. With everyone working together, they carried the women's bodies away and buried them. Manhwa looked at Chen Hao. She frowned slightly, her mind replaying the events that had occurred in the secret realm. Chen Hao actually caught the meteor hammer with one hand. That's something even a supermodel like Barbie Sue couldn't do. Why are you looking at me like that? Manhwa turned her head to the side. The two stayed inside the tent. Before we knew it, night had fallen. Tonight, Chen Hao and Manhwa will be alone in a tent. As Manhwa recalled the events of the day, a nameless sense of fear welled up in her heart. She developed a mild stress reaction. She pursed her lips and subconsciously walked towards Chen Hao. Chen Xian, can we sleep together tonight? Chen Hao did not refuse. He pulled Manhwa over and pinned her down. Manhwa was startled because she sensed an unidentified object on Chen Hao's body. She suddenly realized what it was. Manhwa immediately began to struggle. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao immediately whispered something in Manhwa's ear. Manhwa stopped struggling. Her eyes widened in surprise. It's you! When she said this, Manhwa was full of surprise. He took Manhwa to eat. The two held hands, chatting and laughing. Manhwa looks much better today than usual. The other members saw the two people walk in. They couldn't help but shake their heads. It's so similar, so incredibly similar. Look at their expressions. Tell me, which one of them is the zero? Alas, lilies are wonderful, but it's a pity they can't bear children. A boy sitting in the corner saw Chen Hao and Manhwa walk in. His face instantly turned as white as a sheet of paper. He immediately took out his phone, opened Fission, and deleted Chen Hao's Fission number. Several of his friends happened to witness witnessed this, they started laughing out loud. Hey bro, stop it. Why did you delete someone's Feishan account? Yes, maybe you could try playing fencing with someone. Fencing? What kind of fencing? I think you're losing out big time like this. If you manage to win over one of them, then the other one will be yours too. Buy one get one free. What a great deal. Yes, having multiple wives is such a wonderful thing. Hearing the mockery from the group, the man's face instantly darkened. He picked up the plate and left. Oh dear, she's actually throwing a tantrum. Oh dear, young people these days are so easily amused. Chen Hao and Manhwa got their food. The two went to a table and sat down to eat. They hadn't been sitting down long when a woman came over. The woman had purple hair and a polite smile on her face. Hello, my name is Li Tan. It was our leader who sent me to find you. Given your outstanding performance yesterday, you are eligible to join our core mercenary team without any prior appointments. Chen Hao and Manhwa didn't react when they heard this. On the other hand, everyone else in the room stared wide-eyed. No way, did I hear that right? The battle group leader actually wants to include the two of them in the core squad. That's the core team, a position that so many people dream of. After joining the core team, the battle leader will personally guide you in your cultivation. Back then, that King Kong Barbie was only at the master level in terms of cultivation. After being noticed by the battle leader, she rose from the master realm to the king realm in just a few years. Thinking about this, everyone's mouths felt sour, like they'd eaten lemons. Why wasn't I among the people who went on the mission yesterday? Yes, I wish I were here. If I were there, I would definitely get a share of the profits too. I think I have good talent, I just lack opportunities. If I could have plenty of resources, plus guidance from excellent teachers, I could also soar to great heights. Yeah, the pig thinks so too. Who are you calling a pig? You should just give up. You always complain about how tough and tiring training is, and you still want to join the core team? Someone like you wouldn't even get to eat hot shit. Chen Hao and Manhwa finished their meal quickly. They followed Li Tan to the core squad. Chen Hao wanted to see just how awesome this legendary core team really was. Chen Hao and Manhwa had just arrived at the area where the core team was located. A guy ran towards the two of them. That guy was wearing glasses and looked like a lunatic. Hee, so you're the ones who saved the King Kong Barbie? You guys are amazing. How about it? Want to fight me? As he spoke, the man pulled out his sharp dagger, ready to spar with Chen Hao and Manhwa. Chen Hao and Manhwa frowned as they looked at the woman making crazy photos. Deng Jia, stop fooling around. Li Tan spoke to Deng Jia. It's clear that Deng Jia is a little afraid of Li Tan, so when Li Tan said those words, she couldn't help but purse her lips. He then walked to the side. Manhwa felt a little uncomfortable, because she noticed that Deng Jia kept staring at her. The feeling was like being targeted by a venomous snake. Chen Hao, however, remained calm and composed. Although Deng Jia was a crazy woman, Chen Hao was not afraid of her because her strength was at the 8th level of the general realm. Chen Hao could kill her with one hand. Li Tan brought Chen Hao and Manhwa to the front of everyone. She began to introduce herself to Chen Hao. This is Chiu Yue, this is Dongli. Chen Hao counted carefully and found that there were 40 people at the scene. The people here have varying levels of skill. However, what caught Chen Hao's attention the most was a white-haired woman sitting in the corner. She sat there, holding a long sword, her face indifferent. That guy's strength is at the 3rd level of the spirit realm. Of all the people, she is the strongest. Since we're here, let's bring our 2 new sisters with us. Go out and broaden your horizons. Then the entire core team prepared to set off. To see the world? Chen Hao was somewhat puzzled, but he still followed the group of women to a certain secret realm. The group passed through the portal in the secret realm and entered a base. Led by Li Tan, they left the base. As soon as he stepped out of the secret realm, Chen Hao frowned. Before me lay a dilapidated city, with ruins and broken walls everywhere. Countless cars were parked on the street. These cars are rusted and damaged. On the street not far away, a guy saw Chen Hao and his group. He roared and charged towards Chen Hao and the others. Upon seeing this, Deng Jia smiled. He dashed out in an instant. Deng Jia's sharp dagger flashed across the surface. With a single slash, he beheaded the zombie. Then, she took the dagger and began to stir it in the zombie's chest. Deng Jia scooped out a lump of pink flesh. In front of everyone, she threw that lump of meat directly into her mouth, just like eating sashimi. It's delicious. Deng Jia licked her lips, looking like she wanted more. She couldn't hold it in and vomited immediately. When Li Tan saw Manhwa's behavior, a hint of displeasure flashed across her face. Clearly, she was very dissatisfied with Manhwa's performance. Li Tan nodded. In Li Tan's mind, a person like Chen Hao is the best soldier. This secret realm was discovered by Commander Wu. It was through this secret realm that he successfully raised his strength to the 1st level of the venerable realm. We are in pretty much the same situation. The lump of red flesh that Deng Jia just dug out of the zombie's chest is called the divine muscle. It contains a lot of energy. Eating one piece can greatly reduce cultivation time. Alright, now you're free to move around. Whether you're a mule or a horse, we'll see how you perform. However, I advise you not to go into the city center. There is an extremely terrifying being there. After Li Tan finished speaking, she left directly. quickly. The entire core squad scattered. Chunhao looked at Manhwa and asked, "Shall we go together?" Upon hearing this, Manhwa shook her head. Manhwa didn't want to be just a pretty face, she wanted to break through her limits through her own abilities. "Okay, then be careful." Chunhao did not force the issue. He found a spot and started running quickly. Chunhao transformed into a zombie hunter, wielding a sharp blade. He would rush up and hunt down any zombies he saw. The first zombie was killed by Chunhao. Chunhao followed the same method and dug out the divine muscle from its body. Looking at the bright red meat, Chunhao hesitated to take a bite. "Perhaps I can." Chunhao directly used the devouring heaven demon art to devour it. Those bright red muscles shrank instantly. It works. These amazing muscles, after all, grow on a person's chest. Even when Chen Haoxing was asked to eat it, he still couldn't accept it. Ultimately, this thing is still human flesh. Chen Hao begins his massacre. At first, he killed them one by one. Later, he realized that this speed was too slow. He immediately changed his strategy and started using his corpse manipulation ability. The zombies that had been killed got up from the ground. They began helping Chen Hao search for other zombies. More and more zombies joined Chen Hao's army. Chen Hao hid in the shadows, waiting for the zombies to discover new zombies. He would then strike and kill the opponent. Then they dug out the divine muscle from its body. Only 1 hour had passed. Chen Hao then assembled an army of 500 zombies. He controlled the zombies, marching in a grand procession towards the city center. Chen Hao discovered that the further he went in, the stronger the zombies inside, the better. The more energy is extracted from their bodies, the more divine muscles they contain. While Chen Hao was carrying out his massacre, a huge zombie jumped down from the roof. It charged into Chen Hao's horde of zombies. Like a heavy truck, it charged left and right through Chen Hao's horde of zombies. In just a few seconds, Chen Hao's zombies were smashed to pieces. This guy is a strength-type zombie, and his strength has reached the king realm. Chen Hao could tell the other party's strength at a glance. Chen Hao has a way to kill the zombies in the royal realm, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he slipped away and fled. Chen Hao's performance made Li Tan frown. After entering the secret realm, Li Tan followed Chen Hao. However, she only saw Chen Hao slaughtering zombies, but not Chen Hao controlling them. She assumed it was just infighting among the zombies. Li Tan was very satisfied with Chen Hao's performance. Bold yet meticulous, he's a promising talent. They actually dared to mingle with the zombie horde before. After drawing her conclusion, Li Tan prepared to continue tracking Chen Hao. Suddenly, her watch lit up with a red light. This is a message from the core squad requesting reinforcements. Li Tan immediately rushed towards the location where the call for help was made. No sooner had Li Tan left than Chen Hao emerged from the shadows. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes as he watched Li Tan's departing figure. He possesses the ability to create clones. What Li Tan saw was just Chen Hao's clone. Chen Hao turned and flew towards the powerful zombie. He changed his appearance. It turned into a creature with a dragon's head and a human body. Chen Hao gathered flames in his hands and threw them at the power zombie. The raging flames instantly ignited the power zombie. The zombie was writhing on the ground in pain. Chen Haofei rushed forward, his sharp blade flashing across the air. The long sword, enveloped in alien energy, decapitated the superpowered zombie with a single strike. Then Chen Hao hacked at the chest of the zombie and dug out a huge piece of divine muscle. He began to devour. To Chen Hao's surprise, this lump of divine muscle contained energy equivalent to that of 10,000 zombies at the Master Realm. After learning this information, Chen Hao changed his strategy. He began specifically seeking out and slaughtering powerful zombies. Chen Hao possesses the superpower of danger prediction. Here, this superpower became his weapon for finding powerful zombies. Chen Hao can judge the strength of a zombie by the degree of its danger perception. During this time, he encountered all sorts of powerful zombies. There are swift zombies, claw zombies, frozen zombies, fire zombies. Without exception, they were all killed by Chen Hao. Chen Hao was in the midst of his zombie hunting frenzy. Then an explosion was heard not far away. Out of curiosity, Chen Hao flew over there. Upon getting closer, Chen Hao finally saw clearly what was happening. The white-haired girl that Chen Hao had seen earlier was fighting a guy wielding a long knife. That guy had a horse's head and a human body, and he was incredibly powerful in combat. He wielded the horse-slaying saber with great skill and power. In just a few seconds, the two sides exchanged dozens of blows. Li Tan and the others were standing on the top of a tall building. They leaned down to look at the other side. "Sister Jasmine, you're still as amazing as ever." "Yeah, the speed at which they fight is so fast, my eyes can hardly keep up." "Perverted, absolutely perverted." "Is this Lily? She's really strong. If it were me, I would definitely be instantly killed." "There's nothing we can do, she's our captain." "Sigh, the captain is indeed the captain. His strength is truly undeniable." Li Tan's brows were furrowed tightly. As the deputy captain, she usually manages all the affairs, big and small, of the core team. He was busy running around for the core team. She had already considered herself the captain of the core team. But in that instant, Li Tan was lost in confusion. Her competitive nature began to take hold. A thought popped into her mind. "I've worked so hard. Why is she more more capable than me. The horse-headed zombie found its opportunity. It suddenly swung the horse-slaying saber in its hand. Jasmine raised her longsword to parry. The weapons of both sides clashed. Jasmine's longsword was cut in two because of its poor quality. Seeing the broken sword in her hand, Jasmine immediately dodged and fled. Without her longsword, her combat power was naturally greatly reduced. The horse-headed zombie saw this. It spread its wings and chased after the fleeing Jasmine. The remaining team members all turned to look at Li Tan. "Sister Li Tan, what do we do now?" Upon hearing this, Li Tan said, "What else can we do? Naturally, we're going to support Sister Jasmine." With that, she leaped and chased after the direction Jasmine had gone. The rest of the people followed closely behind. For a fleeting moment, Li Tan considered not going to the rescue. Ultimately, her conscience triumphed over her malice. After the others left, Chen Hao appeared. Chen Hao subconsciously looked towards the tallest building in the city center. The building was magnificent and particularly eye-catching. "Does the Corpse King live there?" Chen Hao muttered something under his breath. There is still a long distance between here and that place. Chen Hao discovered that his danger premonition ability was responding frantically. Biological instinct is to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. His intuition told him he had to leave immediately. So Chen Hao also slipped away and left. Chen Hao also chased after the direction Jasmine and the others had left in. Before long, he caught up with those guys. Looking at the scene, Chen Hao couldn't help but gasp. Corpses were everywhere. Only a few people are struggling to keep going. That horse-headed zombie was too strong. This thing is strong, fast, and can fly. Jasmine is now covered in wounds. Li Tan lost an arm. Li Tan felt somewhat fortunate, although some of the sisters died at the scene. But she had already let most of her sisters escape. They should have already passed the portal to the secret realm and left this place. Li Tan looked at Jasmine beside her. She gave a wry smile and said, "Jasmine, sometimes, I really think you're annoying. Do you know that in my eyes you are the kind of person who is particularly pretentious? Although I know that's just your personality." Upon hearing this, Jasmine did not respond to Li Tan's words. Instead, he spoke coldly, "Li Tan, aren't you talking a bit too much today?" Not many. If I don't say it now, I probably won't have the chance to say it again. The horse-headed zombie on the other side is too strong. They will both die here today, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Jasmine glanced at Li Tan and said, "None of us will die here." After she finished speaking, Jasmine's aura surged. Her eyes turned bloodshot, and with a swift movement of her right hand, a scarlet longsword appeared in Jasmine's hand. Jasmine's special ability is the SS rank, Crimson Swordsman. She doesn't usually like to use the scarlet sword, because this thing is captivating. Jasmine used this very sword to commit an act that angered both heaven and man. That's why she used this longsword to make herself an orphan. Although she was controlled by the long sword, she was the one who actually did it. That night, Jasmine's hair turned white. She began to wander, aimlessly, until he met Jean Siege. Jean Siege recruited her into the mercenary group. The horse-headed zombie opposite sensed danger when it saw Jasmine pull out the scarlet sword. He turned to run away. As a result, Jasmine flashed to the front of the horse-headed zombie. With a gentle swing of his crimson sword, the horse-headed zombie raised its saber to block. All its efforts were in vain. After the sharp crimson sword severed the saber, it continued forward and chopped off the horse's head. After the stab, Jasmine looked at Li Tan. Li Tan sensed the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Jasmine, and she turned and fled in terror. In his panic, he ran into a telephone pole and immediately passed out. Jasmine walked slowly toward Li Tan. Just as she was about to make a move against Li Tan, a figure appeared and stopped Jasmine. Jasmine looked at the black dragon in front of her, pushed off with her right foot, and her whole body shot out. The black dragon man saw Jasmine and pounced on her. He spread his wings and flew directly into the distance. Jasmine, holding the long sword, followed closely behind. Jasmine left. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was Chen Hao, who had transformed into Chen Xian. Chen Hao approached Li Tan. When Li Tan saw Chen Hao, her eyes lit up. The mountains and rivers seemed to block the way, but then a village appeared amidst the willows and flowers. When Li Tan saw Chen Hao, it was as if she saw a glimmer of hope for survival. As soon as Li Tan finished speaking, she fainted due to excessive blood loss. Chen Hao didn't say much to this strong-willed girl. He first walked to the side of the horse-headed zombie and flicked his long sword. He extracted the divine muscle from the horse-headed zombie and absorbed it directly. He then picked up Li Tan, who had fainted and fallen to the ground. Chen Hao carried Li Tan and headed towards the entrance of the secret realm. Jasmine relentlessly pursued Chen Hao's clone. She was incredibly fast, and after chasing for a while, she killed Chen Hao's clone with a single sword strike. Looking at the suddenly vanished corpse, Jasmine, who was in a demonic state, was somewhat bewildered. Chen Hao, carrying Li Tan, finally returned to the entrance of the secret realm. At that moment, a person was pacing back and forth anxiously. Manhwa received the news and wanted to go find Chen Hao. When she remembered Chen Hao's strength, Manhwa gave up the idea, because she knew that with her abilities, she would not only be unable to help Chen Hao, but would also cause him trouble. Chen Xian. Manhwa originally wanted to call Chen Hao by name, but since there were outsiders present, she immediately changed her address to Chen Xian. What's wrong with her? They've met a formidable foe. Her squad was basically wiped out, and I was the only one who saved her. There's one left inside. The last one? Manhwa was somewhat puzzled. This battle hero walked over. His brows were furrowed. Zhang Xiege couldn't quite understand it. Could it be that the elementary school student who died has come here? Why are these incidents happening one after another here? Zhang Xiege glanced at Li Tan, who had lost an arm, and then said, "Take her down for treatment first." Zhang Xiege looked at Chen Hao and said, "The remaining person you just mentioned, is it Jasmine?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. After Zhang Xiege finished speaking, he entered the secret realm. Zhang Xiege went in quickly and came out quickly. When he came out, Zhang Xiege was holding someone in his arms, who turned out to be Jasmine, who had already fainted. "I owe you one more time." Zhang Xiege spoke to Chen Hao. After settling Jasmine in, Zhang Xiege went to Chen Hao's tent. He called Chen Hao out. "You know, I don't like owing people favors." Zhang Xiege was born into a poor family, which made him very proud. Such people don't like owing others anything. "Tell me, is there anything I can do to help you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao thought for a moment and then said, "Not for the time being." "Okay, then come find me when you've thought of something." As he spoke, Zhang Xiege took out a slip of paper and handed it to Chen Hao. "My private phone number is on this. If you have any problems, you can call me, and I'll be there whenever you need me." After obtaining Zhang Xiege's contact information, Chen Hao was somewhat happy. This trip has been extremely fruitful for him. Not only did it raise his strength to the peak of the 5th level of the King Realm, he also gained a favor from Zhang Xiege. Chen Hao had been out for a while, and he was thinking of going back to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities first. Zhang Xiege's mercenary group is relatively free. Members will only be summoned in special circumstances. For the rest of the time, everyone was mostly in a free state. Chen Hao prepared to leave, but Manhwa stayed behind. According to Manhwa, she needs this place. Manhwa used the divine muscles and discovered that they could rapidly enhance her strength. For her, this was an auspicious place for cultivation. Chen Hao did not force Manhwa to go with him. After saying goodbye to Manhwa, Chen Hao left. He returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Chen Hao had just returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities when he met Shangguan Huofeng. Shangguan Huofeng glanced at Chen Hao and asked with a smile, "Where have you been these past few days? Judging from your expression, it seems you've already taken care of it." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. He received a favor from Zhang Xiege, though not as much as he had initially expected. But Chen Hao didn't care. For adults, everything is judged by the result. The process doesn't matter at all. "That's great. Congratulations." Shangguan Huofeng glanced at Chen Hao again. "Your strength." Shangguan Huofeng had no idea that Chen Hao's strength had actually reached the 5th level of the King Realm. "That's terrifying. The speed of this improvement is simply frightening." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shangguan Huofeng left. Chen Hao continued walking inside. He was about to return to his dormitory when he saw Tian Wenjing sitting at the door of his dormitory. "What's going on? Why is this girl sitting at the entrance of my dorm?" When Tian Wenjing saw Chen Hao return, she was quite excited. He suddenly pounced over and hugged Chen Hao tightly. At this moment, Tian Wenjing felt very wronged. She said, "Chen Hao, please help Wenting." The image of the cowgirl popped into Chen Hao's mind. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since he's touched a cute little bunny. What's wrong with her? She's getting married. To be precise, her grandfather arranged a martial arts contest to find her a husband. Do you think their family is feudal or not? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was speechless. A martial arts contest to find a husband? Chen Hao thought such a melodramatic scene only existed in TV dramas. I never expected it to happen in real life. When does it start? Are there any requirements for participation? The event will be held in 3 days, and anyone under the age of 25 can participate. Chen Hao knew that Kai Wenting's family had connections, but he didn't know exactly what those connections were. "You've been waiting for me here, so I'll go to this martial arts contest to find a husband?" Tian Wenjing nodded. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao looked at Tian Wenjing and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll really get together with her?" Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing dismissed it, saying, "It's fine as it is." Chen Hao frowned. "I've already discussed it with Wenting. If I get married in the future, she came to be my dowry maid." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was at a loss for words. "You just called his grandfather feudal, so how are you any different from him?" All right, hurry up and come with me. I'll take you to register." Tian Wenjing pulled Chen Hao and ran towards the registration area. At that moment, 2 guys appeared at the registration desk. He was fat with fair skin, vacant eyes, and a slightly sleazy appearance. He was strong with dark skin and a muscular build. "Xiao Ji, are we really going to sign Hao Ji up?" "Of course, registration is about to close." "Brother Hao wasn't there at this time. We have no other choice but to resort to this." "All right, so who should go first?" Lu Xiaoji flicked his hair. "With my handsome face, I should be able to impersonate Brother Hao without any problems, right?" Lu Xiaobu didn't know what to say. What's wrong? Am I not good enough? Xiaoji, I think I'm better than you. Lu Xiaobu had barely finished speaking. What are you two talking about? You seem to be having a great time. Brother Hao, we're talking about who should register for you in your place. Lu Xiaobu realized what was happening and looked at Chen Hao. Hao, Brother Hao. Lu Xiaobu exclaimed excitedly, Brother Hao, you're back. Chen Hao nodded. Brother Hao, registration is almost over. You should go register now. Chen Hao arrived at the registration booth and reported his identity information. Then Chen Hao returned to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu's side. At this moment, Tian Wenjing was also standing here. Let's go, Chen Hao, let's go see Wen Ting. She's probably not in a good mood right now. Chen Hao and his group headed towards Kai Wenting's house. They were riding in Tian Wenjing's car. This was Chen Hao and his group's first visit to Kai Wenting's home. As the car drove on, Chen Hao found the surroundings becoming increasingly familiar. The car then stopped at the entrance of a military district. You mean, Kai Wenting's house is here? Chen Hao didn't know what to say. Led by Tian Wenjing, Chen Hao and the others arrived at Kai Wenting's room. Kai Wenting was sitting at the table at this moment. Her face was dark and she looked extremely unwell. It's as if he's contracted Jade syndrome. Then the door opened. Kai Wenting looked towards the door. Upon seeing Chen Hao and his group, her expression immediately changed. He jumped up from the stool and ran towards Chen Hao and the others. Tian Wenjing wanted to greet Kai Wenting. As a result, Kai Wenting flew into Chen Hao's arms. I knew it. I knew you would come. Chen Hao, please take me away. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao replied, I can take you away, but not now. Not now? Kai Wenting was a little confused. What our brother Hao means is that we'll have a martial arts contest to find a husband after we win the fight. Then I'll take you away openly and honestly. Lu Xiaoji began to explain. That's right. Our brother Hao would never do such petty things. Lu Xiaobu chimed in agreement. Upon hearing this, Kai Wenting's face was filled with worry. Brother Hao, what's your strength now? I've heard that there are quite a few experts among those participating in this competition. For example, Zhao Yan possesses the S-level ability, Magma Power, and at only 25 years old, his strength has already broken through to the King Realm. And then there's Jia Bin, who possesses the S-level superpower, Western Swordsman, and he's also a master of the King Realm. Just thinking about this gave Kai Wenting a headache. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu comforted her, saying, Sister Wenting, don't worry about it. You may not know others, but don't you know Brother Hao? Brother Hao is very strong. He will definitely be able to beat those guys to a pulp. Upon hearing this, Kai Wenting nodded. At this moment, Tian Wenjing spoke up and asked, Chen Hao, can you tell us what your current strength is? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's lips curled slightly, and he said, you don't need to worry about this. Just wait and see what happens. Tian Wenjing felt a little uncomfortable. Lu Xiaoji stepped in to smooth things over. Brother Hao has his reasons for not telling. He's trying to be a dark horse, to avoid being noticed. That way he could silently fight his way through the crowd. Tian Wenjing suddenly realized, I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. The day for Kai Wenting to choose a husband through a martial arts contest was fast approaching. Originally, many people signed up to participate. However, many of them were just there for the fun of it. When they heard that someone from the King Realm was participating, those from the General Realm all withdrew. In the end, only 4 people remained in the entire venue. Chen Hao, Zhao Yan, Jia Bing, and a black dog. When Kai Wenting's grandfather, Kai Ming, saw this, his face darkened. He hadn't expected those guys to be so cowardly, actually deserting in the face of battle. I thought it would be a grand competition. Unexpectedly, only 4 contestants remained in the end. Fortunately, there was no shortage of spectators in the stands. The audience was bustling with excitement. On stage, it's a martial arts contest to find a husband. Off stage, it's a private competition. Come on, place your bet now. Place your bet now. Wherever there is a competition, there will be people organizing betting games. Who do you think will win this competition? Zhao Yan, I guess. The eldest son of the Zhao family, I heard, has already broken through to the King Realm at the age of 25. I just don't know what level of the King Realm he is now. I actually think Jia Bin is the better choice. Jia Bin is the strongest swordsman of the younger generation that I have ever seen. His swordsmanship is unmatched. He can be said to be invincible. TCH, you bunch of ignorant fools. At this moment, Lu Xiaobu stepped forward. Our brother Hao is the strongest. That's right, our brother Hao is the strongest. Lu Xiaoji then spoke. Sure, how about we make a bet? I'll gamble if I want, but I'm afraid you can't afford to lose. I can't afford to lose? As he spoke, the guy pulled out a lump of mud and placed it on the table. This is mica soil. For Earth attribute ability users, cultivating with it can be twice as effective. I'll bet this with you. As Lu Xiaoji spoke, he took out a card and placed it on the steps. Lu Xiaobu also took out a card and placed it on the steps. I have 5 million in this card, Lu Xiaoji said. I have 12,000 in this card. Lu Xiaobu then spoke. 12,000? Lu Xiaoji's card was still acceptable to everyone. When Lu Xiaobu announced his 12,000, everyone couldn't help but laugh. So what if it's 12,000? That's money I saved up with great effort. And it's you who are the ones who want to bet with me. As you know, know, there's a rule when you bet with me. What rules? It's about what I have, not what you're betting on. The person who was about to make the bet said, then I'll take your bet. Just as the group was placing their bets, two figures walked in from the audience passage. It was Shangguan Huofeng and Bai Jie. Shangguan Huofeng sighed. Grandma Kai is stubborn. I've tried to persuade her, but she just won't listen. Why do they have to do this crap? What does this stubborn old man take us women for? Okay, don't be angry. You know Kai Lao's temper. Once he's made up his mind, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. Listening to Bai Jie's words, Shangguan Huofeng became angrier and angrier. If I weren't too weak to beat that guy, I would have burned all his fur off. At this moment, Kai Ming, who was sitting in the main seat, couldn't help but sneeze. Kai Ming, what's wrong? Do you have a cold? An old man next to him asked. I don't know, it probably isn't. It's more like someone is insulting me. As he said this, Kai Ming glanced around. Finally, his gaze fell on Shangguan Huofeng and Bai Jie in the corner of the audience. Shangguan Huofeng awkwardly waved to Kai Ming as a greeting. Upon seeing this, Kai Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that it must have been Shangguan Huofeng who had just been scolding him. In order to take revenge on Shangguan Huofeng, Kai Ming said to the old man beside him, Shangguan, I think your Shangguan girl is not young anymore. Why don't you organize a martial arts contest to find her a husband? Upon hearing this, Shangguan couldn't help but shudder. He seemed to have already foreseen the scene of Shangguan Huofeng's furious outburst. If that guy gets angry, no one can stop him. Kai Ming, I think that in today's society, we should still have freedom to love and freedom to marry. Freedom my ass. When I was that age, babies were already walking on the ground. If I don't give her a push, given Wenting's temper, I guess she'll become a young nun in the new era. Upon hearing this, Shangguan sighed. How could he not know that? On the competition field, with only 4 contestants remaining, the rest will proceed directly to the semi-finals. Everyone drew lots. Zhao Yan went up to draw first and drew number 1. Next was Chen Hao, then Jia Bin, and then Black Dog. Chen Hao also drew number 1, while Jia Bin and Black Dog drew number 2. Therefore, the first match will be between Chen Hao and Zhao Yan. Chen Hao and Zhao Yan stepped onto the arena. Zhao Yan looked at Chen Hao and said disdainfully, so your name is Chen Hao, right? I've investigated you. You are just an ordinary family, although you are a bit more talented, but it's only by a little bit. They're far behind me. If I were you, I would have given up the game immediately. Give up the match? You? Chen Hao sneered. Zhao Yan saw that Chen Hao wouldn't listen to advice. Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, Zhao Yan launched an attack, a giant volcano. Zhao Yan's right hand instantly glowed red, and he punched the ground. Chen Hao felt an energy emanating from beneath his feet. He dodged it with a quick movement. Countless streams of magma erupted from where Chen Hao had just been standing. Upon seeing this, everyone's faces showed fear. Lava, that's magma. My god, that guy can actually control magma. Before anyone could react, the others realized what was happening. Zhao Yan's lips curled slightly as he unleashed his second ultimate move, Scorching Earth. This time, Zhao Yan slammed both hands down onto the ground. The ground cracked open instantly, and scorching flames baked the earth, melting the stones. It turned into clumps of scorching lava. The lava was bubbling and gurgling. The temperature around us was rising at a visible rate. Look, I thought Chen Hao would be burned to death by the lava. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao sprouted wings and flew into the air. He dodged Zhao Yan's magma attack. Zhao Yan was initially smug, but after seeing Chen Hao use his wings to dodge his attack, his face instantly darkened. Kai Ming frowned slightly. It's this kid, Shangguan asked. Yes, we've met a few times. Not bad, he's a promising talent. Shangguan looked at Chen Hao with eyes full of admiration. He has such strength at such a young age, and more importantly, he is handsome. They're almost catching up to me. Upon hearing this, Kai Ming was speechless. Unable to resist, she said to Shangguan, when did you become so narcissistic? Upon hearing this, Shangguan chuckled. Alright, let's continue watching the game. Looking at Chen Hao flying in midair, Zhao Yan activated his attack mode. So what if you're a birdman? Watch how I shoot you down. Zhao Yan condensed magma balls in his hands and threw them towards Chen Hao. One lava ball after another hurtled towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao dodged them all with his agile movements. Zhao Yan not only failed to attack Chen Hao, but also expended a lot of effort. Damn it, are they forcing me to use my ultimate move? Zhao Yan kicked his right foot back suddenly. He leaped into the air. Wang Jing already possesses a certain degree of flight ability. He clenched his right fist, which was covered in lava and was emitting scalding heat. Zhao Yan threw a punch at Chen Hao. Magma fist. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Originally, he just wanted to tease Zhao Yan. Since he was in such a hurry, Chen Hao had no choice but to grant Zhao Yan's request. Chen Hao also made a fist with his right hand and swung it towards Zhao Yan. Upon seeing this, Kai Wenting instinctively closed her eyes. The audience members also showed expressions of disbelief. Has he gone mad? He actually took Zhao Yan's magma fist with his bare hands. I think he doesn't want his hands anymore. If they collide, his hand will be gone. Charcoal grilled pig's trotters. Oh dear, I dare not look. I dare not look. Ouch, that must hurt hurt so much. At the head table, Kai Ming and Shang Guanyu had different expressions. Kai Ming frowned. In his opinion, Chen Hao was not such an unwise person. Shang Guanyu felt somewhat uncomfortable, realizing that he had misjudged people. He had just praised Chen Hao for being amazing. In his eyes now, Chen Hao is a complete idiot. That pig is hopelessly stupid. It could have easily dodged, but instead chose to take the attack head-on. Chen Hao and Zhao Yan's fists collided. A loud bang was heard. Then a figure crashed to the ground. He crashed heavily to the ground at tremendous speed, like a cannonball. The ground was smashed into a deep crater. The sudden turn of events left everyone somewhat bewildered. What happened? How did Zhao Yan get sent flying? The battle, it's over already? Everyone found it somewhat unbelievable. Many people subconsciously rubbed their eyes, thinking they were seeing things. We didn't blink. Holy crap, instant kill. It was an instant kill. Just how strong is this guy? He actually killed Zhao Yan in one move. He's cheating. He must be cheating. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were incredibly excited upon seeing this. Make way, all of these are ours. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu took everything away from the small table. This time, they were the only ones who bet on Chen Hao to win, so they won the entire game. Brother Hao is awesome. Brother Hao is awesome. This time, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu made a fortune. They were happy, but some people were not. What's there to be so smug about? You wait, we'll definitely wipe you out in the next round. So, how about it? Want to bet on the next round? Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu exchanged a glance. Lu Xiaoji said, a little gambling is harmless, but excessive gambling is harmful to health. Gambling is like doing something fun. It's fine to do it occasionally, but you can't do it all the time. Too much of a good thing can be bad for your health. That's right. We were just having some fun. I'm not playing anymore. Actually, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu weren't confident. Chen Hao was in the last match. In their hearts, Chen Hao was an invincible being. Things are different now. We're two strangers. They don't know each other. How can they gamble? Not going to gamble? Then give my things back. Why should we give it to you? What are you doing? At this moment, the people responsible for maintaining order approached. Those who wanted to cause trouble immediately fell silent. You just wait. The person who lost money spoke through gritted teeth. Chen Hao defeated Zhao Yan. Tian Wenjing and Kai Wenting were especially happy. See, I told you Chen Hao is amazing. Kai Wenting nodded emphatically. She glanced at Chen Hao sitting in the player's rest area, and her face flushed slightly. Bai Jia and Shangguan Huofeng were also chatting at this time. Shangguan Huofeng asked Bai Jia, if it were you, are you confident you could kill that guy instantly? Upon hearing this, Bai Jia shook her head. It might even take some effort. Bai Jia's current strength is at the peak of the 7th level of the King Realm, and she is only one step away from breaking through to the 8th level of the King Realm. Furthermore, her special ability is Holy Light Healing, and she does not possess combat abilities. It's a support-oriented superpower. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Huofeng nodded thoughtfully. Unexpectedly, the person who even Bai Jia found troublesome was easily defeated by Chen Hao. So, just how strong has Chen Hao become now? Shangguan Yu felt a burning pain on her face. He stood there speechless for a long while before finally speaking to Kai Ming. Kai Ming, how about we make a deal? Give this brat to me. I think he'd be a good fit as my grandson-in-law. Upon hearing this, Kai Ming became displeased. He hurriedly said, your granddaughter is so grown up. The two of you aren't a good match. I think he and my granddaughter are a better match. Farting is inappropriate, but I think it's quite appropriate. They are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Kai Ming snorted coldly. If you say it's a match made in heaven, then it's a match made in heaven. This kid is now participating in my granddaughter's martial arts contest to find a husband. Kai Ming, how about? As the two were haggling, one of them had a dark expression on his face. It was none other than Zhao Yan's grandfather, Zhao Yu. It was thought that Zhao Yan's victory was a foregone conclusion this time. Unexpectedly, a Chang Yaojin suddenly appeared and defeated Zhao Yan. Zhao Yu felt somewhat embarrassed. He now has only one thought in his mind, which is to hope that Chen Hao will lose the next game. Time flows by as quickly as water in a toilet bowl. Soon, the next match began. Jia Bin vs. Black Dog. Jia Bin was dressed in an outfit similar to Zoro's, and he held a Western-style sword, showing off his sword skills with a flourish. Because Jia Bin grew a mustache and had a cool makeup look, he captivated many infatuated girls. Wow, he's so handsome. Yeah, that's so stylish. Especially his little mustache. Oh dear, I can already feel his mustache rubbing against me. What should I do? I suddenly find him so cute. The black dog was dressed in all black, and he had a huge beer belly. His skin was a bit dark, and his nose was enormous. He revealed a wicked smile and said to Jia Bin, if I were you, I would surrender immediately. Jia Bin sneered. The word surrender doesn't exist in my dictionary. The black dog chuckled and said, that's because you bought a pirated dictionary. A pirated dictionary? Jia Bin brandished the rapier in his hand. The rapier slashed through the air, producing a sharp clang. The sunlight shone on the rapier, making the entire sword gleam. This sword of mine was forged by the venerable Zhan Lu, using forging techniques that involve repeatedly refining and tempering steel. Its blade is incredibly sharp, capable of cutting through iron like mine. mud. If you don't want to be torn to pieces by me, you should surrender sooner rather than later. Black Dog stopped wasting words with Jiabin. He pushed off with his right foot and charged towards Jiabin. The Black Dog was obese, and his fat jiggled as he ran. The Black Dog ran up to Jiabin. Seeing this, Jiabin thrust his rapier forward with a sudden thrust. The two were very close, and one of the girls subconsciously thought that Jiabin's sword could pierce through the Black Dog's body. She couldn't help but gasp. Everyone stared wide-eyed, because at that moment, Black Dog and Jiabin seemed to freeze in time, completely still. Look, there was one guy with a sharp eye. That fat, dark-skinned man actually managed to catch Jiabin's sword. My god, catching a blade barehanded. Is this the fat black guy's true strength? It's terrifying. That sword was so fast, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to catch it. Black Dog looked at Jiabin, a wicked smile playing on his lips. This time, you lost. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Dog began to use his supernatural abilities. Upon seeing this, Jiabin was startled and hurriedly drew his sword. He drew his rapier. However, he was still a step too late. The once smooth, mirror-like blade of the Western sword has begun to rust. The entire sword broke in half. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Jiabin's heart was bleeding. He put in a lot of effort to obtain this sword. Moreover, he cherished her dearly, treating her like his wife. Jiabin wipes it several times every day. I never imagined I'd lose it today. Jiabin found it hard to accept. He was so angry that he fainted. Black Dog smiled as he looked at Jiabin, who had fainted. He said, I told you, I would make you lose what you love. You just wouldn't believe me. Now look what happened. Seeing the Black Dog's smug expression, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Pa, what a disgusting thing. Yeah, not only is he ugly, but he's also so vicious. How dare you destroy someone's beloved possession? How could someone like that be allowed to participate? Didn't the people in charge of registration even check them? It's one thing to be ugly, but it's wrong of you to come out and affect the appearance of the city. Hearing the insults from the crowd, the Black Dog was filled with rage. He immediately unleashed his kingly aura. In an instant, most of the people at the scene collapsed to the ground. Only a small number of people remained calm. This is the aura of a king? A bespectacled man, who looked like he had read a lot of books, spoke up. He was pinned to the ground by the Black Dog's domineering aura. A kingly aura? What is that? Legend has it that there are some people who are the darlings of heaven and earth. They are born to be overlords, possessing an aura that others do not have. That is the aura of a king. Such people are born with pride and are among the best of humanity. They are exceptionally talented and can become leaders of humanity without much effort. My god, I never thought I would meet someone with such an aura of dominance here. What bullshit about the aura of a king? I think it's the aura of a bastard, Lu Xiaoji said dismissively. Even though he was also pinned to the ground, he didn't stop talking. Yes, what trashy domineering aura. Lu Xiaobu then spoke. Compared to Lu Xiaoji, Lu Xiaobu's situation is somewhat better. He was half squatting at this moment. Lu Xiaoji was a little curious, and he couldn't help but ask, Xiaobu, how can you be half squatting? I don't know, maybe it's my talent. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji immediately thought of a certain guy. That guy was burly and liked to squat. His only flaw was that he liked to worship his godfather. This is very similar to Lu Xiaobu. Shang Guanyu and Kai Ming unleashed their domineering aura upon seeing the Black Dog. They were a little angry. If they weren't strong enough, they would be lying on the ground right now. This guy, Shang Guanyu and Kai Ming's gazes toward the Black Dog changed. Their eyes were filled with disgust. Zhao Yu was somewhat excited. The stronger the Black Dog was, the better for him, because Chen Hao had no chance of winning. Tian Wenjing and Kai Wenting looked rather grim at that moment. They were worried about Chen Hao. After all, Black Dog was so strong. In contrast, Shangguan Huofeng and Bai Jia remained calm. Bai Jia looked at Chen Hao and said with a smile, this kid is hiding his true strength. Bai Jia noticed that Chen Hao appeared calm and composed, seemingly unaffected by the Black Dog's domineering aura. Haven't you made enough of a scene? Chen Hao suddenly stood up from his seat. An aura of dominance, even stronger than that of a Black Dog, burst forth. It instantly neutralized the Black Dog's domineering aura. Everyone felt the pressure on their backs disappear. Everyone got up and looked at Chen Hao in unison. At this moment, Chen Hao slowly walked towards the dueling platform. He walked very slowly, each step carrying a terrifying majesty. He resembled an emperor who had long held a high position. He is now surveying the human world. Emperor, your majesty. When everyone saw Chen Hao at this moment, two words came to mind. The Black Dog felt an invisible pressure pressing down on its back. He tried to resist, but was simply suppressed. Golden carp are no ordinary fish in a pond. They transform into dragons when they encounter wind and rain. My god, this guy is a true prodigy. If the Black Dog is a dragon, then it is a subdragon. If we were to describe it as a dog, it would be a mixed breed. Only this guy is the true one. My goodness, I feel like there's a light shining from behind him. Ouch, it's so stinging I can't open my eyes. My god, is this the chosen one of heaven? He's truly dazzling. Chen Hao walked up to the Black Dog. At this moment, the Black Dog was already lying prostrate on the ground. His face was filled with resentment, and his expression expression became extremely ferocious. He struggled to stand up, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. I don't believe in fate. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. The black dog began to frantically unleash its supernatural power. His supernatural power was released, and the stone began to slowly rust. Is this the power of rust? The black dog in front of me has very powerful supernatural abilities. It is an S-class ability called rust. Rust can corrode everything over time. Even the most solid objects will become as brittle as a piece of paper once they are corroded. Just now, Jiabin's rapier was corroded by the black dog's rust ability. It instantly turned into a rusty sword, thus breaking in half. The black dog, relying on rust, directly corroded the entire battle platform. A large hole was instantly created in the fighting platform, and the black dog fell into it. Upon seeing this, everyone looked towards the large hole. While everyone was focused on the large hole, the black dog darted out from behind Chen Hao. At this moment, his hands were surrounded by a brown light, clearly indicating that the power of corrosion was wrapped around them. The black dog's right hand reached out to grab Chen Hao. Black dog's eyes were full of ruthlessness. In his eyes, Chen Hao was already a dead man. Just as the black dog's paws were about to grab Chen Hao disappeared from the spot. The black dog missed its target. The black dog was a little confused. Where is everyone? A guy appeared behind him and kicked him in the butt. The black dog instantly fell face first into dog poop. When everyone saw the black dog in such an embarrassing state, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. The black dog struggled to its feet. I want you dead. As he said this, the black dog's eyes widened in fury. A sudden gust of wind rose from his body. The wind was the color of rust. The winds of rust. The black dog pushed forward with both hands, and a rusty wind flew towards Chen Hao. Fire tornado. Chen Hao dared not use his body to withstand the corrosive wind. With a wave of his hand, a dragon rose from the ground. The fire dragon unleashed a terrifying shockwave, instantly blocking the rusty wind. Then Chen Hao stomped his foot. Fire dragon soars. Before the black dog could react, a fire dragon rose up from beneath his feet. The fire dragon crashed into him, carrying him into the sky. The fire dragon flew higher and higher, eventually exploding in midair. The black dog fell from the sky like a stray dog. Chen Hao showed no intention of letting him off the hook and waved his hand again. A fiery phoenix appeared out of nowhere. The appearance of the fire phoenix caught the attention of Kai Ming and others. Shang Guanyu, the technique this guy is using looks so much like your family's fire phoenix technique. Yeah, could he have stolen my techniques? Zhao Yu, standing to the side, added fuel to the fire. Shang Guanyu frowned. He was somewhat angry. Family inherited skills are generally passed down to sons but not daughters, and to family members but not outsiders. There was only one child, and that was Shangguan Huofeng. Shang Guanyu had been thinking about finding a suitable husband for Shangguan Huofeng, but she went and caused this whole marriage mess. They actually passed on their family's secret martial arts techniques to an outsider. Shang Guanyu was so angry that his face turned black. Shang Guanyu, do you need my help? When Zhao Yu said this, his face was full of a mocking smile, and he made a throat-slitting gesture at the same time. A fire phoenix appeared, spewing out a stream of phoenix fire. The raging fire engulfed the black dog. Seeing this, Zhao Yu made a move. He flew towards the arena, and with a push of his hand, instantly extinguished Chen Hao's phoenix flame. Then he hugged the black dog tightly. At this point, the black dog was burned beyond recognition. Zhao Yu glared fiercely at Chen Hao. You brat, we clearly agreed it was just a friendly spar, but you actually resorted to poison. A person with such a vicious heart as you does not deserve to live in this world. As he spoke, Zhao Yu prepared to attack Chen Hao. He waved the banner of righteousness, but in reality, he just wanted to settle a personal score. Just as Zhao Yu was about to make a move against Chen Hao, Kai Ming appeared. Kai Ming stood in front of Zhao Yu. Kai Ming, what are you doing? Upon hearing this, Kai Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhao Yu, I also want to ask, what do you want to do? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Having known you for so many years, I can tell what kind of shit you're going to take just by the way you stick your butt out. If this kid wins the game, then he will be my grandson-in-law. You wanted to harm my grandson-in-law, but did you ask me first? Seeing that Kai Ming wanted to protect Chen Hao, Zhao Yu turned his gaze to Shang Guanyu. Shang Guanyu, this brat stole your family's fire phoenix technique. Now that he's Kai Ming's grandson-in-law, aren't you afraid he'll bring your family's fire phoenix technique into the Kai family? Shang Guanyu frowned, unsure of what to do. Join the Kai family? Just then, a figure appeared. She was wearing a long red dress. I think you're overthinking it. Shangguan Huofeng appeared. When Shangguan Yu saw Shangguan Huofeng, his face was full of question marks. Just as Shangguan Yu was wondering, Shangguan Huofeng pulled Chen Hao into her arms. Grandpa, I've already slept with that brat. Do you think I would let him join the Kai family? Upon hearing this, everyone gaped in disbelief. Did I hear that right? I think my ears are broken. I'm even experiencing auditory hallucinations. Shangguan Huofeng said she slept with that boy. TSK, that kid is really lucky with women. Yes, that's so enviable. Zhao Yu's face was extremely ugly at this moment. restaurant, looking like he had eaten shit. You're lying. You must be trying to protect this kid, so you're just talking nonsense. Shangguan Huofeng smiled disdainfully. She suddenly grabbed Chen Hao and kissed him. For a moment, everyone froze in place. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their eyes bulging, afraid of missing a single good show. The scene became extremely quiet. A gust of wind blew by, and everyone heard the sound of the wind, along with some strange noises. They actually, my goddess. Oh my god, goddess Shangguan has actually been defiled. My heart is broken. What happened to the wild goddess we were promised? That damn brat, I'm going to kill him. Don't stop me. Go ahead, no one's stopping you. Hey, you guys are so greedy and ungrateful. Why didn't you try to help me out? Shangguan Huofeng and Chen Hao broke up. She turned to Zhao Yu and asked, do you believe me now? You're something else. Zhao Yu snorted coldly and left. Kai Ming and Shangguan Yu stood there, stunned. Kai Ming spoke to Shangguan Yu. What else can we do? Of course, we'll make this brat my grandson-in-law. And what about my granddaughter? Kai Ming asked in return. You can find her another one. You're talking nonsense. You picked all the good ones and gave me the oranges at the bottom of the basket, huh? Kai Ming and Shangguan Yu kept talking. Shangguan Huofeng said to the two of them, you two can continue your conversation. Chen Hao and I are going back. After saying that, Shangguan Huofeng was about to leave with Chen Hao. Seeing that Shangguan Huofeng and Chen Hao were about to leave, Kai Ming and Shangguan Yu called out to the two of them. What are you two thinking? I don't know. It's all up to him. Shangguan Huofeng passed the buck to Chen Hao. Upon hearing this, the two turned their gaze to Chen Hao. Chen Hao said with a smile, scumbags never want to take responsibility. I am a responsible man, so I want it all. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, Shangguan Yu and Kai Ming were speechless. Before the two could react, Shangguan Huofeng had already pulled Chen Hao away. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Shangguan Yu and Kai Ming exchanged a glance. Kai Ming, what are your thoughts? What else can I think? My children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Let them do whatever they want. Hee, that's what I think too. Shangguan Yu's words were tacitly accepted by Kai Ming. Both of them are shrewd and their strength has reached their level. You can already vaguely see something. They saw a faint purple aura emanating from Chen Hao. Purple aura has been considered the aura of emperors since ancient times. In addition, Chen Hao already possesses an aura of dominance. Could this guy become emperor later? Kai Ming immediately fell silent, saying, you can't say things like that carelessly. Shangguan Huofeng led Chen Hao and the others back to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. I have something to do. I'll go take care of it now. To avoid an awkward situation, Shangguan Huofeng left early. Sister Wenjing, let's go too. Kai Wenting didn't dare to face Chen Hao alone, so she pulled Tian Wenjing away. Chen Hao, Lu Xiaobu, and Lu Xiaoji were left behind. Lu Xiaoji gave Chen Hao a thumbs up. Brother Hao, you're really awesome. Without making a sound, he actually managed to win over Sister Fire Phoenix. You know what? She's my dream girl. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobu was displeased. Xiaoji, she will be your sister-in-law from now on. You can't have such thoughts. Yes, Brother Hao, I was wrong. I won't do it again. As Lu Xiaoji said this, he thought of Shangguan Huofeng's figure. With her curvaceous figure, she's the envy of everyone. In addition, she has a mature and sophisticated aura. Even if it meant losing 10 years of his life, Lu Xiaoji would be willing to spend one night with such a gem. Unfortunately, she's already taken. Alright, you two, stop gossiping. I'll take you to a nice place. Chen Hao left the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities with Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. The three of them eventually arrived at the outside of a cave. Lu Xiaoji looked around suspiciously, like a thief. Brother Hao, where is this? You'll find out when you come inside with me. Chen Hao led Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu into the cave. They came to the depths of the cave, where there was an entrance to a secret realm. Chen Hao passed through the entrance to the secret realm and finally arrived in a wasteland world. It really works. Chen Hao was somewhat pleased. He had been thinking about how to come back to this place. Unexpectedly, Manhwa discovered another secret passage. However, Chen Hao was somewhat hesitant about the entrance to this passage. It was inside a doghouse. Hey, can you pull me up? The entrance to the secret realm was a bit narrow, and Lu Xiaoji got stuck. Chen Hao rushed forward to help. He grabbed Lu Xiaoji's hands and pulled hard, dragging Lu Xiaoji directly into this world. Afterwards, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu followed Chen Hao and began to wander around. Brother Hao, where is this? A secret realm. Just then, a wandering zombie appeared not far away. Seeing this, Chen Hao said to Lu Xiaobu, Xiaobu, go and take care of that guy. Lu Xiaobu was a little confused, but he would do whatever Chen Hao asked him to do. He sprinted towards the zombie and delivered a powerful right whip kick, sending the zombie flying backward. The zombie crashed heavily against the wall behind it. It fell to the ground. Brother Hao, how was it? Aren't I awesome? Lu Xiaobu spoke to Chen Hao with great anticipation. So, now I'm going to give you a new task. As he spoke, Chen Hao pulled out a dagger and handed it to Lu Xiaobu. Go, dig out the divine muscles from its chest. Divine muscles? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but ask, Brother Hao, what's divine muscle? Why don't you go dig it up and you'll find out. Lu Xiaobu has left. Before long, long, he dug out a piece of tender pink muscle from the zombie's chest. Looking at the muscular physique in Lu Xiaobu's hand, Lu Xiaoji smiled and said, "It's similar. It's very similar." When he said this, his expression was as lewd as could be. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lu Xiaoji. This guy can drive on any kind of broken road. His brain is so hard that even 360, a Chinese antivirus software, probably can't clean it. Little Boo, eat that lump of divine muscle. Eat, eat. Looking at the divine muscle in his hand, Lu Xiaobu stood there stunned. Brother Hao, you're not kidding me, are you? In Lu Xiaobu's view, the lump of flesh in his hand was human flesh. I'm not joking with you. That thing in your hand is called divine muscle, a treasure that countless people dream of. After consuming it, it can accelerate your cultivation speed. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu are both too weak. Having no other choice, Chen Hao had to bring them to this place. Lu Xiaobu gritted his teeth, looking as if he was ready to die. He opened his mouth and threw the divine muscle directly into it. He didn't even bite, but forcibly swallowed the divine muscle. As the divine muscle enters the stomach, Lu Xiaobu noticed something amiss. Brother Hao, I feel a warm feeling in my stomach, and a surge of energy is flowing from my stomach to my limbs and bones. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. This is the effect of divine muscles. Then Chen Hao said to Lu Xiaoji, "Xiaoji, there's one on the left, I'll leave it to you." Lu Xiaoji launched an attack on the zombie on the left. He was stronger than Lu Xiaobu, so he finished the job much faster. After Lu Xiaoji dug out the divine muscle, he walked towards Chen Hao and the others. "Here, Xiaobu, have some." Lu Xiaoji wanted to hand the divine muscle to Lu Xiaobu. Chen Hao stopped him. Having known Lu Xiaoji for so long, Chen Hao naturally knows him very well. This guy is just afraid of dying. I dare not eat the godlike muscle. Chen Hao would not tolerate Lu Xiaoji's behavior. "Xiaoji, you have to eat this piece yourself." Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He glanced at Chen Hao, only to find that Chen Hao was staring intently at him. "Just eat it." As he spoke, he stretched his right hand toward his mouth, making a eating motion. It's delicious. Thank you, Brother Hao." Seeing this, Chen Hao said to Lu Xiaoji, "Xiaoji, do you want to be left behind by us?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji paused in surprise. This was the first time he had ever seen Chen Hao get angry. "Eat, I'll eat, okay?" Lu Xiaoji gritted his teeth and put the divine muscle he had been hiding in his hand into his mouth. As the divine muscle entered his mouth, a look of surprise flashed across Lu Xiaoji's face. "It's delicious. It's a bit like sashimi. The texture is similar to that of salmon. It would be even better with some soy sauce." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded and said to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, "You two stay in this area. Remember, don't go too deep. The deeper into this secret realm, the stronger the zombies become." After giving instructions to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, Chen Hao set off alone into the depths of the secret realm. The secret realm is vast, and we are still exploring it. Chen Hao kept harvesting zombies. Using his special ability, Danger Sense, he evaded those powerful zombies. We spent a day training in the secret realm. Chen Hao prepared to go back. He returned to the entrance of the secret realm and found Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji sitting there. The two men looked exhausted at this point. They were also covered in dirt. They're even more beggar-like than beggars themselves. However, their efforts paid off. Lu Xiaoji's strength has achieved a breakthrough, advancing from the 3rd level of the general realm to the 4th level. Lu Xiaobu broke through from the 1st level of the general realm to the 2nd level. Seeing Chen Hao return, the two immediately got up from the ground. Lu Xiaobu's eyes began to redden slightly as he looked at Chen Hao. "Brother Hao, thank you so much this time." As he said this, Lu Xiaobu's nose tingled with emotion. Such a precious place for cultivation is not something ordinary people would share with others. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao shared it with him unconditionally. Lu Xiaoji chuckled and said, "Brother Hao, I won't thank you for your kindness. Anyway, I, Xiaoji, am sticking with you for life. Okay, let's go home." Chen Hao led Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu away from the secret realm and returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. "I just arrived at the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities." Chen Hao then noticed that his colleagues were staring at him one after another. "What's wrong with them?" Lu Xiaobu shook his head. Lu Xiaoji was a know-it-all. Even before he returned, he already knew what had happened. He said, "What else could it be? It's all because our brother Hao managed to win over Sister Fire Phoenix." At this moment, the members of the Superpower Bureau were all whispering among themselves. "Look, Chen Hao is back. I never imagined Chen Hao was so capable. He actually managed to get our bureau chief under his control." Sigh, I had a feeling that something was off about their relationship a while ago, but I didn't expect it to be true. "That's great. Our bureau chief and Chen Hao are a perfect match." "Yes, I'm so envious." "Envy my ass. Don't you guys think our bureau chief is an old cow eating young grass?" "Xiao Xiu, shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Everyone knows you have a crush on Chen Hao. What's wrong? You want to steal our bureau chief's man? What? Is that not allowed?" Okay, stop arguing. Chen Hao is now a king realm expert. He's from a completely different world than us. Alas, some are born in Rome, while others are born to be beasts of burden. Their starting point is our destination. Comparing yourself to others others is pointless, let's live in the present and do our best. Let's go do a mission. The crowd dispersed. Chen Hao had been busy in the secret realm all day and was about to rest. As a result, a hand pressed down on Chen Hao's shoulder. Chen Hao turned his head and saw that it was Shi Jian. At this moment, Shi Jian's expression was strange, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Professor Shi Qian, what's wrong? Chen Hao, I want to ask you about something. Teacher, please tell me. Shi Jian was Chen Hao's mentor, so he respected him very much. Chen Hao, can you tell me how you obtained your King Realm pill? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao glanced around before saying to Shi Jian, Teacher, please come with me. Chen Hao took Shi Jian to his dormitory. Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji naturally followed them in. After going inside, Chen Hao closed the door. Xiao Hao, what's wrong? Shi Jian's brows were furrowed deeply. Teacher Shi Jian, to be honest, I actually refined my King Realm pill myself. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian was shocked. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, standing to the side, also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Brother Hao, you're not kidding, are you? Although Lu Xiaoji knew Chen Hao was very capable, he couldn't possibly be so skilled as to know how to refine pills. Wouldn't that be omnipotent? Lu Xiaobu's gaze toward Chen Hao became even more intense. Brother Hao is awesome. Lu Xiaobu is now a fanatical fan of Chen Hao. If Chen Hao tells him to die, he will immediately jump off the building. Shi Jian was stunned, as if struck by lightning. He went to great lengths to obtain Wang Jingdan. During this time, he begged his grandfather and grandmother, and suffered a lot of humiliation. In the end, they still couldn't exchange it for a King's Realm pill. Chen Hao told him that he could refine it. Shi Jian found it unbelievable. Professor Shi Jian, how's your material preparation going? Upon hearing this, Shi Jian replied, most of them have been found. Now we're just missing two things. One is a monster crystal core, and the other is a rare and precious chrysanthemum. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. I have the Qirong Tontianju. What? You have the Qirong Tontian chrysanthemum? Upon hearing this, Shi Jian became somewhat agitated. Xiao Hao, how about we make a deal? Sell me the Qirong Tontianju, no matter the price, as long as I can afford it, I will definitely buy it. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled and said, Teacher, how could I ask you for money? For Chen Hao now, Qirong Tontianju was just a street vendor's commodity. He usually uses Qirong Tontianju, a type of chrysanthemum, to make tea, and he can have as much as he wants. Teacher, let's not rush the matter of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Our top priority is to get you a monster core. Do you have any monster cores you'd like? Shi Jian had been preparing for this day for a long time. I want the monster core of this thing. As he spoke, Shi Jian pulled out a photo of a muscular bull. However, Chen Hao couldn't compliment the color of this bull. It is green. Chen Hao nodded. The green bull is indeed impressive. The mighty green bull possesses a powerful skill called herbivore. The grass that cows eat produces milk. The green bull, on the other hand, eats grass but grows muscles. If Shi Jian obtains this skill, his strength will improve by leaps and bounds, and he might even become the Hulk in the end. Out of consideration, Chen Hao still reminded Shi Jian, Teacher Shi Jian, have you thought this through? If you get the herbivore title, you may only be able to eat vegetarian food from now on, and your skin will turn green as well. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian smiled slightly. I am a person who pursues power. As long as I can become stronger, I don't care about anything else. Of course, the premise of becoming stronger is to adhere to principles. I will not do anything illegal or disorderly. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. He knew Shi Jian's character. He was an upright and incorruptible man. Alright, let's get some rest tonight and set off tomorrow to obtain the magical beast core of the brute green bull. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian couldn't help but look at Chen Hao. At this moment, Shi Jian's eyes were a little red, and his nose felt sore. He said, Xiao Hao, do you mean you're going to come with me? Professor Shi Jian, you took such good care of me before. Let me repay you this time. Then Chen Hao looked at Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu and said to them, neither of you should go tomorrow. As for where to go, I don't need to remind you, do I? Yes, we know. Lu Xiaoji knew that now was the time for them to work hard. If they don't work harder, they might not even see Chen Hao's heels again. Chen Hao and Shi Jian set off. Chen Hao sat in Shi Jian's car. The two drove to the green grassland. The sky is vast and blue, the fields are boundless and green, and the wind blows the grass low, revealing cattle and sheep. The car drove slowly across the vast grassland. As Shi Jian drove, he said to Chen Hao, I heard that Bai Jia and the others are here too. Teacher Bai Jia? Who else? Wenjing and Wenting. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. Then wouldn't we run into them here? It's unlikely. The grassland is too vast, and the chances of encountering them are very slim. Chen Hao and his group spent a day on the grassland. Finally, we stopped in front of a herder's house. The herders on the grasslands are mostly warm and hospitable. As soon as Chen Hao and his group parked their car, the herdsman living in the yurt came out. Only, Chen Hao was a little confused, because instead of serving them goat milk wine, they were given a large cleaver. What do you want to do? Shi Jian shouted at the person opposite him. Get out of my way, you filthy outsiders. Despicable and shameless. Faced with the herdsman's insults, Chen Hao and Shi Jian Jian felt completely bewildered. They couldn't understand why the other party was so hostile towards them. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. Just then, a woman riding a horse came galloping over from not far away. She stopped in front of Chen Hao and his car. Sui, put down your knife, the woman shouted at the man. Upon hearing this, the man hesitated greatly. Don't you even listen to me? Sui, the man, was so angry that he turned around and went into the tent. Guests from afar, please forgive the rudeness of my people. Let me introduce myself. I am Kikij. What are your names? My name is Jian. My name is Chen Hao. Jian, Chen Hao, hello. May I ask where you're headed? We're going to hunt down the powerful green bulls. Hearing this, Kikij was somewhat shocked. Are you kidding me? The powerful green bull is a well-known creature on the grasslands. They are extremely powerful, and ordinary people cannot harm them in the slightest. Most people would avoid them if they saw them. These two guys actually said they were going to hunt down the powerful green bull. Kikij felt it was incredible. She couldn't help but look Chen Hao and Jian up and down. People who say they want to hunt the powerful green bull fall into two categories. First, they were like newborn calves, unaware of the power of the brute force of the green bull. Secondly, those who have real skills. After reading it, Kikij couldn't help but say to Chen Hao and Jian, you two, please go back. Why did you call us back? Kikij's words caught Jian's attention. The green bull is too powerful. You simply can't handle it. Our tribe previously sent many warriors to hunt down the brute green bulls. Without exception, they all ended in failure. Several guys paid the ultimate price. Upon hearing Kikij's words, Jian simply smiled slightly. Thank you for your concern, little beauty, but we still have to go. After saying that, Jian drove away. No sooner had Jian left than Suwa emerged from the yurt. Kikij, I don't understand. Why did you let them leave? These outsiders are all demons. They bullied Narama yesterday. Upon hearing this, Kikij shook her head helplessly. Not all outsiders are evil. Kikij is considered a relatively rational person. We are looking for those who bullied Naramai. Even if we can't find them, the eternal heaven will take revenge on them for us. By the way, how is Naramai doing now? She is still lying in bed, constantly crying. Upon hearing this, Kikij fell silent. Jian and Chen Hao continued driving further in. Chen Hao and Jian chatted casually. Jian frowned. This wasn't his first time visiting the grasslands. That's really strange. Logically speaking, people from the grasslands are all warm and hospitable. Why would they turn their swords against us? Chen Hao reacted quickly. It's possible that someone did something bad to them. Jian nodded thoughtfully. At this time, in the vast grassland, several guys sat around the campfire. They ate roasted mutton and chatted. They were all chatting and laughing. Before they knew it, their conversation had turned to what happened last night. Wow, the boss was really fierce last night. Yeah, boss is really awesome. He is the only one among us who has broken the 10-minute mark. He. The leader grinned. It's not as good as you all say. You guys are pretty good too. As he said this, the eldest brother looked at the youngest brother. At this moment, the youngest brother frowned deeply and did not say a word from beginning to end. Seeing this, the eldest brother couldn't help but kick him. What a damn disappointment. If you weren't my brother, I would have killed you long ago. Last night, after they had their fun, they originally wanted the youngest son to join in, but he absolutely refused. In the boss's eyes, this guy was as stupid as a pig. They really brought shame to their family. By the way, what about that college student with glasses from last night? I don't know, it was just here a moment ago. Forget it, let's keep drinking. While everyone was chatting and laughing, in another place, after Suwa finished chatting with Kikij, he went into the tent. The scene inside the tent caused him to instantly break down. Naramai actually committed suicide. A long knife pierced Naramai's chest, and blood flowed all over the ground. Naramai's eyes were wide open. She clearly died with her eyes open in disbelief. Looking at the dead Naramai, Suwa wiped away her tears. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. He stood up and walked to a corner. After opening the box in the corner, a wolf skull appeared in the box. Suwa picked up the wolf skull and walked out of the tent. When he reached the door, he took one last look at Naramai's body. Naramai, wait for me, I'm coming to find you right away. Suwa placed the wolf skull on the ground, then pulled out a sharp dagger. He cut his hand and began to use his blood to draw the array. Before long, Sui drew out an evil formation. The sky was instantly filled with lightning and thunder. It was as if something terrible was about to appear. Suwa pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into his own chest. Suwa plunged the dagger into his own heart. His body fell straight down towards the magic circle. As Suwa's body fell into the magic circle, the entire magic circle glowed with an eerie red light. Before long, a figure slowly rose from the magic array. It exuded a chilling aura. The guy glanced at the distance and then sprinted in that direction. The guys had been drinking and were lying drunk on the grass. A figure appeared. It pounced and began a massacre. The entire grassland echoed with those extremely chilling screams. The screams quickly stopped. Chen Hao and his group continued driving forward. Halfway there, Jian stopped the car. Chen Hao and Jian got out of the car at the same time and headed towards a place that looked like a campsite not far away. The place was a mess, and the ground was covered in blood. It looks like it's been attacked. What is it? A wolf? Chen Hao asked. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian began his examination. Somewhat similar. However, he found something that looked like linen in one place. Shi Jian tried to reach out and touch it, but the thing turned into black ash and disappeared. Upon seeing this, something popped into Shi Jian's mind. He felt a chill run down his spine instantly. Let's go back. Shi Jian nodded. I originally thought it was just someone joking, but I didn't expect it to be true. There really is such a thing in this world. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian frowned, looking somewhat agitated. Xiao Hao, don't ask so many questions. Let's go back. Chen Hao could leave, but he was worried about Tian Wenjing and the others. Let me call Wenjing and the others first. Shi Jian nodded. Chen Hao took out his satellite phone and dialed Tian Wenjing's number. The two chatted briefly before Chen Hao hung up the phone. What did they say? They said they were visiting a tribe not far from us. They asked if we wanted to come over. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian said, let's go over there. However, we cannot stay long. Once you see them, just take them away. On the way to the tribe, Chen Hao couldn't help but ask Shi Jian, Teacher Shi Jian, what exactly is that thing? Why does it terrify you so much? Shi Jian said, I can't tell you. You can't call that thing by its name. If you do, it will come looking for you immediately. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao wondered to himself, is it really that strange? Shi Jian's reluctance to speak does not mean Chen Hao cannot investigate. He sent the situation here directly to Lu Fengfeng, asking her to help investigate. It has to be said that Lu Fengfeng is incredibly efficient. Not long after Chen Hao arrived, he received the information. This is... Chen Hao discovered that the photo showed a wolf, but its forelegs were human hands. It resembles a wolf, hence the name werewolf. They are somewhat different from the werewolves that people imagine. Werewolves have intelligence. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Werewolves will only attack people of other races. Chen Hao silently recited the information about the werewolf in his mind. Following the address given to him by Jia and the others, Chen Hao arrived at a campsite. The camp was bustling with activity at this time. Everyone sang and danced. Many strong men dressed in wrestling outfits are wrestling in the ring. After one is taken down, another takes their place. Chen Hao found Jia and the others in the crowd. They're dressed a little differently today. The clothes he was wearing were those of the grassland people. The clothes on them had an exotic beauty. Jia and the others are eating grilled lamb skewers. When Tian Wenjing saw Chen Hao arrive, she handed him the kebabs she was holding. Would you like a skewer? Chen Hao took a string of them. Then Tian Wenjing handed it to Shi Jian. Professor Shi Qian, would you like some too? Shi Jian didn't stand on ceremony with Tian Wenjing either. While eating, Tian Wenjing asked Chen Hao, what are you two doing on the grasslands? Come and hunt down the brute force green bull for teacher Shi Qian. The brute force green bull? Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing frowned. The green bull is very strong. It's not something an ordinary person can handle. Are you too confident? Do you need help? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao shook his head. The two of us should be able to handle it. By the way, you said you had something important to tell us. What was it? Werewolves have appeared in the grasslands. If possible, I think we'd better leave here immediately. Tian Wenjing was somewhat puzzled. Jia, who was standing nearby, had heard of werewolves. So she said, werewolves are formed from the resentment of people after they die. To be precise, it is a fusion of human and wolf souls. They harbor deep resentment and will hunt down any creatures that are different from them. Shi Jian was eating lamb skewers. When he heard Chen Hao and the others talking about werewolves, his expression instantly turned ugly. He couldn't help but ask Chen Hao, Xiao Hao, I didn't even tell you. How did you know? As he said this, Shi Jian's expression became serious. Let's go. Let's leave this place. It won't be long before the werewolves come looking for us. You've come to find us? Why? Kai Wenting felt somewhat puzzled. Because we talked about it. Werewolves are a taboo on the grasslands. As long as someone talks about them, it will come knocking on the door at night. Unless that person leaves the grassland. Is it really that strange? Kai Wenting raised her own questions. The grasslands are so vast, nobody knows where the werewolves are. How could they possibly know what we're talking about? If it's true, then such a creature is truly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian nodded. Werewolves are such creatures. Shi Jian's friend experienced an attack by werewolves. Although the guy survived by sheer luck, he lost a hand and an eye. Therefore, Shi Jian had great awe for werewolves. Like Pleasant Goat, the werewolves will teach a lesson to anyone who is stubborn. Jia originally planned to attend the party before leaving. There's no other way now, I have to leave early. Chen Hao and Shi Jian brought Jia, Tian Wenjing, and Kai Wenting with them. 5 people, 2 cars. After leaving the gathering place, we headed back in the direction we had come from. The grassland sky is like a child's face, changing in an instant. Before long, the once clear sky became covered with dark clouds. What followed was a thunderstorm. A torrential downpour arrived in an instant. Rain pounded against the car window, making a loud noise. The rain was too heavy, and the car couldn't move forward. Chen Hao and his group could only stop and rest. Jia and the other 2 sat in the car and began to chat. Enjoying this rare moment. Jian and Chen Hao also know how to enjoy life. They laid the car seats flat, turning the car into a large bed. Jian took out several bottles of liquor and some beef jerky from the back seat of the car. Xiao Hao, come on, let's have a drink. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao shook his head. Teacher Jian, let's skip the drinking. This is the grassland, it's not safe. Let's have some beef jerky to fill our stomachs instead. Upon hearing this, Jian said nonchalantly, alright, if you won't drink, I will. Jian then drank some wine with beef jerky. He drank while chatting with Chen Hao. Before he knew it, Jian had fallen into a deep sleep. He started snoring. Seeing this, Chen Hao frowned and couldn't help but complain. This guy snores louder than thunder outside. His future wife is going to be in trouble, if he has a wife. The rain on the grassland comes quickly and goes quickly. The rain stopped and the sky cleared up in no time. Chen Hao rolled down the car window. The glass had been fogged up, making it difficult for him to see outside. The grassland after the rain looked as if it had been washed clean. Everything was so new. The air was filled with the scent of grass, mixed with the fragrance of earth. Chen Hao opened the car door and got out. The grass was soaked with water, and when you stepped on it, it made a slapping sound. This happens when there's too much water. After Chen Hao got out of the car, he looked at Tian Wenjing and the others. At this moment, Tian Wenjing and the others also got off the bus. Let's take a break and then continue on our way. After resting for a while, they returned to their car and prepared to drive away. As a result, both cars broke down. The rain was so heavy just now that the car has broken down. It's quite a distance from the city here, and it's difficult to get back without a car. Bai Jie spoke while drinking mare's milk wine. She appeared nonchalant, seemingly unconcerned about the car breaking down. What do we do now? Kai Wenting asked Chen Hao. How about we go back and find someone to help with the repairs? Tian Wenjing suggested. Okay, but we need to leave someone here to keep watch, Chen Hao replied. I'll stay, Bai Jie said with a smile. She had just drunk some mare's milk wine and was now slightly tipsy. Then I'll stay too, so I can take care of sister Bai Jie, Kai Wenting said. Bai Jie got drunk, and Kai Wenting was worried about leaving her there alone. Chen Hao turned to Tian Wenjing and asked, shall we fly there? Sure. Tian Wenjing nodded. He then suggested, since we're going, let's have a race to see who gets to the camp first. As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, Tian Wenjing rushed out. You're cheating. Chen Hao turned his back and chased after Tian Wenjing. Tian Wenjing possesses the superpower of wind manipulation, and she used this power to condense a pair of wind wings. Because she started running first, she is currently in the lead. Unfortunately, she met Chen Hao. To be far ahead is almost impossible. Chen Hao caught up with Tian Wenjing in no time. He even made a face at Tian Wenjing. This guy. Tian Wenjing gritted her teeth in anger. She was giving it her all, while Chen Hao seemed to be handling it with ease. The difference between the two is significant. They flew very fast and arrived outside the camp in no time. Chen Hao called out to Tian Wenjing. Can you smell a strong stench of blood? Tian Wenjing tried smelling it. Her brows furrowed instantly. Yes, and it's in front of us. Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing arrived at the camp. Upon approaching, both of them froze on the spot. The camp, which was originally lively and full of laughter, has now become a living hell. The ground was littered with corpses, and blood mixed with rainwater flowed towards the low-lying areas. Many low-lying areas have formed small blood pits. Chen Hao didn't speak. He began examining the bodies of the deceased. Without exception, they all died from claws or teeth. It should be the werewolf that Professor Jian mentioned. No way. Tian Wenjing found it somewhat unbelievable. That's not. Oh no, Teacher Bai Jie and the others are in danger. Chen Hao immediately headed towards where Bai Jie and the others were. Chen Hao ran back to where he had been. At this moment, Bai Jie and her friends are fighting a monster. The monster exuded a strong aura of malevolence, and some scarlet flesh was still stuck in its claws. It's a werewolf. Jian was lying on the ground, covered in wounds. Fresh blood flowed out from the wound. At this moment, Kai Wenting wrapped herself in mud, transforming herself into a stone giant. Bai Jie, wielding a willow leaf knife, repeatedly clashed with the werewolf's claws. The werewolf was very fast, and its claws were as sharp as paper cutters. Bai Jie's clothes had several holes in them. The beautiful scenery was partially revealed. Wenjing, take Jian with you and go. I'll delay it. No way. Sister Bai Jie, let's go together. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie frowned. Aren't you being ridiculous? It's one person dying, but you have to drag another one down with you. Bai Jie had already made the decision to die. It's alright, let's hang in there a little longer. Chen Hao and the others should be back soon. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie fell silent. If she could, she wouldn't want Chen Hao to come back. Since even she couldn't handle the werewolf in front of her, how could Chen Hao possibly manage it? Just as Bai Jie was in despair, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. The lightning struck the werewolf precisely, without missing a beat. Werewolves are beings in a spirit state, and they are extremely afraid of lightning. Chen Hao's lightning directly caused a lot of damage to the werewolf. After the lightning strike, the werewolf looked at the sky in a daze. Why would a thunderclap appear out of nowhere when the sky is cloudless? Another bolt of purple lightning struck down from the sky. This time, the werewolf werewolf was prepared. After dodging, it turned and fled. The werewolf left very quickly and disappeared in no time. Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing walked over from a distance. Sister Bai Jia, are you alright? Upon hearing this, Bai Jia gave a wry smile. Chen Hao knew that Bai Jia was lying to him. With so many wounds on his body, how could he be alright? Chen Hao stepped forward and placed his hand on Bai Jia's body. Chen Hao began treating Bai Jia. Bai Jia frowned slightly upon seeing this, because she realized that Chen Hao was actually touching her. Bai Jia tried to resist, but Chen Hao stopped her. The werewolf's claws are poisonous, or more accurately, they are cursed poison. If you don't get treatment in time, you will turn into a half-human, half-wolf monster. Chen Hao directly used grab and temper in conjunction with hand of God to treat Bai Jia. At first, Bai Jia seemed normal. As the treatment progresses, Bai Jia looked displeased and said, "Isn't it unnecessary to have rabbits?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao looked embarrassed. He got used to touching it and couldn't resist feeling the little bunny. After treating Bai Jia, Chen Hao then went to treat Shi Jian. Chen Hao directly removed the cursed poison from Shi Jian's body, leaving the rest of the treatment to Bai Jia. Bai Jia used holy light healing on Shi Jian, and Shi Jian's injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. A short while later, Shi Jian woke up. When Shi Jian woke up, he looked like a defeated rooster, his head drooping. Shi Jian felt extremely ashamed. He, who had always been at the forefront, has now become someone who holds others back. Giddy up! Giddy up! Just then, a beautiful figure rode a horse from afar. Chen Hao found this guy to be somewhat familiar. It is Kikij. When Kikij saw Chen Hao and his group, she was taken aback. He then said, "It's so good that you're all alright. The grassland is no longer safe. You should leave immediately. The camp was attacked by werewolves last night. We locals are fine, but you outsiders are in trouble." Kikij couldn't help but shudder as she recalled what had happened last night. Giddy up! Giddy up! Just then, another group of people arrived. These guys are fully armed. When Kikij saw these guys, she frowned and couldn't help but urge Chen Hao and the others, "You guys hurry up and leave. They can't go anywhere." The leader was an old man with long hair. The old man gave Chen Hao and the others a serious look. "It is you outsiders who have done things that have angered both heaven and man. This angered the eternal heaven, which then punished us. Otherwise, werewolves wouldn't have appeared." Hearing the old man's words, Chen Hao looked displeased. This guy is pretty good at shifting blame. The old man snorted coldly. "If you know what's good for you, come back with us for questioning." As the old man spoke, he unleashed his second stage spirit realm power. Chen Hao and the others turned pale upon sensing the old man's aura. A spiritual realm? Bai Jia is the strongest among them, and she is the one closest to the spirit realm. One can naturally sense the old man's strength. Chen Hao. Kai Wenting was a little scared, so she moved closer to Chen Hao. "We'll go with you. A person with an upright character has nothing to fear. The opponent is stronger than them, as the saying goes. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head." Chen Hao followed the old man and the others toward a campsite. After they were taken to the camp, they were immediately imprisoned in a fenced area. Chen Hao discovered that besides them, there were some other guys inside the fence. Without exception, they were all outsiders, just like Chen Hao. "I'm sorry." The person in charge of guarding it was a young man. Compared to that old man, he seemed much more humble. "Our high priest will be arriving in a while. I'm sorry to trouble you to wait here for a while." Chen Hao and his group found a corner and sat down. After he sat down, he kept looking around. Upon inspection, Chen Hao discovered that there were 3 groups of people inside the fence. Chen Hao and his group were one group. 3 rough-looking men make up a group. There were also a few young people who looked like college students. "Do you want some water?" A male student walked over from the group of university students. He was carrying 2 mineral water bottles in his hand. This guy has a very polite and refined appearance. Chen Hao had assumed that he would fawn over Bai Jia and the others. "I never expected that he came for me." A look of disappointment flashed across the man's face. After all, Chen Hao and his group did not accept his overtures. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Bei." Chen Hao and Li Bei shook hands. "Judging from your appearance, you seem to be college students. What brings you to the grasslands?" Chen Hao asked. "Oh, we are senior students here on our graduation trip." As Li Bei spoke, he adjusted his glasses with his hand. Chen Hao nodded. Li Bei was particularly outgoing, and he started chatting with Chen Hao. "When do you think they'll let us leave?" "Oh, right, I forgot to ask. What brings you here?" "We're here as tourists, just like you." Chen Hao and Li Bei chatted idly, exchanging a few words here and there. During this time, Kai Wenting noticed that Li Bei had a very beautiful bracelet on his wrist. A blue bead hangs from the bottom of the bracelet. "If you like it, I'll give it to you." As he spoke, Li Bei took off the bracelet in his hand and handed it to Kai Wenting. "May I?" "Of course you can. It's worthless anyway." "Thank you so much." Kai Wenting accepted Li Bei's gift. Li Bei had just given the gift not long ago. The legendary priest finally arrived. The priestess of this tribe was an old woman who wore a cowhide coat. He was wearing a hat with bird feathers stuck in it. Those bright eyes swept over Chen Hao and the others. She then spoke a string of words to the guard. Li Bei and the others were released, as were the burly men. Chen Hao and the others were left behind. Just then, Kikij walked in from outside. She frowned and asked the priest, "Grandma, is there something wrong with them?" The priest said, "They are the murderers who killed Naramai." Kikij felt it was somewhat unbelievable. In her opinion, Chen Hao and the others were all good people. How could it be them? The eternal heaven will not lie. They are the murderers who killed Naramai and Suwa. The priest spoke with unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao looked displeased and said, "What makes you say that? You must present evidence before you speak. Can you convict us based solely on your word?" This sudden accusation made Chen Hao feel uncomfortable. "You know perfectly well what you've done." The priest's eyes suddenly turned white. She detected dark energy on Chen Hao and the others. "That was the resentment of Naramai and Wuha. Didn't you want evidence?" As she spoke, the priest walked towards Chen Hao and the others, pointing at Kai Wenting. "The evidence is on her." Kai Wenting found it somewhat unbelievable. "Are you kidding me? How could the evidence be on me?" Upon hearing this, the priestess's face instantly darkened. "Do you think I'm joking? Then what is it that you said is on me?" "It's the bracelet on your wrist." Kai Wenting looked down at her wrist and saw the bracelet that Li Bei had given her. "Are you referring to this?" The priest nodded. "This is not mine. To be precise, it was given to me by someone else." "Someone gave it to you?" Upon hearing this, the priestess frowned. "Who can prove it?" In the priest's eyes, the bracelet was a relic of the deceased, imbued with the aura of the dead. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such deep resentment. "Your Excellency, she is right. The bracelet was indeed given to him by someone else. Yes, just now, a young man wearing glasses gave him the bracelet." Upon hearing this, the priestess asked Batu, "Batu, how did you notice these things?" Bata blushed upon hearing this. It turns out that Bata had already taken a liking to Kai Wenting when Chen Hao and the others were brought here. Kai Wenting is the girl next door type. She looks very well behaved. Such people often arouse the protective instincts of strong men like Batu. So while keeping watch, Bata kept stealing glances at Kai Wenting. Bata felt uneasy when he saw someone giving Kai Wenting a gift. Seeing Bata step forward to testify, the priest nodded. "That means this matter really has nothing to do with you." Batu is known for his honesty, so his words are highly credible. The priest realized what was happening. "Then wouldn't I have let the murderer escape with my own hands?" The priest immediately summoned the people of the tribe to prepare to hunt down Li Bei. They rode their horses and caught up with Li Bei and his group. It turned out that among all the people, Li Bei was the only one missing. The priest returned looking annoyed. "Where will he go?" "That direction. It doesn't lead to our forbidden area, does it?" Kikij looked worried. Upon hearing this, the priestess sensed that something was wrong. She then turned her gaze to Chen Hao and the others. "Young man, I would like to ask you to do something for me. Of course, it won't be for nothing. After it's done, I'll give you a big gift." "What do you want us to do?" "I want you to go to the forbidden area in my place. That forbidden area is actually only for us. You can come and go as you please." The priest spoke so casually, but Chen Hao showed no intention of agreeing. "What if we disagree?" "What right do you have to disagree?" Che-Gel came out. Che-Gel is the old man who forcibly brought Chen Hao and the others here. "Okay, I'll go." Che-Gel's repeated coercion made Chen Hao deeply resent him. What he hates most is being forced to do things he doesn't want to do. Chen Hao was plotting how to get back at them. Under Che-Gel's pressure, Chen Hao and his group headed towards the forbidden area. Seeing this, Kikij was furious. Having lived on the grasslands, she naturally understood what the forbidden area meant. She pursed her lips. Kikij couldn't understand why her kind grandmother and loving Che-Gel had suddenly become like this. "Kikij, don't blame your grandmother for being heartless. For the future of our grasslands, we must make some sacrifices." Chen Hao and his group entered the forbidden area. "It's so dark here." After walking for a while, Shi Jian noticed that the surroundings were gradually getting darker. Chen Hao turned on his miner's lamp. A blinding light appeared instantly. Chen Hao took out 4 mining lamps from his spatial storage and handed them to Tian Wenjing and the others. "Xiao Hao, your miner's lamp is pretty good. It's very bright. How much did you pay for it?" "It's not much, only 79 yuan, and shipping is included." 79? That's so expensive. 79 is expensive? You should think more about your own reasons. Is it because you haven't worked hard enough? Otherwise, you wouldn't think it's expensive. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Chen Hao. Chen Hao felt very innocent. "I said it." At this moment, Li Bei emerged from the shadows. Chen Hao and the others looked at Li Bei with wary expressions. "Take it easy." Li Bei appeared indifferent. He said with a smile, "Now that we've all come in, we're all in the same boat." Upon hearing this, Kai Wenting was somewhat displeased. "Who said we're in the same boat? They told us that if we arrest you and bring you back, they will let us go." Upon hearing this, Li Bei couldn't help but laugh. "What a silly girl." Li Bei looked at Kai Wenting with utter contempt. "Do you think this is your home, where you can come and go as you please?" Upon hearing this, Kai Wenting turned her head to look. Kai Wenting was a little confused. To her surprise, the path she had taken had vanished. "Let's go. If we want to leave here, we need to work together." As he spoke, Li Bei led the way. Seeing that Li Bei had taken a few steps, "Chen Hao, what should we do?" Tian Wenjing and the others turned their attention to Chen Hao, clearly regarding regarding him as their pillar of support. Go with him. After a moment's thought, Chen Hao made a decision. That's right, I still prefer to talk to smart people. The group followed Li Bei deeper into the forbidden area. During this period, they did not suffer any attacks. However, the dim environment and eerily quiet space made people feel extremely oppressed. Li Bei stopped at a certain place. Everyone turned to look ahead. Not far away there was a place that looked like an altar. A few guys were already there. It's them. Chen Hao frowned slightly. He recognized the people in front of him. They were none other than the burly men they had encountered inside the fence earlier. What are they looking for? Chen Hao noticed that the burly men were banging and hammering around the altar. Li Bei had no intention of hiding anything. He told Chen Hao directly. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao looked puzzled. Clearly, he was completely unfamiliar with the divine core. Tian Wenjing, who was standing to the side, spoke up. She spoke coldly. A divine core, the core that is condensed after becoming a god? It is rumored that once a person breaks through to the saint realm, they can reach the legendary god realm. By then, as long as the divine core remains intact, that guy will not perish. Li Bei glanced at Tian Wenjing, his eyes full of admiration. Li Bei praised Tian Wenjing. Alright, I'm not going to waste any more time talking to you guys. After Li Bei finished speaking, he leaped directly onto the altar below. Li Bei's arrival attracted the attention of several burly men. 3 rough-looking men raised their large axes and launched an attack on Li Bei. Upon seeing this, Li Bei's lips curled up slightly. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He reached into his pockets and instantly produced several throwing knives. Li Bei launched an attack, hurling countless throwing knives. The 3 strong men could only parry the attacks. Unfortunately, they could only deflect a limited number of throwing knives. The missed throwing knives pierced their bodies. Their eyes widened in disbelief. He just fell straight down like that. After the 3 strong men died, their blood flowed out. The entire altar was instantly stained red with blood. Is that still not enough? Li Bei turned to look at Chen Hao and the others. He smiled and said, I've been planning this for a long time. Normally, the entrance to this place is guarded by priests. Logically speaking, it would be harder for us to get in than to climb to heaven. So I made a little plan. Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing immediately showed displeasure. You mean, you're the one who orchestrated everything that's happened on the grasslands these past few days? I instigated those idiots to bully Naramai, and I also sowed the seeds of Sua's suicide beforehand. I found them to be so foolish yet so noble, willingly sacrificing their lives for my great cause. Following my plan, they walked step by step into the trap I had set. Tian Wenjing could no longer hold back, and she directly attacked Li Bei. A blade of wind shot towards Li Bei. Li Bei easily jumped and dodged Tian Wenjing's attack. He made no move to retaliate, but instead stood quietly not far away. I'm giving you a choice now. I'm still missing one person for this altar. You are free to choose which one to die. As he said this, Li Bei revealed his hidden strength. A terrifying pressure was released. Bai Jie felt this oppressive aura, and she was somewhat surprised. I never expected Li Bei to have such strength at such a young age. You're from the Li family, aren't you? Bai Jie braced herself to prevent herself from kneeling down to Li Bei. Li Bei looked at Bai Jie with a strange expression. How did you know I was from the Li family? Upon hearing this, Bai Jie couldn't help but roll her eyes. I'm not stupid. You have that kind of strength, plus your name and your special skills. It's hard not to associate you with the Li family. Shi Jian also knew the Li family, so he said, Li Bei, since you are a member of the Li family, how did you fall to such a low level? Aren't all members of the Li family upright and honorable people? Upon hearing this, Li Bei laughed, his face full of disdain. What a load of bull. The Li family. What a load of bull. The idea of being above board. I'll tell you, my real name is actually Lin Bei. As for the Li family you mentioned, I will destroy it after I leave here. When Lin Bei said this, his eyes were filled with hatred. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but think to himself, damn, is this guy some kind of womanizer of the Li family patriarch? Chen Hao had already imagined the plot. The head of the Li family was having affairs outside the marriage, and then got Lin Bei's mother pregnant. Then they started a relationship but ultimately abandoned it. Lin Bei's mother had no choice but to raise him with great difficulty, feeding him and changing his diapers. He therefore harbored hatred towards the Li family. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Lin Bei looked at Shi Jian. Of all those people, you have the strongest physique. You'll do. As he spoke, Lin Beifei rushed over. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao and his men immediately launched an attack. However, without exception, all of them were blocked by Lin Bei. Lin Bei flipped his hand, and a small dagger appeared. It pierced directly into Shi Jian's body. Shi Jian tried to resist, but his body went limp and he fell straight down. Lin Bei grabbed Shi Jian and flew towards the altar. He landed on the altar. Chen Hao and Bai Jie were both injured. Only he and Bai Jie remained to fight. Tian Wenjing and Kai Wenting had already fainted on the ground. Chen Hao and Bai Jie exchanged a glance, then pounced on Lin Beifei from the left and right. The three of them began to fight on the altar. Lin Bei is a first-level spirit realm ability user with the S-rank ability, Little Li Flying Dagger. Countless throwing knives flew from his hands, heading towards Chen Hao and Bai Jie. Lin Bei's throwing knives knives were incredibly sharp. After shooting out, it struck the stone wall behind Chen Hao or Bai Jia, embedding itself deeply into it. He toyed with Chen Hao and Bai Jia like a cat playing with mice. Lin Bei went berserk. If you two don't hurry up, your friend is about to die. Lin Bei slashed Shi Jian's carotid artery, and a large amount of blood flowed from Shi Jian's neck. Seeing this, Bai Jia lunged forward, wielding a scalpel. Lin Bei grabbed Bai Jia's hand and then delivered an elbow strike, sending Bai Jia flying backward. Lin Bei looked at Chen Hao. He smiled and said to Chen Hao, "I admire you. Your eyes are different from others. I think we are the same kind of people. So, do you want to join me? Let's join forces to create a powerful organization. At that time, you and I will be the masters of this world. But first, I have to swallow this thing." As he spoke, Lin Bei turned to look at the altar. As Shi Jian's blood was poured in, the entire altar was activated. The altar began to rotate, and a stone pillar rose up. A small box appeared on the pillar. Lin Bei's eyes burned with desire as he looked at the small box. The divine core I want is in here. As he spoke, Lin Bei reached out to take the divine core. Just then, a dark figure pounced from the shadows. It pounced on Lin Bei and knocked him down. The werewolf opened its blood-red maw and bit into Lin Bei's body. Lin Bei cried out in pain, then raised the dagger in his hand and kept stabbing at the werewolf. The werewolf was in pain, and blood flowed from its wound. However, this also aroused its ferocity. It began to bite even more frantically. Lin Bei gritted his teeth and channeled all his alien energy into the dagger in his hand. Then he made a sudden slash. Lin Bei severed the werewolf's head. Lin Bei pushed the werewolf's corpse off him. He was about to retrieve the contents of the box. He was horrified to find that the box had been opened. What Lin Bei had been longing for was now in Bai Jia's hands. Give it to me now. Lin Bei lunged at Bai Jia, intending to snatch the divine core from her hand. Seeing this, Bai Jia gritted her teeth and actually stuffed the god core directly into her mouth. Lin Bei grabbed Bai Jia's hand and thrust the sharp dagger toward her body. Lin Bei's dagger pierced Bai Jia's chest. Fresh blood gushed from Bai Jia's mouth, but Bai Jia wasn't afraid. All she showed was a mocking smile. Chen Hao is currently rescuing Shi Jian. Shi Jian lost too much blood. If he didn't receive timely treatment, he would really be going to meet marks. When Chen Hao was rescuing Shi Jian, he did not expect that unexpected complications would arise. Bai Jia plundered the god core and even swallowed it. Even more terrifying, Lin Bei, in a fit of rage, plunged a dagger into Bai Jia's chest. Chen Hao immediately put Shi Jian down and rushed towards Lin Bei. Seeing this, Lin Bei tried to dodge. As a result, Bai Jia held him tightly in her arms. Chen Hao's dagger pierced Lin Bei's back, giving him a visceral wound. Then Chen Hao pushed Lin Bei away, went to Bai Jia, and hugged her tightly. Bai Jia began spitting out mouthfuls of blood, her face filled with resentment, and she stammered as she spoke. Chen Hao, I have a question for you. Am I beautiful? Before Bai Jia could finish speaking, her head spun and she fainted. The life force within her began to dissipate rapidly. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao immediately began treatment. Unfortunately, Bai Jia's injuries were too severe. Even Chen Hao's hand of God was useless at this moment. Just as Bai Jia was about to pass away, a voice rang in Chen Hao's mind. Master, I have a way to save her. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned. What method? I have a technique that can transform people into blood demons. You might want to give it a try. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned deeply. Isn't that a type of succubus? Upon hearing this, the blood demon scoffed. How can a lowly creature like a succubus be compared to a blood demon? Alright, then hurry up and teach me. Bai Jia's body was getting colder and colder. If they didn't hurry, she would become a corpse. Okay, I'll teach you right away. Chen Hao obtained the technique for refining blood demons. He began to circulate his cultivation technique to refine Bai Jia. As the exercise is performed, to Chen Hao's surprise, he discovered that there was something inside Bai Jia's body that was absorbing his alien energy. It must be the core of the god that she just swallowed. Blood demon, does the core of God truly exist? Upon hearing this, the blood demon nodded. God really exists. I once had a fight with a god. I'm here now. What do you say the result will be? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao suddenly realized what was going on. The core of God was like a greedy child. It began to frantically absorb Chen Hao's alien energy. You want to smoke? Then I'll let you smoke as much as you want. Chen Hao frantically circulated the devouring heaven demon art, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body like flowing water. That terrifying suction force directly created a horrifying phenomenon in the heavens and earth. At this moment on the grassland, Kikij, the priestess Urina, and Shejel looked up at the sky. A giant vortex of spiritual energy formed across the entire sky. The vortex of spiritual energy spun continuously, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards it. What's going on? What happened in the forbidden area? Kikij frowned. Shejel looked at Anna and asked, High Priest, shall we go in? Upon hearing this, Urina raised her hand and refused, saying, according to ancestral teachings, we are not allowed to enter the forbidden area. What? Do you intend to break the ancestral precepts? Upon hearing this, Shejel immediately stepped aside. However, his eyes were filled with resentment. If he could defeat the high priest, he would have rushed in long ago. Kikij and his tribe have two major beliefs. One is the belief in the eternal heaven, which they believe will send divine pronouncements from the heavens. What remains are the ancestral precepts. The so-called ancestral precepts are actually a collection of all previous divine pronouncements, the crystallization of the elders. In their view, only by abiding by ancestral teachings can the entire tribe achieve lasting peace and prosperity and continue to thrive forever. Tian Wenjing and Kai Wenting woke up. Ouch, that hurts. After rubbing their temples, they looked toward the altar. They were surprised to find Chen Hao holding Bai Jie. At this moment, Chen Hao was pressing his hand on Bai Jie's chest. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards the two of them as if it were free. The speed at which the spiritual energy flows. Tian Wenjing looked at the two of them, a worried expression on her face. Chen Hao and Bai Jie have entered an illusion. Bai Jie looked around with some curiosity. Looking at the palace shrouded in smoke before him, Chen Hao couldn't help but ask, a temple? He and Bai Jie tried to walk inside. As Chen Hao walked, he wondered to himself, what will I encounter? South Heavenly Gate? Or something else? For example, a chicken and a dog. One has a pile of rice in front of it, and the other has a pile of flour in front of it. Before long, the two met a person. It was a woman, sitting on a throne not far away. The woman looked at Chen Hao and the other person. She smiled and said, after all these years, someone has finally come. The woman looked at Chen Hao and said with a smile, I want to thank you for giving me hope for a new life. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman pounced on Bai Jie. She wanted to rush into Bai Jie's body. No way, not again? Chen Hao hadn't expected that these gods had absolutely no divine qualities. It immediately tried to possess someone's body. He stepped forward and blocked Bai Jie's path. Since you want to die in her place, then I will grant your wish. Remember my name. I am the goddess of the grasslands, Yurentuya. Yurentuya rushed into Chen Hao's body. As soon as she entered, Yurentuya regretted it. Yurentuya instinctively wanted to escape. Since you're already here, why not stay for a cup of tea? Chen Hao activated the devouring heaven demon art, further enhanced by the dead soul devourer ability. Even if Yurentuya is a god, she too had to be obediently swallowed up. As Chen Hao devoured Yurentuya's remnant soul, the entire temple began to shake violently. Finally, it began to collapse. Before Chen Hao and the others could react, the scene before their eyes shifted, and they returned to the real world. Chen Hao glanced around and found that the previously dim surroundings were now incredibly bright. Blood demon, what's going on? Upon hearing this, the blood demon smiled and said, Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. Chen Hao looked puzzled. Master, you have devoured the remnant soul of the grassland goddess, and your soul power has been greatly enhanced. Your current soul power has probably reached the sovereign realm. My soul power has reached the sovereign realm? The blood demon nodded. By the way, Bai Jie. Chen Hao had no time to be happy. He needed to check on Bai Jie's condition. Chen Hao looked at Bai Jie in his arms. By this time, Bai Jie's chest wound had healed. The cute little bunny is exposed to the air. She is currently in a coma, but Chen Hao noticed a mark on Bai Jie's forehead. Wenchuan asked the blood demon. It's a divine rune. Upon seeing this, the blood demon said with some envy, she really has a lucky life. You mean, she became a god? Upon hearing this, the blood demon shook its head. There is still a difference between having divine runes and becoming a god. Her current strength is at the third level of the spirit realm. As long as she doesn't die, her strength will continue to increase. Even becoming a god in the end wouldn't be anything unusual. Pity. Unfortunately, her later achievements were limited, because she has inherited the legacy of Yurentuya, the god of the grasslands. In other words, no matter how strong Yurentuya was before, she could only reach that level. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. As his strength increased, Chen Hao had vaguely grasped something. That thing is called the Tao. As the saying goes, there are 3,000 great paths. Every person who cultivates themselves is exploring their own path. There are two paths in Taoism, the Great Tao and the Lesser Tao. Whether it's a major road or a minor path, only by following your own path can you go further. Like Bai Jie, who inherited the legacy of the gods. Although she eventually became a god, her power was limited. The blood demon glanced at Bai Jie and smiled slightly. Perhaps this is a good thing for her, because with her talent, becoming a god is harder than climbing to heaven. Then the blood demon turned to Chen Hao and said, Master, you are different. I think you will definitely not be confined to this one place in the future. Blood demon's words made Chen Hao very happy. Chen Hao was very pleased with its flattery. Chen Hao continued, asking the blood demon, then, have I refined her into a blood demon? Blood demon glanced at Bai Jie. He then said, half. Upon hearing this, the blood demon said, you'll know when she wakes up. Chen Hao, Chen Hao. Just as Chen Hao finished talking with the blood demon, Tian Wenjing and Kai Wenting flew over. By the way, Professor Shi Jian. Chen Hao turned his head to look at Shi Jian. At this moment, Shi Jian was lying on the stone steps not far away. Wenjing, I'm entrusting teacher Bai Jie to your care. With that, Chen Hao handed Bai Jie over to Tian Wenjing. He walked toward Shi Jian. When Chen Hao sensed that Shi Jian was still breathing, he breathed a sigh of relief. relief, he continued to treat Shi Jian. Chen Hao only stopped when Shi Jian's injuries had mostly healed. Shi Jian fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss. Chen Hao said to Tian Wenjing, take teacher Bai Jie out. I'll take care of Professor Shi Jian. Tian Wenjing carried Bai Jie on her back and then jumped over. Seeing this, Kai Wenting looked embarrassed. She can't fly. Seeing this, Chen Hao was speechless. He had no choice but to go forward himself and pick up Kai Wenting. Kai Wenting was startled by Chen Hao's sudden princess carry. Alright, Wenting, you help Wenjing take teacher Bai Jie there. Kai Wenting's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Chen Hao turned around and went to take Shi Jian away. Before leaving, Chen Hao condensed a fireball in his right hand and threw it towards Lin Bei. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Acquired an S-rank superpower, Little Leaf Flying Dagger. Tian Wenjing carried Bai Jie on her back, while Kai Wenting supported her from behind. Chen Hao carried Shi Jian on his back and followed behind the two. The group left the forbidden area one after the other. Chen Hao discovered that someone was already waiting for them there. Chen Hao was a little curious when he noticed that the priest and Kikage were not there. Stop looking, they're not here. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao coldly asked, where did they go? Of course I went to find you a present. When Chejel said this, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Kid, I didn't originally intend to kill you, but now, I have no choice but to take action. Chegeli witnessed all the strange phenomena that Chen Hao caused within the forbidden area, in addition to those previous legends. If I'm not mistaken, you obtained the divine core, and that divine core is on one of your bodies. As long as I kill you all, the divine core will be mine. Looking at Chegeli's ferocious smile, Tian Wenjing and the other woman showed worry. They knew that Chejel was a powerful being in the spirit realm. Bai Jie is now in a coma, and Chen Hao is the strongest remaining survivor. However, Chen Hao's strength is only at the king realm. Can he really handle Chejel? Wenting, stand behind me. As Chen Hao spoke, he placed Shi Jian on the ground. Then Chen Hao looked at Chegeli. Upon seeing this, Chejel laughed disdainfully. What's wrong? Do you want to fight me? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Why not? Chen Hao's soul power reached the monarch realm, and he wanted to test how strong his current combat power really was. Chen Hao grabbed with both hands, and several throwing knives appeared in his hands. He then threw the throwing knife at Chejel. Seeing this, Chegeli quickly dodged and avoided Chen Hao's flying knife attack. Just as Chegeli was about to mock Chen Hao, the flying knife that had been thrown suddenly flew towards him. Chejel let out a roar, and he instantly transformed into a monster with the head of a goat and the body of a human. Is this what it means to be possessed by a sheep spirit? Chejel made a fist with his right hand and threw it at the flying knife. He wanted to smash those throwing knives. As it turned out, the throwing knife seemed to have eyes and dodged it on its own. Chen Hao began to control the throwing knives with his mind. At first, he was a little unfamiliar with it. As the mind controlled the movement, the throwing knife became faster and faster. In the end, it was so fast that all you could see was a blur. Chejel shouted loudly, releasing the aura of his spiritual realm. A terrifying shockwave spread outwards. Chen Hao's throwing knives were hit by the shockwave, and they flew off in all directions, twisting and turning. Then Chejel pushed off backward with his right foot. Once Chen Hao is dealt with, the throwing knives will fall down automatically. Chegeli approached Chen Hao and threw a straight punch at Chen Hao's face. Chen Hao used teleportation. He came up behind Chejel. For the first time, Chen Hao felt the benefits of having a strong soul force. He found that his perception of everything around him had become stronger. More importantly, he uses his powers more smoothly. Chen Hao condensed flames in his right hand and threw them towards Chejel. Chejel turned around and crossed his arms to protect his chest. He used his defensive technique to block Chen Hao's fire attack. A fire elemental user. Chejel was startled. Chen Hao just used a supernatural ability like throwing knives. There's something strange about this kid. Could it be that he took the divine core? In just a few seconds, Chejel made his judgment. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky. It hit Chejel exactly right. Chegeli's white hair instantly turned into a bird's nest. Lightning power. Chejel was initially startled, but then his face betrayed his excitement. It's true, it must be true. This kid must have used a divine core. As long as I kill him, I will be able to seize the divine core. As he spoke, Chejel stomped his foot suddenly. Two black soul entities were instantly summoned. That is the legendary sheep spirit. Chejel and the two sheep spirits charged towards Chen Hao at the same time. I'm not afraid of you. Chen Hao instantly changed his form, transforming into a black dragon. Then he created 6 clones and rushed towards Chejel. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Chejel's two sheep spirits were quickly defeated by Chen Hao. Chen Hao then initiated a gang up. They kept hitting Chejeler. Chejel was forced to defend. How come this kid has so much supernatural energy? The two had exchanged more than 100 blows, but Chen Hao showed no signs of exhaustion. The two exchanged another punch. They then distanced themselves. Chegeli looked at Chen Hao, his eyes narrowed, and a smug smile appeared on his face. He won that punch. Chen Hao's right hand was trembling uncontrollably, clearly indicating that he was injured. Should we continue? Che Geli asked Chun Hao. If I were you, I would have already surrendered. Kid, resisting to the bitter end is useless. With your strength, you're just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Why bother? As the saying goes, the sooner you die, the sooner you'll be reborn. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao turned to Che Geli and asked, has anyone said you're annoying? And do you think I lost? Che Go was pleased to see Chun Hao so calm and composed. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. Oh no, that kid poisoned it. Che Gel felt extremely sore all over, as if something was drilling inside him. Che Gel lunged forward heavily, slamming his hands onto the ground. The ground was smashed by Che Gel, leaving a large crater. The terrifying tremor instantly surged into Che Gel's body. The blood demon invaded Che Gel's body through Chen Hao's attack. They thought it could reach Che Gel's brain through blood. Unexpectedly, this guy used this method to force himself out. Countless drops of bright red blood gushed from Che Gel's wound. What Che Geli did next was even more surprising. He actually opened his mouth, lay down on the ground, and started munching on grass. Sister Wenjing, what is he doing? The battle between Chen Hao and Che Geli was beyond the reach of Tian Wenjing and Kai Wenting, so the two of them could only watch from the sidelines. Unexpectedly, Che Gel actually lay down on the ground and started eating grass. Has he gone mad? Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing frowned. As the saying goes, something unusual must be going wrong. Since the other party eats grass, there must be a reason for it. As the grass entered Che Gel's stomach, the wounds on Che Gel's body began to heal slowly. Upon seeing this, Chen Hao immediately launched an attack. Countless flames shot out. The intense flames instantly ignited the grass. Che Gel got up. He originally wanted to eat grass to recover from his injuries, but Chen Hao burned all the grass around him. Fortunately, those few bites of grass helped him recover from many of his injuries. Che Geler pounced on Chen Hao again. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Che Gel became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. This kid is clearly at the 5th level of the King Realm, yet he can fight me to a standstill. Is this really the effect of the divine core? Che Geli has become a conflicted monster. Chen Hao, however, was a little flustered. They thought they could take advantage of the blood demon's sneak attack to kill Che Gel. I didn't expect this guy to have special countermeasures. We need to find a way to counter this. Just then, a thunderclap suddenly resounded in the sky. Dark clouds began to gather in this direction from all around. Chen Hao frowned. Is it going to rain today? The heavy rain arrived in an instant. Large raindrops fell, pattering on everyone's faces. Che Geli looked at Chen Hao with a mocking expression. God has been good to you. Knowing you're going to die, this is how I'm sending you off. See me off? As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, he pounced on Che Geli. The two sides clashed again. Just a few seconds, the two exchanged dozens of blows again. Che Gel was somewhat shocked, because he noticed that Chen Hao's strength had increased. Normally, one's mobility should be slower in the rain. How come he's getting faster and faster? Che Gel also discovered something terrible. His special ability is possession by a sheep spirit. When using this ability, black downy hair will grow on the skin of the body. Wool, as anyone who knows, is like a sponge, it absorbs water. Chen Hao received the blessing of the water ghost power. On the other hand, Che Gel's wool had absorbed water and become incredibly heavy. Che Gel considered shaking off the water, but the rain was too heavy. In addition, Chen Hao's relentless pressure made it hard for him to breathe. Chen Hao's moves were extremely ruthless. He was like a martial arts master, specifically targeting Che Gel's weak points. Che Gel was beaten so badly he could hardly speak. Stop, stop, stop fighting, stop fighting. Sometime later, Kikij returned from afar. She saw Chen Hao and Che Geli fighting. Kikij wanted to step forward to dissuade him, but was stopped by the priest. Grandma, they. Upon hearing this, the priest shook her head. On the grasslands, everything is decided by force. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. The people here admire the strong. The priest could tell. Chen Hao and Che Geli have an irreconcilable conflict. This battle is inevitable for both sides. Chen Hao finally seized the opportunity. He wrapped the dagger in his alien energy and stabbed it toward Che Geli. Chen Hao used the entangle technique. Che Gel used all his strength to defend. Chen Hao's dagger pierced Che Geli's body. Che Gel was somewhat smug because he had blocked Chen Hao's attack. Several sounds of knife tips piercing flesh rang out. Che Gel stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. He never expected that a knife would fly from behind him. It turns out that Chen Hao's previous attacks were all feints, just to lower his guard. A sharp dagger pierced Che Gel's back, and another dagger was aimed straight at Che Gel's neck. Che Gel collapsed with a look of resentment on his face. Blood mixed with rainwater began to spread in all directions. Ah, Grandma. Kikij was startled and wanted to seek comfort from her grandmother. The priest had a stern face and stared intently at Chen Hao, seemingly lost in thought. The rain came quickly and went quickly. The rain stopped shortly afterward. Only a pool of blood on the ground told everyone that a battle had taken place here. Chen Hao shook his body to shake off the rainwater. He brushed his wet hair aside and looked toward the priest. The two exchanged a glance. The priest spoke first. I have come to fulfill a promise. As he spoke, the priest took took out a monster crystal core and handed it to Chen Hao. Is this the magical beast core of the brute green bull? Chen Hao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the priest to give him this. Alright, you can leave now with the green bull's monster core. The priest always maintained a cold and indifferent attitude towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao didn't want to stay any longer. After taking the monster core, he left with Tian Wenjing and the others. Chen Hao and his group arrived at the gathering place, found a professional mechanic, and had their car repaired. The group embarked on their journey home. They returned to the Bureau of Superpowers. On the way back, Shi Jian woke up. As for Bai Jia, for some reason, she was still in a coma. Chen Hao ignored it because Bai Jia's physical condition was normal. After a short rest, Chen Hao said to Shi Jian, "Teacher Shi Jian, you didn't intend to refine the King Realm pill. Go and get your materials, then come with me." Just then, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu returned from outside. Seeing this, Chen Hao said to the two of them, "You two are back just in time. Help teacher Shi Jian move some things." Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu hurriedly stepped forward to help Shi Jian move the things. They arrived at Chen Hao's house. Chen Hao placed all the items on the ground. Shi Jian, Lu Xiaoji, and Lu Xiaobu watched from the side. Shi Jian looked a little nervous. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoji comforted him, "Teacher Shi Jian, you can rest assured. Brother Hao is very capable. He will definitely succeed." "Yes, teacher Shi Jian, relax. There's no need to be so nervous," Lu Xiaobu added. Shi Jian nodded. He glanced at Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. You two's strength. What's wrong with our strength?" Shi Jian found it somewhat unbelievable. "How come you're all at the 4th level of the general realm? He's already at the 3rd level of the general realm." Shi Jian once doubted that he had seen it wrong. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu chuckled. There was no reply to Shi Jian. Neither of them answered, and Shi Jian did not press the matter. However, he already knew perfectly well that it was Chen Hao's doing again. Thinking of this, Shi Jian couldn't help but look at Chen Hao. Chen Hao, who once needed his instruction, has now grown to this level. Shi Jian looked at Chen Hao, his face full of satisfaction. Speaking of which, Chen Hao can be considered one of his apprentices. When his former apprentice achieves such success, he, as the master, naturally feels proud. Chen Hao then extracted the essence of all the materials. He began the refining process. Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but swear. "Why is it dark again?" Lu Xiaoji found it somewhat unbelievable. Has Brother Hao done something that has angered both heaven and man again? As Chen Hao continued refining the elixir, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning struck Chen Hao's alchemy furnace precisely, without missing a beat. A large amount of electricity surged across the alchemy furnace. Some of it was transferred to Chen Hao through the alien energy. Chen Hao suddenly felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. It felt like I had received electrotherapy. Although Lu Xiaoji was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he actually experienced it. Others spend money on alchemy, but Brother Hao spends his life on it. Was that thunderbolt fake? If the blow lands on Brother Hao, he won't be hurt at all. This is our Hao Gu. He's really awesome. I'd call him the son of Thor. Lu Xiaobu looked at Chen Hao with burning passion in his eyes. I wish I could learn this too. Several bolts of lightning struck in succession. Seeing this, Shi Jian gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Those sharp nails were now deeply embedded in Shi Jian's palm. Although Shi Jian said he wasn't worried, he was actually very anxious. Bang bang bang. It keeps jumping around. He was not only worried about Wang Jingdan, but also about Chen Hao's health. He was afraid that Chen Hao would lose his life because of refining pills for him. That's heavenly lightning, not some ordinary mortal thing. Professor Shi Qian, why are you crying? When Lu Xiaoji saw Shi Jian, his eyes were red and tears were streaming down his face. It's nothing, my eye got into the excavator. Shi Jian spoke while wiping away tears. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu exchanged a glance. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Countless bolts of lightning struck down. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu felt a little numb. It's not just psychological, but also physical. The entire rooftop turned into a massive electromagnetic field, and Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu felt a tingling sensation from the electric shock. The two of them were trembling uncontrollably. It's done. It's finally done. Upon seeing this, Shi Jian was as happy as a strong man weighing several hundred pounds. He kept jumping around. Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He successfully refined the King Realm pill, fulfilling his mission. Looking at the King Realm pill gleaming with 7-colored light in Chen Hao's hand, Shi Jian was too excited to speak. Five Dan patterns? Shi Jian discovered that the King Realm pill in Chen Hao's hand actually had 5 pill patterns. When Shi Jian saw it, he didn't dare to reach out and take it. Xiao Hao, no, this pill is too precious. Although this elixir was made using materials from Shi Jian, but these 5 crimson patterns are just too astonishing. Chen Hao didn't say anything, but instead pulled Shi Jian's hand and forcibly stuffed the pill into Shi Jian's hand. Xiao Hao, how can I ever repay you? This King Realm pill with 5 pill patterns would sell for at least several hundred million outside. It's even so expensive that there's no market for it. Professor Shi Jian, please feel free to use it. Take it now before the effects of the medicine wear off. Shi Jian immediately sat cross-legged. He immediately immediately popped the Wang Jingdan that Chen Hao had given him into his mouth. Shi Jian then began refining it. Just then, the maid, Ari, came up. She was holding several cups of tea in her hands. It was chrysanthemum tea. Chen Hao expended a great deal of his energy and spirit in refining the King Realm pill. He simply grabbed a glass and drank it. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but smack their lips. If you want some, help yourselves. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu finally couldn't contain themselves any longer. They each grabbed a glass and started drinking. As the chrysanthemum tea enters the mouth, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu's eyes lit up. Their bodies couldn't help but shudder. What's wrong with this tea? Brother Hao, this tea is amazing. It can actually improve physical health and refresh the mind. Lu Xiaoji praised. Lu Xiaobu chimed in agreement. He's even more awesome than Wei Gu on TV. Brother Hao, I think we can turn this into a product and sell it. You must let me say the advertising copy when the time comes. As he spoke, Lu Xiaobu began to explain, referring to a television commercial. Brother Hao's chrysanthemum tea. A bottle to refresh and invigorate. 2 bottles to keep you tired. 3 bottles of immortality. Seeing Lu Xiaobu's cool demeanor, Chen Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Go buy yourselves if you want to. The chrysanthemums are down there. Take some and try them. Alright, we'll go after this is all over. Chen Hao looked at Shi Jian. Shi Jian's face was full of pain at this moment. Wang Jingdan's medicinal effects are too potent. If the strange energy in Shi Jian's meridians before was like a slow-flowing stream, then it's like a massive flood right now. The torrent of strange energy relentlessly washed over Shi Jian's meridians. Shi Jian's meridians began to slowly expand. His skin turned red at a visible speed, and even some blood vessels were seeping out. Oh no, the medicine is too strong. Professor Shi Qian can't take it anymore. Seeing this, Chen Hao hurriedly stepped forward to help. He used the hand of God to begin treating Shi Jian. Chen Hao kept stroking Shi Jian's body. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu watched from the side. They stared in disbelief. What is Brother Hao doing? Let's treat Professor Shi Jian. Is it necessary to touch the patient during treatment? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu said, perhaps the activation conditions for Brother Hao's superpower must be like this. Chen Hao is now in a bit of an awkward position. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was gay. His right hand kept stroking Shi Jian's body. No, after this, I have to get a healing type superpower. I'll save this hand of God for my wife. With Chen Hao's help, Shi Jian finally achieved a breakthrough. His strength increased rapidly, and his aura grew at a visible speed. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Seeing this, Chen Hao raised his right hand and actually blocked the heavenly lightning. Then 2 more slashes came down in succession. At this moment, Shi Jian's body was weak, and he could not withstand the attack of the heavenly lightning. The path of cultivation is inherently defying the heavens. They would plunder the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so heavenly lightning would hinder their progress. Many people die from heavenly lightning during their breakthroughs. Chen Hao shielded Shi Jian from the heavenly lightning. All the words in the world, Shi Jian, can be summed up in these 2 characters. He didn't know how to thank Chen Hao. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Those were tribulation clouds, signifying that Shi Jian's heavenly tribulation had passed. Teacher Shi Jian, let me help you up. Chen Hao went to help Shi Jian up. Instead of getting up, Shi Jian knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Hao. Professor Shi Jian, what are you doing? At this moment, Shi Jian was in tears. He was extremely excited. He endured countless hardships to achieve this day. How many people did I ask for help from during this period? He was met with disdain from many people. As a result, no one paid any attention to him. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue begging. As a result, I kept hitting roadblocks. I thought I had no hope of ever reaching the King Realm in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao stepped in and refined a King Realm pill for him. Help him break through to the King Realm. Alright, Mr. Shi Jian, get up. Chen Hao helped Shi Jian up. Teacher Shi Jian, I have already asked Yili to cook some food. Let's go downstairs to eat. Chen Hao, Shi Jian, Lu Xiaoji, and Lu Xiaobu sat around the table. Here, Mr. Shi Jian, have a piece of beef. Chen Hao placed a piece of beef in Shi Jian's bowl. Shi Jian used to love beef, but now, when he sees beef, he vomited as if he were pregnant. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were somewhat bewildered by what they saw. Professor Shi Jian, what's wrong with you? Lu Xiaobu asked curiously. Is this dish not to your liking? Upon hearing this, Shi Jian shook his head. I don't know why, but I find this meat hard to eat. Difficult to eat? Lu Xiaoji was a little confused. He picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. No, it's smooth and tender. I think it tastes pretty good. Perhaps you don't like beef. Here, Professor Shi Jian, have a chicken leg. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoji put a chicken leg on Shi Jian's plate. Looking at the chicken leg in the bowl, Shi Jian couldn't help but spit it out again. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were surprised to see Shi Jian in such a state. They couldn't help but worry. Teacher Shi Jian. Just as the two were worried, Chen Hao said to Yili, who was standing to the side, Yili, go and make a vegetable salad. Yali went downstairs. A short while later, she brought up a plate of vegetable salad. Seeing the vegetable salad in Yali's Valley's hand, Shi Jian could no longer hold back. He took it and began to eat heartily. Seeing this, Chen Hao looked like he understood. Brother Hao, what's wrong with teacher Shi Jian? It's nothing, he was just influenced by Wang Jingdan. To be precise, it was the effect caused by the magical beast core of that brute force green bull. Shi Jian finished off the plate of vegetable salad. Shi Jian looked like he still wanted more. Seeing this, Chen Hao waved his hand. Instantly, the entire table was filled with all kinds of fresh vegetables. These are Chen Hao's strategic grain reserves. Shi Jian's eyes lit up as he looked at the vegetables on the table. Without standing on ceremony with Chen Hao, she began to eat heartily. As Shi Jian ate, his body began to change. Its originally dark body gradually turned green. The Hulk! Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but swear. Shi Jian had a large appetite, and in no time, he had finished all the vegetables on the table. He let out a burp and patted his belly with a satisfied look on his face. I never expected vegetables to taste so good. As usual, Shi Jian only ate one thing, meat. He is a person who cannot live without meat. He is now a vegetarian. After having a meal, the group rested briefly before returning to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Hey, isn't this so-and-so? Chen Hao and his group had just arrived when they ran into a guy. The guy sneered at Shi Jian. What's wrong with you? You're so lame. Did you fail to get Wang Jingdan's help and then hide in some corner to cry? Jin Quan mocked Shi Jian. TSK. Its body is covered in green hair, and its skin has been dyed green as well. It's all turned into this state, and they don't even bother to take a shower. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian frowned and said coldly, Jin Quan, why aren't you staying in Beixiang City? What are you doing here? It's nothing. I just took some time to come and see you. I also want to share some good news with you. Good news? What good news? That means I am now a first-level King Realm ability user. How is it? Is it good news? Jin Quan looked at Shi Jian with anticipation, hoping to see Shi Jian suffer a setback. He discovered that Shi Jian did not seem very surprised when he heard the news. This made Jin Quan particularly unhappy. He and Shi Jian were childhood sweethearts. A misunderstanding led to their separation. From that time on, Jin Quan opposed Shi Jian in every way and secretly competed with him. This time, he came specifically to suppress Shi Jian. He wanted to see Shi Jian suffer a setback, and he looked forward to seeing the shocked expression on Shi Jian's face when he broke through to the King Realm. Things did not go as he had hoped. Jin Quan seemed to have thought of something, and he said, I understand. Oh, Shi Jian, I may not know others, but I know you well. You must be feeling really upset right now, so don't try to act calm in front of me. If you want to cry, just cry. As he spoke, Jin Quan patted Shi Jian's arm. Shi Jian opened Jin Quan's hand and then released his King Realm aura. Jin Quan froze on the spot, his smile also freezing. No, this is impossible. How could you possibly break through to the King Realm? Jin Quan found it somewhat unbelievable. With Shi Jian's talent and wealth, how could he possibly obtain the King Realm pill and successfully overcome the tribulation to reach the King Realm? Seeing Jin Quan flying into a rage, Shi Jian was particularly pleased. He glanced gratefully at Chen Hao beside him. Without Chen Hao, he wouldn't be where he is today. So what if he broke through to the King Realm? He's still just a showy spearhead, all show and no substance. If I'm not mistaken, you must have taken a substandard King Realm pill. Don't you know the dangers of taking substandard King Realm pills? It could shorten your lifespan, or even damage your foundation, making it difficult for you to make any progress in your cultivation in the future. Hearing Jin Quan's words, Shi Jian laughed disdainfully. Inferior King Realm pill? If you knew that I took a King Realm pill with 5 pill patterns, I wonder what your expression would be. Moreover, this King Realm pill was personally refined for me by my apprentice. Shi Jian thought to himself. Thinking of this, Shi Jian's face was full of pride. He was proud of Chen Hao. Didn't you say my skills were all show and no substance? How about it? Do you dare to spar with me? Let's practice then. Who's afraid of you? Shi Jian led the way, and the rest of the people followed him inside. Their aggressive demeanor attracted the attention of passers-by. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities has no shortage of onlookers, and everyone started discussing it. What are they trying to do? I don't know. It looks like they're heading to the martial arts arena. A martial arts arena? Are they about to fight? Fight? Where would you fight? Shi Jian and that guy named Jin Quan seem to be going to the martial arts arena to fight. Really? Shouldn't we go check it out? Go, hurry up and catch up. Wait for me. I'm going to get some sunflower seeds. You reminded me, I need to go get some beetle nuts. I'm bringing my wife along. Your wife's tires leaked air last night, so you shouldn't wear it. Shi Jian and Jin Quan arrived at the training ground. Chen Hao and his group arrived at the audience seats. Lu Xiaobu looked towards the training ground, somewhat worried, since Shi Jian had just broken through to the King Realm. It's estimated that he hasn't fully mastered the power of the King Realm yet. Brother Hao, do you think teacher Shi Jian will win? Lu Xiaoji was somewhat displeased upon hearing this. He said, Little Boo, what are you saying? Even if you don't believe in teacher Shi Jian, you should believe in Brother Hao. Didn't you hear what that guy said? He also recently broke through to the King Realm. Both of you broke through to the King Realm, so what makes you think that teacher Shi Jian is inferior inferior to the other. Moreover, teacher Shi Jian is taking the King Realm pill refined by Brother Hao. As the saying goes, anything produced by Brother Hao is bound to be of high quality. At this moment, Bai Jia and Shangguan Huofeng walked over from the side. They had sharp ears and overheard Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu's conversation. A King Realm pill refined by Chen Hao. Shangguan Huofeng found it somewhat unbelievable. Bai Jia woke up. She had originally intended to go find Chen Hao. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao wasn't at the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. She looked at Chen Hao, her eyes filled with affection. Nothing is impossible. That kid always manages to surprise us. Tian Wenjing and Kai Wenting told Bai Jia about the scene after she fell into a coma. Especially Kai Wenting. That guy likes to exaggerate. In Kai Wenting's description, Chen Hao is a peerless hero riding on auspicious clouds. He turned the tide and fought the enemy to the bitter end. Even if it leaves you battered and bruised, you grit your teeth and persevere. Finally, they fought desperately and killed the enemy. Bai Jia did not express any doubt about this. She knew how strong Che Geli was, and that for Chen Hao to kill Che Geli would definitely come at a great cost. Thinking of this, Bai Jia couldn't help but feel sorry for him. She could already picture Chen Hao covered in blood and wounds, still struggling to stay afloat. The game has started. Someone shouted, pulling Bai Jia back to reality. Shi Jian and Jin Quan began their battle. Shi Jian let out a roar and pounced on Jin Quan. Jin Quan snorted coldly and instantly changed his form. A tree man appeared before the crowd. Jin Quan also let out a roar and pounced towards Shi Jian. Jin Quan made a fist with his right hand and punched Shi Jian. Their fists collided. A terrifying shockwave erupted, and the ground, unable to withstand the impact of the two individuals, began to crack inch by inch. The audience stared wide-eyed at the sight. Most people are weaker than the King Realm. That's why they were so excited watching it. Is this what battles between kings are like? That's really scary. One turned into the Hulk, and the other turned into a tree man. Have you noticed anything in common among them? Common ground? What common ground? Is this what they mean by I've become stronger, and I've also turned green? To make a living, you have to have some green on you. Hey, Xu Xiaoming, why did you hit me? No, I was just testing whether my strength had increased. Get stronger, my foot. Your strength hasn't broken through. How could you get stronger? That shouldn't be. My wife cheated on me, so logically I should be green with envy too. I should become stronger. The battle between Jin Quan and Shi Jian continues. Shangguan Huofeng noticed something amiss. It seems that Shi Jian has not yet fully mastered his power. Bai Jia nodded upon hearing this. It's estimated that it just broke through recently. Shangguan Huofeng asked Bai Jia, what do you think about what they just said? That Chen Hao can refine King Realm pills. How else can I look at it? I'll just look at it like this. You say. Bai Jia stopped Shangguan Huofeng. She knew that Shangguan Huofeng had the idea of having Chen Hao refine the King Realm pill for everyone. Xiao Hao is our family, we shouldn't put him in danger. Shangguan Huofeng nodded. She's been in the position of director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau for too long, which has caused her thinking to become bureaucratic. What does officialization mean? That is, to prioritize the overall situation. She hopes that everyone under her can be selfless and dedicated. They dedicate everything they have to the country and strive to contribute to it. Watching the two fighting, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu laughed, because they discovered that Shi Jian's fighting style was quite impressive. This guy actually grabbed Jin Quan's right hand and started biting it. Are you a dog? Let go, let go. Jin Quan kept shaking his arm, trying to shake Shi Jian off. Little did Jin Quan know that his transformation into a tree man made him Shi Jian's prey. Shi Jian disliked nothing else, but his favorite things were flowers, plants, and trees. Seeing the two acting like they were fighting in the street, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shangguan Huofeng tried to hold back her laughter, but eventually couldn't help but laugh too. This is hilarious. On this day, Shi Jian's carefully cultivated positive image collapsed. A guy who fights with his teeth has taken the place of that tough guy. Give in. I surrender. I surrender. Isn't that enough? Jin Quan began to beg for mercy. If you bite again, you'll bite it off. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian finally relented. Jin Quan withdrew his hand and quickly ran to the side of the training ground. After Jin Quan ran to the side, he licked his wounds like an injured puppy. Jin Quan's gaze towards Shi Jian changed. Before, there was only disdain and mockery. Now, there is only fear. At that moment, Jin Quan thought Shi Jian was going to eat him alive. Jin Quan's current feeling towards Shi Jian is a tremor that comes from the depths of his soul. This is the relationship between predator and prey. Jin Quan gritted his teeth, looking unwilling and reluctant, and quickly left the training ground. He didn't even stop at Chen Hao's Superpower Bureau, and left directly. Seeing this, the crowd lost interest and dispersed one by one. Shangguan Huofeng came down. She addressed Chen Hao, Lu Xiaoji, and Lu Xiaobu, saying, "You three, come with me. And Shi Jian, you come too." The group arrived at Shangguan Huofeng's office. Bai Jia looked at Shi Jian and said with a smile, "Shi Jian, congratulations. He has broken through to the King Realm." Shi Jian scratched his head sheepishly. All of this is thanks to Xiao Hao. Without him, I might have been stuck at the King Realm for the rest of my life. Bai Jia nodded. She thought thought to herself, yes, I have to thank Xiao Hao, otherwise I might not have been able to break through to the spirit realm. It might even be a rotting corpse. Shangwan Huofeng said to Chen Hao, I just heard them say that you can refine King Realm pills? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. He held nothing back from Shangwan Huofeng. Even if Chen Hao wanted to hide it, he couldn't. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Huofeng's eyes lit up. Besides refining King Realm pills, can you refine anything else? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao said, so far, I have only refined two kinds of pills. One is the King Realm pill, and the other is the General Realm pill. As for the rest, I don't know. Then I'll give you a pill formula. Can you try to refine it? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao said, it's worth a try. As she spoke, Shangwan Huofeng handed Chen Hao a prescription for a pill. This is the formula for the body tempering pill. Please give it a try and see if you can refine it. The recipe for the body tempering pill? Chen Hao began to examine it. The recipe for the body tempering pill: mysterious spirit grass, spirit stoneflower, purple frostfruit, night shadow vine, dragon bone grass, crimson blood dew, netherworld moss. Shangwan Huofeng saw that Chen Hao was reading. She said, I have collected all the materials for these body tempering pills. I'll give you 3 sets of materials. Try it and see if you can refine it. Chen Hao nodded. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities has a special place for refining elixirs. Led by Shangwan Huofeng, Chen Hao arrived at the alchemy workshop. At that moment, 3 old men were drinking tea and playing chess at the alchemy workshop. This alchemy workshop is very secluded. Ordinary people cannot get here. Old Feng, Old Wei, Old Zhao. Shangwan Huofeng bowed to the 3 of them. Fire Phoenix, what brings you here? Didn't I tell you? We are all not very knowledgeable, and we can't refine your body tempering pill. When he said this, Old Feng's face turned dark. Previously, Shangwan Huofeng had taken out the formula for the body tempering pill and handed it to them. They were overjoyed, as if they had found some treasure. He began his research, neglecting sleep and meals. Without exception, they all exploded. In their research on this body tempering pill, the 3 of them even sacrificed their underwear. Even so, they still gained nothing. I'm not here to ask you for help in refining body tempering pills. I'm here to borrow the alchemy room. The alchemy room? Upon hearing this, Old Feng glanced at it. Who among you wants to refine pills? Shangwan Huofeng pointed at Chen Hao. Isn't this ridiculous? He's so young. How could he know how to refine pills? It was clear that Mr. Feng was about to refuse. Old Wei, who was sitting there playing chess, said, little girl, if you don't mind, let that brat go to my alchemy room to refine pills. Upon hearing this, Old Feng looked displeased. Wei Xianfu, aren't you afraid he'll blow up your alchemy room? Wei Xianfu said dismissively, my alchemy furnace is a brand new one that I just got recently. It was specially made by someone else to prevent it from being exploded. I tried, even I couldn't blow it up. How could he? Upon hearing this, Mr. Feng nodded. Since Wei Xianfu has agreed, then you can go. Thank you, Professor Feng. Thank you, Professor Wei. Shangwan Huofeng then led Chen Hao to Wei Xianfu's alchemy room. After entering, Chen Hao frowned. He hadn't expected that Wei Xianfu, who looked so neat and tidy, would be so slovenly. The entire alchemy room had a strange smell. What's the difference between this and those models? They look glamorous on the outside, but their homes are a mess, with barely any room to step. Trash is left lying around, and bugs crawl everywhere. Just as Chen Hao was complaining to himself, Xiao Hao, I've put the materials on the table. After saying that, Shangwan Huofeng left. Refining pills requires complete concentration, so to avoid disturbing Chen Hao, Shangwan Huofeng waited outside. Chen Hao began refining the body tempering pill. As the alchemy progressed, a medicinal fragrance wafted out. The 3 men, Zhao and his companions, were playing chess. They immediately stopped and began watching Chen Hao refine pills. This technique, wow. This young man's furnace fire flickered continuously while refining the body tempering pill, as if it were alive. This alchemy technique is a bit too much. Old Zhao said in shock. What's going on? Where did he learn this technique? It's absolutely amazing. I have never seen such skillful fire control in all these years. His mastery of alchemy is truly unbelievable. Old Wei was completely stunned. My God, the essence of the medicinal herbs in his furnace has already been extracted, and only a short time has passed? Moreover, there is not a single conflict between these medicinal essences. What precision and integration! This young man's alchemy skills have reached the pinnacle. Old Feng's eyes were filled with fervor as he looked at Chen Hao. I don't know who his teacher was. Remembering what he had just said, Old Feng felt a stinging pain in his face. This kid is a freak. Shangwan Huofeng stood aside, listening to the 3 alchemists' conversation, and she smiled. His face was filled with barely suppressed joy. Although Shangwan Huofeng didn't understand alchemy, she knew that Chen Hao's alchemy skills were truly impressive. At this moment, Chen Hao's alchemy technique resembled a dance, with a unique fluidity that made it seem as if he and the body tempering pill had become one. His alchemy skills were truly unmatched. This is a monster. This is definitely a monster. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Chen Hao successfully refined 3 body tempering pills. Upon seeing this, the 3 old men rushed inside. Young man, could you show us the pill? Old Wei looked looked pitiful, gazing longingly at Chen Hao. Chen Hao handed over 3 body-tempering pills. Old Wei stared wide-eyed at the body-tempering pill in his hand, almost unable to believe his eyes. This can't be real? His alchemy skills are so superb. Old Zhao took a deep breath and said in disbelief, unbelievable. The fragrance of this body-tempering pill is simply the most sensual and enticing I've ever heard before. His alchemy skills have actually reached such a level. It's truly astonishing. Old Feng stared at the body-tempering pill in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. Of the 3, his alchemy skills were the best. His face was filled with shock. The color of this pill is so pure, it's almost flawless. What's even more terrifying is that it has cinnabar patterns on it. Upon hearing this, Elder Wei and Elder Zhao immediately went to investigate. 5 red patterns. Old Wei's hand holding the body-tempering pill trembled violently. Old Zhao clutched the body-tempering pill tightly, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. Ah, I'm getting old, so very old. Master Feng boasted that he was the best alchemist in the world. He usually hangs out with Old Wei and Old Zhao. His strength far surpasses that of the two. I thought I was very strong, but I didn't expect that I was just blinded by a leaf and a frog at the bottom of a well. Old Feng looked at Chen Hao and said apologetically, young man, I apologize for my recklessness just now. I haven't yet asked your name? I wonder who your master is, that he could teach such a powerful disciple like you. Oh, I don't have a teacher. I learned everything on my own. Upon hearing this, the 3 men, including Elder Feng, were all taken aback. Kid, are you trying to fool us? If you don't want to talk, then you don't want to talk. There's no need to use such an excuse to fob us off. Old Zhao said unhappily. I'm telling the truth, believe it or not. Just then, Shangwan Huofeng walked over. She turned to Feng Qing and asked, Elder Feng, is this pill genuine? Upon hearing this, Mr. Feng nodded. It should be true. We haven't tested it yet, so we don't know how effective it is. Old Feng was a little reluctant to test it. After all, this was a pill with 5 pill patterns in his hand. Let me give it a try, Shangwan Huofeng suggested. Feng Qing is quite down to earth. Although the body-tempering pill in his hand had 5 pill patterns, he was more interested in knowing the effects of this pill. I'm afraid it's all show and no substance, rotten inside. Shangwan Huofeng reached out and took the body-tempering pill from Feng Qing's hand. Seeing that Shangwan Huofeng was about to take the medicine, Wei Xianfu stopped her. Old Wei, what's wrong? Fire Phoenix, how about you reconsider? Of the 3 alchemists, Wei Xianfu and Shangwan Huofeng had the best relationship. No need, I trust Xiao Hao. As she said this, Shangwan Huofeng glanced at Chen Hao. She then popped the body-tempering pill into her mouth. Shangwan Huofeng sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. As she swallowed the pill, a surge of intense energy rapidly spread from her stomach, burning like a flame. Soon, Shangwan Huofeng's body began to emit a bright light, illuminating the entire alchemy area. Upon seeing this, Wei Xianfu and the other 2 quickly retreated to the side. Shangwan Huofeng's skin gradually turned red, her veins bulged, and her body seemed to be about to unleash boundless power. Pain and strength are intertwined. She gritted her teeth and resolutely resisted the overwhelming torment. Her body was burning hotter than ever before, as if it were about to be burned to ashes. Shangwan Huofeng began to concentrate fully, trying her best to control the flow of the strange energy within her body. However, the flow rate of the alien energy was too fast. Just as she was about to lose control, a sharp pain shot through her body. Shangwan Huofeng felt as if her body was being torn apart, but all of this was temporary. Gradually, the heat began to dissipate. Her body gradually calmed down. As she slowly opened her eyes, an incredibly bright light shone from them. Under the tempering effect of the body-tempering pill, Shangwan Huofeng's strength was greatly enhanced. She felt her power far surpass what she had ever experienced before, and strange energy surged forth like a tidal wave. She stood up excitedly, her whole being burning like a raging fire. She stomped her foot, and the ground around her instantly shattered into powder, with raging flames rising up, a terrifying force that chilled the heart. Shangwan Huofeng knew that she had broken through and her strength had reached the 3rd level of the spirit realm. At this moment, the power within her was like an active volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. The 3 of them, including Mr. Feng, were dumbfounded. They watched all this in silence, unable to believe what they were seeing. Time seemed to stand still, and the air seemed to freeze. Is this the effect of the body-tempering pill? How is this possible? Old Wei exclaimed in surprise. I have never seen such a miraculous pill before, which can make a person's strength explode to such a degree in such a short time. Old Zhao said excitedly. What level has the Fire Phoenix reached? It's so powerful. Old Feng exclaimed excitedly. They discussed it excitedly, their excitement over the miraculous effects of the body-tempering pill. Shangwan Huofeng walked towards Chen Hao. She exuded an aura that was both gentle and domineering. Wei Lao and the other 2 took a step back in unison, as they all felt the oppressive aura emanating from Shangwan Huofeng. Xiao Hao, thank you. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled slightly. Don't thank me, it's all your own achievement. It is your usual accumulation that has led to today's breakthrough. Shangwan Huofeng didn't say anything, she simply hugged Chen Hao's head and kissed him. When Wei Lao and the other 2 saw this, their eyes widened in astonishment. punishment. These three old men have devoted their entire lives to the art of alchemy, so they haven't experienced anything like that. Seeing that the two were going on and on, Old Feng pretended to cough to interrupt them. Then he said to Chen Hao, "Xiao Hao, please allow me to call you Xiao Hao. Could you please help me refine a body tempering pill?" "Don't worry, I'll provide the pills for refining the body tempering pill. I only have one request, just give me one of the body tempering pills you've refined." When he said this, Old Feng adopted a very humble attitude, fearing that Chen Hao would disagree. Chen Hao was originally thinking about how to get another batch of body tempering pills. Now that he's feeling sleepy, someone's offering him a pillow, how could he refuse? Me too. Wei Xianfu spoke up quickly. "I want one too." Zhao Ling then spoke. "Okay, you just need to provide the materials for refining." Chen Hao continued refining the pills. He opened 3 furnaces of pills in a row, and refined a total of 12 body tempering pills. He left 3 pills for the 3 old men, and the remaining 9 pills all went to Chen Hao. Shangguan Huofeng glanced at the 3 old men. It's as if a new kind of old man's car has appeared. Those 3 very serious old men stopped drinking tea and playing chess. Instead, they began to observe the body tempering pill that Chen Hao had refined. One of the guys even pulled out a tablet. "Wei Xianfu, what are you looking at?" Wei Xianfu laughed. "Of course, I want to see Xiao Hao refining the body tempering pill." Feng Qing and Zhao Ling stared wide-eyed. "I installed surveillance cameras in my alchemy room, originally to prevent thieves. Now, Wei Xianfu wanted to watch Chen Hao's pill refining process again and savor it." Chen Hao and Shangguan Huofeng left the alchemy area. Chen Hao poured out a body tempering pill and prepared to hand it to Shangguan Huofeng. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Huofeng shook her head. "This body tempering pill is far too potent. It should not be taken continuously in a short period of time. And there's another issue. The first one is the most effective. The longer you take the medication, the more resistant it becomes to the drug, which reduces its effectiveness. Taking it would be a waste." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. The two returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. "I have some things to take care of, so I'll go ahead and get busy." After saying that, Shangguan Huofeng left. Chen Hao looked at the body tempering pill in his hand and thought about taking it when he got back. Chen Hao took the body tempering pill and returned to the house he had bought. After taking the body tempering pill, he began to cultivate. As soon as the body tempering pill entered his stomach, a scorching flame ignited in his chest cavity, and pain assaulted his entire body like a million needles. "Why does it hurt so much?" Before Chen Hao could react, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Painful groans echoed in the basement. His muscles twisted and contorted. His whole body was being torn apart by spasms. His body convulsed violently, and countless drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The pain seemed to tear him into 2 worlds, one of life and one of death. Time seemed to stand still. He could no longer distinguish between the time and space brought about by the pain. Chen Hao couldn't understand how Shangguan Huofeng could endure such pain. This body tempering pill is definitely not something a human should eat. However, the effects of the body tempering pill are real. The domineering drug raged through his body, eventually tearing him apart and reshaping him. When all the pain subsided, Chen Hao lay on the ground, covered in sweat and utterly exhausted. There was a hint of solemnity and determination in his eyes. Although the body tempering pill brought immense pain, it also made his body stronger. Medication should be used with caution. Not all pills can be taken indiscriminately. "Master, are you alright?" Yali stood to the side at this moment. She had seen Chen Hao's pained expression. She tried to help but was blasted away by Chen Hao's powerful energy. After taking the body tempering pill, Chen Hao's strength improved to a certain extent. He achieved a breakthrough and reached the 5th level of the King Realm. The greatest effect of this body tempering pill is still body tempering. As Chen Hao spoke, he pulled out a dagger. He tried to cut himself with a dagger. When Yali saw this, she was startled and quickly covered her eyes with her hands. The scene of bleeding did not occur. Yali looked at Chen Hao's hand. To her surprise, the dagger did not cause any harm to Chen Hao. "Is it this hard?" Chen Hao couldn't help but complain as well. "Yali, I'll leave the house to you to look after." After saying that, Chen Hao left the basement and headed upstairs. He took a shower and then returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Chen Hao arrived at Lu Fingfeng's office. "It's time for Feng Feng to help me find someone with healing abilities." Chen Hao's strength has reached the 5th level of the King Realm, which allows him to hunt more targets. After some selection, Chen Hao selected a target. That guy's name is Huayu. He has an S-level ability called Wood Source and his strength is at the 7th level of the King Realm. Chen Hao immediately took a car to Huayu's location. At this moment, in a manner, a woman wearing a long emerald green dress, her slender figure exuding youthful vitality. Her beautiful hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, shimmering with a faint green light, making one marvel at her beauty. Her eyes were like clear lake water, crystal clear, as if they could radiate an elfin brilliance. She sat on the sofa and said to her 2 subordinates, "Where is what I asked for?" Upon hearing this, the 2 subordinates exchanged a glance. One of them spoke up. "They've been caught, they're in the car." "Very good, take them with you and come with me." As she spoke, Huayu stood up up and walked towards the back garden. The two men immediately headed to the van at the front door. They opened the trunk and each of them carried a sack out. The person inside the sack had woken up and was struggling. After arriving at the back garden, Huayu said to her two subordinates, "Put the things down." The two men put the sacks they were carrying on their shoulders down on the ground. "Little one, time to eat," Huayu called out towards the back garden. Several green vines shot out from a distance. Sharp vines pierced into the two burlap sacks. Two screams rang out, and the entire sack was instantly soaked. Blood gushed out. Upon seeing this, the two henchmen's eyes widened. Although it wasn't the first time they had seen it, the sight before them still greatly shocked them. They dared not breathe loudly, fearing that Huayu might, in a moment of displeasure, feed them to the terrifying, bloodthirsty peonies. The bloodthirsty peony devoured the sacks very quickly, and the two sacks shrank visibly at a rapid pace. "Alright, you guys can get rid of the stuff now." Upon hearing this, the two henchmen swallowed hard, hurriedly stepped forward, and took the two shrunken sacks away. Huayu did not leave. She went to the bloodthirsty peony. After being well fed, the bloodthirsty peony appears extremely beautiful. Huayu took a deep breath in front of the flowers. She looked completely captivated. Yes, that's exactly the taste. After she took that breath, the bloodthirsty peony actually shrunk a little. It was astonishing that Huayu had absorbed his essence, energy, and spirit. Chen Hao sat in the taxi. The taxi driver looked curious and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, where are you here?" "To see a friend." Upon hearing this, the taxi driver's face immediately showed envy. "You're so lucky to have made such a friend." The taxi driver had the good fortune to see Huayu once, and was struck by her stunning beauty. He lingered there, so much so that he would wash his underwear every morning. Upon arrival, Chen Hao got out of the car. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes as he looked at the gate of the manor. His eyes were sharp as knives, revealing an irresistible aura. Previously, Chen Hao would conduct a thorough investigation before employing a surprise attack tactic to defeat his opponent. Today he's going to make a direct breakthrough. Chen Hao conjured a huge fireball in his right hand and threw it toward the manor gate. Chen Hao blasted open the gates of the entire manor. Huayu was admiring the flowers when someone suddenly forced open the gates of her manor. She was instantly enraged and flew towards the front yard. After meeting Chen Hao, without saying a word, Huayu launched an attack. She channeled her supernatural energy, and a giant wooden flower appeared in her hand, its petals composed of delicate vines. With a gentle tap of her finger, the vibrant vines of the wooden flower instantly attacked Chen Hao. Chen Hao did not back down. His whole body surged with the power of flames, and he raised his hands high, instantly forming a wall of flames. The wall of flames spread rapidly, completely blocking the wooden flower's attack. Seeing the wall of flames, Huayu was not discouraged. She gritted her teeth, raised the wooden flower in her hand, and countless vines sprouted from it, like spreading green grass. The vines quickly bent and wrapped around Chen Hao. Chen Hao clenched his fists tightly, and flames from his entire body illuminated the surroundings, bursting forth with powerful energy fluctuations. He waved his arms, and flames rapidly spread around him, transforming into a blazing fire dragon that shattered Huayu's vines one by one. When Huayu saw this, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Who exactly is this guy? She took a deep breath, her whole body radiating green light, and once again activated her wood-type source power. The wooden flower in her hand shimmered with green light, radiating a powerful life force. She raised the wooden flower high, and a huge beam of wooden light shot towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao snorted coldly, and a cluster of blazing flames formed in his hand. He gripped it tightly, shouted, and sent the fireball hurtling towards the beam of wood. The enormous flames and beams of wood intertwined, bursting forth with dazzling light. The scorching flames clashed with the power of life, and the two powerful energies collided continuously, creating a violent storm on the battlefield. Chen Hao gritted his teeth, his whole body radiating boundless heat. He took a deep breath, and his whole body erupted with intense fiery energy. He raised his hands high to the sky, transforming into a giant fiery phoenix. The fiery phoenix, its entire body brimming with scorching energy, lunged towards Huayu's beam of wood. It swallowed the beam of wood in one gulp. The fire phoenix unleashed boundless fiery power, spewing it towards Huayu. Huayu sensed danger and turned to run away. Huayu went to the backyard, hoping to seek help from the bloodthirsty rose. The bloodthirsty rose seemed to understand human nature, and countless thorny vines shot towards Chen Hao. Seeing this, Chen Hao gathered flames in his hands and shot them out. Instantly, flames shot into the sky right in front of them. Chen Hao slowly lowered his hands, and the entire battlefield returned to silence, with only the lingering warmth remaining in the air. He smiled slightly, his eyes filled with the confidence of victory. After the battle ended, he walked towards Huayu, who was lying on the ground. "No, don't kill me." Huayu begged Chen Hao for mercy. She took off her clothes in front of Chen Hao. This is my first time. If you spare me, it's yours." It must be said that Huayu has a really good figure. Unfortunately, Chen Hao had seen so many beautiful women that he was already tired of them. Chen Hao ignored Huayu's pleas for mercy, and condensed another fireball in his right hand, throwing it towards Huayu. The flames instantly enveloped Huayu. Huayu was in so much pain that she kept rolling around on the ground. The heart-wrenching screams were chilling. After a short while, Hua Yu fell silent. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained an S-rank ability, Origin of Wood. After dealing with Hua Yu, Chen Hao turned his head to look to the side and saw two guys hiding in a corner not far away. They trembled, their eyes filled with fear. The two were pondering their future path. Chen Hao waved his hand, and two bolts of lightning fell from the sky. It struck the two men squarely, turning them into charred remains. After resolving everything, Chen Hao prepared to leave. He sprouted wings on his back, and his entire body took to the air. Chen Hao was stunned when he saw the scene inside the manor. This is no manor, it's practically a graveyard. The fight between Chen Hao and Hua Yu just now turned upside down the entire manor. The white bones buried beneath the manor were revealed. Chen Hao did not burn the bones because he knew someone would take care of them, and someone will be held accountable for this. After Chen Hao killed Hua Yu, news of Hua Yu's death spread like wildfire. This is a branch of the Scorpion Brigade. The Scorpion troops leaders were deeply angry and resentful upon learning this news. Hua Yu is a therapist, and almost everyone present has been treated by her. Therefore, they gathered together and decided to hold an emergency meeting to discuss the matter. In the conference room, the senior executives wore serious and somber expressions. Seated in the main seat was the Green Scorpion King, flanked by other important members, including the eloquent Tiger Claw, the calm Eagle, the intelligent Mandrill, and the cruel Centipede King. The Green Scorpion King was a one-eyed dragon, and he scanned everyone present with his sharp eye. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who exactly is this person? What exactly is the power behind him? If this isn't dealt with soon, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for our Scorpion Brigade." Tiger Claw said angrily, "Green Scorpion King, I think this guy is probably from the Supernatural Abilities Bureau." The Eagle calmly added, "The Tiger's Claw theory makes sense. Other forces have been suppressed by us in recent years, and they don't dare to show their faces anymore. But if it really is the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, it seems like we have no way to deal with them." Upon hearing this, the Centipede King sneered, "The Supernatural Abilities Bureau? So what? Who cares who they are? As long as the boss gives the order, I'll personally take action and crush them under my feet." After thinking for a moment, the Mandrill said, "We don't know who the other party is yet, so we absolutely cannot make any hasty judgments. I think the most urgent task is to send out some informants to conduct an in-depth investigation and understand this person's background. We need to have a comprehensive understanding of his capabilities before we can take the most appropriate action." The Green Scorpion King nodded, agreeing with the Mandrill's suggestion. "Yes, the Mandrill is right. We cannot act hastily, or we may fall into a trap. We must proceed steadily and wait for the right opportunity. Everyone, go back and prepare properly. If it really is the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, humph." The Green Scorpion King snorted twice, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. The atmosphere inside the meeting room was tense and focused. The Scorpion troops leaders expressed their opinions and suggestions. A real war is about to begin. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Shangshu City were closely watching all of this. The sudden attack by an unidentified person inevitably shocked and unsettled them. They understood that this was not a simple personal grudge, but an event that could trigger a chain reaction. Who is this guy? He actually has such strength. No matter how powerful he is, he shouldn't kill people on our turf. They killed high-ranking members of the Scorpion Brigade. A high-ranking official from the Special Abilities Bureau cursed under his breath, unable to suppress a shiver. "We must be careful, this is no ordinary crisis," another senior executive said, his brow furrowed. "What happened in Nanjiang City before could happen to us?" Just as the higher-ups were filled with worry, a subordinate rushed over. He reported to everyone breathlessly, Chief, something terrible has happened. We've been exposed." The fact that the manor was full of skeletons caused panic among the people. The expressions on the faces of the higher-ups instantly turned serious. They realized that the incident had completely spiraled out of control. "Pass the order down immediately. Use all resources to calm the public," a high-ranking official commanded, his tone emphasizing urgency. "We also have to consider the Scorpion Brigade's counterattack. They will definitely not stand idly by." Another high-ranking officer clenched his fist, a resolute glint in his eyes. "We need to bring back all the superhumans who are outside, and at the same time contact the superhuman bureaus in the surrounding areas to ask them to send people to provide support." The top leaders exchanged strategies and mobilized resources to minimize the potential crisis. While they were still discussing it, the director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Shangshu City suddenly spoke up. "So what if it's the Scorpion Brigade? It's not like we haven't clashed before. We must respond with a positive attitude and not be weak." The higher-ups nodded silently, their fear gradually replaced by determination and resolve. Under the cover of night in Shangshu City, a seemingly localized massacre ignites a storm of undercurrents. Chen Hao's act of exposing the remains of innocent victims triggered a series of chain reactions. At this time, the higher-ups of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau in Shangshu City were trying to figure out how to deal with the Scorpion Brigade's retaliation. Chen Hao returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. As soon as he arrived, he saw several several high-ranking officials heading towards a certain place. Where is that? The conference room? Just as Chun Hao was wondering, a voice came from over. Xiao Hao, you're back just in time. Come join the meeting. Shangguan Huofeng shouted at Chun Hao. Although Chun Hao is not a high-ranking member of the Superpower Bureau, he is already a king-level superpower user. He is qualified to attend this meeting. Chen Hao walked towards the conference room. Upon entering the conference room, Chen Hao found that several people were already seated inside. Silent, Du Gohan, and Bai Jia are the three generals who fight. Bai Jia is now a powerful expert at the third level of the spirit realm. Silence is the first level of the spiritual realm. Du Gohan is the worst. This guy is only at the 8th level of the king realm. A person with a wicked heart will be punished by God. Chen Hao discovered that, besides these guys, there were a few more people. A stone, a guy with a paintbrush, and a girl wearing a black wizard's hat. Shangguan Huofeng said to Chen Hao, "You've come at the right time. Let me introduce you. This guy's name is Ma Liang, 7th level of the king realm, possessing the S-rank ability, Divine Brush. His skills are so great that he can bring what he draws to life. This little girl is called Gasang, and she possesses the S-class superpower, Old Witch. She is a 4th level king realm ability user. They are both new recruits at our Superpowers Bureau." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned. Logically speaking, once someone reaches the king realm, their status and position will generally not be too bad. But then these two guys suddenly joined the Superpower Bureau. This is somewhat illogical. Shangguan Huofeng said, "Xiao Hao, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I've already had their backgrounds investigated. Clean and tidy. Both of them are senior students at the Imperial University of Superpowers. Don't let their appearance fool you, they're quite the stars at school." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. "Alright, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Let's begin today's meeting." At the start of the meeting, Shangguan Huofeng spoke concisely, focusing on the key points. So the meeting ended quickly. After the meeting ended, everyone left the conference room. Chen Hao was walking on the road. "Your name is Chen Hao, right?" Ma Liang, holding a paintbrush, walked up. "I am you." Before Chen Hao could speak, Ma Liang cut to the chase. "I heard they say you're very strong. How about it? Want to fight me?" "Sorry, I'm not interested." Chen Hao hadn't expected that Ma Liang was a warmonger. He and that guy named Gasang were complete opposites. "Oh, I see." A hint of disappointment flashed across Ma Liang's face. "It's okay. I'm not in a hurry if you're not happy now. There's plenty of time. We'll always have a chance to clash." Chen Hao gave a casual reply and left. Chen Hao looked at the two people beside him, somewhat bewildered. He hadn't expected that Shangguan Huofeng would send Ma Liang, Gasang, and him to the Supernatural Abilities Bureau in Chuzhou City. To be precise, the three of them were the publicly acknowledged support force. Secretly, Shangguan Huofeng and her team had already infiltrated Shanchu City. As soon as Chen Hao and his group arrived in Chuzhou, someone came to meet them. Moreover, the person who met them was none other than Zhou Xiang, the director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Shanchu City. Zhou Xiang was incredibly enthusiastic towards Chen Hao and his group. When no one is around, Ma Liang couldn't help but ask Chen Hao, "Who exactly are you? The director of the Superpowers Bureau is being so polite to you." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao rolled his eyes. "You just don't understand. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it some grass first. If I'm not mistaken, the mission will be coming soon." Ma Liang looked on with disbelief. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the lounge. Ma Liang was sitting near the door at this time, so he got up to open it. After the door opened, a woman with short blue hair and wearing black sunglasses appeared at the door. "Hello, my name is Lan Sha, and I'm your partner this time. Come with me, I'll take you to meet your other teammates." As she spoke, Lan Sha led the way. Chen Hao followed her to another room. "There are 3 people in this room as well. You can get to know them." Lan Sha addressed Chen Hao and the others. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao glanced at the 3 people opposite him. A woman with a single ponytail, wielding a long sword, at the 5th level of the king realm, possessing an S-rank ability, swordsmanship skills. The girl with the bob haircut, wearing overalls, is at the 7th level of the king realm and possesses the S-rank ability, superhuman strength. The blonde man with spiky hair was a 4th level king realm cultivator with an S-rank ability called lightning speed. With just one glance, Chen Hao was able to see through the strength of the 3 guys. "Oh ho, a new person has arrived." The man in yellow seemed to be a troublemaker. He grinned, revealing teeth as sharp as saw teeth. "Wasp, shut up. Otherwise, you'll be in for a world of hurt when you get back." The woman holding the long sword appeared to be the leader of this squad. Upon hearing the woman's words, the wasp suddenly felt bored. Okay. As he spoke, Wang Feng pulled over a stool and sat down. "Now that everyone is here, let me explain the mission for this operation." Lancha's face was cold and indifferent. There was not a trace of life in it. "Little girl, are you alright? So young, yet so lifeless. Would you like your big brother to take you out to play?" "Brother, I have a ghost fire. It's so comfortable to go for a drive. If you get tired of playing, you can come to my house to rest. My house is quite big." The wasp spoke to Lan Sha. "Wasp," the woman with the long sword prepared to teach the wasp a lesson. A loud bang was heard. A figure flew directly towards the wall beside it. Everyone glanced at the wasp that had been thrown against the wall. His gaze then fell upon the woman with the bob haircut. This guy is so strong. Is this the legendary violent girl? Ningyuan City has something special. Seeing this, Ma Liang lowered his voice and asked the girl with the bob haircut in a weak voice, "Little girl, what did you do for a living before you joined the Superpower Bureau?" "My family farms, and when there's no work, I carry bricks on construction sites." Upon hearing this, Ma Liang swallowed hard. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. The wasp was so badly shaken that he never dared to be arrogant again. Lanza was able to continue her speech. Soon, everyone learned about the mission. Destroyed a base of the evolutionary cult. After the meeting, everyone set off. At this moment, in a Weiqi hall, the two are playing chess. The two of them were playing chess, with a group of people standing around them. Shangwan Huofeng, we're old acquaintances, aren't we? The Green Scorpion King smiled and spoke to Shangwan Huofeng. It's been so many years since we last met. Shangwan Huofeng spoke these words with deep emotion. I never imagined that you, who used to shout every day about serving your country, would become a lackey of the Scorpion Brigade. The Green Scorpion King laughed disdainfully. If it weren't for the Scorpion Troop, I would be dead by now. Look at my eyes. You know how I went blind. When he said this, the Green Scorpion King became particularly excited. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Huofeng sighed. She knew some inside information about the Green Scorpion King, but what good does knowing do? Shangwan Huofeng was powerless to help. I feel pretty good right now. If you want money, you have money. If you want women, you have women. As he said this, the Green Scorpion King was particularly proud, and he pulled a woman over to sit next to him. He looked very confident and spirited, but in Shangwan Huofeng's eyes, he was nothing but a clown. I know that the Superpower Bureau has sent some people to attack our branch base. Don't worry, I've prepared some small gifts for them. I believe they will like it. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Huofeng frowned. She had just received a message from Chun Hao saying that he was going to wipe out a branch base of the Scorpion Brigade. Shangwan Huofeng became a little anxious and hurriedly took out her phone. Just as she was about to send a message, she was surprised to find that her phone had no signal. Don't waste your time. We have someone here who possesses the ability of magnetic interference. As long as she's around, it's almost impossible for you to make a phone call. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Huofeng hurriedly stood up, preparing to leave. As a result, the Green Scorpion King attacked her. A battle between the two sides is imminent. This is the means of transportation you're talking about? Chen Hao and his group were heading to a branch of the Scorpion Brigade. Ma Liang volunteered to solve the transportation problem. Unexpectedly, this guy drew 3 horses. How about it? Isn't it cool? As he spoke, Ma Liang mounted one of the horses. How about it? I'm handsome. As the saying goes, among men, Lubu, among horses, red hair. With my looks, riding this red hair isn't too much of a stretch, is it? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's lips twitched involuntarily. Are you sure this is red hair? At this moment, Ma Liang was riding a red rabbit. Red hair, is naturally a horse that looks like a rabbit. Okay. Chen Hao ignored Ma Liang and climbed onto the horse's back. The same goes for Gasang. Chen Hao rode a white horse, while Gasang rode a black horse. As for Ma Liang, he rode a red rabbit. The 3 of them set off towards their destination. It must be said that the 3 horses Ma Liang painted were running quite fast. Just as the 3 were riding their horses, a loud roar came from nearby. Wasp rode his will-o'-the-wisp and arrived beside Chen Hao and the others. Hey, you guys take your time, I'm going ahead. With that, Hornet floored the accelerator, and the car shot forward. Chen Hao and his companions continued galloping on horseback. How about we switch to a different tool? Gasang was getting a little too shaken up. She couldn't help but speak to Chen Hao. Gasang knew that Ma Liang was a madman, and that the guy would definitely not listen to what he was told. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled and said, no need. Gasang never expected that Chen Hao was also a madman. She somewhat regretted coming with these 2 guys on this mission. Chen Hao wasn't in a hurry at all. He possesses the special ability of danger perception. His intuition told him that this mission was dangerous. Therefore, Chen Hao couldn't wait to go to that base. When passing by a traffic light, Ma Liang saw a girl on a motorcycle nearby. He couldn't help but ask the girl on the motorcycle, hey, beautiful, excuse me, how do I get to Pingan Road? I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend. I just wanted to ask, how do I get to Pingan Road? I already told you, I have a boyfriend. Ma Liang couldn't help but kick the woman. I also have a boyfriend. Damn it, I just want to ask you how to get to Pingan Road. Why don't you just say it? You have to keep nagging and whining. It's so annoying. After speaking, Ma Liang turned to look at Chen Hao and Gasang. I'm sorry, I'm not very familiar with this area. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao said, I'll use my phone for navigation. The 3 of them used their mobile phones for navigation. This is at the monitoring room. Lansha felt utterly speechless. What's the situation with these 3 people from the Nanjiang City Supernatural Abilities Bureau? The last guy I knew always carried a bag of urea with him. I thought he was weird, but it turns out these 3 guys are weird too. Lansha assigned cars to Chen Hao and the other 2. They refused to drive arrive and insisted on riding horses. Chen Hao, look, there are scallion pancakes over there. I'm hungry, would you like some? Chen Hao and Ma Liang dismounted. Boss, give me a scallion pancake, extra chili. Ma Liang addressed the boss. My mild spicy is fine, Chen Hao continued. Ma Liang turned to look at Gasang, who was still on horseback. Gasang, would you like some? Upon hearing this, Gasang waved her hand and said, no need. After ordering scallion pancakes, Chen Hao and his group did not stop. This street is a food street. Besides hand-pulled pancakes, there are also grilled cold noodles, wolf-tooth potatoes, stinky tofu, hot dry noodles, chicken wing rice wraps, oden. Lansha was about to explode with rage in the monitoring room. Are they here for tourism? Chen Hao and his friends actually ordered all the snacks. By the time they finish eating, it will probably be dark. Looks like we can't count on these guys. Lansha immediately changed the screen. Hornet and his group have now arrived at the Scorpion Brigade's branch. Without saying a word, the three of them charged straight in. In just a moment, the three men fell straight to the ground. He. A burst of laughter came from the surveillance camera. A spider woman appeared. Her eyes shone like stars, her dark pupils revealing a hint of coldness and sharpness. Her lips were pale, and when she smiled, her pure white fangs were faintly visible, making her even more unique and charming. Her slender fingers were delicate and soft, yet they exuded a murderous aura, as if she practiced killing techniques every day. There was a transparent thread on it, with specks of blood on it. Is it that weak? This is really boring. The spider woman spoke with disdain. She thought some powerful guy was coming. Unexpectedly, she killed him instantly with her first move. These three in front of us didn't even have a chance to fight back. The white jade spider, what is she doing here? Lansha stared wide-eyed at the woman in the surveillance video. At this moment, Lansha felt that Chen Hao and the others had made a good choice. Those who run the fastest do indeed get to eat. Sure enough, the three hornets were eliminated. After Chen Hao and the others finished eating, both of them burped, their faces showing complete satisfaction. Just then, Lansha arrived in her Land Rover. The three of you don't need to go. The operation is cancelled. Gasang initially said he wouldn't eat it, but later he couldn't escape the "it smells so good" phenomenon. She ordered a large bowl of hot and sour noodles, along with donkey meat sandwiches, and ate them there, because there are powerful enemies there. The three of them, including Hornet, have perished. Thinking about this, Lansha felt a headache coming on, because the three scorpions were from Ningyuan City. Lansha didn't know how to explain this to the Ningyuan City Supernatural Abilities Bureau. Chen Hao and the other two got into Lansha's car. Chen Hao and Ma Liang sat in the back row. Gasang sat in the passenger seat. The group prepared to return to the Supernatural Abilities Bureau in Shanchu City. On the way, Ma Liang suddenly spoke. He was unusually serious this time. Don't you guys think there's something fishy about this operation? Ma Liang just watched the video Lansha gave him. That white jade spider seemed to have known we would come all along. She has laid a trap there, waiting for us to fall into it. Upon hearing this, Lansha frowned. She stepped on the brakes and brought the car to a stop. You mean, there's a traitor among us? As Lansha spoke, her eyes quickly swept over Chen Hao, Ma Liang, and Gasang. I've thought about that before too. Because our operation was very covert, and the timing of the attack was also decided on the spot. The Scorpion Brigade has so many branches, how would they know which one we're going to attack? Unless there's some advance warning. After Lansha finished speaking, she turned to Chen Hao and the other two and said, to be honest, I don't know which of you three is the traitor. Lansha had considered all three of them, including Chen Hao. This is just like playing werewolf. Lanza had no idea who the wolf was. Ma Liang, however, made the choice for everyone. He thrust the magic pen in his hand toward Gasang. Seeing this, Gasang quickly opened the car door and jumped out. Seeing this, everyone jumped off the car. For a moment, everyone stood facing each other. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Ma Liang, what are you doing? Gasang was furious. She hadn't expected Ma Liang to attack her. Gasang, even at a time like this, are you still going to pretend? Ma Liang spoke coldly. What are you pretending for? You're not Gasang, are you? Upon hearing this, Gasang frowned. What makes you think I'm not Gasang? Just because you just ate donkey meat sandwiches. Ma Liang snorted coldly. I know you did a lot of research to impersonate Gasang. They even checked Gasang's diet and learned that she doesn't eat pork. But you didn't expect that Gasang not only doesn't eat pork, she also doesn't eat donkey meat. Ma Liang spoke up. Upon hearing this, Gasang frowned, her face full of confusion. Chen Hao, however, said, Gasang is a legitimate Muslim. They don't eat pork or donkey meat. People like you basically only know that people don't eat pork. You didn't expect that Gasang doesn't eat donkey meat, did you? Upon hearing this, Ma Liang's lips curled into a slight smile. I felt there was something wrong with you when we were in school. I didn't pay much attention at the time, because even if you were abnormal, it had nothing to do with me. But now it's different, you're endangering my life. Upon hearing this, Gasang couldn't help but applaud. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. You're right, I'm definitely not Gasang. To be precise, I am Gasang's older sister. Her name is Gasang Wangma, and my name is Gasang Cuomo. Unlike her, I am not so lucky to have grown grown up with my parents. I was sold to a passing traveler when I was a child. Do you know what kind of life I've been living all these years? You simply wouldn't understand. After Gasang Cuomo finished speaking, she launched an attack. Snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky, and a biting wind swept through. Upon seeing this, Ma Liang quickly drew an elephant. He hid under the elephant's belly, avoiding the snow falling from the sky. Lan Sha is a superhuman in the realm of generals, possessing the S-level superpower, Computer Master. Lan Sha's superpower is a support-type superpower and does not have offensive capabilities, so she simply hid to the side. Chen Hao had no intention of hiding. His body radiated a scorching fiery aura. He took a deep breath, and his entire body was instantly enveloped in flames. He stretched out his right hand, and a fireball condensed in his right hand. With a sudden throw, he tossed the fireball in his hand toward Gasang. Gasang Cuomo recognized Chen Hao. Gasang Cuomo is a superhuman with the ability of an ice wizard. She immediately used an ice sealing spell, condensing the cold air into a huge ice wall that blocked Chen Hao's fireball. Ma Liang also joined the fray, quickly picking up his paintbrush and splashing paint. I thought Ma Liang's animal drawings would still be so clumsy. Ma Liang's pen slid rapidly. It was formed from a giant firebird. The bird's feathers are brilliantly colored, burning like a raging fire. The firebird let out a cry. It flew towards Gasang Somu, instantly piercing through Gasang Somu's ice wall, and pounced on Gasang Somu. The firebird spread its wings in the air, and flames surged forth, forming a huge net of fire. Using the power formed by Ma Liang's supernatural abilities, Gasang Cuomo was trapped inside. Seeing this, Chen Hao quickly twisted his body and leaped up, instantly teleporting to Gasang Cuomo's side. Chen Hao made a fist with his right hand and punched Gasang Cuomo in the chest. Gasang Cuomo was sent flying by a single punch from Chen Hao. She crashed heavily into the wall behind her. That punch severely injured her. Gasang Cuomo gritted her teeth and struggled to her feet. She stretched out her palm, and ice and snow froze, forming an ice blade. She decided to fight back with all her might. Ice blades danced through the air, slicing through the void. Ma Liang swiftly wielded his brush, and his supernatural abilities unleashed a new power. The patterns he drew rapidly changed, forming a huge scroll that enveloped Chen Hao and himself. The scroll seemed to possess infinite space, its light shimmering, blocking Gasang Sam's attack from entering. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Hao used his fire ability to condense a huge fist of fire and slammed it towards Gasang. The collision of flames and ice produced a huge explosion, with flames flying everywhere and completely igniting the street, the flames licking at the sky. Chen Hao's flames shattered Gasang Cuomo's ice and snow, successfully hitting her. The scorching flames burned Gasang Somo to ashes. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained S-rank ability, Ice Wizard. Ma Liang glanced at Gasang Cuomo, who had been burned to ashes. He gave Chen Hao a thumbs up. Bro, that's awesome. He then glanced around and found Lan Sha lying on the ground. He had already lost consciousness. Ma Liang stepped forward to help Lan Sha up. Lan Sha suddenly pulled out a syringe and stuck it directly into Ma Liang's hand. Ma Liang suddenly felt dizzy. His body collapsed. Seeing this, Lan Sha got up from the ground. Lan Sha said to Chen Hao, "This guy also has problems. If I'm not mistaken, he should also be a member of the Scorpion Troop." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao frowned slightly. What's going on? Are you playing a double agent game with me? Mission Impossible? Who exactly is the one with the problem? Is there something wrong with him? Chen Hao looked at Lan Sha calmly. That's right, I've investigated, and there are problems with his background. Let's go, let's take him back to the Superpower Bureau and hand him over to the leaders for disposal. As soon as Lan Sha finished speaking, Chen Hao teleported to her side. Perhaps they sensed danger. Lan Sha instinctively pulled out a syringe and stabbed Chen Hao. Chen Hao grabbed Lan Sha's right hand with his left hand, pulled and pushed her sharply. With a swift right elbow strike, he pinned Lanza against the wall. What are you doing? Lan Sha panicked a little. She hadn't expected Chen Hao to suddenly attack her. You said he has a problem, so why poison him with a deadly poison that kills instantly? They even said they wanted to take him back. If I'm not mistaken, you're the Scorpion Brigade's spy planted in the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. I don't know what you're talking about. Lan Sha maintained a cold expression throughout. Chen Hao snorted coldly and increased the force of his elbow. Lan Sha sensed danger, and her face turned red as she struggled to breathe. No, don't kill me. Lan Sha began to beg for mercy. A cold glint flashed in Chen Hao's eyes. Lan Sha's neck was broken by Chen Hao. Lan Sha's body suddenly slumped down. You have only yourself to blame. You shouldn't have tried to kill me. Chen Hao conjured a fireball in his hand and threw it at Lan Sha. Congratulations, host. The corpse has been successfully recovered. Gained S-level superpower, Computer Master. Chen Hao turned his head to look at Ma Liang on the ground. He came up to Ma Liang and placed his hand on Ma Liang's body. With a gentle grab, Chen Hao pulled out a ball of silvery water. Chen Hao waved his hand again, and green energy poured out. Ma Liang received treatment. After confirming that Ma Liang was alright, Chen Hao grabbed him, spun his wings, and flew towards the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Chen Hao arrived at the Supernatural Abilities Bureau in Shanghai. Shanchu City. He had just arrived when he saw 3 people. Chen Hao was slightly taken aback. The 3 people in front of me were none other than the 3 dead wasps. Bai Xiao, the black-haired woman holding a long sword, asked Chen Hao. It's nothing, I just ran into a bad guy. He was knocked unconscious. However, the matter has been resolved. Bai Xiao responded. Zhou Xiang came out with a man and a woman. The man had squinty eyes and blue hair. He is. Chen Hao found the man somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Zhuge Yun, thank you for your help this time. Zhuge Yun? Upon hearing the name, Chen Hao remembered. Isn't that the director of the Ningyuan City Supernatural Abilities Bureau? Chen Hao glanced at Zhuge Yun. Level 4 of the Spirit Realm, SSS level superpower, Zhuge Divine Art. After witnessing Zhuge Yun's strength, Chen Hao couldn't help but complain, damn it, all those squinty-eyed people are indeed monsters. Young man, is there a problem? Zhuge Yun asked Chen Hao. As he said this, he stared at Chen Hao, as if trying to see right through him. Oh right, I forgot to introduce you. This person is named Chen Hao, from Nanjiang City, and is a member of the Nanjiang City Supernatural Abilities Bureau. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Yun nodded and extended his right hand to Chen Hao. Chen Hao and Zhuge Yun shook hands. After the two released each other's hands, Zhuge Yun's eyes lit up. This guy, Zhuge Yun, possesses the ability to calculate other people's future. He never imagined that Chen Hao's future would turn out like this. However, despite his calculations, Zhuge Yun would almost never interfere unless absolutely necessary. Brother Zhuge, I'm hungry. A pink-haired little girl was accompanying Zhuge Yun. She was holding a lollipop in her hand, licking it incessantly. Chen Hao glanced at the little girl. 8th level of the King Realm, SS level superpower, Hacker Saint. Xiao Yue, are you hungry? Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Yay, there's something delicious to eat. Upon hearing this, Huang Qiuyue was overjoyed and danced with delight. The 3 wasps smiled lovingly as they watched Huang Qiuyue leaping about, especially wasps. He couldn't help but say, this time, we owe it all to Qiuyue. If she hadn't discovered the problem in time, we would probably all be dead by now. Chen Hao frowned upon hearing this. Just then, Zhou Xiang asked Chen Hao, have you seen Lan Sha? Chen Hao shook his head. Chen Hao was unaware that there were several spies within the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Therefore, he would not rashly reveal that he killed Lan Sha. Oh, I see. Zhou Xiang looked at Zhuge Yun and said, I will send someone to find Lan Sha. If she really has a problem, I will not tolerate it. By the way, where is Gasang? Zhou Xiang had a particularly deep impression of that girl from a foreign land. She said she had something to take care of. Oh, I see. Huang Feng and Chen Hao didn't get along. He suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, you guys should be doing the mission with us. We didn't see you when we got there, and now you've come straight back. Wasp's words suddenly made the atmosphere tense. What's wrong? Do you think our people are colluding with the Scorpion Troop? Just as Huang Feng finished speaking, Shangguan Huofeng arrived with her entourage. Her menacing demeanor instantly intimidated the wasp. Director Shangguan, as you know, that's not what this member of our bureau meant. He just wanted to ask what happened to Chen Hao on his way to the mission. Why did he come back halfway through? And why did his teammates fall into a coma? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Huofeng prepared to explain. Chen Hao spoke up himself. We were ambushed by members of the Scorpion Brigade while on our mission. He was accidentally hit and I had no choice but to defeat the enemy and bring him back first. Chen Hao spoke with reason and evidence, as if it were true. This convinced many people. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Shangguan Huofeng looked at Zhuge Yun and said, I'm from the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. I'll take care of any problems. You don't need to worry about it. Zhuge Yun nodded and said to Huang Feng and the others, let's go. Zhuge Yun left with his entourage. Seeing this, Zhou Xiang smiled and said to Shangguan Huofeng, if you don't mind, please come and sit inside our Supernatural Abilities Bureau. The group walked into the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Shanchu City. Chen Hao glanced at the departing figures of Zhuge Yun and the others, his brows furrowed slightly, and he muttered to himself, I clearly saw them being killed by the white jade spider. But why are they here again? Could it be that they possess superhuman abilities that can bring the dead back to life? Xiao Hao, you seemed a bit distracted just now. Is something bothering you? Sister Bai Jia, I watched a video before. Zhuge Yun's men were all killed by a spider woman. But now, they appear before us, lively and energetic. You mean this? Bai Jia said, it was probably the work of that pink-haired little girl. You mean, she created a fake video? Bai Jia nodded upon hearing this. Don't let her small size fool you. She's incredibly capable. You know Feng Feng, right? Our Feng Feng is pretty good, but she still can't beat her. Chen Hao thought of Lu Feng Feng, but that guy really went too far. Every time he used the guise of a bet to make Feng Feng do some bad things. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao suddenly remembered. Lu Feng Feng had told him this before. She made a bet with someone and lost. There was no other way but to eat canned herring, stinky tofu, fermented soybean juice, and Laosan snake water. So it was her. Thinking about this, Chen Hao instantly understood everything. They came all this way to provide support. How could they not have a backup plan? Just then, the door opened. It's Shangguan Huofeng who's back. She just went to chat with Zhou Xiang. After Shangguan Huofeng came in, she went straight to the point and said to Chen Hao, "Tell me about what happened while we were away. What have you been through?" There was no one around, and the silent ones were guarding the outside. Therefore, Chen Hao and his group were not worried about being overheard. So he told Shangguan Huofeng and the others the whole story. After hearing this, Shangguan Huofeng felt somewhat incredulous. This was the first time she had ever encountered something so bizarre. "Thank goodness you were quick-witted, otherwise we would have been finished this time. By the way, Sister Fire Phoenix, didn't you say you went to see the big boss? What happened in the end? What else can we do? We fought, and before we could decide a winner, they ran away." Shangguan Huofeng immediately felt bored. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded. "A hidden underground tavern. A person is bandaging the wounds of the Green Scorpion King." His expression turned ferocious. "I didn't expect that the bitch has become so strong after so long." Enraged, the Green Scorpion King grabbed a glass from the table and smashed it. The glass shattered instantly. Sharp shards of glass pierced the flesh of the Green Scorpion King. The intense pain calmed the Green Scorpion King down. "Boss, something bad has happened. Our mole in the Supernatural Abilities Bureau in Shanchu City has gone missing. Not only that, the mole we just planted in Nanjian City has also disappeared." Upon hearing this, the Green Scorpion King frowned immediately. That shouldn't be the case. His face was filled with confusion. "We are very careful when we plant our informants. And we've had that informant in Chuzhou for several years now. How did they manage to find out? I've investigated it. Following the trail, we arrived at a secluded street. Judging from the situation there, it seems a battle has taken place. There are burn marks on the floor and walls." "Scorch marks? Boss, do you think it could be the guy who killed Huayu?" Upon hearing this, the Green Scorpion King's face instantly turned ashen. The Green Scorpion King couldn't understand who the other party was or why they were hiding their true identity. What exactly did they do to offend each other? Oh no, oh no. Just then, another guy rushed in. "Boss, the White Jade Spider has been killed." Upon hearing this, the Green Scorpion King was struck dumb. "Who did this?" "It is Zhuge Yun." Zhuge Yun is the director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Ningyuan City, so the Scorpion Brigade naturally recognizes him. "Damn it, we've fallen for their trap." The Green Scorpion King felt that he had fallen for Shangguan Huofeng's scheme to lure him away from the mountain. "Fire Phoenix, it's been years since we last met, and your scheming skills have improved quite a bit." The Green Scorpion King was still wondering why he had discovered Shangguan Huofeng and the others so easily. It seems they deliberately revealed their feelings. On the surface, Shangguan Huofeng was the bait, but behind the scenes, Zhuge Yun was tasked with killing the members of the Scorpion Brigade. "Good tactic, but you killed our people. Do you think you can get away with that?" A ruthless glint flashed in the eyes of the Green Scorpion King. "Pass the word down. Do everything in your power to search for Zhuge Yun's whereabouts. Notify me once you find it. I'll show everyone what happens when you offend the Scorpion Brigade." Chen Hao was lying in bed playing on his phone. He was chatting with Lu Fengfeng. Lu Fengfeng was confiding in Chen Hao at that moment. These days, Huang Qiuyue has made her suffer terribly. Chen Hao sat up abruptly from the bed because Lu Fengfeng sent him a message. Huang Qiuyue and her group were besieged by the Scorpion Brigade. Just then, there was a knock on Chen Hao's door. He opened the door and saw Shangguan Huofeng and the others standing there. "Fengfeng messaged me saying that Zhuge Yun and the others have been attacked. We're going to provide support now." After Shangguan Huofeng finished speaking, the group headed towards where Zhuge Yun and his group were. While chatting with Chen Hao, Lu Fengfeng also enjoyed surfing the internet. As a result, they received a distress message from Huang Qiuyue. Lu Fengfeng immediately sent the information to Shangguan Huofeng and others. Zhuge Yun is currently fighting the Green Scorpion King. His team members are also under siege by the Scorpion Brigade. Although the Hornets and their crew were quite strong, they were outnumbered. The enemy outnumbered them several times over. Huang Feng glanced at Bai Xiao not far away, a resolute look flashing in his eyes, as if he was ready to embrace death. He said, "Bai Xiao, you know how I feel. Actually, I've always liked you, but you've never even looked at me properly. To grab your attention, I deliberately acted like a traitor. As it turns out, I succeeded. From then on, you looked at me more often." After saying that, Huang Feng rushed out, holding a dagger and moving quickly. They kept attacking a guy covered in diamonds. The sharp dagger struck the man, but had no effect whatsoever. Instead, that guy seized the opportunity and threw a punch at the wasp. The wasp was knocked backward and sent flying. Upon seeing this, the guy's lips curled up slightly. He couldn't help but complain, "Dude, putting all your points into speed seems a bit much. You should at least launch an attack." The wasp crashed heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Upon seeing this, Bai Xiao frowned and forced the tiger-headed man in front of her back with a single sword strike. She lunged at the diamond man. The diamond man looked smug. "That guy can't do anything to me. You're just a little girl." Bai Xiao casually swung his sword and easily severed the diamond man's arm.